as long as I touch the corpse, I can gain cultivation. Not only that, but I can also see their last wishes. As long as I help them fulfill their last wishes, I can receive rewards, which include various martial arts techniques and weapons. Even aphrodisiac powders are among the rewards. Just now, I opened my eyes and found myself in a chaotic dynasty, and I had become a constable. At this moment, my adoptive father, adoptive mother, and elder brother, who died unjustly, were lying in front of me, while the escort agency run by my elder brother Chen, who had been completely looted, leaving the scene in disarray. Now, only my sister-in-law Shen Xin remained in the hall, crying like a weeping willow. Due to inheriting the emotions of the original body, I planned to first take care of Chen Hu's corpse and then live together with my sister-in-law. But just as I touched Chen Hu, a surge of information flooded into my mind. Touching the corpse grants 100 days of cultivation, which can be used to deduce martial arts. I was overjoyed to hear this, but before I could recover, another prompt appeared in front of me. Triggered the deceased's last wishes. Last wish 1. Hoping someone can take good care of my wife Shen Xin. Reward, the Tiger Might body technique at small success. Last wish 2. Hoping my good brother Chen Anmo is fine. Already completed. Reward, a blood replenishing pill that can quickly restore health. Last wish 3. It was the Wu family that killed me, hoping to take revenge. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. I immediately saw a blood replenishing pill appear in my system space, and my expression suddenly became excited. With a thought, the blood replenishing pill appeared in the palm of my hand, and I swallowed it at the first opportunity. The injuries left by the original body's fierce battle healed instantly, and my pale face turned rosy. I felt grateful in my heart. Chen, who really regarded me as a brother and was still concerned about me before he died. Brother, don't worry. I will take good care of my sister-in-law. I took a deep breath, filled with hope for the future. Next, as long as I take good care of my sister-in-law, I can obtain the Tiger Might body technique. The reason Shen Hu can thrive in both the underworld and the legitimate world here is because he has cultivated this technique. Thinking of this, I looked at my sister-in-law beside me and said, Sister-in-law, I've thought it over. There are quite a few people who had grievances with my brother when he was alive. As a woman, you are easily bullied. Why don't you stay at my place for a while? I have a room. Upon hearing this, Shen Xin was somewhat moved. Indeed, she was in a bit of danger alone now. She thought to herself that I was a constable and usually had a good character, so I wouldn't do anything to her. Following me would definitely be safe. And she said, then I'll trouble you. Shen Xin nodded and agreed. I hope someone can take good care of my wife. Shen Xin has been completed, and the reward is the minor success of the Tiger Might dominance technique. In an instant, I felt a domineering aura surge within me, and my cultivation level skyrocketed. I was startled to see that I had jumped from the 9th rank to the early 8th rank. This level of cultivation is considered a pillar among the constables in this 4th floor town. It is worth noting that Chen Hu, relying solely on his peak 7th rank cultivation, could thrive in both the legitimate and underworld worlds here, single-handedly supporting the entire escort agency. After burying Chen Hu's body, I looked at my system panel. Now there is only one last wish left, to take revenge for Chen Hu. But thinking of the mastermind being the Wu family, I frowned. After all, even the county magistrate has to give them face, so this matter can only be approached gradually. While I was thinking, Shen Xin said to me with a serious expression, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Your elder brother's last cargo for the escort was a piece of human skin paper, given to him by a mysterious expert. He was injured and escaped, and I kept the human skin paper in the cabinet. But unfortunately, it was taken by the Wu family yesterday. I'm worried that the mysterious expert will come looking for it. I was stunned upon hearing this, recalling that the original body had indeed been asked about the cargo during the fight with the Wu family yesterday. At that time, the original body thought the Wu family was just robbing for wealth. I immediately asked, what level of cultivation does this person have? Shen Xin replied, your elder brother said he is at the peak of the 7th rank, but his strength is greater. I took a deep breath. This person is strong, but I have the corpse touching system, and as long as I have time, I can become stronger. Moreover, Shen Xin is with me now, so that mysterious expert might not be able to find her. Soon, after reminding my sister-in-law not to wander around the house, I began to go out to collect corpses. The first stop was the mortuary, where the government sends unclaimed bodies. Looking at the more than 80 corpses laid out here, I was instantly delighted. These are all my experience points. Without saying a word, I started touching the corpses inside, but after touching several, the system did not respond. Could it be that the corpses have been dead too long and have no energy left? Sure enough, when I touched a few fresh corpses at the door, I began to get a response. Touching the corpses grants 10 days of cultivation and triggers the deceased's last wishes. Wish 1, I was killed by my wife and hope to take revenge. Reward of 50 taels of silver. Wish 2, I hope for world peace. Reward of a bottle of blood essence pill. I shook my head and then touched each corpse one by one. After finishing touching each corpse, I let out a long sigh. Now I understand the system's rules. The stronger the original cultivation of the corpse, the better the basic reward. If the time of death is too long, touching it is useless. Probably only effective if the time of death is within 10 days. I then looked at my attributes. I had 420 days of available cultivation time, and my techniques included the moderately accomplished Quick Blade 3 styles and the moderately accomplished Tiger Might Dominance technique. Without hesitation, I decided to first improve the Tiger Might Dominance technique, but due to the original body's poor talent, I spent 200 days on it and saw little improvement. I couldn't help but recall what Shenhu had told me. Techniques are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with Heaven being the strongest and Yellow the weakest. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, and the Tiger Might Dominance technique is an upper tier mysterious technique, which is considered top-notch among ordinary people in the entire Dilu dynasty. However, this technique requires a very high level of vitality and must be paired with powerful tonics. Moreover, one must maintain a youthful body before reaching perfection, or it is easy to break the technique. Therefore, Chunhu and Shen Xian have been sleeping in separate beds all these years. I will first practice the Quick Blade 3 styles and then think of a way to obtain a tonic to replenish my vitality. I immediately threw the remaining 220 days into the Quick Blade style and ultimately succeeded in breaking through to great achievement. Although there are many last wishes of these corpses, many of them are not easy to fulfill. Some people hope to kill the county magistrate, and even more have unrealistic wishes. I shook my head when I saw them. It was already noon, and I left the charity hall, preparing to go to the next stop, the mass grave. Over the years, there have been many refugees, and many people have died outside because they couldn't survive, all piled up in the mass grave outside the city. But just then, I heard a mocking voice behind me, a voice I was very familiar with. It was my superior, the Constable Huangrun. Previously, when Huangrun learned that Chen Hu was seriously injured and in critical condition, he asked me to help him invite his sister-in-law to drink at the Drunken Fragrance building, and the purpose was self-evident. Brother Huang. At this moment, I could only smile in response. Huangrun squinted and asked, "Where is your sister-in-law? I heard she is missing. Do you know where she is? I asked you to invite her. You wouldn't have taken my words lightly, would you?" I replied, "How could that be? I went home after getting injured yesterday, and I heard early this morning that Shen Xian ran away. She might have been caught by the Wu family." Huangrun cursed. "Nonsense. It seems the Wu family is also looking for her. What do you want her for?" Upon hearing this, I felt a stir in my heart. Currently, the mysterious expert delivering the package, the Wu family, and even Huangrun are all looking for my sister-in-law, Shen Xian, which puts a bit of pressure on me. Seeing my slight hesitation, Huangrun drew his dagger from his waist and, with an aggressive gaze fixed on me, said, "You need to find my sister-in-law for me. If you can't find her, you'll be in for it." He then snorted coldly and turned to leave. Watching Huangrun's departing figure, my eyes narrowed. This Huangrun is just a peak 9th grade intermediate constable, and in terms of strength, I can easily deal with him now. However, now is not the time to act. I quickly quickened my pace and arrived at the mass grave outside the city. Near the mass grave, I saw 3 corpses of scavenging wolves. I felt a stir in my heart. I wondered what would happen if I touched the beast's corpse. Touching the corpse rewards 2 vitality points. Upon hearing this, I was immediately excited. I didn't expect it could reward vitality points. In the end, I gained 7 vitality points and began searching for corpses that had not been dead for long. Soon, I discovered a female corpse with pus-filled sores all over her face. Touching the corpse grants 10 days of cultivation and triggers the deceased's last wishes. Wish 1, I'm not dead yet. Don't throw me away. I can still serve clients. Reward 100 taels of silver. Wish 2, I hope a gentleman can redeem me. Reward 50 days of cultivation. Wish 3, I hope a kind person can burn some paper money for me. Reward Supreme Hahuan powder. Even a stone woman can drive her to madness. This wish 3 can indeed be fulfilled, but the reward is a bit inappropriate, making me feel awkward. As the paper money burns out, a red jade bottle appears in my system space, containing some red powder that, when sprinkled on someone's face, will induce crazy thoughts in them. Next, I looked at a corpse nearby that had been hacked to death with knives. This corpse seemed to be a martial artist. Sure enough, I gained 100 days of cultivation from him and triggered the deceased's last wishes. Wish 1, as the leader of the Axe Gang, I was betrayed and killed by my second brother. I hope to take revenge. Reward a small success in the wind-chasing blade technique. Wish 2, I want to die with dignity. Bury me under a big tree. Reward a 9-ring broadsword. Wish 3, I want to know if my wife and child are okay. Reward 50 taels of silver. He is actually the leader of the Axe Gang. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. The Axe Gang, a big gang that has recently risen in the city. I heard that 2 days ago, the gang leader Zhao Chang mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Then the second head of the Axe Gang came to power. Now it seems that Zhao Qing was killed by his second brother. Chen Anmo sighed. This Zhao Qing was using a 9-ringed greatsword. He practiced the wind-chasing frenzied blade technique and had once hacked from street to street, establishing a formidable reputation. I didn't expect to die at the hands of one of my own. Looks like I'll have to be careful in the future too. I can't trust everyone. Legacy 2 and Legacy 3, however, can be accomplished. Chen Anmo picked up the body on his shoulder and walked to the edge of the forest. Finding a large tree, he nodded silently. This is a good location. Help you bury it here. Saying that, he took a shovel from the top of Lu Cheng's crate they had. The soil here was very soft, and in roughly just one incense stick's time, a pit more than a meter deep was dug. After burying the body, it shows that Legacy 2 is complete. Brush. In the system space, a brand new 9-ringed greatsword appeared. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. Weapons, too, are divided into heaven and earth. This 9-ringed greatsword, he didn't know what the quality was, but it sure beats the big knife the constable used. Since Lu Chang and the others were still nearby, it was not convenient for him to take out his big sword. Old brother Zhao Qing, your wife and children, as far as I know, have gone to the countryside. Chenan recalled what he had seen before and spoke. Just finished, showing the last wish completed. System space, another 50 taels of silver arrived. Good, that's enough money for a while. Then he proceeded to touch the body. But while there were plenty of bodies next, there weren't many last wishes to fulfill. 1 hour later, host, Chen Anmo, realm, early 8th grade, feats, 3 styles of quicksword, great success, blade light and sword shadow, technique, tiger's might overlord technique, minor achievement, available practice time, 280 days, available blood value, 7 points. This chi and blood value can be used for cultivation. He immediately spent it on the tiger mighty overlord technique, with 7 points of chakra value going down. He was taken aback. The chi and blood in his body suddenly surged, and his strength obviously increased a bit. This feeling was equivalent to taking a blood strengthening pill. Moreover, taking the blood strengthening pill would require at least a few days to toughen the body and strengthen the chi and blood. But it's not needed here. It amounts to not only saving money, but the cost of time is gone. It's not just awesome, but it's awesome as hell. He couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Good. Deduce the tiger mighty overlord technique. He's going to have to quickly turn that into real strength. With your chi and blood enhanced, you spent 100 days cultivating the tiger mighty overlord technique. And the tiger mighty overlord technique has finally loosened up a bit. Deducting 100 days of time, your chi and blood have increased and you have touched the threshold of the tiger mighty overlord technique's great accomplishment. Deducting 80 days, your internal chi is majestic, your meridians have grown, and your chi and blood have more than doubled in strength. Your tiger mighty overlord technique has finally entered the grand completion realm. Technique, tiger might overlord technique, grand finish, 10 tigers strength, current available training time, 0. Good. My cultivation level has also entered the mid-8th grade. Chen Anmo clenched his fists. One could only feel a surge of chi energy, surging at the dantian. Suddenly, Sun Dabing's terrified shouts came from the distance. There are circumstances. Chen Anmo took an arrow step and rushed towards the source of the sound, only to see Sun Dabing covering his thigh and falling to the ground. In front of him was a basketball-sized chicken covered in black feathers. The chicken, moving extremely fast, kept pecking at Sun Dabing's thigh. Ah! Sun Dabing screamed miserably and reached out to fend it off. But soon, even the palms of his hands were pecked with bloody cuts and dripping with blood. Iron-feathered chicken. Chen Anmo recognized it at once. This ferocious beast was not as strong as the scavenging wolf, but it liked to sneak in silently. Sun Dabing fell to the ground, unable to fight back after his thighs were attacked. In the distance, Lu Cheng Zhou Jicheng also changed his face. Sun Dabing, hold on. The two men shouted almost simultaneously. Chen Anmo directly rushed out at top speed. The iron-feathered chicken was ferocious. Sensing Chen Anmo's threat, it spread its wings and swooped over. Chen Anmo decisively took out his greatsword. Quick sword 3 styles. In an instant, the iron-feathered chicken in midair was cut in half by the knife. Despite settling for the iron-feathered chicken, though, he glanced at his blade. The knife is surprisingly curled up in the mouth. The feathers of this iron-feathered chicken are very hard. That's why the knife is like this. However, it's good to know that this iron-feathered chicken has been resolved. Touch the body. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 1 chi value. Good man, Xiao Mo. A single slash to the iron-feathered chicken? Awesome. Only then did Lu Chang run over with his sword in surprise. I did make some progress in my cultivation recently. Let's save brother-son first, Chen Anmo said. Yeah, save lives first. Lu Chang and Zhou Jichang came to Sun Dabing's side. Don't worry, I can't die yet. Sun Dabing took out the small packet of medicinal powder from his pocket and sprinkled it on the injured area. Soon, no more bleeding, little mo. Just based on your strength just now, you wouldn't have been 8th grade already, would you? Sun Dabing asked. Yes, I was injured earlier, and then it was as if my body was opened up. Enlightened, Chen Anmo didn't hide it and said with a random excuse. A look of shock appeared on all three faces. Enlightened by a beating? This kind of thing, it's unheard of. However, they were sincerely happy for Chen Anmo. Alright, so young to be an 8th grade expert. In the future you might be able to be as powerful as Boss Chen Hu. That's not true. If the masters of those martial arts schools knew about it, I'm afraid they'd rush to take you as a disciple. Lu Cheng smiled. What do people say? Can Xiao Mo take the martial arts exam? Woko. Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. This was something that he hadn't dared to think about before. But not anymore. Sun Dabing looked covered in blood, but no bones were broken. After a short break, he ran over to the crate to rest. As for Chen Anmo, he put away the iron-feathered chicken and prepared to bring it back to stew chicken soup. It's a great tonic, topping the meat of 2 home-raised hens. It was getting late at this point. It looked like they wouldn't be able to find the scavenging wolves today, so the 4 decided to head back first. Otherwise, these wild places outside the city will be infested with ferocious beasts at night. Staying out there is a death wish. It was still dark when I got home. Coming to the door, Chen Anmo frowned, because the door showed signs of having been kicked in. Above the gate, there was still a clear footprint. The footprints were a good 43 yards or so and belonged to a strong, stocky man. No good. Someone's been here. Nothing's going to happen to sister-in-law, right? Chen Anmo frowned and hurried into the house. Chapter 6. Blame it on your sister-in-law's charm. When he entered the house, he didn't call out to his sister-in-law to come out first. Instead, he vigilantly checked inside and out, making sure the house was empty. He made his way to the cellar door. Squeak! The cellar door opens. Xiao Mo, is that you? Shen Xian's voice came. Sister-in-law, I'm glad you're okay. Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the cellar, the light was dim. Shen Xian was obviously frightened, her delicate body trembling. The legs were unsteady for a moment and he almost fell. Chen Anmo hurriedly held on. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Mo, people are scared. Normally, this was the time to hold Shen Xian in place and not let her be afraid. But this is, after all, the sister-in-law. So it's not appropriate for him to hug or not to hug. Unexpectedly, Shen Xian took the initiative to grab his arm. In the afternoon, originally I wanted to go out to get some air, but I didn't expect the gate to be kicked open by a man, a guard of the Wu family, yelling for you. I didn't dare make a sound, and then he rummaged through the house and left. Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. Wu family, they should be coming for me. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, I'm here. Looking at Shen Xian's frightened appearance, Chen Anmo gritted his teeth and embraced her into his arms. It couldn't be helped. No matter who saw his sister-in-law like this, a surge of protectiveness would rise. Blame it on your sister-in-law's charm. Ah, Xiao Mo, you this. Smelling the scent of Chen Anmo's body, Shen Xian blushed hot, and while she knew it was bad, she was certainly intimidated. I recently told the public that you've disappeared, probably went to the countryside, and since the Wu family didn't find you here, for a short time, we're safe. Chen Anmo comforted. Well, we'll eat chicken together today. You bought chickens? I didn't buy it. Today I hunted an iron-feathered chicken. I'll boil up a bowl of chicken soup and give it to you, sister-in-law, to nourish your body. Don't you go thinking too much, then I'll help to boil the water. Shen Xian followed behind Chen Anmo and walked out of the cellar. Sister-in-law, I'm already at the 8th rank of cultivation. In the kitchen, 2 people sat on small stools, while handling the iron-feathered chicken. Chen Anmo spoke about his current cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian faintly froze. What? Xiao Mo, you have 8 products. Yes, Chen Anmo smiled faintly. Why else would I have solved this iron-feathered chicken with a single slash? And I met Uncle Lu Chang and the others today, and they're doing well now, working for the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce. He gave a rough account of the day's experience. By the way, this is the silver I earned from selling wolfskins today. Chen Anmo took out a parcel and threw out tens of taels of silver. In fact, he now had a total of 60 taels in his hand. Can't explain taking out so much straight away though. Xiao Mo, you're so powerful now. Not only has your cultivation level come up, but you're also so capable of making money. When Shen Xian saw so much silver, she looked at Chen Anmo with a hint of shock. However, hunting ferocious beasts in the wild is too dangerous. You go less in the future. The family is not lacking in food anyway. Hey, it's a pity that sister-in-law is useless. Otherwise, I'll go out even if I wash clothes for others and be a maid. I can also subsidize some of the household. Shen Xian didn't have much of a shelf after she married Chen Hu. It has always been a diligent work, and all these Chen Anmo has seen in his eyes. Sister-in-law, don't think too much. now you stay at home in peace. As for the Wu family, Chen Anmo snorted coldly in his heart. When he gets stronger, that's when he'll settle the score with the Wu family. A few moments later, the yard was already filled with the smell of chicken soup. After becoming stronger, Chen Anmo realized that his meal size was also much larger. Chen Xian just ate a chicken leg and drank some soup. The rest was all eaten by Chen Anmo alone. If before, eating like this was a luxury, but not anymore. The increase in strength is also physically taxing, so a lot of food is needed to provide the body with nutrients and energy. Besides, he's not short of money right now. Into the night, Chen Xian has gone to the cellar to rest. Chen Anmo took out the 9-ringed greatsword from the system space. The large knife, twice as wide as the one used by the constable, weighed a full 50 pounds. Brush, a knife slash. In the darkness, a blade erupted. The branches of the trees in the yard were directly chopped off by the knife. Great knife. Early the next morning, Chen Anmo once again went out. At the city gate, he met Lu Chang and Zhou Jiqiang. As for Sun Dabing, he was unable to follow him out for a short time yesterday because of his injury. The three men continued toward the mass grave. On the way, Chen Anmo also talked about the incident yesterday when the Wu family beaters came to his house. This Wu family is also too overbearing, and they want to drive them to extinction. Lu Cheng cursed and gave Chen Anmo an idea. Xiao Mo, I have an idea that will at least make the Wu family not dare to do anything to you. Oh, Uncle Lu, what do you have in mind? Lu Cheng said, you are young and already have an 8th grade cultivation, which means that you have good talent. You can consider joining some martial arts schools. Those masters who can open martial arts schools are not weaker than Boss Chen Hu. With the martial arts school sheltering them, the Wu family will have to be a bit more scrupulous anyways. Besides, if you join the martial arts school, you'll learn martial arts as well. It's much more than what you'll learn at the dartboard. In the future you might actually be able to take martial arts. Lu Cheng's words moved Chen Anmo's heart. Got it. I'll ask later. Chen Anmo nodded. Zhou Jiqiang frowned. Although the martial arts school is good, the cost of studying is also very high. Xiao Mo, if you don't have enough at that time, we'll pick up some of your expenses. Yes, there are plenty of brothers from the dartboard's past who can put together a tuition fee for you. Lu Cheng also said. Yesterday, Chen Anmo's strength made them all believe that Xiao Mo would definitely be able to make a career after learning martial arts. About how much silver will it cost? Chen Anmo inquired. This depends on what kind of martial arts hall. The cheapest, a year also need 20 taels of silver it. Better, 50 or 60 taels of silver only half a year. Hearing these words, Chen Anmo secretly let out a sigh of relief. For now the silver is enough. Joining a better martial arts school also means access to shelter. Once again to the mass grave. Just in time, there were 2 old men, pulling a crate. On the car, there were 5 bodies, 2 adults, 3 kids. Lu Chang was familiar with the 2 old men who pulled the bodies. We all chatted for a while and learned that it was a family of 5. Last night the house was burglarized and a family of 3 was wiped out. Hey, in this world, we poor people are already suffering enough. And those goddamned robbers, they still have to bully us. Where do you think we'll get the silver? Robbing things and getting people killed. The dry, thin old man sighed. Chen Anmo walked over and realized that the 5 men had all had their necks wiped and bled to death. He walked over to the woman first. The woman looked to be less than 30 years old, with clear eyebrows and good posture. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 10 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. Martial artist Linda insulted me and victimized my whole family. I hope someone can do me justice. Reward, 1 bottle of blood strengthening elixir. Last wish 2. I hope to keep the family whole and bury them. Reward, 50 days of training. Martial artist Linda? Chen Anmo froze for a moment. As a constable, he knew some of the martial artists in the city better. The main thing is that when handling cases, you need to focus on being careful of these people who are learning martial arts. He knew this Linda especially well. This is because this person has molested some women on several occasions and has been in fights with people. It didn't surprise Chen Anmo at all that he had killed this family. Then he looks at the man's last wishes. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 20 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. Martial artist Linda killed my whole family. I hope someone can do me justice. Reward, 1 bottle of blood strengthening elixir. Legacy wish number 2. I hope to keep the family whole and bury them together. Reward, a bottle of golden sore medicine. The couple's last wishes are exactly the same. Chen Anmo's face was complicated as he murmured, I will help you do justice. Then, touch the bodies of the 3 children. On each child, only 5 days of practice are granted. Ding! Trigger the last wish. Wish 1, to be buried with my parents. Reward, 10 taels of silver. All 3 children not only have the same last wish, but the reward is also 10 taels of silver. This family is so pitiful. I'll go dig a grave and help them bury together. Chen Anmo suggested. Lu Chang was unimpressed and said, since Xiao Mo said so, let's help this family. Zhou Jiqiang nodded. Alright, there are many of us. We'll dig it up in an hour at most. With that, several men dug through the woods. 1 hour later, after burying the 5 together, Chen Anmo also received a reward. 30 taels of silver, 50 days of cultivation, a bottle of gold sore medicine, almost 90 pieces of silver in hand now. He didn't stay by the body all the time today. After all, the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce had only given Lu Chang and the others 5 days to hunt the scavenging wolves, so he also began to help search for the scavenging wolves, walked among the grass and wandered around for half a day. Until the afternoon, there was still no sign of scavenging wolves. At that moment, though, he smelled a fishy odor. It's the smell that comes from scavenging wolves. He turned back in a hurry. Sure enough, 2 scavenging wolves that reached 2 meters in size, covered in black fur and with eyes that emitted a cold light, stared at him left and right. As Chen Anmo turned back, all the black hairs on the 2 scavenging wolves exploded and took up an offensive stance. Chen Anmo also took out his 9-ringed greatsword. Whoosh! The scavenging wolf on his right side flexed its forelimbs, and the next moment leapt up and pounced. At the same time, the front claws viciously grabbed towards Chen Anmo's chest. The other scavenging wolf was aiming for Chen Anmo's leg. With a forward lunge, he bit towards Chen Anmo's thigh. Facing the simultaneous attack of the 2 scavenging wolves, Chen Anmo was calm and collected. The Tiger Mighty Overlord technique erupted. The power of 10 tigers. Chapter 7 The Dark Moon and Windy Night of Killing. Brush! Chen Anmo slashed out and slashed at the pouncing scavenging wolf's brain. This scavenging wolf also didn't expect that Chen Anmo's knife was so fast. It had thought about flashing, but apparently, it was too late to flash. After half of his brain was split apart, the other scavenging wolf also bit on top of Chen Anmo's pants. However, the Tiger's Might Overlord skill brought with it a strong defense. This 9th-rank strength scavenging wolf seemed to have bitten on top of a stone at once. At this moment, the eyes of this scavenging wolf all seemed to clear up a lot. Brush! Chen Anmo raised his knife and stabbed down hard. Put! The scavenging wolf was nailed to the ground on the spot. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 4 chi points. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 3 chi values. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. The first carrion-eating wolf that was killed had a strength of the 8th rank, so the bonus chakra value is higher. With that, the body was dragged towards the mass grave. Uncle Lu, Brother Zhao, Chen Anmo shouted as he walked. He himself didn't expect that one person could easily take care of 2 scavenging wolves. One of them, a scavenging wolf, was still of the 8th rank. This was something he wouldn't have thought of before. The shouts called both Lu Chang and Zhao Jiqiang. From a great distance, the 2 men saw the corpses of the 2 scavenging wolves by Chen Anmo's feet. Mo killed 2 scavenger wolves. The 2 men looked at each other with incredulity in their eyes. Mo, you took care of these 2 scavenging wolves all by yourself? Lu Chang rubbed his hands together and asked in surprise. Yeah, well, it's an emergency situation, so I'm just going to have to put up a fight. Chen Anmo spoke humbly, but neither one is stupid. They could see that nothing was wrong with Chen Anmo at all. Apparently, tackling these 2 scavenging wolves was something he did with ease. Xiao Mo, take a good rest. We'll help you skin these 2 scavenging wolves. Turn around and go to the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce to collect the silver. We didn't participate in the battle, so the silver will be forgotten. Lu Chang took the initiative and said, how can this be? It was agreed that we all come out together to make money. No matter who kills it, the silver will be shared equally. Chen Anmo shook his head and rejected Lu Chang's offer. Zhao Jiqiang and Lu Chang didn't force themselves. They just put this intention of Chen Anmo in their hearts. The 2 men began to peel the skin. As for Chen Anmo, he was resting on the side. He reflected on the fight he had just had. It looks crushed, but there are quite a few flaws. For example, he was bitten in the leg by a scavenging wolf. Although with the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique, it didn't take much damage. But what if we encounter a ferocious beast with a stronger bite? It's still a little scary to think about. The 2 dissected the body and then continued their search for the scavenging wolves. Near the end of the walk, Lu Chang found a head. By the time Zhao Jiqiang and Chen Anmo rushed over, Lu Chang had already killed the scavenging wolf. He's not that clean, though. A few scratches were made on his legs and hands and blood was pouring out. He put some medicine on the wound first thing. Xiao Mo, it's still you who's great. Against 2 scavenging wolves, nothing at all. I can't, I'm getting old. My chi and blood are failing. Chen Anmo said. Uncle Lu, you are still in your prime. Don't say these demoralizing words. Said, touching the body. Ding, touch the corpse. Reward 3 chi values. After returning to the city, under the leadership of Lu Chang, Chen Anmo came to Qianlong's store. The owner seems very kind. His name is Su Fu, and he and Lu Chang are old friends. Yo, old Lu, you got 3 wolf skins so quickly. Looking at the goods on the crate, Su Fu's eyes lit up. Now, The raw materials for the clothes ordered by the customer a few days ago are available. Shopkeeper Sue, for the sake of these 3 wolfskins, my brother Sun Daebing was injured and is lying at home. Lu Chang lamented. Yo, is it hurt bad? I'm afraid I'll be laid up for a month or 2. Then say hello for me. Su Fu turned his head and took out 30 taels of silver from the cabinet. Bringing another small packet of medicine, he said, this is medicine to replenish qi. Give it to brother Sun Daebing. Many thanks to Boss Su. After walking out, Lu Chang took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo collected the silver and looked at the sun. The sun is still high. I'll do some shopping and check on Uncle Sun. Okay, we happen to be going. Lu Chang also bought some supplements. Chen Anmo, on the other hand, bought 2 old hens that could still lay eggs. As he passed a slaughterhouse in the vegetable market, a thought crossed his mind, because he saw a number of dead animals here. Pigs, sheep and dogs, and even the corpses of some ferocious beasts. Iron-feathered grouse, unicorn deer, venomous lizard, tiger dog beast. In fact, the meat of ferocious beasts is not always delicious, but nutritious and full of gas and blood. That's why most of them are purchased by martial artists. Chen Anmo pretended to buy meat and secretly touched these corpses. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 1 chi value. It's a bonus from an average hen. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 5 chi points. His heart fluttered. This was the reward from the tiger dog beast's corpse. The tiger dog beast, a dog with a golden gradient layer of fur, is very ferocious. By touching, this wave harvested a full 30 points of air value. That's a total of 41 points of chi blood now. Before he left, he bought 3 pounds of meat chops from the tiger and dog beasts. Finally, the 3 men went to the home of Sun Daebing and visited him. Today was another early homecoming day. After giving the meat steak to Shen Xin, Chen Anmo practiced the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique in the courtyard. In no time at all, he was soaked to the skin. Mo, your pants are torn? Shen Xin came out with the meal and saw that the place where Chen Anmo's pants leg was torn. It's a cut from being bitten by a scavenging wolf. Get your pants off and I'll patch you up. Then please sister-in-law. Chen Anmo entered the room and went to change his pants. When Shen Xin mended her pants, the two began to eat. This tiger and dog beast's meat Chen Anmo also ate for the first time. There's a kind of lammy tartness in it. Fortunately, Shen Xin was a good cook, and by simmering over a low fire, he dispersed the tawdry odor quite a bit. Chen Anmo didn't stop until he had eaten his fill. Sister-in-law, I'm going out for a bit, so take an early rest. Where are you going with this? I'm going out to run some errands. It was dark outside, just when the moon was dark and the wind was high. A compound on the outskirts of the city. It's so late, and the whole street here, every few stores, have gardenia lamps hanging in front of them. This means that there are women who do business inside this store. The gardenia light is on, which means the woman is available. The gardenia lamp is dimmed, indicating that the woman is laboring. At this time, Chen Anmo had already changed into a plain dress. Still wearing a black cloth over his mouth and nose, he kept his head down and passed by a store door. Soon, he found a mansion. Here, this is exactly where martial arts master Linda lives. In the past, when Linda committed a crime, they, the constables, came here to look for him. Just as he reached the door, a man's voice cursed from inside. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't even inquire about who you, Master Lin, are, and you dare to take my silver? It's a blessing you've cultivated for me to find you. Bang! Then came the voice of a woman begging for mercy. Get out now. Not long after, the door opened, only to see a woman with disheveled clothes walk out with red eyes and crying. After coming out, the woman glanced at Chen Anmo. Then, keeping his head down, he walked towards a store not far away. Chen Anmo saw that the door was not closed and walked straight in. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Do you still want to beg for a fight? Linda sat at the table with a small dish of fried pork and a bowl of peanut rice. On the side were 3 jugs of wine that had been drained. Chen Anmo closed the door tightly and walked quickly towards Linda. Who are you? Lindar, threw his drink, put on his pants while keeping his eyes open and carefully identifying the visitor. After realizing that Chen Anmo had come from a bad place, Linda's face changed slightly. The first thing to go for was a knife that had fallen on the floor. Chen Anmo directly stepped on it, and the 9-ringed greatsword in his hand slashed out. Startled, Linda raised his hands to fend off the attack, shouting under his breath, "Master, spare your life." Put! Linda's hand was directly chopped off, and his head flew out after him. The head rolled on the ground before his headless body slowly fell to the ground. Last wish, kill Linda and do justice to my whole family. Completed. Reward, 1 bottle of blood strengthening elixir. Reward, 1 bottle of blood strengthening elixir. 2 vials of blood strengthening elixir arrived. In each of these bottles, there were 5 blood strengthening pills. Phew! Chen Anmo looked around. There was no one else in the house. After searching the body, there were only 2 taels of silver. As for the house, Other than finding a blood-strengthening pill, and a bottle of gold sore pill, there was nothing else of value. So poor. Chen Anmo shook his head and left the place directly through the back door. It was his first kill. The nerves are definitely there. But he wasn't worried about being tracked down by the authorities. In this world, it's just too normal for people to die. Sometimes, even if you know you're a murderer, as long as you have a background, the authorities will just turn a blind eye. Like the family of 5 killed by Linda, directly on the grounds of being killed by thieves and bandits, not even pulled to the righteous village, and sent directly to the mass grave. Not much longer. Chen Anmo was already on his way home. Considering that the cellar was a bit stuffy, on the way back, he bought a fan from the stall. Sister-in-law will love it. While playing with the fan, Chen Anmo walked. When I returned home, I didn't realize that Chen Xian was still awake. Perhaps the movement of the door closing made her hear it, and she stepped out of the cellar. Xiao Mo, you're back. I couldn't sleep after not seeing you back all night. Let sister-in-law worry. I bought you a fan on the way. If it's stuffy down there, you can fan yourself. Chen Anmo walked over and froze. Under the moonlight, Chen Xian was only wearing thin clothing. At the neckline, a pink belly band could be seen faintly, hidden from view. Chen Xian didn't think much of it and took the fan and said, just now I was practicing Zamabu, and it happened to be hot. Sister-in-law also practiced martial arts? Chen Anmo said unexpectedly. Well nah, after this accident, I've thought about it and I'm going to learn to protect myself too. That's great. If sister-in-law doesn't know anything, I'll teach you. After chatting for a few moments, Chen Xian went to rest first. The sun was shining and it was another beautiful day. Chen Anmo arrived at the entrance of a martial arts school called Zhengfei. He inquired. Zhengfei Martial Arts School, owner Lu Zhengfei. Not only did this person have a deep background, the eldest sister in the family was the concubine of the city lord, and have friends who are officials in the court. This person's strength, moreover, reached the 5th grade. Maybe not as financially as that Wu family, but in terms of background power, it was definitely bigger than the Wu family. Therefore, worshipping the Zhengfei Martial Arts School would definitely make the Wu family throw in the towel and not dare to bully people openly. Of course, most importantly, it was still whether the talent could be valued by Lu Zhengfei. This type of martial arts school will have people enrolling in martial arts subjects or joining certain big clans every year. Once someone succeeded, Lu Zhengfei, as a master, would naturally have a bright face. The future is also going to be better, both in terms of connections and resources. Good masters, naturally, do not charge cheaply. For 6 months here, it cost 60 taels of silver. Chen Anmo walked over, not realizing that the door happened to be open. A young woman in a pink power suit with a ponytail walked right out. Individual parts of the girls are so exaggerated that their clothes feel like they're going to burst. The only thing that's unfortunate is that it's obviously very young, but the face is showing some age. When she saw Chen Anmo about to come in, she was a bit surprised and said, "It's you." Chen Anmo's heart moved slightly. Does this woman know me? He recalled it carefully, but couldn't think of it. Chapter 8 Surprisingly Genius Opening. Aren't you a magistrate? Why are you here too? Want to learn martial arts? The girl said with some surprise. Yes, while I'm still young, I want to learn martial arts from Master Lu. Chen Anmo explained with a smile. 60 taels of silver can be required here for 6 months. You yamen can't earn much even if you work hard for a month, so I advise you to think it over. The girl kindly reminded. I've thought about it. Alright, it just so happens that I'm free. I'll test your chi and blood. Come with me. The girl turned around and smiled. Entering the gate, the yard here is enormous. It was filled with all sorts of apparatus for exercise. Stone locks, Iron Man stakes, large swords, mountain opening axes. Dozens of men and women are practicing here. Follow a path to the backyard. What's your name? Chen Anmo. By the way, how do you know me? Earlier, our martial arts school's disciples were fighting outside, and the magistrate was called, and I saw you and someone else come to take care of it. The girl smiled in response and explained again. Here, beginners and 9th grade martial artists are required to pay 60 taels of silver. If you haven't reached the 8th rank after half a year, then you continue to pay 60 taels. If you reach the 8th rank in half a year, then you only need to pay 40 taels. You don't mind if it's expensive. It's expensive for a reason. In our martial arts school, more than 30% of the disciples will be able to reach the 8th rank in half a year. She was giving Chen Anmo a precautionary shot. After all, she saw that Chen Anmo wasn't exactly young. At this age, progress is slow if the base is not very good. Chen Anmo pondered for a moment and explained that, I'm actually already at the 8th rank. The slightly older-looking girl was suddenly surprised. Surprisingly, it was an 8th grade cultivation. Really? I don't believe it. The girl's small mouth opened in surprise as she looked Chen Anmo up and down. As she remembered, these ordinary magistrates, they were all only 9th grade cultivators. How is this guy in 8th grade? I really am the 8th rank. Chen Anmo slightly worked his breath, exposing his 8th grade cultivation. It's really an 8th grade, my god. It's unbelievable. The girl's mouth opened wider. Can we get a discount then? Of course you can. There is a price for the 8th grade. You only need to give 40 taels and that's enough. Chen Anmo took out his money bag. Here originally he prepared 60 taels, but now that he only needed 40 taels, he counted out 20. Congratulations. From now on you will be a disciple of my name Zhengfei Martial Arts Hall. This is our Zhengfei Martial Arts Hall's identity token. It is vital. When you encounter an ordinary curfew, light up the token, and the people on the road will more or less give some face. The girl skillfully introduced the benefits of joining the Zhengfei Martial Arts School. By the way, my name is Lu Feng, and the pavilion master is my father, senior sister Lu Feng. Chen Anmo nodded. I'll take you to choose a technique, and since you have a good base, I'll recommend that you go straight to a high grade. We have 2 Xian rank gong methods here. One is called Dragon Claw Hands, and another is called Qiankuan Steps. After an introduction, Dragon Claw Hands is a claw technique. The Qiankuan Steps are footwork. Both of the 2 techniques were of middle Xian rank, and their quality was quite good. I want them all, Chen Anmo said. Senior brother, it's not good for you to be greedy like this. Lu Feng smiled and winked. Lu Feng was not surprised by Chen Anmo's proposal, because many of the students who came to the martial arts school, they were like Chen Anmo at first. I want it all. However, human energy is limited. How can you want them all? It's like the man who marries 10 or 8 daughters-in-law. In the eyes of outsiders, they are happy to sit back and enjoy the company of others, but only they themselves know the pain. Chen Anmo said, tell you what, I'll look at them all and see which one suits me. Lu Feng nodded. Okay, then you can watch it here. I'll come over later. After Lu Feng left, Chen Anmo looked up. The 2 techniques were worthy of being at the Xian level, and they were truly profound. On the side, there were also quite a few yellow-ranked feats. At this time, Lu Feng ran to the main courtyard in the back. Father, come on, come on, come on, Lu Feng shouted in excitement. Lu Zhengfei's voice came out from the house. What are you doing? You girl, give your father a few dozen breaths. Immediately. Father, I'm going to say something big, and you'll be glad to hear it. Hey, there's really nothing you can do about it. Lu Zhengfei set aside the teapot in his hand. He was busy making tea just now. If the water gets cold, this won't be good for making tea. But if his daughter was looking for him in such a hurry, there must be something urgent. He walked out the door and asked petulantly, Feng, what's up? Didn't you just go out to buy snacks? You haven't gone out yet? Father, just now I took in a disciple for you, around 20 years old and already at the 8th rank of cultivation. At those words, Lu Zhengfei's eyes glared. What? Around 20 years old and already 8th grade? Yes, just now he gave me 40 taels, and has already worshipped under you, father, and is now in the book pavilion, picking out feats. Good. At 20 years old and already at the 8th rank, this talent is indeed very good. Have you ever worshipped other people as your teacher before? No, this person was a magistrate before, without a master to teach him. I think he can be properly cultivated to participate in the martial arts competition in the future. Lu Zhengfei nodded. Talent is indeed good, but most importantly, it is still character. Turn around and you contact more contacts to understand this person's character. Father, there is certainly nothing wrong with this man's character, Lu Feng said with all certainty. Daughter, are you so sure? This man is a magistrate. I have been in contact with him before, and he is quite fair in his work. Alright, I'll personally instruct this kid later. I'll go first. Then, when his daughter left, Lu Zhengfei's face squared up for a few moments. At this time, he did have some excitement in his heart. It's been a long time since I've come across such a great talent. Reached the 8th grade of martial arts before the age of 20. It wasn't that there weren't such people. Those disciples of the great families of the world could basically reach them. But those people, stacked up on drugs, and countless resources, it was almost impossible for a cold family to produce such a genius. But when it does, it means that talent crushes most people. After all, the disciples of the cold school weren't relying on drugs to pile up their strength. They had unlimited possibilities. One could even grow up and enter the upper 3rd level of cultivation. That's the existence of a land god. In the entire great music dynasty, even imperial families had to treat such a land god with respect. In the midst of the book pavilion, Chen Anmo was pleasantly surprised to find that as he finished the 2 feats, the feats were logged onto the attributes as a matter of course. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, middle 8th grade. Feats, 3 styles of quicksword. Great success, blade light and sword shadow. Technique, tiger might overlord technique. Grand finish, 10 tigers strength. Technique, dragon claw hands. Just introduced. Technique, Qiankuan steps. Just introduced. Available practice time, 50 days. Available blood value, 41. Good. Next, as long as I have the time to cultivate, I can cultivate these two techniques at the same time. There was no rush to look at the other feats as he read the side books. There are parts about the history of the Dale dynasty. The Dale dynasty, inherited for more than 4,000 years, was an ancient empire in the true sense of the word. The territory, which is more than 10 million square kilometers, rather, outside of the territory, there are some that are sea areas and some that are dense forests with ferocious beasts. In some places, demonic beasts even existed. The vast empire stopped expanding because it was unsuitable for human life. There were naturally some kingdoms that existed around the Dalu dynasty. Relationships are basically not good. After reading history, read books about ferocious beasts. There was one way for martial artists to earn big money and buy good cultivation resources, and that was to hunt ferocious beasts. In the densely forested mountain ranges all over the dynasty, ferocious beasts ran rampant. There's no end to the killing. There's no end to the killing. Just as he was thinking, Lu Fang entered the room. Senior brother Chen, how's the selection going? Lu Fang smiled, already thinking about how to make Chen Anmo feel a sense of belonging here. I'll go with the Dragon Claw, Chen Anmo casually said. Alright, let's go to the martial arts training ground. I'll show you around to meet everyone. You'll be a family from now on after you join the martial arts school. Soon, Lu Fang brought Chen Anmo to the martial arts practicing ground. Senior sister, there's a new senior brother. A pudgy man laughed. Nyoli, this senior brother is called Chen Anmo. His occupation is a government servant. His talent is not ordinary. At the age of 20, he is already at the 8th grade cultivation level. Lu Fang said, looking directly at everyone. At these words, everyone's expressions rose brilliantly. If the occupation is an ordinary court officer, it means that the other party has no good background. You know, those who can come here to learn martial arts are from pretty good families. So what is fat in the eyes of ordinary people is worthless in their eyes. Senior brothers and sisters, take care of me in the future. Chen Anmo arched his hand and said, Senior brother Chen, no wonder senior sister introduced you in such a grand manner. This talent is truly impressive. Yes, we need to have a drink tonight. How about this? We'll each buy a dish and pick up for senior brother Chen tonight. A senior brother wearing white clothes and holding a folding fan said with a smile. As he spoke, he also nodded his head towards Chen Anmo, signaling a strong meaning of goodwill. Okay, I'll go buy groceries. Nyoli also responded immediately. Lu Fang smiled and said, I'll prepare the wine. Oh, finally I can drink the wine that master saved. Everyone was so excited. The atmosphere inside the martial arts center was very cheerful. Next, in contact with everyone, Chen Anmo roughly understood some of the situation. Master's cultivation is at the 6th rank. There were 4 people in total with 7th grade cultivation. Among them, Lu Fang's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th grade. Senior brother Chen, my name is Song Shuqing. The senior brother who was holding a folding fan before came over to greet him with a smile. Coming from a poor background is not a disgrace. Being able to bend and stretch is what makes a husband. I wonder if you're interested in accepting investments from some families, such as my Song family. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Elder brother is willing to invest in me? Song Shuqing smiled and nodded. Yes, my Song family is in the city, running some medicine store business, and I need some martial arts masters to hold down the fort all year round. Of course, I know that senior brother is quite busy on weekdays, so I don't need you to be stationed there for a long time. I just hope that when my Song family is in trouble, I can step in for a bit. Although Chen Anmo wanted to invest very much, but, considering not knowing each other well, so he politely declined. Senior brother, I'll ask my family later. Well, there's no rush. Song Shuqing smiled slightly. Next, 2 more brothers and 2 more sisters came over and offered to invest. One of the senior sisters did not have a high cultivation level, but her appearance was clear, especially the figure, where it was full, was surprisingly one size larger than Lu Fang. She hinted at it explicitly and implicitly. She is not married, Chen Anmo is not married, and she is willing to invest everything she has in him. This stunned Chen Anmo. He's such a genius, so delicious. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would be a genius opening. Chapter 9 Crazy Sister-in-Law. Chen Anmo still underestimated the gold content of this genius of his, but he also understood that it was because of being valued by his master. The disciples here are well aware of the master's vision. In fact, Lu Zhengfei had previously trained a talented disciple named Zheng Fantian, whose cultivation level was now at the 7th rank. Master had said that this was the most talented disciple he had ever seen. Not only will you be able to enter the 6th grade in the future, even if he became a land god, he wouldn't be surprised. The development of Zheng Fantian after that was truly amazing. Shine on the martial arts exams. Unfortunately, he's too high profile. Just 2 months ago, Zheng Fantian fought someone. Not only were his legs ruined, but his meridians were broken, causing his cultivation to lag behind. After Lu Zhengfei's examination, in his entire life, his cultivation stopped at the early 7th grade. That day was not only Zhang Fantian's nightmare. Master also seemed to have aged several years. This is because his master has poured his heart and soul into him and sees him as the heir to the mantle. Toward evening, the martial arts center was bustling with activity. Chen Anmo became the star-crossed presence here. This made him quite uncomfortable, especially after he learned what happened to Zhang Fengchen from senior sister Lu Feng. Zhang Fantian's treatment at first was similar to his. Lu Feng said this to him, but also hoped that he could keep his heart and not be confused by the external prosperity. Just as everyone was having a good time, the doors to the martial arts center opened, only to see a young man with a dry and thin figure walk in through the door. Zhang Fantian. The crowd was shocked. Senior brother, how is your injury? Lu Feng hurriedly walked over and asked with concern. My legs are recovering well, and I came here to ask master if there could be a good medicine for my injuries. Zhang Fantian limped in. A heaviness flashed in his eyes after noticing that people were partying and drinking. At one time, he was the star of the show here, but with his serious injury, he was marginalized. One by one, those senior brothers and sisters who used to pay him compliments stayed away from him. The investments that were promised to him every month were also cut off. Even the senior sister who claimed to be with him didn't even visit him. Oh, reality. At this time, Lu Zhengfei walked out. Come in. Zhang Fantian limped in. Not long after, the shouts of Zhang Fantian came from the backyard. Master, you said before that there was medicine to cure it. I know it. You think I'm useless? You have other excellent disciples, so you think you can abandon me, don't you? Lu Feng heard the noise and ran in. Senior brother Zhang, don't say that. My father has been thinking of ways for you. Chen Anmo frowned slightly as he listened to the voices. Learn from history. The future me should definitely not be too high profile like this Zhang Fantian. Genius may be excellent, but genius without growth is nothing. To be a man, to be low-key and introverted, either do not make a move to cut off the roots. A few moments later, Zhang Fantian limped out, nor did he greet the crowd and simply left. What's the drag? Master has said that this injury of his is too serious. How can it be treated that well? Some people are cynical. Those around him nodded in agreement with his words. At this time, Lu Zhengfei walked out. At this point, however, the smile on his face was noticeably less. The disciples didn't dare to stay here any longer, so they excused themselves. Master, then I'll go too. Chen Anmo walked over. Well, Anmo, I've spoiled your fun this time. Lu Zhengfei said. No spoilers. After saying a couple sentences, Chen Anmo walked out. Senior brother Chen, let's take a walk together. Song Shuqing was waiting for him at the door. Okay, actually, senior brother Zhang Fantian has only himself to blame for this matter. Trees attract the wind, and he's simply too good, so he's being targeted. In the end, he's still too young to know how to be introspective, and that's even if he's still provoking others at every turn. He doesn't know that every year, there will be quite a few geniuses mysteriously killed in our place. Hey, Chen Anmo was surprised. There will be geniuses killed every year? Yeah, so senior brother Chen, you should also pay attention. Thanks for the reminder. Senior brother, haha, well, let's not talk about that. Are you free? Let's go to the greenhouse together. Song Shuqing shook his folding fan and said with a smile. I know a place that's coming up with some great stuff. I guarantee you'll like it. It's too late for me. For the next few days, Chen Anmo would go to the martial arts school every morning to mix things up. After an hour, it was off to the mass grave to pick up the body. On this day, Chen Anmo was on his way to the martial arts center when he had a vague feeling that someone was following him. The Wu family. He recognized the man, who had been one of the fighters when he came to fight at the dartboard. He treated it as if he didn't know and went straight into the martial arts center. The tracking hitman glanced at the signboard of the Zhengfei Martial Arts School, and a grim look flashed across his face. This fellow has indeed become Lu Zhengfei's disciple and is valued by Lu Zhengfei. With that, he turned his head and left. Wu family residence. Wu Bao, the son of the Wu family, sipped his tea and listened to his men's report. When the report was finished, he slowly set his teacup down. Isn't this kid a waste? Or else Chen who wouldn't have made him a small magistrate in the first place. How come he's a genius now? Wu Bao said with a frown. I heard it was after we beat him up in the first place that the kid straightened up. Ha, there is such a thing. Doesn't that mean he has to thank me? Even though Wu Bao said this, he knew that he couldn't move Chen Anmo on the surface. These martial arts schools were equivalent to sects and gangs, and to move their people was a provocation. What's more, it was said that after Chen Anmo worshipped Lu Zhengfei as his teacher, Lu Zhengfei held him in extremely high regard. My lord, this Chen Anmo doesn't seem to know much about that human skin paper, and it's true that his sister-in-law Shun Xin isn't with him either, the hitman said confidently. He was the one who kicked in the door of Chen Anmo's house in the first place and searched it inside and out. Not to mention a woman, not a hair of a woman. so he concluded that Shin Xin had gone to the countryside. It's possible to die somewhere. I'm afraid that this Chen Anmo will harbor a grudge against us. If before, he was a loser, it would have been fine, but he's a genius on the side now, so you secretly find out his whereabouts, and when you get the chance, send someone to do him in. A murderous look flashed in the hitman's eyes. Got it. Gonzi. Available practice time, 310 days. Available blood value, 60. This is the income of the last few days. He decided to cultivate the Qiankuan steps first. His weakness right now is that he is too slow. Deducting 100 days of cultivation time, you consume 10 qi and blood values to cultivate the Qiankuan steps. And your Qiankuan steps have finally been initiated. Steeply, quite a few step memories appeared in his mind. The legs also seemed to be hardened. The muscles tightened. Deducting 100 days of cultivation time, you consume 20 qi and blood values to cultivate the Qiankuan steps, and with the support of your qi and blood, you increase your speed of cultivation and feel that you have mastered the wonders of the Qiankuan steps. Deducting 110 days of cultivation time, you consume 20 qi and blood values to cultivate the Qiankuan steps. You have finally completely grasped the wonders of the Qiankuan steps, and the Qiankuan steps have been completed in a small way. Deducting 10 qi and blood values, successfully breaking through the bottleneck, cultivating to the peak of the 8th grade, 310 days. It took less than a year yet to cultivate the Xian level technique to a small completion, and the cultivation level has successfully reached the peak of the 8th grade. Chen Anmo was ecstatic, because this is a speed that he would never have thought of before, and all of this was because he had the added bonus of a chakra value. Brush up on. Chen Anmo stomped his legs. Both legs flew out, as much as twice as fast as before. Xiao Mo, you're so powerful now. I feel that this speed of yours can be comparable to a 7th grade martial artist. Shen Xian walked out of the kitchen with admiration in her gaze. Sister-in-law, when I cultivate to perfection, I will also teach you this Qiankuan step technique. Chen Anmo grinned. Wow, this way I can run even if I can't beat the others. Chen Anmo walked over to the table. Today's meal was scrumptious. The front leg meat of a tiger and dog beast, a bowl of fish soup, and a fried green vegetable. Into the night, Shen Xian went to rest first. Chen Anmo practiced for a while and also walked to the bedroom. Around the latter part of the night, two masked men suddenly touched the fence of Chen Anmo's house. Dropping into the courtyard, the two men came quietly to the door. Squeaky, the door opened slowly. It opened only a little, though, and a standing log behind the door fell to the ground with a thud. This wood was put here on purpose by Chen Anmo. Once a burglar is in the house, the door is bound to be opened. Once the door is pushed open, it hits the wood. Hearing the commotion, Chen Anmo snapped his eyes open. His face went cold and he got up at once. Taking out the 9-ringed greatsword from the system space, he rushed towards the door. He's found out. Kill. The one who shouted was none other than Wu Bao's hitman. This person's cultivation wasn't low, having the peak of the 8th grade. The other was a little weaker, only pre-8th grade. This lineup, in their imagination, was enough to crush Chen Anmo. After all, it was rumored in the outside world that he had just broken through to the 8th rank. That is to say, it's only the pre-8th grade, so it was more than enough to send out a peak 8th grade. The weakest was the first to rush in, but what met him was a large, brightly shining sword. Put! This person's scalp was lifted off the ground, and with a low cry, his body directly collapsed. Kung! The face of the peak 8th ranked expert changed slightly. Kung has been with him for many years. Even if it's him, it's impossible to kill him in one move. Is this something that a martial artist who has just entered the 8th rank can do? He doesn't believe it. After all, he was at the peak of the 8th grade. Advantage on me. Brush. I just don't believe it. He swept his blade across the room. Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes. The other party's sword was a bit worse. When the opponent's knife was cut straight through, to be suffered, the man in black drew back, but soon he despaired. The footwork that he was so proud of hadn't unfolded much of an advantage. It was quickly caught up by Chen Anmo. 3 styles of fast knives. Chen Anmo's sword technique swung continuously, getting faster and faster and faster. Under the moonlight, only a remnant of a shadow remained. Brush up, brush up. The black-clad man's sword took a huge disadvantage and soon couldn't hold out. Good man. Misunderstanding. Thumbs up. In an instant's effort, blood splattered on the black-clothed man. Eventually, he fell to the ground too late to say anything. Eyes wide and dead. Chen Anmo put away his sword and suddenly heard footsteps behind him. And people. He was about to slash his way through, but it was a good thing he saw the visitor first. Surprisingly, it's the sister-in-law. At that moment, she rushed out, wearing only thin clothes and carrying a kitchen knife in her hand. The look is as crazy as it gets. Chapter 10. Comforting your sister-in-law like this. Seeing his sister-in-law's appearance, the corner of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched slightly, because there was just something funny about the way she looked. A good-looking woman with a kitchen knife in her hand, a face to die for. Any way you look at it, it's a little touching. Yes, at first glance it is comical, but after careful consideration, Chen Anmo's heart touched, because her life is in danger if she rushes out at this point. But she didn't care, and for that alone, any man's heart would be touched. Dead. Shen Xian saw that the two people had not moved at all, which made her throw the kitchen knife on the ground in fear. Sister-in-law, the weather has been cool lately. Chen Anmo took off his clothes and draped them over her. At this point, neither one is thinking about ethics anymore. Shen Xian said, "What's going on? Where did these two come from? Shoo, I'll see if there's anyone else out there yet." Chen Anmo opened the door the first time and checked it front and back. At the corner of the wall, and on the way in, only the shoe and footprints of two men were found. After returning to the house, Shen Xian had the audacity to wipe the blood clean. Both bodies had their faces scratched by her. That way the bodies won't find out who they are even if they are found. Shen Xian said as she held back her nausea. Shen Anmo was very surprised. Sister-in-law has always been soft and gentle. I didn't expect to not be afraid of seeing blood, and scratched someone's face. He walks over and touches the body of the weak one. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 30 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, kill this guy Chen Anmo and avenge him. Chen Anmo frowned. You can forget about this last wish. Then he walked over to the other body. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 40 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, I, as Wu Bao's henchman, who doesn't treat me as a human being, wish for his death. Reward, 200 days of cultivation. Last wish 2, I hope the family is okay. Reward, 1 bottle of blood strengthening elixir. Wu Bao's men? That means he was sent by Wu Bao to kill me. Chen Anmo's face sank. M.O., what about the body? Shen Xian's petite body trembled a little as she walked over, and because of her nervousness, she subconsciously grabbed Chen Anmo's arm. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, I'm here. Seeing that Shen Xian had tears in the corners of her eyes, Chen Anmo raised his hand and wiped them away for her. Shen Xian was instantly electrocuted and lowered her head. The beautiful eyes were charming and flowing, and the delicate appearance made the heart palpitate, but the body still needs to be disposed of. Isn't there a field back there? Let's bury them there. Chen Anmo went to the woodshed and fetched a shovel. Shen Xian, meanwhile, grabbed a shovel. In the moonlight, the two men dug in a field in the backyard. By the time the body was buried, it was the latter part of the night. The two then briefly washed their faces and cleaned up their feet. Sister-in-law, go to bed early then. At the entrance of the cellar, Chen Anmo wanted to hug Shen Xian and comfort her for a few moments. Still, as if thinking of something, he didn't extend his hand. Well, then you go to bed early too. Early the next morning, as the sky was just dawning, Chen Anmo walked towards the outskirts of the city. He's basically touched all the mass grave bodies lately. Now he intends to travel to a place called Cockatoo Mountain. This place is about as primitive as a forest. A large number of ferocious beasts live. He planned to go around the periphery and hunt some ferocious beasts. While earning chi and blood values, one could also sell the ferocious beast meat to the public. The weather is getting colder. Every winter is a bad time for everyone, so you have to prepare your winter supplies in advance. And these are supplies that require a lot of silver to buy. Wow! As soon as he entered the jungle, the cold wind blew up, as if it were a soft knife, scraping his face with some raw pain. Fortunately, he was not afraid of these cool breezes now that his chi and blood were full. After wandering around, no ferocious beasts were found. Looks like we'll just have to keep going deeper. Hiss! Suddenly, a small snake in the grass snapped out. A bite on Chen Anmo's thigh. Unfortunately, even the carrion-eating wolves couldn't bite his flesh, much less this little snake. Chen Anmo's hand rose and fell. Stare. Touch a corpse. Chi plus 0. 5. Chen Anmo was speechless. This little snake had so little chi and blood? However, snake meat is a great tonic. Snake gall is said to be an aphrodisiac. He threw the dead snake right in his traveling bag and continued on his way. Suddenly, he noticed a huge footprint on the ground. Footprints of the tiger dog beast. Chen Anmo squatted down. In addition to the footprints, the feces of the tiger and dog beasts were also found on the side. As you can see from the feces, the tiger dog beast has not had a good bowel movement lately. Somewhat diluted look. That's what happens when you don't eat your vegetables. Following the footprints, Chen Anmo walked forward step by step. Soon he saw it. A tiger dog beast the size of a black bear was lying on the ground, gnawing on a wounded one-horned deer. The one-horned deer was long dead, and blood flowed all over the place. Hoo-hoo! The tiger dog beast was keenly aware of the presence of a human scent. It was extremely grumpy at the moment after being disturbed from eating. At that moment it had only one thought in its head, and that was to tear the human who had disturbed its feeding to pieces. Next moment, the tiger dog beast quickly rushed out towards the place where Chen Anmo was hiding and pounced on him. Chen Anmo had already taken out his 9-ringed greatsword long ago. The tiger dog beast has the strength of a fierce tiger and the appearance of a dog, but the body is like the size of a giant bear. It takes one jump and brings a sense of mental oppression. Chen Anmo wasn't very experienced in fighting. He instinctively raised the large sword in his hand and unleashed the 3 styles of quicksword. Thumbs up. Unexpectedly, the claws of the tiger dog beast slapped, and the knife technique was instantly interrupted. Good. Chen Anmo was also aroused to ferocity. The tiger mighty hegemony technique was in operation. 10 tigers. Let's see who has more strength. Bang! 1 man and 1 beast crashed together. The tiger dog beast opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Chen Anmo's head. Chen Anmo fiercely grabbed its forelimbs and threw them fiercely. The huge body of the tiger dog beast was heavily smashed on the ground. At this moment, the tiger dog beast's eyes were much clearer. The beasts are smart and no fear. It immediately realized that Chen Anmo was not human. This is simply a humanoid beast. Chen Anmo pulled up the knife stuck in the ground with a loud shout. Hands up. This slash instantly cut the tiger dog beast's neck in half. The tiger dog beast twitched twice and died unwillingly. Hoo. Chen Anmo sat on the ground, panting violently. After resting for a while, he hastily took a blood-strengthening pill. While restoring your chi, touch the unicorn deer first. Ding. Touch the corpse. Reward 2 chi values. Ding. Touching the corpse, rewarded with 6 chi value. A sense of pride inexplicably rose in Chen Anmo's heart. Adult tiger dog beasts can reach the 8th or even 7th rank in strength. Normally, it would take teamwork, plus medication, to kill a tiger dog beast, and he took care of the tiger dog beast by himself. If this was spread out, everyone would realize that his strength should have reached the 7th rank. Got back early. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and directly carried the 500-pound tiger dog beast and walked towards the way he came. The hills are hard to walk, but with his current strength, this portion was nothing. Along the way, he encounters other beasts as well. However, after these beasts saw the tiger dog beast on his back, they fled as if they had seen a ghost. This is the bloodline suppression between ferocious beasts. Ordinary domestic cats and dogs are so scared that they can urinate when they see a tiger for the first time. And here, such bloodline suppression rules still work. After entering the city, it was already afternoon. Many people on the street saw the tiger dog beast on Chen Anmo's shoulder. At that moment, the passers-by sucked in a breath of cold air. Where is this good man from, to have hunted a tiger dog beast? Seems very young. Good man, is this leather for sale? Many vendors came up and asked questions. Chen Anmo had a white cloth around his face, hiding his face. I have hunted with my brothers to this already has an owner. All of you disperse. Chen Anmo lowered his voice and said. Soon, he arrived at the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce. Su Fu was whispering to his concubine. Cootie, I just love your thighs. TSK. Nasty. Master, it's broad daylight. What if someone comes in? The concubine's charming eyes, sitting on Su Fu's body and twisting her body, made Su Fu a burst of excitement. What's there to be afraid of? Let's make out as a couple, can't we? Steeply, Chen Anmo walked in. The 2 men stood up in a hurry. Su Fu's pupils shrank, and he was surprised. Tiger dog beast, little brother, you are. Although Chen Anmo was masked, Su Fu had a sharp eye. A quick glance showed that it was one of Lu Cheng's friends of theirs. The concubine on the side, with her small mouth open, had a face of disbelief. A young man who had directly carried the tiger dog beast. That's a little too lean and mean, isn't it? Chen Anmo swept a glance at the 2 men and turned back to hide the door in vain. Shopkeeper Su, do you accept this tiger dog beast? Take it. Of course. Are you hurt? Xiao Qian, go get the gold sore medicine. The concubine on the side hurriedly nodded her head. Chen Anmo smiled. Don't bother. I'm not hurt. That's good. Shu Xin, go inside first. Su Fu was shrewd enough to see that Chen Anmo didn't like the attention. When Xiao Qian entered the room, Chen Anmo pulled off his mask. Little brother. Awesome. This tiger dog beast looks like it has a 7th order battle power. Although Su Fu's strength was average, he had a sharp eye. Acquiring ferocious beast furs and materials all year round had given him a pair of fiery eyes. He was able to roughly determine the strength of the ferocious beasts by virtue of their physical features. Oh, 7th order battle power? Chen Anmo was a bit surprised. Su Fu smiled and said, my vision can't be wrong. Little brother, you're so young that you can kill a tiger dog beast of the 7th rank battle power. You have a great future ahead of you. I wonder who your master is. Chen Anmo just nodded and replied, Master Lu Zhengfei. So it's Elder Lu. Chen Anmo didn't say much else. That being said, he had such strength, mostly on his own. Next, Su Fu began to do the math. The tiger dog beast fur is still intact, so the total calculation is 580 silver dollars. He rounded up Chen Anmo and gave him 600 taels. Little brother, if you have business in the future, feel free to look for me. The price is good. That's of course, Boss Su. I'll leave first. After saying that, Chen Anmo was planning to leave through the main entrance. Su Fu called out to him, "Little brother, the main entrance is crowded. If you go out like this, you'll easily be noticed. How about this? Go through the back door." "Then thank you, Boss Su." Chen Anmo took 5 silver tickets, as well as 100 taels of silver in a money bag, and twisted his head to leave. House. Shen Xin, who had just finished some abu, was covered in fragrant sweat and her body was hot. There was no one in the cellar anyway, so she simply wore only her belly band. Underneath was a section of zippy pants, fair legs, exposed to the air. Huffing and puffing, Shen Xin drank water while holding the fan Chen Anmo had given her and fanning herself with hot air. "It's so hot practicing martial arts in the cellar. I want to go out and cool off." She quickly dismissed the thought. "Though, the danger of last night is still fresh in my mind. What if someone breaks in here in broad daylight?" Chen Anmo had already paid a lot for her, and she didn't want to cause any more trouble. She simply plopped down on the bed, ready for a nap. Within a few moments, she fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, squeaky, the cellar door opened. Chapter 11 Deliberately Seeking Trouble. Chen Anmo glanced inside the cellar. It was easy to hear Shen Xion's even breathing. He would smile, "Coming back a little early today. I didn't realize my sister-in-law was taking an afternoon nap. How about scaring her a little?" The idea, of course, was just a random thought. It's not like he's got much of a wicked sense of humor. What if it really scares the out of someone? Shaking his head, he carried the silver in his arms, ready to tell his sister-in-law about the good thing that he was earning a lot of silver. Just a few steps down the steps, Chen Anmo directly froze. Shen Xian has cool clothes on her. No, strictly speaking, pressing has nothing to do with wearing it anymore, and the sleeping is extremely exaggerated. Gollum. Chen Anmo couldn't help but gulp. Reason told him it was bad behavior to peek like that, but he's a normal guy. Phew. At that moment, a cool breeze blew in from the cellar entrance. The slightest bit of coolness caused Chen Xian to open her eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chen Anmo standing on the steps. "Ha, Mo, you're back." Since she had just woken up, she had forgotten that she was unclothed. "Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to come in here." Chen Anmo hurriedly walked up and closed the cellar door. Shen Xian froze for a moment and subconsciously looked down. Ouch. She hastily grabbed the quilt on the side and covered herself. Instantly, a blush crept over her cheeks. "Gee, that's too embarrassing." Shen Xian cupped her face and only felt hot. However, for some reason, a strange feeling arose deep in her heart. Nonetheless, he was not angry that Chen Anmo suddenly barged in. Instead, there was a slight sense of anticipation. Of course, she still got dressed first thing. After walking out, he found Chen Anmo standing by the wall like a child who had done something wrong. It's a look as if he's facepalming. Instantly, Shen Xian covered her small mouth, almost couldn't help but laugh. "Ahem, Mo, when did you get back?" Shen Xian asked. "I also just came back. I just earned some silver and wanted to tell sister-in-law. I didn't expect you to fall asleep. I really didn't mean it." Chen Anmo explained with embarrassment. Shen Xian naturally knew that Chen Anmo didn't do it on purpose. "Well, it's not like I was just naked. So what are you reacting like that for?" Shen Xian smiled lightly. Chen Anmo was a bit surprised. "You're not naked there, but it's more exciting than not." However, he also didn't expect his sister-in-law to look angry in any way. With a sigh of relief in his heart, he digressed. "Sister-in-law, I went hunting in the morning and got something good to show you." He removed the package from his shoulder and spread it out on the floor. 100 taels of silver for nothing. On top of that, there were 5 100-tael silver bills on the side. Total, 600 taels of silver. Shen Xian froze. So much silver. "Well, I hunted a tiger dog beast." Chen Anmo grinned. Instead of being happy, Shen Xian came over with a nervous face. "So you're not hurt, are you? Let me check." "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll be fine." Chen Anmo smiled faintly, and his right hand even lit up his muscles to show that he was fine. The tiger dog beast is very strong. Sometimes when it is hit, it may be fine on the surface, but it is highly likely that it will suffer internal injuries. Shen Xian was still relieved. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm really fine." Chen Anmo jumped again and smiled. Seeing that Chen Anmo's face was rosy, Shen Xian was relieved. "It's too dangerous to hunt like this. In the future, join Lu Chang and the others so that you can take care of them." Yeah. Once Chen Anmo heard this, he also nodded. Indeed, he could certainly hunt the ferocious beasts alone, but handling is a problem. It would be much easier to have help. Plus, it can take care of Uncle Lu and their families. "Sister-in-law, I've just disturbed your rest. Go sleep for a little while longer. I'll go prepare dinner. We'll have snake soup today. I can't sleep now either, so I'll go help." The two walked to the kitchen and got busy. Looking at Shen Xian's busy appearance, Chen Anmo was in a trance. It seems like a good wife and mother. If you marry a wife in the future, you must marry one like your sister-in-law. It's both eye-catching and capable. Late afternoon. Knock knock. The knock came suddenly. Shen Xian was too late to hide in the cellar at this point. Had to hide behind the stove in the kitchen room. Shen Anmo smoothly closed the door between the kitchen and walked over to open it. Outside the door, a magistrate stood in the doorway. It was none other than fellow officer Li Ba. The two have a good relationship and often support each other. Li Ba, off duty? Why don't we have dinner together later? I caught a snake in the vegetable field today. Chen Anmo smiled. He thought Li Ba was visiting him. Li Ba sighed. How can I have the heart to eat? What's wrong? Chen Anmo frowned. That guy Huang Ren wants you to report tomorrow. The cousin-nephew of one of our county magistrate's concubines died recently. The magistrate is furious and wants us to find the murderer within 5 days. You don't know. That concubine charmed the hell out of our prefecture master. Chen Anmo coldly said. Investigating the murderer is a matter for the constables. It's not much use for me to go. In my opinion, it's that Huang Ren who is looking for a chance to fix me, right? Li Ba's face was embarrassed. Shen Yan, you also know his temper. He asked you to ask your sister-in-law over. It's been several days. He can't wait. Said that he wants to give you a little color. Chen Anmo snorted. I know. He didn't say much. With the strength in him, he is not afraid of him at all. If he can't, he'll end up like Linda. Xiao Mo. I came over to inform you. I'll leave first. I have to patrol the county governor's house recently. Hey. When Li Ba left, Chen Anmo closed the door tightly. Mo, that Huang Ren is giving you trouble? Shen Xian naturally heard all of the conversation just now. Chen Anmo talked about what happened before. Shen Xian immediately became furious. This Huang Ren, he's also too unlikable. Sister-in-law, don't worry about it. This person will never touch a hair on your head. Shen Xian sighed. But that Huang Ren is your top boss after all. You are under his control. Then let him die. Shen Anmo didn't take Huang Ren to heart at all. Then, he smiled. Let's not talk about these things. Let's eat first. Sister-in-law, eat well and I'll take you to practice. Now Shen Xian's desire for strength also surpassed any time before. She didn't want to be bullied and hunted anymore. After you've eaten, clean up the dishes. The two men stood in the courtyard in the moonlight. Sister-in-law, you're not very steady underhand. Watching Shen Xian zigzagging, Chen Anmo pinched her thighs. It made Shen Xian a big red face again. Of course, she also knew that Chen Anmo was just checking her muscles. In the future, every few days, you will eat a blood-strengthening pill to boost your qi and blood first, Chen Anmo said. In fact, Shen Xian had some martial arts background. When she was at the dartboard, she had practiced. However, the dartboard was busy with affairs and she was in charge of the accounts, so her martial arts studies were deserted. After eating a blood-strengthening elixir, Shen Xian followed Chen Anmo's example and began to take horse stances. After an incense burner, he started practicing the Qian Kuan steps. As for Chen Anmo, he practiced his sword technique. At this time, in the middle of the Wu family, Wu Bao waited for a whole day, but did not wait for two of his men to report back. Just now, the families of these two men also stated that they had not seen them all day. Could it be that he was taken out by Chen Anmo? A confessor with a two-eyed beard said suspiciously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Bao didn't believe that Chen Anmo had this strength at all. Maybe it was bad luck that someone from the Zhengfei martial arts school was at his house at the time. Wu Bao slapped the table. It must be so. Otherwise, how could he, a martial master who just entered the 8th grade, beat them? The envoy's name is Qiu Yang. He stroked his 2/8 beard and also felt that Wu Bao had a point. Please don't worry, Your Excellency. I'll turn around and talk to Huang Ren. Just do him in secret. Early morning, Huang Ren looked at the 20 taels of silver on the table and was happy. One wrapped his beautiful wife in his arms. This Chen Anmo, I don't know how he offended the Wu family, but the Wu family even paid 20 taels for his life. He just happens to be looking for trouble with Chen Anmo. Husband, then turn around and you can buy your slave a new dress. The weather is getting cold. Good point, I'll go on duty first. Chen Anmo came to the government office. Because it came early, there are not many government officials here. After reporting at the squad room, he went directly to the place where the body was temporarily kept at the courthouse. Inside the house, a body, only 22 or 23 years old, lay upright on a straw mat. Shen Ming, cousin-nephew of the county magistrate's concubine. He is said to be on good terms with the magistrate's concubine. For this reason also let the county magistrate to Shen Ming in the yamen to seek a casual job. Thus his death broke the heart of the magistrate's concubine. At home making a scene and wanting to hang herself. The body was actually examined by the coroner a long time ago. The cause of death was hacked to death by a random knife. And the person who did it was still a master with a knife. Although the body was extremely dead, but it is vaguely evident that the deceased was definitely a fancy man in life. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 40 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy wish number 1, to be with Lin Xiaoya forever, not an underground lover. Reward, 100 days of cultivation time. Seeing this, Chen Anmo froze for a moment. For a moment, I thought if I had misread it. Rinkoa? Isn't that the name of the magistrate's concubine? This time, Chen Anmo understood. Where is this person Lin Xiaoya's cousin nephew? It turns out to be an underground lover. Last wish 2, Zhou Baoshan harmed my life and tried to do harm to the county magistrate and Lin Xiaoya. I hope Lin Xiaoya is okay. Reward, 1 body hardening elixir. Last wish 3, I wish to ask Lin Xiaoya whether she loves me or He Guang. Reward, breath-seeking skill, great achievement. He Guang, the very real name of the county magistrate. Quite an infatuation. Dying to ask questions. Chen Anmo sighed. However, this one called Zhou Baoshan is actually trying to turn against the county magistrate. Chapter 12 Life's Pleasures, Promotions and Raises. Walking out of the room, Chen Anmo sat on his sword and prepared to walk towards the county magistrate's residence. M.O. At that moment, Li Ba walked over head-on. I just saw Huang Ren's on my way here. He said he wants to trouble you. So watch yourself. Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. Couldn't help but remember what Huang Ren had said to him earlier. At this time, Li Ba saw Huang Ren outside the door walking towards here. His head flinched and he hastily stepped aside, pretending to polish his knife. Chen Anmo. Huang Ren crossed his arms and came to Chen Anmo in stride. I have things to do. Chen Anmo was eager to save people and didn't want to take care of him for the time being. Mud. Give you face? Ha! Huang Ren was instantly enraged. Immediately, he reached out and grabbed Chen Anmo by the shoulders. Get out! Chen Anmo's shoulders shook. Huang Ren's wrist hurt, and his hand unexpectedly popped up. The people around them looked at each other in disbelief. I didn't expect Chen Anmo to be so bold. Asterisk. Chen Anmo, if you dare to walk out now, don't come back later. Huang Ren cursed in anger. Unfortunately, Chen Anmo had long since walked out. If he can save He Guang, he will surely be promoted. Do I have to look at you from now on? Little M.O. Li Ba chased after him and said with a chagrined face, You, too young. You should have just recognized a mistake. Li Ba, cut the crap. Let me ask you, this Zhou Baoshan person, have you heard of him? Chen Anmo asked. Zhou Baoshan? I remember. Not long ago, a couple came outside, nicknamed the Life Snatchers, specializing in late-night robberies and killings. He's always wanted at the top. After that it was this Shen Ming who discovered their trail. The county magistrate himself led a team that surrounded the couple. But in the end, only the woman was killed. The man gave a run for his money, and the magistrate was even injured. Li Ba recalled the events of a while ago. You're injured, so you don't understand. That life-taking couple hit hard. Shen Ming might have been killed by that man. Chen Anmo guessed and said. What? Li Ba stops dead in his tracks. He might still be unfavorable to the county magistrate. In any case, go over and take a look first. Chen Anmo explained. Li Ba said. Xiao Mo. Don't worry about this. What kind of person is our county magistrate? That's a master who eats people without spitting out bones. He was expecting others to seek revenge on him, so he arranged for some magistrates to protect the house in advance, said Li Baiji, yawning. I spent the first half of last night on watch, and I'm exhausted. Chen Anmo frowned. It's always okay to go over and take a look. The county magistrate lives in a large courtyard behind the county courthouse. The two had just arrived when Li Baiji frowned. Where are the men standing guard? Chen Anmo vaguely heard the sound of begging for mercy coming from inside. Good man, have a word. It was He Guang's voice. Ha ha, He Guang, you killed my wife. Today I'm going to your wife in your face as well. The fierce-looking Zhou Baoshan burst out in a hideous manner. Chen Anmo unleashed his Qiankuan steps and walked silently in the courtyard. The magistrates who were originally guarding this courtyard, one by one, fell to the east and fainted. It was obviously poisoned with some kind of intoxicant similar to LSD. He hastily sealed his mouth and nose and quickly walked to the yard. He Guang and a woman with a delicate face were kneeling on the ground. Trembling, Zhou Baoshan held a long sword and sneered. Suddenly, the long sword picked apart the woman's clothes. Tear away. The dress shattered, revealing the fragrant shoulders and the cute little belly band. Nice body. Zhou Baoshan's eyes instantly glowed. Who? Suddenly, Zhou Baoshan twisted his head. He heard a stone fall to the ground. Brush! A silhouette sprang out from the wall, and a large sword slashed him straight in the face. That was fast. But Zhou Baoshan wasn't a vegetarian either. Kid, how dare you sneak attack? Zhou Baoshan was furious. These young men today are becoming less and less martial. These people deserve to die. He waved his long sword to parry Chen Anmo's attack. Dang it! Chen Anmo slashed continuously. Each stroke was powerful. Zhou Baoshan was originally able to fend off a few blows, but soon, his arms went numb. It's as if you're not facing a human being, but a tiger. How is that possible? You know, he had also refined his body, but facing this young man in front of him, he unexpectedly couldn't get any advantage. The point was that this Xian rank lower grade sword in one's hand had already been cut out several times. He Guang's face raised in joy when he saw someone coming to his rescue. It's Chen Anmo. Good boy. He Guang was excited and pulled Lin Xiaoya backward. Kill him? Yeah, that's it. Him. He Guang clenched his fists. In fact, he also practiced martial arts, but his cultivation was not high. To be able to get to this little sesame officer, all thanks to have a city master uncle. Seek death. Zhou Baoshan was furious. Give up sparring with Chen Anmo. Prepare to escape immediately after killing He Guang and Lin Xiaoya. However, he didn't want to, but Chen Anmo was even faster. Brush up on. Several knives slashed, and Zhou Baoshan could only give up chasing He Guang. After a few moves, he was already a bit exhausted. Coldly, Zhou Baoshan's wrist was chopped away. Put. Chen Anmo bullied his way up and stabbed him in the heart. Zhou Baoshan stared blankly at Chen Anmo and collapsed unwillingly. Last wish, I hope Lin Xiaoya is okay. Completed. Reward, 1 body hardening elixir. My lord, are you alright? Chen Anmo walked over and helped He Guang up. I'm fine, Mo, thanks to you this time, He Guang said with a moment of hindsight. This guy is so cunning that he just used a mesmerizing incense and dazed everyone. By the time I realized it, it was too late. I originally thought I was bound to die, but I didn't expect you, the lucky star, to show up, Chen Anmo said. I also felt that there was something strange going on, because when I passed by here, I realized that the person standing guard was missing, so I came in to take a look, and luckily I found it in time. He Guang nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Li Ba also rushed over. Li Ba, go get someone, He Guang commanded. Yes, my lord, I'll move the body out first, Chen Anmo said. Don't ask you to do this little thing. With your strength, it's condescending to be an ordinary magistrate, He Guang said with a smile. Chen Anmo was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Is this meant to be a promotion for him? Come to think of it, if I don't get a promotion after saving your life, who'll want to work for you in the future? Starting today, this lord promotes you to your position, henceforth as a mid-level constable, with a monthly salary of 25 taels. Hear this. To be honest, Chen Anmo was still a little disappointed. Thought I could promote him to senior arresting officer. Chen Anmo, your seniority is still shallow. Work harder, and within the next 2 or 3 years, I'll guarantee that you'll be promoted to senior constable, He Guang said encouragingly. Although he spoke beautifully, Chen Anmo knew that he was looking at his performance. Thank you, my lord. A few moments later, numerous magistrates rushed in. He Guang walked out. As soon as he left, Lin Xiaoya also thanked Chen Anmo. Thanks to you this time. If you need any help in the future, just mention it to me. Listening to Lin Xiaoya's words, Chen Anmo's mind turned sharply. That Xin Ming has a last wish. That was to ask Lin Xiaoya whether she loved him or He Guang. The reward for this last wish is the breath-seeking technique. Obviously, this was a rather special gong method. Should I ask? Looking at the pretty-looking Lin Xiaoya in front of him, Chen Anmo decided to ask. Ma'am, in fact, the reason I came over to save you is because of Xin Ming. Chen Anmo looked into her eyes and said, What? It's my nephew? But he's dead, Lin Xiaoya said excitedly. Chen Anmo said, he sent me a dream, telling me to save you all. How is that possible? Lin Xiaoya was instinctively a little less convinced. It's true. He said he died and the only thing he was relieved about was you. He also told me about what happened between you. Lin Xiaoya frowned. Please don't worry, ma'am, I won't talk too much. It's just that Xin Ming entrusted me with a dream, and besides asking me to save you guys, there's one more thing that I want to ask for ma'am's help, Chen Anmo said. Lin Xiaoya snorted coldly. What do you want me to do? She guessed that Chen Anmo was not fooling her. What's next? A threat to ask for money, or an official position? Xin Ming only wants to ask you, ma'am, if you love him, or if you love the magistrate more. Chen Anmo said. That's it? Lin Xiaoya said. Yes, I swear by the heart of the martial Tao that I will absolutely not speak of this matter to a third person, Chen Anmo said, looking at Chen Anmo's serious appearance. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya believed a few points. After all, there's no need to ask such questions, but Chen Anmo still asked, could it really be a dream from Xin Ming? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoya's heart sank. Actually, my heart split in two a long time ago, half for He Guang, half for Xin Ming, and I don't know who I like better, so I think I like them both. Chen Anmo froze. I'll be damned. What a refreshingly uncluttered answer. Last wish, ask Lin Xiaoya if she loves me or He Guang. Completed. Reward, breath-seeking technique, great achievement. Ma'am, next time you dream, if you meet Xin Ming, I'll talk to him. I'll talk to His Excellency as well, and try to make you a senior constable sooner. Lin Xiaoya blinked at Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo shuddered. That's too much of a discharge. No wonder. Bluffed 2 men. With that, he shouldered Earth's body of Baoshan last week and walked out of the yard. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, 5 days later. Go to Jade Cellar Town. Fulin Inn. Inform my elder brother Zhou Baolong that Chen Anmo caused my life and avenge him. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. Last wish 2, kill Li Guang and the poisonous woman Lin Xiaoya. Reward, 1 body hardening elixir. Legacy 2 is definitely not finished. But last wish 1, find his big brother Zhou Baolong. Chen Anmo's face was odd. You can't just run over and say, hello, my name is Chen Anmo. I killed your brother Zhou Baoshan. It's not a face opener. Zhou Baolong is afraid to fight for his life directly. Of course, if the other party wasn't strong, it could be considered. After all, this reward comes with 3 years of cultivation. It made his mouth water to watch. Chapter 13 The wonderful use of the breath-seeking skill. After walking out carrying the corpse, the crowd also knew that Chen Anmo was already a mid-level constable. Huang Ren's face was ugly. Originally, he had wanted to teach Chen Anmo a lesson and put small shoes on him. I didn't realize that this kid had taken great credit. Now the position is the same as his. However, don't think you can rest on your laurels. I have 100 ways to deal with you. At this time, He Guang announced the next personnel arrangements for Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo's current top boss was the senior constable, Zhao Chunyong. The senior and chief constables, however, are generally out of town. These people had high cultivation and were mainly responsible for catching the experts on the wanted list. Ordinary homicide cases are given to mid-level arresting officers. Therefore, although Zhao Chunyong was his top boss, but people aren't usually here to control him. He Guang also gave Chen Anmo about 10 people. He is now responsible for the security of 3 streets. After the personnel aspects were set up, Chen Anmo went to receive a set of clothes worn by an intermediate-level constable. Birdshot is now a cannon, and this outfit is really sharp on you. Li Ba and a few people who were usually on better terms with him were asked to come over by Chen Anmo. Became one of his men. Brother Mo, I'll be hanging out with you from now on. Li Ba was happy for Chen Anmo from the bottom of his heart. In the past, when they followed Huang Ren, not only were they bullied by him, but the dirty work had to be done by them, the honest ones, but not in the future. The others nodded their heads one by one. Chen Anmo laughed. Don't worry everyone. Follow me. I won't let you all suffer. However, no matter what happens in the future, I hope that you won't hide anything from me, and whoever stabs me in the back, then don't blame me for not being polite. In the alley, Chen Anmo and Li Ba, along with a man named Lu Ziqiang, patrolled a street. As he walked, he felt the wonders of the Tao of breath-seeking skill. Soon, he understood the gongfu. Good stuff. No wonder that Xin Ming was able to easily find the whereabouts of the life-snatching couple. So it's all because of this technique. This breath-seeking skill was not an attacking technique. Rather, it was a perception technique that belonged to the category of side door. Through this technique, one could easily detect all the scents around them. His mind moved. On Chen Anmo's body, a chi energy in the form of silk threads spread out in all directions. Wherever they passed, the breath of each person was almost visible. Even, as long as the realm wasn't too far from him, he could even sense the cultivation of the other party. That's pretty anticlimactic. Wouldn't it be much simpler to go out and search for ferocious beasts in the future? And at the moment, this technique is merely a grand completion. If it reaches completion, my perception is even stronger. Chen Anmo had great expectations in his heart. He couldn't wait to add his feats to perfection, or even master level. He decided to sense his surroundings with all his might and see how much distance he could perceive. Soon, everything around him was under his perception. In the middle of the restaurant, 2 tables of people were drinking and boxing. In the middle of the inn, a pair of dogs and men were practicing. Even though they were covered in sweat, they were still struggling. In the middle of a compound, a woman is holding a child and putting it to sleep. Farther away, in a martial arts hall, dozens of martial artists were practicing their realm, as far as the eye can see. Hiss hiss hiss, against all odds. Sensing so much, Chen Anmo realized the power of this technique. In the blink of an eye, it was time for lunch. The 3 men returned to the squad room and prepared to eat. Chen Anmo, we just received a report of a murder over at Huxin village, possibly involving at least 2 martial masters. You come with me and investigate. I had just finished eating when Huang Run walked in. The tone of voice was like issuing an order. This caused both Li Ba and Lu Ziqiang to be a bit dissatisfied. Both are mid-level constables. What makes you superior? It's just surprising. Chen Anmo agreed without thinking. Lakeside village, right? Okay, I'll pack up and head over right away. Everyone froze. Even Huang Run was surprised as he looked at Chen Anmo. How could he have known that Chen Anmo was so good at talking now? It had been looking for a few more threats. I didn't expect him to say yes straight away. Li Ba kept giving Chen Anmo a look. Anyone with eyes can see that. Huang Ren didn't have good intentions when he asked him to go to Huxin village at this time. What if there's an accident out there? Aren't we going on a case later? Have you forgotten? Li Baigon gathered his courage and pretended to remind. Huang Ren frowned and looked at Li Ba. What do you guys do? You won't investigate the case on your own? Being reprimanded by Huang Ren, Li Ba rose red in the face, not daring to reply. Huang Ren, it's not your turn to lecture my people. Chen Anmo looked straight at Huang Ren and stood up. Huang Ren's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he smiled. Right, I almost forgot. Li Ba is your man. I am not qualified to teach a lesson. Then you pack up and leave later. He felt that Chen Anmo was just a new official who wanted to act like a pussy, and he didn't have to get angry about it. When he gets out, his little life is going to stay out there anyway. What's there to be angry about with a dead man? After Huang Ren finished speaking, he walked out. We can't go. Huang Ren is clearly unsettled. Li Ba was in a hurry. He really couldn't figure out why Chen Anmo agreed to go out. Yes, brother you've just taken office, and I'm afraid this Huang Ren will be unfavorable to you. Lu Ziqiang also persuaded. Li Ba, Zi Chang, you guys stay at ease, just wait for me to come back. Chen Anmo laughed and whispered, even if he doesn't look for me, I'll still look for him. The two froze on the spot. Before he could speak, Chen Anmo had already walked out. Just now Chen Anmo didn't talk nonsense. Even if Huang Ren didn't look for him, he planned to find time these 2 nights and do him in. I didn't expect him to come to the door on his own. Besides Chen Anmo and Huang Ren, there were also 2 of Huang Ren's followers behind him. These 2 followers are Huang Ren's inner circle. On a normal day, he didn't have much interaction with these 2, falling into the category of just being familiar. As they walked, the 3 didn't talk to Chen Anmo either. Chen Anmo was also too lazy to bother with them. While walking, he took out the body tempering pill that he had been rewarded with earlier. This body hardening pill is a good thing. After taking it, it can substantially enhance chi and blood and strengthen the body. Taken by a martial artist with an ordinary physique, it strengthens into a good physique. He placed the body tempering pill into his mouth and then silently refined it. Use all the cultivation days you just got rewarded with. Chen Anmo thought to himself. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might. It's always good to be more prepared. Deducting 140 days of training time, you practiced the 3 styles of the fast sword. Because you took the body tempering pill, your root talent was enhanced. You cultivate at a faster rate. 3 styles of the fast sword, perfection, blade light and sword shadow, blade chi continuous. There's a new performance. Before, it was swords and shadows. My blade speed was like a shadow, and I was able to cut out residual shadows. Now, there's the extra blade streak. Chen Anmo laughed. Knife breath. Those swordsmen who had been practicing for decades, or even 20 years, had not necessarily cultivated their blade chi. He, on the other hand, had now cultivated the sword chi. Who would dare to believe it? The village of Lakewood is known for being situated in the middle of a large lake. There is only one road that can enter the village. After walking at a fast pace for more than an hour, he finally saw the road leading to the lake village. The village is not that big and most of the people living here are fishermen. Looking at the size, it's about 100 or so families. But instead of heading towards the center of the village, Huang Ren headed towards a dilapidated house by the lake. Walk here. Huang Ren looked around. This place, when it comes down to it, is a great place to kill people. There won't be any interruptions. He glanced toward the 2 minions at his side. The 2 little brothers instantly understood and sneered as they walked towards Chen Anmo's left and right. They naturally knew what they were going to do before they came. In this regard, they are not worried about being exposed. If you don't tell me, if I don't tell you, who will know? Back to the announcement. They encountered a sneak attack by 2 thieves and bandits. Chen Anmo was undefeated and died tragically on the spot. As for the thieves and bandits, they naturally fled. Just as they approached Chen Anmo suddenly turned his head. Brush! The 9-ringed greatsword at his waist slashed out violently. Blade energy is continuous. The 2 men pressed on, covering their necks and falling to the ground in agony. Huang Ren froze for a moment. After reacting, he hastily drew his sword. But it's too late. The blade energy instantly penetrated his arm. Ah! After breaking an arm, Huang Ren's face was pale. Chen Anmo, you're crazy. Huang Ren stepped back in horror. Chen Anmo slowly walked over. Didn't you want to kill me? In that case, don't blame me for striking first. Misunderstanding. I did not want to kill you. Misunderstanding. At this point, Huang Ren naturally refused to admit it. Chen Anmo laughed. It's fine if you refuse to admit it. I've long wanted to kill you anyway. Brush. The big knife slashes straight. No. Heads rolled off. Ding. Touching a corpse rewards 60 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy wish number 1, kill the kid Chen Anmo. Last wish 2, go to Duke Wubao to resume his duties and inform him that Chen Anmo is dead. Seeing these two last wishes, Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes slightly. It's this Wu Bao again. Then, walking over to the other two constables, touching a corpse rewards 30 days of cultivation. Touching a corpse rewards 30 days of cultivation. Although he had solved these three people, he had no intention of leaving the place though. He looked deep into the broken house not far away. There's a man there. The strength is still not low. Early 7th grade. Snap. Inside the house, a man walked out while clapping. Zhou Yang. Chen Anmo recognized the visitor. This person is the Wu family provider. Everything is clear. The Wu family bribed Huang Rin to lure him here. The main force that killed him was actually this Zhou Yang. It's just that these people never dreamed of it. He'll make the first move. Interesting, knowing to make the first move. You're good. Zhou Yang smiled gently. But you should have run away at this point. You could even consider kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. Does that work? Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes slightly too. Of course it won't work, but I can promise to give you a pain in the ass. Zhou Yang said with great confidence. Chapter 14 Crouching Sukong. Chen Anmo raised the 9-ringed greatsword. This move speaks for itself. That's interesting. You're a mere 8th rank and you dare to raise your sword against my 7th ranked martial artist. Who gave you the courage? Zhou Yang walked slowly and continued. The words were not finished. Chen Anmo struck out brazenly. Brush. 2 consecutive slashes. Swiftly slashed out. At this time, the two were tens of meters away from each other. Zhou Yang frowned slightly. It looked toward him from such a distance. What's this kid thinking? Generally speaking, only martial artists who had cultivated blade chi would do so. But which of those martial arts masters who had cultivated sword chi hadn't practiced martial arts for more than 30 or 40 years? That's pretty fast. And how old is Chen Anmo? Therefore, he simply didn't believe that Chen Anmo would use his blade chi. But soon, unseen ripples swept through his vision with the sound of breaking air. Blade chi, how is that possible? Zhou Yang's eyes were appalled. He instinctively jumped up to avoid it. Nah, he was too careless before. Despite moving a bit, a blade chi still cut through half of his arm. The bones of the arm were instantly torn apart, leaving only some flesh still attached. To be suffered. Zhou Yang's face went white. The body subconsciously staggered back, looking at Chen Anmo in fear. 20 years old, 8th grade martial artist, and cultivated blade chi. No wonder that old man Lu Zhengfei thinks so highly of you. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the shelter of the Zhengfei Martial Arts Hall, their Wu family would have long ago brought many people to Chen Anmo's house to find trouble with him. What's the point of lying to him? Chen Anmo didn't talk nonsense, and the greatsword was raised again. This time, however, he unleashed his Qiankuan steps and bullied his way up. Now that Zhou Yang was mentally prepared to use his blade chi again from such a distance, this person would definitely dodge. Although this blade chi was good, it was also extremely exhausting for him. Zhou Yang clenched his teeth, knowing that he had to be serious this time. This son was not an ordinary 8th grade martial artist at all. His true fighting strength was comparable to a 7th rank. Right now he's wounded and bleeding out. I'm afraid this is going to be a disaster. Thus he had the intention of escaping from here. Only, Chen Anmo's footwork speed was also beyond his expectations. In a split second, Chen Anmo slashed with his sword. He could only strike out to meet it. Boom! Chen Anmo's great sword was powerful. As soon as the chi energy exploded, Zhou Yang's broken arm was already shaking. At this moment, he was directly blown away. Hissing, the pain made Zhou Yang suck in a breath of cool air. He went a few shades paler. Dang it! The two men's swords clashed one after another, and in an instant, Zhou Yang's right arm could no longer support him. The arm went numb and the knife was nearly knocked out of his hand. Worthy of being a 7th grade martial artist? It's really different from those rookies. Chen Anmo pondered in his heart. But he's in no hurry. Zhou Yang had obviously slipped badly in both strength and speed, and he had little to consume. Boom! 10 tigers. Chen Anmo let out a low gulp. Zhou Yang's color changed. How is it possible? Chen Anmo's performance once again surprised him. A great power came over him. He was already having a hard time supporting himself with one arm, and when Chen Anmo directly amplified his move, he could no longer hold on. Little brother, it's all because of Wu Bao. That guy wants to kill you. If you have something to say, I can help you. Even a strong and unrivaled 7th rank expert could not help but beg for mercy in the face of death coming his way. Put. Chen Anmo's expression was cold as he slashed away Zhou Yang's right arm. Zhou Yang's entire body stumbled back. With that, he sat on his butt on the ground with despair in his eyes. It was unimaginable that he, a 7th grade expert, who was considered a dignified figure in Four Floors Town, would die at the hands of a youngster. He was not willing. Kill me. Give a. Zhou Yang said with a trembling body. Put. Heads on the ground. Ding. Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, if Zhang shall we. the wife of Wu Bao, dares to look down on me. Give Zhang Xiaowei the harmonizing powder and make her fall into madness in public. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Last wish 2, Zhang Xiaowei killed my senior sister. Kill Zhang Xiaowei. Reward, 2 bottles of blood-strengthening pills. Wish 3, let everyone know about Zhang Xiaowei's scandalous affair with her father-in-law. Reward, Xian rank lower grade sword, falling flower sword. Crouch adjust now. Chen Anmo's eyes widened. That's a lot of information in there. Leather pants over cotton pants is bound to have a cause. Xiao Yang's grudge against Wu Bao's wife is so deep. The point is, Zhang Xiaowei and her father-in-law even. Chen Anmo's face was odd. Regarding Wu Bao's wife, Zhang Xiaowei, he naturally knew. This woman comes from a martial arts school family. He has been gifted since he was young, and at a young age, he is already of the 8th rank. When the Wu family married such a female genius, I don't know how many young talents were envious. However, this woman is rumored to have a temper that is not very good outside. Often a slave would be beaten to death by her for the slightest thing, even beat a family of 3 to death in the street. There's been a lot of anger. Afterwards, the Wu family paid a considerable sum of money to calm the storm. How could I not have thought of that? This Qiu Yang has long been dissatisfied with her. These last wishes are simple. He rubbed his chin, wrapped up the scene. On several corpses, more than 20 taels of silver were felt out. Qiu Yang's body, after being tied to a rock, he threw it directly into the river on the side. The rest of the bodies he simply positioned. Then he went into the village and had someone go into town to make a trip to the county courthouse. My fellow officers and I encountered thieves and bandits. They were all killed by backstabbing. I ran fast and survived. Chen Anmo took out 1 or 2 silver pieces and gave them to the village chief. You arrange for 2 postulants and another carriage for me to take the body back to the county office. My lord, I'll send someone right away. I'm sorry for your loss. Chen Anmo sighed. I pity my fellow officers. What a tragic death. Just like that, Chen Anmo rode in the carriage. 2 postmen drove his horse for him. By the time we got into the city, it was late afternoon. As Chen Anmo carried the 3 corpses into the room, the entire squad room was silent. The magistrates are old farts. In fact, when Huangren found an excuse to take Chen Anmo out, they knew what would happen. Chen Anmo will surely die, but the scene before them took them by surprise. Huangren and the others are surprisingly dead. Chen Anmo said what he had said to the mayor of Lakehart village earlier. The crowd's pupils contracted violently. Is it true that there are bandits and thieves sneaking up on you? Or is there something else going on here? Chen Anmo, have you seen the bandit's portrait? At this time, Magistrate He Guang frowned and walked out. My lord, there are 2 bandits in total. Because they wear masks on their heads, my subordinates were unable to see them clearly. After saying that, Chen Anmo sighed and shook his head. It's a pity that I was so weak that I failed to stop those 2 bandits, causing Brother Huangrun and the others to be killed. Chen Anmo spoke with great emotion, but a group of people were all blushing oddly. He Guan was still unaware of the grudges among these people down below. He wasn't stupid, though, and instinctively felt that there was something wrong here. Husband, when it comes to that kind of thing, Chen Anmo can't do anything about it. Let him rest for a few days. At this time, Lin Xiuya slowly walked out. The woman actually spoke for me. Chen Anmo gave her a look. What the lady said is very true. Anmo, there's nothing much going on these days, so this official will let you have 10 days vacation to recuperate. As for these 3 being killed, I'll have someone look into it. Although He Guang said that he would investigate, everyone knew that it would be hard to find out anything. When Mr. and Mrs. He Guang left, Li Ba and the others came forward. Brother Mo, it's good that you're okay. Let's go down to the restaurant. We'll all treat you and celebrate you. Li Ba laughs. I'm hurt. What's the celebration? Chen Anmo shook his head. I'll treat everyone next time. After saying that, he left directly. After returning home, Chen Anmo swept around. Shen Xian was like a cat smelling something fishy. As soon as he entered the house, the cellar door opened and then she stepped out. Mo, why are you so late today? Shen Xian's forehead, neck, and neckline were all covered in fragrant sweat. Apparently, she had just been zipping around in the middle of the cellar. Maybe it's because of the long hours of zigzagging. She's much more erect now. It's more rounded. Sister-in-law, I have good news for you. Chen Anmo sold a lie. Take a guess. You're not going to advance again, are you? Shen Xian couldn't help but gulp as she looked at Chen Anmo's now increasingly lanky figure. There was always a feeling that the current speed of Chen Anmo's cultivation increase was somewhat unbelievable. Of course, these she was happy to see. Guess wrong. No, Chen Anmo said. Then people don't know. Shen Xian laughed. Huang Ren is dead. Chen Anmo said. No one can bully sister-in-law from now on. What? He's dead? Yes. Want to celebrate? How do you celebrate? Shen Xian asked. In the next moment, Chen Anmo suddenly hugged Shen Xian's waist. The 2 spun in place. Oops, I'm going to lose it. Shen Xian was taken aback. Chen Anmo suddenly came with this hand. Where could she stand it? It couldn't be helped. Right now Chen Anmo was too happy. It wasn't just because Shen Xian wouldn't be threatened by Huangren anymore. The point is, he used to be bullied by Huangren all the time. Now, at last, this person has been settled. How could he not be happy? Stop spinning. I'm getting dizzy. Seeing Shen Xian even say this, Chen Anmo then stopped. Looking at Shen Xian's reddened face, Chen Anmo realized that he had indeed been a bit too bold just now. I can't believe I'm hugging my sister-in-law directly. Though that said, it's because of the celebration, but it's always a little embarrassing. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I was just too happy. Doing wrong should be admitted. Chen Anmo hastily apologized. Shen Xian gave him a speechless look. Alright, no you're too happy. Sister-in-law, you're not angry? If I was going to be angry, I wouldn't be angry with you. Jiro, take a break. I'll go get dinner. Hard work sister-in-law. Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, sister-in-law wasn't angry. That's good. Wow. What he didn't notice was that Shen Xian hastily covered her cheeks with both hands as she returned to the kitchen. Her mind recalled the scene where she had just been picked up and spun around in circles, and an inexplicable feeling of excitement came over her. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I'd love to experience that flying feeling again. Chapter 15 Getting a daughter-in-law? It was already dark outside. The cold wind is howling. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian, who had eaten dinner, stayed in the house. Shen Xian was mending Chen Anmo's clothes. Chen Anmo, on the other hand, sharpened the family's kitchen knives. The candles flickered and the house was a cozy scene. Soon, Chen Anmo sharpened the knife. Sister-in-law, the knife is sharpened, but this kitchen knife is just a kitchen knife after all. Turn around and I'll get you a sword. Shen Xian smiled and glanced at him. A yellow-ranked sword would cost tens of taels of silver. Or forget it, I don't go out anyway. Chen Anmo said, we have silver now. It's fine. Any more silver can't be spent indiscriminately. In the future you still have to get you a daughter-in-law. Now that you have the ability. In the future there must be a lot of people who will matchmake for you. Speaking here, Shen Xian bit her lip. A hint of despondency flashed in his eyes. And now, for some reason, the heart is sour. Take a daughter-in-law? Chen Anmo froze. Yes, you're old and capable. Isn't it normal to get a wife? Chen Anmo laughed and shook his head. Right now I'm not thinking about that much. You don't want a wife yet? Shen Xian asked with her eyes flowing. Don't want to for a while. Are you tired of your sister-in-law dragging you down? Shen Xian asked deliberately. Chen Anmo said, sister-in-law, what are you talking about? You took care of me so much in the past. I just think that I'm still young and not in a hurry. Well then, if you want a wife in the future, sister-in-law will be your gatekeeper, Shen Xian said. Somehow, Chen Anmo always felt that there was something in his sister-in-law's words. Subconsciously, he looked at Shen Xian, sniffing that faintly fragrant scent of her. The fire in his heart was aroused. Under the illumination of the candlelight, Shen Xian had a stunningly beautiful figure and white skin. Only the hair was slightly disheveled. It can't be helped. Staying in the cellar day after day practicing martial arts, and then laundry and cooking. How would you have time to clean up after yourself? She has been a natural beauty to stay the way she is today. But there's one thing to be said for it. Shen Xian's body really isn't covered. The proportions are perfect. Especially that little waist. When I hugged it before, that touch, it was just great. It leaves a lingering aftertaste in the hand. Just a hug is so exciting. Can't really imagine what it would feel like anywhere else. Why don't we go back and get a hug sometime? As soon as this thought came out, Chen Anmo hastily shook his head. Once is enough. Hocus pocus is not to be. Otherwise, something will really happen. Sister-in-law trusts me so much. How can I mess around? Unless the sister-in-law herself is willing. In which case, might consider it. Unfortunately, it's just not realistic to make the icy sister-in-law herself willing. Chen Anmo shook his head. His gaze was sensitively noticed by Shen Xian. Mo, what are you looking at? Is my face dirty? Shen Xian asked shyly. In fact, she knew that Chen Anmo had just looked at her waist. The stare was making her feel a little crispy. What girl can stand to look like that? She was worried that Chen Anmo would mess up, so she hastened to remind her. Chen Anmo calmed down a bit and hurriedly said, I didn't look at anything. I was just thinking that if I want to find a daughter-in-law in the future, I'll look for a good-looking and understanding one like my sister-in-law. The words were from the bottom of his heart. It's just that after he says it, he regrets it a little. I'll be damned. What's the point of speaking from the heart? Hey, that's what happens when you don't experience a sensational relationship. Easily stressed. Shen Xian's face brushed even redder. Xiao Mo, you're joking. What good could sister-in-law be? No one wants her now. How can no one want me? Chen Anmo sighed. Sister-in-law, then you take an early rest. I have to go out. Originally, Shen Xian was waiting for Chen Anmo to say the next words. I didn't expect it. It's only half the story. It made her a little anxious. Ah, you're going out again? Well, go run a big errand. Is it dangerous? Of course it's not dangerous. You rest early and wait for my good news. Witness Chen Anmo leaving through the back door. At this moment, Shen Xian had a feeling of disappointment. What's wrong with me? She murmured to herself. Another dark and windy night. When Chen Anmo arrived at the Wu estate, it was already an hour and a half later. The Wu family is really rich and generous. The manor in the suburban location actually covers more than 1,000 acres of land. Qiu Yang, Qiu Yang, even though you're going to kill me, I'll fulfill your last wish for you and help you deal with that Zhang shall we? Chen Anmo smiled slightly. Most of all, get the rewards. Qiu Yang's last wish was threefold. Use Harmony San on Zhang shall we? Kill Zhang shall we? As well as letting everyone know that Zhang shall we was having an affair with her father-in-law. This Zhang shall we is not a good person, so dealing with her, Chen Anmo didn't have any psychological burden at all. The point is, he's looking forward to it now. What will Wu Bao think when he learns that his good wife is having an affair with his father? In the middle of the courtyard, Chen Anmo ran the Qinkuan steps, stalking silently. Because of the breath-seeking skill, everything around him was received in his ears. Gongzi was locked up by the master again today, and I heard it's related to the Qiu Yang offerings. I've also heard that Qiu Yang's confession helped him to go against someone named Chen Anmo. I didn't expect Chen Anmo to come back, but Qiu Yang disappeared strangely. Confessor Qiu Yang can be very important to our Wu family. No wonder the old master lost his temper and confined him. AI, young master is really too ignorant. Why bully an ordinary magistrate? Chen Anmo listened to the words of the passing handyman. Soon, he touched the compound where Wu Bao lived. Wu Bao was confined today because he was confined, so his wife Zhang Xiaowei was the only one living here now. Pop, pop. When he came to the door, Chen Anmo heard the sound of a whip being flung. Useless thing. This bird's nest is so hot. How can I drink it? Ma'am, I'm sorry. I'll change it right away. Roll. The door opened and a maid covered her face and ran away crying. Now, Zhang Xiaowei was the only one left in the yard. Chen Anmo took out the harmony scatter that he had previously rewarded to in the system space. Opening the bottle, the powder wafted out towards the yard. At this moment, Zhang Xiaowei was cold. These useless things, if they make another mistake, they will have to kill him. What's that smell? Zhang Xiaowei's nose twitched, and she suddenly felt some strange sensations in her body. This feels so good. Unfortunately, Wu Bao was confined today. Wouldn't that kill her in a hurry? Shall we call the eunuch? Zhang Xiaowei licked her lips, her heart intent. Ever since that time when Gong Gong instructed her on her gongfu because she strained it, Gong Gong gave her a massage afterward. Pressing and pressing. I didn't expect Tiger Wu's hands to misbehave. At first she was nervous. After all, her cultivation level was not as good as Tiger Wu's, so she could only passively accept it. But I have to say, Ginger is still hot, especially the eunuch Wu Tiger's high cultivation level. That force, it was too much stronger than Wu Bao. After that, every few days, Tiger Wu would ask her to go over on the pretext of instructing her on her gongfu, even, at times, taking some odd clothing for her to wear. She said no, but in her heart she was beautiful. Hot, so hot. The more she thought about it, the hotter it got. No, Wu Bao man is not here. Then I'll go find Tiger Wu. Tiger Wu, none other than her father-in-law. I didn't expect that before he could walk out the door. Tiger Wu walked over with his hands behind his back. The sun was confined by him. Considering that his daughter-in-law might be afraid of the dark, he came over to take a look. Encourage your daughter-in-law. By the way, check out how cultivation is going, because it's late at night. He was also worried about the underlings seeing it. So come alone. I didn't expect to see Zhang Xiaowei pouncing towards him as soon as he came over. So active today? Tiger Wu laughed. If he hadn't considered the repercussions, he would have really wanted to directly marry Zhang Xiaowei and become his woman. Hui, what's wrong with you today? Is your body so hot? Tiger Wu smiled faintly. It's a little hard for me with Wu Pao out of the picture. How about I have time today and stay with you all night? After saying that, Tiger Wu's heart moved. He was feeling a little hot too. Is this a fire lately? Tiger Wu muttered in his mind. Looking at the unclothed Zhang Xiaowei in front of him, his eyes were already red. At this point, his alertness to his surroundings had dropped to the extreme. He only had one thought right now, and that was to stick his face open to Zhang Xiaowei. Let her feel what it means to be a ginger. Not a moment too soon, the two rolled right up in the grass. Meanwhile, after knocking out one of the guards, Chen Anmo put on his guard's clothes and called out to a group of guards. The head of the family told us to go to the young lady's courtyard? Didn't he tell you anything? One of the guards walked briskly, casting a suspicious gaze towards Chen Anmo. There's something strange about this guy. Chen Anmo walked ahead and nodded. Yes, it's very urgent. Got it. A group of a dozen or so guards, picking up speed, upon arriving at the door, though, a strange noise in the yard drew everyone's attention. It's a wheeze. The door was ajar. A guard subconsciously pushed open the door, and the scene inside shocked everyone. The young lady is actually with the head of the family, sticking her face in the open big. Quietly, Chen Anmo had walked away a long time ago. Ding! Give Zhang Xiaohui the harmonizing powder and make her fall into madness in public. Completed. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Let everyone know about Zhang Xiaohui's scandalous affair with her father-in-law. Completed. Reward, Xian rank lower grade sword, falling flower sword. At this moment, the group of guards, while shocked in their hearts, were also generating a bone-chilling chill. What did they do? I was surprised to see what was going on between the head of the family and the young lady. It's not something you can just gossip about. It's very possible that the head of the family killed them in order to hide this. Go, hurry up. The escorts left in a huff. It was a good thing that Tiger Wu and Zhang Xiaohui had been completely disoriented by the harmony scatter. They didn't even realize they had come to a live broadcast. Chen Anmo stood at the head of the tree, looking at the scene in front of him. Another glance at the rest of the hopscotch in his hand. Damn, this thing is fierce. Not only does it make you want to be in love, there were even so many people coming over that these two didn't even notice. One must know that this Tiger Wu was a peak 7th grade expert. However, in that case, it's possible to just kill these two. Chen Anmo slowly took out his 9-ringed greatsword. Leaping forward, he rushed towards Tiger Wu's back. Chapter 16. Maybe this is true love. Chen Anmo never dreamed that tonight would go so smoothly. Not only did he settle for Wu Bao's wife, even his father was killed. Now, I'm afraid the Wu family will be in chaos for a while after this, and with the loss of Tiger Wu as the top pillar, the power of the Wu family will surely decline. Ding! Kill Zhang Xiaohui. Completed. Reward, 2 bottles of blood-strengthening pills. Next, touch the bodies of these 2 men. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Wish number 1, to be buried with my father-in-law forever. Reward, 100 days of training. Seeing this last wish, Chen Anmo couldn't help but feel emotional. Maybe this is true love. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, the human skin paper is stored in my arms, and now that I'm dead, I hope it will be given to my eldest son to find out the mystery of the alchemist. Reward, 100 days of training. Last wish 2, I hope Wu Bao won't be angry. There's nothing I can do about it. I blame my daughter-in-law for being so charming. Reward, 1 hybrid elixir. Chen Anmo smacked his lips. These rewards were destined to be unobtainable. But, the human skin paper is surprisingly in Tiger Wu's arms. The only item he couldn't let go of after his death was this human skin paper, which is enough to show that this item is not simple. Something to do with the alchemist? Chen Anmo felt in his arms. Just now, Tiger Wu only took off his pants, not his clothes. So quickly, fumbling in his arms, he pulled out a yellowed piece of human paper. This human skin paper was the very item that the Wu family had snatched from the Tiger Wei Dart Bureau. It was also the item that the mysterious man had asked Chen Hu to transport the dart. It can be said that the entire dartboard perished because of this item. By the light of the moon, Chen Anmo took a look at this human skin paper, but there were only some curved, route-like patterns drawn on it. It seems to be some kind of treasure map, but it's crippled, something to do with refiners. Anyway, it's always good to put it away. Chen Anmo guessed in his heart, and now no one else could have dreamed that this item would be in his possession. When I got home, it was the latter part of the night, and the sky has been drizzling for a long time. By the time he reached home, he was soaked to the skin. Not to mention, it's a little cool. Every time he went to bed so late, there was no discomfort at all for Chen Anmo, simply because the physique is completely different now. Just after opening the door, Chen Anmo's ears twitched. The cellar door opened. Only Shin Xin, wearing only thin clothes, whispered, "Xiao Mo, you're back. Sister-in-law, you're still awake? I just saw that it was raining. I was afraid that you would come back wet and catch a cold, so I sneaked out and just boiled some hot water, and put it in the cellar, so go and wash your body. Catching a cold would not be good." At those words, Chen Anmo was instantly moved. Sister-in-law had actually waited for him to come back until now. "Sister-in-law, I'm a martial artist, so I'm not afraid of a little rain. It's you. You're weak and prone to catching a cold." The words fell. "Achoo!" Shin Xin sneezed. "Look, hurry back to the house. I'm going to the cellar later to take a bath." With that, Chen Anmo went to get the clothes. Upon arriving at the cellar, sure enough, beside the bed, he saw a basin of warm water. His heart warmed. Sitting on the edge of the bed was actually still warm. There was a faint scent emanating from it. Suddenly, he realized that underneath the covers, a piece of clothing was exposed. Ghostly, he lifted the covers and looked. At once he froze. Surprisingly, it was a small pink embroidered bib with mandarin ducks playing in the water. I can't believe my sister-in-law didn't wear it just now. This discovery caused Chen Anmo to take a breath. The heart was beating a few moments faster. Smells good. Chen Anmo couldn't help but mutter. And that's a great material at first glance. It's silk. The surface is slippery and has a great tactile feel. Reluctantly, I put it back in its place. A shower followed and a change into clean clothes. Come out and go back to your house. Chen Xin is waiting in the house. Seeing Chen Anmo's handsome and sturdy figure, his heartbeat accelerated quite a bit. Sister-in-law, I've poured hot water for you, so get some rest. Chen Anmo felt that the atmosphere was a bit internal and didn't know what to say. Well, then you should also rest early. You have to report to the court tomorrow. The prefect has given me 10 days vacation, so I won't go tomorrow. That's great. Achoo. Chen Xin sneezed again. Sister-in-law, did you catch a cold? I don't know what's going on. I'm suddenly a little cold. Chen Xin tightened the thin clothing on her body. Chen Anmo hurriedly took off his outerwear and draped it over her. Go down to the cellar and I'll make you a bowl of sugar water to drink. Chen Anmo was concerned. It's fine, don't bother. Chen Xin didn't want Chen Anmo to worry. After all, it's late, and sleeping late is not good for your health. Sister-in-law, you can't be sloppy about something like being sick. So listen, it took a good deal of persuasion for Chen Xin to go back to the cellar first. Sit back down on your bunk. Chen Xin suddenly noticed that the quilt seemed to have been moved. The belly band that had been placed under the quilt still had wet water stains on it. Obviously, just now when Chen Anmo took a shower, he happened to touch this thing. Chen Xin's pretty face reddened again. Hurriedly, he grabbed his bib. Previously, she preferred to fruit sleep because she was too uncomfortable to wrap up when she slept. After knowing that Chen Anmo had returned, she couldn't put it on in time, and subsequently put her belly band under the quilt. I just didn't expect that it would be turned over by Chen Anmo. This brat, really. She was a little speechless, but for some reason, was not angry in any way. Instead, something was vaguely expected inside. One incense stick later, Chen Anmo entered the cellar with a bowl of sugar water. In the midst of the sugar water, he also added 3 slices of ginger. Sister-in-law, I'm coming in. Chen Anmo opened the cellar. He was worried about another embarrassing scene from his previous misadventure, so he shouted ahead. Well, come on in, Chen Xin softly said. When he entered the house, Chen Xin sat on the bed. Embarrassed, he glanced at Chen Anmo. Sister-in-law, drink it, it'll make you feel better if you sweat it out. Chen Anmo handed over the porcelain bowl. By the way, I'll give you one more thing. Chen Anmo suddenly smiled mysteriously. Chen Xin was curious. What is it? Didn't I say before, get you a sword for defense? Here. Chen Anmo took out a long sword from the package behind him. It's the falling sword obtained by the reward. The sword is over a meter long. Above the scabbard, the carving was exquisite, and it was a good sword at first glance. Xian rank quality. What? It's actually Xian rank. Chen Xin also knew what a Xian rank weapon meant. Where did this come from? I've heard that weapons of the Xian rank cost at least a few hundred taels, right? Chen Xin said incredulously. I killed that Tiger Wu guy today and got it from there. Chen Anmo didn't hide it. What? Tiger Wu? Chen Xin was instantly nervous. He's a 7th grade expert. I'm fine, sister-in-law. Don't worry. Aha. Chen Xin nodded repeatedly. At this moment, she also knew that Chen Anmo's strength, I'm afraid, was already very strong. There was great relief in her heart. After drinking the sugar water, Chen Anmo left the place. Chen Anmo lay on the bed and glanced at his attributes. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, peak 8th grade. 3 styles of the fast sword, perfection, blade light and sword shadow. Blade chi continuous. Technique, tiger might overlord technique. Grand finish, 10 tigers strength. Technique, dragon claw hands. Just introduced. Technique, Qiankuan steps. Minor achievement. Technique, breath-seeking technique. Great success. Available practice time, 2 years and 100 days. Available blood value, 10. Next, it's time to fulfill that guy Zhou Baoshan's last wish. His last wish was to travel to Jade Cellar Town and inform his elder brother that Chen Anmo had harmed his life. This reward, however, is for 3 years. If his strength wasn't enough, he naturally wouldn't take the risk. But not anymore. The point is, the reward for this last wish is 3 years of cultivation. That's tempting. Boost your strength first. He decided to upgrade his Qiankuan steps. Deduct 1 year's time and you practice the Qiankuan steps. You Qiankuan steps to great completion. Treading snow without a trace. Deducting 1 year's time, you cultivate the Qiankuan steps, and you carry your power more skillfully. Deducting 100 days, You have practiced the Qiankuan steps and are close to the great perfection. Sure enough, the further back you go, the more time it takes to cultivate. Chen Anmo let out a dark sigh. This was also the reason why he didn't choose to cultivate the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique. Chen Hu had spent 10 years, but he hadn't been able to cultivate the Tiger Mighty Hegemony body technique to perfection. He estimated that he would need quite a bit of time at least. I don't know if it's because of practicing before bed. When he went to bed at night, he felt hot and dry. Couldn't help it. Had a wet dream. In the dream world, he was actually talking with Shin Xian at the table. When he woke up, he found his pants dirty. Hey, what the hell? Shaking his head, he changed his pants in a hurry. In the meantime, the Wu family is in chaos. The head of the family, Tiger Wu, was surprisingly killed. Dying with him was his daughter-in-law, Zhang Xiaohui. About the adulterous affair between the two, it is also now made known. When the confined Wu Bao came out, his face turned green after hearing about it. However, this was not the time to bother with that. He went to Tiger Wu's house first thing, rummage for the piece of manscape, human skin paper. Where is the human skin paper? Wu Bao could only go and ask his mother. Your father said it was only safest on his person, and it should be on him. Wu Bao was the first to go over Tiger Wu's body, but look inside and out. Nothing was found. It's over. The human paper was taken. Wu Bao gritted his teeth. Who did this? He couldn't believe to death that this matter was the work of Chen Anmo. He suspected that it was the same people behind the scenes who also wanted the parchment who had snatched it. Therefore, right now, he wasn't thinking of dealing with Chen Anmo for the time being. It was imperative that the human skin paper be found again. Chen Anmo ate his breakfast and then looked at the human skin paper. It's not clear what this human skin paper is made of. Not afraid of water. And surprisingly, not afraid of fire. After half a day's reading, I couldn't make out a name. It was then rested in a wooden box and buried in the side of the toilet. Achoo! Achoo! After coming out of the restroom, he noticed that Shin Xian kept sneezing. Immediately afterward, her body staggered and she looked like she was about to fall towards her back. Chapter 17. Different beds, different quilts. Sister-in-law. Chen Anmo rushed over with an arrow step. It was only after holding her up that Shin Xian was prevented from falling towards her back. Once he touched Shin Xian's hand, Chen Anmo frowned. You're so hot. You've got some high fever. Now Shin Xian was too weak to speak. Chen Anmo directly picked her up and entered the cellar. From now on, you rest. Chen Anmo beat warm water and wiped the sweat from Shin Xian's forehead. After getting it done, Shin Xian had fallen into a deep sleep because of her weak body. For the next whole day, Chen Anmo hardly moved an inch. After cooking some porridge, he even brought it to the bedside and fed it to Shin Xian. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Chen Anmo simply laid a quilt on the side of the bed. Shin Xian was awakened by a rush of urine. Wait to wake up and open your eyes, she almost exclaimed in shock. Chen Anmo surprisingly slept right next to it. Surprised, a wave of warmth rose in her heart. In order to take care of her, Chen Anmo even hit the ground running here. That's too good to be true, isn't it? Looking closely at Chen Anmo's side face, the more she looked at it, the more handsome she became. Can't read more now though. It was hard to hold her because of the urgency to urinate. M.O. Sister-in-law, you're awake? Chen Anmo looked at the entrance to the cellar, which was still pitch black. It's not even dawn yet. Slave has some peeing to do. Shin Xian's face was already red when she finished speaking. Chen Anmo didn't think much of it and said, I'll bring you a bucket. Ah, I'd better go to the outhouse. It's embarrassing to pee in a bucket. Chen Anmo said, it's raining heavily outside, and the weather has been cooling down a lot lately. You've already caught a cold. If you catch a cold again, you won't be able to get well for a while. But, Shin Xian lowered her head and tightened her shirt at the collar. It's easy to be reminded of that spring color. Looking at his sister-in-law's shy appearance, how could Chen Anmo not know what she was thinking? Definitely embarrassed. He smiled heartily and said, Sister-in-law, being sick is human. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Let's do this. I'll just go out and take shelter for a while, said the man, first bringing a barrel. It rested on the edge of the bed, and then it went out. Soon, the sound of water running came from inside the cellar. Okay, Shin Xian carried the barrel and prepared to pour it. I didn't expect to be picked up by Chen Anmo, sister-in-law. You rest well. I'll do this kind of thing. Then, that's a lot of trouble. Shin Xian blushed already to the root of her neck. Chen Anmo, however, smiled knowingly and was unimpressed. Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so shy. It's not like it's okay for such a small thing. With that, he went and emptied the urinal. When he came back, Shin Xian was already hiding under the covers. M.O., it's too cold for you to sleep on the floor. Why don't you get into bed? Shin Xian's words made Chen Anmo feel for a moment that he had heard wrongly. What? Put him to bed? Shin Xian froze for a moment and also realized that she had said the wrong thing. I mean, the bed's pretty big anyway, so I'll cover one comforter and you'll cover the other. So it's not like it's going to matter anyway, Shen Xin explained in embarrassment. Chen Anmo was slightly excited in his heart. On the surface, though, a nod was given. That's fine. With that, Shen Xin slept in some. Chen Anmo spread the quilt outside and just lay down. Shen Xin's even breathing could be heard in his ears. Damn, that makes it even more difficult to sleep. Chen Anmo spat in his heart. Mo, it's been hard on you. In the darkness, Shen Xin said, Sister-in-law, why are you being polite to me? Right now you don't need to think much about anything else. Getting your body well is the main thing. Well, hey, too many things have happened lately. It seems like a dream. The big dart board, said gone. Shen Xin said with a lament. It's good that people are okay, don't you think? Fair enough, get an early night. I don't know why, but suddenly I can't sleep a bit, Chen Anmo said. Shen Xin said, it must be because I just disturbed your rest. Where? It's just that I was wondering when my sister-in-law would be able to go out. That's all. Hey, I'm fine. After a while, if we can't, we can leave here. In the darkness, the two just talked for a long time. Day 2, the two didn't wake up until high noon. 4 eyes. Chen Anmo suddenly felt warmth in his hands. Holy, this big night, a moment of inattention. The hand on the Shen Xin comforter to go. He retracted his hand in a hurry. Sister-in-law, I didn't pay attention for a moment and came in, Chen Anmo said with some shame. Sister-in-law shouldn't have a bad impression of him, right? Well, I didn't bother you because I saw you sleeping so soundly, and besides, you just had your hand under the covers. You didn't do anything. Looking at Chen Anmo's explanation, Shen Xin felt somewhat amused. Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll go prepare the meal. Sister-in-law, are you feeling better now? Chen Anmo asked while wearing his outerwear. Well, it's much better. Cough cough cough, just slightly still coughing. Chen Anmo touched Shen Xin's forehead. Some low fever. Chen Anmo frowned. Low fever, that means it's better. It was hotter yesterday. Shen Xin pouted. Chen Anmo's face was odd. Why did it sound like my sister-in-law's words now had a pouty undertone to them? Hey, it seems that after talking for a long time last night, they seem to have gotten a little closer to each other. The next few days, Chen Anmo sleeps on the side every day. Around the 4th day, Shen Xin's condition finally got completely better. Chen Anmo cooked a lot of good food. When Shen Xin came out, her entire body was stunned. Braised fish, pork rib soup, braised chicken thighs, braised pork with tiger and dog beasts. So many dishes? Because of her good condition, Shen Xin now also had a big appetite. Couldn't help but gulp. Sister-in-law, you've been sick for the past few days. You've been drinking kanji every day. Your mouth must be light with birds. Now eat more. Chen Anmo brought another meal and said, look at you. Your whole body has lost a circle of weight. Really? I've lost a lot of weight? Of course. Shen Xin sat down and picked up her rice bowl. That, Mo, so do you like fatter women? Or thinner ones? Shen Anmo said without thinking. Like fleshy, just like you before. Sister-in-law, it's just about right. Shen Xin laughed. It's not like I look good that way. Where does it not look good? I think it looks the best. The two chatted and, without realizing it, both seemed to think of something. Next, Shen Xin ate 2 big bowls of rice, another dozen or so pieces of meat, a look of trying to make up for the weight you dropped earlier. After a good meal, Chen Anmo planned to go out. Regarding the matter of going to Jade Cellar Town, he and Shen Xin had long spoken about it. Then you must be careful. I'll be waiting for you when you get back. I'm sure I won't be back tonight. Tomorrow, Chen Anmo said. Don't worry about going. I'll be fine on my own. Okay. Shen Anmo was just about to leave, when suddenly, Shen Xin reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Sister-in-law, but there is something else. Next moment, unexpectedly, Shen Xin suddenly stopped and hugged him. Sister-in-law, this, Shen Anmo's pupils shrunk. Being so close, he was able to smell the faint fragrance of Shen Xin's hair. Slave waiting for you to come back. You don't want anything to happen to you, Shen Xin said with embarrassment. God knows how I suddenly got so bold. Head spinning right now. However, she has no regrets. I don't know when it started, but she was now a bit soulful without seeing Chen Anmo around. So after seeing Chen Anmo going out, because of her nervousness, she directly hugged up. Chen Anmo smoothly wrapped his arms around Shen Xin's waist as well. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Having said that, Chen Anmo gritted his teeth and forcefully wrapped his arms around her. Shen Xin let out a cry. This strength of Chen Anmo was just too much. All at once, she clung to her. What's going on here? When did Mo become so bold? However, a feeling of beauty inexplicably rose in her heart. This kind of feeling of being hugged, I did not expect it to be quite comfortable. In the past, Chen, who was a rough man, either you are practicing or you are out running errands. Even when he slept in a separate bed in order to avoid disturbing his cultivation. Sister-in-law, then I'll leave first. Well, I'll wait for you to come back and give you something good to eat. Chen Xin nodded, her petite body going several degrees softer. Chen Anmo had a feeling, even if you flat out push Chen Xin now, it seems like people won't say no. But there are important matters at hand. Late afternoon, the sun sets over the western mountains. Chen Anmo finally arrived at Jade Cellar Town after half a day of rushing. The Flynn Inn. Here, this was the location where the two brothers, Zhou Baoshan and Zhou Baolong, were going to make an appointment to meet. They agreed to meet probably tomorrow. All of this was learned in Zhou Baoshan's last wish. Chen Anmo was dressed in a casual outfit and stepped here in advance. After understanding the general layout of the Fu Lin restaurant here, he turned around and stayed at a small inn not far away. Having just followed the shopkeeper into the house, he habitually utilized his breath-seeking skill and sensed his surroundings. It's safe. There's not much going on around here. He was wide awake with relief. What can I get you, sir? The store assistant asked while pouring tea for Chen Anmo. 1 roast chicken, 1 bowl of beef soup, and 2 bowls of rice. Okay, customer, you wait a moment. A few moments later, Chen Anmo ate a good meal and took an early rest. Early the next morning, he came to the entrance of the Fu Lin Inn. Secretly, he surveyed the people inside, although he hadn't met Zhou Baolong. However, the official information shows, this Zhou Baolong, his strength is not low. It was a genuine 7th grade martial artist. It's not clear exactly what cultivation level, but estimated, it was like the peak of the 7th grade. Against this kind of person, Chen Anmo didn't dare to be careless, so in accordance with the usual practice, he intended to use the harmony scatter on him. This stuff just works so well, can't help but lust. And it was as if he was unaware of everything around him, totally immersed in a world of his own. Soon, he noticed a man with a bucket hat on his head, heading inside the inn. Zhou Baolong has appeared. Chapter 18. Do you want to make an enemy of the Wu family? It is you, the Wu family, who will be killed. Almost instantly, Chen Anmo recognized Zhou Baolong at once, although he had never seen him before. The figure, however, was almost the same as Zhou Baoshan. These are two brothers, after all, born of the same mom. So look alike, and this person's aura was also very powerful, consistent with the aura of a 7th grade cultivator. Therefore, Chen Anmo concluded that this person was Zhou Baolong. However, he wore a waxy mask over his face, thought people didn't recognize him. After taking a deep breath, Chen Anmo was ready to go straight over and lay his hands on him. However, just as he was about to pass, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. While running the breath-seeking skill, he noticed that there were even some people on the upper floors of the Fu Lin Inn. Surprisingly, it's him, Wu Bao. Chen Anmo's pupils shrunk. How could he not expect that Wu Bao would come here? With Wu Bao, there were 2 other people. Each and every one of them is a 7th grade expert. These 3 went downstairs. With that, sit in the corner. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept his eyes on Zhou Baolong's side. Obviously, their target was also Zhou Baolong. Chen Anmo originally thought that they were going to meet with Zhou Baolong to discuss something. However, after waiting a while, it turned out that it wasn't. Chen Anmo thought for a moment. He suddenly remembered a brilliant plan. With that, he lifted the white cloth from his face and straightened the bucket hat on his head. Toward the middle of the inn, he came directly to Zhou Baolong's table. Zhou Baolong frowned, and without looking at Chen Anmo, he directly said, "This position is occupied. Too bad he won't be coming." Chen Anmo said. Zhou Baolong frowned before raising his head. "Little brother, you want to seek death? I'm one of your brother's men, and he's dead." Zhou Baolong's pupils shrunk. For the first few days, he had been hiding in the countryside to cultivate, not very well informed about the outside world. "You're talking nonsense. My brother has a high level of cultivation. How could he be dead?" Zhou Baolong didn't want to believe it. Subconsciously, he grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist and coldly said, "If you don't give me a clear explanation today, you won't be able to walk out of this gate." Chen Anmo took a deep breath and said, "It's true. He was killed by someone named Chen Anmo. Ding. Inform big brother Zhou Baolong that Chen Anmo caused my life. Avenge him." Completed. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. The rewards have finally arrived. Chen Anmo couldn't help but be pleased. On Zhou Baolong's side, he was still frowning. "Kid, how can I believe what you're saying? And who are you? Why are you telling me this? Don't say my brother's men. I don't believe that kind of talk." Zhou Baolong sneered. "If Zhou Baoshan is really dead, how can his men be so loyal? No way. Absolutely no way." Therefore, he had reason to doubt Chen Anmo's identity. Boss Zhou Baoshan said that his elder brother Zhou Baolong is very generous, and as long as he informs me of his death, he will give me a favor of at least 1,000 taels. Chen Anmo said casually. "Kid, you're quite good at talking big. Not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. Give you 1,000 taels? Think I'm stupid? Zhou Baolong snorted. Chen Anmo stalled. You want to renege? Then I won't tell you who Chen Anmo is. 500 taels for you, tops. Chen Anmo smiled. Okay. Zhou Baolong took out 5 silver tickets. Chen Anmo excitedly accepted it. His money-grubbing look made Zhou Baolong believe in him for a few points. Now tell me what this Chen Anmo is really about. Zhou Baolong coldly said. He and Zhou Baoshan are blood brothers. With his brother dead, he naturally wanted revenge. This man is a magistrate, and to tell the truth, he has come here too, Chen Anmo said mysteriously. Hearing this, Zhou Baolong's eyes narrowed. He came here too, to get me? Yes, after boss Zhou Baoshan was arrested, the magistrates all knew that he would come over to meet with you, so give me some more silver and I'll point out to you where the boy Chen Anmo is, Chen Anmo said mysteriously. 200 taels, that's the last silver I have on me, Zhou Baolong said with a cold face. Chen Anmo smiled and took it. Then he came over. This man, right behind me on the left. Those 3, see? Zhou Baolong was about to look over. Don't look. That one with the white face is Chen Anmo. This son is tricky and has a great background. Chen Anmo sank his voice. What's the background? Zhou Baolong frowned. The Wu family of the 4th floor town is his backer. Those 2 beside him are Wu family's offerings, and they are very strong. Zhou Baolong frowned. Wu family. Surprisingly, it's the Wu family. Could it have already been found out? Looking at Zhou Baolong's expression, Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, there seems to be some kind of grudge between Zhou Baolong and this Wu family. Otherwise the normal sight of being hunted would surely be wondering where they were offended. But Zhou Baolong didn't think so. It felt like a normal look anyway. Brother Zhou Baolong, I've said my piece. I'll leave first. If you come to see Lu Town in the future and need help, I can try my best. With that, Chen Anmo directly got up. Zhou Baolong didn't block it because he had more important things to do. The Wu family and Chen Anmo, they actually chased them here. What a death wish, but it was good. Maybe we could find out from the Wu family's confessor where the piece of human skin paper was. Corner. Wu Bao watched Zhou Baolong talking to a young man. My lord, that young man is gone, a confessor said. Wu Bao said, it's good to be gone. Let's wait for Zhou Baolong to be poisoned, and do it then. Zhou Baolong never dreamed that as soon as he came in, the wine and food given to him by the shopkeeper had already been poisoned. Wu Bao and the 2 henchmen were now just waiting for the poison to start taking effect. When the time comes, that's when they do it. Only while they were waiting, Zhou Baolong suddenly got up. Die! Zhou Baolong gave an explosive shout and swung his sword just towards Wu Bao's side. Wu Bao was startled. No reaction at all. The good thing is, his 2 offerings are unusual. Dabble. The 2 swords stopped and blocked Zhou Baolong's attack. Daring, we are from the Wu family. Do you want to make an enemy of my Wu family? One of the confessors cursed. In this part of the world, the great name of the Wu family still works well, but it was fine if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Zhou Baolong became even more angry. It's you, the Wu family, who will be killed. Zhou Baolong cursed as his chi surged wildly. Boom boom boom. A wave of chi blasted towards the 3 men. Due to the fact that the toxin hadn't spread yet, Zhou Baolong's strength was still fierce. The 2 confessors could only barely resist. As for Wu Bao, he directly flew backwards. Damn it, stop him. As long as we stall him, the poison in his body should explode. Wu Bao shouted sharply. What? Poison? Zhou Baolong froze for a moment. He felt try to run his internal chi past his dantian. However, with this run, he immediately felt an obscurity in the process. Immediately afterward, the limbs began to tingle. Slight pain in the abdomen. His heart sank. Surprisingly poisoned. Damn, that's mean. Zhou Baolong cursed. No wonder that kid just said that this Chen Anmo was tricky. That's exactly right. It's done. He could only put up a fight. It's a good thing the poison didn't take too long to kick in. His greatsword opened wide, aiming at a weak offering and attacking desperately. Dang it. Pust. Not long after, half of this person's body was hacked away. Help me. Help me. Ho ho ho. The man was hacked away though, but not dead for a moment, fighting and screaming. Seeing this, the other confessor twisted his head and ran. Elderly. Wu Bao froze. These offerings, while good, have a fatal flaw. That's only a windfall fight. As soon as the situation is not right, turn your head and run. In fact, at this time, Zhou Baolong was also at the end of his strength. But who let Wu Bao's men escape? Zhou Baolong let out a sardonic laugh and charged towards Wu Bao. Wu Bao's cultivation level was only 8th grade. He twisted his head and ran. Come to me dead. Zhou Baolong grabbed Wu Bao's neck. He let out a sardonic laugh. Chen Anmo, you harmed my brother, and then you want to bring the Wu family's offerings to kill me. You are really looking for death. Mercy, misunderstanding. Wu Bao screamed miserably. Wait, Chen Anmo? Wu Bao's face was filled with questions. Chen Anmo? he recognized me as Chen Anmo? How it happened? By the way, it was indeed Chen Anmo who killed Zhou Baoshan. Wait, I'm not Chen Anmo. I'm not Wu Bao shouted in a hurry. Chapter 19 The Origin of Human Skin Paper. Brother Zhou, misunderstanding, you hit the wrong person. I'm not Chen Anmo. As if Wu Bao had grabbed a straw to save his life, he shouted urgently. Zhou Baolong naturally wouldn't believe it so easily. Now that it's over, you still want to weasel your way out of it, Zhou Baolong coldly said. I am a member of the Wu family. I am a member of the Wu family. It's you, the Wu family, who will be killed. Zhou Baolong grimaced. A solid leg kick lands there. Wu Bao's leg was immediately wasted. Ah. Zhou Baolong carried Wu Bao and quickly left the place. He didn't kill Wu Bao, because he had more important things to do. That is to inquire about the whereabouts of the parchment. This object is about the mystery of the alchemist. And the alchemist, related to the cultivation of immortality and longevity, eternal life, something everyone dreams of. That's why he had to get his hands on that piece of human paper. A remote mountain forest. Zhou Baolong's breath had dropped to the early stage of the district's 9th grade. The inner chi is weak already. However, Wu Bao was even worse. All his limbs were broken. The whole thing was still tied to a large tree by a rope. Lingering. Senior, I'm really not Chen Anmo. That Chen Anmo kid is just a magistrate. I'm the eldest son of the Wu family, Wu Bao said bitterly. Along the way, he'd explained it countless times, but it didn't work at all. Chen Anmo, you think Zhou Baolong, am a little cutie, not? Zhou Baolong looked like he had already seen through him. Snorting, he faintly said, before you guys dealt with me, a little brother had already told me that you, Chen Anmo, and the Wu family's confessor were going to deal with me. Think I'm stupid? Alright, cut the crap. The Wu family asked you to come over here to look for the human skin paper on me, right? I happen to be looking for the human skin paper on your hands as well. You know that the human skin paper is in my Wu family? My brother flew a pigeon to me, and the human skin paper was originally in a place called Tiger Way Dark Bureau. However, the dartboard was plundered by your Wu family, and the people inside died and fled. After that, your Wu family didn't pursue the people of the dartboard anymore. And it's obvious that it's because you've already obtained the human skin paper, right? It must be said that Zhou Baolong's analysis was still very good. Wu Bao admired. Yes, it was indeed in my Wu family, and my father died because of it. Still lying to me? Zhou Baolong's face turned cold. He, who hates it when people lie to him. Grandpa Zhou, I really didn't lie to you. How come you're willing to believe me? Tap tap tap. Right at this moment, Chen Anmo, who had been coldly watching the conversation between the two, walked out from behind the dense forest in the distance. You boys have been hiding there? Zhou Baolong raised his eyebrows when he saw Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo, it's you. Wu Bao froze. At this moment, how could he not know who was punking him? He never dreamed that it was Chen Anmo. He's Chen Anmo? Zhou Baolong's heart sank. Vaguely, he felt that Wu Bao was not lying. The reason for this is simple. It is impossible for a person to still act so much like a liar before he dies. Unfortunately, no one responded to him at this point. Zhou Baolong only felt a pain in his heart. Chen Anmo's knife had stabbed into his heart. You, who the hell are you? I'm the one who killed your brother. Chen Anmo sneered. Sure is tricky. Zhou Baolong, chagrined in his heart, asked, how did my brother die? That's how you die. Chen Anmo stabbed into his heart again. You, Zhou Baolong's eyes were rounded with remorse, and he was completely out of breath. Chen Anmo, you and I don't have any grudges, do we? Wu Bao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and revealed a pleasing look. Grand Prince Wu is really forgetful. You killed my boss Chen Hu, and injured so many of my brothers. It was me, who was also injured by your people. You say we don't have a grudge? Chen Anmo looked at the other party with a cold smile on his face. Okay, I admit I did wrong, but that was and is for a reason, and it was all because my father, yes, my father ordered it. Tell you what, I'll give you silver, 3,000 taels, and you let me go. Okay, Chen Anmo nodded and answered dryly. Wu Bao froze. That's a yes. His face was delighted. I have a healing elixir in my clothes, so quickly give it to me to take. When we go back, I won't forget your great kindness, and you will be my good brother from now on. Don't give me a hard time. I can let you off the hook, but I want to know everything I can about this human skin paper thing. As he spoke, he touched Zhou Baolong in his arms. Sure enough, touch a money bag. There's a piece of human paper inside. It was the second piece of human paper he'd collected. The same curved road map was drawn on it. Wu Bao said, okay, I can tell you, and I can also give you the copy of the human skin paper from home. He fictionalized the fact that there was still human paper in the house in order to survive. After all, as far as he was concerned, Outsiders just knew that his father was dead, but no one knew that the human paper was gone. As soon as he got home, then he was safe. Chen Anmo nodded gravely. Okay, the copy of the human skin paper from your family should also be given to me. That's for sure. From now on you'll be my Wu Bao's big brother, and my Wu family will look up to you. It doesn't cost anything to blow awesome anyway. Then, Wu Bao began to talk about the human skin paper. Original. Previously, there was an organization called the Cult of Peace, and one of their protectors got a treasure map about chi refiners, a sheet of human skin. However, the Cult of Peace exists for everyone to criticize. Stopped by several experts, this protector escaped with serious injuries. To protect the treasure map, this person divided the human skin paper into 3 parts, to his 2 disciples. After that, the 3 men fled separately. Zhou Baolong caught up with one of the disciples and after finishing him off, he obtained the human skin paper. As for this protector, because of the injury, after he fled to the town of Silu, he found Chun Hu, a dark master of the Tiger Way Dark Bureau. He gave the human skin paper to Chun Hu and asked him to deliver it to a place. Unfortunately, the matter was accidentally leaked. It was betrayed by a man named He Dong in the dartboard who informed the Wu family of the news. And just like that, the Tiger Dart Agency met with disaster. As for this He Dong, the Wu family had actually been silenced a long time ago in order to keep him from leaking. Brother Chen, that's just the way it is. With the piece of human skin paper from my home, you'll have 2. Just need to collect the last one. Then you can find the Chi Refiners Cave. Chi Refiners? Ah, that's immortal cultivators, capable of cultivating longevity, moving mountains and filling seas, omnipotent. Wu Bao struggled to draw the big picture. There is one piece of human skin paper left. Do you know where it is? Chen Anmo asked. This is unclear, but it should still be in the hands of the peace cult. Chen Anmo said. In that case, you shouldn't have that piece of human skin paper at home, right? Wu Bao froze. It's at my house. My dad put it there pretty good, but even though my dad is dead, I know where it is. Chen Anmo smiled. Are you sure? Of course. What's the point of lying to you? I remember I searched your father's body and found human skin paper. Is it possible that you still have it at home? Wu Bao's pupils shrank. At this moment, his eyes were filled with panic inside. What did you say? At that time, when your father and your daughter-in-law were doing that, I was watching the whole thing. TSK, I can't believe it. Your daughter-in-law Zhang Shelwei is really good at it. After that, I settled the 2 of them, and I got my hands on that piece of human skin paper a long time ago. Chen Anmo laughed lightly. Wu Bao said angrily, the 2 of them turned out to be killed by you. Don't be so angry. I wouldn't have gotten you in trouble if you hadn't dealt with me in the first place, don't you think? Chen Anmo shook his head. Everything he already knew. There was no longer any need to talk nonsense with Wu Bao. Wait, I still have. At home. Put. Chen Anmo stabbed down. Even if his family gave mountains of gold and silver, Chen Anmo would not risk releasing him back. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, Mother, I want to go home. Reward, 1 bottle of blood-strengthening elixir. Last wish 2, tell everyone in the Wu family that I was killed by Chen Anmo, and I hope they can avenge me. Rewards. Chen Anmo shook his head. This man's last wish is doomed. Then, looking to Zhou Baolong. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 120 days of cultivation. Because of his higher strength, he is rewarded with more days. To his surprise, there was no last wish triggered on Zhou Baolong. However, this human skin mask on Zhou Baolong's face is good. He ripped the human skin mask right off, scratched the body's face to avoid being recognized, then left the place. Ding! As a henchman of Wu Bao, who doesn't treat me as a human being, I hope he dies. Completed. Reward, 200 days of cultivation. Within a few steps, Chen Anmo received another reward. This last wish was that of one of Wu Bao's men who had attacked and killed him earlier. With the death of Wu Bao, the legacy reward arrived. Now I have 4 years and 60 days of cultivation time. Right now he's in no hurry to elevate, because the chakra is so depleted today. He planned to replenish it over the next few days. As he walked, he took a blood-strengthening pill. Now that the 2 main members of the Wu clan had been taken care of by him, there would be no surprises and no trouble for him. Huang Ren is also dead. His enemies are no more. As for the Cult of Peace, it will surely come to find out the whereabouts of the human skin paper. However, all those who knew the whereabouts of the parchment are dead. He can have it all to himself. If I can get the 3rd copy of the human skin paper, I'll be able to find the secrets of the chi refiners. Chen Anmo licked his lips. Eternal life, who doesn't like it? Instead of going back right away, he went to town. It's almost winter and you need to add a few pieces of warm clothing. In the past, when his family was poor, he couldn't afford to buy it. A cotton jacket sewn and mended, worn again and again, ugly even if the key is not warm. so he's going to buy a trio of replacements to wear. Also, my sister-in-law doesn't have many clothes, especially underwear and bibs. Before, his sister-in-law was seriously ill and bedridden, and when he washed her clothes, he washed them for her as well. Found out there weren't many clothes. Hose Cloth Workshop. What can I get you, sir? As soon as Chen Anmo entered this cloth workshop, a young woman dressed in a flamboyant manner greeted him. Boss, I'll buy a few coats, and by the way, I'll buy a few underwear belly bibs for my for my inner person. Chen Anmo was going to say buy it for my sister-in-law, but on second thought, wouldn't it be misunderstood if you said that? That's why he changed his tone at the first opportunity and simply addressed it as an insider. Chapter 20. That's too much of an inside job. The young woman glanced at Chen Anmo's majestic physique and laughed softly. The store just happened to come with a good batch of goods. I'll get you the jacket first. Not many people in the store at this time of day. The young woman quickly took out 6 cotton coats from the inner room. 4 for men, 2 for women. Chen Anmo looked at it. The material was good and sturdy. If you wear it, it's medium. You don't get fancy clothes these days, mostly dark colors. He got 700 taels of silver from Zhou Bolong's hands, and now that he is rich, he doesn't bother to bargain and takes all of it. The young woman's entire body froze. What? Did she hear right? All 6 of them? What? You don't want to sell? Chen Anmo asked. No, how can you not want to sell? Hurry up then. Chen Anmo took out his money bag. The young woman's face was happy until she collected the money and made sure the silver was all real. She knew this was meeting a big patron. Master, then I'll get you the women's blasphemy. Or you can come in. It's women's clothes after all. We usually put them inside. Okay. Chen Anmo followed the young woman into the inner room. There are quite a few profane clothes and belly buttons hanging here. There are some styles that make your nose bleed. A bib, for example, is, crucially, surprisingly translucent. This is too much of a game. The young woman knew men's psychology very well, and directly took a few pieces of blasphemy of fine workmanship and excellent material. Master, between husband and wife, the most important thing is amorous feelings. These clothes in this store, if you like them, I'll give you a discount. By the way, I don't know what your wife's size is, so I can pick it out for you, the young woman said very politely. Chen Anmo recalled. He hadn't seen it either, but all in all it was rather large. Just go bigger. That's good. With that, he bought 5 bibs and 2 blouses in one go. When the young woman was packing Chen Anmo's bag, she incidentally gifted 2 more pieces with eroticism. After all, Chen Anmo was so cool that he didn't even bargain with her, so she's giving away some freebies in hopes that Chen Anmo will come back next time. Packed 3 bags in all. Went next door to buy 2 more pairs of embroidered shoes and a pair of cloth shoes for myself. That's before heading for home. By the time I got home, it was drizzling outside. It's gray and I'm afraid it's going to be oh so stormy. After going in, he saw Shen Xian cheerfully walking out of the cellar. M.O. Chen Anmo took off his wet clothes. Again, he rested all the traveling bags he was carrying on the ground. Aya, look at you. You're all wet. Find a place to rest if it's raining. There's no need to rush. Shen Xian was distressed and brought a towel. Chen Anmo wiped his face while smiling. It's not that he misses you, sister-in-law, and is afraid that you'll be scared at home alone. Shen Xian's heart warmed. I'm not a child. What am I afraid of? Rather, it's you. Be careful of catching a cold. Sister-in-law, I bought you a present. Chen Anmo set the towel aside and offered it as if he was lifting the traveling bag again and placing it on the table. Shen Xian's heart fluttered. What is it? It's getting cold. I bought you a cotton jacket. Blasphemy and all. Profanity? Shen Xian's pretty face blushed. When you were sick before and I washed your clothes, several of them were faded and not very nice, so I took it upon myself to buy you some. Would it be a waste to buy so much? As a woman, Shen Xian naturally loved beautiful clothes. If it were the past, she would have wanted to dress herself. But right now, she was not good enough to go out, so she had to endure it. Unexpectedly, Chen Anmo bought her so much. The mouth says it's too wasteful, but the heart actually rejoices. Sister-in-law, this time I went out and made 700 taels, so this bit of clothing is nothing. Chen Anmo laughed lightly. 700 taels. Shen Xian's heart trembled, but she frowned and said seriously, Xiao Mo, you don't do robbing that kind of thing, do you? Sister-in-law, do you think I'm that kind of person? Of course you're not. It's just so much silver at once. I kill the wicked. Shen Xian then breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go ahead and heat up dinner then. Well, please sister-in-law. Late night. Shen Xian was inside the cellar, joyfully taking out a piece of clothing and putting it over herself. She just loves these clothes so much. That's when she picked up the blasphemy. When the blouse is picked up, bring up the belly band. This, looking at the style of the bib, she froze for a moment. That's a little too inside, isn't it? Early the next morning, Chen Anmo felt that Chen Xin had been looking at him strangely, but he didn't think much of it. There are more important things to do today. Shortly afterward, he arrived at the Zhengfei Martial Arts Center. It had been many days since he had been here, and today he came over to collect the nourishing tonic for the past few days. This tonic works well. He sought to buy some more back and give it to his sister-in-law to take as well. In the martial arts center, there weren't many disciples today. Master and sister Lu Fang were also absent. Chen Anmo could only cultivate the dragon claw hands first. At this moment, his entire body was filled with qi and blood, and the speed of his dragon claw hands was utilized to the extreme. This technique was currently just an introductory one, but because of his high level of internal qi, the power he exerted was horrifyingly loud. The wooden stake in front of him was quickly scratched with a claw mark. Senior brother, you've grown in strength again? Lu Fang walked out from the inner courtyard at this time, and her eyes lit up. Elder sister, I've been working outside recently, and I do have some insight into practicing martial arts. There you go. I was looking for a way to find you, lest you slack off in your practice and delay the next small test in martial arts. Lu Fang smiled and nodded. Great, now I don't have to worry about it. You come with me now. Come. You want to rush me off? Chen Anmo's face looked odd as he followed over. What is senior sister doing? You just come and go to my yard. Looking at Chen Anmo's vigilant appearance, Lu Fang snorted and laughed. Come on, you're still afraid I'll eat you? Of course not. Chen Anmo shook his head and followed Lu Fang to the inner courtyard where she lived. Let me ask you, are you already at the peak of the 8th grade? When no one was here, Willow Fang asked quietly. Chen Anmo didn't hide it and nodded. Ha, there you go, I guessed right. Lu Fang patted Chen Anmo's shoulder hard. The reason I called you over is because I wanted to keep it a secret, okay? Chen Anmo nodded. Lu Fang continued. It's almost time for the martial arts show examination, and it's very easy for something to happen when you're sharp, and you'll be targeted. She thought of her previous senior brother, Zhang Fantian, and her heart sighed slightly. In the past, she preferred the likes of Zhang Fantian, who had a more flamboyant personality, because she thought that way, young people looked energized. However, since Zhang Fantian's accident and seeing Zhang Fantian's tragic situation, she changed her mind. Contact down with Chen Anmo. She knew that Chen Anmo was stable and did not act ostentatiously. Now she felt that Chen Anmo's nature like this was the only way to go far. Senior sister, where is master? Chen Anmo asked. My dad went to the city lord's mansion. All the other martial arts schools went. And guess what? Willow Fang sold a smile. Guess not. Take a guess. One guess. Just one guess. Well, I guess master is off having fun. Lu Fang, you're seeking my pleasure? Lu Fang said breathlessly. It was you, senior sister, who sought my pleasure first. Chen Anmo said with a smile. I didn't expect you to joke around. Okay, you and you're selling out. I'll be honest. Today, the city lord's office summoned all the major martial arts hallmasters. It's to discuss the matter of the martial arts section's small test. Before the big martial arts test, there is a small martial arts test. The so-called martial arts mini-tests refer to each city as a unit, holding a unified examination for martial artists in the city. The age limit is set at between 16 and 28 years. When the time comes, the top 40 will be decided and then go to the Wushu Grand Examination. Once the Wuko mini-experiment is successful, that would be Wusu J. The status is very different. After listening to Lu Fang's explanation, Chen Anmo said, what does senior sister mean? Is that she is letting me participate in the small examination of the martial arts section? Of course I'm going to attend. My dad has already filed the roster. You might have enough trouble with the martial arts test. It's unlikely you'll win, but my father said that you'll still be fine for the small test of martial arts. At that time, you'll be a martial artist, and ordinary people won't dare to deal with you, or the city lord's office will track you down. Chen Anmo understood. Alright, then senior brother will participate in the small test of the martial arts section. By the way, senior sister, do you still have any of that soup medicine from master? I have a friend with insufficient qi and blood. I want to buy some extra for him. Yes, turn around and I'll talk to my father and make more of this soup medicine. Leave a few portions for you, and when you go back, just boil it yourself. Thank you, senior sister. Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief. Both master and sister were really good to him. Okay, now I'll feed you the moves. As the words fell, Lu Fang slapped his palm. It was around noon when Lu Zhengfei returned to the martial arts school. Anmer, come to my house for a moment. Lu Fang ran over as well. It seems that Fang has already told you about the martial arts examination mini-test. Then I won't be long-winded. 29 days from now, the martial arts examination mini-test. You prepare. Got it, master. Lu Zhengfei nodded slightly. Regarding these things, you should not proclaim them. By the way, do you know Ming Jean, Dark Jean? Chen Anmo shook his head. He used to have a low cultivation level and only knew the approximate level of the Gongfu. Don't know much about what Ming Jin and Dark Jin are. Lu Zhengfei laughed. We cultivate Gongfu to enhance our cultivation, and our main cultivation is Qi energy. But did you know that Qi energy is also divided into bright energy and dark energy? However, it's hard for us to skillfully utilize this Qi. He walked over to the stake. Look at me, Ming Jin. Whoosh, a slap, clearly not touching the stake, but in the middle of the wooden stake, a hole was blasted out directly. Look at my dark power again. Boom. This time, he slapped on top of the stake. The stake trembled. Chen Anmo frowned as nothing happened to the wooden stake. Just as Chen Anmo was about to ask, Lu Feng stepped forward, a little poke from a slender little finger, only to see that the skin of the wooden stake was like brittle skin, and it directly shattered apart when gently poked. Chen Anmo realized this. It's all shattered in here. Chen Anmo's gaze widened as he felt the power of the dark force. Want to learn? Lu Feng said with a smiling face. Think about it, I guess, Chen Anmo said. Lu Zhengfei stroked his whiskers and laughed. You kid, you're still learning to talk like Feng Feng. Lu Feng crossed her arms and said angrily, if you dare to learn from me, let's see if I don't beat you up. Chapter 21 Body, Dimpled, Xiao Mo. This Ming Jin and Dark Jin, although they are good, if you want to practice these two types of Qi, you need to guide them in a skillful way to do so. Otherwise, the Qi will easily clash and break through all your meridians, and that would be a big trouble. You will now come with me to the house. A few moments later, Lu Zhengfei took out half a book in an inconspicuous box on the shelf. The Secret of Raising Qi. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow. This is an internal Qi mind method for the purpose of harboring internal Qi. After cultivating it, it can refine your Qi. Not only can you control the power of your Qi as you wish, but it can also refine your Qi. When you are fully able to control it, you will be able to carry it with you as you wish like master. Chen Anmo was instantly excited. However, he soon realized that this Qi nurturing skill was only half a book. Remnants? Chen Anmo froze. There are no more left for master, so you can practice first. Lu Zhengfei then explained the precautions before leaving. Before leaving the martial arts school, Lu Zhengfei provided him with 20 more tonics. Chen Anmo purchased it at the original price. He planned to give all these tonics to Shen Xin to increase her physique. Just as he walked out of the martial arts center, someone behind him chased after him. Shifu. Looking back, I didn't expect it to be senior brother Song Shuqing who had arrived. Senior brother Song. Chen Anmo had a good impression of Song Shuqing. He taught himself a lot of things before and had to fund him, but he politely declined. Anmo, I haven't seen you for the past few days. It's not easy to see you, and you've been there in the inner courtyard. Song Shuqing said in an envious tone. It seems that master has given you a small meal. Ha, just a few pointers. Surely you were taught the skill of raising Qi? Elder brother also knows the Qi nurturing technique? Song Shuqing lamented. I'm the senior brother of the martial arts school. Ah, of course I know. I also practice this Qi nurturing skill, but unfortunately I have average talent and didn't achieve much. Senior brother is modest. Enough about that. Are you free tomorrow? Song Shuqing took the folding fan and patted the center of his palm and asked. What is it? Chen Anmo asked strangely. The city lord's eldest son, Wang Jin, is going to hold a tea party, inviting the city's young talents and fair ladies to go together. And when they do, together, it's a good opportunity to make friends. Song Shuqing said truthfully. This, Chen Anmo simply said. I'm just an ordinary citizen, so I won't go and join in the fun. He had never been fond of such occasions. Besides, making friends in a place like that is all just cosmetic. With that amount of time, it would be better to practice a little more on your own. Hey, you may not understand. This is also an opportunity to learn about the young talents in the city. Most of the people who go there will take part in the small test of the martial arts section. Don't you want to learn about the strength of those people? So to speak. Chen Anmo was a bit impressed. Alright then, senior brother Song, where will the tea party be held tomorrow? Song Shuqing said the time and place, and only then did Chen Anmo say goodbye and leave. When he returned home, Chen Anmo gave the tonic herbs to Shen Xin. She was instructed on how to boil it, probably 1 bowl per day. Later that night, Shen Xin then drank a big bowl. Hot, so hot. In the yard, Shen Xin had been sweating on her forehead. Sweat ran down his neck and soaked his belly band. Within moments, her clothes were clinging to her body. The body is concave and convex, but at this time, Chen Anmo wasn't paying attention to his sister-in-law. He was now considering whether to cultivate the Qi nurturing technique first. It's better to save up your cultivation time and cultivate the tiger's mighty overlord body technique when the time comes. In the end, he decided not to rush to cultivate the Qi nurturing technique. The reason is simple. Song Shuqing's talent wasn't low, but he had been cultivating for a few years, and he hadn't even practiced the Qi nurturing technique. With more than 4 years of cultivation time slammed down on his hands, he didn't necessarily cultivate anything. Then it would be better to raise the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique first. It's still too little cultivation time rewarded to, if only there was more. He mused that he could hang out at the mass graves again one of these days. Maybe there's a new body, too. Thinking about this, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate on his own. I want to see how well my sister-in-law is practicing. Walking out the door, he froze slightly. Sister-in-law's delicate body, almost visible. That dress clung to her, literally. Then, Chen Anmo pointed out a few things. When the two of them were resting, Chen Anmo talked about going to the tea party tomorrow. Senior brother Song and I said that we could meet a little more people. And of course, I want to see the strength of those who are participating in the small examination of the martial arts section. I heard that they will be cutting. Chen Anmo said. Tea party? Shen Xian's face was odd. You haven't heard of this one? Shen Xian asked rhetorically. No, sister-in-law, you know about this tea party? It is indeed a place for young talents to gather and have fun. However, it is also a place for blind dates. The children of the city's great clans often take the opportunity to attend the tea party to find their intended partners. Some people purposely invite others over, and it could also be for matchmaking purposes. Shen Xian's tone was suddenly a bit sour. Chen Anmo was surprised. The tea party is actually of this nature? Yes, but you're not too old anyway. It's not bad if you find a suitable one. Listening to you, this senior brother Song is also a good person. People look up to you, so just accept their good intentions. Shen Xian forced a smile. Then forget it. I don't have the heart to go on a blind date. Chen Anmo shook his head. But you've already promised someone. It wouldn't be right not to go, would it? Also, Chen Anmo laughed. Then I'll go over there, just stroll around, and leave then. Xiao Mo, can sister-in-law ask you why you don't want to go on a blind date? Shen Xian asked. Because. The two men were sitting on the steps in the moonlight, looking at Shen Xian's side face. Suddenly, Chen Anmo gathered enough courage. In one fell swoop, he grabbed Shen Xian's small hand. Mo, you. Shen Xian froze for a moment. Sneak attack. Why is Mo suddenly so bold? However, instead of being angry, she had a feeling of glee in her heart. Sister-in-law, can I hold your hand? At this point, there was no need for more words. Shen Xian naturally understood Chen Anmo's meaning. No wonder he doesn't want a blind date. Turns out it's got a crush on me. After these days together, how could Shen Xian not appreciate Chen Anmo? Only, she is a daughter, and is in the middle of being tracked down. How dare she delay Chen Anmo? So she's been hiding her feelings. And now, Chen Anmo took the initiative. The next moment, 10 fingers interlocked. No more words are needed. Day 2. When the two ate breakfast, Shen Xian was too embarrassed to look at Chen Anmo's eyes. It wasn't until Chen Anmo went out that Shen Xian said, come back early. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm not going on a blind date. After saying that, he suddenly came over and gave Shen Xian a kiss on the cheek. Ah! Shen Xian was taken aback. A blush crept over her cheeks. Come to the martial arts school. There were already rumors going around outside about the martial arts minor exams. As soon as Chen Anmo came over, he heard many disciples discussing this matter. I heard that the senior brother of the Debao Martial School, called Chi Wei, is said to have better qualifications than Zhang Fantian back then. Not only has he already cultivated at the 8th grade, but he has also cultivated Ming Jin. There's also the Zhou family's Zhou Tianhu, who is probably already a 7th grade cultivator. What? So young and already 7th grade? Yes, there are quite a few good players out this year. The competition for the Wuko mini-test is fierce. I'm afraid our martial arts school has accompanied us this year. Zhang Fantian is injured. The other senior brothers and sisters aren't participating in the martial arts section mini-tests, and senior brother Chen has been initiated too late. Just as the crowd was talking, a familiar figure walked in the doorway. Zhang Fantian. The crowd raised their eyebrows when they saw this person. What's he doing back here? And the leg isn't limping anymore? A senior sister named Yang Ling walked over. Senior brother Zhang, why are you back? She had previously funded Zhang Fantian with a lot of resources. After Zhang Fantian was seriously injured and wasted, Yang Ling felt very sorry for a time. After all, so many resources directly hit the water. Round who are heartbroken. I just didn't expect that Zhang Fantian suddenly came back alive and well. Your breath. Suddenly, Yang Ling noticed that Zhang Fantian's aura was very powerful. 7th grade? Yang Ling raised an eyebrow. Zhang Fantian lowered his head and revealed a smile. Not bad, I've recovered. Wow. Everyone was in shock. Zhang Fantian surprisingly recovered. Learning about this, Lu Jingfei walked out. Prosperous Sky, come to the backyard and talk. Yes, master. Zhang Fantian exuded a strong aura as he walked towards the backyard. From start to finish, he didn't even look at the people around him. However, he paused for a moment as he passed by Chen Anmo's place. Senior brother Chen, I heard that you are the genius disciple that master, his old man, has recently taken in. Chen Anmo was speechless. Come up here and give me a hi-hat? That doesn't sound good. It seems that even though the injuries have healed, he still hasn't changed his high profile. I don't count as a genius, Chen Anmo said in a deep voice. There's no need to be modest. Our master's vision can't be wrong. Zhang Fantian patted Chen Anmo on the shoulder and said. This look of a big brother made Chen Anmo a bit quite speechless. When Zhang Fenchen went in, Song Shuqing walked over. Mo, let's go. It's time to go to the tea party. Walking down the road, Chen Anmo asked, Senior brother Song, I heard that the tea party isn't mostly going to blind dates? Song Shuqing laughed out loud. It's fine if you interpret it that way, but it's not really a blind date. It's purely an exchange of feelings, right? There are a lot of golden girls there, so if you see anyone, you can talk. Don't underestimate yourself. You're now a genius handpicked by master. You've actually received a lot of attention. I think that once you're over there should be some 1,000 ladies who will come forward to find you. It wasn't long before they came to the edge of a lake. There is a promenade, gazebo. On the grass, there were already 30 or 40 young men and women gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Mr. Song, here. Someone greeted Song Shuqing. Song Shuqing brought Chen Anmo over and introduced him. So this brother is the genius of the Zhengfei martial school. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. By the way, I heard that your senior brother, Zhang Fantian, has already regained his cultivation. I wonder if this is true or not. Someone asked. The thing is true, Chen Anmo said. That's not good. Zhang Fantian will be your competitor from now on. A young girl grinned. Rivals? Chen Anmo looked at her. Martial schools usually only train one personal disciple to pass the mantle on to, and now that Zhang Fantian has regained his strength, he is your biggest competitor. The young girl smiled and explained. Then he walked over to Song Shuqing. Brother, am I right, brother? Chen Anmo looked toward Song Shuqing. Anmo, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Zhang Yuqi. Saying that, Song Shuqing came over and asked in a voice that could only be heard by 2 people. Want it or not? Do you want it? Chen Anmo's face was odd. If you want it, she'll give it to you? Chapter 22 Want it? Song Shuqing smiled mysteriously and added. Xiao Mo. This cousin of mine is straight talking, but she has a good heart and a good talent. She is very hopeful of getting into the Wushou Kai exam this time. I see that you are of similar age, so you can talk. Song Shuqing finished his call. Chen Anmo instantly understood. The reason Song Shuqing asked him to come over turned out to be a blind date for him. This messed up. So, he glanced at this girl named Zhang Yuqi. Small nose and small eyes. The features are still quite standard, but compared to my sister-in-law, then there's no comparison at all. If you must compare it, it would be like a young spiritual little sister compared to a certain rock goddess. Press is not even in the same league, especially the temperament. Sister-in-law has that unique flavor that not just any woman has. He was just thinking about how to reject it, but he didn't expect Zhang Yuqi to take the initiative to talk about it. Ms. Yang and I and the girls were just talking about the tea ceremony. I'll go over first, ha. After saying that, Zhang Yuqi twisted her head and left. I can't believe I didn't even say hello to him. Song Shuqing was speechless. Senior brother Chen, this sister of mine has a straightforward personality. Senior brother Song, I'm fine. Chen Anmo wasn't stupid and knew that others didn't see him. They're Duke Zhou Tian who was sparring with someone. Let's go take a look. At this time, a crowd was gathering not far away. Chen Anmo also walked over, wanting to see these two sparring. Zhou Tian who is the youngest master of the Zhou family? This person's talent was said to be even better than Zhang Fantian. These people, all of them, were his competitors in martial arts, so he wanted to see how strong they were. Song Shuqing, on the other hand, walked over to his cousin Zhang Yuqi. Cousin what kind of attitude did you just have? Didn't you promise me that you would talk to Chen Anmo? I think he's a good match for you, and most importantly, the future is promising. Song Shuqing did think highly of Chen Anmo. There is another reason besides this reason of a part of the master. I heard that the one who killed the wanted criminal Zhou Baoshan was Chen Anmo. That one is a long famous kung fu master. The fact that it could be solved by Chen Anmo already said a lot. Moreover, it is said that the county magistrate side also thinks highly of him. It's just a shame that his kindness wasn't cared for by Yuki Zhang. Brother, I know you're doing this for my own good, but as you know, Zhang Fantian has recovered. Zhang Fantian's talent can at least be ranked in the top 3 of the young generation here. Chen Anmo can't even compare to him, so why should he go on a blind date with me? Besides, Zhang Fantian's cultivation has recovered and he is now a 7th rank. Your martial arts school's resources will definitely be tilted towards him in the future, and Chen Anmo won't be able to get anything. Song Shuqing opened his mouth. I have to say, my cousin's analysis makes sense. Cousin, you can't look at this like that. I can tell that Chen Anmo is going to go farther than Zhang Fantian. You have to trust your brother's vision. Song Shuqing reminded. He has gossiped that the county magistrate side is very optimistic about Chen Anmo. It may be possible to subsidize Anmerchen, Wu Xiu Kai, just to bail out for Chen Anmo. In the coming year, or in the next 2 years, Chen Anmo would definitely conduct the martial arts exam. When the time comes, it's a martial artist. Unfortunately, Yuki Zhang only looks at the present. Brother, I won't talk to you about him. What do you say about Qi Wei from the Dabao Martial Arts Center? His talent and Zhang Fantian are both rumored to be similar. Qi Wei himself has a strong background, not weaker than us, and he is talented. Why can he look at you? Song Shuqing didn't give his cousin the slightest bit of face and spoke bluntly. Brother, I'm good looking. Don't you always say I'm naturally beautiful? Zhang Yuqi couldn't help but say. You're so naive. Remember, between people, it starts with their face, love with their talent, and loyalty with their character. Your face value will only make men like you for a while, so don't take that too seriously. Song Shuqing shook his head. Think about it. If you figure it out, I'll arrange a blind date for you and senior brother Chen next time. He and Yuki Zhang are cousins who grew up playing together. Among the juniors, they had the best relationship. That's why he intends to promote Zhang Yuqi and find her a good family. Unfortunately, Yuki Zhang didn't appreciate it. Chen Anmo looked at the field where Zhou Tianhu was competing with someone. It had to be said that a genius who had become famous like Zhou Tianhu did have a few tricks up his sleeve. He was at the peak of the 8th rank in cultivation and had clearly mastered Mingjin. These people, they must still have hidden cards, so the strength should be stronger. In just 4 moves, he defeated a robust and strong man he was sparring with. At once, there was a chorus of compliments all around. With such strength, Zhou Xiao can definitely take the top spot in this small martial arts test. Definitely. Here's an early congratulations to young Zhou. In the face of compliments, Zhou Tianhu was unimpressed. Brother Qi Wei from the Dabao Martial Hall, and senior sister Mo Linger from the Ling Tian Martial Hall. They are all better than me. What's more, it's said that brother Zhang Fantian of the Zhangfei Martial School has fully recovered from his injuries. He's a 7th grade martial artist now. He's stronger than all of us. Someone said disdainfully. Zhang Fantian has just recovered. I'm afraid his strength won't be restored so quickly, right? You can't underestimate him. This person was known as the #1 genius in our 4th floor city back then. If you ask me, a new genius named Chen Anmo from the Zhangfei Martial School. He's the most unlucky, having just been valued by his master. I didn't expect the former genius to make a strong return. Someone chuckled. Typical of having talent but no luck. These days, luck is sometimes part of strength. Listening to the words around him, Chen Anmo was speechless. How did it involve him? My senior brother Chen is here, so don't talk nonsense, Song Shuqing said unhappily. The crowd took a look and hurriedly shut up when they saw Song Shuqing speak, but a lot of people looked up and around. It was quickly realized that Chen Anmo was on the side. Brother Chen, just now everyone was just chatting and joking. Don't take it to heart. A bushy-eyed male walked up. This person was the son of the city lord, Wang Jin. He was also a martial artist from the previous term. It was he who organized this tea party for befriending rising teenage talent. Chen Anmo was naturally not a petty person. Shaking his head, he directly ignored the words of those 2 people just now. Someone shouted, Brother Chen, why don't you cut a deal too? Yeah, let's show everyone. Song Shuqing's heart stirred, and he also walked over and said softly, Senior brother Chen, why don't I find a less powerful one and have a few moves with you? It's not necessary, is it? Chen Anmo frowned. He doesn't like high profile. You don't understand. This is called making a name for yourself. With the martial arts section approaching, if a martial artist makes their name in advance, it will increase the examiner's impression of you. When scoring in the future, they will also give some more care. And, with fame, others wouldn't dare to do anything behind the scenes. Song Shuqing's comment about getting his hands dirty is similar to targeting you. For example, there are exams for the sons of powerful people. He knows he can't handle you. That would be playing small, even by the examiner to target you. But when you have fame, it's a different story. Others must have thrown in the towel. Chen Anmo understood what Song Shuqing meant. However, he really didn't like cutting in plain sight. Isn't this monkey watching? Senior brother Song, it's better to forget about it. Chen Anmo shook his head again. Brother Chen shouldn't be afraid, right? Someone said pointedly. This person was a disciple of the Dabao Martial School. In the past few days, some people have compared Chen Anmo to Qi Wei of the Dabao Martial Arts Center. This made the disciples of the Dabao Martial Arts Center very unconvinced. You're a disciple who's just been spotted by Lu Jingfei. What are your virtues? Afraid? Chen Anmo frowned. If you're not convinced, you can challenge me. Alright, then I'll try your strength. This man steps crotch. The crowd dispersed automatically. This is Huang Xiong, the rising genius of the Dabao martial school, and his strength isn't low. Huang Xiong is trying to make a name for himself. Also, challenging Chen Anmo is the safest and most cost-effective for him. The crowd nodded. Previously, they had thought that Huang Xiong was in over his head. What was the point of offending someone for no reason? But after listening to others' explanations, they realized that Huang Xiong was not in the right head. It's clearly astute. First of all, Chen Anmo has become quite famous lately. Secondly, he had just become famous and his strength was certainly not high. He who defeats him shall surely become famous. Chen Anmo came to Huang Xiong. Wang Jin, the son of the city lord, stepped forward and pointed to an empty space on the ground and said, "Two brothers and sisters, this is a martial arts sparring match. Point to point, whoever takes the lead and falls on the ground will be counted as a loser. Understand?" Both men nodded. Well then, let's get started. When Wang Jin's words fell, Huang Xiong took an arrow step forward. Bang! A punch lands to the midsection of Chen Anmo. The corner of his mouth quirked. That's it? I thought it was much more powerful, but I didn't realize it was just a punch. It was too late to even dodge. Sure enough, my punching speed has gone up a huge notch lately. Are you tickling me? Chen Anmo said in a clear and cold voice. Huang Xiong. That's when he reacted. Surprisingly, nothing happened to Chen Anmo at all. In the next moment, he clasped Huang Xiong's neck and flung it viciously. Huang Xiong's entire body was thrown out. Bang! The crowd gasped out in shock after it hit the ground. One move in a second. The key was that Chen Anmo hadn't moved half a step from start to finish. What do you mean by crushing? It's called crushing. The crowd's eyes cleared up a lot at this moment. Those who were previously not optimistic about Chen Anmo and thought that he had a false chart also realized that Chen Anmo was not simple. Si Jin. Chen Anmo arched his hand. Ha ha ha, I told you. My senior brother Chen is very powerful. Song Shuqing laughed out loud and even winked at Zhang Yuqi. But Yuki Zhan was not impressed. This Huang Xiong she also knew. A rising genius only. Moisture is tremendous. Didn't beat many people ever. Just as Chen Anmo was thinking that there was no point in leaving this place. Suddenly, a prompt came. Ding! Last wish, it was the Wu family that killed me. I hope I can take revenge. Completed. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Chapter 23 The Wu family was exterminated. Not good. Not good. The Wu family. Wu family has an accident. Today someone saw that the Wu family has not opened the door. So they went to look. I did not expect that all the people in the Wu family are dead. At that moment, someone ran up to the place and shouted, "The Wu family has been exterminated." Everyone's face changed drastically when these words were spoken. Chen Anmo finally understood why the reward suddenly came. The previous boss, Chen Hu, died with a dying wish that he could take revenge and destroy the Wu family. With the destruction of the Wu family, I didn't expect to fulfill him. The reward arrived. Senior brother Song, I'm a magistrate. There's a murder case. I'll leave first. Considering there were dozens of bodies there, should make a killing. After saying hello, Chen Anmo directly left the place. Soon, he arrived at the Wu family mansion. A group of government officials had already surrounded the place. When Li Ba saw Chen Anmo squeezing out of the crowd, he hurriedly greeted him. "Mo, you're here. I heard that something happened to the Wu family, so I came over to see what's going on." Chen Anmo looked toward the door. There's blood everywhere. A number of corpses fell to the ground in a heap. Still investigating the case, our county magistrate personally came to investigate the case. In my opinion, it must be a revenge killing. Even the children were not spared. Li Ba sighs. Though he didn't have much love for the Wu family, but not even the little kids, which makes it feel a bit cruel. I'll go inside. As soon as he entered the house, he saw 2 bodies collapsed behind the door. These are the 2 guards who watched the door. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 20 days of cultivation. Triggering the dead man's wish. Last wish 1, Madam has just given birth to a child, and now that I am dead, I would like to give 20 taels of silver to my family, so that they can live a good life. Reward, 120 days of training. Last wish 2, I hope the child gets well soon. Reward, 1 bottle of blood strengthening elixir. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 30 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy 1. Legacy 2. Chen Anmo walked all the way over. See the body and pretend to check for injuries. It didn't take long to gather a lot of practice time. The last wishes are even more numerous. The mess is all over the place, like a last wish for resurrection. The last wish was to cut down the magistrate. I hope the Dale dynasty changes its name, hoping to overthrow tyranny. Hopefully the world is free of thieves. The ideal is rich, the reality is cruel. Shook his head. Soon, come to this side of the main courtyard. At this time, the county magistrate, He Guang, was also on this side, examining 2 bodies. Since the deaths of the 2 men, Wu Bao and Wu Tiger, the moderator of the Wu clan was the old ancestor of the Wu clan, Wu Shi. He was old, over 100 years old. although his chi and blood had declined. He was a martial arts practitioner after all. At this moment, Wu Shi collapsed on the ground, bleeding out, died in life, obviously tortured. On the side was a woman, Tiger Wu's married wife, Zhao Lijuan. She also suffered and died. He Guang glanced at Chen Anmo and sighed. I'm afraid the murderer came seeking revenge. What has this Wu family provoked to be so vicious? Master, let me check, Chen Anmo said. He Guang nodded approvingly. Xiao Mo, check it out then. In the past few days, Lin Xiaoya had been praising Chen Anmo's goodness. The power of this pillow talk is not something to be sniffed at. Now He Guang was also looking at Chen Anmo very favorably. He was interested in promoting him and sponsoring him to take the martial arts exam. Chen Anmo came to Wu Shi's side. Ding, touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, Zhou Daoming, protector of the cult of peace, murdered my family. I want him to die without a burial place. Reward, 1 gold silk soft armor, impervious to fire and water, invulnerable to swords and spears, and can transform 30% of the power of a blow. This Wu Shi has only one last wish, but a lot has been said from this last wish above. Everything, because of the human paper. The typing sect protector who handed Shen Hu the human skin paper in the beginning was this Zhou Daoming. Now he's back from his injuries. So look for the Wu family. Everyone knows that the Wu family destroyed the Tiger Way Dart Bureau and robbed the property. Chen Anmo sighed. This Wu family had not counted on the fact that they would thus bring about the destruction of their family. If they could have anticipated this day, I'm afraid they wouldn't have done it to death. Next, come to Zhao Lijuan's side. Ding, touch the corpse. Reward 30 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, the typing sect kills my entire family. I hope to spread the news so that the county magistrate, He Guang, will investigate strictly. Reward, 1 body hardening elixir. This last wish of Zhao Lijuan can be accomplished early. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. My lord. Chen Anmo came to He Guang's side. Anmo, did you find out any clues? He Guang was just asking casually. He had seen this kind of extermination before. He figured that it was caused by this Wu family having offended some expert. It's hard to investigate this kind of case. Those masters came and went without a trace one by one. There was no way to find out. I suspect that it was the work of the cult of peace, Chen Anmo said. He Guang's expression turned serious. When it comes to the cult of peace, it's a big deal. Chen Anmo continued. I got some gossip earlier that the Wu family had offended the typing sect, so Wu Tiger and Wu Bao were killed one after another. Now it has resulted in the destruction of the entire Wu family. Why did the typing sect destroy the Wu family? In search of something, I guess. Chen Anmo replied ambiguously, explaining, my boss, Chen Hu, is the one who runs the Tiger Way Dart Bureau. When he took a dart to transport one thing, after that, the Wu family engineered my big brother to death and snatched something like that. And this is the thing that Zhou Daoming, the protector of the typing sect, asked my boss to transport. As Chen Anmo explained, He Guang understood the cause and effect. Zhou Daoming was chased and seriously injured. He was worried that the stuff would be snatched, so he asked Chen Hu to escort it. I didn't realize that there was a mole beside Chen Hu, and the matter was learned by the Wu family. The Wu family killed Chen Hu and robbed things. Zhou Daoming recovered from his injuries and approached the Wu family. If someone else had said that, He Guang would have been a bit skeptical. But Chen Anmo was different. Tiger Chen, the Dart Master of the Tiger Way Dart Bureau, is his boss. He must know something inside. So it is. That group of demons from the typing sect have come here to cause trouble. The cult of peace was classified as a cult by the Dale dynasty. It belongs to everyone. It was not to be taken lightly. In the event that something goes wrong and the typing sect causes trouble here, even if he has the Lord City Lord's cover, I'm afraid it will be difficult to keep this hood. I will report this matter to Lord City Lord. Chen Anmo, you secretly investigate and report any clues of the typing sect's demons in a timely manner. Yes. Ding. Have He Guang rigorously investigate the typing sect demons. Completed. Reward, 1 body hardening elixir. He had already taken the body tempering pill before, and taking it again would have little effect, so he was going to leave it to his sister-in-law, and He Guang walked out of the Wu family residence. Anmo, I heard that you're going to participate in the martial arts minor exams as well? Yes, my lord. You come from a poor background, but your talent is good. If you can go to high school, it's a real flight of fancy. However, throughout the ages, there are only a handful of poor children who can go to high school, and even if some pop up occasionally, these people are funded by large families behind them. Chen Anmo nodded approvingly. Your Excellency is right. That's why it's still not enough for you to be funded by your master. To tell you the truth, last time you saved me and my wife had a good impression of you, so she decided to fund you a little bit. You now come with me to the mansion. A few moments later, He Guang brought Chen Anmo into the middle of the mansion's study courtyard. He took out an iron box from the shelf and handed it to Chen Anmo. Open it up and take a look. Just after entering his hand, Chen Anmo could smell a medicinal power. His mind full of questions, he opened the box. Inside this was a reddish-brown herb with reddish-brown leaves and a root stem that was like the thickness of a finger. Chen Anmo was puzzled. My lord, what kind of herb is this? We martial artists, the blood-strengthening pills and chi-replenishing pills that we take on a regular basis, these are actually boiled with medicinal herbs. This kind of medicinal herb, at the very least, must be more than 10 years old for it to be effective. And this herb, which is a 30-year portion of a great medicine, is called red spirit grass. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Surprisingly, it's a 30-year portion. But I wonder how this is taken. Is it taken directly? This kind of great medicine is so powerful that if you take it directly, you might explode and die. According to our county history above, 100 years ago, an 8th grade martial artist obtained an 80-year portion of red spirit grass by chance. He didn't know how to take it, and followed a partial recipe and took it himself. Within 3 days, he directly broke through to the peak of the 7th grade, and after that, he obtained a place as a martial artist for that year. But only 3 days after becoming a martial artist, he died of a violent meridian death, and his death was extremely tragic. Chen Anmo sucked in a breath of cool air. 3 days, breaking through from the 8th grade to the peak of the 7th grade. This medicine is so fierce? He Guang said. Yes, but the one that person got was an 80-year portion, while the one I have is a 30-year portion. The medicinal effect isn't as fierce as that, but if you take it according to my method, I guarantee that there is a certain probability that it will allow you to break through to the 7th grade before the big martial arts exam. In time, maybe you can achieve great things. Here, take this. This is how to take it. You take it according to this. Chen Anmo took a prescription, took a look, chop the herbs and divide them into 30 portions. Every 3 days, make a soup and take 1 serving. This method is a way of taking small doses. The targeting is too potent a drug. In a previous life, domesticated kittens and puppies got sick. He then used a dewormer that people eat and gave it to kittens and puppies to swallow. However, the deworming medicine was too potent for human consumption, so the deworming medicine was divided into 4 parts. Chen Anmo cupped his fists and said, My lord, this herb is very expensive, isn't it? That's for sure. Even if you have money, you can't always buy it. You work hard, okay? He Guang invested in him, and on the one hand, there was indeed a reason for Lin Xiaoya to blow his pillow, but there were also reasons why he did look favorably on Chen Anmo. If the person he sponsored became a martial artist, that's a lot of political capital for him. He Guang instructed him a few more times and made it clear, given that he was going to take the martial arts exam, he didn't need to report to the Yamen every day for the rest of the day. Let him practice. As for the investigation into the cult of peace, the city lord's side will investigate it closely. Chen Anmo's heart was happy. It would be cool to have a long vacation next. My lord, then I'll go back first. Leaving the place, he headed straight for home. He was about to give his sister-in-law the body tempering pill to help her break through. At the same time, the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique could use a boost. He glanced at his current year. 12 years. A whole 12 years of cultivation time. Finally arrived at the house. Now that he had a keen sense of hearing, he heard sobbing coming from inside before he even opened the door. Sister-in-law is crying. Chen Anmo's heart twitched. Why is she crying? Chapter 24 Determining Relationships. At this moment, Chen Anmo had a suspicious look on his face. Since Shen Xian was the only one in the family, it was reasonable to say that no one was bullying her. Opening the door, Shen Xian didn't cry anymore, but there was no first step from inside the cellar, as was usually the case. It wasn't until Chen Anmo walked to the edge of the cellar that Shen Xian walked out. Why are you suddenly back so early today? Shen Xian's eyes looked red, obviously having just cried. Still, she looked very pleased with herself. Sister-in-law, did you just cry? Chen Anmo said. I didn't. Being stared at by Chen Anmo, Shen Xian lowered her head in aggravation. She doesn't know what's going on herself right now. As a sister-in-law, she used to have a temper, but after spending a lot of time with Chen Anmo, they didn't even dare to lie in front of him. You lie. Chen Anmo grabbed Shen Xian's arm. Since the last time he kissed, Chen Anmo was no longer squirming. I did just hear you crying. I'm sad that you won't talk to me. Is there something I'm doing wrong? Chen Anmo stared at Shen Xian. Seeing that Shen Xian's tears were about to fall out, she reached out and wiped them away for her. Such an intimate action caused Shen Xian's pretty face to turn red. You're doing great. It's just that I'm a little bored being alone. Shen Xian finally said what was on her mind. Since staying here, at first she didn't think anything of it, especially in the evening when Shen Anmo would accompany her from time to chat and talk. She felt that she was having a very fulfilling time. However, once Chen Anmo left and she was the only one left in the courtyard, she felt bored. Over time, this loneliness deeper and deeper and deeper. Just now, as she was zigzagging, her nose suddenly turned sour and she got a little sad. That's what made me cry. Shen Anmo instantly understood. Yes, sister-in-law has food and drink now, though, and is not worried about food and clothing. But she is a human being. Being human, there is a need to be happy and have fun. Sister-in-law, let me take you out shopping later. Ha? No, M.O., I was just talking about it. This would be very troublesome if I go out and encounter something. Shen Xin hastily shook her head. Shen Anmo laughed. I have a way to make others not recognize you. It suddenly occurred to him that when he killed Zhou Baolong earlier, he had removed this person's human skin mask. I was thinking of using it for myself later. But now, sister-in-law, you come with me. Pulling Shen Xin into the house, Shen Anmo rummaged inside a package and pulled out the human skin mask. After saying the benefits of this item, Shen Xin was filled with a look of anticipation. There are actually such things in this world. Yeah, sit back and I'll put the mask on you. Shen Anmo sat across from Shen Xin. 4 eyes. The atmosphere gradually scorched. What to look at? Shen Xin lowered her head in embarrassment. Though in her mind, she kinda liked Shen Anmo right now, but it's a little awkward when you think about the relationship between the two. What is this relationship of theirs? What a shame. Barf. Unexpectedly, just as Shen Xin lowered her head, Shen Anmo took the opportunity to place a kiss on her forehead. Shen Xin. Oops. M.O. Shen Anmo said. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I didn't mean to, but I couldn't hold back at once. Shen Xin naturally didn't get angry. It's just a fast heartbeat. Alright, you put the mask on me. Aha. But sis-in-law, it's not convenient to wear it like this. Why don't you come sit on me, with your back to me, so that I can, from behind, make it a little easier. Shen Anmo said with wide eyes. Ha? Sitting on you? Upon hearing this, Shen Xin froze for a moment. Shen Anmo said, this is to make it more convenient to wear the mask. Ah. That's fine. Shen Xin didn't understand this either and could only nod her head. With a clench of her teeth, she sat down on Shen Anmo. Phew. Feeling the softness, Shen Anmo first wrapped his arms around Shen Xin's waist. Sister-in-law, take it easy, relax, Shen Xin secretly said. Can this not be stressful? But the next moment, Shen Anmo began to put a mask on her. This side has an extremely stretchy effect, worn on different people's faces. They all create different face shapes. Soon after putting it on, Shen Anmo vigorously jerked a few times on her face. Well, Shen Xin said expectantly, with this mask, she can go out. In recent times, she couldn't even think of doing so. Wait, Shen Anmo whispered in her ear. The sound was so soft that when it blew on one's ears, it had a crunchy feeling, although the mask was already on. Still, Shen Anmo wanted to hug a little longer. Sister-in-law, can I hold you a little longer? Shen Anmo said softly. Well then. The next moment, Shen Xin took the initiative to grab Shen Anmo's hand. At this point, both men's hearts were beating fast. Shen Anmo stroked his hand and said, Sister-in-law, I went there today, and senior brother Song did introduce his cousin to me, but I refused. Why? Because. Shen Anmo grabbed Shen Xin's hand with a firm grip. Ah! Shen Xin was shocked. And M.O., you also cultivate the Tiger Mighty Overlord body technique. You should know that this technique is not allowed to be used in the same room until it has reached its great completion. Shen Xin lowered her head, embarrassed. Shen Anmo was delighted in his heart. I could tell that Shen Xin didn't mind, only it did happen for a reason. Then wait for me to come full circle. He saved up 12 years of training days. If you want to make the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique reach the great perfection, it should just be something that can be taken care of in the recent period of time. Words. Shen Xin nodded in embarrassment. Seeing that Shen Xin finally agreed, Shen Anmo said, Then can I touch it first? Touch what? Shen Xin froze, not reacting for a moment. The next moment, in the afternoon, Shen Anmo then brought Shen Xin to the bazaar to shop. At this moment, Shen Xin, because she was wearing a mask, looked from afar and had a waxy face. Just a very ordinary country girl. Shen Anmo also purposely made her wear something ugly, with a thick layer of cloth padded inside her clothes. So very unattractive. On the outside, it looks very bloated. The people in the village naturally saw Shen Xin, but Shen Anmo claimed to the public that she was just a sister who had joined him in his hometown. There was little doubt about that. This time out, Shen Xin was very happy, but she didn't dare to spend money. Mostly, I bought some vegetables and rice. It was only after Shen Anmo's persuasion that he finally bought some rouge. Once she bought the rouge, the corners of Shen Xin's mouth couldn't be suppressed anymore, and she was almost happy. Seeing her so happy, Shen Anmo was also happy. After buying it, Shen Xin carefully put away all the rouges. Sister-in-law, you actually don't need to buy these. Shen Anmo smiled and said, No, why? Why? Because you're already beautiful, and if you use rouge again, won't it kill you? Darn, when did you get so oily? Shen Xin said cheerfully. I'm just being honest. After buying groceries, I went to watch the street vendors for a while. Drill a ring of fire, break a boulder in your chest, and swallow a sword in your mouth. Hot as hell. It wasn't until evening that Shen Xin reluctantly said, then shall we go back now? It's late in the day, so we'll just eat out and take you down to the restaurant. Then, he pulled Shen Xin to the inn. Ha, senior brother Chen, why are you here? Inside the inn, Song Shuqing was manning the counter, greeting Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo froze. Senior brother Song, such a coincidence. I'm having dinner here with my cousin, and a couple of close friends. Why don't you join us? Song Shuqing smiled. No, I'm taking my friend to dinner with me. Song Shuqing noticed that Chen Anmo was holding Shen Xion's hand. He instantly realized. No wonder Chen Anmo had little interest in his cousin. So you've already got someone in mind. But, he looked up and was speechless. The woman was bloated, her face was waxy, and her clothes were ugly. The age still looked quite a bit older than Chen Anmo, the kind of woman he wouldn't normally even look at. But looking at senior brother Chen, it was clearly rare. Hello, I'm Anmo's senior brother. My name is Song Shuqing. Song Shuqing greeted Shen Xian with a smile and a nod. Naturally, he wasn't the dog-eyed type. Nonetheless, he didn't feel bad about Chen Anmo finding this woman. On the contrary, he felt that Chen Anmo was a good person. After all, whoever it is, if they have the ability, I'm afraid they will go for young and beautiful girls. But Chen Anmo didn't. That's character. For example, Zhang Fantian before. It is said that before Zhang Fantian was spotted by his master, he had a childhood friend from the countryside, and the two would have talked about marriage. After that, Zhang Fantian gained power and simply ignored people. This shows how rare it is to find a person of Chen Anmo's character. If he can do that to his woman, how much more to a brother or a friend? For a while, Song Shuqing looked at him with more and more satisfaction. It just felt like I wasn't looking at the wrong person. Chen Anmo, this brother, is indeed worth befriending. It's just a pity that his cousin is still too young to read people now. After chatting for a few moments, Song Shuqing excused himself. Chen Anmo took Shen Xian with him, while he found a corner to eat. Second floor box. Brother, what did you just go and do? What took you so long? Seeing Song Shuqing come in, Zhang Yuqi hurriedly pulled him into a seat. I just met Chen Anmo and had a few words with him. Brother, not that I'm talking about you, but in your position, there's no need to talk to him much, is there? Zhang Yuqi really couldn't figure out why her oldest brother thought so highly of Chen Anmo. It must be known that even Zhang Fantian, who was even better in the beginning, cousin doesn't even pay much attention to people. What do you kids know? Cut. Zhang Yuqi's mouth turned away and she looked down through the window of the second floor inner room, just in time to see Chen Anmo and Shen Xian eating in the corner. I'll be damned. That's too ugly. Zhang Yuqi scoffed. This Chen Anmo must have something wrong with his brain to find such a woman. A little sister on the side also mocked. Must be unable to find a woman. Otherwise why would she find such an ugly one? That must be it. I mean, Song, how do you get in touch with people like that? Before long, even the men at a table were cursing. Song Shuqing frowned. Don't you guys think that my senior brother Chen has a good character? If it were you guys, would you still treat your chaff wives consistently after success? The words were like thunder. The person who had just been speaking eloquently instantly stopped talking. I'm full. I'm going downstairs to keep my senior brother Chen company. You guys drink less. The people from the peace cult have been causing trouble lately. Be careful at home. Got it? Shaking his head, Song Shuqing went downstairs. Chapter 25 Breaking through the 7th grade. 9 oxen and 10 tigers. Brother, are you angry? Zhang Yuqi chased out and asked with some confusion. I'm not mad. It's just, what to say? You and these friends of yours have less contact in the future. Song Shuqing said bluntly. This time when he came here to eat, if it wasn't for Zhang Yuqi's face, he wouldn't have wanted to come over. They're just drunk and talking out of their asses. So do you think I just said the right thing? Yes. Well, speaking of which, this Chen Anmo's character is indeed quite good, but he's already had it. Zhang Yuqi muttered. Then you can be the little one. I'm sure he won't refuse. Song Shuqing believed that as long as his cousin took some initiative, Chen Anmo will surely fall. Men are visual creatures. This cousin of his was a bit more delicate, but she was definitely good looking. Besides, it doesn't hurt anything. Which man with ability doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even many proper wives will open up concubines for their husbands, to show that the proper wife knows what she's doing and to open up her husband's family. It was just that this sentence seemed to have touched Zhang Yuqi's sensitive nerves. She was outright anxious. Brother, what did you say? Did I hear you right? You're asking me to be a junior? Yeah, it's hard to believe you want to be big. Song Shuqing frowned slightly. He was optimistic that Chen Anmo would be at least a 7th or even a 6th rank in the future. With this strength, this sister of his, even if she were to be a minor, would not actually be a loss. But Yuki Zhang obviously refused. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's just it. Think about it. Song Shuqing shook his head and went downstairs. Chen Anmo was chatting with Shen Xin. I didn't expect Song Shuqing to come downstairs and bring 2 jugs of wine. Senior brother Chen, it's too noisy upstairs for my liking. How about you accompany me for a couple of drinks? Song Shuqing smiled at himself. Okay, Sifu. Chen Anmo poured him wine. Next, Song Shuqing chatted a bit about the main opponents of this martial arts minor exam. To his surprise, his cousin Yuki Zhang would also attend. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Chen Anmo excused himself and left. When he walked out, Song Shuqing couldn't help but lament. This senior brother of mine is no ordinary person. Everyone else who drank with him flattered him and slipped up. Only Chen Anmo, very casually. In this case, there are only 2 possibilities. First, the emotional intelligence is too low, but Chen Anmo is clearly not this kind of person. Then there's only the second possibility. He has something to fall back on. Just because there is something to fall back on and something he can do, he doesn't need to skate by. People who skulk and flatter are essentially people who have no confidence in their own strength, trying to capitalize on the momentum. When he returned home, Chen Anmo took out the body tempering pill. Sister-in-law, take it in the cellar. I'll guard you. On the way back, Chen Anmo had already spoken to Shen Xian about the wonderful use of the body tempering pill. In this regard, Shen Xian was very much looking forward to it. Seeing Chen Anmo getting better and better, she was actually anxious in her heart. While Shen Xian was taking the body tempering pill, Chen Anmo glanced at his attributes. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, peak 8th grade. 3 styles of the fast sword, perfection, blade light and sword shadow. Blade chi continuous. Technique, tiger might overlord technique. Grand finish, 10 tigers strength. Technique, dragon claw hands. Just introduced. Technique, Qiankuan step. Great success, treading snow without trace. Technique, breath-seeking technique. Great success. Available cultivation time, 12 years. Available blood value, 0. Deducting a year's time, you cultivate the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique and become more and more skillful in this technique. Deducting 5 years from the time you cultivated the Tiger Mighty Hegemony technique, you have finally touched the Tiger Mighty Hegemony technique bottleneck, and a breakthrough is just around the corner. Deducting 3 years, you cultivate the Tiger Mighty Overlord body technique. Your body gets better and better every day, and your internal chi gets stronger and stronger every day. Deducting a year's time, you have finally broken through the bottleneck of the Tiger Mighty Hegemony technique. Tiger Mighty Overlord technique. Great perfection. Current remaining cultivation time, 2 years. Technique, Tiger Mighty Overlord technique. Perfection. The power of 9 oxen and 10 tigers. Great circle. Ha, great circle. Chen Anmo himself didn't expect to break through to great perfection after only 10 years, and it's no longer 10 tigers. Instead, it's 9 cows and 10 tigers. Now he just felt like a violent mess. On top of that, the realm has been raised. The current him had already reached the early 7th grade. Sister-in-law, I've made a breakthrough. Chen Anmo stopped and hugged Shen Xian. Now, when he hugged Shen Xian, he was getting more and more skillful. Shen Xian wouldn't blush without moving. Instead, they approach of their own accord. You what broke through? Realm? Shen Xian also asked excitedly. Chen Anmo nodded his head vigorously. I'm already 7th grade. Hisses. Shen Xian sucked in a breath of cool air and said in surprise, Heavenly Spice, you're already 7th grade. Yes, sister-in-law, do you want to reward me? Chen Anmo laughed. Shen Xian thought about it and took the initiative to give Chen Anmo a kiss on the cheek. Then daintily, okay, sister-in-law, I'll tell you another good thing. My Tiger Mighty Overlord technique has reached its grand completion. The great completion of the Kung Fu means that you can perform intercourse. Shen Xian froze. Her pretty face read like a persimmon now. Of course she knew why Chen Anmo was talking to her about this. So you want to. The next moment, Chen Anmo took the initiative to ask for a kiss. A few moments later, lips split. But sister-in-law, you just took the body tempering pill today, so it's better to stabilize your realm for the next few days. Shen Xian was a bit lost. So you can't? Chen Anmo nodded helplessly. We men have to preserve our chi and blood, and so do you women, or else this body tempering pill would be in vain. Chen Anmo grinned. Sister-in-law, are you missing it? Shen Xian snapped. No way. I'm just asking. Ha ha ha. In a few days to satisfy you hard, Chen Anmo said nonchalantly. Next, Shen Xian continued to digest the body tempering dan. Chen Anmo then went to deal with the red spirit grass. He chopped it into pieces and put it into a jade bottle. Remove 2 fingernail-sized pieces of crushed leaves, add them to the boiling water. and begin to simmer. Soon the boiling water was all starting to turn green. After pouring it into 2 large bowls, he went to the cellar. Anmo, look, come on. Once inside, Shen Xian's excited voice was heard. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. What is it, sister-in-law? Chen Anmo walked down and smoothly set aside the 2 large bowls. Look at me. Shen Xian clenched her fists. A faint aura lingered above her fist. Inside air, and the internal energy isn't weak. 9th grade pinnacle. Sister-in-law, that's great. You're already a peak 9th grade martial artist. I'm at the peak of the 9th grade. Shen Xian took a deep breath and was overjoyed. This is thanks to your body tempering pill. It's so useful. I'll check your internal chi again to see if you've thoroughly digested the body tempering dan. How do I check? I need to see your stomach. As the words fell, Shen Xian froze. Well, that's fine. It didn't matter to Shen Xian. She was just a little bashful. Chen Anmo sat on the edge of the bed and smoothly let her sit on him. Started to scrutinize it. A few moments later. Not bad. The internal chi is stable. The medicinal effect of the body tempering pill is still there. Sister-in-law, drink this now for better results. Regarding the wonderful use of the red spirit grass, Shen Xian naturally knew about it. 2 people drank the medicine. In order to avoid affecting Shen Xian's digestion of the body tempering dan, Chen Anmo gritted his teeth and could only leave the cellar. Otherwise, he was worried that if the 2 slept together, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Seeing Chen Anmo go, Shen Xian hurriedly walked over and took his hand. Hold yourself back. Don't rush. Sister-in-law, you go to bed early then. Chen Anmo nodded and left the place. Early the next morning, Chen Anmo left the house. He traveled to a place called Wujia village. Soon, a family was found. This should be it. Walking over, he heard a sobbing noise coming from the house. Ooh, Dango, you died a horrible death. What are we going to do when you're gone? The baby is still very sick. Sue. Chen Anmo walked over and knocked on the door. Who? I'm a friend of your husband's. As the door opened, a woman looked at Chen Anmo blankly. Chen Anmo didn't talk nonsense and directly took out a money bag. Here's 20 taels of silver for you to live on. Staring. Last wish fulfilled. Reward, 120 days of training. Benefactor. The woman held the child in swaddling clothes and knelt down directly at Chen Anmo. Her husband is the caretaker of the Wu family. Overnight, the Wu family was wiped out, and her husband naturally died. Her family was poor and she didn't know what she would do in the future. But she didn't think someone would send her silver. Chen Anmo invited another bone setter to see the child. According to the groom, the child is only infected with wind cold. Drink medicine for 3 or 4 days. Chen Anmo paid the consultation fee and asked him to come to the village on time to deliver the medicine. Last wish, I hope the child gets well soon. Completed. Reward, 1 bottle of blood-strengthening elixir. The herbs only cost 2 taels of silver, but in exchange for a bottle of blood-strengthening pill, a solid profit. After leaving the area, he went on to other places to fulfill some people's last wishes. 3 days later, early in the morning, Chen Anmo taught Shen Xian to practice martial arts. Early in life people are most energized and practice martial arts with excellent results. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, a knock came at the door. Shen Xian hurried to the back. Chen Anmo opened the door and found that it was his dartboard friends, Lu Chang and Zhou Jiqiang. Sun Dabing, Uncle Sun, you're healed. Sun Dabing nodded with a smile. Xiao Mo, thanks to the healing medicine you brought me, that and other good medicines, the healing is just fast. It turned out that Chen Anmo had previously visited Sun Dabing's house after earning silver cent healing medicine. Otherwise, his injuries would never have healed so quickly. Little Mo, you've kept this from us. You're even going to participate in the martial arts minor exams, and you didn't know to tell us about it. Lu Chang laughed. Where? I just don't want to worry everyone. Come in first. Chen Anmo invited the 3 into the house. As for Shen Xian, she had entered the cellar long ago. It was then that Chen Anmo noticed a donkey cart pulling behind them. There was a gray sack of marijuana on top of it, and it was bloody with who knows what. Xiao Mo, you're going to participate in the small exams of the martial arts department. Nutritional stuff is very important. This is the wild boar king we hunted the day before yesterday. We brought you 2 of the strongest front legs for you. Chen Anmo froze. King Boar, known as the king of tusked boars. He is fierce and ferocious. Although it wasn't as expensive as the tiger dog beast, this was still going to be worth over 100 taels of silver. Uncle Lu, it's not easy for you guys, so let's just forget it. Chen Anmo shook his head. Hey, you take it, you need it more than we do. Lu Chang couldn't help but frown. This is a peace of mind from the big guys. If you don't accept it, are you looking down on us big brothers? Yes, Xiao Mo. If it wasn't for you sending such a good healing pill, my injuries wouldn't have healed so quickly, and it might have left aftereffects. So just take it. Sun Dabing said gratefully. Chen Anmo laughed. Alright, then I'll be polite. He just thought about it. If they didn't take it, Lu Chang might indeed be unhappy in their hearts. Thinks he'll look down on them when he's rich. Uncle Lu, actually, I happen to be looking for you guys as well. Collecting the two boar forelegs, Chen Anmo spoke of business. Chapter 26 Bullying the Axe Gang. Oh, you're looking for us too, but do you need a favor? Lu Chang's eyes sharpened. Chen Anmo grinned. No, I recently wanted to go out for some experience. He'd thought about it over the past few days. His own strength was improved, and now he was at the 7th level of cultivation. The tiger's mighty hegemony body technique was even more great. His current strength had already surpassed that of the original boss Chen Hu. But there are drawbacks. That's too little combat experience. It's like a man with a gun. If you don't have experience in shooting, you can't do it fast and accurate. So he decided that he would go out and look for ferocious beasts and have a few life and death fights. While grinding yourself, you'll learn chakra values along the way. However, he did not understand which places had more ferocious beasts, which was why he asked Lu Cheng about them. After talking about his situation, Lu Cheng slapped his thighs. Xiao Mo. Then let's go to the Bear Mountain Forest Farm side. It's about to be winter here. A lot of ferocious beasts are afraid of the cold, and they all migrate towards the Bear Mountain side. There are a lot of ferocious beasts. Sun Dabing also nodded. Speaking of which, we're planning to go over there in the next few days as well. Hearing this, Chen Anmo was delighted. That's great. When are you guys planning to go? We're always available. If you're free, pack up now and go. Okay, then we'll meet up at the city gates later. After the three people left, Chen Anmo simply cleaned up. There was also some food in the bag. This was all prepared by Shen Xian in the past few days. Sister-in-law, then I am leaving. You are at home. Wait for me to come back. When I come back, Chen Anmo wrapped a hand around Shen Xian's waist, then whispered something in her ear. Shen Xian blushed and nodded slightly. Come back early. I'll wait for you. Bear Mountain Forestry, which is more than 50 kilometers from the town of Silu. There's a big tree called an ironwood tree growing in that place. The wood is very nice and expensive out there. So there are a lot of chambers of commerce over there moving in and buying up ironwood trees. Beyond that, the Bear Mountain neighborhood was also infested with many ferocious beasts. A lot of people hunt and go to that place. But that place is now held by a gang called the Axe Gang. And teams without backgrounds that go over there to hunt have to pay 1 or 2 silver pieces for hunting. On the way, Lu Cheng explained to Chen Anmo. The Axe Gang? Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Before picking up corpses, he had encountered Zhao Chang, the Axe Gang leader. He was hacked to death by his second brother. The 9-ringed greatsword in his hand was the one he had rewarded Zhao Cheng with. This Axe Gang is so rampant? Dare to monopolize that place? And the other chambers of commerce don't care? Chen Anmo asked. The Axe Gang's current gang leader is a 7th grade expert who cultivates the wind-chasing mad blade technique, so there's not much to offend him over this trivial matter. Besides, the Axe Gang only bullies those of us who have no background. The interests of those chambers of commerce and great families are not affected. Instead, he will give them benefits. Lu Chang sighed. Sun Disi said, in the past, when our boss Chen Hu was still around, that Axe Gang gave us a little face and wouldn't charge us an entrance fee. But now it's different. Zhou Jiqiang sighed. That Bear Mountain is obviously an ownerless place, and once it was circled by the Axe Gang, it became his. Time passed and it was noon the next day. 4 men pulling a crate finally arrived at Bear Mountain Woods. This place is now a small town with thousands of people living there. A stall holder, a drugstore, a leather buyer, a carpenter's job. There is a wide variety. There were even women in the leather business, greeting men who came and went in front of an improvised wooden hut. The woman's husband, on the other hand, was watching the scene, doing sanitation and cleaning and all that. The 4 of them first rented an inn and placed the crate in the inn's yard. After paying for the room, the 4 men headed for the entrance to Bear Mountain. The entrance was guarded by a group of dangling men with swords at their waists. At this time, it was beating a middle-aged man dressed in linen. The middle-aged man was thin and weak, and after receiving a beating, he held his head and shivered. I don't dare. I won't dare anymore. Asterisk. Lousy said you this head of roe deer 501 is worth 501, are not much weight. Nonsense, still dare so much? A man with inverted triangular eyes was kicking hard at the man on the ground again. Then he stared viciously at everyone in line. Listen up, all of you. You have to pay an entry fee to enter the mountain. And when you come out, the prey you hunt has to be inspected for me. There are quite a few wild animals inside that were raised by our Axe Gang. Do you hear me? There was a line of people entering the mountain. At those words, all of them scrunched their necks. Dare to be angry. And whoever goes in without paying the entrance fee, that person is next. He pointed to the 2 heads sticking out of the top of a tree trunk sub where he had entered the field. Bear Mountain covers an enormous area. There are naturally entrances elsewhere. As strong as the Axe Gang is, they can't take care of all the places. As a result, there will always be some people who sneak into Bear Mountain to hunt from some hidden places. To stop this from happening, the Axe Gang sends people into the mountains to patrol. Once you find out that you don't have a license on you, it's going to end badly. Chen Anmo looked at the two bloody heads and raised his eyebrows. I also wonder if touching a human head counts as touching a corpse? However, this Axe Gang is doing things too overbearingly. Even if they charge an entrance fee, they even forcefully buy and sell, referring to the wildlife in the mountains as if they raise them. Chen Anmo frowned. Soon, it was their turn to pay the fee. Lu Chang was in charge of the dealings, and he nodded his head and respectfully handed over 1 or 2 silver pieces. Perhaps it was because they knew that Lu Chang and these few people were martial artists, so the Axe Gang gave them a little face. 2 days in, 2 days out. Got it? The small leader with inverted triangular eyes swept a glance at Chen Anmo and the others. Yeah, we come here all the time. We know the rules. Alright, go on in. The 4 men entered in turn. As he passed the heads, Chen Anmo pretended to touch them without thinking. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 10 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 10 days of cultivation. 2 people, only 1 last wish emerges. Last wish, Hu Zongming killed 2 of our brothers. I hope someone can do justice. Reward, tracking skill. Used to track prey in the jungle. Hu Zongming, that's the name of the little inverted triangle-eyed leader just now. Tracking skill. This is good, easy for me to hunt. Chen Anmo turned around and looked at this Hu Zongming again. Memorize his face. Marred. The Axe Gang is getting more and more overbearing, and now they're actually forcefully buying and selling. Walking through the forest, Zhou broke into a fit of rage. Lu Chang sighed. Keep your voice down. If the Axe Gang's people are around, they'll come after us. Zhou nodded helplessly. Next, several people headed deeper. Soon they noticed movement in the grass. Hisses. Not good. It's the black sword snake. Lu Chang's face changed drastically when he saw a black snake that looked similar to a black sword pouncing at him. Chen Anmo stepped out with 1 foot and fully operated the Tiger Mighty Hegemony technique. Pop! He grabbed the black sword serpent with 1 hand, and the strength of 9 oxen and 10 tigers erupted. In an instant, the black sword snake's head was crushed. Seconds, all 3 were stunned. Knowing that Chen Anmo was powerful, I didn't expect it to be so powerful anymore. You have to know, this is a fierce beast of the 8th rank. Although this kind of ferocious beast was not strong in power and was mainly based on poison, but it's fast. And obviously, Chen Anmo was faster. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 4 chi points. Good fellow, little Mo. With this strength, I'm afraid you have the fighting power of a 7th grade martial master. Sun Dabing's gaze was tinged with joy. Zhou Jiqiang and Lu Chang also felt happy for Chen Anmo. Our old bones. It looks like we're giving Xiao Mo a hand this time. Lu Chang smiled. Chen Anmo smiled freely and was satisfied with his power. Then, Lu Chang put the black sword snake into the sack and continued to go deeper into the dense forest. Not a moment too soon. Due to the fact that he possessed the breath-seeking skill, through sensing his surroundings, the aura of the ferocious beasts around him was increasing. Even an old geezer like Lu Chang didn't spot the ferocious beast. Chen Anmo, however, found out in advance. 2 black, diminutive, black-furred wolves were nestled in the grass staring at him. Before he could do anything, Chen Anmo chopped over. Whoosh! Blade light and sword shadow. Sword chi continuous. Ow. The 2 black-furred wolves were dumbfounded and died miserably on the spot. Nice one. Mo, how did you find out? Wait for Zhou Jiqiang and Sun Dabing to run over. Both men were stunned. They hadn't discovered anything, but Chen Anmo had already resolved the 2 black-furred wolves. Little Mo, if I'm right, you should have cultivated some sort of perception-type technique. Lu Chang took a deep breath and asked. Yes, Uncle Lu. Sure enough. Well, it looks like we're really going to have to give you a run for your money. Lu Chang let out a bitter smile. Before, he said so in jest. But now, it's from the heart. A twist. Toward evening. Nice haul today. 2 black-furred wolves, 2 black sword snakes, a 1-horned deer, and 4 iron-beaked chickens. This harvest was something that Lu Chang and the others would never dare to think about. Into the night, the 4 men raised a campfire and began roasting a steel-billed chicken right on the spot. 2 steel-jawed chickens, divided among 4. Everyone eats with their mouths watering. Hey, it's a pity. In the past, when we hunted, we kept the proceeds of these goods. Now it's a mess, and we're going to be raked over the coals by the Axe Gang, Zhou Jiqiang said rather indignantly. Just then, Chen Anmo's ears twitched as he heard the sounds of a fierce fight not far away. Something's coming. Chen Anmo stood up. Under his perception, there's a behemoth in the distance, more than 10 meters long and thick as a water bucket. His body was covered with silver-colored scales, and his eyes emitted a cold eye light. Staring at it in the darkness gives you a creepy feeling. Black-scaled python. This big snake, surprisingly, was chasing a dark-skinned man. Under the panic, the man saw the fire on Chen Anmo's side. His eyes lit up and he whispered, "Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Don't blame me." With that, he quickly and furiously ran towards Chen Anmo's side. The purpose was to attract the black-scaled python over. As long as he ran faster than the people over there, then he would be able to get rid of the black-scaled python. Be careful, it's a black-scaled python. Chen Anmo frowned. This kind of snake is a genuine 7th-ranked ferocious beast, although non-toxic, but the whole body scales are hard and powerful. Chapter 27. How can I enhance my couple's relationship? This guy, he's running toward us on purpose. Lu Chang gritted his teeth. We can only fight. Kill. Chen Anmo didn't bowl ******, though there was some irritation with the man's behavior, but now was not the time to trouble him. With a flourish of his blade, he charged. Blade energy is continuous. 3 cuts down. Surprisingly, it only left a few sparks on this black-scaled python. However, because the force was too great, the black-scaled python was obviously in some pain. A sweep of its thick tail. The speed was just too fast, almost blinking. Chen Anmo didn't have time to resist. He was directly knocked into the big tree behind him, breaking the big tree behind him at the waist. Mo. Lu Chang and the others' faces changed drastically. They were worried that something had happened to Chen Anmo and rushed over. Stay back. I'm fine. Chen Anmo's eyes erupted with intense battle intent. He's really okay. With his current physical fitness, this kind of impact was nothing. Instead, he now had a feeling of excitement. War. He unleashed his Qianquan steps and charged over again. The black-scaled python also sensed Chen Anmo's difficulty. A strong killing intent also emanated from its eyes. Whoosh! The serpent's tail flung quickly, breaking through the air. Wherever it passed, a large tree was slapped off. Boom boom boom. The whole forest is falling to the east. With such a terrifying force, even if a 7th-grade martial artist was here, I'm afraid that they would be shaken to the point of having their internal organs damaged. But to Chen Anmo, he was fine. He was now becoming more and more accustomed to the sensation of impact from the black-scaled python's attack. The chi and blood in his body looked a little churned up, but he was able to hold on. Tiger Power Overlord technique. He rushed out again. The big knife slashed continuously. Thumbs up. A surprised gleam flashed across the black-scaled python's eyes. It just couldn't figure it out. Being attacked by it like that, this human was actually still so alive. It's not realistic. With the successive slashes of the 9-ringed greatsword, even if the black-scaled python's defense was high, its skin and flesh were shaken out with some blood. It ate more pain. The pace inevitably slowed. Your defense is even higher, but my attack directly shocks you to bleed and breaks your bones apart. Let's see how you can beat me. Chen Anmo shouted to fight. Afterwards, the 9-ringed greatsword slashed at the snake's head. Bang! The python's head hit the ground hard. Good chance. Seeing his chance, he jumped onto the head of the black-scaled python with an arrow step. The fist fought to slam down. Bang bang bang. That's 9 cows and 10 tigers. Every punch, powerful. Even though the python's defense was strong, the eyes were smashed and the snake's strength was getting smaller and smaller. The people around them looked stunned. Lu Chang and the others, who were holding knives and preparing to save Chen Anmo, all of a sudden felt as if they had misread the situation. Too strong. This is a black scale python. The snake gall is a great tonic. The black scale pieces can also be used medicinally as body refining materials. Joe gulped. Scent. Really scent this time. Suddenly, Lu Chang seemed to think of something and said, "Where is the one who just lured the black-scaled python over? Find him." This person had lured the black-scaled python over. This was a sure way to settle the score with him. When you go out, you can't let people think you're a bully. And further down the line, the tall and thin man who had just attracted the black-scaled python saw Lu Chang and the others looking for him. Naturally, he wouldn't sit around and wait for it to happen. This prey is cheap for you, but it's not so easy to take. The words fell. He turned his head and ran toward the entrance. He was going to find Hu Zongming's group and inform him that someone here had hunted a black-scale python. He was sure that Hu Zongming's group would be interested. After all, this was a black-scale python. It's worth thousands of taels. Chen Anmo's takedown attempt continues. The black-scaled python's body twitched. Bang! As this punch went down, the hard brain of the black-scaled python finally dented a large chunk. Resolved. Phew! Seeing that the black-scaled python didn't move at all, Chen Anmo let out a sigh of relief. But he's not comfortable with it. After all, many high-ranked ferocious beasts would play dead. So he patted over and slashed down 2 more times. Only when he knew that the head was completely hacked open did Chen Anmo stop, hissing. It was only then that he felt a wave of aches and pains throughout his body. It does seem that the impact just now was not a minor one. He looked miserable at this point. His arms were covered in blood. It was just splattered accidentally while chopping. It looked miserable, but in fact he was fine except for the soreness all over his body. Mo. Are you okay? Lu Chang rushed over. The three people rushed over and checked up the blood on Shen Anmo's arm. It was a relief to realize that the blood on Shen Anmo's body was not his own. I'm fine, Shen Anmo shrugged. It's just that my body is a bit sore. That's an injury, Lu Chang said. Uncle Lu, don't worry, it's just a small injury, Shen Anmo grinned. The battle just now made him feel very excited. That feeling of hovering between life and death made his heart pound. At this moment, he felt like he had a better grasp of battle timing. Taking out the gold sore pill, which had been rewarded earlier, the medicine was of extremely high quality. Afterwards, medicate some of your sore joints. Soon, a tickling sensation passed through. Shen Anmo knew that this was the medicine taking effect. M.O., the one who lured the python here ran away, Lu Chang said with some self-reproach. Run away? Shen Anmo frowned. That's just it. Take this black python and go. A few others nodded. They pray too much now. I'm afraid I won't be able to take it with me if I keep hunting. Once again, the group came to the campfire and rested. Wait for the next day. Shen Anmo moved his hands. Not bad for a bonus to the drug. That's a quick recovery. The other side. The tall, thin martial artist who escaped last night found his way here to Hu Zongming. You mean to tell me that 4 people caught a black-scaled python? Hu Zongming's eyes narrowed. Yes, brother Hu. That black-scaled python was originally discovered by me first, but I didn't expect to be picked by those 4 people. Poor me. I can't beat them with 2 fists, so I can only avoid them. Hu Zongming smiled and patted his shoulder. Work hard and report back to me. I should. Hu, what are you going to do? These 4 people dared to rob things in my territory. This is not putting my axe gang in my eyes. Naturally they need to be taught a good lesson. You lead the way for me now. Yes, Hu. The tall, thin man grinned. After robbing those 4 people, how can Hu Zongming say he should share a mouthful of soup with him? Right, little M.O. This snake gall, I suggest you keep it for yourself. It's absolutely tonic. On the way back, Lu Chang suggested. Zhou Jiqiang smiled and said, I heard that once the snake gall of the black-scaled python is soaked in wine, if young couples drink it, it can also promote conjugal love. Ha ha ha, that's true, Xiao M.O. Although this snake bile medicine is good, but snake nature is inherently lustful. If you can't stand it, you should go and find a woman from Lichuan Yuan, where the women are Thai. Sun Dabing also laughed. Don't be ridiculous. You too. Xiao Mo isn't even married yet. Lu Cheng laughed and cursed. Brother Lu. It's precisely because Xiao Mo hasn't gotten married yet that she needs to go and learn. Otherwise she'll be looked down upon by her wife in the future if she doesn't have experience. Cho joked. Lu Cheng snorted. As long as a man has the ability to fight the world, he is still afraid that his wife will look down on him? I don't know how many women will stick up at that time. Just as several people were chatting and joking, Chen Anmo suddenly stopped in his tracks. There's someone coming up ahead. Who? Lu Cheng and the others hurriedly held the sabers at their waists. Hu Zongming. Chen Anmo said word for word. It's him? What's he doing here? Just as a few people were wondering, Hu Zongming, led by the tall and thin man, accelerated his pace. Soon, Chen Anmo and his group were seen. That's them. Who? Look behind them. Dragging that black scale python I was talking about. No need for bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I saw it. Hu Zongming's eyes narrowed as he took large strides. The group totaled 7. Who is the strongest? As the caretaker here, his cultivation reached the early 7th grade. Therefore once he came over, he looked towards Chen Anmo and said nonchalantly, Stop. Who? What brings you here? Lu Cheng's face changed slightly, feeling that the other party was not coming from a good place. But, out of caution, he greeted them with a smile. Brother Lu, the guy behind Hu Zongming seems to be the one who lured the python over yesterday. Zhou Jiqiang recognized this person and whispered. Lu Cheng's face sank. This black-scaled python of yours, originally belonged to my friend. He was all set to kill this black-scaled python. Why did you snatch him away? Hu Zongming crossed his arms and said directly. When these words came out, Lu Cheng's face changed slightly. Chen Anmo frowned even more. But soon, Chen Anmo secretly laughed in his heart. He was about to get this guy in trouble, but he didn't expect him to come to the door on his own. That would be nice. It's a remote place. It's a great opportunity to kill someone. M.O., what should we do? Lu Cheng asked somewhat nervously. Now, the group of them were completely led by Chen Anmo. Prepare to strike, Chen Anmo whispered. Then, smiling towards Hu Zongming's side, he said, Oh, how do you prove that the black-scaled python is his? Chen Anmo asked. I found this black-scaled python last night, and it would have been injured by me and my brothers, which is why I picked it up for you. The tall skinny guy yelled. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's clearly because you couldn't beat them and had wanted to lure them to us, causing my brother to get hurt. Zhou Jiqiang cursed. Hu Zongming waved his hand and said unhappily, How are you guys talking to my brother? Now cut the crap. Black-scaled snake stays. You can roll. Zhou Jiqian was about to argue with reason, but Chen Anmo pulled him back. That's just it. There's no point in getting angry with them. Just give it to them. Chen Anmo lifted the snake head indifferently and walked towards Hu Zongming's side. Yoo-hoo! You're a smart kid. Hu Zongming was immediately happy. The first time he saw such a good bully. With a twinkle in his eye, he took another look at the goods in their sacks. Show me what's in it? Chapter 28 Your ing revolting. Alright, you check this black scale python first. Chen Anmo smiled and approached Hu Zongming. Hu Zongming frowned. He felt that there was something not quite right about Chen Anmo's smile. It was a smile that annoyed him, and the other party was getting closer to him, giving him a sense of danger. Something's not right. Hu Zongming droned. Stop, don't come over. Whoosh! Chen Anmo decisively drew his sword. If you want something, let's see if you have the ability to take it. Lu Chang and Zhou Jiqian, Sun Dabing were also the first to draw their swords. Spell it out. Looking for death. Hu Zongming was furious. Instead of surrendering, these men drew their swords on them. Is this an attempt to declare war with their axe gang? Hu Zongming let out a cold laugh as his large sword slashed horizontally, meeting Chen Anmo head-on. Originally, looking at how young Chen Anmo was, he shouldn't have much strength, but on contact, his hands went numb. What? His face paled and his hands couldn't control the knife in his hand. The knife flew straight out. Seeing the opportunity, Chen Anmo slashed at his shoulder. Why are you so weak? Chen Anmo frowned. Originally, he thought that this Hu Zongming, as a small leader of the axe gang, and even a 7th grade martial artist, should have good strength. I didn't realize it was so weak. Compared to those senior brothers and sisters in the martial arts school, the difference was too great. No doubt about it. Some famous senior brothers and sisters in the martial arts school, even if they were of the 8th rank, they would still be more powerful than him. Being said so, Hu Zongming was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Family members know their own business. He, the 7th rank, had relied on his boss's bounty of drugs in his early years to push his strength up hard. These years were also all about enjoyment. How could I think of practicing martial arts? That's why it's a touch and go. His footsteps were weak, and when he was shaken by Chen Anmo's chi energy, his entire body fell and flew out. After figuring out the other party's strength, Chen Anmo completely put his heart down. Not a single one. 2 cuts in a row. Blade energy is continuous. Hu Zongming screamed miserably as his chest was opened and his intestines flowed out. Boss! A few of the minions' faces changed drastically. There are savvy ones who turn their heads and run, but it was quickly caught up by Chen Anmo. The tall and thin man who tipped off the message saw that the situation was not good. Wow! Also ran away in a hurry. Bang! Chen Anmo operated the Qiankuan steps and kicked over. Don't! I didn't mean to. Put! Chen Anmo finished him off with a slash. At this time, all of Hu Zongming's minions on the field were already missing arms and legs, wailing non-stop. Phew! All sorted. Lu Chang came to Chen Anmo's side and proposed. Let's spread these corpses out a bit. Any ferocious beasts that come across them will carry them away. Yes. Chen Anmo nodded. He touched them one by one. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 30 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 10 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Overall, the most rewards were gained on Hu. But there's nothing fancy about these people's last wishes. Either he was hugging a woman or cutting up some rival gang, and he was shaking his head at the sight. Ding! Kill Hu Zongming and do justice to our brothers. Completed. Reward, tracking skill. For jungle tracking, that's when the other people's legacy rewards arrived. This tracking skill, and the breath-seeking skill he cultivated actually had some overlap. With the acquisition of the tracking skill, the breath-seeking skill was unexpectedly upgraded. Reached the great perfection realm. Technique, breath-seeking technique. Perfection, trace and hide. Not only can you seek out the breath, but you can also skillfully hide your tracks in breath. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. That's a good skill to have. The next day, several people had arrived at the entrance. I didn't realize that there were a lot more people in the place. That guy Hu Zongming hasn't returned all night. Everyone go find him for me. A small, one-eyed leader shouted with his arms crossed toward a group of hunters entering the mountains. This is One-Eyed Tiger, the 3rd leader in the Axe Gang, and Hu Zongming is a brother of the same clan. Lu Chang explained. Chen Anmo nodded. At this time, the One-Eyed Tiger saw Chen Anmo's group of people come out. Upon seeing the black-scaled snake, he frowned, because according to one of Hu Zongming's men, when Hu Zongming went out, he went to look for the black-scaled snake. Hey, kid, have you seen Hu Zongming? The One-Eyed Tiger walked towards Chen Anmo and asked. No. Chen Anmo looked at him calmly. The One-Eyed Tiger felt provoked. Leave the black-scaled snakes behind, and you may go, the One-Eyed Tiger commanded in a domineering manner. In the past, if he wanted to do something like this, he would have found some excuse to do it. But now Hu Zongming has disappeared after staying out all night. He wasn't in the mood for that kind of bull *******. Listening to the other side, Chen Anmo was very speechless. Are the Axe Gang also arrogant? I really don't know how it developed. If they all had this temperament, they should have been exterminated a long time ago, right? Seeing that Chen Anmo didn't say anything, one of his dry and thin receipts was not happy. Kid, my big brother is talking to you. Get the hell out of here or you'll have a good time. Walked over as he spoke. The finger was almost poking Chen Anmo's face. Pow! Chen Anmo grabbed his fingers and twisted them with force. The entire palm breaks off. Ah! It hurts. Bang! Chen Anmo lands a leg kick. The man grunted and smashed into the crowd, losing his breath on the spot. This scene happened all too suddenly. Everyone froze, not reacting. The one-eyed tiger was furious. "You rebel." The one-eyed tiger immediately rushed over and cursed. "You hurt my brothers. Today you must die for me." Dabbing. He drew his knife on the spot, but Chen Anmo's knife was faster. Blade energy is continuous. Put. A single slash sent his wrist flying. Another cut. With this cut, one-eyed tiger's neck was sliced open. Crimson blood spurted out. The one-eyed tiger's eyes rounded. He couldn't believe it. How dare this man be so bold as to make a move on their Axe Gang territory? Chen Anmo raised his head and looked towards the other Axe Gang members. The group backed away in terror. All of you get out of my way, or you'll end up like him, Chen Anmo said in a cold voice. What do you come from? A member of the gang, not without brains, inquired. I am the head constable, Chen Anmo, and a disciple of the Zhengfei martial school, Chen Anmo said. When these words came out, everyone's hearts were stirred. The new genius of the Zhengfei martial school, Chen Anmo. Someone had obviously heard of him. You dare to make a move on the sheriff here? Are you tired of living? Chen Anmo carried a knife and threatened. Anyone who wants to do it can come over here. Who would dare to make a move on him now? Although the Axe Gang is powerful, in the end, it is only a gang and the constable on the county magistrate's side is, after all, unofficial. Not to mention, Chen Anmo was still a genius at the Zhengfei martial arts school. Geniuses and ordinary disciples are treated differently. The group of gang members all cursed in their hearts. You should have told me you had a background. If he knew your background, one-eyed tiger would be too happy to kill you. So it's Master Chen. That's when another little leader came licking his chops and showing a smile. Master Chen, look, it's not like the water has hit the Dragon King's temple and a family is fighting a family. Who is family with you? Chen Anmo said, though sarcastically, but the man is extremely thick-skinned. Lowering his head, he said, our gang leader, Yang Jian, has visited Pavilion Master Lu Zhengfei, and the relationship is quite alright. Look at this mess. These things today, it's our fault. You're generous. Don't worry about it. Oh, so, I killed one of your men and this matter is settled? Chen Anmo teased. Forget it, of course, this guy just deserves to die. Chen Anmo said, okay, then we'll go. Wait, Master Chen, you have so much stuff, how inconvenient to carry it. We have a carriage to give you a ride. The man is very good at what he does. The first time he greeted the gang and got a wagon. Master Chen, this carriage is for you. Okay, I'll forgive you then. Chen Anmo smiled faintly. Thank you, Master Chen. Take your time, Master Chen. It was only when Chen Anmo and his group left that this person breathed a sigh of relief. Fourth Master, are we really going to let them go? The third boss was killed by him, and I'm afraid Brother Hu Zongming was also poisoned by him. If this gets out, won't everyone think that my Axe Gang is easy to bully? A little brother came over and said viciously, Pow! The fourth master is the second leader of the Axe Gang. At that, he swung round and backhanded him, directly hitting the man's eyes. He spun in place several times. What kind of brain are you? This man's name is Chen Anmo. He is the county master's life-saving benefactor, and he is even Lu Zhengfei's personal disciple. Move him? Do you believe that after I move him, the gang leader will immediately cut me down? Ha! The beaten gang member covered his face, not expecting this Chen Anmo to come from such a big place. Prepare the horses. I'll go to the gang leader to report this matter. Yes. On the way back, Zhou Jiqiang and Sun Dabing were smiling. It's so cool. Look at that group of Axe Gang guys. Each one of them is scared out of their wits. That's not true. That one-eyed tiger is the third leader of the Axe Gang. Sun Dabing said with a red face. Lu Chen looked to pull the horse rope and glanced at Chen Anmo. Don't get too happy too soon. Watch out for the Axe Gang. Chen Anmo said. Uncle Lu, do you mean the Axe Gang will come after me? Fear not. Fear not. Got it. I'll be careful. Chen Anmo was unimpressed, because his next target is Yang Jian, the Axe Gang leader. Axe Gang headquarters. A man with a cloaked head and a scarred face was practicing in the middle of the compound. This man is none other than the Axe Gang leader, Yang Jian. Big brother. At this time, the fourth master walked in from outside. Lin Si, aren't you over at the Bear Mountain Forest Farm? what are you doing in such a hurry? Yang Jian put away his posture of transporting energy and asked with a hoarse voice. Big brother, one-eyed tiger is dead, killed by a kid named Chen Anmo. Boom. Words. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed. Who is this Chen Anmo? Is it the crocodile gang, or those dogs at the pier? Neither. This kid is. Lin Si gave Chen Anmo's information. Yang Jian frowned. A disciple of the Zhang Fei martial arts school? Yes. The key is, this person has a good relationship with the county magistrate and is not an ordinary magistrate. So at that time I didn't dare to make a move on him and let them leave. You've done a good job. Right now it's time for us to fight the crocodile gang. It's not advisable to cause trouble. Yang Jian's words turned. However, this matter cannot be left at that, or else it will be spread out. Won't they all think that my axe gang is easy to bully? Big brother, what are you going to do then? Go pay a visit to this Chen Anmo. I'll personally nag him. Chapter 29. I must reward my sister-in-law. Finally, we're back in the town of 4th floor. This time, because the black-scaled snake corpses these were packed inside the carriage, there was no need to worry about being seen. Money Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Su Fu was in the house, hugging his concubine and studying how to make snow-white steamed buns. Boss Su. Lu Chang walked in smilingly. Su Fu threw down the noodles in his hand and said unexpectedly, "Ha, old Lu, how come there's no prey in your hand today? Is this bad luck? Didn't hit it?" He noticed that Lu Chang and Chen Anmo their hands were empty. Old Lu laughed. "Then you're underestimating us. How could we go out and return empty-handed? What about the prey?" Su Fu rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Know that this is another big deal. There's too much stuff, and to avoid crowds, the carriage is already parked in your backyard." Oh, Su Fu's heart fluttered. Surprisingly, it was pulled by a wagon. He came to the backyard first. He only saw two people, Zhou Jiqiang and Sun Dabing, pulling the carriage and had been waiting for a long time. Come on in, come on in. Su Fu's face wore joy. As the carriage entered the backyard courtyard, he lifted the carriage curtain at the first opportunity. That look startled him. What did he see? Black-scaled python. That's not right. This snake is at least 7th grade in strength. How did they finish it off? Su Fu's heart jumped. Is it Chen Anmo? That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. The moment this absurd idea appeared, it was directly denied by Su Fu. Although he knew that Chen Anmo had good talent and was a personal disciple of the Zhang Fei martial arts school. However, he had entered the Zhang Fei martial arts school for too short a period of time. Lu Chen laughed. Boss Su, we haven't had a chance to dissect it yet because we're too busy to start now. Okay. Don't worry guys, I'll be absolutely fair with the price. He didn't ask who killed the snake, because it's not polite to ask. However, he keenly realized that this 4-member squad was vaguely led by Chen Anmo. In other words, Chen Anmo was the strongest of them all. He decided that he must get along with this Chen Anmo. A few moments later, Lu Cheng dissected the snake's bile. The snake's bile was the size of a man's head, and it was dark. Su Fu knows a little bit of medicine, and immediately made a snake gall infusion for Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo, in this wine of mine, I've also added ginseng, as well as some blood-strengthening herbs, and the snake's gallbladder has been soaked in it for more than 3 days. So turn around and you can drink it. Su Fu knows a lot about this stuff, smiled and said, to tell the truth, I'm drinking it myself. I used to have a very short time with my wife's concubines, but now, TSK, they are obedient to me. Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. It's that effective? Ha ha ha, whoever uses it knows. Su Fu was smug. Sun Dabing and Zhou Jiqiang were tickled to hear it. Shopkeeper Su, you'll have to score some points for us later. Yeah, it's all old favorites, and I have a friend who says he wants it. Lu Cheng also coughed and said, I have a friend who also asked me. Su Fu said breathlessly, is this friend you're talking about yourselves? Lu Cheng was anxious. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not. Boss Su, give a quick word. Zhou Jiqiang said. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll give each of you a jug later, and make sure your virility is constant. Su Fu said with a furrowed brow. He was aware of the power of this snake gall wine. Otherwise, how could this concubine and wife of his be submissive? He was heartbroken when he thought of the time a year ago when he was disliked by his wife for not being useful, but not in the future. Chen Anmo was looking forward to seeing Su Fu look so pleased with himself. You know, Su Fu's strength is not very impressive, but after drinking this snake gall wine, it immediately became different. What about him? At the moment, he didn't know his exact strength either, but make sure you serve your sister-in-law well. It was getting late. On this hunt, a total of 730 taels were earned, because Chen Anmo took the lead. Originally Lu Cheng and the others discussed, Chen Anmo took 80%. The three of them will only get 2 achievements. But there was no shortage of money for Chen Anmo right now, so he decided to take only half, a share of 365 taels of silver. This scene made Su-fu nod repeatedly as he watched. Powerful, unforgettable, and nice to those around him. You can't find such a nice young man nowadays. Business people, that's the kind of people they like to deal with. When I got home, it was late in the evening. Since the Wu family had been destroyed, Shin Xian didn't need to hide inside the cellar all day long. At this time she was cooking. Today's meal was very sumptuous because she knew that Chen Anmo was coming back. She was bent over, hips up, fiddling with the firewood behind the stove. Soon the stove fire was burning brighter and brighter. Well, simmer for a while, the meat is almost rotten. Suddenly, a large hand stopped and held her in place. Oops, Shen Xian was taken aback. Sister-in-law, cooking. Hearing that it was Chen Anmo's voice, Shen Xian was relieved. Turning back, he looked up at Chen Anmo with a somewhat sultry expression. Almost scared the hell out of you. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, you've got too much guts then, don't you? Chen Anmo scratched Shen Xian's nose, only feeling that she was getting better looking and cuter now. That's probably what it's like to be a lover. Suddenly, Shen Xian seemed to think of something. Hastily covering his face, he said, "Don't look, I just burned firewood, my face must be dirty." She didn't want Chen Anmo to think that she was unattractive. Chen Anmo gave her a look. Shen Xian did have a few smudges of dark gray on her face. However, this can't hide Shen Xian's pretty face at all. Ah, sister-in-law, you are beautiful, and in my mind, you are the most beautiful. Who can stand up to these words? Shen Xian's eyes were going dizzy and her whole body went limp. Nonsense, you know how to make your sister-in-law happy. Shen Xian pouted. Chen Anmo wrapped his arms around her, very, very tightly. Another nod on her forehead. I mean it, I'm not lying. Suddenly, he smelled something burning. Oops, there's still meat stewing in the pot. It's going to be mushy. Shen Xian hurriedly went to serve the food. Prepared so much good food? Chen Anmo glanced at the meat on the stovetop in surprise. Definitely, cooked just for you. Sister-in-law, you are too good to me. I must reward you. Sister-in-law. Chen Anmo deliberately bit the word reward very heavily. That's a statement that seems to mean something. Shen Xian's pretty face was red. Let's take the dishes out first. How was the harvest this time out? While serving the dishes, Chen Anmo talked about the things he encountered on his hunt. Afterward, Chen Anmo went out and pulled the carriage in. Look, here's the wagon the Axe Gang gave me. Chen Anmo thought about how much more convenient it would be to have a carriage to go out. So he pulled the wagon back. The wagon came with some grass. What a handsome horse. Shen Xian smiled. As a dark boarder, she would naturally ride a horse. Know how to take care of a horse. 2. The dartboard used to keep 5 horses. Some water was given to the horse, and then the 2 went to dinner. Sister-in-law, let's have a little drink today. Shen Xian was also in a good mood today. She felt that the days were getting more and more energetic, and her feelings for Chen Anmo were growing with each passing day. So in order to make Chen Anmo happy, she, who had never been a drinker, made an unprecedented move and poured herself a large bowl. Chen Anmo froze. Good lord, sister-in-law poured herself so much at once. He cried and laughed a little. Sister-in-law, this wine is very strong. What if you get drunk? Drunk? I don't think so, Shen Xian said with embarrassment. If I do get drunk, then I'll have to let you take care of me. Chen Anmo froze. Nice guy, really nice guy. That's a naked hint. Getting drunk on purpose to give him a chance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to be like this. Chen Anmo smiled in his heart. Come on, dry one. The 2 men took a sip of wine, with a large bowl of wine going down. In a short while, Shen Xian was already dizzy. Hot, she felt hot all over, false sweating. Without realizing it, Chen Anmo had already wrapped his arms around Shen Xian's waist. 4 eyes. Sister-in-law, you're so pretty. With such a close distance, Chen Anmo could smell the faint scent of wine on her. The wine flavor mixed with the woman's fresh scent was mind-blowing. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, though, there was a knock on the door. Chen Anmo frowned. Shen Xian was also a bit sultry. Who is it? This late at night? There were actually 5 or 6 of them. Chen Anmo frowned. Is the visitor bad? According to his senses, one of them had a powerful aura, and his strength was a full 7th grade. Sister-in-law, go hide in the cellar for a while. I'll go take a look. With so many strangers at the door, there must be something wrong. Open the door. The group was carrying lanterns in their hands. The first one, with a scarred face, looked menacing. The physique was very stout and domineering, and above his hands, they were covered with calluses. Definitely a tough guy. Something? Chen Anmo was secretly on guard. The man with the scarred face grinned. I'm Axe Gang leader Yang Jian. I heard that my men had offended Brother Chen, so I've brought them here to make amends. You've come to make amends? Then a junior behind him came up holding a small wooden box. Open it. Inside was clearly a jade bottle. Inside this jade bottle are 5 blood-strengthening pills. I know that these things don't mean much to you, Brother Chen, but this is a small token of our Axe Gang's appreciation, so I hope that Brother Chen smiles. Chen Anmo didn't expect it. The Axe Gang leader will personally come to the door to apologize. Gang Master Yang, you're being too polite, Chen Anmo said in a salty manner. I hope Brother Chen won't feel at ease. Well, I wasn't relieved in the first place. Chen Anmo nodded. Yang Jian then said a few more kind words and then took his leave. Sister-in-law, I'm going out for a while. It was rare that this Yang Jian sent himself to the door, so that was the right time to settle him. That's right, he's going to fix this Yang Jian. There are 2 reasons for this. First, kill Yang Jian and get the reward of the Axe Gang's former leader's last wish. Secondly, he didn't believe that Yang Jian really came to apologize. In order to avoid future problems, he had to nip all hidden dangers in the bud. And at that moment, Yang Jian's group of people came to the head of the village to a house surnamed Ma. Gang Master, this is it. The second pawn Lin Si pointed to the family in front of him. This family's son owes us a dozen taels of silver, and has never paid it back, and the man can't be found. The last time I came to see it, this family also has a daughter who is not bad looking. Yang Jian nodded, indifferent. Then take their daughter away. It just so happens that this family is from the same village as that kid Chen Anmo. I'll let him know that my Axe Gang also has a temper, and those who offend us won't have a good ending. I hope he won't have a next time. Lin Si nodded. It's called making an example of someone. I'll give you Chen Anmo face, but that doesn't mean I'm nice. They need those deterrents when they're in gangs. Otherwise, how can you convince people? How can you get people to listen to you? Chapter 30 Hairdresser in Distress. The Horse Family. It was dark. Ma Yukai, his daughter-in-law, and his daughter-in-law lit oil lamps and did the work of weaving fishing nets. This is the family's main income, live by selling fishing nets and occasionally catching fish. The family was barely able to save some silver money. The daughter's name is Ma Xiaohua. She had inherited her mother's virtues completely, and although she was only 15 years old in the fancy, it was clear from her clear face that she was not bad looking. It's just a shame that the skin looks a little rough because of more work, sometimes working in the sun. Hey, I wonder where brother went. Ma Xiaohua did her job and sighed a little. Big brother hasn't been back for half a month. Ma Yukai gave her a sidelong glance and said, from now on, just pretend he's dead and don't mention him. What are you talking about? Child's father. The daughter-in-law on the side was not pleased. Am I wrong? He stole more than 10 taels of silver from the family, lost it all in one night for me, and owed so much foreign debt. Ma Yukai glared at the woman. The woman was obviously a little afraid of Ma Yukai, lowered her head and said, that's because he's still young and doesn't know any better. And it'll be better when he marries a daughter-in-law in the future. Already 20 years old. Still young? It's all because you're spoiled. And what's all this talk about getting a daughter-in-law? Where's the silver to get a daughter-in-law? Ma Yukai snorted coldly. I think this son of ours is really dead somewhere. Just, don't talk about him, little flower. You go to bed early. You don't need to go out these days. Stay at home. Smother your skin and make it whiter. Sonny, you go and buy another flowery dress over tomorrow. And some rouge and powder. Don't mind the price. Make sure it's a good one. Ma Xiaohua froze. Father, who did you buy these for? Silly or not? Of course these things are for you. Can't they be for your mom? Ma Yukai rolled his eyes and continued. You're not small anymore. You should dress up. Don't be like a wild girl, so that you attract men. Turn around. I'll take you to Chen Anmo's home to sit down. Words. Ma Xiaohua reacted. Father, are you trying to make me marry brother Anmo? Because they were from the same village. Ma Xiaohua and Chen Anmo were also considered to be hairdressers. Grew up together. Of course, there are several other little ones in the village. However, as we all grew up and went our separate ways, the little ones didn't get together much. You're overthinking it. Chen Anmo is a capable person now. How can he look at our family so easily? Ma Yukai shook his head. Ma Xiaohua sighed and thought the same thing. However, it's always a good idea to try. Besides, Chen Anmo has a lot of contact with capable people now, and you guys have played together since you were kids, so you can let him introduce you to them later. Of course, if he sees you, that's even better, even if it's to be a concubine for him, as a young one. Ma Xiaohua didn't mind being small. She nodded. Got it, Dad. Bang! Just as the family was discussing the situation, the front door was suddenly kicked in. Even rural doors are actually quite sturdy, but it was still kicked open, enough to see that the person who kicked the door and had a lot of strength. Who are you people? Ma Yotsai's face changed slightly, hurriedly picking up the wood chipper on the ground. Then he shielded Ma Xiaohua behind him and looked at the visitor vigilantly. The ones who came in were naturally people from the Axe Gang such as Yang Jian and Lin Si. Yang Jian swept a glance at Ma Xiaohua and secretly nodded. It's not great skin, but it's good to be young and there's a lot of room for remodeling. Go back and let the bod be tempered. In less than a month, It's guaranteed that this Ma Xiaohua is good at serving men. We're the Axe Gang. Your son, Ma Chang, owes our Axe Gang 15 taels of silver, and today is the day to pay, Lin Si said as he walked up conspiratorially. Ma Yukai and the others' faces changed slightly. You guys ask Ma Chang for the debt he owes. It's none of our business. Old man, you're confused, aren't you? Ma Chang is your son. From ancient times, a father's debt is paid by the son, and likewise, a son's debt is paid by the father. Do you understand? Lin Si took a step forward and viciously grabbed Ma Yotsai's collar and cursed. Don't you hit my father. If you want to find it, go to my brother. It's none of our business. Ma Xiaohua was afraid of these people though. Still, she took the initiative to stop these people. Pop! Lin Si backhanded him, directly slapped Ma Xiaohua out. Oh! Ma Xiaohua covered her face, not knowing what to do. Ma Yukai was in a hurry. How can you hit people? Look at you poor people. I think you can't get any silver. According to the rules of the Jianghu, if you don't have the money to pay your debt, then take someone to pay your debt. Take this little girl away. Lin Si sneered, waved his hand, and the two little brothers behind him walked up with a grim smile. No, father, mother. Ma Xiaohua naturally refused, hugging the table leg and refusing to run. Ma Yukai was even holding a wood chipper, looking like he wanted to cut someone. You guys keep this up and I'll fight you. Ha ha ha. The group laughed outright. Old thing, you don't wow me. Do you believe we'll chop up your whole family? Lin Si coldly said. And you, little girl, if you are more obedient now, you can suffer less physical pain. Otherwise, I will make you look good. Ma Xiaohua was so frightened that she cried wah wah wah. Take away. Yang Jian said coldly. He got a little impatient, and coldness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Ma Xiaohua bit a man's arm. Oh vo 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 vo. Immediately, a large chunk of flesh was bitten off the man's arm. Yang Jian was furious. Shameless thing, pull her inside and do it first. A few of the henchmen brightened up. This girl is so pretty, she's definitely a good deal. Then one of them rushed up like a wolf. Father, mother, help me, ooh-hoo. Ma Yukai took the wood knife and was about to fight for his life. A leg kick was thrown by Lin Si though. The wood chipper in his hand flew out. Ma Yukai was shivering in pain and couldn't get up for a while. Ma Xiaohua's mother was even tied up with a rope by one of her men. At this point, Ma Xiaohua was almost desperate. It's hilarious, but at that moment, Chen Anmo walked in. Mercurial. The hand that grabbed Ma Xiaohua loosened. Ma Xiaohua was the first to run to Chen Anmo's side and grabbed his arm tightly. Merc, and please help, Ma Yukai said weakly and feebly. He knew that only Chen Anmo could save them at this time. Chen old brother, we also came over to collect the debt only. The rules of the Jianghu cannot pay the debt. We naturally want people, but also ask you to sympathize. After all, I axe gang up and down a few hundred people it. Broken the rules. I do this as a gang leader. How to convince the public. Chen Anmo glanced at Yang Jian who had just spoken. 15 taels is it? Here. Chen Anmo took out a money bag and threw it over. Here's 20 taels. Keep the change. Yang Jian took it and frowned. Elder brother Chen, I can't imagine that you, a martial master, would actually help someone who has nothing to do with you. Yang Jian said unhappily. If he could pull Ma Xiaohua away, with Ma Xiaohua's poise, she would be able to earn him at least 1,000 taels or more in the future. So Chen Anmo's move was clearly blocking his path to wealth. Besides, he had wanted to bully the family, and then stand up for authority. Let the others know what the Axe Gang is all about. Unexpectedly, it was again stirred up by Chen Anmo. He was upset in his mind. Uncle Ma is from one of my villages. How come it has nothing to do with me? What? Don't you think 20 taels is enough? Chen Anmo looked straight into Yang Jian's gaze. Enough. Of course enough, Chen old brother, but I advise you a word. There are some things, do not need you meddle in, so that you good and I good, everyone good. I, Yang Jian, will recognize you as my friend from now on, Chen Anmo said. Not just anyone can be my Chen Anmo's friend. Kid, what did you say? Dare to talk to our gang leader like that? A junior rushed up and drank. However, Yang Jian pressed down on his men's shoulders. Gang leader? Elder brother Chen's face is still to be given. Yang Jian said salaciously. Let's go. Lin Si and the others froze for a moment. Having been told so by Chen Anmo, the gang leader actually said to leave. This is really. However, since the gang leader had said so, they didn't dare to disobey the order. Waiting for someone to leave, the three members of the Ma family knelt down for Chen Anmo in unison. Master Chen, thanks for saving my life. Ma Yukai was in old tears. Ma Xiaohua also looked at Chen Anmo in a formal manner. Chen, Master Chen, or just call me by my nickname. We're all from the same town. It's nothing. Chen Anmo shook his head and said, Master Chen, this silver, we will find a way to pay it back. Ma Yukai is a sensible man, knowing that if it wasn't for Chen Anmo just now, He was afraid that his daughter would have been spoiled. Chen Anmo said, "Who wants you to pay it back? Live a good life. Don't think too much. You know what? My master, the county magistrate, has given me a lot of silver. These 3 melons and 2 dates are nothing to me." As he said this, he cleared away the tables, chairs and stools for them. "Go to bed early." Chen Anmo left the place. Walking down the darkened path, he recognized the way. With that, he ran towards the location where Yang Jian and the others had left. Claptrap. Unconsciously, the sky was drizzling. Outside the village by a small river, 7 figures staggered as they walked along the road. This Chen Anmo, really looking for death, thinking that with a backstage, he cannot give face to my axe gang? Yang Jian spat angrily and cracked his mouth. A few of the minions didn't dare to take a breath. Lin Si came up with an idea. "Gangmaster, we can't deal with this Chen Anmo, but we can deal with the guys who are hunting with Chen Anmo. I see that they are on good terms with each other, so let's start there and kidnap them. When Chen Anmo wants to save them later, he will have to be polite to us." Lin Si is of average strength, but the reason why he became the second leader of the Axe Gang is that he has a lot of schemes. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed. To be honest, he didn't want to go against Chen Anmo. After all, the biggest enemy at hand was the Crocodile Gang. However, because of this, outsiders should never be allowed to think that they, the Axe Gang, were weak. Just do as you say. Suddenly, the 2 minions on the left side suddenly screamed miserably and their heads flew out. "What man?" Yang Jian and Lin Si quickly looked around, only to see a figure walking with a sword in the darkness to the left. Chapter 31. Take a nap today. Who is your excellency? Dare to kill someone from my Axe Gang? Are you tired of living? Yang Jian carried his sword and glanced towards Lin Si. Lin Si understood and immediately circled around to Chen Anmo's right side. "Weren't you guys discussing about dealing with me just now? No need to discuss. I'm coming." Chen Anmo's body surged forward. "It's you, Chen Anmo. How dare you?" Yang Jian was really angry. "I put up with you at every turn, and you come after me again and again." Fiercely drew his sword. However, he didn't expect the invisible knife chi to split over. The 2 junior brothers on the side screamed miserably and broke an arm, their faces pale as they retreated towards the back. Lin Si roared, "Kid, leave your life behind." He stabbed his sword towards Chen Anmo's abdomen. Stab! A smile raised on Lin Si's face. "I thought it was so great, but this is it." Only the expected perception of the sword piercing into flesh did not appear. The sword seemed to have stabbed on top of some stone, making it difficult to embed itself in the slightest bit. "Not good. Big brother, go!" Lin Si reacted. Chen Anmo grabbed the sword with one hand and raised his other hand, slapping it hard on Lin Si's head. Click! Lin Si's head exploded. "I'm surprised Lin 4 doesn't have 4 heads yet, though." He turned his head to Yang Jian and said with difficulty, "Big brother, quickly, go!" Penis. Yang Jian froze. Whoosh! Before he could react, Chen Anmo swung his 9-ring sword to slash. Yang Jian fights it off desperately, but Chen Anmo was getting faster and faster. 7th grade. You're actually already a 7th grade. Yang Jian exclaimed in horror. He was also a 7th grade, but how long had he been practicing? Chen Anmo, on the other hand, on the information he had gathered, was only an 8th grade. The key was that Chen Anmo, a 7th grade, was simply too strong. The physical body and blade techniques were all a huge level higher than him. Thumbs up. Yang Jian felt more and more injuries on his body. Soon, both his eyes had blurred. My life is over. He knew that he was in the gutter this time. Pust. Chen Anmo stabbed Yang Jian in the heart. Looking at the several bodies on the ground, Chen Anmo touched them one by one. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 120 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish number 1, destroy the crocodile gang guys. Reward, Wine Chaser, perfection. Wish 2, I wish Xiaohong, Li 1, Qin, Wen 1, Lily, they have a good life. Reward, 200 days of cultivation. Yang Jin's last wish is destined to be incomplete. Then, he looked aside to Lin Si's last wish. Touching the corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, I want to be buried with my beloved gang leader. If we can't be husband and wife in this life, we must be together in the next life. Reward, wind chasing mad blade skill, great achievement. Last wish 2, I wish to be buried in beautiful women's clothing. Reward, a bottle of extreme golden sore pill. Last wish 3, I don't want word to get out about my women's clothing. Reward, 100 days of training. Chen Anmo's face was odd. This Lin Si, surprisingly, is a big woman. Just as well, for the sake of the reward, let's grant you this wish. He first touched the bodies, then tied the others to rocks and sank them in the pond. Afterwards, the bodies of Yang Jian and Lin Si were first placed in the side grass. I went home and got a shovel and the clothes my sister-in-law didn't want. Enough to work until the wee hours of the morning. It was only then that the two were buried together. While dressing Lin Si, it was discovered that he was wearing a belly band and other women's clothing underneath. It's hot, but this person is kind of infatuated with Yang Jian. Chen Anmo sighed. Reward, wind chasing wild blade technique. Great success. Reward, 1 bottle of extreme golden soar pill. Reward, 100 days of training. After collecting Lin Si's posthumous rewards, the former Axe gang leader's rewards also arrived. I was murdered by my second brother, and wish to avenge his death. Completed. Reward, wind chasing blade skill, minor achievement. Rewarded to 2 chasing the wind and wild blade feats. 1 big success. 1 small success. With fusion. Technique, wind chasing wild blade technique. Perfection, blade chi into wind. Chen Anmo slightly closed his eyes. Feeling the power of this blade technique, the joy on his face grew stronger. Because this blade technique, it was an actual Shen rank technique. This was not at all comparable to the 3 styles of the fast sword that he had previously cultivated. After all, the 3 styles of the fast dagger was only the most ordinary yellow ranked technique. By the time I got home, it was long past dawn. This time, it really wore him out. After taking a blood strengthening pill, he collapsed on the bed and went straight to rest. When Shen Xian got up and saw that Chen Anmo had gone home and was already resting, she was relieved. Last night, because she drank a little too much, she didn't even know when she went to bed herself. Must be exhausted. Shoes and clothes don't even know to take them off. Shen Xian walked over and took off Chen Anmo's shoes. Sister-in-law. Chen Anmo was startled and subconsciously reached for his knife. However, it was only after seeing that it was Shen Xian that he breathed a sigh of relief. I see your shoes aren't off, so you should get some early rest. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Chen Anmo pulled her back. Sister-in-law, let's sleep in today. Shen Xian blushed. Sleeping? Yeah, we were disturbed last night. We'll make up for it today. Looking at Chen Anmo's expectant look, Shen Xian's heart was beating fast. That said, she was actually looking forward to it. After all, she was a normal woman, and when she met a man she liked, she naturally wanted to be together for real. Just like that, she was pulled under the covers by Chen Anmo. Sister-in-law, I don't want to hold back any longer. I want you. Chen Anmo came to Shen Xian's ear. His voice was very gentle. Let me take care of you from now on, okay? Under the covers, the two just faced each other. People have had you in their hearts for a long time. Shen Xian lowered her head, embarrassed. A kiss. Chen Anmo patted over. Woohoo! Soon the comforter was a mess. The battle was fierce. On this day, the two didn't get up until late in the evening. Eating her meal, Shen Xian's face was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Anmo, I'd like to come over on the day of your small martial arts exam and cheer you on. Shen Xian proposed with chopsticks in her mouth. That's fine. There's a human skin mask anyway. When the time comes, I'll put some makeup on you, sister-in-law, and no one will recognize it. Shen Xian nodded. Sister-in-law, let's have a good meal and take an early rest. Chen Anmo proposed. At those words, Shen Xian's entire body was crispy. No way. It was only Chen Anmo who was too powerful to blame. I really don't understand why a youngster in his infancy is so brave. Whose ministry is this anyway? It was her first time though, but she had read some of the talking books, knowing that when a man is first starting out, he usually only needs to count 1, 2, 3, it's over. She believed everyone did, but Chen Anmo exceeded her knowledge. Eat well. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian took a brief shower. In the next moment, Chen Anmo picked up Shen Xian on his shoulders and ran into the cellar. The reason why it's still in the cellar is simple. It's soundproofed, and it's warm in here. Now the weather is turning cooler. It's cold if you don't wear clothes. More than half an hour later, Shen Xian had rested limply. Chen Anmo glanced at the available cultivation time. Available practice time, 4 years and 100 days. Available blood value, 42. Continue cultivating the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique. Chen Anmo whispered. He sat up, because he had slept through the entire day. He wasn't sleepy at all now. So get out of the cellar. Deducting 100 days, you cultivate the Tiger Mighty Overlord body technique. You know that this technique is difficult to cultivate, so there is no rush. You slowly hammer your body. Deducting 2 years, you consume 20 points of chi and blood values, and there is obviously a huge increase in physical strength and power, and you feel touching the bottleneck. Deducting 2 years, you consume 22 points of blood value, and with your persistent efforts, you succeed in making the Dragon Claw hands cultivate to a small degree of success. Although the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique has not reached the master level, you touch the bottleneck and see the dawn of a breakthrough. Phew, sure didn't make a breakthrough. The Tiger Mighty Hegemony technique didn't make a breakthrough, for which he wasn't surprised. After all, it had taken 10 years of cultivation to break through from great completion to perfection before. However, I didn't think it would allow Dragon Claw hands to reach minor success. It's kind of a surprise. The next few days, The news about the disappearance of the Axe Gang leader and the second master spread throughout the city. A couple of people just disappeared? The Crocodile Gang took advantage of the opportunity to seize territory. In just 5 days, the Axe Gang was destroyed. Chen Anmo was very low-key these days, not out hunting anymore either. It's a mess because Bear Mountain Woods is rumored to be contested by several gangs. He was about to take the small test of martial arts, so he didn't want to fight and kill again and attract unnecessary attention. He still remembered the words of his master and senior brother. That's the lowdown. So these days he would come here to the martial arts center during the day, looking for disciples to spar with. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the martial arts mini-test. Chen Anmo was practicing martial arts in the courtyard when his ears twitched, and he keenly heard his master and his mother chatting. Inside the house, Lu Zhengfei sipped his tea, his brows locked, obviously with something on his mind. Looking at the hard-working teenagers in the yard, he remembered when he was young. At that time, he was also spirited, vowed to become a human being, or even an upper third-ranked land deity. But at some point, he forgot about the dream. By the time I remembered, the black hair at my temples had turned gray. Hey, Lu Zhengfei sighed. Tomorrow is the day of the small test of martial arts. What are you sighing for? Are you worried that something will happen to Zhang Fantian again? Shifu asked. He shouldn't have a problem. The Wuxiu Kai will definitely be able to pass the exam. Really? Then who do you think will be ranked higher? Chen Anmo or Zhang Fantian? It should be Zhang Fantian. After all, he's already 7th grade and has mastered Mingjin. It's just that. Lu Zhengfei frowned. There's something fishy about him fully recovering from his injuries this time. I'm afraid it's not that simple. What's wrong? Shifu wondered. I hope I'm feeling wrong. Zhang Fantian's talent is good. It's just that his character is stubborn and can be easily taken advantage of. Chapter 32 Martial Arts Examination opens. Yard. Chen Anmo frowned slightly when he heard Lu Zhengfei's words. There's something fishy about Zhang Fantian recovering from his injuries? He also didn't know what Lu Zhengfei was referring to. But secretly, he admonished himself to stay away from this Zhang Fantian. Early the next morning. It was a gray day. No rain though. The small test of martial arts section of the 4th floor town officially started. The location of the exam was on the practice field in front of the city lord's mansion. At this time, on both sides of the field, a crowd had already gathered, and on the high platform, a group of officials and generals in the city, according to the size of their positions, were listed among them. There were some tables and chairs on either side. Those who could sit here were some of the city's great families and landlords and gentry. Don't look at the town of Silu as just a town, but the population is actually not very large. Together with the young martial artists from some of the nearby villages, the number of people who came here to participate in the small test added up to around 220 people. Chen Anmo brought Chen Xian to Zhengfei Martial Arts Center here early. This time, the Zhengfei Martial Arts School had sent about 11 disciples, but those who could pass the small test, in the words of Lu Zhengfei, would not be more than 3 people. This shows how small the percentage is. Senior brother Chen, my sister Zhang Yuqi, you've seen her before. Song Shuqing came to greet Chen Anmo, but Chen Anmo didn't bother with her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he observed the other martial artists. Yuki Zhang was angry, pulling Song Shuqing aside. Cousin, I'm listening to you this time, but I didn't expect this kid to give me the benefit of the doubt. People have exams coming up. How can they care about you? Besides, you ignored people first before. Song Shuqing didn't feel that Chen Anmo had done anything wrong. Even you bully me. Zhang Yuqi was speechless and stomped her feet, walking over to her family's side. Kiki, what's wrong? So angry? A gorgeously dressed, charmingly beautiful woman touched Zhang Yuqi's head and asked in a doting manner, Mother, my cousin must hate me now. Just because I didn't accept a man he introduced me to, my cousin counts me out and doesn't help me at all. Zhang Yuqi huffed and puffed out what had just happened. Finally, he said, Mother, I've given this Chen Anmo a chance, and he's actually ignoring me. Do you think that's decent? Zhang Yuqi's mother, whose name was Tang Kai, frowned at the words. Indeed it is not like that. A mere magistrate, thinking he has some talent, dares to look down on my daughter. Doesn't he know that a genius? That's only called a genius if he's truly grown. I don't know how many geniuses in this world have died halfway through their lives, and I'm afraid that he, a magistrate, won't get far even if he goes to high school if he doesn't have a big power as his background. Tang Kai snorted and continued, Daughter, you have a good competition later. I'll find a way to make him take a poor ranking. Ha, Mother, I'm just spitballing. There's no need to fix people, right? In the end, Zhang Yuji is just childish. Sometimes when you're upset, you just spit a few words, but if she really wanted to hurt someone, then she would never dare. I'm just giving him a little lesson. Kiki, that's all you need to do, Tang Kai said with a faint smile. For the martial arts minor exam, there are 2 main tests. First, the strength test. Iron locks ranging from 500 to 1500 pounds were placed on the field. Test everyone's strength by lifting an iron lock. Chen Anmo glanced at the field. Of the 200 or so people, most of them were 8th grade martial artists. There weren't more than 20 who had reached the 7th grade like him. You only need to lift the 500 pounds of iron locks to be considered to have passed the first test. The heavier the lift, the more forward the spot. Then, the second item of the test, the martial arts test. Everyone draws lots and gets their number, then randomly challenge each other. The ranks are decided through a martial arts test. The overall rankings are then determined by the rankings of the 2 bouts. By this time, there were already candidates coming onto the field. The man was not very strong, so he chose a 600-pound iron lock. He grabbed the crossbar with one hand and lifted it, hard, over his head. It must be maintained for 10 breaths. However, at the 5th breath, this candidate stifled a grunt. Bang! He has no strength left. The iron lock hit the ground hard. In theory, he has 2 more chances to lift, but he just exerted himself too hard and suffered internal injuries. There are a total of 3 examiners in charge of the assessment. One in the center, expressionless, said, failed to lift weights, test score 0, ineligible for the second test. Next up was a woman, though with a clean-cut look and slim build, but she easily lifted 700 pounds of iron locks. Yang Li, successful weightlifting, 700 pounds, score C on. With one individual on the field, most can only choose from 700 pounds, 800 pounds. Some may have lifted heavier before, but this time it played poorly and was cancelled outright. Finally, there were some established disciples from the martial arts school on the stage. Senior sister of the Ling Tian Martial School, M.O. Linger. This was one of the top female geniuses in the city, on par with Zhou Tianhu of the Zhou family and Qi Wei of the Dabao Martial Arts School. It is said that there is funding from the city lord's office behind it. Inklinger, lifting 100 pounds successfully, scored under A. The examiner's expression finally moved. Smiling, she nodded towards M.O. Linger. Congratulations, Miss M.O. At this time, it was finally Zhang Fantian's turn to take the stage. The disciples of the Zhang Fei Martial School each opened their eyes wide. The other disciples from the other martial arts schools were also focusing on Zhang Fenshin here. This one was the toast of the town 2 years ago, but it's an outside fight, and it's been seriously injured. Many thought for a while that he was wasted. I didn't expect to get back up. Several martial arts hall owners gathered together and chatted with each other. The master of the Ling Tian Martial Hall looked towards Zhang Fantian and laughed lightly towards Lu Jinfei. Although Zhang Fantian has recovered from his injuries, he should have left behind some after effects. I'm afraid that his performance this time around may not necessarily be that good. The Dabao Martial Arts Hall master nodded approvingly. Lu Zhengfei, I don't know if you're most optimistic about Zhang Fantian or the new disciple Chen Anmo right now. Recently, this Chen Anmo has been in the limelight. Not long ago, he killed the 3rd leader of the Axe Gang over at the Bear Mountain Forest Farm. It's a good thing that the Axe Gang leader mysteriously disappeared, presumably killed by the Crocodile Gang's people. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you, the new disciple, would also be retaliated against by the Axe Gang. Upon hearing this, a few martial arts hall masters had a mocking look on their faces. The 2 geniuses that Lu Jinfei had worked so hard to cultivate had both attracted trouble outside. If this continues, sooner or later, this Chen Anmo will also be retaliated against and then wasted. Lu Jinfei naturally heard the mockery in their tone. He said in a salty manner, you don't need to worry about this. In terms of eyesight, I'm better than all of you. They definitely won't let me down. The corners of several pavilion owners' mouths twitched. What's the point of pretending to have good eyesight? As great as genius is, it takes time to grow up. As he was talking, Zhang Fantian had already started lifting weights. The one he chose, surprisingly, was also an 1,100-pound iron lock. The crowd was shocked. It seems that Zhang Fantian has recovered well from his injuries, lifting such a heavy weight right off the bat. Many people were surprised. Drink! Zhang Fantian let out a low shout from the field, and with that, he grabbed the crossbar with both hands. The whole body's qi and blood flowed through, and his arms were violently exerted. In an instant, the iron locks moved. It was lifted high by him with a force. Qi and blood surged on his face, and on his forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat began to roll down. I'm going to make it. Zhang Fantian cried out in his heart. He had already tasted the coldness and warmth of human kindness after he had been invalidated earlier, so he's going to succeed. He has to prove himself. I've given so much. I can't lose. Moment. Zhang Fantian let out an explosive cry as his qi and blood erupted. The iron lock was finally lifted by him, but it hasn't lasted 3 breaths. A flush welled up on his face. Not good. He stifled a grunt, unable to hold on any longer. The iron lock hit the ground hard. Failed. It's amazing that he failed. The crowd was in an uproar. One must know that Zhang Fantian had participated in the small examination of the martial arts section in the past. he likewise opted for 100 pounds. It was a struggle to perform even then, but it worked. And now, he had failed. Sure enough, what with recovering from his injuries, it's just an appearance. His talent has been limited. Someone in the crowd said indifferently. Zhang Fontian's expression was tinged with frustration. Why? I'm at home obviously. He's not happy about it. 2 more chances, I'll try again. Only at this time, Lu Zhengfei came to his side. You're already injured. If you keep this up, it won't be good for you. Give up. This failure is nothing. But master, Zhang Fenshen is not willing to give it a try. You're hurt, Lu Zhengfei said. Subsequently, bring Zhang Fanxia down to the field. It looks like the Zhengfei Martial Arts Center took a 0 this time. Someone laughed and teased. Yes, the most promising Zhang Fantian failed. Before that also a senior brother with average results. The second round of the examination will definitely lose. This time Zhengfei Martial Arts Hall does not have any disciples to take. That's not right either. That Chen Anmo hasn't even started yet. Just him? His talent is good, but what Lu Zhengfei is looking at is his future. His time learning martial arts is still too short to mean anything. The crowd spoke up. These voices were naturally heard by Chen Anmo. He wasn't in a hurry. Look to the field. At this point, the girl, Zhang Yuqi, came on. She chose 900 pounds. The crowd raised their eyebrows, not realizing that this unnamed girl was somewhat capable. She grunted in pride and thought darkly. This time, it was her day of fame. Do you really think she's just a bratty young lady? Her talent was no less than that of her cousin, Song Shuqing, even more so than him. Otherwise, why would the Song family fund her? Although they were related, the Song family was too big and had a ton of relatives. Only good behavior qualifies for family funding. That's the reality. Drink! Zhang Yuqi's brow wrinkled, and the iron lock was raised high above her head. She obviously didn't feel very overwhelmed. Therefore, the gaze was still directed towards Chen Anmo's side. Kid, I'm more beautiful than the ugly woman beside you, and my talent is even better than yours. How dare you ignore me? Regret it now? With that, she looked at her cousin Song Shuqing. The face was very arrogant. Song Shuqing shook his head helplessly. This cousin of his own is showing off again. Didn't I tell her to lay low? Lifting 800 pounds is fine. You have to show off. Facing Zhang Yuqi's gaze, Chen Anmo was somewhat speechless. Why are you staring at me? Did I mess with you? In the end, Zhang Yuqi got this good result on B. You should know that it was her first time to take the martial arts mini-test. As you can imagine, if you attend next time, you won't be able to escape with an A grade. A few moments later, it was finally Chen Anmo's turn. Mo, come on, Shen Xin said, came over and softly said, don't be nervous. When you're finished, I'll serve you well and let you relax. Chen Anmo smiled. How to serve? Tell me first. Chapter 33. How does a sister-in-law serve? Important chapter. Shen Xin blushed a little and snapped. Don't worry about this. Ha ha. Looking at Shen Xin's shy appearance, Chen Anmo laughed a little. Then, towards the stage. Senior brother Chen, don't be nervous. Senior brother Chen, take your time. We all support you. Many disciples inside the Zhangfei Martial Arts School cheered. Even Lu Chang and Zhou Jiqiang, Sun Dabing and others came over. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and looked at the pair of iron locks in front of him. To finish in the top 40 of the martial arts, he had to lift at least 900 pounds or more. His goal, though, was a top 10 finish. If they could win the top 10, they would be rewarded by the city lord's mansion. So, he set his eyes on the top of the 1,100-pound iron lock. Many people froze for a moment when they saw Chen Anmo walk to the 1,100-pound iron lock. He's not going to be lifting 1,100 pounds of iron locks, is he? No way. Absolutely no way. He should just look. Yeah, even if he's a genius, he can't be this strong. How long has it been since he entered the Zhangfei Martial School? Zhang Yuqi, who had just been very arrogant, also wondered in her heart, could it be that she wants to pretend in front of me? The mother, Tang Kai, was also very disdainful. I guess I want a claptrap. Such a person really doesn't deserve to be with my daughter. Lu Zhengfei, who was originally about to leave, was suddenly pulled back by Lu Feng. Father, don't go away. Master Chen is going to lift 1,100 pounds of iron locks. Lu Feng was incoherent with excitement. At those words, Lu Zhengfei subconsciously looked over. He's crazy. With his ability, even if he could lift 1,000 pounds it would be good. He had hinted at Chen Anmo before, and this time he was mainly here to show his face. Being able to lift 900 pounds is considered good enough, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Unexpectedly, Chen Anmo gave him a big surprise. Zhang Fantian on the side frowned slightly. I can't even lift it. How can you, who just entered the martial arts school, lift it? He didn't think Chen Anmo could do it. Or rather, there was no hope that Chen Anmo would be able to do it. Overall, Most people are skeptical. Only Lu Chang and the others had a calm smile on their faces. They had seen Chen Anmo's strength with their own eyes. Not to mention 1,100 pounds. Even if it was 1,500 pounds, he could still take it. Of course, Chen Anmo had told them before that he wished to keep his strength a secret. So none of them have said anything. At this time, Chen Anmo grabbed the 1100 iron lock with both hands. The chi and blood of his entire body began to bulge, and his arms filled with blood. With a slight lift, the iron lock was easily lifted. But that's all. Chen Anmo felt very relaxed. Drink! He let out a low gulp, and the iron lock was directly raised high above his head. Really lifted up by him. Father, look! Lu Feng excitedly pulled on Lu Jingfei's clothes. See! Lu Jingfei opened his mouth. He realized that he appeared to have underestimated this disciple. Chen Anmo's talent. Even if it was placed in his sect at that time, it was still considered a top talent. Zhang Fantian's eyes were red with envy. How can this be? He really did it. What does that make me? Song Shuqing quietly had arrived at Zhang Yuqi's side. Cousin, how was it? Zhang Yuqi covered her crimson mouth and said incredulously, too strong. Doesn't it mean that it's going to be even more powerful than Zhou Tianhu, Qi Wei and the others? Even if it's not comparable at the moment, the potential for the future is unlimited. Boom! By this time, Chen Anmo had already placed the iron lock on the ground. Chen Anmo, successful weightlifting, score a below. As the examiner's voice fell, there were whispers on and off the field. Zhang Yuji was a little sullen. Why is this guy so powerful? Tang Kai, the mother on the side, also frowned, because she felt like her daughter had been struck down. Imagine a man who rejected his daughter and became awesome. Will my daughter be embarrassed later? Kiki, this Chen Anmo has some brute strength, but that's all. He's from a bad background. He can't possibly go too far. When she finished, she looked toward a youth at the side. This youth, a genius she had sponsored. Nowadays, he is already at the 7th grade cultivation level. He just had a good run as well, lifting 1,000 pounds of iron locks. Gao Xin, Mrs. Tang, Gao Xin said respectfully, if you were to face this Chen Anmo, what do you think your chances of winning are? Gao Xin smiled a confident smile. This Chen Anmo has just a few moments of brute strength, but after all, his cultivation time is too short to be worth mentioning. He pondered that he was, after all, a 7th grade and had mastered Ming Jin. Very well, later on, you quietly get Chen Anmo's number and challenge him. Gao Xin nodded. Don't worry, Mrs. Tang. Saying that, he gazed at Zhang Yuqi at the side, licked his lips. He had quietly overheard the conversation between mother and daughter just now. To Zhang Yuqi, he kept a trace of fantasy in his heart, so it's tempting to show it. Chen Anmo has walked off the stage. Before he could even get here to the crowd at the Zhengfei Martial Arts Center, he was greeted by someone. Brother Chen, I'm the butler of the Su family. My son said to invite you for the evening. Oh, the Su family's son. Chen Anmo arched his hand. The Su family, here, is considered a medium-sized family, but he didn't know the Su family's son at all. It's like this. My family's son said to talk to you about cooperation. I wonder if you're willing to become my Su family's envoy? The treatment can be mentioned. Chen Anmo understood. Turns out it was to recruit him. There was no shortage of silver for him now. The lack of bodies is true, so just politely decline the offer. The other person reacted normally to the rejection, smiled, and left. Next, stewards from some of the other clans came over to confer. There were those who recruited him as an offering and those who said they would sponsor him. There were even people from small families who directly pulled their daughters over, saying that their daughters wanted to get acquainted with Chen Anmo. In response, Chen Anmo was very speechless. Am I the horny type? After politely refusing all of them, Chen Anmo took Shen Xin and directly left the place. No way. He would have liked to stay a little longer, but then he realized that a number of people were coming his way, intentionally trying to get close to him, so simply leave. Back home, Shen Xin tore the mask off her face. Then he said with a face full of excitement, Xiao Mo, you just got tired. I'll go make you something delicious. Shen Xin was just about to leave when she was pulled over by Chen Anmo. Sister-in-law, I want to eat you. Shen Xin was instantly held in Chen Anmo's arms. It's the middle of the day and you're not tired. Shen Xin pouted. Instinctively, she wanted to push Chen Anmo away, but her body was wrapped tightly around her. Chen Anmo gave Shen Xin a kiss on her forehead. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. Where is the beauty? I see a lot of big family lady is beautiful. Several even said hello to you. Words, why do you ignore them? Chen Anmo smiled. What's the matter? You want me to ignore them? Of course not. Just asking, because in my heart, you are the most beautiful. Shen Xin's petite body was soft, and she ranted. Xiao Mo, then you carry me into the house. As you wish. When his sister-in-law took the initiative to make such a request, Chen Anmo was naturally satisfied. But at night, Chen Xin was really tired to the point of exhaustion, don't even want to get out of bed. Chen Anmo also realized that his ability was just too strong. With that, he went to cook himself. After the two ate, Chen Anmo sharpened his sword skills in the courtyard. Early the next morning, on the square of the city lord's mansion, after yesterday's examination, there were more than 200 people, and in the end, only 113 people managed to enter the second examination. At this moment, Chen Anmo stood in the middle of these 113 people. Mo Linger, Qi Wei, Zhou Tianhu. These three people need the most attention. Chen Anmo scanned those three people. Didn't realize, the three men also looked his way. To Chen Anmo's surprise, a tall and thin martial artist named Gao Xian had also been staring at him. After he got his number, this Gao Xian suddenly walked over. Something wrong? Chen Anmo asked. Gao Xian stared at the number plate in Chen Anmo's hand and smiled. My humble self, Gao Xian, has great admiration for brother Chen and has come to pay a visit. Oh, Chen Anmo casually responded, secretly saying I believe you. He didn't know what this man's purpose was. However, there was something clearly wrong with the man's eyes just now. It was a hostile look, not an admiring one, so don't want to bother with him. I wonder what brother Chen's number is, Gao Xian asked. 56, said Chen Anmo casually. Oh, got it. Gao Xian laughed even more joyfully. Arching his hand, he left directly. Later, he'll challenge number 56, but as soon as he left, Chen Anmo looked at the number in his hand. His real number is 34. This 56, it's the number of the one called Kiwi. At this point, Kiwi is already fighting a guy. In just 2 moves, the man was spitting blood and had to admit defeat of his own accord. The difference is so great, it's not on the same level at all. Not long after, it was finally Chen Anmo's turn to take the stage. Chen Anmo casually shouted out a number. A bald young man came up. Zhengfei Martial Arts School. Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo cupped his fists and saluted towards this bald youth. Chen Chang. The bald youth took a deep breath, not daring to underestimate Chen Anmo. As the match began, Chen Chang struck first. He leapt up and attacked strongly towards Chen Anmo. Exploding palm. This palm carried a biting, powerful wind. Chen Anmo's palm wind suddenly rose, directly with a move of dragon claw hand, deadlocked the opponent's wrist. Bang! Chen Anmo quickly followed up with another leg kick. Unexpectedly, this bald youth's defense was quite strong. Surprisingly, I blocked it. However, as Chen Anmo attacked more and more, after only 5 moves, the bald youth was knocked back and left the martial arts stage. Sijin. Chen Anmo arched his hand and then stepped down from the stage. Next, Zhang Yuqi, Zhou Tianhu, Mo Linger and these people also competed. All of these men had some strength and managed to win with little encounter with strong opponents. Soon, it was the turn of Gao Xian, who had greeted him earlier, to take the stage. As soon as he got on, he flashed a smile at Chen Anmo. I want to challenge number 56. When these words came out, the disciples on Qi Wei's side were all slightly stunned. Someone wants to challenge their big brother? Kiwi was also a bit surprised. It's logical that some people would know their numbers ahead of time in order to avoid fighting them. Unexpectedly, this person took the initiative to seek him out to fight. If the other party was equally expert, it would be fine. But the problem is, this Gao Xian has little fame. All he knew was that the man was moderately strong. It seems like Mrs. Tang Kai funded him. That's just it. Since you want to challenge me, I'll accompany you. Kiwi stood with his hands on his head and slowly made his way to the stage. Seeing this scene, Gao Xian was a bit confused. No, why you? Chapter 34 Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. No, why you? Gao Xian was dumbfounded. Qi Wei said, many people know that number 56 is me. Aren't you looking for a challenge from me? Brother, you are very courageous. I admire you for that. Don't worry, I will fight you well. Gao Xian wanted to cry. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. The person I want to challenge is Chen Anmo. At this moment, how could he not understand that he was being punked by Chen Anmo? The one you want to challenge is Chen Anmo. So what are you doing calling out my number? Qi Wei wrapped his arms around himself and grunted coldly. Just now I was quite appreciative of you, thinking that you have a lot of courage. I didn't expect it to be a villain. Since this is the case, we don't have much to say. Let's battle. As the words fell, Qi Wei let out an explosive cry and stomped his legs on the ground. The entire person quickly killed towards Gao Xian. Gao Xian felt this oppressive force that suddenly rushed at him and was anxious to jump. He's no match for Kiwi at all. I was thinking that I'd be lucky to last 2 more innings. If we're lucky, we might get a top 20 finish. I didn't expect to meet Kiwi in the first innings. But, after all, he did consider himself a genius. There was no way he was going to admit defeat. So with a clench of his teeth, he met the attack. Bang bang bang. Kiwi makes good use of his fists. Each punch was powerful. Smashed Gao Xin wailed. Soon 2 hands green a purple piece. The pain of his teeth. Finally, with a bang, he was kicked out by Chi Wei. Ah! Gao Xin screamed miserably and planted himself on the ground. The corners of the 3 examiners' mouths twitched. So far, this is one of the most beat-up candidates out there. I really don't know what he has provoked Chi Wei. It's really miserable. Pow! On Tang Kai's side, she slammed the stool handle, her entire body enraged. Waste thing, let him challenge Chen Anmo. What's he doing challenging Chi Wei? Is he looking for death? Mother, you let him challenge Chen Anmo? At this time, Zheng Yuqi reacted. Tang Kai said, I couldn't let Chen Anmo bully you, so I just asked Gao Xian to teach Chen Anmo a lesson. I didn't expect this kid to be so useless. Mother, I'm fine again. Why are you doing this? Zheng Yuqi was helpless. At this time, Chen Anmo had already understood Gao Xian's intentions. This guy was actually trying to pick on him, but why would he bother with me? I didn't invite him. Soon, it was the second round. Redraw the numbers. This time, Chen Anmo drew number 23. He casually said, I'm going to challenge number 11. You're not very lucky to have met me. Down on the field, a light female voice came. M.O. Linger, gosh, Chen Anmo is so unlucky that he picked Miss M.O. Linger. The crowd was astonished. But M.O. Linger has been famous for 3 whole years. This was her 3rd time taking the Wuko minor exam. The first time, it failed, but got a good 900 pounds. Succeeded the second time, but got brushed off at the WKU try. And this time, she's clearly accomplished something off the charts again. Therefore, she is very confident in herself. She also admired Chen Anmo. A poor child who had gotten to where he was now was much better than she was. But, for now, she didn't believe that Chen Anmo could defeat her. Zhengfei Martial Arts School. Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo went up to the stage and arched his hand towards M.O. Linger. Ling Tian Martial School. M.O. Linger. M.O. Linger raised her head proudly, followed by standing on one leg. Crane, Muriel said. Chen Anmo looked at her strange posture, and although it looked a bit funny, he knew that M.O. Linger should be getting real. The techniques of the Ling Tian Martial School were all derived from observing an animal like the crane. Abbreviation. Crane fist. Whoosh. Inklinger moved. The entire person flew high into the air more than 3 meters high. The white crane spreads its wings. This crane fist is about speed. Not only is it fast, but it also has a lot of variations. M.O. Linger attacked towards Chen Anmo from mid-air, her hands swinging out continuously. White crane pecking. I peck. I peck. With each palm, a strong wind would come towards Chen Anmo. It's too slow. Chen Anmo shook his head. The voice was only heard by Muriel alone. M.O. Linger froze and instantly became angry. How dare you, a junior, criticize me? She grunted. Speed up. However, they were all deftly avoided by Chen Anmo. He didn't do anything for a while. It's because of the intention to be in a fight and improve your combat experience a bit. He felt that this crane fist was quite interesting. It's not fast, but it's extremely quick to change moves. It's often hard to guess what her next move will be. 20 or so moves later, even if M.O. Linger's reaction was slow, she understood. Chen Anmo was teasing her. Damn, how did that happen? Just as she was getting anxious, the breaks were getting worse. Soon, the gap was caught by Chen Anmo. Whoosh! A jab lands to the midsection of Muringer. Stump! M.O. Linger's body retreated. Defeated. Sijin. Chen Anmo arched his hand and said, You're surprisingly strong. Awesome. It's me who lost. M.O. Linger clenched her teeth, her heart somewhat unwilling. With a cold grunt, he then walked on. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone didn't expect the most favored M.O. Linger to be defeated just like that. Chi Wei and Zhou Tianhu looked deeply at Chen Anmo. Obviously, at this point, Chen Anmo was already on the same echelon as them. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate him. After Chen Anmo stepped down from the stage, he was warmly greeted by everyone in the martial arts school. Senior brother Chen, awesome, even M.O. Linger was defeated by you. Lu Fan was full of appreciation. It's still the weekdays when elder sister teaches you well. Chen Anmo laughed. Don't flatter me. I didn't teach you much. No, I really benefited from you feeding me moves earlier. Nioli walked over and said with a smile, In my opinion, this time, senior brother Chen's ranking is at least in the top 3. Everyone's heart trembled. The top 3 It seems that their martial arts school has never gotten this good ranking, right? Chen Anmo humbly shook his head. I'm already satisfied if I can take a top 20 place. Senior brother Chen, you are also too modest. The crowd spoke up. Lu Zhengfei was not far away and also heard what Chen Anmo said. He nodded slightly. Chen Anmo's lack of arrogance and impatience did surprise him quite a bit. But then again, it is because Chen Anmo has this attitude of not being arrogant and not being impatient that he can go farther in the future. Hey, Zhang Fantian doesn't know where he's gone either. He looked around. In the crowd, there was no Zhang Fantian. None of the next bouts were Chen Anmo's turn. As the examination was explained, the 3 examiners came over to the city lord's side to discuss the rankings. Among them was He Guang, the magistrate. He Guang had originally sought to get Chen Anmo a top 20 ranking. This is still fine as long as you perform well. Unexpectedly, Chen Anmo gave him a big surprise. Oh, you said this Chen Anmo was financed by you? The city lord, Wang Jiao, was big and thick looking as he gazed towards He Guang inquiring. Yes, Lord City Lord. This Chen Anmo was originally a magistrate. I saw that he was quite resourceful and gifted, so I subsidized him. He Guang smiled faintly. The surrounding group of personnel raised their eyebrows, secretly saying that He Guang was lucky. If Chen Anmo made achievements in the future, He Guang would be even more valued by the city lord. Well done, everyone, now rate them. Wang Jiao nodded. Soon, the list began to be released. First place, Qi Vi. Second place, Zhou Tianhu. Third place, Chen Anmo. Fourth place, Inklinger. As the list appeared, the entire venue boiled over. Chen Anmo is third. Geez, this is his first time taking the test, right? To have this score on the first time, then if it's next year, the year after that, wouldn't he be able to take the top spot every time? The crowd was very excited. After all, Qi Wei and Zhou Tian, who these people can get the first and second place. Everyone has long been expected, but a Chen Anmo came out halfway. Besides, those people are taking the test 2 or 3 times, and Chen Anmo, for the first time, in such a comparison, Chen Anmo was clearly a few points stronger. Ha ha ha, senior brother Chen, from now on, you'll be a Wuxiu Kai. You're in a position of honor, so you can treat yourself. You must treat yourself. Nioli laughed out loud, genuinely happy for Chen Anmo. Everyone prepare gifts, huh? We can't eat people's food for nothing. Song Shuqing walked over with his folding fan and said towards the crowd. A smile appeared on Chen Anmo's face. Alright, I'll treat you tonight. At one side, Shen Xian was very pleased. The crowd returned to the martial arts center. Just as everyone was opening up to cook and drink, Lu Jingfei walked in with a stern face. What's all the fuss about? Master. The crowd froze. Is Master angry? Dad, what's wrong with you? Lu Fang also ran over with some surprise. Master, we're cooking and preparing to celebrate senior brother Chen. Oxley scratched his head in embarrassment. Celebrate all you want. Turn around and clean up after me. And also, Feng, bring out my stock of wine later. Lu Zhengfei nodded and said. The faces of the people were delighted. Thought Master was angry. After Lu Zhengfei went in, Lu Fang chased after him. Father, I was just looking for senior brother Zhang Fantian, but I didn't see anyone else. You know? Lu Zhengfei sighed. I don't know. He got hit yesterday, and then the person disappeared. I'll ask the others later. Lu Fang said. Chen Anmo was helping to move the tables and chairs, when Song Qingshu walked quickly and said, Senior brother Chen, come out for a moment. My cousin wants to see you. Chen Anmo wondered. It's Yuki Zhang seeing him again. What the hell? He's not even talking to her. What's this girl doing looking for him? However, for Song Qingshu's sake, he nodded. Following Song Qingshu out, he met Zhang Yuqi who was waiting at the door. She was also holding a long wooden box. Cousin. Zhang Yuqi glanced at Chen Anmo and walked over with complicated eyes. Mr. Chen Anmo said, don't call me Gongzi. I'm a rough man. Just call me by my name. He purposely made the words raw. Essentially, it was also about not wanting to pull anything with this woman. Zhang Yuqi could see Chen Anmo's attitude and her nose was crooked with anger. You're too much of a drag. But, considering it's to apologize, she could only hold her nose and endure it. What does Ms. Zhang want to see me about? Chen Anmo asked. Chapter 35. This is the attitude for apologizing? Zhang Yuqi didn't say anything. Song Shuqing said it for her. Senior brother Chen, this cousin of mine is here to apologize. Apologize? Chen Anmo had a strange look on his face. When did this woman offend him? It's like this. Didn't a man named Gao Xian target you before? He was instructed by my mother and I didn't know beforehand. Zhang Yuji briefly explained the matter. Chen Anmo instantly understood. No wonder the guy asked for his number for no reason. He was instantly happy. That Gao Xian was pitched at that time. I know. Chen Anmo nodded. Zhang Yuqi said, this is a 10-year portion of ginseng. I'm giving it to you. Chen Anmo took it and opened it to read it. Well, your apology is received. Zhang Yuqi looked at Song Shucheng. Cousin, can I go then? In fact, according to her own personality, she would not have come over to apologize. But after Song Shuqing knew about this, he had her come over to talk to people. Chen Anmo naturally saw it too. Looking towards Song Shuqing, he said, Senior brother, I'll go in first then. Waiting for Chen Anmo to leave, Zhang Yuqi muttered, what a drag. I apologized to him and gave him such a precious thing, but he didn't even have a word of thanks. Song Shuqing frowned. This matter, it was originally your fault. Well, cousin, without talking to you, I'm off. Come all the way here. Go in and have some food, and I'll introduce my siblings to you. Unable to do anything, Zhang Yuji could only stay. After a good meal, it was already dark. In order to avoid a bad night journey, Chen Anmo took his leave early. On the way back, Chen Anmo held Shin Xian's hand. And Mo, recently I heard that the Axe Gang was exterminated. On the day it was exterminated, didn't the Axe Gang leader come to you? Later you even went out. Did you kill them? Today, when Shin Xian was watching the examination, she also heard the people around her chatting. Hearing about the annihilation of the Axe Gang puts an idea in her mind. Without a hint of concealment, Chen Anmo replied, those people deserve to die. Sure enough, it's you. I'll support you in whatever you do, but be careful. Don't be so adventurous in the future. I'm worried that something will happen to you. Chen Anmo put his arm around her and said, don't worry. Aha, but sister-in-law, how did you hear about the Axe Gang? Chen Anmo wondered. Normally he wouldn't talk to Shin Xian about things like killing people outside. It's just that I'm worried she'll get carried away. During your examination today, I listened to your two senior sisters chatting, and their families have members in the Axe Gang. I heard that 70 to 80 people were killed or injured in the Axe Gang, and they've all been carried to Yizhuang. What? 70 or 80 people? Chen Anmo was instantly excited. That's 70 or 80 rewards. He decided he would go to the righteous village tomorrow. Unawareness. Already walking down the path to the house, I didn't realize that the trails were full of people, led by the village chief. Everyone beat the gong and drums. Anmo, you're finally back. The folks have been waiting for you for a long time. The village chief excitedly grabbed Chen Anmo's hand. Congratulations to Master Chen for winning the top 3 spots in the martial arts division. The villagers shouted in unison. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched. Good lord, so many people stayed up all night waiting for him just to wish him well. But think about it. To the villagers, Wuko High School, that's a big deal. Especially since Chen Anmo won or was in the top 3. So much so, that everyone's name for him has changed. Chen Anmo was somewhat flattered. Everyone just call me by my first name. That really makes me uncomfortable. The village chief laughed. I should. This is a great thing. I've already asked the villagers to prepare. Tomorrow we'll kill 2 pigs and 2 sheep, and the village will celebrate for 2 days. Chen Anmo didn't refuse and said, okay, do it then. I'll take the silver. Hey, how can this work? The villagers have said that everyone will chip in a little. Chen Anmo's face slammed and said, I appreciate everyone's feelings, but it's not easy for everyone to earn some silver. Right now it's going to be winter, so everyone keep their silver and live their own lives. I don't lack silver, so I'll take this money. Chen Anmo had said so everyone could only agree. By the way, Mo, this is, an older man on the side curiously sized up Shin Xian. Because Shin Xian was still wearing a human skin mask, people didn't recognize her true identity. This is a friend of mine who had a family disaster and is staying at my house. Chen Anmo explained briefly. The crowd got it. After chatting a few more times, Chen Anmo pulled Shin Xian home. The villagers were so welcoming. There were so many more at the door, they couldn't leave. Shen Xian sighed. Sister-in-law, that said, why don't you warm up to me too? Chen Anmo meant it. Mo, people found out early this morning that they had their period. Chen Anmo blushed oddly. Sister-in-law, I only said for you to be more enthusiastic towards me, but I didn't say anything about that? Shen Xian was speechless and snapped. You did it on purpose. You're getting better and better at bullying people now. Where? Sister-in-law, I can't wait to love you. Looking at Chen Anmo, Shen Xian couldn't help but kiss him. Ryoko, well now, reward you. Day 2. The villagers beat gongs and drums to start killing pigs and sheep. The 2 pigs and 2 sheep were bought at Chen Anmo's expense. The villagers also sent some food from each family. Chen Anmo couldn't help but cry and laugh. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. He could only talk about it later. After a good lunch, he was ready to go to the righteous village. I didn't realize that before I left. He Guang came over with the magistrates. Lord He, what brings you here? Chen Anmo walked over and arched his hand. He Guang looked at the bustling villagers and laughed. So lively. The big guys are happy for me. So celebrate. He Guang negative hand, nodded and said, good wow. This official came over today, also specially to celebrate you. My lord, I was able to get good grades this time thanks to the great medicine you gave me. Chen Anmo whispered. He Guang nodded in satisfaction. That's good as long as the kid doesn't forget that. Over the years, he'd seen too many people with too few years of power. These people come from a similar background as Chen Anmo perhaps, but once they gained power, they began to be unselfish and arrogant. Those who were as calm and collected as Chen Anmo, who also consistently treated ordinary people, were few and far between. Anmo, this time I came over. In addition to celebrating you, I have one more thing to tell you. Your Honor, please. Chen Anmo cupped his fists. From now on, you are a senior constable, and your treatment will be doubled from the original. Back in the day, you remember to go to the treasury to get new clothes and tokens. Chen Anmo was delighted in his heart and cupped his fists. Thank you, Your Honor. Though he's not short of silver right now. If you want silver, you can totally go hunting in the wild. Still, the position of senior constable smells good. This position has the right to lead the yamen, which means that some of the children of the big families will not dare to mess with you. He Guang patted Chen Anmo's shoulder and laughed. No need to thank me. It's your kid who is fighting for his life. Well, next you cultivate well. The matter of the government office. Generally I will arrange other people to deal with it. You work hard for next year's martial arts competition. Understood. Chen Anmo arched his hand. He Guang nodded and left the place. After tidying up his home, Chen Anmo bid farewell to Shen Xin, and then headed towards Yizhuang. As usual, old Li Tu sat with a paper woman, basking in the sun. Ha, different, wow. Upon seeing Chen Anmo, old Li Tu shook his head in surprise. Chen Anmo carried a roasted chicken in his hand, looked down at himself, and laughed. Old Li Tu, what are you muttering about? Has this young man become handsome, or has he become wise? Truth be told, you've become wise and honorable. TSK. No wonder I heard that you're already a senior constable. It's just not the same when you've been promoted. Old Li Tu said enviously. Seeing as you can talk, this roast chicken is your reward. Chen Anmo threw the oil paper wrapped roast chicken over. Ha. Thank you, Sheriff Chen. By the way, where's the wine? Chen Anmo threw over another jug of wine and said, this wine is not for nothing. Do something for me in the future, please. Sheriff Chen, do as you please. Old Li Tu said as he gulped down a mouthful of water as he tightly gripped the wine jug. Remember to contact me a bit if there are a lot of corpses sent over here in the future. For a moment, old Li's head thought he had heard wrong. Could Sheriff Chen be investigating some big case? Good. Anyway, it's top secret. Just remember to contact me. Promise to get the job done. Old Li Tu nodded with a straight face. Okay, you go eat, I'll go in. Upon receiving the instruction, old Li Tu ran over to the female paperman's side, excitedly saying, wife, there's something good to eat. Watching this scene, Chen Anmo shook his head. Entering the righteous village, the last batch of corpses had long since been transported away. Some were picked up by their families, while those without owners were dragged off to mass graves. Chen Anmo started from the very inside, touching the body. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 10 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, the crocodile gang massacred my whole family. I'm not willing to do it. I hope to destroy the crocodile gang and avenge my family's death. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Last wish 2, Zheng Tai, the leader of the crocodile gang, is ruthless and has beaten my brother's family to death alive. I wish to kill Zheng Tai. Reward, 3 bottles of blood strengthening pills. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 20 days of cultivation. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 30 days of cultivation. Ding! Triggering the last wish of the group of dead Axe gang members. Last wish. Last wish 1, destroy the crocodile gang. Reward, 30 years of cultivation. Last wish 2, kill Zhang Tai, the leader of the crocodile gang. Reward, enlightenment pill. Last wish 3, dual cultivation with Mo Linger of Ling Tian Martial School. Can't let her get it for the crocodile gang's gang leader. Avoid him practicing his demonic skills to great success. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. I can't believe I triggered the group's last wish. This was something that Chen Anmo did not expect, because most of the bodies here are those of the Axe gang. And this is a group of people who have all died recently at the hands of an alligator gang. It's triggering the group bucket list because of the large number of people. 30 years of cultivation. Chen Anmo looked very impressed, but it was the third last wish that struck him as the strangest. Ling Tian Martial Arts Center Missouri Ling Air? Isn't this the woman who was defeated by me in the small martial arts test before? Mo Linger gave him a deep impression. In addition to being strong, he is also very talented. But how did she get involved with the crocodile gang? How is it that just because of her, she will make the crocodile gang leader's demonic powers come to fruition? Weird. Just weird. Next, he examines the bodies of ordinary people. That look made him frown, because most of these ordinary people, surprisingly, were also killed by the crocodile gang. This crocodile gang's people are crazy. It's not even enough to kill the Axe gang's people. Why did the ordinary people kill so many? Ding! Triggering the last wish of the common villager group. Chapter 36 Secrets of the Crocodile Gang. Ding! Triggering the last wish of the common villager group. Wish 1, my daughter was taken away by the crocodile gang. We went to ask for them and were killed alive. I hope the crocodile gang will be exterminated. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Last wish 2, to save the villagers' daughters. Reward, enlightenment pill. Judging by these last wishes, the crocodile gang kidnaps the daughters of ordinary villagers. There are quite a few. Chen Anmo thought to himself that he was not a good person, but it still infuriates him to see this kind of thing. After leaving the righteous village, he first found Li Ba, who was on patrol. "Mo, what a coincidence. What are you out shopping for?" Li Ba and Lu Zichang smiled and walked over, getting ready to buy some groceries. "By the way, let me ask you guys something. Have the Axe Gang and the Crocodile Gang been on fire recently?" Li Ba looked around, then pulled Chen Anmo to the side. "Everyone knows about this matter. The Axe Gang has been destroyed." "Brother Mo, what are you asking for?" "Just thinking, after the Axe Gang was wiped out, did some local girls go missing?" Chen Anmo asked. Li Ba nodded seriously. "It's something like that. We've received many reports from people that it might be the Crocodile Gang behind the scenes, but we didn't find out about the Crocodile Gang's human trafficking, so it's a bit of a headache." "Do you know who's behind the Crocodile Gang?" "This is not too clear. This Crocodile Gang has a small number of gang members, but they are quite strong, and the gang leader Zhang Tai is also a very mysterious person. I heard that a few years ago, Zhang Tai was a disciple of the Ling Tian Martial Hall, after which he was hunted down by the owner of the Ling Tian Martial Hall because the female stem killed his senior sister, after which Zhang Tai fled. It was just last year, I think, that Zhang Tai came back and formed this Crocodile Gang." Chen Anmo didn't realize that there was such a story behind this. Mo Linger is also a disciple of the Ling Tian Martial Hall, and so is this Zhang Tai. And according to the last wishes of the Axe Gang members, this Zhang Tai seems to be unfavorable to this Mo Linger, although Chen Anmo didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. But one thing was for sure, there was a need to protect Muriel. "Got it, Li Ba, Lu Zichang. I want you guys to do one thing next," Chen Anmo said. "Mo, do as you wish." The two men patted themselves on the back. "You guys know about the Ling Tian Martial Hall, right? Turn around and I want you guys to keep an eye on that woman named Mo Linger." The words fell. Both Lu Zichang and Li Ba were staring at Chen Anmo with wide eyes. Li Ba was directly anxious. "Brother Mo, that woman can't be messed with. You'd better not hit him." "Yes, Brother Mo, even though you defeated that woman, you are after all the senior sister of the Ling Tian Martial School." Lu Zichang appeared very difficult. Continued. "You really want? My fiancé is also very good looking. Can give you to use a little? Don't use bad on it." Lu Zichang was worried about finding an opportunity to kiss Chen Anmo's ass. If Chen Anmo could look at his fiancé, then he would surely be able to benefit. "You might be able to get a mid-level arresting officer in the future." Chen Anmo looked at Lu Zichang with an odd expression on his face. "I didn't expect this kid to be so generous, but he didn't have this man-wife fetish. You two boys, what are you thinking about?" "I did get a clue that this Crocodile Gang might want to turn against Mo Linger," Chen Anmo said. "Well, wouldn't it be better if you just told her?" Li Beck said frankly. "I don't have any evidence now. What if I say it directly and startle the snakes?" "That's right, that's fine. The two of us will monitor the entrance of the Ling Tian Martial Hall in the future to see where that Mo Linger goes on weekdays." Li Ba nodded in agreement. "I'll give you credit for a job well done on this one." "Alright, get on with it. I'll put someone else on patrol on these streets." Li Ba and Lu Zichang left and headed towards the Ling Tian Martial Arts Center. While walking, Li Ba muttered, "Lu Zichang, we're also brothers, right? Do you want to consider me on your fiancé's side? I'm very gentle. Get out." In addition to arranging for Li Ba two people to monitor that side, Chen Anmo also sidestepped Mo Linger's residence from Song Shuqing's side, as well as some circumstances. This Mo Linger is not a local. It was said to be a disciple sent by an old friend of the Ling Tian Martial Hall's owner. The master of the Ling Tian Martial Hall treated Mo Linger as if she were his own, pouring all his resources into cultivating her. Mo Linger was also very competitive and had cultivated Crane Fist well. 3 days later, Chen Anmo pulled Shen Xian to a street to shop. Muriel lives on this street. According to the 3 days of covert observation by both Li Ba and Lu Zichang, they finally found something strange. That is, there were more unfamiliar faces in the vicinity of Mo Linger's residence. Every time Mo Linger traveled to the martial arts school, these unfamiliar faces stared at her. That was why Chen Anmo had come to this place to take a look. Shen Xian didn't know that Chen Anmo was investigating the case. The two walked along. Shen Xian was happy to be out shopping again. This street is lined with a wide array of merchandise, and it's a sight to behold. "How much silver do you charge for this candy cane?" Chen Anmo looked at a middle-aged man selling sugar gourds and asked. This middle-aged man looks big and thick. Both hands are calloused. At first glance, it's a martial arts practitioner. "And yet you're selling candy canes here?" As expected, he was also a bit distracted in doing business, and said in a bad mood, 5 cents a string. Shen Xian frowned when she heard this. "Why do you people shout prices? People, their sugar gourds are 2 cents a bunch. 3 at most." Why are you selling them so expensive? Shen Xian wasn't heartbroken about money. Rather, I don't want to be treated like a cutie. Slaughter. The man frowned and said impatiently, fine, fine, 2 cents is 2 cents. He thought to himself that his mission was mainly to follow Mo Linger. Once you wait for Muriel to leave the city, report back at the first opportunity. So don't want to delay for such a trivial matter. In the end, Shen Xian bought 2 bunches of candy canes. Shen Xian stuck out her tongue and licked on top of the candy cane. Then a little bit of it didn't go into her mouth. Put. Shen Anmo was dumbfounded. Not bad for a sister-in-law. I can't believe there's a pleasant sound when you eat a candy cane. Shen Xian noticed that Chen Anmo had been staring at her. She subconsciously touched her face. Embarrassed. What's wrong? I have something on my face? You're so pretty when you eat candy canes. What's so great about eating? Swallowing the words gives me something to think about. Chen Anmo smiled mysteriously. Shen Xian reacted at once. At once, the pretty face was red. What are you talking about? Really? Shen Xian lowered her head in embarrassment. Between jokes, Chen Anmo gazed at this candy cane seller and then left the place. Bah! A pair of psychos. What's so good about sugar plums? The vendor looked at Chen Anmo's back and let out a low curse. At this time, he noticed that Mo Linger had come out. The woman is finally getting out of town. Mo Linger held a long sword as she walked towards the outer city. Ever since the martial arts mini-test, she wasn't very happy, even though she had finished 4th. The reason is simple, she could have gotten a better grade. I didn't expect to be defeated by Chen Anmo. After all, it's because I'm not as skilled as I should be. However, I won't lose again. A powerful fighting spirit flashed in Mo Linger's eyes. In the past few days, she had practiced her gongfu and benefited a lot, so he was ready to go out for a trip to look for ferocious beasts for some experience. Suddenly, she looked behind her. Looking at the dense crowd, she frowned with a willow brow. It's not right. Lately, for some reason, she always felt like there was someone staring behind her. Growing up, she was in a deep palace, living a life hidden by her mother. Until the age of 12, there were no more than 10 fingers of contact with her, thus developed her sensitive character. She trusted her instincts. Sister. At this time, 3 disciples from the Ling Tian Martial Hall walked over, 2 men and 1 woman. On weekdays, he was on good terms with Mo Linger. Mo Linger let out a sigh of relief. Why are you guys here? One of the female disciples was named Yao Wan. She smiled and said, Senior sister, Master knows that you're going out. He said that you were injured when you fought with that Chen Anmo brat earlier, so he asked us to follow you. Muriel was helpless. She knew that Master had been sending his disciples to keep an eye on her secretly, though she also knew that Master's move was to protect her. Her identity is just too important. Born from an imperial family and carrying a special physical bloodline, once she exploded her physique, there was no telling how many people would want to kill her. For this reason, her mother hid her as a child. When she was born, it was claimed to the public that it was difficult to deliver and that she was stillborn. Mother carried a lot for her. When she grew up, her mother sent her to Master in order for her to grow up healthy and learn kung fu. This place is remote though. However, Master, his old man, is trustworthy. That's what her mother told her herself. Even if the whole world and her father lied to her and harmed her, only the Master won't. Thinking that this was Master's good intentions, Mo Linger could only nod. I am going to a mountain range to hunt. There is a certain amount of danger, so you should be mentally prepared. Inkling reminded. A senior brother named Duan Wenming on the side laughed. Senior sister, rest in peace. With our strongest 4 Vajra of the Ling Tian Martial Hall, even if we encounter a 6th grade fierce beast, we'll be able to handle it. With that, the 4 of them talked and laughed as they headed out of town. And that's when it happened. Among the corners of the alley, the burly man who had sold Chen Anmo's ice candy gourd before, coldly watched the 4 people leave. This Mo Linger, her vigilance is very high. She was almost discovered. Chief, so we follow? One of the men said. Are you an idiot? The burly man twisted his head and glared at him. This woman, Mo Linger, cultivates crane fist. This crane fist has a characteristic. It's extremely keen in perceiving the surrounding area. Doing this will only startle the snakes. You now immediately fly a pigeon to send a message to the second lord to release the 1,000-mile eagle to monitor their every move in the air. Yes, wait for the men to leave. The burly man left the place straight away, pondering in his mind. When we catch Mo Linger, we'll offer it to the gang leader for his enjoyment. Turning back, I might be able to get a piece of the pie as well. Listening to the boss, this woman's physique is extraordinary. It can definitely allow me to further my cultivation. What he didn't know was that on the roof, Chen Anmo slowly poked his head out. 1,000-mile eagle. Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. This crocodile gang is really something. Surprisingly, there were ferocious beasts like the 1,000-mile eagle being bred. Looking at the direction the burly man had left, he then looked in the direction of Mo Linger. he put a human skin mask on himself. This human skin mask was given to Shin Xin before, but for this outing, he needed to disguise himself with this. So for the time being, Shin Xin is entrusted to close the door at home and not come out. Afterward, he quickly chased after Mo Linger in her direction. Chapter 37. Did your boy lure them here? The four great Vidra of the Ling Tian Martial School are truly extraordinary. Chen Anmo, who was wearing a mask, had already left the city. Along the way, he watched as the four men hurried along at top speed. If he was weaker, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to catch up with them. He was far away from the four. If you look at it with the naked eye, you can only see a small dot. Plus, Chen Anmo practiced the breath-seeking skill. The breath-seeking skill had reached its grand completion, with the ability to find and hide traces, so none of the four men had noticed him. To Chen Anmo's surprise, these four people directly entered a dense forest of a mountain range. Obviously, the purpose of their trip was to hunt down ferocious beasts and practice their practical combat abilities. After a full day, the four were well rewarded. An immature boar. Don't look at Chen Anmo's harvest every time he went out. That's because he has the ability to sense his surroundings. Ordinary martial artists hunted, and the results might not even be as good as the hunters, because they have a hard time finding prey. Even if they found it, the inability to hide their scent would cause their prey to simply run away. Feral beasts are savvy, powerful ferocious beasts with no low IQ. They can roughly analyze the strength based on your scent, so they can judge whether to enter or not to attack. Muriel obviously knew this. Therefore, she appeared to be very happy about the fact that she had hunted a wild boar on her first day. Senior sister, I know of a nearby stagecoach station. Let's go there to rest for a while, Duan Wenchao proposed. Mo Linger nodded. Well, it's getting dark. Let's go. Go back and roast this wild boar directly. We'll split it. Oh, I could eat roast pork. Seeing the group of people walking back, Chen Anmo quietly began to back away. There was something strange in his mind. If the crocodile gang had already used the 1,000-mile eagle to track down Mo Linger's group, why hadn't they made a move yet? He could only continue to wait. Wait for the crocodile gang to strike. Then he'll do a yellow bird. Just as Chen Anmo was thinking, he frowned. There was a low breath behind him that suddenly came. Not good. A ferocious beast is on me. Because he had concealed his aura, the passing ferocious beasts thought that Chen Anmo was an ordinary person. Did the takeout arrive? What appeared was a fallen scavenging wolf. It's almost nightfall and it's planning to go out for food. I didn't expect to see a human with no martial arts aura just after stepping out of the nest. Today is the day. The scavenging wolf's eyes narrowed happily. It crept to the ground, ready to give Chen Anmo a surprise attack. But unexpectedly, Chen Anmo looked back. The scavenging wolf let out a low growl in an attempt to scare Chen Anmo away. Chen Anmo decisively drew his sword inside in his heart. The movement here was discovered by Mo Linger and the others. The four men were running toward him. Whatever. Let's take care of this scavenging wolf first. Chen Anmo quickly struck out, and a 9-ringed greatsword suddenly appeared in his hand. This startled the scavenging wolf. This man can do tricks. Before it could react, Chen Anmo raised his greatsword high and slashed. The blade chi cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Seeing that Chen Anmo was so powerful, the scavenging wolf despaired in his heart. Turns out I'm the prey. The other side. Mo Linger was keenly aware that Chen Anmo had already made a move. There's also the scent of a scavenging wolf. This guy's strength isn't low. Muriel frowned tightly. It's weird. It's so weird, because she kept looking around. It was clear just now that I didn't notice anyone behind me, but this one just seemed to appear out of nowhere. Could it be following us? Yao Wan muttered. Not sure, but definitely go over there and see what's going on. A few moments later, the four people finally came to Chen Anmo's side. At this time, Chen Anmo had already resolved the scavenging wolf. He sighed slightly. The few people from Mo Linger still chased after him. Brother, who are you and what are you following us for? Duan Wenchao narrowed his eyes and asked vigilantly. The fact that the opponent was able to solve this scavenging wolf so quickly meant that this person's strength was not low, so be sure to be careful. Chen Anmo didn't look back and said, just passing by. Think we're cuties, do you? If you don't tell us, beware of being rude to you. Duan Wenchao deliberately terrorized. You guys are so powerful. Aren't I looking for death by following you? I'm really just hunting here. But unfortunately, I didn't have much luck, and the ones I hunted were just scavenging wolves. Chen Anmo shook his head. Anyway, these people can't do anything to him if he doesn't admit it. You, Yao Wan was about to say something else, but Mo Linger hurriedly stopped her. Something's up. All around, in the middle of the dark jungle, some dim lights suddenly appeared. It was the eyes of a scavenging wolf, refracting light in the darkness. There were a dozen or so heads as far as the eye could see. Hissing, sensing so many carrion-eating wolves, Yao Wan sucked in a breath of cool air. Senior sister, it's bad. We're surrounded, Yao Wan said anxiously. Duan Wenchao and the other male disciple clenched their teeth and hurriedly leaned back to back. Bad luck. Really bad luck. How come there are so many carrion-eating wolves? Mo Linger suddenly glared at Chen Anmo's eyes. Did your boy lure these scavenging wolves here? Chen Anmo, what is this woman thinking? If he had this ability, he wouldn't have been discovered by the scavenging wolf just now. Looking at the disdainful look cast by Chen Anmo, for some reason, Mo Linger felt that this person Chen Anmo looked somewhat familiar. Can't think of one though. At this moment, Chen Anmo was wearing a waxen human face mask because of it. He looked flat throughout. The type of person who is automatically ignored when placed in a crowd. Cut the crap. I'll charge ahead later. You guys just follow me and kill your way out. Chen Anmo calmly said. Muriel raised an eyebrow. This Chen Anmo is very confident. You know, even she would have to have a headache facing these dozen or so scavenging wolves. This kid, so confident. Who gave him the courage? Senior sister. I see him pretending. Yaowan was very disdainful and guessed. Maybe he saw how good looking you are. Senior sister. So he wanted to show off in front of you. Chen Anmo suddenly looked toward Yaowan. Girl, don't talk nonsense. Yaowan pointed at Chen Anmo and said. Chen Anmo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is this what ugly people do? At this point the scavenging wolves were getting closer and closer to the area. They rely on their large numbers, which is why they are so bold to surround this place. Don't bother talking to you guys. Now it's imperative to kill your way out. Chen Anmo's knife crossed. Follow me. Although Mo Linger and Yaowan and the others were very skeptical of Chen Anmo, but it had to be said that Chen Anmo was indeed strong. With a single arrow step, 2 scavenging wolves were decapitated by him. Although this person is eccentric, we can only choose to cooperate with him now. Muriel quickly weighed the pros and cons. The other 3 nodded, because Chen Anmo didn't hide anything from them. As he killed out, a gap in the encirclement appeared in front of him. Mo Linger rushed ahead. A scavenging wolf lunged towards her, and Mo Linger chirped, flinging her long sword in her hand. Unexpectedly, this scavenging wolf's reaction was also extremely fast. It did a flip. Sharp claws came at her heart. Stab. Clothing scratches. However, I didn't expect that there was a golden dress inside Inklinger's clothes. The clothes didn't know what kind of material they were made of, but they actually blocked the attack. However, Mo Linger was still knocked back 2 steps. Rubbing her chest, Mo Linger's eyes were horrified. This scavenging wolf must be the king of wolves. The strength is strong. Elder sister, are you alright? Yaowan rushed over and hurriedly held Mo Linger and said, it's fine, I just didn't react. This one is a wolf king, and it's very strong. Speaking, the wolf king was hidden in the darkness. It actually knows how to sneak up on you. Duan Wenchao and another disciple named Li Rang desperately broke the back. Chen Anmo couldn't help but twist his head to look. His brows furrowed. These 4 are so slow? In fact, he was overestimating these people, because his own strength had surpassed them by too much. So instinctively, I feel that I've killed a gap for you guys, so you can kill it anyways. Unexpectedly, they were still trapped. This big brother, please also help. Seeing Chen Anmo twisting her head to look at her, the always high-minded Mo Linger had no choice but to ask for help. Otherwise, if there was any more delay, her 2 senior brothers might not be able to walk out. There are just too many scavenging wolves. There is also the Wolf King hidden in the shadows. Spare yourself, you were almost injured by this Wolf King just now. Even she was like that, not to mention her siblings. Ah. As he spoke, Yaowan screamed miserably. It turned out that the Wolf King had just suddenly struck out and scratched a large gash in her back. Yaowan, Mo Linger's pretty face changed slightly. Since coming here, she and Yaowan have become like sisters. Even, the 2 often sleep together, whispering and talking about intimate topics. It's about even going to the bathroom, all together. Thus seeing Yaowan injured, Mo Linger's heart clenched. Big brother, Mo Linger couldn't help but urge towards Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo has returned, though he didn't like them much. However, dislike aside, these are not bad people. He unleashed the Qianquan steps. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at Mo Linger's side. This Wolf King was enraged when he saw someone coming to his rescue. It was hidden in the darkness. It's now. It leapt up and attacked towards Chen Anmo. Big brother, be careful. Mo Linger shouted in a hurry. Chen Anmo twisted his head, and the 9-ringed greatsword in his hand crossed in front of him. Put. The big knife didn't enter the Wolf King's heart. Been waiting for you for a long time, Chen Anmo said. Ow 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 ow. The Wolf King whimpered a few times, then didn't move a muscle. When the other scavenging wolves saw this, a look of fear appeared in their eyes. With that, one of the scavenging wolves turned its head and ran. One led the way, and the rest of the scavenging wolves quickly left. Soon, only the 5 killed scavenging wolves were left here. Elder sister, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The claws of the scavenging wolf are highly poisonous. What should I do? Yaowan grabbed Mo Linger's hand. The pale face was filled with despair. Chapter 38 Chivalrous Brother Chen. What to do, sister? Li Rang was also in a hurry. Mo Linger's face was anxious and she didn't know what to do. Chen Anmo frowned. You're out hunting and you don't know you have antidote powder on you? Chen Anmo asked. Muriel said. Want to bring it? Chen Anmo. He shook his head. Well, actually he didn't get it at first. It was also after Lu Chang and the others came out that they realized what to carry on their bodies. Now he's bringing it. There were 2 bottles of antidote powder on hand. It's what you use to prevent being caught by scavenging wolves. Scavenging wolves, because of their years of eating rotting corpses, had claws and teeth that were highly poisonous. This poison does not cause immediate death, but it will cause a person's wounds to rot, and without medication, the patient will watch his or her flesh rot and stink. A very painful process. I didn't realize that I didn't use it on myself and used it on others. With that, he took out the antidote powder. After saying the effect, Yao Wan had an excited look on her face. Thank you, really thank you too much. I misunderstood you before. I hope you don't mind. Chen Anmo nodded slightly. I didn't put it on my mind. You take care of your injuries. It's getting dark. It's dangerous inside the jungle. Let's go now. With that, he walked over to the carcass of the scavenging wolf on the ground and began to pick up the corpse. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 5 chi points. Ding! Touch the corpse. Rewards 6 chi value. Ding! Overall, the quality of this batch of scavenging wolves was significantly higher. It was no wonder that Mo Linger and the girls were fighting so hard. Because of the inconvenience of carrying them, he had no intention of taking away the skins of these scavenging wolves. This big brother, I wonder what your name is. When she finished bandaging Yao Wan, Mo Linger arched her hand towards Chen Anmo and asked, My humble name is Chen He. Chen Anmo said casually. Chan Black? Mo Linger nodded. Brother Chen, we're going to go to a nearby post station to rest and recuperate. Do you want to join us? Just for the act that Chen Anmo had just saved them. These 4 people had now taken Chen Anmo as a good person, especially Yao Wan. Now her eyes were full of gratitude. After all, if it wasn't for his antidote powder, it was rumored that when caught by a scavenging wolf, the skin would rot a little. Even if she doesn't die, she's going to be an ugly one. It's scary to think about. Chen Anmo said. Coincidentally, I happen to be going there as well, so let's go together. Good. Muriel breathed a sigh of relief. There is a wounded man in the ranks today. If there's any danger on the road, it's really troublesome. Luckily, Chen Anmo agreed to travel with him. Brother Chen, how did you appear here? On the way, Yao Wan asked gratefully. I'm usually out hunting, and I just happened to show up here this time. Chen Anmo still said the same answer as before. You're a hunter? But you're so powerful. It's not quite like that. Inkling said oddly. The other party was clearly stronger than her. And how can someone so powerful be a hunter? Well, technically speaking, I'm hunting while practicing, I guess. We who practice martial arts can only go farther if we keep sharpening ourselves in the midst of battles. Chen Anmo's words caused the 4 young men to light up. That's a good point. Yao Wan eyed Chen Anmo, eyes full of little stars. No wonder you're so powerful. Big brother Chen. It turns out that it's because you keep sharpening yourself. Inkling sighed. Duan Wenchao and Li Zhong were also secretly thinking that they would learn from Chen Anmo in the future. Only by constantly sharpening oneself in battle could one be as powerful as Chen Anmo. Just as a few people were walking towards the stagecoach, a flying eagle that reached a size of more than half a meter was staring at them in the night sky. Even though it was dark, Soaring Eagle could clearly see every single one of them. A hilltop. A middle-aged man in a green robe opened his eyes with a thought. The prey has arrived at the post. But how is it that a stranger suddenly appears halfway across the country? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He didn't think much of it though. Just kill all the idlers. Mo Linger, carrying a special physique. If I can get her, tie her up, and plow her night and day, I'll be able to reach the upper 3rd grade cultivation sooner or later. Jia. Zhang Tai, the leader of the crocodile gang, let out a piercingly treacherous laugh. The guest post. Bang! The main door was pushed open and Chen Anmo walked in with 4 people. Boss, open 3 rooms. Mo Linger shouted. By the way, help us roast this wild boar. Don't want the entrails and the head. Roast the other parts to be crispy and slightly spicy. The couple in charge of the inn greeted them with smiles. The shopkeeper shouted behind him. Take the boar away and give it to the back kitchen to roast. Holler! The 2 shopkeepers ran over with smiles on their faces. These guests don't want the entrails, and they don't want the pig's head. They can totally stay and turn around and eat it themselves. Beautiful. Chen Anmo and Mo Linger and the others sat down. Yao Wan had wanted to go to rest. However, she glanced at Chen Anmo. With that, he took the initiative to sit next to him, and climbed into a conversation without a word. No one at this stagecoach today? Li Rong looked around and said. The boss's wife laughed. There are a few of them, but it's so late, they've all gone to rest. Chen Anmo perceived this surrounding. It's quiet here. Upstairs, in a couple of rooms, people were indeed resting. However, there was one room that actually had 8 people in it. Brother Chen, where are you from? Yao Wan asked. If we come out in the future, can we get you to join us? I'm here for training. I'm not from here per se. By the way, do you guys know about the Crocodile Gang? Chen Anmo asked as he scanned a few people. The Crocodile Gang was going to deal with Mo Linger, and he wanted to see what Mo Linger knew something not. I know. The leader of the Crocodile Gang is our master's former disciple, but he rebelled against his master. Mo Linger said strangely, why are you suddenly talking about this? Recently, the Crocodile Gang destroyed the Axe Gang, and there's a lot of buzz about it, and at the same time, I've heard that the Crocodile Gang has something to do with the disappearance of some young girls, so I thought that you guys are locals, so I don't know if you know anything about it. Chen Anmo said. Muriel frowned. Brother Chen, we really don't know what you're talking about. We know that the Crocodile Gang doesn't usually do anything good, but we didn't realize that the missing teenage girl case was actually Crocodile Gang related. Chen Anmo nodded. Have you learned about the recent cases of missing teenage girls? Mo Linger and Yao Wan both shook their heads. Instead, it was Li Rang, who had not been talkative, who raised his head. My family is from the countryside and knows about this. Chen Anmo gestured for him to continue. According to Li Zhong, in the past 2 years, the disappearance of young girls in some villages has been significantly more than in previous years, especially after the recent destruction of the Axe Gang. There are rumors of the families of some of the Axe Gang members disappearing en masse. There are rumors that it was the Crocodile Gang that did it, but there's no evidence. Plus the Axe Gang and the Crocodile Gang were already at odds, so even if it really was the Crocodile Gang that did it, everyone would just think it was revenge. Li rang to explain. Brother Chen, why are you suddenly looking into these things? Yao Wan said in disbelief. Chen Anmo tapped his fingers on the desktop and explained. I came across a family on the road whose daughter had disappeared, so I helped with the investigation and accidentally dug out some clues about the evil done by the Crocodile Gang. Hissing, several people at the table sucked in their breath. I can't imagine that this Brother Chen in front of me is so chivalrous. There were more little stars in Yao Wan's eyes. Come on, sizzling roast pork. At this time, the store assistant came up with roast pork. A few of you eat first. Roasted pork leg, roasted ribs will be served later. Several people had been hungry for a long time and grabbed the roast and ate it. Brother Chen, why don't you eat? Yao Wan noticed that Chen Anmo didn't touch anything on the table and couldn't help but stare. I go out and don't touch other people's food. After saying that, he got up. You guys take your time to eat. I'm going to rest first. Looking at Chen Anmo who really didn't touch the food. Several people looked at each other. It's just that. Brother Chen is obviously a man of the Jianghu. Traveled a lot. That's how it is. Be careful with what you do. Inkling explained. Li Ron and Duan Wenchao looked at the food in front of them, and for a while, they were also a bit hesitant. Should I eat it? Will I look less prudent if I eat it? Chen Anmo returned to the house and sensed the surroundings. The people living in the few houses to the side had rested. After Mo Linger and the girls finished eating, they all went back to their respective houses as well. 2 girls and 2 guys, 1 room each. Hey, I didn't think I'd be living out here today. I don't know if my sister-in-law will be very scared when she's home alone. It's the middle of the night. Chen Anmo couldn't sleep. He didn't know if it was a good idea for him to follow Muriel and investigate so much. You can't really kill the Crocodile Gang single-handedly by yourself. He's got the power. But facing a group of people surrounding him, it would be suicide for him to kill in single-handedly. As for reporting the case to Ho Kuang, he shook his head outright. It's equally too risky. First of all, a group of people going to the Crocodile Gang is too loud. By the time the men got there, the Crocodile Gang had long since moved the captured teenage girls. This not only spooks the snake, might get the Gator Gang to notice him. What about a fire to his house at night? He always remembered what happened to Zhang Fantian. A genius isn't a genius until he's grown up. Knock knock. Brother Chen, asleep? Chen Anmo was just about to squint and rest when he heard a light knock on the door. It's Yao Wan's voice. Something? Chen Anmo asked. I couldn't sleep and I wanted to ask you something. You couldn't sleep to ask me something? Chen Anmo's face was odd, but went ahead and opened the door. Looking at the dainty Yao Wan at the doorway, wearing only a thin blasphemy, Chen Anmo directly froze. It's a big night. You don't want to repay him, do you? After saving her earlier, he noticed that the girl wasn't looking at him quite right. It's pretty obvious that you're trying to send warmth when you're so thinly dressed on a big night at this point. Hey, but you can't blame people for that. He's too charismatic for wood. Without waiting for Chen Anmo to agree, Yao Wan walked in. How are you hurt? Chen Anmo closed the door smoothly and inquired. Thanks to your antidote powder from Brother Chen, the claw marks on my back have already recovered. Yao Wan curled one hand around a strand of her long hair in front of her forehead and kept spinning it around. Because she was really underdressed, it was hard not to get carried away with this stance. Chapter 39 You're hot my ass. It's so late. I wonder what's up, Chen Anmo asked. People can't sleep. Want to ask you some traveling things. You don't say you walk the Jianghuat. Can you talk to me about how you walk the Jianghua? I've always wanted to walk the rivers and lakes too. Can brother Chen take me with him when he's free? As she spoke, Yao Wan took the initiative to sit by Chen Anmo's bedside. It's hot. She kept fanning the neckline of her shirt. Hot. Chen Anmo was speechless. You're hot. My ass. It's spring fever, isn't it? Yes, brother Chen. Don't you feel hot? Feel my neck. It's all sweaty. Suddenly, Yao Wan grabbed Chen Anmo's hand at once, then took his hand and let him touch her neck. I have to say, Yao Wan is too good at it. Know how to hold a man. Yao Wan looked at Chen Anmo's serious look and was happy in her heart. Ever since Chen Anmo had saved her, she realized that she had some eyes for this average-looking man. The other didn't seem to pay much attention to her though. So, while everyone was asleep in the latter part of the night, she came here to check it out. I didn't expect to hear Chen Anmo walking around. It was instantly clear that he hadn't slept. So, with a clench of her teeth, she knocked on the door. She thought she was from a good family. The appearance was not as beautiful as Mo Linger's, but it wasn't bad looking. She believed that she could definitely take Chen Anmo if she took some initiative. Sure, she's had a few men before, but those don't matter. It's just for fun. She's all washed up, so once she returns to her family, she's still a very serious and responsible woman. In terms of purity and innocence, she thought she belonged to no one. Huffing and puffing. It's really hot. Yao Wan wiped the sweat from her face and couldn't help but walk over to the table. Going to pick up the tea on the table and take a sip. Chen Anmo frowned. Yao Wan does look a little off. The whole face had gone red. He suddenly remembered the hopscotch. If you are poisoned by acacia, this is the reaction. It will make the body hot, the blood spurting and swelling red. However, since coming here, Chen Anmo had been vigilant. From start to finish, nothing was found to be wrong. In other words, it couldn't have been the harmonizer, or he would have been hit too. You're not right, Miss Yao. You're poisoned. Calm down. Yao Wan wasn't stupid either. She found herself tingling all over. It's bloated up there. So much that I wanted a big, rough hand to give her a hard time, make her submit. In the meantime, she realized that the Chen Anmo in front of her was mediocre looking though, but there's a light in the eyes. That firm chest gave a feeling of security. Good thoughts. She wasn't thinking about the poisoning anymore. It's not a loss anyway. Blood money for a few $100 million. Get high again. Why not? Bang! But before she could do anything, Chen Anmo slammed a palm down. Yao Wan stifled a grunt and fainted. Chen Anmo's mind moved. There's a situation in the house next door. The two of them, Li Zhong and Duan Wenchao, were caressing each other. The scene was a little spicy. As for Mo Linger's side, she was sleeping soundly. Soon, though, in her daze, she began kicking the covers. There's something wrong with the roast. At this moment, Chen Anmo reacted. How could he not have thought that there was a real problem with having the innkeeper make roast pork? Because he didn't eat it, he wasn't affected. But the four of them suffered. No wonder. It's not hopscotch. Hopscotch works fast, but it's hard to get. They did it. Chen Anmo sensed that the people in one of the rooms on the opposite side of the room walked out of the room. At the same time, the innkeeper couple also walked out downstairs. You guys, slaughter the men first, and leave the two women behind to offer to the gang leader. The couple in charge have torn off the human skin from their faces. These two, surprisingly, are pretending. The real stagecoach couple was killed long ago. Yes, Fourth Lord. The group of people quickly arrived at the entrance of Chen Anmo's residence. They could see that Chen Anmo was the strongest of the few, and no meals, so no poisoning. Then let's just slash and burn him first. Bang! The door suddenly exploded. Chen Anmo held up his 9-ringed greatsword and rushed out to slash at anyone he saw. The group had no defense at all. Soon, the group of crocodile gang members at the entrance let out miserable screams. Arms and arms are flying everywhere. The shopkeeper couple downstairs stared in shock. How is that possible? They had thought about Chen Anmo's strength, so tackle him early. However, he did not expect that the battle power he erupted with would be so powerful. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of them fell to the ground. Chen Anmo stood tall and looked down on this man and woman. What is the purpose of your gang leader in capturing women? Where have those women been captured? Chen Anmo asked. Kill. These two men let out a cold snort, one on the left and one on the right, and flew to the upper floors of the inn. The sound of the fight woke up Muriel. Hot. So hot. She subconsciously touched her face. A patch of mud. At once, her pretty face turned red, but this was no time to be embarrassed. The battle outside sounded intense. She rolled over and got out of bed. Where's Yao Wan? At this moment, a bad feeling rose in her heart. Yao Wan shouldn't have had an accident. Thinking of this, not caring about her body's abnormality, she immediately picked up the long sword at the side. but before she could walk out a few steps, her legs went limp and her body planted itself uncontrollably towards the front. At this moment, Chen Anmo was facing the left and right pincers of two people, but he was able to fight with ease. These two people, the male was at the 7th rank and the female was at the peak of the 8th rank cultivation. He's totally crushable. At this moment, he fiercely saw his chance. Wind Chaser's wild blade. Whoosh! Wisps of furious blade winds rushed towards the opposite couple. Instantly, all of the wooden railings on the second floor of the inn were shattered by the blade energy. The woman, being weak, was enveloped by the blade aura and her body was covered in hideous wounds. Damn it! Who the hell are you and how are you so strong? The woman exclaimed excitedly. The man took a deep breath as a drop of sweat dripped down to the corner of his eye, causing it to twitch a few times. He thought for a moment and said, "Little brother, I see that you are not from the Ling Tian Martial Hall, so let's do it this way. Let's each take a step back. We'll give you 500 silver taels. You leave now, and what happens here has nothing to do with you. In the future, you'll be a good friend of our crocodile gang. How's that? Since we can't beat them, we have to pull the strings." Chen Anmo nodded. "Okay, squeak." At this time, the door to the room was opened by Mo Linger who struggled to stand up. For the conversation outside, Mo Linger naturally heard it all. Her mind was in despair. Is brother Chen really going to abandon them? Well, you're up. Chen Anmo sidestepped and looked at the couple again. "I'll leave the people to you." The couple's faces lit up with joy. "Thanks a lot brother." The man came over. "Die, die, die." The three men spoke in unison and struck at the same time. Chen Anmo's large sword slashed horizontally, cutting off the swords of the two men directly. How? The couple was filled with despair. "I was thinking of a sneak attack, but I didn't realize that this guy was so vigilant." Chen Anmo grinned and said, "It seems like we have the same idea." As the words fell, he continued his attack. Now, since they were all unarmed, Chen Anmo was a force to be reckoned with. Soon, the woman was kicked out of the room. The shopkeeper twisted his head and ran. However, he was caught up by Chen Anmo and stabbed into his back with a large knife. "Crocodile gang, our crocodile gang will not let you go. You wait to be given by our gang leader." The shopkeeper was spitting blood out of his mouth, staring angrily at Chen Anmo, still speaking harsh words. Chen Anmo settles for a slash. Then, come to the woman. The woman's ribs are broken from the kick, but she's not dead yet. It was a pity that her eyes were already desperate, and she looked viciously at Chen Anmo. "Kill me. But wait, our gangmaster will soon sweep the 4th floor town away, and none of you will be left behind." Awesome. Chen Anmo squatted down, the tip of the knife resting on her chest. "Now for your two choices. First, you inform me why Zhang Tai grabbed the woman and what the purpose of grabbing the woman is. Then I will give you a pain in the ass. Second, I'll slowly torture you. Of course, you can choose not to say anything, but this kind of torture, you won't necessarily be able to carry it. Even if you can carry it off, I will still bring you to the city lord's mansion. When the time comes, the city hall will treat you, and I'm sure they have 100 ways to get you to talk." The woman raised an eyebrow. She weighed the pros and cons, and in the end, under Chen Anmo's icy gaze, she resigned herself to her fate. I say. From her mouth, Chen Anmo knew what Zhang Tai's purpose was. This person was actually a member of the Taiping sect, or rather, the entire crocodile gang's top brass are all deacons of the Justice of the Peace sect, and Zhang Tai, the protector of the cult of peace. The purpose of coming here is to destroy the cult of peace and grow the congregation. Then, get rid of the city lord and install a new city lord who is under the control of the peace cult up there. Then set up this place as a stronghold of their Taiping cult. It's the same old story with the peace cult. They've done this in a number of other places. As for the alligator gang grabbing women, this one was related to the gongfus that Zhang Tai practiced. This person obtained a step in the harvesting technique within the Taiping sect, cultivate by picking up women. As his cultivation became stronger, the woman who needed to be picked up had to be of strong cultivation as well. Otherwise the results are average. That's why he set his sights on Mo Linger. Another reason was that Mo Linger was burdened with a special physique. Unfortunately, this woman herself didn't know what kind of special physique Mo Linger had in her. Things are clear. Chen Anmo ended this woman with a knife. Put. Mo Linger could no longer support her body and sat down on the ground in a flash. "Miss Mo, are you okay? You heard it just now. They drugged the roast pork, and you all got hit with a poisonous powder called spring poison. It's not really a poisonous powder. This medicine is usually given to sows for breeding, and now it's merely for you. So if you just hold on, you'll be able to carry it off." Mo Linger became more and more uncomfortable by what was said. Chen big brother, I can't walk the road, so I'll help you to bed?" Chen Anmo said in a serious manner. As he spoke, he walked over. Unexpectedly, Mo Linger wrapped her legs around him at once, headed to his pants, eyes glowing as if he couldn't help it. He gulped again. It felt delicious. Chapter 40 Boys need to protect themselves outside. You're not right. Chen Anmo subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with Mo Linger's eyes. Looking at his pants is like looking at some gourmet food. I'll help you in first. Chen Anmo helped Mo Linger up with a hand. Only just as he walked over to the bed, Niramal was going up and down on him. How do you sneak up on me? Hey, 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 pay attention to the influence. You're a big girl. Chen Anmo was speechless. Though there is a last wish that comes from the Axe Gang. This group of Axe Gang members, presumably, had captured some Crocodile Gang executives, thus learning something about the Crocodile Gang leader. Knowing that the leader of the Crocodile Gang wanted to capture Mo Linger and double cultivate with her. So the collective dying wish of this group of Axe Gang members was to double cultivate with Mo Linger. He didn't think it was a good last wish to fulfill at first, but I didn't expect things to be so coincidental. It was you who moved your mouth. Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes. Boys should protect themselves outside, but if you can't protect yourself, then it's a good thing. Mo Linger was actually extremely lucid when she roughed up Chen Anmo. Only half an hour later, as reason gradually returned, she froze. What did I do? I can't believe I flattened Brother Chen. Although Brother Chen stopped her and persuaded her, but still, she gave. I'm such Mo Linger cursed herself in her heart, because in her mind, Chen Anmo was still quite upright. Saved them twice before, and he has taken it upon himself to investigate the disappearance of young girls. These days, it's hard to find such a good guy. Okay, now get dressed and see how they are doing? Chen Anmo got up. After putting on her clothes, Mo Linger muttered and looked at Chen Anmo. Though she felt that she was partly to blame here, she naturally wouldn't admit it. After all, she's a woman. Can't Brother Chen push her away? So thinking about it made her a little angry. Miss Mo, you don't have to think twice. I won't hold you responsible, and I won't interfere with your future life. I know you didn't mean it. I'll take it as a dog being bullied. In the future, you find an honest man to marry. And all this, consider it a dream. Looking for an honest man? What did the honest man do to you? Chen Anmo's words caused Mo Linger to be confused for a moment, followed by irritation. This is no joke. The whole thing seems like he's taking a big loss. Just as she was about to say something else, there was a sound rustling next to her. Brother Chen, my head is so dizzy. Did you use something stimulating for me? Yao Wan's voice came. She only remembers what happened before she passed out. Remember, she was with Chen Anmo at the time, and then it was unclear. Mo Linger glared at Chen Anmo and whispered, I hope you keep your mouth shut about what's going on between us, or else. Originally she was going to put in a few harsh words, but realizing that he was no match for Chen Anmo either, he could only stop, or I'll make you look good. She finished and walked out. Yao Wan, how are you? Ha, big brother Chen, why are you here at my senior sister's place? Oops, what's going on outside? It was then that Yao Wan saw that the ground outside was full of corpses. In the meantime, Li Rong and Duan Wenchao in the next room stumbled out. The two were previously under the influence of drugs though, but then fell out of bed. All limp, they caught out at once and fainted on the spot. Inkling walked over and subconsciously ground her legs together before explaining things clearly. What? These people are all from the Crocodile Gang. The Crocodile Gang is actually the power of the typing sect. The three men's eyes widened as they understood this. Obviously, beating them to death. They couldn't believe this was true. So, senior sister, you were poisoned too? How did you detoxify? Yao Wan asked curiously. She has experienced this poison firsthand. If I hadn't passed out at the time, I wouldn't have been able to top the feeling otherwise. So she was very curious as to how her senior sister had carried through. Chen Anmo also looked at Mo Linger. Mo Linger's pretty face blushed as she hurriedly said, I fainted at that time, didn't I? Big brother Chen? Chen Anmo nodded. I knocked out. Thanks to you, brother Chen. You saved us again. Yao Wan said with a complicated expression. Li Zhong and Duan Wenchao also looked saddened. If it wasn't for big brother Chen on this trip, then I'm afraid that each and every one of them would have already lost their lives at the hands of the Crocodile Gang. Duan Wenchao kicked the corpses on the ground and said angrily, but this Crocodile Gang even colluded with the typing sect. They must be exterminated. It's not too late. Let's go back first and report to the City Lord's office. Inkling offered. If it was a fight between ordinary gangs, the City Lord's office didn't care much, because there are just too many of these. But when it comes to the typing sect, then the City Lord's office won't just ignore it. The typing sect openly started a rebellion, and the people in it practiced evil arts. I've done a lot of massacres of villages. The point is, every place they go, the City Lord is the one they have to kill. Therefore, whether considering himself or the influence of the Imperial Court, the City Lord would take the initiative to eliminate the typing sect. As they spoke, Chen Anmo looked towards the reward he had just obtained. Dual cultivation with Mo Linger. Completed. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Then, one by one, he touched the bodies. Ding. Touching a corpse rewards 120 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Ding. Touch the corpse. Reward 30 days of cultivation. Ding. Unfortunately, these people have nothing useful to leave behind. Gathering their things, a few of the men, with lanterns, began to make their way back. It was about dawn when we finally arrived at the entrance to the town of 4 floors. You guys go into the city. I won't be accompanying you. Chen Anmo stopped in his tracks and said. Yao Wan froze. Brother Chen, don't you want to enter the city? If you don't have a place to stay, you can go to my house. Yao Wan said expectantly. Mo Linger opened her mouth and chimed in. After all, you saved all of us. Can't you let us do our duty as a landlord? Chen Anmo shook his head. I'm not going. I have other things to do. You guys turn around and meet the city lord, talk about the matter, and then you can go to the crocodile gang for trouble. When he finished, he arched his hand. Farewell. He twisted his head and walked away. Hey, Yao Wan sighed. Mo Linger, on the other hand, couldn't help but think of that crazy scene last night. All along, she had a disdain for men and women. When sending letters with her mother, she had also expressed several times that she was only interested in cultivation, although many young talents pursued her, but she couldn't look at any of them. It was only after last night that she had a slight shift in her mindset. The sun had risen high when Chen Anmo returned home, but what made him wonder was that it was this time of the day, and his sister-in-law hadn't gotten up yet. Come to the entrance of the cellar. Mindfulness. He keenly heard Shin Xian's faint breathing, so he was still sleeping. That said, he was up all night too. It's exhausting. So he quickly fetched water from the well and briefly washed himself. Wash the smell of blood, the stains, from your body. Then he came to the entrance of the cellar, quietly opened the door and stepped inside. Shen Xian was keen and sat up in a hurry. However, when she saw Chen Anmo, her pretty face slightly reddened, before she shrunk back under the covers. Xiao Mo, you're back. Just now I heard the sound and it almost didn't scare me to death. Chen Anmo smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you haven't done anything wrong. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of burglars. Don't worry about this. Our cellar is so secretive that no one knows about this place. Saying that, Chen Anmo removed his jacket. I'm so tired after walking all night. Chen Anmo let out a sigh of emotion and smoothly wrapped Shen Xian in his arms. Shen Xian also raised her head knowingly, pillowed on Chen Anmo's arm. This made her feel extraordinarily secure. What happened to you last night? Dangerous or not? Shen Xian asked. Shen Anmo laughed. We'll talk about it later. Let's get down to business first. Woo woo woo. Before long, Shen Xian's cheeks had turned red. Chen Anmo put his arm around her and recounted what had happened. I can't believe it's so dangerous. But this crocodile gang is also too abominable. A few men colluding with the peace cult. In the Dale dynasty, anyone in their right mind would abhor the religion of peace. But next, this crocodile gang is going to be out of luck. Inside the city lord's mansion, City Lord Wang Jiu was teaching his son Wang Jin to cultivate martial arts. At this time, a soldier outside came in to report. My lord, the Ling Tian Martial Hall is concerned about Zhao Wu and has brought a group of disciples to seek an audience. Wang Jiu was quite upset and said, what is he doing over here? Master Zhao Wukan said that his disciples found traces of the Taiping sect's demons and suspected that the Taiping sect has a plot against you. Hearing this, Wang Jiu immediately ordered, have them go to the council hall. Yes, just 1 hour. Wang Jiu personally led 1,000 city guards and rushed towards the outside of the city. And behind the city guards, a group of martial arts schools followed. Even the owners of many martial arts schools have come out in person. Such a big battle naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. Where is Lord City Lord going? No, you guys still don't know this. The City Lord's mansion has investigated a major event. The people of the Crocodile Gang are all Taiping sect demons. And now the City Lord is leading the army to exterminate the Crocodile Gang. Hiss hiss. The Crocodile Gang is actually a Taiping sect demon. Inside the house, Chen Anmo was still being mushy with Shen Xian when he heard a violent knock on the door. He dressed briefly and walked out to open the door. At the doorway, standing there were 2 people, Li Ba and Lu Zicheng. What's all this yelling in a hurry for? Chen Anmo asked. Mo, pack up. The city lord has ordered us to gather outside the city. Something big has happened. Chapter 41 Suppressing the Crocodile Gang and Taking the Opportunity to Fish in Troubled Waters. Hearing Li Ba's explanation, Chen Anmo was dumbfounded. He didn't expect City Lord Wang Jiu to be so decisive in his actions. Straight out of the gate, going to eliminate the Crocodile Gang. In addition to the City Lord's army and the county magistrate's side, even some of the people from the martial arts halls were asked by him to contribute people and head to the Crocodile Gang together. It could be said that this time, all the powerful forces in the city would have to send out people. If you don't come out, you're connected to the cult of peace. On the other hand, it's a great opportunity to show loyalty. Where is my master? Zhengfei martial arts and the rest of them? Chen Anmo asked. They're also out of people. I saw brother Mo, your senior sister Lu Feng, senior brother Song Shuqing, Niuli, and others, all out of the city. Okay, got it. I'll go get the guys. You guys wait for me at the door for a while. Chen Anmo returned to the house, grabbed his machete, put on his clothes, and by the way, brought some dry food with him. Finally, came to the cellar and spoke to Shen Xin. I'm fine here, don't worry. Chen Anmo sighed. I didn't realize I had just come back and was going out again. Sister-in-law, I'll be back soon, so I'll go first. With that, left the house, outside the city. Look around. Together with the people from the city lord's mansion, the people here added up to about 1,500. Chen Anmo was very excited about this trip. The crocodile gang added up to more than 500 people. There's no telling how many people will die in a fight. This wave made a lot of money, and by the way, it'll fulfill the last wishes of those Axe gang guys. However, this crocodile gang senior was after all a typing sect demon. All of these people had more or less mastered some special arts, so be sure to be a little careful. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, early 7th grade. 3 styles of the fast sword, perfection, blade light and sword shadow. Blade chi continuous. Technique, tiger mighty overlord technique. Perfection. The power of 9 oxen and 10 tigers. Technique, dragon claw hands. Minor achievement. Technique, Qiankuan step. Great success, treading snow without trace. Technique, breath-seeking technique. Perfection, trace and hide. Technique, wind chasing wild blade technique. Perfection, blade chi into wind. Available practice time, 13 years. Available blood value, 28. As he walked, he glanced at his current attributes. There are a lot of people this time, and the scene is definitely a bit chaotic. There are also many high-level experts. I can't be sloppy and careless, so, I'm focusing on self-preservation. With this in mind, Chen Anmo decided to improve his Qiankuan steps first. At that time, when you meet an expert, you can't fight yourself, then you can run away. Deducting 2 years of cultivation and practicing the Qiankuan steps, the Qiankuan steps get a huge boost. Deducting 3 years of cultivation and practicing the Qiankuan steps, the Qiankuan steps have finally reached perfection. Technique, Qiankuan step. Perfection, trace and hide. Deducting 3 years of cultivation and practicing Qiankuan steps, under full operation, the body transforms into a residual shadow and speeds up. Deduct 5 years of cultivation, cultivate Qiankuan steps, and Qiankuan steps into master level. When the body moves, the wind and clouds go away. Technique, Qiankuan steps. Grandmaster, seek out traces and hide them. Walk in the wind and clouds. What a powerful Qiankuan step. Chen Anmo took a deep breath as his Qiankuan steps finally reached the master level. I didn't expect that the ability Windrunner walking would appear. That is to say, if he were to run his Qiankuan steps at full power, he would be able to be as fast as the wind. How anticlimactic is this? With this technique, I can leave with ease in the midst of 10,000 troops. Senior brother Chen. Here, come. At this time, not far away from the Zhengfei Martial Arts Center side, Lu Feng waved at Chen Anmo. Senior sister, senior brother. Chen Anmo walked over to say hello. On the side, Lu Zhengfei nodded towards Chen Anmo. As far as I know, this attack on the crocodile gang is still somewhat dangerous. Everyone should be more careful. There's no need to rush ahead. Protecting yourself is most important. Got it, master. The disciples nodded. This time, Lu Zhengfei brought 10 disciples. These disciples were among the top group in the martial arts school. He naturally didn't want anything to happen to his disciple. Feng, when the time comes, you stay close to me, or else I won't even take you out again. Lu Zhengfei said with a stern face. Got it, Dad. Lu Fang spat out her tongue. Originally, Lu Zhengfei did not allow her to follow, but she must follow. Xiao Mo. Turn around and stay with Song Shuqing. Support each other in anything. Lu Zhengfei barked at Chen Anmo again. Got it, master. Well, remember everyone, this is not an ordinary gang. What you're facing is the typing sect demons. These demons cultivate evil arts and cannot be underestimated. Especially don't look at the surface. Some demonic people don't seem to have high cultivation on the surface, but those demonic arts of theirs are extremely vicious. You must not be careless. The team has started to leave. They're actually going too. Among the crowd, Chen Anmo noticed Yao Wan and Mo Linger's group. Coincidentally, Zhao Wu, the master of the Ling Tian martial school, came along with his 8 disciples. Pavilion Master Zhao, I was about to ask you something. How did your disciples discover the tracks of the typing sect's demons? Lu Zhengfei asked. It was my disciple who found it. Zhao Wu's gaze went to Mo Linger. Inkling nodded and took the initiative to tell the story. That is to say, you are also thanks to a man named Shen He. Lu Zhengfei said. Yes, this man is truly a chivalrous one. Yao Wan on the side couldn't help but praise it. Duan Wenchao and Li Rang also nodded their heads and talked about the greatness of Big Brother Chen He. He took down all those people by himself. Speaking of awesome, Duan Wenchao sighed. I want to get to know him so much, but unfortunately, I don't have that chance, and I don't know if I'll be able to see him again in the future. Chen Anmo listened to the corner of his eye twitch at the side, somewhat awkward. As Mo Linger spoke, she incidentally looked around behind Lu Junfei. Chen Anmo once defeated her. Therefore, Mo Linger subconsciously looked at Chen Anmo a few more times. She suddenly realized that Chen Anmo's body type was a bit similar to Big Brother Chen He, especially the eyes. However, she didn't go to the place where the two were the same person. About half a day later, a group of over 1,000 people came to a small town. On the edge of the town, there is a fortress. This is the headquarters of the Crocodile Gang. Because the lord of the city was killed on a whim, and it took a short time. So, it was only when the team surrounded the fortress that some of the Crocodile Gang reacted. People inside, listen to me. Your gang leader, as well as the second and third masters. These people are Taiping sect demons. The evidence is conclusive. Now, all of you, with your hands tied, take off your clothes and put down your weapons and come out. We can forget about it. Otherwise, they will be regarded as Taiping sect demons and will be killed on sight. Wang Jiao sat on a tall one-horned horse and shouted words. The people inside the fortress were in disarray. In fact, most of the Crocodile Gang didn't know that their boss was a member of the Cult of Peace. As a result, a large portion is now in a state of limbo. Top of the citadel, Zhang Tai and a group of high-ranking henchmen all had extremely ugly faces. How could I not expect that Wang Jiao would strike so quickly? It's probably because the stagecoach couple failed last night and the news leaked. So Wang Jiao killed over. A henchman reported. Those losers, what a success. Zhang Tai coldly said. Lord Protector, what should we do next? A sultry woman asked. Those who can sit here are all from the peace cult. They knew what the consequences of being caught by the court would be. So one was incredibly anxious. What's the hurry? I've already examined today's situation. That's why I've set up this place as a brick wall. They won't be able to attack for a while. Zhang Tai snorted indifferently, stood up, and said with his arms folded. Of course, we won't sit around and wait for death. Hold on until evening. We'll break out and kill our way out. Yes, gang leader. Now lead your own men to guard the city, and kill anyone who dares to open the door. Yes. The people outside waited for an incense stick of time. Suddenly, a scream was heard from inside. Some of the gang jumped off the walls to escape, but before they could get far, they were nailed to the ground by arrows fired from the walls. A lot of people died, though, still, many of the gang members escaped with their lives. Seeing this scene, the crowd also understood. This crocodile gang seems to want to carry on to the end. Wang Jiao snorted coldly. Chen Anmo looked at the corpses in the distance and gulped. This is all good stuff. There could be a bunch of bodies to pick up again. In a short while, hundreds of people ran to Wang Jiao and knelt on the ground. My lord, we know nothing. Please spare us. A man with a 2/8 beard kept kowtowing. Wang Jiao condescended and said with a cold face, what's the situation inside now? Those Taiping sect demons went crazy and asked us to guard the fortress. And when we refused, they killed us. Luckily we ran fast, or the brothers would have died inside. The 2/8 bearded man explained quickly. How many personnel? There were about 500 people, and more than 100 of them seemed to be Taiping sect demons. Those people gave them poison, and if they don't listen, they won't give the antidote, which means we ran fast. Wang Jiao frowned. There are actually more than 500 people. It seems that we can only kill our way in. You people, later on, follow us to kill our way in and lead us to recognize the way, so that we cannot pursue you later. Wang Jiao looked at these crocodile gang members and said, yes, my lord. Wang Jiao looked behind him again. The soldiers behind him, each and every one of them was an elite. All were dressed in thick black armor and armed with spears, each person's breath, reaching the 9th grade. Although individual soldiers were weak, it was important to realize that what soldiers were best at was the art of combining attacks, that is, a combined team of 3 or more people. Even if someone of the 7th or even 6th rank was surrounded by this group of soldiers, I'm afraid that they would suffer a great loss. Wang Jiao was very satisfied with his team. Finally, his eyes rested on a man with a beard. Chao Meng, you'll be the vanguard later. Can you take the crocodile gang citadel? The man with the beard dismounted and half-kneeled on the ground. I am confident that I will be able to take the fortress. Good. Lead your team of 300 men. Yes. The bearded man got up and yelled behind him. The first to kill the wall will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Kill, kill, kill. The group rushed out. Chapter 42. It's not possible to find out his true identity, is it? The group was led by Chao Meng, and the 300 men were like wolves, charging out with their shields raised. In the middle of the line, there was a huge log. The logs were carried by 20 strong men, ready for use in storming the fortress. Whoosh! an arrow was shot at them. However, the people on top of the citadel were all just a bunch of gang-banging rabble after all, although they all had arrows in their hands. But the accuracy is really not complimentary. Not to mention shooting at people, even the shields in the hands of these black-armored soldiers didn't get much of a shot. Chen Anmo was secretly staggered. This is what the army is fighting for. Although these soldiers were all 9th grade martial artists, but these 9th grades were so much stronger than the martial artists outside who were also 9th grades. The point is, the line is well organized. The aura is extremely strong, obviously rigorously trained on a regular basis. In the meantime, City Lord Wang Jiu looked at some of the martial arts hall masters, as well as the figures of the leaders of the great families. After some mobilization, this group of strong men who had been pulled together were about to start striking. Everyone from the Zhengfei martial school, listen up. Follow me and attack the fortress. Lu Zhengfei was cold. With that, he turned his head and took the lead. Kill. Chen Anmo followed suit. At the same time, the other martial arts schools followed suit. At this time, the soldiers led by Chao Mang had already started attacking the city gates. Huge logs, pushed by 30 soldiers, kept smashing against the gate. Boom, boom, boom. A gap had appeared in the huge wooden gate that had been smashed, above the citadel. However, someone immediately poured kerosene downward. Boom! A roaring fire began to burn below. Ah! The group of black-armored soldiers was in an uproar, and the screams continued. Many black-armored soldiers couldn't stand the boiling hot oil and fled in all directions. However, the black-armored soldiers behind them continued to advance. The disciples of the martial arts school rushed to the bottom of the fortress. Someone took a leap of faith and jumped onto the citadel. However, it wasn't as if there were no experts above the citadel. Dozens of Taiping sect demons had already been waiting here for a long time. Unsuspecting dogs, think we're vegetarians? The one who shouted was a demonic-looking woman. She half squinted her eyes, and with a thought, a row of flying needles appeared in her palm. Taste the old lady's life-threatening needles. The demonic woman let out a low gulp. The 3 martial arts masters who had just jumped up were momentarily unaware, and all of them were hit in the chest. They covered their chests and fell down from above the fortress in a reluctant manner. It's the peace cult's life-snatching needle. Everyone be careful. Chao Mang below shouted. Go! The experts around Chao Mang finally began to move. 2 large masked men. Their feet stepped on the heads of dozens of soldiers. Then their feet stepped on the gate of the fortress and rushed to the city wall. Whoosh! The life-threatening needles shot out. However, powerful chi energy immediately surged out from these 2 masked men. This aura easily knocked the life-snatching needle out of the way. Thumbs up. Both were armed with short-handled knives. One by one, the gang members rushed up, and they took care of all of them as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. With these 2 people messing things up, the citadel was in chaos. Soon, the gate of the fortress was blasted open. During this process, Chen Anmo had been groping the fish with Song Shuqing. Occasionally, when they saw someone shooting arrows at them from above the fortress, Chen Anmo chopped out his sword chi. In order to avoid being recognized by Inklinger, she recognized his greatsword. At this time, he was using the knife used by ordinary constables. While attacking, Chen Anmo touched the bodies on the ground. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 20 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 10 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. The gate of the fortress is open. Kill them! A martial arts hall owner shouted. Kill! The disciples behind them followed a group of black-armored soldiers and swarmed in, but there was a sudden scream from behind the door, only to see the people who had rushed in earlier retreating one by one, covering their faces and screaming miserably. It's poisonous miasma. It's the poisonous miasma of the Taiping sect. Cover your mouth and nose and wait for the poisonous miasma to dissipate. Someone shouted. All of a sudden, the people behind them didn't dare to go deeper in and retreated. This poisonous miasma has a pungent odor, and once it gets into the mouth, nose and eyes, not only does breathing become difficult, but it can also lead to blindness. It was good that at this time, Lu Zhengfei and Zhao Wu, as well as the other 4 martial arts hall masters, made a joint strike. They ran their powerful chi and blasted the poisonous miasma gas in front of them in the opposite direction. Then, a group of crocodile gang members could be heard screaming miserably. Kill it! Lu Zhengfei burst out. Senior brother Chen, everyone has gone in. Let's go in as well. Song Shuqing proposed. He, who had been touching the fish, was a little embarrassed at this point. Chen Anmo nodded. Good, senior brother. Then let's go in now. Soon the 2 men rushed in with the larger group. At this time, one of the crocodile gang members on the ground, who was not yet dead, struggled to get up and viciously attacked towards Chen Anmo. Dang! The large sword slashed at Chen Anmo's back, but it didn't cause him any damage at all. This caused the crocodile gang members to freeze for a moment and subconsciously look at Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo's backhand was a slash, cutting him down on the spot. There are still a lot of bodies on the ground here. Chen Anmo licked his lips. the body moved, performing Qiankuan steps and touching the corpses here. A few moments later, triggering the soldiers group's last wish. Last wish 1, break through the gate of the fortress and kill the 2 protectors of the cult of peace guarding the gate of the fortress. 13 Lady of the Life snatching needle and Lu Urge of the poisonous gold water. Reward, ground level medium grade knife, red inferno knife. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it rewarded a large sword of the middle grade of the earth rank. The 2 strongest people currently defending the city in the Crocodile Gang were 13 Lady and Lu Urge. Both of these men are protectors in the Taiping sect. These 2 men are also well known on the court's most wanted list. When he looked up, he saw that these 2 people were standing on a high platform in the distance, fighting 3 martial arts hall masters. These 2 people were inferior to these martial arts hall owners in terms of cultivation though, but they have all kinds of underhanded tactics. As a result, 2 martial arts hall masters were directly struck and poisoned. It's very strong, and it's not advisable to meet the enemy head-on. Chen Anmo frowned. It's just a matter of continuing to pick up corpses and build up strength first. Chen Anmo, why are you and your senior brother like this? What are you always hiding behind? Just as Chen Anmo continued to pick up corpses, a cool voice came. It turned out to be Mo Linger, who saw that he had been at the back and didn't fight, but just jumped around the piles of corpses. It left her quite speechless. Since she had been defeated by Chen Anmo before, she subconsciously paid more attention to him, wanted to see what he would be like in a real fight. I didn't think it would come across that way. To be honest, such a performance really disappointed her to the core. Chen Anmo froze for a moment. What was Mo Linger doing staring at him all the time? It couldn't be that she had discovered his true identity, could it? However, looking at Mo Linger's eyes, he knew that he had misunderstood. Chen Anmo, you're not afraid, are you? So you're hiding in the back? Inkling asked. You misunderstand. I'm at the back. I'm building up my strength. Those 2 Taiping sect demons have the pavilion masters to deal with anyway. So when we settle them and we kill within the city fortress, I'm afraid there will still be a fierce battle. Chen Anmo explained. The way you just acted, it's hard for me to believe. Muriel frowned. Believe it or not. At this time, on the high stage, Lu Zhengfei had already decapitated 13 Yang. Poisonous Goldwater Lu Urge was furious. 13 sisters. Lu Zhengfei, you old thing. I'll waste you. He was incomparably furious and attacked frantically towards Lu Zhengfei. The poisonous miasma on his body didn't want any money and spread in all directions. Not good. It's his native poison gas. Retreat quickly. Naturally, Lu Zhengfei would not fight him hard. Anyway, this berserk state was only for a while, and afterwards, the guy would fall into a state of extreme weakness. I just didn't expect that Lu Urge suddenly rushed towards the battlefield. He caught a glimpse of Lu Feng. Lu Zhengfei, you mother asterisk 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 her killed my 13th sister. I killed your daughter. 1 life for 1 life. Ha ha ha. The rampant laughter was deafening. Lu Zhengfei's face changed slightly. Not good. This guy is going to be unfavorable to Feng Feng. Feng Feng, retreat quickly. Lu Feng was also anxious. This guy is coming. She drew back. But, Lu Ergo was faster. Wherever it passed, black mist entwined. It's over. That Lu Feng girl is going to die. Senior sister, be careful. The disciples of the Zhengfei martial arts school couldn't help but shout. Mo Linger glanced at Chen Anmo and also frowned. Oh no, your senior sister is finished. She and Lu Feng had met a few times as well. Quite fond of her. It feels like Lu Feng is a very righteous person. It's just a shame that the red face is so thin. Just when everyone thought that Lu Feng was finished, Chen Anmo revolved his Qiankuan steps. Qiankuan steps, step on the snow without a trace, and walk in the wind. Whoosh, as fast as he could, he scooped up Lu Feng, pinning Liu Feng's entire body to her cacklebox area. It was like clamping onto a large inflatable doll, followed by a quick exit. The speed is just too fast, so much so that the eyes of poisonous Goldwater Lu Urge are full of unbelief. How is that possible? This speed is appalling. Soon, under Chen Anmo's escort, Lu Feng was sent to the high platform of the city fortress. One by one, the Taiping cultists came towards Chen Anmo to kill him. However, none of these congregants are very strong. Chen Anmo's sword came out like electricity, hacking and killing dozens of people one after another, scared the rest of them away. Senior brother Chen, you saved me. You are so fast. Lu Feng stared at Chen Anmo with unblinking eyes. In that scene just now, she even forgot to breathe, because she had thought she was bound to die. I didn't expect that Chen Anmo would be so fast. In the blink of an eye, it took her out of harm's way. For a moment, there were more little stars inside the eyes. Senior sister, be careful. Chen Anmo took a deep breath. This Qiankuan step was really good when it was run to the extreme, but there are drawbacks. The downside is that the consumption is just too great, especially if you take one with you. Lu Feng turned back, her long sword killing towards the incoming congregation. As for Lu Urge, he was already at the end of his rope. He was nailed on top of the stone wall behind him by Chow Mang, who came after him and shot arrows from a distance. Ah! Look at my poisonous insect miasma. Everyone here is going to die. Ernie Lu struggled and yelled. He roared, and in his long sleeves, a black mist swept toward the crowd as if it were a flying insect. Bang! In the next moment, his entire body exploded itself as well. Chapter 43. This is a touching story. Ding! Break through the gate of the fortress and take care of 13 Lady and Lu Urge. Completed. Reward, ground level medium grade knife, red inferno knife. Seeing this reward, Chen Anmo's heart was fiercely excited. Immediately afterward, he laughed. Earth-ranked weapons. This kind of weapon. I'm afraid there are no more than a handful of them in the entire 4th floor town. This shows how much gold this knife contains. And what was even more rare was that the knife was a fire attribute knife. Each slash carried the attribute of a scorching flame. With all the enemies at the entrance to the fortress taken care of, the party continued to advance. Some of the crocodile gang members simply surrendered. More, however, began to move backward. Where is your gang leader? Zhang Tai? Chow Mang casually grabbed a person and asked. He and the second and third masters, they are over in the lobby. The rest we don't know. Chow Mang casually threw the man away and shouted. Hunt down the remaining members of the crocodile gang. The Taiping sect demon must die. Kill. What followed was a brutal alley fight. Many Taiping sect demons hid in some corners and sneak attacked the people who killed them in. The team that had attacked earlier, however, got a break for the time being. It was now the turn of the team under City Lord Wang Jiao to attack. This group of people had just not even made a move, and at this moment, they were as imposing as a rainbow, advancing step by step in groups of 3. As for Chen Anmo and the others, they rested in place. Feng, are you okay? After Lu Zhengfei handed over his business, he came to Lu Feng's side with an arrow step. Dad, I'm fine. Lu Feng smiled sweetly, her gaze looking towards Chen Anmo. It's also thanks to senior brother Chen. It's alright, senior sister. This is what I should do. Lu Zhengfei nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Xiao Mo, this set of footwork you cultivated is very good. I bought it at a ground stall earlier, and I felt good about it, so I cultivated it a bit. Aha, Pavilion Master Lu. This new disciple of yours isn't bad. Zhao Wu and a few other pavilion masters walked over smilingly. They all watched the scene just now. Originally thought, Lu Zhengfei, this old thing's going to be white-haired. I didn't expect to be saved by one of his favored disciples. Lu Zhengfei smiled and said, that's natural. My vision is not for nothing. While a few people were talking and laughing, Mo Linger came to Chen Anmo's side. This speed of yours is truly impressive and reminds me of someone. Muriel rubbed her chin. She suddenly thought of someone. Chen He, who saved her and had a sticker relationship with her. Like, it is really too much like. Just now that footwork. Obviously a path. They are both surnamed Chen again. Could they be one of Chen Anmo's relatives? The moment this idea appeared, Mo Linger's eyes instantly snowed. Thinking of someone? Chen Anmo's heart thumped. Darkness wouldn't be seen for what it was, would it? Do you recognize a man named Chen He? Inkling asked. Chen Anmo's eyes flickered and he hastily shook his head. Not sure. Mo Linger had a delicate mind and saw that Chen Anmo seemed to be trying to hide something. You must know something, because your footwork is exactly the same as the one called Chen He. And if I'm right, you are him. Chen Anmo's heart sank. Was it really discovered by Muriel? In fact, the most troublesome thing about having his identity discovered was whether or not Mo Linger would haunt him. Hey, it was just going to be a good deed and then the deed was done. Deep down, I didn't expect to be recognized. You're a relative of his, aren't you? Mo Linger suddenly asked. Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo touched his nose. Don't hide it. You must be his relative. Not only do you cultivate very similar techniques, but you also share the same surname. Plus your appearance is somewhat similar. You must be from the same clan. Muriel was 1,000,000% sure. I guess that relative of yours should have committed a crime and is wanted, so he doesn't dare to show his face, right? Don't worry. He saved us after all. I won't be a white wolf and do anything to him. Hearing this, Chen Anmo secretly laughed in his heart. I didn't expect this girl to have a rich imagination. Since she had said so, Chen Anmo nodded obediently. And please, Mo, keep it a secret. Mo Linger's heart was relieved, and she said seriously, of course but why is this relative of yours wanted by the court? Can you tell me about it? For someone who had a relationship with herself, Mo Linger was very curious about his deeds. Chen Anmo thought about it and felt that it was a bit tricky, because it was evident that Mo Linger seemed to be interested in him. You don't like me, do you? No. Decided not to give her any second thoughts. He sighed and said, actually, this is a distant relative of mine, who I call brother, who has a wife and child. You're talking nonsense. He's been wandering the world. How could he have a wife and kids? Mo Linger didn't believe it at all. In her mind, Chen He was a responsible person. How is it possible to leave your wife and children and wander off on your own? It's simply not possible. Chen Anmo could only explain in order to round out the lie. Because my brother, his wife and child are dead. How did it die? Mo Linger's gaze was fixed, and her heart was a little sour for some reason. Back then, my brother was out doing a small business, and when he came home, he found his home had been robbed by thieves and robbers, and his wife and children had fallen in a pool of blood. Chen Anmo sighed. I see, and since then, your brother has set out to avenge his wife and son's death, and he has set out to rid the world of violence. Muriel said. This, Chen Anmo opened his mouth, wanting to say, your imagination is very good, haha. Since Mo Linger had helped him come up with such a story, he naturally went along with the other party's wishes. AI, it seems like you know this big brother of mine well too. You're right, ever since my big brother's wife and child were killed by thieves, he has taken the path of eliminating violence, but as you know, all those evil people out there have backers behind them. Once, he killed a few thieves and realized that among the thieves, there were a few big officials with great backgrounds. He's been wanted ever since. Hey, Chen Anmo's words made Mo Linger's eyes redden. Sure enough, her guess was not wrong. There must be a reason behind the anonymity of such a good man, but she didn't expect the story to be so tragic. It's pathetic. She couldn't help her nose. And do you know where he is now? I'd like to meet him, Inkling asked expectantly. Chen Anmo shook his head. This big brother of mine has always been a god, and in order not to involve me, he never actively seeks me out, so I'm not sure where he is. Is that so? Mo Linger sighed and raised her head again, saying solemnly towards Chen Anmo, if you see him next time, remember to talk to him, and in the future, I'll make sure he's no longer wanted by the court. She was burdened with a special physique. In the future, his cultivation will progress at a rapid pace, and in time, he will definitely be able to become an upper third grade. By then, she would be the legendary land goddess. With strength, he would naturally have a voice in the royal family. Canceling a person's wanted order was really nothing to her. Chen Anmo didn't think much of it and nodded. At that moment, a commotion came from not far away. City Lord Wang Zhou has led his men to kill into the center area of the city fortress. The second and third leaders of the crocodile gang were hacked to death one after another by random knives. Great! The crocodile gang will surely be overthrown. Hurry over there, the crocodile gang's warehouse has been breached. There's a lot of gold and silver jewelry inside. What? Bling? And a lot of great medicine. Go, go, go. Quite a number of people were moved when they heard this. This is a great opportunity for a robbery. Even some of the sons and daughters of the great families, as well as the martial arts school's senior brothers and sisters, had their hearts set on it. To them, although none of them lacked silver, they lacked great medicines and good elixirs, because these are good things, but good things that money can't easily buy. Senior brother Chen, let's go over there as well. Song Shuqing and Nyoli and the others found Chen Anmo to propose. Lu Fan also nodded. My father just said that the people of the Taiping sect inside were heavily killed and injured, so there's basically not much danger left, and there are several warehouses for the crocodile gang to store their supplies, so this is a good opportunity. In response, Chen Anmo was also moved. Okay, so we're going in now. Inside this fortress, there are many paths in all directions. Along the way, when Chen Anmo passed by some corpses, he would take the opportunity to touch them. This wave, just by relying on the guaranteed rewards, had earned 6 years of cultivation. Soon, several people came to this side of a warehouse. This is the core area of the crocodile gang. There was a lot of silver and coins scattered on the ground. Apparently it was dropped here when it was looted. There's some great medicine in this warehouse. Song Shuqing rushed in and revealed a joyful expression when he saw the things on the shelves. The great medicines were all 10-year portions, but they were also very precious to him. Chen Anmo, on the other hand, walked to a bookshelf. The Art of the Woman, The Art of the Room, Poison Gas Bomb, Bloodthirsty Kung Fu, Poison Sutra, The Art of the Sidekick. These feats, looking at Chen Anmo secretly blinked. All of them are evil techniques. It was also because these were evil feats that no one paid attention to them. I don't share in sin. It's better to keep these in my custody. Chen Anmo found a parcel and put away all the dozens of evil sect techniques. Immediately afterward, like the others, he began to collect the pills. Senior brother Chen, I can't even put them down. Take these. Song Shuqing threw in a package. Chen Anmo took a look. Good guy. Dozens of bottles of blood-strengthening pills inside. Song Shuqing said, this crocodile gang is far richer than ordinary gangs. The reason why it's like this can be ascertained that it's due to the fact that there's funding from the Taiping sect behind it. Some of the other guys got some great stuff too. There was even a big fight for supplies in the next room. During this process, Chen Anmo finally received the reward for exterminating the crocodile gang. Last wish 1, our daughter was taken away by the crocodile gang. We went to ask for them and were killed alive to destroy the crocodile gang. Completed. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Last wish 1, to exterminate the crocodile gang. Completed. Reward, 30 years of cultivation. Good. Rewarding up to 50 years of cultivation in one breath. It was a really cool moment. Chapter 44 Peak. Pinnacle. Pinnacle. Now I have a total of 56 years of cultivation on my hands. Chen Anmo grinned. There are 2 last wishes at hand. First, save the villagers' daughters. The second one is killing Zhang Tai, the leader of the crocodile gang. The rewards for these 2 quests were both enlightenment pills. Currently, he didn't know what the hell an enlightenment pill was either. But judging by the gold swords that were rewarded earlier, the pills that are rewarded to you are much better in quality than those sold outside. Well, first raise the Tiger Mighty Overlord technique. Deducting 6 years of cultivation, you frantically cultivated the Tiger Mighty Hegemony body technique, wanting to break through the bottleneck at hand in one fell swoop. It's a pity that 6 years have passed, and although you touched the bottleneck, you still haven't broken through. But meditatively, you feel like you're about to break through. You're just missing an opportunity. Deduct 10 years of cultivation. This bottleneck still plagues you. You consumed all of your chi and blood, and your power has once again risen by a large level. It's just a pity that the bottleneck has yet to be broken through. Deducting 10 years of cultivation, you finally feel different. Your strength has skyrocketed by 3 times, and all of your cultivation has increased tremendously. You've succeeded. The Tiger Mighty Overlord technique has finally reached the Grandmaster level. Your cultivation has also entered the peak of the 7th grade. Technique, Tiger's Might Overlord technique. Master level. The strength of 9 oxen and 10 tigers. Dark force continuous. Good. The cultivation level has entered the peak of the 7th grade. Chen Anmo laughed. The gold content of his realm was awesome. Before, at the 8th rank, he was able to deal with the 7th rank. Now that he was at the peak of the 7th grade, the Tiger Mighty Overlord body technique and the Qian Kuan steps, they had all been cultivated to the Grandmaster level. It was conceivable that even if he was facing a 6th grade martial master now, he would be able to handle it with ease. Now it's time to address the 2 remaining last wishes, Chen Anmo whispered. At this time, there was suddenly a commotion outside. Say, where have you got those women? Upon listening carefully, it turned out to be Mo Linger questioning the 2 small leaders of the crocodile gang. Chen Anmo walked out in a hurry. He happened to be looking into this matter as well, but he didn't expect Mo Linger to look into it herself first. He knew at once why this was. Walking out, he only saw the people from the Ling Tian martial school surrounding the 2 small leaders of the crocodile gang. These 2 kept kowtowing. We say, take us there. Mo Linger said with a cold face. Okay, well, it's just up ahead. These 2 men cringed, stood up, and began to lead the way. Mo Linger arched her hand towards Chen Anmo's side. Friends of the Zhengfei Martial Arts Center, we're off to investigate a missing case for now. See you later. Go well and be careful. Without much thought, Lu Fang nodded. Song Shuqing didn't want to care about these things either. However, what surprised Mo Linger was that Chen Anmo squeezed out of the crowd. Come along. I've got a friend who's missing too and want to see if anyone's around. You're going too? Muriel said. Yeah, no, of course you can, but it's a bit dangerous. Lead the way. Chen Anmo didn't want to say much. Seeing this, Lu Fang thought about it and said, then I'll come along too, to have a caretaker. Seeing this, Song Shuqing and the others sighed helplessly and could only follow as well. They could care less about the people from the Ling Tian Martial School, but the Zhengfei Martial Arts Center belongs to its own people. It was not good for them to sit back and watch as Chen Anmo went to help. According to these 2 small leaders of the crocodile gang, there were more than 30 of those women in total. They're all locked up in a dungeon here. These guys, they've captured so many women. Lu Fang was furious when she realized what was going on here. A few moments later, a courtyard with a high fence. The doors are open here. The people inside are running off somewhere. This is it. The 2 men leading the way said. Go on, get in there. Mo Linger was eager to save people, and took the lead, leading Yao Wan and Li Zhong to go in. Wait, Chen Anmo suddenly stopped the 3. There's something going on in there. After being promoted, Chen Anmo was even more sensitive to breath. In the yard, there are masters. This person, surprisingly, had a 6th grade cultivation. Retreat. Sensing the other party's cultivation, Chen Anmo's face sank. He could probably guess who the other guy was. It must be the crocodile gang leader Zhang Tai without a doubt. No wonder. While the 2nd and 3rd masters and the others were dead, Zhang Tai was fine, because he can't be found. It turns out that this person is hiding here. The 2 men leading the way looked toward Chen Anmo and frowned. It was so hard to lure Mo Linger here, but this guy actually messed up. There's no one in there now. So you guys go on in. One of the crocodile gang members bowed his head slightly and said to Mo Linger. The other one chimed in. Everyone's gone, so you don't have to worry. Although these 2 people said so, Mo Linger subconsciously looked towards Chen Anmo. Lu Fang asked, Senior brother Chen, did you find something? Zheng Tai is in here, Chen Anmo said. What? At those words, the crowd's faces changed drastically. Zheng Tai, the leader of the crocodile gang, his cultivation had reached the 6th grade. If he was here, once he killed out, how could their group survive? At once, some people quietly backed away. However, before Chen Anmo could take a few steps back, the door in front of him was blasted open. Boom! A middle-aged man with a slim figure jumped out. This person was none other than Zhang Tai, gang master. The two gang members looked horrified. Gang master? They don't fall for it. Useless. Zhang Tai's fingers formed claws and quickly slashed towards the two men. In an instant, all 5 of the two men's senses were scratched to pieces, and they died tragically on the spot. Sure enough, it's you. Mo Linger was shocked and angry. If it wasn't for Chen Anmo, the moment she stepped in just now, I'm afraid she would have been in danger. All this, thanks to Chen Anmo. Zhang Tai looked at Chen Anmo and said, worthy of being the 3rd in the small test of martial arts, no one else found me, but you kid actually found me. There should be some secret in you, right? Chen Anmo's face remained unchanged as he faintly said, yeah, so what? What a sharp-tongued brat. Let's see if I don't tear your mouth apart and see how sharp-tongued you still are. As the words fell, Zhang Tai quickly attacked towards Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo violently drew the red flame sword from his waist. When he had gotten the red flame sword before, he had secretly wrapped it in a rag and placed it at his waist, in order to not have to change the red flame blade out of thin air in plain sight. As the rags fell, the large sword with a hot aura slashed violently towards Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai had originally sought to think that with his strength of the 6th rank, he could take Chen Anmo down within 3 moves, but as Chen Anmo raised his sword to slash, he immediately felt a powerful pressure. This knife is not simple. The sharp claws he extended were only close to the red flame blade, and a rush of heat made his hand shrink back uncontrollably. This kid, how is his power so strong? Zhang Tai sucked in a breath of cold air. This is going to be bad for him, for he noticed that the others had begun to call out to those around them to get those pavilions to come. Those pavilion masters could all be 6th grade cultivators, no weaker than him. Once those people arrived, it was very troublesome for him. That's just it. Let's take Mo Linger away first. This kid will look for a chance later, and slowly pack it up. Zhang Tai snapped at Chen Anmo. Thumbs up. A green juice sprayed towards Chen Anmo. Poisoned water. Chen Anmo rolled over and narrowly dodged, but a man behind him was out of luck. His face was sprayed with green juice, sending him down on the spot in pain and convulsing. Claptrap. Zhang Tai's robe rolled up and his entire body pounced towards Mo Linger. Mo Linger was horrified. This was a 6th grade martial artist. She raised her sword and scrambled to fend it off, but in the next moment, the long sword was slapped away by Zhang Tai. Afterwards, Zhang Tai grabbed Mo Linger's shoulders. Zhang Tai looks thin, but his hands are extraordinarily strong. Coupled with his sharp and thin nails, the claw went down and the sharp claws quickly disappeared into her shoulder. Mo Linger only felt a stabbing pain in her shoulder, and immediately after, Zhang Tai flew out with her. Not good. He's taking senior sister away. Yao Wan was alarmed. Li Zhong and the other disciples of the Ling Tian Martial Hall were even more anxious. The group rushed out at the first opportunity, attempting to stop Zhang Tai. Get out! Zhang Tai flung his long sleeve, and the feared strong wind blew the people behind him away. Aha! A bunch of people were beaten up. When Chen Anmo saw this, his heart was appalled. That's the difference between the 6th and 7th grade. The 4th to 6th grades, which belonged to the middle 3 grades, were known as innate patriarchs. The middle 3 are powerful and have the power to fight 1,000 with one. The 7th through 9th grades are in the lower 3 grades. Therefore, don't look at the fact that there was only one big rank difference between the 7th and 6th grade, but there was a huge gulf between them. He had just made Zhang Tai suffer as well, mainly relying on the power of the earth rank red flame blade in his hand. Seeing that Mo Linger was really going to be taken away, Chen Anmo naturally wouldn't sit around and wait for death. His chi energy infused into the red flame blade. The blade immediately ignited with a fiery red glow. Whoosh! He ran the Qiankuan steps, snowshoeing. With great speed, he rushed behind Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai was, after all, a veteran 6th grade powerhouse. Sensing someone coming after him behind him, he frowned. This Chen Anmo, he's surprisingly so fast as well. Asterisk 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 off. He was still sweeping backward with his chi as he had just done. These chi energies were like knives, scraping at one's body, and those who had no defense would have their skin scraped open in an instant. However, Chen Anmo only operated the Tiger Mighty Hegemony technique and shook his body. Zhang Tai's power was then dissolved. Blade chi into wind. Chen Anmo let out a low gulp. The red flame blade flung itself madly to and chopped towards Zhang Tai's back. Zhang Tai had no choice but to stop and turn back to fend off in order to avoid being injured himself. Dang it! He slashed out a sharp claw one after another, and these claws emitted chi energy that collided with the blade wind. air vibration. It made a crisp striking sound. Taking this opportunity, Chen Anmo made a jump and aimed to chop Zhang Tai's wrist. Zhang Tai instinctively fought it off. However, he had still underestimated Chen Anmo's blade skills. Put! The wrists of both his hands were chopped off in unison. Mo Linger was lifted out by the powerful airflow. Chen Anmo held her in place as he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. People are always saved. Ah! Zhang Tai looked at his broken hand and let out a miserable scream. My hands! My hands! Whoosh! At this time, Lu Jingfei and Zhao Wu and the other martial arts hall masters finally arrived. When they saw the scene in front of them, both pavilion masters sucked in a breath of cool air. Zhang Tai was surprisingly chopped off 2 palms by Chen Anmo's sword. The 7th rank beheads the 6th rank? The inverted Big Dipper. Chapter 45 The Art of Womanhood. Zhao Wu looked deeply at Chen Anmo. Afterwards, he came to Mo Linger's side. Seeing the injury at Mo Linger's shoulder, he frowned. How are the injuries, master? It's just a flesh wound, Mo Linger hurriedly said. The Taiping sect demons like to use poison. Hurry up and check it out. If there are signs of a toxic outbreak, use this bottle of antidote powder. Zhao Wu threw over a bottle of antidote powder and then looked at Chen Anmo, nodded towards Chen Anmo, sort of thanking him for just saving Mo Linger. Both gazes then fell on Zhang Tai. After losing his palm, Zhang Tai's cultivation was difficult to exert. He was at the end of his rope. The severe pain made his face turn pale. Damn it, if I hadn't been injured before, just how could this brat possibly injure me? Zhang Tai said with a vicious glare at Chen Anmo. Zhang Tai, you now bind your hands and give us an account of the location of the remaining Taiping sect demons. Otherwise, don't blame us for resorting to private acts. Make your life worse than death. Zhao Wu said coldly. Ha ha ha, just you guys. Zhang Tai shook his head with a cold smile. The Taiping sect will soon set foot on the 4-floor city. The words fell, and bang, a mist of blood exploded from his chest. Then he half kneeled on the ground and murmured, believe in Taiping and get eternal life. I am going to meet the Taiping god. Poof, he fell to the ground, completely out of breath. Go in and search the place. See if the woman taken by the crocodile gang is in here? Lu Jingfei commanded towards the disciples behind him. Yes, Song Shuqing nodded. Chen Anmo also walked over, seeing the rewards while passing by Zhang Tai's body. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 150 days. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish number 1, to have a hard double-cross with Mo Linger. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. Last wish 2, collect one of Mo Linger's belly buttons. Reward, 1 golden silk belly pocket. Has a warming effect on the uterus and boosts mental energy. Last wish 3, kill City Lord Wangzhou. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. After reading this, Chen Anmo's face was odd. This Zhang Tai, his obsession with Mo Linger is very deep. As for the third last wish, it was destined to be incomplete. Entering this place, soon, Song Shuqing and the others realized that there was a dungeon here. With the opening of the dungeon, the women imprisoned inside were released one by one. Surprisingly, the women locked up here were in pretty good shape, even ate white and fat. Lu Jingfei explained. The Taiping sect utilizes women for double cultivation to harvest them, and weak women can't be harvested, so before harvesting them, they are given a good life for a while. Chen Anmo listened and nodded slightly. Then, check up on the rewards of the 2 legacies. Last wish, to save the villagers' daughters. Completed. Reward, enlightenment pill. Last wish, kill Zhang Tai, the leader of the crocodile gang. Reward, enlightenment pill. In one breath, he was rewarded with 2 enlightenment pills. This enlightenment pill is a good thing. It was said that after taking the enlightenment pill, it could raise the root cultivation level. The talent will get better. There was even a certain chance of directly raising one small realm of cultivation. Sister-in-law will be happy to see it. Chen Anmo felt that his sister-in-law should like this thing. As the battles here ended one by one, it was evening. The rest was left to the city lord's soldiers. As for the people in the martial arts center, hordes of them are leaving the area. Pavilion Master Lu, this disciple of yours called Chen Anmo is powerful enough. He saved my disciple Mo Linger. I saw this matter with my own eyes. I have to thank him properly. Lu Jingfei was about to leave with his disciples when Zhao Wu came over with Mo Linger and the others and said with a smile. Lu Jingfei smiled and said, that's of course. Turn around and you can thank this disciple of mine. Definitely. Zhao Wu looked at Chen Anmo with a face full of relief. Chen Anmo, your talent is very good. You will definitely surpass your master in the future. You're joking, Pavilion Master Zhao. I still have a lot to learn, Chen Anmo said modestly. Ha ha, don't be modest. I'm optimistic about you. After all, you defeated the 6th rank Zhang Tai with a 7th rank cultivation. Actually, I mainly used the convenience of my weapon. And in addition, Zhang Tai had suffered some injuries to his body before. Even so, you're pretty good. Zhao Wu shook his head. It was the latter part of the night after entering the city. Chen Anmo bid farewell to the crowd and ran towards his home. 33 years of cultivation remain. He's in no hurry to use it up now. He planned to take the enlightenment pill with his sister-in-law first. Then, consume time to practice again. It's going to work better that way. Chen Anmo returned home and saw that the house was dark. At the entrance to the cellar, he sensed that his sister-in-law was surprisingly still awake. Since he wasn't sleeping, he walked in with a big smile on his face. As he walked, he called out softly, "Sister-in-law, I'm coming in." At this time, Shen Xian was tossing and turning, just when she couldn't sleep. As for why he couldn't sleep, naturally he was worried about Chen Anmo. After all, she also knew what Chen Anmo had gone out to do. That's attacking the crocodile gang. I've heard that behind the crocodile gang, yes, is the cult of peace. At that time, when the attack took place, there would definitely be heavy losses, and she was worried if something would happen to Chen Anmo. Well, after hearing Chen Anmo's voice, she let out a sigh of relief. "Xiao Mo, you're finally back. Come in quickly. Sounds like your sister-in-law can't wait." Chen Anmo walked to the bedside, and Shen Xian, as usual, jumped onto Chen Anmo's body in a flash and hugged him tightly. "Xiao Mo, you can come back. Do you know that you go out to fight the Taiping religion? Worry me to death. If you have an accident, slaves simply die." Shen Xian said very firmly. "Sister-in-law, aren't I fine?" Chen Anmo was dumbfounded. Soft jade in his arms, Chen Anmo could hear Shen Xian's heart beating fast. This was because she had indeed been nervous. At the end of the day, after Shen Xian had gone through a major change, she herself lacked some sense of security. As a result, she became timid and sensitive. "Well, it's good to be okay." As she spoke, Shen Xian's voice became crispy. At this point, she was only wearing a small, close-fitting garment. The delicate body was close to Chen Anmo, like a ripe peach. "It looks very tasty and tempting. Sister-in-law, I want to ride a horse," Chen Anmo whispered. Shen Xian gave her a blank look. The next day, Chen Anmo took out the enlightenment pill. In his words, he explains that it was obtained from the crocodile gang warehouse. After telling Shen Xian about the effect, Shen Xian brightened up. She was now at the peak of the 9th grade cultivation level. She also knew she was not gifted, but as bad as her talent was, she still had a heart that wanted to become stronger, and the enlightenment pill can enhance her talent. Just like that, at noon, both of them took the enlightenment pill. While digesting the medicinal effects from the enlightenment pill, he checked up on the supplies he had gotten at the crocodile gang. Dozens of bottles were harvested from the blood-strengthening pill alone. There are also 3 10-year portions of herbs, and some nourishing herbs. Except for this 10-year portion of herbs that still had some effect on him, the other nourishing herbs no longer had much effect on him, because his cultivation was there. As his cultivation level increased, the effect of ordinary nourishing medicines on him became increasingly minimal. However, if these were given to Shen Xian to take, that would still be no problem. After categorizing these medicinal herbs and admonishing Shen Xian to take them when needed, Chen Anmo looked at the harvested books of feats: The Art of the Woman, The Art of the Room, Poison Gas Bomb, Bloodthirsty Kung Fu, Poison Sutra, The Art of the Sidekick. He casually flipped open the Sentinel. This turned out to be a tapping technique. It is a detrimental feat. The women are raised white and fat in the front, and then the room is imperial. Transform the woman's vitality into her own power. This process, the process of tapping, the harvesting process may look luscious, but it is definitely a painful process for the woman. Afterwards, she would realize she was more than 10 years older. Almost every time you harvest, you're going to get a lot of energy. Usually after 3 or 4 pickings, a woman's chance of life will completely dissipate and she will become a pile of dry bones. The death was tragic. Chen Anmo frowned. This woman's sentencing technique was too terrifying, and this kind of evil technique shouldn't be left behind. But, he looked at the various posing techniques in the book and thought it was kind of interesting again. It would be nice to learn the tricks of the trade on this. What are you looking at? So seriously? At this time, Shen Xian walked over. She probed to see what the secret feats were. It would be nice in case there was something she could learn. After all, there's no such thing as too much skill. Only her entire body froze as she swept her gaze. Sentinelism? Aya, you really are. What are you looking at this for? This gong method looks evil. Shen Xian couldn't help but spit it out. But spit is spit. She still couldn't help but look at it more. Chen Anmo said, although this gong method is very evil, but there is one thing to say. Don't you think that the techniques on it are very good? Where's the nice, weird feeling? Shen Xian said with a flushed face. Despite saying that, I couldn't help but keep reading. Her mind cried out in surprise. It's amazing how 2 people can do that. Fizz fizz fizz. Unbelievable. How embarrassing. Normally, riding a horse was embarrassing enough for her. I didn't realize that there were more embarrassing positions. Simply, Chen Anmo finished reading the books and couldn't help but sigh. Sister-in-law, I think we can look into this. No way. Books you keep for a while and look at them later. Chen Anmo was in no hurry. A woman is a woman who will be taught slowly, and I believe that she will soon understand. Right now Shen Xin is just in a state of embarrassment. Gradually it will develop something different when it's tuned up. Then he looked to the room. At this look, his entire body froze. This stuff, wow, good stuff. Don't talk about him. Even Shen Xin, her heart trembled, and Chen Anmo looked at it seriously. Chapter 46 Strange and Odd Room Techniques. This room art is also a dual cultivation technique. However, this technique was not as detrimental as the sentinel technique. This technique is one that benefits others and oneself. It is usually used by couples, or lovers. By harmonizing yin and yang, men and women allow their essence to reach a resonance that produces pleasure from deep within. Afterward, it will enhance the essence. That's right, this gong method, what was cultivated was not the physical body. Rather, it's the spirit. It's said that alchemy, or some special feats, need to be aided by spiritual power. But there are very few feats about spiritual power in this world. I didn't think we'd find it, Chen Anmo said. Shen Xin was also very surprised, because it says so. Between husband and wife, practicing the art of rooming together will lead to beauty and well-being. Moisturized skin, hydrated peach, and even the temperament, will be transformed. Even, it can become immortal, because the enhancement of essence is actually an all-encompassing enhancement. Let the man metamorphose. Therefore, Shen Xin was very much looking forward to it. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? You want to learn this? Chen Anmo looked at the right beauty Shen Xin and asked with a smile. Nope, just curious. Shen Xin naturally refused to admit it. After all, she considered herself a very proper woman. How can you admit to something like that? How embarrassing otherwise. So do you want to learn? Don't want to. This looks weird, Shen Xin said, tongue-in-cheek. That's just it. Don't want to learn. There's no point in keeping this room art. I'll throw it away, right? As he spoke, Chen Anmo pretended to throw away the art of the room. Hey, don't throw it. Unexpectedly, Shen Xin was in a hurry. Hastily, he took the books in his hands. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth hooked up slightly. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Didn't you say you didn't want to learn? Stinky little mo. Teasing your sister-in-law at this time. Shen Xin was speechless. It was even if he usually knew how to bully her ruthlessly. But in this kind of thing, he deliberately watched her make a fool of herself. That's so bad. Ha ha ha. Looking at Shen Xion's shy face, Chen Anmo liked it more and more. Unable to resist, he embraced her into his arms. Sister-in-law, it's a deal then. We'll cultivate this technique together next. Cultivate spiritual power. Shen Xion nodded slightly. Alright. After chatting for a while, Shen Xion continued to go and digest the Enlightenment Dan. The process. Chen Anmo felt that there was indeed a huge increase in his strength. Previously, it was a peak 7th grade cultivation. It hasn't touched the bottleneck of the 6th grade yet, but after an hour, he felt touching the bottleneck of the 6th grade cultivation. If I enter the 6th grade, the probability of me getting a top 10 place in the martial arts competition will be greatly increased. Chen Anmo whispered in his heart. Next, look to a few other book feats. Most of the remaining feats were related to poison, like gas bombs, poison sutras. It's a record of many of the world's rarer poisons. There are some poisons that don't even have an antidote. Even, he found the harmony scatter. The system rewarded to the harmony scatter, which was surprisingly documented on this. However, the herbs used to develop acacia-san were more scarce. It is very difficult to refine. Finally, he looked to the paraclete technique. This art recorded dozens of rare and bizarre arts. For example, lock-picking, head swapping, limb grafting, heart transplantation, and animal creation. However, it seems to be casually documented. Not really, that's just it. Let's first upgrade the wind-chasing wild blade technique and the 3 styles of fast blades, all of which advanced to the master realm. Chen Anmo whispered. According to his estimation, with 33 years of time on his hands smashed down, he should be able to raise these 2 techniques to the master realm. Deduct 3 years of cultivation. You study the 2 sword arts at the same time and soon realize that the 2 can be blended together. Deducting 10 years of cultivation, the 2 blade techniques were successfully fused. You named him wind-chasing fast blade technique, and this year, you condensed the Big Dipper blade chi. Big Dipper blade chi. Let your blade chi transform into the Big Dipper, more powerful and invulnerable to anything. Deducting 10 years of cultivation, the wind-chasing fast blade technique has finally entered the master realm. The Big Dipper is like substance. Even demons can be easily cut down. After spending 23 years, not only did he cultivate these 2 techniques to the master realm, but he also fused the techniques and cultivated the Big Dipper blade chi. Chen Anmo sucked in a breath of cool air. This sword technique is just too scary. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, peak of the 7th grade. Wind chasing fast sword technique, master, blade light and sword shadow. Blade chi continuous. Big Dipper blade chi. Technique, Tiger's Might Overlord technique. Master level. The strength of 9 oxen and 10 tigers. Dark Force continuous. Technique, Dragon Claw hands. Minor achievement. Technique, Jiankuan steps. Grandmaster, tread on snow without a trace. Walk with the wind and clouds. Technique, breath seeking technique. Perfection, trace and hide. Available cultivation time, 10 years. Available blood value, 0. Big Dipper blade chi. Chen Anmo took down the red flame sword from his waist. Mindfulness. Above the blade, a power that was like substance emitted a scorching temperature. This is the aura of the Big Dipper. It's far more powerful than ordinary blade chi. Chen Anmo instantly laughed. Ordinary martial artists who cultivated blade techniques and were able to cultivate blade chi were already 1 in a million talents. He, on the other hand, cultivated the chi of the Big Dipper. This saber astral chi could be far too powerful than pure saber chi. Not only is the power explosive, the most crucial thing was that it could form a powerful astral aura around a person. This astral aura was like a shield that could serve to protect him. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Anmo walked over to open the door. I didn't expect it to be Li Rang from the Ling Tian Martial Arts School who found this place. Seeing Chen Anmo open the door, Li Rang revealed a joyful expression. I've been asking around for a long time and finally found this place. Chen Anmo wondered. Brother Li, why is your Ling Tian Martial Hall looking for me? But is there something you need my help with? It's like this. My senior brother Duan Wenchao asked me to give you an invitation, inviting you and some of the disciples from the Zhengfei Martial Hall to go to the Yin Yang building to have a drink and get together. A party? Chen Anmo took the invitation and looked at it. This Duan Wenchao. His family's situation was similar to Song Shuqing's, both belonging to the sons of large families. Please the post said thank you to him for saving Sister M.O. Linger. That's why he and some of the disciples from the Zhengfei Martial Arts School were invited, so they could all get together and bond. In addition to that, everyone got together and had to discuss about the big martial arts test after the new year. Originally, Chen Anmo didn't want to go and join in the fun. After all, he didn't like these crowded occasions. If you have this kind of effort, you might as well accompany your sister-in-law to practice martial arts. But the invitation says so above. Everyone gets together and discusses about the big martial arts test that will be held after the new year. It was a big deal, so Chen Anmo decided to go over. Got it. I'll be sure to arrive on time tomorrow. The two of them politely said a few words, and Li Rang took his leave. Noon the next day, Chen Anmo arrived at Yin Yang House. Song Shuqing and Lu Feng, among others, had already arrived at the downstairs of Yin Yang building. It turned out that Duan Wenchao had already wrapped up the place. Senior brother Chen, here. Seeing Chen Anmo coming over, Lu Feng's eyes lit up and waved desperately at him. Chen Anmo walked over and said, "You guys came so early. I heard that this time, Duan Wenchao got the beast meat of a 4th grade ferocious beast, which is extremely valuable, and the ferocious beast hasn't been dead for a long time yet, so I came over to have a look before it's too late, to open my eyes." Song Shuqing explained with a smile. Lu Feng was also enthusiastic in her explanation. This ferocious beast is called the flaming bird, born as a fire-type flying bird, with a body length as long as 2 people. In our part of the world, it can't be seen at all. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. This fiery bird hasn't been dead for long? Yes, I heard that Duan Wenchao's big brother brought it back from outside. It's something good. I didn't expect Duan Wenchao to be so generous that he would treat us to something so good. Lu Feng subconsciously licked her lips. Duan Wenchao's elder brother married a woman from Lord City Lord's family. The two families are considered to be in-laws, so the Duan family has risen very quickly over the past few years. This flaming bird's beast meat is an unavoidable good for us. For him, it might not be a big deal, Song Shuqing said with an explanation. Several people on the side nodded. Chen Anmo now intended to touch the corpse of the flaming bird, so after a few moments of small talk, he made an excuse that he was going to see what a flamingo looked like, and then headed towards the back kitchen. In the middle of the back kitchen, a couple of chefs and helpers were working feverishly, radiating sizzling temperatures. I can tell you that the people I'm inviting today are all honorable and respectable, and you have to handle the dishes cleanly and meticulously, especially the flaming bird that my brother brought. The meat of this bird is very tender. When you guys handle it, you must pay good attention to it. Don't burn too much firewood, which will affect the taste. Duan Wenchao, with an escort, was explaining to the chefs in the back kitchen. Hey, this is a heavy kitchen area. No outsiders allowed. The guard behind Duan Wenchao saw Chen Anmo come in and hurriedly came over and said. Duan Wenchao glanced at Chen Anmo and hurriedly pulled the guards away. This is brother Chen Anmo, my good friend. Ah, I'm sorry, I've got eyes to see. The guards hurriedly nodded and apologized. Chen Anmo naturally wouldn't make things difficult for people because of this. Waving his hand, he said it was fine. Brother Chen, I've wrapped up Yin Yang House today. Let's have a few more drinks today, Duan Wenchao said excitedly. Alright, by the way, I heard that you got a flaming bird here. I haven't seen this thing yet, so I wanted to come and take a look to increase my knowledge. This is simple. Brother Chen, come to the back. They are plucking the feathers of the flaming bird. Soon, come to the backyard. 3 women workers are boiling hot water and plucking the flamingos. The first impression that this fiery bird gave Chen Anmo was big. It's pretty huge. The overall size, rather, is similar to a large turkey. Brother Chen, this flaming bird is also called an exotic beast. All ferocious beasts that possess special abilities are called fey beasts, and fey beast meat can be good, so you should eat more later. While Duan Wenchao was talking, Chen Anmo squatted down and touched the corpse. Sting, touched the body. Originally, he thought that the rewards too were also of the chi and blood type, but this time, it was very different. Chapter 47 The Wonders of Rooming In. Am I number 1? Sting, touched the body. Reward, 3 points of beast fire. Chen Anmo felt that a wave of energy was sinking into the location of his dantian. This energy was none other than beast fire. He was instantly thrilled. This is beast fire. It was said that alchemists could use the fire of their feet to make medicine. There are also beast fires in foreign fires, and the fire of merit is extremely consuming to oneself. The efficiency is also not as good as beast fire or foreign fire, so but any alchemist with the ability to do so would usually go and find a way to find beast fire. This was because beast fire was easier to find compared to exotic fire. However, most of the ferocious beasts that possessed beast fire were very powerful. It was very difficult to take the beast fire. This was also the reason why many alchemists on the market did not have beast fire. And now, he had beast fire. Above his own attributes, the symbol of beast fire appeared. Beast fire, 3 points. Though the beast fire values are still very small right now, the area is 3 points, only the size of a lighter flame, but the significance is remarkable. Brother Duan, where does this kind of flaming bird normally exist? It seems like it's never been seen here before, Chen Anmo asked. We are in a remote place here, and the climate is also cold, so there really aren't any flamingos, and they are usually found in the southern region. The two chatted for a while when a boy outside ran in. Young master, Miss Mo and the girls have arrived. Oh, my elder sister Mo has arrived. Duan Wenchao turned his head towards Chen Anmo and proposed. Brother Chen, let's go out then, and meet my senior sister Mo on the way. But she said she has something to tell you. Something for me? Yeah, it's about a place where there's a great medicine growing, and she wants to invite you with us. After Duan Wenchao's explanation, Chen Anmo understood. It turned out that Mo Linger had also reaped a lot of benefits when she dealt with the crocodile gang's headquarters at that time. A map was also found in a box that held a large medicine. This map was an area where the Taiping sect's demons planted great medicines. Big medicine is not something you can just grow. The environment, the terrain, is extremely demanding. A good place to grow great medicines without the need for man to plant them. In bad areas, even if you fertilize and irrigate every day, the big medicine won't grow. Therefore, many of the places where great medicines are grown are hidden from the outside world. The crocodile gang, as a big gang, had a place in their hands to grow great medicines. Only a few of the top echelons of the peace cult knew about it. Now the group of top brass are lost, and the map strayed into the hands of Mo Linger. Therefore, in the near future, Mo Linger was going to head to that place and take the great medicine over there. Due to their previous experiences, Mo Linger and the people from the Ling Tian Martial Hall had great trust in Chen Anmo, so they privately decided to invite Chen Anmo along. Of course, there is another important factor. That is, Chen Anmo's stance is awesome. The scene in which he saved a man's life at that time is still impressive. Thus, considering this, Mo Linger and the others unanimously decided to invite Chen Anmo to join them. This was also considered Mo Linger's repayment to him. When he came to the door, he only saw Mo Linger and Yao Wan and the others walk in. Were talking to each other with Lu Feng and Song Shuqing. Some of the disciples on the side were also on good terms and greeted them warmly. Senior sister, Miss Lu Feng, Brother Song, you're here, quick, 3rd floor please. Duan Wenchao greeted warmly. Mo Linger looked up at Chen Anmo and nodded slightly. Chen Anmo, you've come quite early. Brother Chen just went to the back kitchen with me. He was quite interested in the flaming bird and wanted to see the look. Duan Wenchao laughed. Mo Linger said, Chen Anmo, if you want to see these, I have a book there that records the morphological characteristics of some foreign beasts. I'll give it to you sometime, so that you'll have a plan to deal with it in case you encounter some foreign beasts later. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. He was really quite interested in these types of books. In the future, he also wanted to collect beast fire as a way to enhance his abilities. With a booklet, that must be easier to collect. Then the crowd went up to the 3rd floor. 4 large round tables in all. Chen Anmo and Song Shuqing, Lu Feng and the others, were invited to sit on this side of the largest round table. Lu Feng and Mo Linger were accosted by many male disciples because of their good looks. It was a little quieter until everyone was seated. Soon the wine and food were served. The meat of the fiery bird beast was made into a soup. Some precious herbs, auxiliary materials and other things are added in it. The broth looks not only delicious, but beautifully colored and tasty at first glance. At this time, Duan Wenchao coughed dryly twice, swept a circle of the crowd, and got up. Fellow disciples, as well as brothers and sisters of the Zhengfei Martial Hall, today I, Duan, invited you all to come here for no other purpose than to have people from our 2 martial arts halls get to know each other and mix things up. After all, this time when we attacked the Crocodile Gang's headquarters, it was fortunate that the disciples of our 2 martial arts schools supported each other and took care of each other, so we were able to avoid having some losses. I hope that we can still help each other in the future. Come on, let's drink together for our brotherhood and sisterhood. The crowd followed suit, standing up and raising their glasses in their hands. Brother Duan, you're welcome. Brother Duan, let's have a drink together. The crowd drank it all in one go. The atmosphere then grew cordial. People from the 2 martial arts schools, even those who didn't know each other, would exchange names and discuss matters of going out for training together in the future. At this time, Duan Wenchao's side asked, by the way, senior sister Lu Feng, why hasn't Zhang Fenshin from your martial arts school come over? I remember having someone invite him as well. Speaking of Zhang Fantian, the people on the side of the Zhengfei martial arts school all shook their heads helplessly. This senior brother of mine, ever since he failed the last small test in the martial arts section, he has become a bit disheveled and doesn't communicate with people. Lu Feng sighed, a hint of worry flashing under her eyes. In the time before, she was very optimistic about Zhang Fantian. It was good for him, too. Lately, though, he doesn't know what's going on. Seeing that Lu Feng was unhappy, everyone selectively stopped saying those. Then the conversation went on to other things. After the new year, it will be the martial arts competition. I wonder how many people will participate in the competition this term. There were 300 in the last class. And this one, I've heard there were even more people. Over 500. What? So many people? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Chen Anmo also frowned when he heard this figure. For the great test of martial arts, there were not only the current wushu candidates, but also those from several previous sessions. So the number of people was usually extremely large. But this term, the numbers are even more frightening. For a while, some people shook their heads and sighed, while others had a light of struggle in their eyes. Whether the numbers are large or small, one thing is certain. That is, no matter which term, martial artists are not that good at high school. Duan Wenchao took in everyone's expressions. Then, with a slight smile, he said, as you all know, my brother, the capital city, has just returned. And he also told me something about the program for this martial arts grand examination, which this time requires entering an abandoned town to hunt the ferocious beasts there. What? At those words, the crowd looked at each other. Didn't we always enter the ferocious beast mountain range to hunt ferocious beasts in the past? Why did we enter the abandoned town this time? Song Shuqing asked incredulously. Chen Anmo also looked around with some curiosity. There are many different kinds of items that are assessed in the WKU test, but the most important test was the hunting of ferocious beasts. As per past practice, during the examination, the candidates would be placed in a mountain range with countless ferocious beasts. The more ferocious beasts that were hunted and the higher the level, the better that score was. But this time, it was to an abandoned town. That's a little strange. Brother Duan, is there any more detailed news? Song Shuqing asked. Duan Wenchao shook his head. I'm not very clear about the specific details. However, I'll find a chance to ask my big brother again later. If there's any news, I'll be sure to talk to the guys. At once, a wave of compliments came from the surroundings. But then again, I'm afraid that only my senior sister Mo Linger and big brother Chen Anmo are the only ones here to get good grades in the examination. Duan Wenchao suddenly changed the topic to the two of them. Brother Duan is joking. Chen Anmo shook his head. Brother Chen, I'm telling the truth. There's now a new ranking for our 4th floor town. You for number 1, Duan Wenchao said. What do you mean? Previously, the rankings were Chiwei, Zhou Tianhu, and you were 3rd. But now, you're number 1. At those words, Chen Anmo frowned, instead of feeling happy. Instead, I found it a bit of a nuisance. After all, it's not only unprofitable to be in this kind of limelight. Instead, they will be missed. It doesn't pay for itself. However, he also knew that it couldn't be helped. He's like the elephant in the room right now. When strength reaches a certain level, he cannot hide himself. Next, everyone continued to push their glasses. Many people came to Chen Anmo to toast. After Chen Anmo drank a few cups, he began to eat the flaming bird meat soup. He served himself a big bowl. The meat of this fiery bird was found to be very tender. There's a different flavor when you eat it. It's nothing like regular chicken and pork and all that. 5 pieces of smooth, tender meat went down, and a fiery sensation rose in his belly. But that hot feeling quickly transformed into a comfortable one. Even the meridians, they felt much more permeable. The crowd nodded, feeling very satisfied with the meat. Chen Anmo, remember me? Suddenly, Yaoan held a wineglass and came to Chen Anmo's side. Miss Yao, of course I remember you. Chen Anmo acted very politely. Here's the deal. Yaoan briefly stated the reason for her visit. It turned out that she also knew about Chen He and Chen Anmo being related. Therefore, he wanted to ask Chen Anmo for help, and if Chen He came to him, he hoped that he would let Chen He find her. Chen Anmo, please take care of this matter. It's a small token of my appreciation. Yaoan smiled and quietly took out a wooden box from her sleeve and handed it over to Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. Yaoan was so polite in order to meet Chen He. This is a 5-year portion of ginseng. I hope that the next time you see your brother Chen He, you'll say that a girl named Yao has been missing him. After saying that, Yaoan's pretty face even reddened a bit. Chapter 48 Such an icy girl. Looking at the wooden box in his hand, Chen Anmo was speechless for a while. Yaoan was looking for Chen He, and before that, Mo Linger had also said that she wished to meet him. How would they react if they knew that he was the one they were looking for? Hey, it's true. It's really troublesome when people are too good. He couldn't say anything right now, and could only nod. I see. If I see this brother of mine next time, I'll explain the situation to him. But, to be honest, he won't necessarily show up, so don't get your hopes up too much. Well, I understand. Come on, Chen Anmo, I'll drink to you. Yaoan picked up his wine glass, clinked glasses with Chen Anmo and drank it all. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Everyone's eaten everything. Chen Anmo got up and with the crowd intended to leave. Chen Anmo, can I talk to you alone? Just as he reached the downstairs, Mo Linger chased after him. Okay. With that, the two talked as they walked back. Just now, my senior brother Duan Wenchao said to me that he's already talked to you about the matter of the crocodile gang's map of that great medicine. I wonder what you think about it. Inkling asked expectantly. I've thought about it and can help. I wonder when I'll be there. The time hasn't been set yet, but it must be within a month or less. When Mo Linger heard Chen Anmo's promise, her heart was relieved and she smiled a little as she continued. That's great. With you joining us, our chances of winning will be much higher. Overrated, Chen Anmo said humbly. Mo Linger opened her mouth, as if there were still something she was too embarrassed to say. Chen Anmo's mind moved and asked, Miss Mo, is there anything else you want to ask? Mo Linger said, it's like this. Before, your brother, Chen He, didn't he save me? Well, you and I talked about it. I think it would have been better if he had joined us on this trip. Chen Anmo said bluntly, as I said before, this brother of mine is secretive in his movements and it's hard to contact him. Yeah, I understand. Can you talk to him next time if you get to see him? Just tell him I'm going to give him something. Chen Anmo was helpless in his heart. Naturally, he couldn't refuse, so he nodded. Got it. After saying that, he suddenly thought of the 2 last wishes of Zhang Tai, the leader of the crocodile gang, before he died. One was to double cultivate viciously with Mo Linger once. The other one is to collect one of the Inkling's belly buttons. The rewards are all great. Why don't we promise her that the so-called Chen He will meet with her? As soon as this idea appeared, Chen Anmo felt it was feasible. Chen Anmo, then I'll leave first. If you see him next time, you mustn't forget. Mo Linger could actually be certain in her heart. Chen Anmo must have a way to contact Chen He. The reason why he didn't want to tell him was to protect Chen He. In response, she said she could understand that. Seeing that Mo Linger was about to leave, Chen Anmo thought for a moment and called out to her. Actually, he'll show up at a place tonight. Mo Linger was instantly excited. Resisting the joy in his heart, he busily asked, where does he appear? West 6th Street, over there by the river at a dock. I think, Chen Anmo said. Aha, what's he doing there? This brother of mine, now that he's been doing things to punish the evil and eliminate the evil, there are a lot of things I'm not good at asking about. Understand? Aha, understand. This I understand. There aren't many chivalrous characters like your brother these days, and I admire him for it. Well, if you want to find him, go there. Hey, I'll go first. On the way home, Chen Anmo secretly decided. Seeing Mo Linger, it was estimated that the last wish of having a hard double cultivation with her once was not good enough to fulfill. The last time I was able to double cultivate with her was because she was poisoned. Now how can people be so casual when they are so nice and such an ice-clean girl? Therefore, he planned to only fulfill his last wish of collecting one of Mo Linger's belly buttons tonight. When the time comes, reward a gold silk belly bandana. This is a warming effect and boosts the essence. It works like a charm and is absolutely great. Humming while strolling through the fair, he bought some of his sister-in-law's favorite pastries on weekdays and returned home with a flourish. It's still early in the day. The sun is warming up. Shen Xian was alone in the courtyard with the falling flower sword, practicing swordplay. Under her control, invisible sword chi shot out from the sword. Shen Anmo looked at it and brightened up. Awesome, sister-in-law. Your swordsmanship has gotten stronger. Seeing Shen Anmo enter the room, Shen Xian put her sword away and laughed. Thanks to your enlightenment pill, I advanced. Oh, Shen Anmo was taken aback. While he was away, his sister-in-law advanced, sensing Shen Xian's scent. Early 8th grade. Well, it looks like it's only fair to give your sister-in-law a proper celebration. Shen Xian walked to Chen Anmo and smoothly jumped into Chen Anmo's arms. Xiao Mo. It's thanks to you that sister-in-law is able to have the cultivation she has today. Feeling the beauty in his arms, Chen Anmo had a heart attack. Sister-in-law, come inside and tell me more. Shen Xian's pretty face blushed. Unlike in the past, this time she didn't go in. My concubine has her period. Ah, Chen Anmo froze for a moment. Nice guy, coming to relatives and sister-in-law is still practicing. It's too diligent. But, Shen Xian clenched her teeth and said, but Xiao Mo you really want to. It's also fine. You don't mind the dirt just fine. Chen Anmo. Well, his sister-in-law is just too good and too nice to him. Come to the day of relatives. Actually all willing. Sister-in-law. It's not good for your health if you're like that on a day like this. I don't want you to get sick. At those words, Shen Xian's heart was as sweet as honey. But sis-in-law, how about this? Chen Anmo moved over. You have a nice mouth. Shen Xian gently pinched the flesh on Chen Anmo's waist and muttered. Hate it. Just now I wanted to praise you. I didn't expect to have to trample on people like this. Chen Anmo gently patted Shen Xian's back and lightly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. That's what I said. Besides, I wouldn't dare to trample on you. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law you are unique in my mind. Really? Speaking, Shen Xian slightly lowered her head, her voice getting lighter and lighter, her face slightly red. Of course it's true. Humph. You're the one with the sweet mouth. So go inside. Shen Xian said with a blank look at Chen Anmo. Into the house? Chen Anmo froze. Shen Xian stomped her foot and didn't wait for Chen Anmo to reply, directly dragging him inside. At this time, how could Chen Anmo not know Shen Xian's intentions? He couldn't help but say, sister-in-law, you're awesome. After it was over, Shen Xian puffed out her cheeks, took a willow branch, and went to brush her teeth. Evening. Shen Xian made a table full of delicious food. Eat quickly. You're so tired. Give you a good tonic. That seems to be the intent of that statement. By the way, sister-in-law, I may have to go out in a few days, Chen Anmo mentioned as he chucked a piece of fish. Ah, going out again? Shen Xian held her chopsticks with a surprised look on her face. Shen Anmo nodded and gave a rough account of the matter. So it's going out to look for a great medicine, but it's too dangerous. Shen Xian sighed. I know you're working hard, but it's a pity I can't help you much. Sister-in-law, look at you. Aren't you improving fast? Chen Anmo comforted. It's not thanks to you. Shen Xian smiled gently. After eating almost everything, Chen Anmo changed into a plain dress. Afterwards, a human skin mask was put on. Before long, he had arrived at the place he had agreed with Mo Linger. Mo Linger was actually waiting at this pier early. At this point, she was a little nervous. The little heart was beating extra fast, like a deer in headlights. After all, Shen He was her first man. As a royal princess, she has been hidden in a secret place though, but she was also raised with an extremely strict education. Everyone told her that in the future, she would be one person. She is, most likely, powerful. The premise is to get stronger step by step. The path to becoming stronger was still easy for her. After all, the talent is there. Let's put it this way, other people cultivate very diligently, and she, in fact, is higher than you without practicing very hard. For that, she was still able to make a name for herself in this part of the town of Four Flags. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them, but just by being so good at what she does, she realizes she has someone in mind. For the past few days, she had been thinking about the crazy scene between herself and Chen He. My own self, who had always been very reserved, had taken the initiative to do this and that. This time when she saw Chen He, she didn't know what her purpose was. Perhaps, simply wanting to see him, get the word out. She didn't want her to have regrets later. After all, there was a possibility that she would have to leave the town of 4 floors. Tap tap tap. Just then, footsteps came from a short distance away. Mo Linger's heart stirred and she hurriedly looked over. The familiar face appeared in the moonlight, though it was that flat and the face was still a little waxy. If it were normal, she probably wouldn't even look at it squarely. Brother Chen, Mo Linger took a deep breath and held down the excitement in her heart. Chen Anmo nodded. My brother Chen Anmo said you wanted to see me? Yes. Chen Anmo thought for a moment and said, didn't I tell you last time? You don't need to be responsible for me. I'll just take it as being bullied by you for a bit. Inklinger. Chen Anmo's words made her all screwed up. I'm trying to get down to business with you. Who's responsible for you? Muriel muttered. Chen Anmo's face was odd. The tone. How it's a bit sappy. Talk to me about business? Chen Anmo pretended to be unaware and said, say what? 2 days ago, didn't we eliminate the crocodile gang? I found a map inside. That map is a place to grow great medicines. Inkling said briefly. The general idea is that they are going to that place to look for the great medicine. Chen Anmo will also be there. Hopefully he's along for the ride. Brother Chen, you can consider it. If you can obtain the great medicine, it will also be of great help to your future cultivation. Chen Anmo shook his head without hesitation. Sorry, not interested. This. Inkling froze. Brother Chen, if you're unsure, I can promise that I'll give you a fake identity when the time comes and won't make people suspect you of anything. Mo Linger thought that Chen He might be worried about his being wanted being discovered, so said a little. I hope he puts his head down. Chen Anmo sighed in his heart. While listening to her, thoughts of how to get her belly button were in his mind. It's hard. Wouldn't it be a little embarrassing to say it out loud? But think about it. Shame on Chen He. What's it got to do with me? Chapter 49. So can I have it now? Brother Chen, how are you feeling? Inkling asked expectantly. This. Chen Anmo hesitated. Seeing Chen Anmo's hesitation, Mo Linger thought there was a chance, and hurriedly said, if you have any concerns, you can mention them to me. Chen Anmo shrugged his shoulders and said, it's like this. Do you still remember the time I was at the inn with you? Mo Linger's face flushed red for a moment. Good lord, what's the point of bringing that up for nothing? It made her not even know what to say. Brother Chen, that time, I was poisoned. I know. Hey, it's just that you know my situation. My wife has been gone for years, and all this time, I've traveled for years and never been near a woman. Ah, this. Mo Linger opened her mouth and directly froze. Why are you talking to her? Yes? Hey, so, can I ask you something? Of course, you can refuse, Chen Anmo said. Brother Chen, please. Muriel gulped. She had already guessed what Big Brother Chen was going to do. You don't want to do it again, do you? No, absolutely not. How can this be? But for some reason, looking at Chen Anmo's appearance gave her a pang of heartache. Every day and night, it must be very hard for Brother Chen. Some boys are so pathetic that they have to do everything themselves. Chen Anmo said, that is, can you give me one of your belly buttons? After saying that, Chen Anmo himself felt outrageous. What is this request? Mo Linger's mouth was wide open. That mouth is so big you could stuff a big egg in it. Chen Anmo quickly explained, I have other uses. Don't misunderstand anything. What use could you possibly be? Really? Mo Linger muttered, speechless to the core. Thought for sure she'd say no. Unexpectedly, the next moment Mo Linger seemed to have made up her mind about something. Seeing as you saved my life, Brother Chen, I'll give it to you. Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief. It's a bit humiliating though and feels like a bad marshmallow. But, for the reward, it doesn't matter. Miss Mo, you're a good person. Chen Anmo nodded. Then can I have it now? Ah, now, I still want to get it at home? I have things to do later. Chen Anmo said. That's fine. Mo Linger looked around. But here, there's no one else here, so you don't have to be shy or anything. We've touched anyway. Chen Anmo said with a righteous face. Inkling thought about it. Mainly because he didn't have that nasty feeling towards Chen Anmo. Even more, she wanted to go further. She searched for a way to fulfill his request and perhaps find her later. Then, turning his back, through his shirt, he drummed for a moment behind his back with his hands reversed. Not a moment later, a warm garment was brought out from the hem. Here, with a red face, Mo Linger handed it to Chen Anmo. Then you and your brother Chen Anmo will be together at that time. I'll inform Chen Anmo of the exact hour. Chen Anmo casually agreed. Okay. The words fell. Ding. Last wish, to collect one of Mo Linger's belly buttons. Reward, 1 golden silk belly pocket. Has a warming effect on the uterus and boosts essence. The reward has finally arrived. Chen Anmo almost laughed with excitement. Out of politeness, Chen Anmo said, I'll be going then. By the way, if you need my help in the future, you can look for my brother, Chen Anmo, and he'll find me. Got it. Hearing that Chen Anmo was leaving, Mo Linger's eyes flickered with a hint of lost color, but it was quickly hidden. But you promised me that you wouldn't go back on your word when the time comes, right? Inkling ghostly asked. Her perceptions had always been great. She always felt that Brother Chen was hiding something from her. Won't. Chen Anmo said against his will. Always felt like a bit of a scumbag for doing that. Okay then, bye. Mo Linger waved her hand and suddenly ghosted another sentence. My stomach is suddenly a little hungry. You want to eat noodles, right? It's quite delicious below me. After saying that, Mo Linger suddenly felt that her sentence was strange. Hastily, he said, I mean, it's a real face. Chen Anmo was about to be amused. He rubbed his nose and couldn't bear to turn people down. It's so late. Too much trouble down there. There's a Huainan beef soup noodle on this side. It's quite tasty. Why don't you go and have some? Hurrah! Mo Linger nodded. I can't imagine you're quite familiar with this place. Sort of. Used to sort of live here for a while. And will you stay here long afterward? Inkling asked. Chen Anmo said. This depends on the situation. This answer obviously didn't satisfy Mo Linger very much. A few moments later, to the street. It's a narrow street, and it's usually workers from the nearby docks who come here to eat. Chen Anmo remembered that he used to come here to do hard labor when he had no money. It's been so long since I've been here, and the place is still the same. Not far away, a Huainan beef soup noodle. This side still emits the aroma of steaming beef soup, now that the weather is cold. When drinking a bowl of beef soup like this, it is truly a delicacy on earth. Boss, 2 bowls of beef soup noodles, add 2 tails of beef to each bowl, and put more scallions, slightly spicy, Chen Anmo said skillfully. Okay, it's still a husband and wife doing a little business here. The only difference was that on the stools inside, there were 2 extra children, a boy and a girl. 2 children are looking at an illustrated book with a lot of interest. Having just come here to sit down, Chen Anmo habitually sensed the surroundings. There was a frown. Inside a small tavern not far away, he sensed the figure of an acquaintance. Zhang Fantian. Why is he here? And with an expert, too. Chen Anmo frowned. This expert, tall and thin, was in his 40s or 50s. One hand was as dry as firewood, and his face was pale, with a look of insufficient qi and blood. However, his cultivation was solidly at the 6th rank. It was unbelievable to see how Zhang Fantian was treating him respectfully. One must know that Zhang Fantian's attitude was not this respectful even when he was facing his master. Unfortunately, the distance is too great. He could only sense that these 2 people were in a box on the 1st floor, and could not hear them talking. Recently, Zhang Fantian has been acting out of character. It's a bit strange. Moreover, at first, it was clear that his cultivation had been wasted. But why did the cultivation suddenly return? Master has also recently said that Zhang Fantian should have certain secrets on him. Big brother Chen, the noodles were brought over. Why don't you eat them? At this time, Mo Linger asked curiously. Oh, I'm suddenly in the mood for a couple sips of wine. Do you want one? Chen Anmo asked. Ah, drinking? Yeah. So, how about a whole lot? Okay, I'm going to that tavern to get a bottle of wine. Chen Anmo directly got up and walked towards the same restaurant where Zhang Fantian was. Yes, he offered to drink to get better access to the place, because just now, he realized that this person who was with Zhang Fantian looked very much like someone who practiced evil kung fu. Only practicing evil, nails, face, are like this. It's almost exactly the same as those at the top of the crocodile gang. In other words, this person could be a typing sect demon. And there was definitely something wrong with Zhang Fantian staying with this person. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered. But Zhang Fantian was from Zhengfei Martial Arts School. In case they colluded to do something bad, it was very troublesome. Not a moment too soon, Chen Anmo came into the middle of the tavern. Master, is this a stopover or a place to stay? A shopkeeper greeted him with a smile. Chen Anmo said, hit a pot of wine, said the man, with a flick of his ear, listening sideways to the conversation between Zhang Fenchen and the man in the box. Protector left, regarding the matter of the crocodile gang being annihilated. Although I knew the news in advance, and also refused to let my master let me go to the crocodile gang. After that, I took a detour at the first time to inform you, but unfortunately, the city lord Jiao was extremely quick to do so, and killed the past at the first time. Zhang Fantian's face was a bit gloomy as he helplessly explained. In this matter, I've secretly investigated. It seems that it was someone from the Ling Tian Martial Hall who exploded the fact that the crocodile gang was a stronghold of my typing sect. Is that so? I secretly also inquired amongst the martial arts halls. It seems to be that Zhang Tai guy who wanted to be unfavorable to Mo Linger. I didn't expect the people sent out to be too useless and were resolved. Zhang Fantian explained. Left Protector. I really can't figure out why Zhang Tai would want to deal with that woman Mo Linger. Even if he wants to practice, there are plenty of women available outside. This Mo Linger is the most favored disciple of Master Zhao Wukan, and it's said that he treats her better than he treats his own son. Zhou Daoming said in a deep voice. What do you know? Zhang Tai has seen Mo Linger make a move before and discovered that she has a special physique. Such a woman as a cauldron would be extremely beneficial to him. Kid, you also recovered from such heavy injuries after practicing this gong method. One should know the benefits of this gong method. This kind of imperial technique has a great effect when it meets a woman with a special physique again. Zhang Fantian nodded. Indeed, the next target is your senior sister, Lu Feng. This woman's cultivation is not bad, and she has practiced the qi nurturing technique. Find a way to get her to me, Zhuo Daoming faintly said. A hint of fear, as well as worry, appeared in Zhang Fantian's eyes. Left protector, Lu Feng is my senior sister. I'm afraid this isn't right? Although he wasn't a good person, he didn't want to harm his senior sister. After all, Lu Feng was usually very good to him. He couldn't bear it. What? You want to back out now? Zhuo Daoming sneered, shaking the wine glass in his hand, and said sinisterly, don't forget, a lot of the women that were taken by the crocodile gang, some of them were taken by you. You've already done so much, and you still want to be the good guy? That's not what I meant. It's just that Lu Feng is my senior sister. Didn't you say last time that your master wasn't treating you well either? And that your senior sister was treating you differently than before? So what do you have to worry about? Words can't say that. Zhang Fantian opened his mouth. Senior sister's attitude towards him was indeed different from before. However, he still remembered how good his senior sister was to him. He could wield a butcher's knife on a stranger, but couldn't bear to do the same to his senior sister. He knew what kind of consequences would happen to his senior sister once she fell into the hands of the typing sect. That situation is worse than death. Humph. Don't forget who saved you in the first place, Zhuo Daoming coldly said. Without me, without Zhang Tai, you are now living less than a dog. After saying that, Zhuo Daoming got up. Within 2 days, trick Lu Feng into the countryside. Meet at the usual place. And when it's done, Lu Feng will be handed over to you. She cultivates qi-nourishing kung fu. If you pick on her, with your current realm, it's guaranteed to make you progress by a large realm. Zhang Fantian's eyes lit up. Heartwarming. Chapter 50. Your sister-in-law smells good. Chen Anmo stood in front of the tavern's counter, quietly watching Zhuo Daoming, who wore a bucket hat on his head, leave. So, this person is Zhuo Daoming, Chen Anmo whispered. This man, too, is the murderer who exterminated the Wu family? It was he who, in the first place, had given the map of the human skin paper to Chen Hu, leading to a series of subsequent events. Now Zhuo Daoming's cultivation has obviously all recovered. How could Chen Anmo not have thought that the reason why Zhang Fantian had fully recovered from his injuries was because of this Zhuo Daoming? However, this guy is actually going to be unfavorable to senior sister. Chen Anmo's face turned cold. He's not in a good position to do anything about it right now. Zhuo Daoming's strength wasn't low. Even if he could fight, Zhang Fantian would still get away. Against Zhang Fantian, Zhuo Daoming will also flee. And once they escaped, it would be difficult to find them again. So there's absolutely no need to be alarmed. After paying for a pot of wine, Chen Anmo returned to the noodle shop. Muriel ordered another stack of beef and sauce. What took you so long? Those who don't know thought you weren't coming. Inkling spat. Chen Anmo brought 2 small cups and poured some wine for Mo Linger. No, I just encountered something. What is it? Little children ask fewer questions, Chen Anmo said. Mo Linger's eyes glared. You called me a child. No, you're the child. Mo Linger took a vicious bite of the meat. Chen Anmo shook his head as he sought to find his master tomorrow and talk about the matter. He couldn't be bothered to eat at the thought. Unexpectedly, Mo Linger picked up his wine glass and handed it over. You've bought all the wine. Why don't you drink it? Come on, drink it. If you want to find me to drink it in a while, you might not even have this chance. Mo Linger's tone suddenly looked a bit lost. What's going on? You want to get out of here? Yes, I'm going home before the martial arts competition, and I won't necessarily be back here in the future. Muriel sighed. Mother had told her that after the martial arts competition, she would be allowed to cultivate in a larger sect. I'm afraid I won't be around anytime soon. Upon thinking of this, Mo Linger said deeply, perhaps, we won't see each other again after this life. Chen Anmo froze. Where is your home? Is it far away? And you won't come back for the rest of your life? Muriel shook her head. She comes from royalty. When she reached a certain level of cultivation, mother would let her step forward. By then, as a royal princess, her every move would be watched by countless people. That's why she said she wouldn't come back here. Seeing that Mo Linger refused to say, Chen Anmo didn't pursue the matter. Pouring her a glass of wine, he said, don't think too much. Drink this and go home early. You've bought a jug of wine. It's not a waste to go back, is it? Muriel frowned. It's getting late. 2 more drinks. Row, row, row. Chen Anmo sat back down again. Brother Chen, what do you think of today's Dale dynasty? Inkling ghostly asked. Just like that, Chen Anmo said. What's just like that? You give some argument. And, what do you think of the present son of heaven? Chen Anmo thought that Mo Linger was interested in this politics thing. So truthfully, the current son of heaven, although he has all the strength of cultivation, However, when it comes to ruling the country, he certainly can't. Like what? Chen Anmo said. For example, the problem of land annexation in various places. The land of the people at the bottom have been annexed, resulting in the people's lives becoming more and more difficult, and even then, they have to pay exorbitant taxes, and the landowning gentry not only had more land, but the taxes were collected on a per capita basis, and only a small portion had to be paid. Chen Anmo rambled on and on. On the whole, they are theories that have been learned from the history of the past life and then summarized on their own in the light of the current situation. For modern people, these are nothing. I'm afraid the average middle schooler has some idea. However, when Mo Linger heard this, she immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. How could it be expected that there would be so many ills hidden in the shadows of the Dale dynasty? The more she heard, the more sense it made. It's simply breathtaking. So what do you say to this problem of land annexation? Inkling asked expectantly. It's simple. First apportion the ding to the mu, and the tax is collected according to the number of plots. Next, there is the collection of property taxes, the doubling of taxes on the amount of land owned per capita above a certain amount, and so on. In short, the more land you own, the higher the taxes. Mo Linger frowned. Although this move can solve some problems, I'm afraid it will trigger the dissatisfaction of the great families of the world. Yes, that would require some detailed optimization. Chen Anmo said some more suggestions. He was just saying that. It's just that he doesn't know either. The speaker has no intention of listening. Mo Linger silently memorized all of this. Without realizing it, the two had actually finished the entire pot of wine. Phew, got a little drunk, Muriel said, holding her face. You are a little drunk. I'll take you back. Aha. Without realizing it, the two walked down the street. As he walked, Mo Linger rubbed up against him from time to time. Chen Anmo had a feeling that Mo Linger seemed to have some meaning for him. How about fulfilling the dying wish of double cultivating with her? Chen Anmo muttered in his heart. Miss Mo, it's so late. If you don't mind, how about a room nearby? Chen Anmo looked at her and asked. Subconsciously, he looked at her neckline again. After the bib was given to her, Mo Linger's figure became even more dimpled. It's really hard to figure out how well developed her body is at such a young age. Mo Linger's eyes instantly glazed over. With a wary look on his face, he said, What did you say? Don't you dare. Before Chen Anmo could speak, Mo Linger said furiously, Chen Anmo, well, it looks like there was a misunderstanding about her just now. Sorry, just now I thought you. Forget it, it was my misunderstanding. Seeing that you're so sincere, I'll let you off the hook for now, but the next time you go looking for that great medicine, I want you to come over earlier, or I won't forgive you. Chen Anmo was speechless. Who wants your forgiveness? Why are you so confident? If it wasn't for this time to fulfill the last wish to get the reward, he didn't have the heart to meet her. A few moments later, he had already arrived in this neighborhood of the Ling Tian Martial Hall. I'm going in then. Saying goodbye to Chen Anmo, Mo Linger went inside. Once she was inside, though, she hastily leaned against the back of the door, panting violently. For some reason, having just refused Chen Anmo to get a room, she had an empty feeling in her heart. But I don't regret it. Muriel gritted her teeth. After all, a woman must be reserved. It's still my sister-in-law who smells good and follows me in everything. Chen Anmo went home. After briefly washing up, he hugged Shen Xian's waist. Perhaps it was because she had labored all day during the day. Shen Xian slept soundly. Even when he came back and climbed into bed, Shen Xian actually didn't react much. It wasn't until she wrapped her arms around Shen Xian's waist that Shen Xian squirmed her jade body in a trance. She didn't need to open her eyes. Just by the smell of her body, Shen Xian knew that it was Chen Anmo who had returned. Back Xiao Mo. It's going to be Chinese New Year soon. Do you want to eat dumplings? My slave will go buy some flour tomorrow. Then roll out the dumpling skin first. What do you think? Okay, dumplings are my favorite. Chen Anmo lightly patted her jade body and continued. Just in time. Last time Uncle Lu Chang and the others sent pork that they didn't finish. I'll chop up the pork tomorrow and make dumplings with the pork filling. In this world, New Year's Eve is the same as in the previous world. Not only is it customary to pay homage to each other for New Year's feasts, but families prepare New Year's goods such as dumplings and large fish and meat. It's just that things haven't been very good for everyone over the years, especially the bottom. That's why New Year's Eve is mostly kept simple. But to Chen Anmo, he didn't lack silver now, so New Year's Eve still needs to be a whole lot better. By the way, sis-in-law, I'll give you a gift for having a good opinion. Shen Xian froze for a moment. Good stuff? What is it? You guess first. It's not like you're going to send me belly buttons again, Shen Xian said casually. Chen Anmo froze. Sister-in-law, do you know how to tell fortunes? How did you know I was sending you this? Shen Xian said breathlessly, giving people this again. I'm not lacking lately. Chen Anmo smiled mysteriously. You don't lack for it. but after you see it, you're guaranteed to like it. I don't believe it. Shin Xin hugged Chen Anmo's arm and suddenly said as if she was pampered. It's made of gold silk. Ever seen it? Chen Anmo picked up the belly band. It's a flesh-colored style that not only looks sexy, but to the touch, it's as cozy as baby fleece. With the craftsmanship of this world, it would be impossible to make such clothing. With just a glance, Shin Xin fell in love with this belly band. This material is too good, isn't it? Gold silk. Great. Chen Anmo smiled mysteriously. Sister-in-law, as long as you like it. Immediately after that, he probably said something about the efficacy. Warms the womb and replenishes the essence. Xiao Mo. My concubine doesn't even know what to say. I really like this too much. After saying that, Shin Xin could no longer contain her inner excitement. He came up to Chen Anmo and gave him a hard kiss on the face. Oops, sister-in-law, you're sneaking up on me. I'm going to return the favor. At once, Chen Anmo came to a burst of up and down. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Shin Xin was amused and laughed. She then wrapped her arms around Chen Anmo's neck. Early the next morning. It's a nice day. Chen Anmo took Shin Xin's hand and headed to the food market. After buying things, Shin Xin first went home. Chen Anmo, on the other hand, came to the martial arts center. After the small test in martial arts, there were many fewer people coming to the martial arts center. Nyoli has been busy starting a family lately, and I heard that he is looking for a daughter from a small landowner's family. Song Shuqing met a rich girl above the last tea party, and has been chatting hotly for the last few days. As usual, Lu Fang dutifully taught the newly initiated senior brothers and sisters to practice martial arts. Technically, she was more of a master. Instead, it was Lu Zhengfei, who walked and ate snacks all day long, sometimes not seeing where others were for days. Chen Anmo swept around. Surprisingly, he saw Zhang Fantian in the courtyard as well. He frowned as Zhang Fantian was talking to Lu Fang. Senior sister, I didn't lie to you. There are quite a few medicinal herbs in that place. I picked quite a few last time, and there are also extremely many ferocious beasts in that place. Let's go and take a look at it together later, just so we can practice, Zhang Fantian said. Lu Fang hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Last time, Miss Mo Linger was intercepted and killed by the people of the Taiping sect. My father won't let me go out now, so it's better to forget about it, Zhang Fantian said in a deep voice. It's not like it's anything if it's just the two of you and I going over there. Senior sister, in the entire martial arts school, I don't have any friends. You know, could it be that you won't help here either? Chapter 51 Sister, just be a good person again. Zhang Fantian's words were clearly some kind of moral abduction, and Lu Fang don't look like she's usually big and manly, actually very kind-hearted. She couldn't bear to turn people down, and because it is such an indecisive character, it is easy for others to misunderstand that she likes someone else. This is clearly the case with Zhang Fantian. All along, he was very good, and Lu Fang was good to him. He just assumed that Lu Fang was interested in him. Seeing Lu Fang's hesitation, Zhang Fantian struck while the iron was hot. Senior sister, it's just the two of us going out anyway. Could it be that you're not even willing to do this? Lu Fang sighed. Alright, turn around and I'll call out a few more disciples and head there together. So it's safer. No, senior sister, there are too many people and there are only so many herbs. How can we divide them? Besides, we're practicing. How can we practice with a lot of people? Being told this by Zhang Fengchen, Lu Fang nodded helplessly. Not far away, Chen Anmo shook his head helplessly. Sister Lu Fang is just too nice. It's been hard to say no to people. What do you call a woman like that? In some blockbuster movies, this is called a wife who is too embarrassed to refuse someone else's request and thus falls into someone else's XXX. But in the end, it was still senior sister Lu Fang who had a kind heart. Naturally, he wouldn't sit back and watch her suffer. So he came to the backyard, wanting to find his master and inform him of the matter directly. When the time comes, you can draw the snake out of the hole. In one fell swoop, Zhang Fantian and Zhou Daoming were all taken down. However, he searched around and didn't find Lu Zhengfei. Where did master go? Chen Anmo casually pulled a passing senior and asked. Ah, Senior Chen, master hasn't come back since yesterday. It seems like he's gone out. Out. Chen Anmo frowned. He threw down this division and ran outside. There was no way around it. Now he could only go and stop Lu Fang from following Zhang Fengchen out by himself. But as soon as he went out, he saw that both Lu Fang and Zhang Fengchen had disappeared. Upon inquiring, I realized that Lu Fang had just gone out with Zhang Fengchen. The visual is to go into the wilderness and say it's an experience. Senior brother Chen, it's already been half an incense stick of time since they went out. See which way it is? Chen Anmo asked. The senior brother pointed to the left, and without saying a word, Chen Anmo directly chased after him. While walking, Chen Anmo frowned. On his next outing, he'll probably face that Zhou Daoming head-on. This Zhou Daoming can be much stronger than Zhang Tai. Although he himself was only a 6th grade martial artist, he had cultivated some exotic arts. It's not easy to deal with him, but I still have a little bit of hopscotch on hand, so I can use it in advance. Chen Anmo speculated and quickened his pace. At the location of the city gate, he finally saw Lu Fang and Zheng Fantian. At this time the two men were talking and laughing, and rode towards the outskirts of the city. No wonder we didn't catch up after walking for so long. So it was on horseback. Chen Anmo kind of wanted to vomit blood. Luckily, being out of the city, he could also activate his Qiankuan steps. Treading snow steeply, he ran his qi and flew out. It was more than an hour's drive. Lu Fang and Zhang Fantian stopped at the foot of a barren mountain. This is the barren mountain. Senior sister. Then let's go up the mountain now and try to return before nightfall, Zhang Fantian said with a flickering gaze. All right, Lu Fang nodded. As she spoke, Lu Fang looked around. She frowned slightly, always had a bad feeling about it. Chen Anmo, on the other hand, was hiding in a grassy area in the distance. Sensing the surroundings, there was nothing to be found so far. They went up the hill. Chen Anmo quietly followed. Senior brother, where are the herbs you mentioned? Why don't you see them? Lu Fang looked around strangely. She had been following Zheng Fantian for a while now, but let alone medicinal herbs, he hadn't even seen a single ferocious beast. It made her very strange. Zheng Fantian suddenly stopped in his tracks. His body trembled slightly, as if he wanted to cry. Elder sister, wow. Whoa, senior, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zheng Fantian suddenly cry, Lu Fang frowned. Elder sister, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't want to. Zheng Fantian backed away. Lu Fang wasn't stupid and instinctively sensed that something was wrong. She backed away in a hurry, but a large net suddenly fell from a tree branch overhead, only to see a man covered in black robes holding a large net that covered Lu Fang's entire body. Lu Fang panicked and drew his long sword, but the black-robed man let out a light laugh, and a large dry hand directly struck Lu Fang's shoulder. Ah! Lu Fang whimpered. Although his arm was not broken, his whole body strength seemed to have been slapped apart. Sister! Seeing Lu Fang in such a state, Zheng Fantian's heart ached immensely. Zhou Daoming snorted and said disdainfully, Zhang Fantian, what's wrong? You're still heartbroken, so why don't I let her go? But after releasing her, do you know what will happen? She won't spare you. Zheng Fantian's face was suddenly tangled. At this point, he was in a very troubled mood. Lu Fang weakly said, Senior brother, I've been so good to you, why are you? Zhang Fantian's face changed. Senior sister, I'm sorry, I don't want to. Don't do this, everything will be over for me. Senior sister, just be a good person once more. Zhou Daoming laughed. I am a true villain, but Zhang Fantian, you are a true villain. Now that it's come to this, you're still thinking of saying good things? Left protector, please don't say that. I can't help it. If my cultivation isn't wasted and my body is fine, I will never do this kind of deceptive thing. Zhang Fantian said through clenched teeth. It's this world that's forcing me. Why all of it? Zhou Daoming snorted lightly, his expression very disdainful. However, he still nodded his head and said, that's just it. I promise, I'll be nicer to your senior sister, and I won't let her suffer in skin and flesh. Of course, provided she's smarter. Thank you, Left Guardian. Ah! At this time, Lu Fang roared angrily and once again tried to draw his sword. She ripped the black net violently, but Zhou Daoming stretched out his dry palm, pressing on her shoulder again. Lu Fang almost fainted from the pain. At the same time, a strong hatred arose in her heart. Why is it that when she's so nice to others, Shifu wants to hurt her? Is it true that good people, don't they live long? Unfortunately, she also knew that regret was useless now, just as Zhou Daoming was planning to leave. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Not far away in the grass, a blade suddenly attacked. Zhang Fantian, your kid brought someone here? Zhou Daoming lightly grunted and casually shook his hand. The blade awnings were directly shaken away. Unexpectedly, the man in the bushes continued to strike. Brush up on. Its figure fluttered, and its sizzling breath came at Zhou Daoming crazily. Chen Anmo, seeing the visitor, Zheng Fantian could hardly believe his eyes. Someone who couldn't possibly be here has shown up. Chen Anmo didn't talk nonsense. The hot knife in his hand slashed towards Zhou Daoming. As long as he forced back Zhou Daoming, he first took Lu Fang captive, and then moved to use the harmony scatter. This red flame blade emitted a scorching aura, forcing Zhou Daoming to keep retreating. Zhang Fantian, what are you waiting for? Zhou Daoming roared. This sword is not simple. Settle this kid and this sword will be yours. He practiced evil kung fu, and this kind of supremely masculine greatsword was useless to him. Zhang Fantian's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed to Chen Anmo. Zhang Fantian, master and sister have treated you so well, can you stand up to them by doing such a thing? You still want to kill me? You really don't want to be a human being anymore? Now change your ways right away, and Master can still spare you, Chen Anmo said expressionlessly. Zhang Fantian's gaze went cold as he said angrily, you really consider yourself a genius? If I hadn't been injured in the beginning, do you think you would have gotten your master's regard? You will always be inferior to me. When my cultivation recovers, Master won't know that I did all this, and I'll still be an admired genius. He took a step towards Chen Anmo. The originally clear face became hideous at this time. This time, for the martial arts competition. Originally he wanted to make a splash. I didn't realize that I had failed, and Chen Anmo won. Thereafter, he was filled with jealousy and his heart became twisted. He felt that the honor that originally belonged to Chen Anmo should belong to him. It was Chen Anmo who robbed him of everything, including the care and concern that Master had for him. Even the people in the martial arts school didn't pay much attention to him. Just as he took a step closer to Chen Anmo, he didn't want to, but Chen Anmo quickly backed away. Whoosh! Zhou Daoming roared angrily and slapped his palm out. Chen Anmo unleashed the Qiankuan steps. Thumbs up, fast knife 3 styles. Lu Feng was grabbed by Chen Anmo. Kid, you have not taken me too seriously. Zhou Daoming sneered as his robes flew up. Sea of blood. Within his robes, a stream of blood came spreading towards Chen Anmo. Senior brother Chen, this is an evil technique, a type of the blood-sucking technique. Lu Feng covered her injured shoulder and said weakly. Without saying a word, Chen Anmo's harmony scatter directly smashed out. Bang! The jade bottle exploded in mid-air. Zhou Daoming frowned. What the hell? He sniffed it, though nothing physically appeared to be wrong, but instinctively knew it was no good. As for Zhang Fantian, it was even worse. Immediately, his face flushed, even his breathing became rapid. However, his reaction was not slow, and with an explosive cry, he slapped towards Chen Anmo. Put! Chen Anmo's blade was flung. The palm that Zhang Fantian slapped out was directly cleaved out. Ah! Zhang Fantian froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, the entire person revealed a look of horror. My hand! His face went white as a sheet. Immediately realized the gap between himself and Chen Anmo. If anything, he was a bit unconvinced before. But now, he truly realized how powerful Chen Anmo was. Damn it, you're using poison, not a proper son. Zhou Daoming gritted his teeth. He probably guessed the poison that Chen Anmo used. It should be similar to the spring poison category. This poison is not really scary. Even in the past he would give himself a dose in advance to help with the fun. But that springtime poison doesn't have an immediate effect. But this kind of Chen Anmo, surprisingly, had an immediate effect, and made his limbs weak. Sure enough, it used poison. Zhang Fantian's face was white, and there was only one thought in his mind. That's what I'm gonna do. Left protector. What to do? What to do? You can save me. Chapter 52 found that he was still quite durable. Useless thing. With me here. What are you afraid of? Zhou Daoming snorted coldly. The more he came into contact with Zhang Fantian, the more he looked down on this kid. If he didn't have some use for him, he wouldn't even bother with such a person. While Zhang Fantian was anxious, Zhou Daoming resisted the discomfort brought on by the harmony scatter and continued to manipulate the sea of blood, blasting towards Chen Anmo. What a strong offense. Chen Anmo's complexion changed slightly. Facing the sea of blood, the blood in his body seemed to boil. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. He looked appalled. The evil technique Kung Fu was truly extraordinary. Before he could get close, he was shocked. However, he had already retreated out a distance with senior sister Lu Feng. When he waited for level ground, he ran his Qiankuan steps and was definitely able to leave this place at the first opportunity. But just then, in the middle of the sky, there was a blade light that quickly split the sea of blood. Not good. Someone's messing with it. Feeling his sea of blood being broken open, Zhou Daoming's heart chilled. He was already poisoned, and even dealing with Chen Anmo was already a bit of a stretch. I didn't expect another one. Moreover, the person who came was extremely strong, being a 6th grade cultivator, and at least mastered Ming Jin and Dark Jin. Otherwise, an ordinary 6th grade martial artist would never be able to break through the Blood Sea defense. Master, seeing the visitor, Chen Anmo's heart was delighted. As for Zhang Fantian, he was filled with despair. Master, why is Master here? At this moment, he really panicked. Lu Zhengfei held a black blade, and after splitting the sea of blood fell to the ground like rain. He instantly arrived in front of Zhou Daoming. Wait, Zhou Daoming was just about to speak, but the big sword split his head. Pitifully, he, the justice of the peace cult protector, didn't even get a clear look at the visitor's appearance before his head was directly split open and he died tragically on the spot. Lu Zhengfei put away his sword and glanced at Lu Feng. Seeing that his daughter was fine, Lu Zhengfei breathed a sigh of relief. Father, you're finally here. Lu Feng was surprisingly not much surprised by Lu Zhengfei's arrival. Well, it's good to be okay, Master. Chen Anmo walked up. Lu Zhengfei nodded slightly, his eyes looking towards Zhang Fenchen again. Zhang Fantian was almost desperate in his eyes. He swallowed a mouthful of water and pretended that nothing had happened. Master, this is a misunderstanding. Lu Zhenfei took a deep breath and said, Zhang Fangtian, ever since you recovered from your physical injuries, I suspected that you used evil magic, but there was no evidence until some recent days, when I found out that you were related to some cases of missing young girls. Zhang Fantian's face paled. It's amazing that Master found out a long time ago. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and knocked his head against the ground, crying, Master, I didn't want to. Disciple just wanted to recover from my injuries. I've asked you many times, and I've thought about finding a way on my own, but I can't. Master, I really didn't mean to do it. Lu Feng said in disgust, even if you were trying to recover from your injuries, then why did you harm me? Zhang Fantian cried. Senior sister, it's all because of this Zhuo Daoming. He said that if I didn't do that, he would kill me. I didn't want to. Lu Zhenfei sighed. You've disappointed me too much. If Fangfang hadn't placed the transmitting note I gave her on her body, I'm afraid that she would have really been killed by you. Zhang Fantian's body trembled and said, Master, I really know I'm wrong. At first, I thought that even though you were invalidated, your cultivation strength was still not bad, and I originally wanted to continue cultivating you, but I didn't think that you would want to harm people. Lu Zhenfei had a disappointed look on his face. Master, knock, knock, knock. Zhang Fantian kept kowtowing. Soon, a bloody mark was smashed out on one of the stones in front of him. Master, then you abolish me. We are master and disciple. Just let me be an ordinary person. Don't kill me. I'm the only one in my Zhang family. Zhang Fantian shouted with snot and tears. He searched his mind. Having worked for the peace cult for some time recently, how can I say that I have accumulated some wealth in my hands? Go back to a poor countryside and he'll still have a good life. Chen Anmo frowned slightly. He saw a hint of faltering color flicker in Lu Zhenfei's eyes. No way. You're still trying to let him off the hook for this? Chen Anmo was speechless. Secretly, it's not bad for a father and daughter. They're both a bit of a saintly mother. Master, please let me go. Suddenly, Zhang Fantian hugged Lu Zhenfei's thigh. Put. Suddenly, Chen Anmo made his move. A knife stabbed into Zhang Fantian's back. You. Zhang Fantian stifled a grunt and twisted his head in pain. Chen Anmo, how dare you? Chen Anmo said with a cold face. Master, he's so homely and kind that he can't bear to do it. So only I can do it. Keeping you is a scourge. Lu Zhenfei looked at Chen Anmo in surprise. Unexpectedly, Chen Anmo would take the initiative, but it was already done, so naturally he wouldn't stand in the way. Lu Feng, on the other hand, inclined her head and didn't look at Zhang Fenchen. Senior sister, master, save me, please. Zhang Fantian was still undeterred, but Chen Anmo slashed down again. Only then did Zhang Fantian unwillingly close his eyes. Ding! Kills Zhuo Daoming. Completed. Reward, 1 gold silk soft armor, impervious to water and fire, invulnerable to swords and spears, and can transform 30% of the power of a blow. Master, this fellow Zhang Fantian is capable of doing this kind of deception. He is no longer your disciple a long time ago, so please don't think too much about what's going on here. Master, Chen Anmo walked over to Lu Zhenfei and said, Hey, this kid, originally I was very optimistic about him. One wrong step. Lu Zhenfei looked at the corpse on the ground and asked, but how did you suddenly appear here? Disciple inadvertently saw Zhang Fantian and this fellow Zhuo Daoming walking together before, and this time, when I saw him bring senior sister out, I felt that he was up to no good, so I followed him all the way. At those words, Lu Fan looked at Chen Anmo in surprise. What? You've been following us? Yes, it seems my senses were right. This guy is indeed disturbed. Lu Fan looked at Chen Anmo and a thought suddenly popped up. Why has Senior Chen been paying attention to me? Could it be? She blushed slightly. Only then did he seriously survey Chen Anmo. It was found that he was still very durable looking. However, this was her senior brother. Master, how did you get over here? Chen Anmo turned to ask. When my master used to break through the rivers, he went to a chi refiner's cave and obtained a summoning talisman. This summoning talisman has been placed on your senior sister's body, so she can notify me once she encounters danger. There are even such wonders in the world. Senior brother Chen, what was that poison you just sprinkled that actually worked so well? Lu Fang asked curiously. It should be a spring poison, right? Lu Zhenfei said with an odd expression on his face. Ha? Senior brother, how did you get this kind of thing? Lu Fang was speechless. She hated this kind of thing in her life. All along, she felt that the person who used this kind of poison must not be a good person, but now that it was senior brother Chen using it, then she felt it didn't matter. After all, senior brother Chen is a very upright person. He had this poison on his hands. He must not have had it on purpose. Chen Anmo touched his nose and babbled. Wasn't it dealing with the crocodile gang last time? When collecting the supplies, I inadvertently got this thing and felt that it could deal with some enemies, so I kept it. Lu Zhengfei nodded slightly. Not bad, although this item is not a good thing. But this is like a knife. If a good person uses it, it is a good thing. Master, I'll get rid of the body. Senior brother Chen, I'll help you get it together. Lu Fang volunteered. Lu Zhengfei sighed and said, let's bury Zhang Fantian. After all, master and disciple. Chen Anmo first walked over to Zhou Daoming. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. Zhou Daoming's cultivation was high, so the rewards were abundant. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, to find the missing piece of human skin paper. Reward, a gold silk belly bandana. Last wish 2, I hope that my son and daughter will carry forward the cause of the typing sect, and tell them that my father was assassinated by that bastard Chen Anmo. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Last wish 3, burn 100 women for him to cultivate. Reward, 30 years of cultivation. Chen Anmo frowned, almost had to curse outright. Good lord, this guy actually has a son and daughter. Look at this, their whole family is inside the religion of peace. The cult of peace, believing in some god of peace, is not a good person once you hear it. The most outrageous thing is to burn 100 women for him. Chen Anmo shook his head. These last wishes are destined to be unfulfilled. But I wonder if burning a paper man to him counts as a no? Ding! Last wish, to find the lost human skin paper. Completed. Reward, 1 gold silk belly bandana. Ha! This reward is finished? Seeing this, Chen Anmo was thrilled for a moment. Since the human skin paper had already been obtained by him, this task was considered complete. While packing up his body, Chen Anmo fumbled around a bit, accidentally felt a traveling bag in his arms. More than 30 taels of silver. There were also some bottles and jars inside, which looked like pills. The bottom line is that a piece of human paper was found in here. The rest of the parchment got it. Chen Anmo was incredibly excited. This parchment was split into 3 at first, because Zhou Daoming was being pursued. He gave 3 copies to each of his 2 disciples and kept 1 for himself. He got the remaining 2. The remaining copy had been in the hands of one of Zhou Daoming's disciples. After Zhou Daoming recovered from his injuries, he should have taken the human skin paper back from that disciple. And just like that, by mistake, the stuff got to him. Chen Anmo was instantly excited. This is a treasure map that concerns the cave of a chi refiner. It might have something to do with immortality. Elder sister, do you want this? Chen Anmo said. A few dozen taels of silver inside? Split it up? Lu Fang shook her head indifferently. You saved me. You deserve it. Waiting for that. Chen Anmo wasn't polite either. Alright, then thank you senior sister. Slide your traveling bag onto your back. After digging a pit, he dragged Zhang Fantian's body over. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 120 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy wish number 1. I wish to get my senior sister and own her completely. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Legacy wish 2. To have 10 women as concubines who are as beautiful as flowers. Reward, 3 bottles of blood strengthening pills. Wish 3. I wish to be buried in the earth after death. In the ground, and I don't want to leave my body in the wilderness and die an ugly death. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. This guy, he's not very capable. But women think about these things quite a bit. Chen Anmo's mouth turned up. The first 2 last wishes are not going to be accomplished. One last wish. Don't throw your body in the wilderness. So let's finish it. A year of cultivation still smells good. When it's buried, the reward arrives. On her side, Lu Fang looked through Zhang Fenchen's package. Seeing the clutter in his package sickened Lu Fang to the point of nausea. There were quite a few women's bibs and pantyhose in here. There's a light original flavor on top. It's like the flavor of scallops. On top of that, there are also some pictures of aphrodisiacs, which are very hot. Geez, that's gross. Lu Fang couldn't help but spit. Chapter 53 Senior sister should take the initiative anyways. Elder sister, what's disgusting? Chen Anmo walked over. Look at this Zhang Fantian. I really didn't expect that on the surface he's a decent person, but in private he's actually this kind of person. Following Lu Fang's gaze, Chen Anmo looked over, also shocked. What a lot of vernal pictures. The original flavor of the leggings. This kid's not a nice guy. No wonder the dying wish had nothing to do with his parents, but a bunch of women instead. Chen Anmo only felt bad luck. Senior sister, I'll throw these things away for you. Picking up the package, Chen Anmo walked to the edge of the pit. Throw in the original flavor of the clothes. As for the 3 books of the Spring Palace, he put them into his traveling bag. After all, he was considered to have a wife, and looking at it with his sister-in-law fell within the realm of pottering. On the way back, Lu Zhengfei said that today's matter. Do not publicize it. First, Zhang Fantian was from the martial arts school after all. He was involved in colluding with the Taiping sect, and regardless of whether or not the Zhengfei martial arts school knew about it, it would easily fall into disrepute. There might be accountability on the city lord's side by then. It's a pain in the ass. Secondly, Zhang Fantian's parents are innocent. The old couple is very old. Their whole life's work has been poured into Zhang Fantian. If they know about this bad news, I'm afraid they won't be able to bear it, or forget about it. I'll turn around and say that Zhang Fantian went out on a training trip, Lu Jingfei explained. In this regard, Chen Anmo was indifferent. A slight nod. Got it, master. Well, Mo, come on out to the backyard and I'll talk to you about a few more things. Chen Anmo followed Lu Jingfei to the back of the martial arts center. You saved Lu Feng. Whether you want to return the favor or not, I won't treat you poorly, Chen Anmo hurriedly said. Master, I purely thought that senior sister was nice, so I saved her without caring about anything in return. This sentence, Chen Anmo said from the bottom of his heart. Lu Jingfei was satisfied with Chen Anmo's answer. Immediately afterward, he sighed. All this time, I've been looking for a successor to the mantle. Feng Feng, her talent is actually average. It's hard to pass on my mantle. Originally, I was optimistic about Zhang Fantian, even if he was invalidated. I've been thinking of ways for him. Now that he's dead, Lu Jingfei's deep gaze looked at Chen Anmo. Now, I have decided to pass on your mantle. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Previously, he had guessed that in Lu Jingfei's hands, there must still be a better Gongfu inheritance. In almost every martial arts school, there are good things in the bottom of the box. This kind of inheritance will not be shown easily. Each martial arts school owner carefully selects his disciples before finalizing the legacy. Some are simply passed on only to their own children. But, Lu Feng is not strong enough and has a weak character. When he died and this inheritance was in Lu Feng's hands, it would be a disaster. Based on this, Lu Jingfei was thinking of giving the inheritance to his disciples. Future disciples can also take care of their daughters and make sure she is clothed and fed. That was the only thing that was on Lu Jingfei's mind. Shaking his head, Lu Jingfei asked Chen Anmo to wait for a while. Enter the inner room. After a while, when Lu Jingfei came out again, he was holding a yellowed ancient book. Little Mo, do you still remember the chi nurturing skill that Master passed down to you when you just came to Master's place? Disciple remembers, but Disciple hasn't practiced much, worrying about being greedy and practicing too many techniques that are too messy, so I didn't practice for now, thinking to wait until later to get started, Chen Anmo explained. Actually, what he said was just one of the reasons. Another reason is that the chi nurturing technique is a stump. He didn't know how to get started, so he didn't study much. The chi nurturing technique that was given to you in the beginning was a remnant of a stump, which allows one to cultivate up to dark power and bright power. But do you know what the follow-up is? Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Master, there's more power to follow? Lu Jingfei smiled faintly. That's natural. Ming Jin, Dark Jin, followed by Huan Jin, Dan Jin, and Gang Jin. The remnants of this chi nurturing technique will only allow you to cultivate up to dark power. And beyond that, without a suitable technique, it's simply impossible to cultivate any further. Chen Anmo nodded solemnly. Eyes sizzled as he looked at the ancient book in Lu Jingfei's hand. He understood that this Gongfu was the thing that would allow him to go further. Xiao Mo. Cultivation doesn't mean everything. A weak person who cultivates a powerful chi energy can still use softness to overcome hardness, and use points to fight strength. You are very talented. Just relying on the Gongfu you learned, you cultivated Ming Jin and Dark Jin. But if you want to cultivate the power after harmonization, then you need a real Gong method. This chi nurturing technique is the key technique to change your power. This is the entire Gongfu, and I need you to promise that you shall not freely give it to others to view. Chen Anmo took a deep breath. He knew that this was the master passing on his mantle. This is both an opportunity and a promise. Future violations of the promise will be met with the effects of the mind. To someone with low cultivation, this kind of mind demon may not be a big deal, but the higher the cultivation level, the more troublesome it is. Many practicing Kung Fu go off the rails because of the influence of the mind. The disciple keeps this in mind, Chen Anmo said. Lu Jingfei nodded in satisfaction. He was still at ease with Chen Anmo. He has proved his character by all his performances. After all, looking at all the disciples he had taught in his life, if he had encountered the kind of thing that his daughter had been tricked out of before, no one would have had the courage to save them, because the one who was facing it was a sixth-grade demon of the Taiping sect. Based on this, he also didn't ask Chen Anmo to take the heart demon poison oath. Also, the master has another request. Master, please speak, Chen Anmo said, for the teacher is old. These years, has felt the blood in the decline, this huge martial arts hall, I am afraid that cannot support for a long time. You are still young, I am afraid that the ambition is not here. Also do not see me this martial arts hall. Chen Anmo agreed in his heart. Indeed, if master had said something about a martial arts school for him, then he would have rejected it outright. He didn't want to be in charge of so many things. I only hope that in the future, after master is gone, If my only daughter, Lu Feng, encounters any trouble, I hope that you will step in to help. Master doesn't ask for her to be rich and famous. I only hope that she can teach her husband and live a stable life in the future. Chen Anmo realized. This was tantamount to expecting him to take care of senior sister Lu Feng. Master, please don't worry. Senior sister Lu is so good to me. We will definitely support each other in the future. Good. The master believes in you. Lu Zhengfei handed over the gungfu to Chen Anmo. After a few more words of advice, Chen Anmo walked outside to the martial arts practice field. Senior brother Chen, what did master say to you? Willow Feng asked as she walked over. Chen Anmo didn't hide anything and told the story. Lu Feng's eyes got complicated. Her guess was right. Father had given that inheritance to Chen Anmo. Once upon a time, she had privately practiced the qi nurturing technique, but the effect is not great. Dad had told her it was a matter of talent. It was also jokingly said that she should find a gifted man of her choice. Whoever you give the qi cultivation skill to in the future, that person will be father's son-in-law. It's just a pity that Chen Anmo already has a woman. Previously, in the small test of martial arts, Chen Anmo led an ordinary-looking woman. Everyone in the martial arts school saw it at the time. They were all curious at the time. Chen Anmo is now considered a capable person. How come he found such an ordinary woman? She didn't think much of it then, but now that she thought about it, she was a little lost. If Chen Anmo didn't have a woman, she, as a senior sister, should take the initiative anyways. Then congratulations senior brother, you cultivate well. Lu Feng said, elder sister, I'll go back first if there's nothing else, and study this technique. Okay. Waiting for Chen Anmo to leave, Lu Feng walked to the backyard with some disorientation and started practicing on the wooden stake with 6 eyes. Daughter, you're not in the right state today. What are you practicing? Soft and feeble. Ryu Jingfei came and said. No, people just got hurt before. Lu Feng hastily defended herself. In my opinion, you have things on your mind, don't you? What a thing for a daughter to think about. For father to think about it. You are thinking about Chen Anmo? Knowing that a daughter is like a father. Lu Zhengfei instantly guessed what was going on. Chen Anmo saved her and has good talent. You can't find a man this good. It's normal for daughters to have such strange thoughts when they are old enough to get married. No, Dad, don't be ridiculous. Lu Feng quickly denied. Ignore you. I'm tired. Go take a rest. When he finished, he left directly. Hey, Lu Zhengfei shook his head. Chen Anmo returned home and glanced at the current cultivation time. 12 years and 260 days. Deduct 260 days for your cultivation of the qi nurturing technique. Since you have already cultivated Ming Jin and Dark Jin, the qi nurturing technique is a quick introduction. Qi raising technique, introductory. Deducting 2 years, your Ming Jin and Dark Jin powers become refined. Deducting 5 years, your Ming Jin and Dark Jin powers have become pure once again. Deducting 5 years, your Ming Jin and Dark Jin power becomes majestic. Chen Anmo, that's it? His face darkened. 12 years down the line, surprisingly, it was still Ming Jin and Dark Jin power. He felt it carefully. The power is indeed much stronger. Right now, he felt that he was only one membrane away from the 6th grade cultivation. But the problem was, what he wanted to break through more than anything else, was Wanjing. It seems like it's going to be very, very difficult to break through harmonization power in a short period of time. Chen Anmo sighed in his heart. He wasn't surprised, though. For example, the heads of the major martial arts schools, even Lu Zhengfei, I'm afraid, hadn't reached Huanjing, so he wasn't in a hurry. Xiao Mo, I've made the bath water for you. Hurry up and wash your body. It's dirty. Shen Xian's words came. Okay, take a shower and eat. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian were in the middle of the cellar, looking up at the 3 pieces of human skin paper. These 3 pieces of human skin paper formed a map when they were put together. Mo, this map seems to be a mountain, a very big one. Shen Xian said. Chen Anmo nodded and frowned. It's a pity that we don't know what kind of mountain this is. The route on top of this map should be the route after entering the mountain. Shaking his head, he put away the human skin paper and hid it in a dark compartment inside the cellar. The next day, Chen Anmo had just arrived at the entrance of the martial arts center when he saw Mo Linger walking over. Chen Anmo, I've been waiting for you for a long time, so I'll talk to you about getting ready to head to Yellow Bud Mountain tomorrow. The destination of that map is Yellow Bud Mountain. Chen Anmo's heart flinched as he nodded and said, got it. Then talk to your brother. Chen He, Inkling asked expectantly. Chen Anmo waved his hand. Sorry, my brother has already left. What? Mo Linger's brows wrinkled. You're not joking with me, are you? Miss Mo, it's true. He's temporarily left 4th floor town. He promised to go to Yellow Bud Mountain with me. Mo Linger was directly anxious. That's not being a hooligan. We had a deal. Why did you walk away from it? Chen Anmo shook his head. I don't know about that. He didn't say anything to me about what happened between you two. That asshole. Mo Linger stomped her foot in exasperation. Unfortunately, there was nothing else she could do. Could it be that he was angry that night because I refused him a room to go to the inn? Mo Linger suddenly thought of this. Chapter 54. What's the point of messing around? In the blink of an eye, it was finally the day to go out with Duan Wenchao, Mo Linger, and the others. The place at the entrance of the city. Mo Linger, Duan Wenchao, Li Rang, and Yao Wan. These 4 people remained together, but there were also 3 more men, all disciples of the Ling Tian Martial Hall. All 3 had met earlier when we had dinner together. Mo Linger's eyes narrowed when she saw Chen Anmo coming over. Yesterday, after Chen Anmo told her that his brother had left the area, she was indeed angry. For now, though, she wasn't thinking about it so much. Just be a common passerby. Brother Chen, you're finally here. Duan Wenchao greeted with a smile. Sorry to be late. We've only just arrived too, so let's get going now. Mo Linger nodded towards Chen Anmo, and just like that, the 8 people began to set off. The Yellow Bud Mountains are not close to this side of the country on this visit, so 8 people prepared 3 wagons. The carriages were all provided by Duan Wenchao. With that, the 3 wagons, one in front of the other, started off. 2 days later, the carriage finally stopped at the bottom of a towering mountain. Below is up the hill. The carriage is no good. Let's walk, Duan Wenchao said. Mo Linger and Yao Wan also walked off the carriage early. Mo Linger took out the map and glanced at it. The entrance marked on the map is here. On this Yellow Bud Mountain, there's a miasma-ridden place that's isolated from the outside world, and that place is a natural treasure trove for growing great medicines. Mo Linger put away the map, her face brimming with confidence, because just now, she had the route all memorized in her mind. Li Rang said, however, this place belongs to the unregulated area, far away from the towns, and I heard that some of the wanted thieves and bandits and robbers, many of them are hiding in this kind of place. We have to be more careful. Yao Wan thought deeply. This is natural, but there are many of us, so we don't have to worry about running into any trouble. With that, a few people talked and laughed and started up the hill. As for the horses, one of the weakest senior disciples was left behind to look after them, so the total number of people who went up the mountain was 7. Chen Anmo sensed the surroundings, walked into the afternoon without encountering any danger, but just as it was getting dark, all around the jungle, there was something strange coming from the air. Lots of ferocious beasts at night. Chen Anmo frowned. He wasn't afraid of these ferocious beasts. Not so much with these people around me though. Mo Linger said. According to the map, it will take about 3 days for the crocodile gang's people to come here to collect medicines, and in order to circumvent the ferocious beasts, they have established some safe houses here. We should be able to see a cellar if we walk a little further. Muriel increased her speed. Soon, a 1-meter-high monolith was seen. This is it. Mo Linger's face was delighted. To the right of the monolith, sure enough, she found the entrance to a cellar. This entrance was blocked by a slab of stone covered with dry wood branches, obviously camouflaged. Li Rong and Duan Wenchao removed the branches above the stone slab and saw the words above the slab. The crocodile gang. Muriel nodded and moved away from the stone slab, then jumped. This entrance is about a meter wide. After Chen Anmo followed down, the inside opened up. The space is immense. There were also oil lamps and other things. When it's lit, it lights up the place. There is some food stored here. There are 2 rooms, inside and outside. Let's all take a break. Women live inside, men outside, Chen Anmo suggested. Into the night, everyone nibbled on the dry food in their hands. Brother Chen, I heard that you already have a wife? After Duan Wenchao ate his food, he asked in a bored manner. Chen Anmo said, sort of, but there was no banquet. Then you'll have to treat us when we turn around and have a banquet. Yes, 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 the big guys will congratulate you properly then. Chen Anmo smiled bashfully and casually said, okay, I wonder if Brother Chen is interested in marrying again. Duan Wenchao said, I have a younger sister who looks like a flower and feels like a good match for you. Brother Chen, Yao Wan said breathlessly. Duan Wenchao, you can pull it off. She's already got one. What are you doing messing around with her? Senior sister Yao, Brother Chen is so capable. It's fine to find a concubine. You think everyone is like you, having 3 concubines already? Duan Wenchao smiled sarcastically. Chen Anmo said, for the time being, I haven't thought about it that much. Roar. As he was talking, there was a roar of beasts from outside. A couple of people blanched. Luckily, we have this cellar as a shelter. If not, I'm afraid I'll die a horrible death if I stray. Early the next morning, after a few people climbed out of the cellar, they found some huge footprints on the side. It seems that the ferocious beasts living here are at least around the 3rd and 4th orders. Mo Linger said in a serious tone. With their strength, they would surely die when they encountered a ferocious beast of this level. Chen Anmo was also serious. Luckily, his perception was strong, and the next time he walked along, he was always able to walk around some powerful ferocious beasts beforehand. 2 days later. Now, everyone was glad that they were fortunate to have Chun Anmo tagging along on this trip. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid they'd have to suffer a lot. On this day, they finally saw a white mist. Finally, at this moment, everyone was so excited that they couldn't wait to rush out. Chen Anmo, on the other hand, frowned. It's not right, it's very wrong. His keen perception, upon contacting the white mist, was like contacting an unfathomable quagmire, and then it all fails. This alarmed him. Once they ran out of senses, they could be in danger here. After telling her situation, Mo Linger also nodded her head, indicating that her perception was also limited. That's just it. Let's go in first. According to the map, there aren't many ferocious beasts in the white mist. It belongs to a very safe place. Saying that, Mo Linger took the lead and walked in. Stepping into the white mist, instantly, the air here all seemed to become fresher. It's an odd place. There is a pool of water in the center. Some fat fish just swam around in the pool of water, and around the water hole is some fertile black soil. All kinds of herbs grow here. Ginseng, red lingji, ganoderma. It was a sight to behold for Chen Anmo, and the vintage of these herbs was not low at first glance. Nice place. Everyone laughed with excitement. The point is, this place is really safe. Not to mention the ferocious beasts. There were no footprints of the ferocious beasts to be seen. With that, everyone divided up the labor and started picking herbs up individually. 3-year-old ginseng, 10 years portion of red spirit grass. Not bad, not bad. Holy, that's a 20-year serving of aquamarine. Chen Anmo was surprised for a moment. This sea blue is a great tonic for your blood and chi. Only works on women though. This one goes back to my sister-in-law. It's been a busy half day. Everyone filled the bags they brought with them, but the place was finally swept away. A number of years later, it will be possible to come back here again. Duan Wenchao smiled. Okay, now leave. Carrying her traveling bag on her back, Mo Linger began to leave. When the crowd stepped out of the white mist, it was surprisingly raining outside. Chen Anmo was even more surprised. Within the white mist and the outside world, it was like two worlds, surprisingly isolated. Luckily, the rain wasn't too heavy, so we all braved it and started down the hill. Gah! Just then, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky. No good, it's the flaming bird. Chen Anmo looked up, because Duan Wenchao had treated him to flaming bird beast meat before. He had seen a flaming bird carcass. Therefore, it was instantly recognized as a flaming bird. Looking around, there were surprisingly as many as 5 flaming birds. It's over. The flaming bird will shoot flames. Run quickly. Mo Linger's complexion stared. In the next moment, hot flames, like magma, erupted towards the bottom. A senior brother couldn't dodge in time, and half of his body was immediately set ablaze. Ah! He screamed miserably. The entire group jumped to the side of the pool of water. But what was shocking was that the flames could not be extinguished. Watching him burn alive, Chen Anmo sucked in a breath of cool air. When I ate the meat of the flaming bird before, I only knew that this bird was not simple. The meat is delicious and expensive and hard to come by, but now I realize why this meat is expensive. Sting, touch the corpse. Reward 80 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy wish 1, I hope Sister Mo Linger can escape. Reward, 1 bottle of blood strengthening elixir. Last wish 2, I hope to have a happy night with senior sister Mo Linger. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Brother, you're very brave. I didn't expect to die wanting to be like Mo Linger. Chen Anmo was somewhat speechless, because he found out many of the last wishes of the dead that were harvested. Their last wishes were to have sex with Muriel. Before, the Taiping sect demons were even. Now it's good. Even her senior brother is like this. Ah! Suddenly, another junior screamed miserably. Fong. Mo Linger rushed to the rescue. Elder sister. It's too late. You absolutely cannot go near this flame. Yao Wan hurriedly stopped Mo Linger. Then, watched him burn to death. Sting. Touch the corpse. Reward 80 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, I hope to have a happy night with senior sister Mo Linger. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Chen Anmo. Well, you two who are senior brothers, you both have designs on Mo Linger, don't you? He was really a bit confused. Inklinger does look good, but the attraction isn't so bad, is it? As he was thinking about it, a fiery bird set its sights on him. Roar! The flames split and blasted. Chen Anmo rolled in a donkey punch, narrowly rolling out some way. The clothes on his body burned. It's a good thing the underwear is wearing soft gold armor. This soft armor is impervious to fire and water. The powerful heat, surprisingly, was absorbed in many parts. He breathed a sigh of relief and picked up speed, entering the depths of the dense forest with a few others. However, the flamingos clearly had their eyes on them. 5-headed fiery bird, like a shadow. This won't work. We'll have to split up or we'll never escape, Chen Anmo suggested. Then we'll have to split up. Mo Linger took a deep breath. Everyone rendezvous at the foot of the mountain. Good. With that, the remaining 5 decisively separated. Chen Anmo unleashed the Qianquan steps. The figure was like lightning, and in a puff of smoke, he scurried out. And I don't know how long it was. It was getting dark. The rain in the sky stopped, and only one of the fiery birds that were chasing him before remained, still persevering. He suddenly realized that the flamingos didn't see very well in the dark. He took out his red flame blade. The entire group hid behind a tree. Just as the fiery bird swooped down, Chen Anmo violently rushed out from behind the tree. Big Dipper Blade Chi. Blaze Bird was startled. Where did this human come from? It was too late to react, and the flaming bird's huge body was chopped apart. Then, powerlessly, he fell. Solved. Chen Anmo walked over. Ding. Touching a corpse rewards 3 points of Beast Fire. Chapter 55. What are you doing biting me, you woman? Got the Beast Fire reward again. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth grinned. Now, there are a total of 6 points of Beast Fire bonus. He held out his palm in his mind. The Beast's fire before was only a flame the size of a lighter. But now, half of the palm was ablaze with flames. Seeing this, Chen Anmo couldn't help but laugh again. I can even cultivate the fire cloud palm here. Roar! Roar! Just then, the deafening roar of a beast came from the distance. Chen Anmo's complexion changed slightly. That ferocious beast of the 3rd rank? He couldn't afford to mess with such an overlord-level ferocious beast. Therefore, immediately, he carried the corpse of the fiery bird on the ground. In the other hand, he carried the traveling bag with herbs and headed towards a nearby cave. He had deliberately chosen the route of this cave when he was fleeing earlier. This cave, too, was a shelter left here by the crocodile gang. The entrance to the cave was very narrow, probably only allows one person to pass. The entrance is overgrown and littered with debris, so it won't draw attention to itself. Before, if they didn't have a map in their hands, it would have been impossible for them to discover this place. That's all. He quickly came to the entrance. The flamingo carcass is too big to fit in. He decisively chopped the fiery bird corpse into pieces of meat. After throwing it into the hole, he quickly slid in. Roar! In the meantime, the sounds of the ferocious beasts were also getting closer. Even the entire piece of ground seemed to be shaking, and it was heart-stopping to see Chen Anmo. The power. It's just too massive. A slap over. Even if he was still wearing the gold silk soft armor, I'm afraid he would be slapped into mush, right? Wait, there's another scent. Someone is being chased by this ferocious beast. Just then, Chen Anmo sensed that there was an aura outside. It's Muriel. He poked his head out in a hurry, only to see that Mo Linger's clothes were disheveled. Her hair was scorched black, and even one of her shoes had run away and lost. It was lumbering toward the side of the cave. Ouch! Maybe it was too much of a rush. Mo Linger was careless, and her entire body rushed out and fell on its face. She winced in pain. Roar! The point was that the ferocious beasts behind them were still pursuing. Muriel covered her knee in pain. She knew that this was no time to cry. She had to run away quickly. Otherwise, the behemoth behind her would treat her like a snack. Only just stood up. The pain above her knee made her suck in a cool breath. It was as if someone had just taken a hammer to her knee. The pain, which almost made her faint, completely took away her ability to think. Now her mind went blank. Oops. Chen Anmo took it all in. He also knew it was very dangerous to go out now. This was because he had already seen the tens of meters tall beast, like a dinosaur, coming out of the dense forest. Miss Mo, hold on and crawl toward me, Chen Anmo shouted as his body nimbly climbed out of the hole. Chen Anmo, you're actually all here. Mo Linger's eyes lit up when she heard Chen Anmo's voice, and she was almost about to cry out in pain. Chen Anmo grabbed Mo Linger's hand. Immediately afterward, she was picked up whole. Hissing, Mo Linger sucked in a breath of cool air. So painful. Mo Linger opened her mouth violently and bit down on Chen Anmo's shoulder because of too much pain. In this position, there is no gold soft armor protection. Plus, his clothes were all tattered from the flames before, so Mo Linger bit through his skin in one bite. Chen Anmo is also a human being. Feel the pain too. As a result, he sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. He was tempted to ask, "Do you eat oil cakes?" Roar! By this time, the behemoth had finally made its way out of the dense forest. It lit up before his eyes. I can't believe another snack showed up. Knock, knock, knock. The behemoth's huge body ran this way. Chen Anmo's face changed slightly, and he rushed to the entrance of the cave with an arrow step. Get in. He didn't care. He directly shoved Mo Linger towards the entrance of the cave. It ended with a couple of kicks towards Muriel's ass. Finally, I was able to get Muriel tucked in. At the last close call, Chen Anmo narrowly escaped drilling into the hole. It worked. Roar, roar, ho ho ho. Outside, only the angry roar of the giant beast remained. Huffing and puffing, Chen Anmo leaned on top of the stone wall, panting violently. It was just too dangerous just now. Almost, he would have become this giant beast's snack. Miss M.O., are you alright? Chen Anmo glanced at M.O. Linger. You still have the nerve to say, and do not know to be gentle. It hurts me. M.O. Linger covered her buttocks with a look of resentment. It was just an emergency situation and I couldn't help it. Besides, you bit me. Chen Anmo twisted his head and glanced over his shoulder. Holy, on the shoulder, the teeth marks were deep. I don't know if there's rabies, either. I've heard before that you can get rabies from a bite that's not handled well. Chen Anmo had no choice but to take out the healing pill, pinch the dan into powder and sprinkle a little on top of the wound. It's not over until the bleeding stops, but, predictably, there might be scars from this later on, at the wounds. Luckily, he wasn't a girl, so it didn't matter. If a girl is left with such a scar, she won't know where to cry. Look at you. You're a dog, biting me like that, thanks to me saving you. Chen Anmo could still feel the wound faintly aching. You just kicked me, and you don't know how to be gentle. What could I have done in that situation? Then I bit you. I couldn't help it. Who made me hurt so much at the time? M.O. Linger was also in a rage right now, so there was no apology in the slightest. Chen Anmo frowned. Well, saved your ass. You got that attitude. Ha, that's just it. Let's say I saved a white wolf. I've saved you many times. Chen Anmo reminded. Don't bother talking to you. It's annoying. M.O. Linger let out a low hum. She knew she was in the wrong, so she didn't want to say much. Struggling against the top of the stone wall, he pulled out another medicine with difficulty. It was only after swallowing a healing elixir that her entire body breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, a flaming bird corpse? At this time, she noticed a pair of bloody flesh by Chen Anmo's feet. After careful identification, she realized it was a flamingo carcass. Chen Anmo handled the blood and flesh while saying without looking back, just hunted it. A bit of skill. M.O. Linger was surprised. Afterward, Chen Anmo lit a pile of firewood placed inside the cave and began to make a barbecue. Zip zip zip. Zip zip zip. A few moments later, a burst of fragrance came. This cave has 4 more vents in all directions at the head of the cave. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the smoke from the fire and charcoal here. Chen Anmo couldn't help but gulp. After a busy day, he was already hungry. It's finally time for some good food. Grab a piece of roasted meat. Sprinkle a little of the salt from a small jar that was sitting on the side. A mouthful of meat went into his mouth, so fragrant that he almost swallowed his tongue. It was delicious. Just delicious. Ha! M.O. Linger looked towards the meat that Chen Anmo was eating and couldn't help but also gulped a mouthful of water. How did this kid grill meat that tastes so good? This is too tempting. She grew up, though secretly hidden by her mother. But the delicious food didn't shortchange her at all. She had eaten most of the food in and out of the palace since she was a child. It's just that the barbecue, it's not much of a barbecue, because in her mind, this barbecue was what hunters living at the bottom of the heap went for when they really had no choice in the wild. Who in their right mind would eat it? It also looks black and burnt, not aesthetically pleasing at all. But this time, she was a little surprised when she looked at the meat in Chen Anmo's hand. It looks like it's delicious, and it actually smells so good. I want to eat it. But this guy didn't actually invite her to eat with him. What's with this man? He's not a gentleman at all. If Big Brother Chen He was here, he would definitely treat her well. Shushing and all that. She was torn for a moment. To be honest, she had actually been hungry for a long time. Just now, in order to run for his life, the traveling bag containing food on his body had also been lost long ago. She wanted to take the grilled meat from Chen Anmo's place and bite it hard, but that would be inconsistent with her status. She's the existence of a noble princess. In the future, she'll be a one-man show. She's such a good person that she's asking for food? It's going to make people laugh when you tell them, but if you don't want it, the scent is just too torturous. Hey, what to do? Just as she was torn, Chen Anmo looked over. How's the body? It's okay, I can barely move. It's just that my feet still hurt a little. Muriel glanced at her left foot. The left foot, because of the lost shoe running, along the way, stepped on a lot of thorns. It hurts and hurts. At that time, in order to escape, she couldn't care too much. It was hard to be safe before she felt the pain. Chen Anmo took a large skewer of roasted meat and walked over to take it to M.O. Linger. Eat some. This flaming bird's meat is very nourishing, and after you eat it, your wounds will recover a little faster. Just now, he was indeed a bit angry at M.O. Linger's petulant attitude. However, looking at her pathetic appearance, he finally let go of his preconceived notions. It's a girl, after all. Let it go. Thanks. M.O. Linger took the meat, hesitated, and said, I'm sorry for just now. I know you saved me, and it was my fault for biting you. It's okay, I forgive you. Chen Anmo smiled faintly and said, Eat, I'll keep roasting as much as I want. M.O. Linger nodded. then gently took a bite of the roasted meat. As this bite went down, her beautiful eyes went wide. This is a roast? This roast is too. Chen Anmo frowned. What's wrong? Not to your liking? After saying that, Chen Anmo secretly wondered in his heart. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this roast. No, I mean, this roast is just so good. I've never eaten anything so good in my life. This one is actually a bit of an exaggeration. Mo Linger didn't talk big though. But really, she's just hungry because she's hungry now. When one is very hungry, even a bowl of plain thin rice is delicious. Then, Mo Linger directly nibbled on it. I don't care about the image of a fairy anymore, and I'm eating with oil all over my mouth. Chen Anmo was looking at it with a dark look on his face. Looks like the woman is really hungry. Do you have any more? I still want it. Mo Linger said as she looked at Chen Anmo with fixed eyes. You want more? Chen Anmo was a bit shocked. She had just eaten a lot of it. He sighed. Men are afraid that women will say they want more. Okay, I'll grill you another wing. Chapter 56. This bib has the effect of warming in winter and cooling in summer and warming the uterus. Mo Linger ate a full 2 wings before she patted her stomach contentedly. Ate a little too much. Tummies are bulging a bit. Had enough? Chen Anmo said. It's so full. It's so good. Muriel was full of satisfaction. It was already dark outside. After Chen Anmo ate his fill, things were packed up. The straw inside was then laid flat. This is the place to sleep now. Obviously, straw isn't quite enough. The temperature here was getting lower and lower, and the clothes on Mo Linger's body were very thin. It's broken in many places. As a result, a patch of snowy white was revealed. Even from some hidden corners, Chen Anmo discovered that her belly band was broken in large pieces. Have a fire. It's cold here at night, Chen Anmo said. Muriel nodded. Looking at the thin clothing he was wearing, he suddenly sighed. The clothes are torn like this, and I can tell you not to look around. Inkling warned. There's just so much space here. I can't put my sight anywhere, can I? Chen Anmo shook his head. It was so late that he didn't care about such. Mo Linger's heart was relieved when she looked at Chen Anmo's righteous face. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Suddenly, Muriel sneezed. Snot spewed into the fire in one fell swoop. Chen Anmo frowned. You're getting a cold, aren't you? It is a little cold. Even when roasted by the fire, I am still a little cold. Muriel said. It's not good to catch a cold here. Chen Anmo thought about it and turned his head, pretending to look for something in his traveling bag. In fact, secretly communicating system space. In the next moment, Chen Anmo took out the heavenly silk belly pocket. The previous one was given to my sister-in-law. This one, I was going to give it to my sister-in-law again to surprise her, but now it looks like it's not going to be given to my sister-in-law. If Mo Linger's body collapsed, the next road would not be easy. So, it'll just have to go to her. That's just it. Let's make it cheaper for her. Chen Anmo shook his head. This one's for you. Chen Anmo handed over the heavenly silk belly pocket. Mo Linger gave Chen Anmo a strange look. Why do you still have clothes worn by women on your hands? The material looks pretty good. Wait, this is. She reacted at once. Nice guy. Really nice guy. What did Chen Anmo give her? Dibs. Oh, that's the man. Mo Linger looked at Chen Anmo with a cold smile on her face. I can't imagine that he's like that. He had seen him save his life before and thought he was a good guy. Didn't realize. Ha, mother was right. Even father, the noble king of a country, is not a good man. Not to mention the men out there. This dead pervert / pervert. Can't blame her for thinking that. After all, what sane person carries around stuff for women? So Mo Linger directly threw her belly band. What do you want to do? Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo hurriedly picked up the belly band. What did you throw it away for? This one I originally gave to my wife. It's not because I saw you were out of clothes, so I gave it to you. Ha, really? Muriel snorted. Chen Anmo frowned and said, lying to you for what? This bib is made of heavenly silk. It has the effect of keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer, warming the womb, and is good for your essence. Didn't you just say you were cold? And when you put it on, it should make you a lot more comfortable. Really? Inkling froze for a moment. Could it be that he had really misunderstood Chen Anmo? Take the bib again. Once it was in her hand this time, Muriel sensed it. I was keenly aware that it was warm to the touch, and very pleasant to the touch. She glowed. Seems good. Of course it's good. It's heavenly silkworm silk. Chen Anmo shook his head slightly and said helplessly, less bragging. I don't believe it. Such a strange thing as heavenly silkworm silk. Even amongst the royal family, there aren't many of them. How could you possibly have one? The royal family? How do you know there's no royal family inside? Chen Anmo wondered. I just know it. I heard it from someone else. Mo Linger hurriedly explained. Chen Anmo was dumbfounded. What comes from hearsay is not trustworthy. The Dale dynasty has been passed down for so many years. How could there be no good things in the royal family? No really, Inkling grunted, though she could be sure that such wonders as heavenly silkworm silk were indeed not available in the palace. However, she had read about it in the palace's ancient books. Clothing made from heavenly silkworm silk did indeed have the kind of effect that Chen Anmo had described. As it happens, the clothes on the body were indeed tattered. She looked inside into the darkness and said, "Then I'll go inside and change. And you, don't worry, I won't look away, it's for the best." Muriel breathed a sigh of relief, then walked in. Chen Anmo turned his back, only to hear a rustling sound coming from behind him. Okay, Mo lingered directly through the original this tattered bib into the corner, then looked at the clothes he was wearing. Phew, so cozy, it's really a treasure made of such treasures as the heavenly silkworm silk. Chen Anmo said, "Turn around and convert it into silver for me." Mo Linger nodded. "About how much silver? 10,000? I don't have that much." Muriel was speechless. Although she was a royal princess, she was, after all, in the dark. Mother wouldn't give her much silver on a regular basis. "Turn around and you watch and give." Chen Anmo shook his head. "It's already dark outside." Chen Anmo added a handful of firewood to the fire, then fell back to sleep. Mo Linger could only sit on the edge, but it was just too exhausting. Soon, she couldn't hold on and lay down on the edge as well. "I don't know how long it's been." Chen Anmo woke up to a cool breeze. Looking sideways, Inkling curled up there. He thought for a moment and covered the clothes on his body for Mo Linger. Muriel was cautious. After all, sharing a room with a man, she had actually been a light sleeper, so when Chen Anmo had just moved, she had already opened her eyes. "I didn't realize it was kinda painful," Mo Linger muttered in her heart, and for a moment, her heart warmed. Because Chen Anmo acted like this, Mo Linger completely relaxed towards Chen Anmo. A wave of fatigue swept through his body as he relaxed so much. Unable to help herself, she closed her eyes and fell completely asleep. Chen Anmo felt a person squeezing into his arms as he slept. "Sister-in-law, stop squeezing." Chen Anmo opened his mouth. "Ha, the buns have changed?" Chen Anmo muttered strangely. Subconsciously, he squeezed hard again. "Q-bomb? It's not right. It's very wrong. Not bad for a dream. It's obviously different in a dream." Chen Anmo muttered in his mind, and suddenly, he opened his eyes. "It's not right. The touch. It's too real." At this moment, he sat up in a hurry. Mo Linger was also awakened at this time, looking down at himself. Good lord, no wonder he was cool. Turns out the shirt was lifted up. Oops. She jumped up in a hurry, shaking as she ran to the back. "What are you doing?" Actually taking advantage of the situation. Chen Anmo was embarrassed. "I didn't do it on purpose. Isn't this sleeping?" He was secretly chagrined. It was over. This was definitely going to be misunderstood. "I think you did it on purpose." Mo Linger packed up her clothes and furiously rushed to Chen Anmo. If eyes could kill, then Chen Anmo would have died countless times already. Chen Anmo was just about to speak when he suddenly reacted. Something's not right. He was the one who slept in his place before. She's the one who ran into his arms. Chen Anmo walked to where she had slept before. "You slept here before, didn't you?" "I slept in my place before. Some distance from you. You came here on your own, didn't you?" Inkling froze for a moment. Subconsciously, she looked to both locations. The face was embarrassed. Seemingly, it seemed like it was indeed her bad sleeping style that rolled and rolled into Chen Anmo's arms. But she didn't mean it. And she's a girl, eh? Don't know to give in to her? Just say sorry. I can't believe I'm blaming her. Well, consider myself at a disadvantage. I don't blame you, Chen Anmo said frankly. Inkling it's like I've heard that somewhere before. She snapped back to the fact that after she was with Chen He at the inn, that's what that guy Chen He had said. Why do guys like to say that? At this point she was speechless. That time with Chen He was after she was poisoned. The math is that she initiated it. But Chen Anmo, surprisingly, was also her initiative. Spit blood. I want you to keep what happened today a secret. A moment later, Mo Linger gritted her teeth and said, that's for sure. Especially don't tell your brother. Chen He. Muriel came back with another sentence. Line. As he spoke, Chen Anmo suddenly saw the prompt. Last wish, I hope to have a happy night with senior sister Mo Linger. Completed. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Last wish, I hope to have a happy night with senior sister Mo Linger. Completed. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. That's okay? Seeing the reward, Chen Anmo was directly happy. So this is what you call a night of bliss. The last wishes of those 2 dead senior brothers were fulfilled so sparingly. It was dawn outside by now. Chen Anmo arrived at the entrance and frowned. Well, Inkling asked, that behemoth is still out there. What? Still, it'll just have to wait. Outside, the behemoth lay on its back in the jungle, sleeping soundly. And so, all of a sudden, 3 days passed. Li Zhong and Yao Wan, Duan Wenchao, and a senior brother who stayed at the bottom of the mountain to watch the carriage, had been waiting here for many days. Li Zhong and Yao Wan, both of them, were not in very good shape. Back, thighs, all with wounds. The two men lay in the middle of the wagon, recovering from their injuries. This time it's finished. Senior sister and brother Chen Anmo haven't come out yet. It shouldn't be. Duan Wenchao scratched his ears anxiously. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but have bad thoughts. Are both of them dead? Why don't we go in and look for it? The senior brother watching the carriage asked with some concern. AI, what can we do about this? But master has always said that we should keep an eye on elder sister and not let her wander out. Duan Wenchao said sharply. Let's wait a little longer. In our current state, even if we go into the mountains, I'm afraid we won't be able to find anyone, and we'll lose our lives instead. Yao Wan limped down from the carriage at this time and proposed. A few of us will wait. Duan Wenchao, ride back and notify master so he can come over to help. Duan Wenchao's heart stirred. Okay, it'll have to do for now. He wasted no time, turned on his horse and left quickly, and at this moment, Chen Anmo and Mo Linger were lying on their backs at the mouth of the cave, observing the ferocious beasts outside. This guy, no intention of leaving at all. Muriel stomped her foot. I want to go to the bathroom again. Then go. Chen Anmo rolled his white eyes. Women are such a pain in the ass. Is big. Hey, this hole already stinks. Chen Anmo spat. Chapter 57. I'll make sure you get a raise. When Mo Linger went to the restroom, Chen Anmo stroked his chin and looked at the ferocious beasts outside. This is not the way to go on. Keep blocking the entrance with less and less food on hand. Inside the cave, it was also getting smelly. The water is gone too. Must leave as soon as possible. A hint of determination flashed in Chen Anmo's eyes. He picked up the red flame sword and made a plan. That is to draw the ferocious beast away. When Mo Linger came over, Chen Anmo talked about his plan. What? You're going to distract it? Yes, when I draw it away, you recognize the way and hurry down the hill. Chen Anmo said. That in case you are too late to run. At this moment, Mo Linger was very moved in her heart. No need to say more. Chen Anmo shook his head. Chen Anmo, I won't forget you. I promise you, as long as you live, I will definitely let you soar and increase your rank in the future. Chen Anmo gave her an odd look. What's with that? The whole thing is if you're the emperor. Actually, he wasn't fooling around when he made this plan. He was still confident in his speed. Only his concern was that he didn't understand this kind of ferocious beast. What if the ferocious beasts themselves are just as fast? It also breathes fire and stuff. Then he still had to be extra careful. Well, you get ready to go down the hill, and take both of our packages with you. I'm going. Chen Anmo rushed out. Whoosh! He ran as fast as he could, towards the hills. After running out for some distance, he held the red flame blade and swung it violently towards the ferocious beast that was reacting. Boom! A stream of flames lunged towards the ferocious beast. This ferocious beast was furious. Roar! Deafening waves of sound shattered the flames. It raged. This tiny human, how dare he provoke it? It was the overlord here, and this human had intruded into its territory, not to mention provoking it. Must die. It roared and lunged towards Chen Anmo. Bang bang bang. Each foot stomping on the ground made a deafening sound. It's not just the psychological stress it causes. Moreover, the sound wave attack was like a bone-piercing cold knife, stimulating Chen Anmo's body. Chen Anmo's throat was sweet. A mouthful of blood nearly gushed out. He was appalled in his heart. This was the gap brought about by equal rank. It's too powerful. Being so far away could put so much pressure on him. I'm afraid that if it's close enough, I can't even take out the mind to resist awe. However, with my full burst of speed, there's no need to worry for the time being. At the same time, Mo Linger walked out of the cave. With complicated eyes, she glanced at the direction the ferocious beast had left and murmured, Chen Anmo, I hope you're alright. I'll wait for you at the bottom of the mountain. Sasha. Chen Anmo deftly traveled through the dense forest. At this moment, his perception extended to the extreme. The ferocious beasts behind them were also getting farther and farther away, almost disengaged. Chen Anmo took a long breath. Leaning against a tree, he swallowed a blood-strengthening elixir and regained a trace of qi. With that, it was off again. Now he wasn't very familiar with the route either. One can only approximate the position of the sun and then look for the way down. Along the way, he didn't dare to take a detour to avoid some ferocious beasts now, because any further detours and he feared he would get lost here. Therefore, facing some ferocious beasts, he could only kill them. Good thing, because it's a downhill road that belongs to the outskirts of Yellow Bud Mountain. Most of the ferocious beasts at the periphery were not very strong. It's already afternoon. Chen Anmo couldn't find a place to land now either. He could only follow the established route and continue down the mountain. But to my surprise, a rumbling sound came from behind him once again. This time, The footsteps were wilder and louder than those triggered by the giant beast. It's like a whole area is shaking. Beast tide? Feeling the dense sound behind him, Chen Anmo's face sank. This beast tide was obviously triggered by that ferocious beast. It couldn't find Chen Anmo, so it instigated all the ferocious beasts in this area and began to run around wildly. It had to be said that ferocious beasts of a high level of rank were indeed powerful in terms of intelligence. This move of its really made Chen Anmo have nothing to hide. For example, at this time, two boars appeared in front of Chen Anmo. Without saying a word, these two boars charged towards Chen Anmo. Very brave. Not giving him a moment's respite, he saw him and crashed. Chen Anmo waved his red flame blade, and a scorching aura enveloped him. The two boars were actually not afraid, even if the fur on their bodies was burnt. However, the rank was not high after all, only the 8th rank. After being easily decapitated, Chen Anmo didn't dare to stay, because the tide of beasts behind him would overwhelm him at any moment. He could only continue to run wildly. During this time, a ferocious beast chased out from the side, alive and simply behind. The value of chi and blood he had collected was now increasing, seeing that it's about to hit 100 points. However, his form is slipping now. After all, people are not machines, and even if they were, they would need to be lubricated. At this time, he was incredibly tired and his body seemed to be filled with lead. Good thing, it's already halfway up the mountain. The number of ferocious beasts behind them also began to decrease. It was a relief to him. Snort! After once again resolving a wolf that blocked the way, Chen Anmo made a jump and landed on top of a rock. I also wonder how is Mo Linger doing, but I've done this, and if anything else happens to her, then there's nothing I can do. As he was talking, suddenly, something vibrated under his feet. No good, it's not a rock. It was only then that Chen Anmo realized that the 5-meter wide white stone under his feet had moved. Just now when it didn't move, the breath was all gone. The thing was like a dead thing, but as the white stone began to move, Chen Anmo sensed it. A huge spider. He just stepped on the back of this big spider. Chen Anmo hurriedly made a jump and landed on a large tree not far away. The large spider in front of him stood up at that moment. A circle of eyes stared straight at Chen Anmo. Put! Suddenly, the big spider opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of white slime. The slime was extremely fast, like a bullet. Chen Anmo's eyelids fluttered wildly, and although he tried his best to avoid it, his left side of his body still touched a bit. There was a hot pain in his arm. Luckily, the clothes inside had gold silk soft armor, so his body didn't encounter any damage. Boom! He raised his red flame blade, and at the same time, beast fire burned on his palms. Taking advantage of the gap between the large spider opening its mouth again, he swung the knife hard again. The big spiders kept spraying slime, but this time, the flaming astral aura swept it all away. The big spider seemed to know that it couldn't hurt Chen Anmo if it went on like this. It then stomped its 8 long feet and lunged towards Chen Anmo. The 2 sharp long legs in front of them viciously stabbed towards Chen Anmo. Good chance. Seeing this scene, Chen Anmo was excited. Big Dipper blade chi. He flung it hard. The blade chi with flames slashed out. Over a dozen meters away, the blade energy arrived in an instant. The big spider was confused. Originally it thought that the next step was a sure win. I didn't expect that Chen Anmo would come up with this trick. It's amazing that he's still so powerful. It was too late to dodge now, and it crossed its forelimbs to fend it off. The white slime in his mouth didn't want money to shoot up. Shooting. Snort. Chen Anmo, who had just suffered a loss from this white mucus, naturally wouldn't fight hard now. He pranced sideways, dodging the slime, but the big spiders themselves apparently weren't so lucky. Boom! Its huge body was sliced open. White slime fell all over the place where his chest had been. The big spider struggled and still tried to get up, but, at this moment, it was as if the strength of its entire body had been drained, leaving it powerless to struggle. Resolved, Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to slow down. Rushed up and chopped down hard. He didn't touch the body until it was completely split in half. Ding! Touching the corpse, bonus poison resistance +3. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. This time it rewards to special rewards again. Poison resistance. Means will I have antibodies to some poisons I encounter in the future? It was too late to think about it. As the beast tide continued behind them, he took a leap and ran off. Just a kilometer after running out, the arm that had been injured earlier was still on fire. Obviously toxic. Well, the toxic resistance seems to be working. Temporarily suppresses the spread of the poison. As he left this area and descended the mountain, Chen Anmo saw the carriage, but there are only 2 wagons left. Mo Linger had already changed into the clothes that Yao Wan had brought with her and was looking towards the top of the mountain. She had been looking at the mountain ever since she returned, expecting Chen Anmo to show up soon. Back! Brother Chen is back! Li Rong saw a figure and laughed. Upon hearing this, several other people were stunned. It's really back. Ha ha, I told you, Chen Anmo will be fine. Yao Wan was also relieved. When Chen Anmo arrived, a group of people surrounded him. Yao Wan's and Li Zhong's arms were both wrapped in bandages. It doesn't look like it's in very good shape. The other senior brother and Mo Linger, nothing happened at all. Hey, where's Duan Wenchao? Chen Anmo asked. He went back to the city to find his master. Muriel explained. How are you? I'm fine. It's just. Chen Anmo rolled open the sleeve of his left arm. The white slime he'd already disposed of some of it. The arm is now red and swollen. However, the pain was fading. It means the injury is going to heal. It's good that you're okay, but you're hurt after all. Get in the carriage and leave this place early. Inklinger offered. With that, the crowd began to make their way back. Halfway back, he accidentally encountered Duan Wenchao and Zhao Wu, the owner of the Ling Tian Martial Hall, who he had called out to. On top of that, Zhao Wu had brought some of his own disciples with him. Master, Mo Linger and the crowd came before Zhao Wu. The group of people looked like children who had done something wrong. Their heads lowered, not daring to speak. After all, Zhao Wu had previously instructed with them not to go out at will, especially Muriel. Zhao Wu coldly grimaced. You guys are good now, a little bit more capable. Your wings have hardened and you've grown. All of you don't listen to the words of your master anymore. Master, I was the one who said to go out in search of the great medicine. I'm still to blame for this matter. Mo Linger hurriedly said, taking all the faults onto herself. Of course I have to blame you. Because of you, 2 senior brothers died. Not even a corpse. How do you expect me to explain to their parents? Zhao Wu let out a long sigh. The crowd fell silent. It's just a matter of going back. Linger, and in a few days, you should leave here as well. What? Senior sister, you're leaving? This, for good reason. Why did senior sister leave? The crowd wondered. Chapter 58 Sister-in-law jealous? Regarding Mo Linger's departure, Chen Anmo didn't feel much surprise. After all, she had said before that she might leave after this trip. Xiao Mo. Hello again. I'm glad you're okay. If you're not, I'm afraid your master won't forgive me for the rest of my life. Zhao Wu half-joked. Master, Chen Anmo's arm was injured by a kind of mucus spat out by a spider. Do you know how this was caused? Inkling asked. Spider venom? You have to have a special antidote for it, and if you don't have it, it won't kill you, but your body will be weak for days. Zhao Wu looked at Chen Anmo incredulously. He was found to be alive and well, without any appearance of weakness. It amazed him. Mo, are you okay? I've always been in better health, Chen Anmo said. He guessed that it would be the poison resistance. Good, good. It's good that you're okay, but when we get back, I'll take you to get your health checked anyway, Zhao Wu said. Thank you, Pavilion Master Zhao. 3 days later, the group finally returned to the town of 4 floors. Zhao Wu first took Chen Anmo to see a physician. The physician was also surprised to learn that Chen Anmo had been hit by spider venom, because normally, Chen Anmo's body would definitely be weak, but he actually didn't do anything at all. In the end, he was just given some tonic medicine and sent back. Before going back, the few people naturally divided the harvest of the trip. The 2 who died, everyone gave them a share as well. It will be sent back to their families. In the end, Chen Anmo was allocated 25 great medicines. Among them, 2 of them were 20-year portions of the blue spirit grass of the sea. This spirit herb is chopped up and boiled in soup. It's very nourishing for women. It nourishes the yin and also replenishes qi and firms up. I had just arrived home and hadn't even warmed up to my sister-in-law when there was a knock on the door. It turned out to be Li Baiji coming over. He had just gotten off duty, and when he heard that Chen Anmo had returned, he came over at the first opportunity. Li Ba, you're just in time. Bring back some meat later. Chen Anmo tapped Li Ba's shoulder and told him to come in. Mo, you're too polite. Li Ba rubbed his hands together and laughed in embarrassment. You are following me. I, Chen Anmo, will not treat you poorly if I have a bite to eat. Taking a large piece of marinated meat from Shen Xian's hand, he handed it to Li Ba. Li Ba, but what brings you here at this hour? Li Ba took the meat and said seriously, Brother Mo, knowing that you are back, I came over to report to you at the first time. In these few days when you were not here, something happened here. Our piece of land, a group of mountain bandits, under the banner of eating his mother and drinking her mother, beating the landlord and the government, to engage in a rebellion. Oh, how many are there? Chen Anmo frowned slightly. He was aware of a number of such rebellions in other places. However, this is a martial arts world. Ordinary people revolting is like lighting a lamp in a latrine pit, looking for death. The number of people is small, but they've done a lot of things, and a lot of our colleagues have been tricked into going out and dying outside. There were also some geniuses from the martial arts school who were also killed. Those people seem to be targeting the children of the government and the landlords and gentry's families. Chen Anmo stroked his chin and said, So, there are experts among those people? Yes. Ah, hey, it makes us, who are the police officers, not dare to go to places with fewer people now. for fear of being stabbed. I know, turn around and watch yourself. Well, brother Mo, then I'll leave first. By the way, you're both our 4th floor town genius and an errand boy, so be careful. No. When Li Baichi left, Shen Xian's original joyful mood was gone. It's a messed up world out there. Mo, it looks like you're not going out next. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Shen Anmo comforted a few words, then took out the sea of blue spirit grass. After saying the efficacy, Shen Xian's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it has the effect of beauty and skin care. What woman doesn't love beauty? Shen Xian was naturally the same. Go ahead and eat then. I'll make another soup. Boil more water. I'll take a shower later. The last few days out, he'd been sticky and uncomfortable. After a good meal, the room, Shen Xian unbuttoned the buttons on her dress, undoing them one by one. Then, wrap your hands around your neck and untie the thin string tied in a bow on your belly band. Place the bib on the side and then enter the barrel. Phew, she let out a long breath. After eating the sea of blue spirit herb, my abdomen was warm. Sure is comfortable. Some of the remaining dregs of the medicine. She also listened to Chen Anmo's words and threw them all inside this wooden barrel. Bathing this way is also good for your skin. Gee, it's still my skin, and it's going to get better in the future. Shen Xian let out a sigh of relief. He was just enjoying himself when Chen Anmo was about to come in at the door. Sister-in-law, I'm coming in. Shen Xian was shocked. Without waiting for her to agree, Chen Anmo walked straight in. The main fight is a surprise. Chen Anmo had already taken off his clothes a long time ago and directly entered the wooden barrel. In the smoke, Shen Xian revealed a natural, like flawless jade skin. It's just so beautiful. Mo, why do you have teeth marks on your shoulder? Suddenly, Shen Xian noticed the teeth marks on Chen Anmo's shoulder. A frown creased his brow. A woman's bite? Chen Anmo glanced over and realized that Shen Xian's face didn't look quite right. Hurriedly, she hugged her over. Jealous? Not at all, Shen Xian said, tongue-in-cheek. Shen Anmo was dumbfounded. I didn't realize that my sister-in-law would be jealous too. All along, his sister-in-law had always had the impression in his mind that she was very good-tempered and had a meek disposition. I didn't expect that. Angry. Don't get mad. This is actually how it works. Chen Anmo spoke briefly. So you were bitten by that girl after you saved Mo Linger? Yeah, she was in so much pain she bit me. Chen Anmo was helpless. This girl, look at her. She's quite good-looking. Why is she like this? Shen Xian was a little angry. It's fortunate that she didn't bite very deeply. Otherwise, a piece of flesh was bitten off by her. What then? Not angry now, are you? Chen Anmo smiled and whispered. Sister-in-law, you seem to have gotten bigger again. It seems that the supplements I've been giving you recently have been effective. Shen Xian's pretty face blushed slightly and said, which is not. Really? Come on, let me double-check. For the next few days, Chen Anmo was practically running both the martial arts center and his home. Occasionally go to the courthouse and ask for information. In recent times, 5 of the magistrates have died. The disciples of the other martial arts schools, 8 of them died. Although the magistrates have checked it many times, unfortunately they found nothing. However, there are all rumors that it was an organization called the Kamakura rebels that assassinated these people. Today, the bodies are sent to the righteous village. Inquiring about this, Chen Anmo pondered about going to the righteous village to take a look. I haven't been there for a while. There must be a lot of bodies in the righteous village. Early this morning, he had just walked out of the martial arts school, when he saw the county magistrate. He Guang, surprisingly led a group of people to run in person. Anmer, you're just in time to join me. He Guang's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Anmo. There's a shortage of staff these days. What is it, my lord? Chen Anmo glanced at the team. Good lord, there's more than 20 of them. He Guang said in a deep voice. Something happened to the Ling Tian Martial Hall last night, and Master Zhao Wu, as well as a few of his disciples, all died. Boom! This statement was made. Chen Anmo, as well as some of the disciples of the Zhengfei Martial Arts School, all stared in shock. Master Zhao Wukan, that was one of the top experts in the city. Surprisingly, he died in the middle of his martial arts school. Lu Feng sniffed and notified Lu Zhenfei in the first instance as well. The group of people then all headed towards the Ling Tian Martial Hall. On the way, He Guang said the situation. The Ling Tian Martial Hall was not open today, so some disciples could only wait at the entrance. But after waiting for half a day, I never saw the door open. It's not good for them to break in. But then, there were disciples who climbed up the wall to watch. The first thing I noticed was that there was blood everywhere. He sensed something wasn't quite right and kicked the door down with someone. Afterward, Zhao Wu, his wife and son, were found dead in the backyard. 3 disciples died in the house. The maid and a cook, on the other hand, died in the kitchen. Extinguished, so to speak. When Chen Anmo arrived at the door, Yao Wan and Li Rang, among others, had already been inside crying uncontrollably. Mo Linger also stumbled over. Master, Master, the many disciples of the Ling Tian Martial Hall cried out. If it wasn't for a group of government officials stopping them, I'm afraid they would have rushed in long ago. Chen Anmo first came to the bodies of several dead disciples in the house. Sting, touch the corpse. Reward 100 days of cultivation. Last wish 1, these barbarians have harmed my life and I hope someone will avenge me. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Last wish 2, I still have more than 100 taels of silver on me, and I hope to leave it to my wife and children. Reward, 100 silver taels. Ha! Seeing this, Chen Anmo's brows furrowed. Barbarians? Did the barbarians do it? Chen Anmo continued to look at one of the others. They all mentioned 2 words, barbarians. In the Dale dynasty, there are many border barbarians. There are more than 10 races. However, most of them bowed down because of the great strength of the Dale dynasty. He couldn't guess which barbarian it was. However, looking at the wounds on these people, Chen Anmo's heart moved. It's a knife, and it's a short, compact knife. This will not be a prairie people. Japanese? Chen Anmo suddenly remembered. The sword used by the Japanese is a form of ninjutsu, short in length and light in blade. It specializes in quick attacks. However, at the moment, he wasn't sure he'd guessed right. Then, to the backyard. The bodies of Zhao Wu's family lay straight. It's obvious that this place has been through a big battle. The wigwams and rocks in the yard, broken into pieces. One of the houses collapsed in half. The floor and walls were littered with scars left by swords and knives. Zhao Wu has a lot of wounds on his body. He died fighting for his life. As for his son and wife, they died before him. Chen Anmo came to Zhao Wu's side and took a deep breath. To Zhao Wu, he had a lot of respect. This was evident in his good relationship with Lu Zhengfei. Pavilion Master Zhao, I will find out. Who killed you? Chen Anmo nodded slightly. Ding, touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy wish 1, Mikami and Abe surprisingly came to stay at the Richunin here. They must have a huge conspiracy. I hope I can kill Mikami and Abe. A Japanese. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Chapter 59. This last wish is a bit outrageous. Last wish 2, I have secretly found out that the Kamakura rebels, behind the scenes, are led by this group of Japanese, and many of these rebels are Japanese ninjas. I wish to destroy the Kamakura rebels. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Last wish 3, Mo Linger is the daughter of concubine Yun and I. Unfortunately, I'm dead, so I hope that someone can send Mo Linger to the capital, to her mother, for me and her mother to say, I regret that year did not take her far away. By the time I go back and look for her again, she will have already entered the palace and will be powerless to return to heaven. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Wish number 4, that we be allowed to be buried in a neat and honorable manner as a family. Reward, crane fist. Minor accomplishment. Looking at Zhao Wu's last wish, Chen Anmo was a bit confused, because there is just so much information in it. The fact that it was the Japanese who killed the Ling Tian Martial Hall crowd was not a surprise to him. After all, it was guessed before. However, how could he not have thought that Zhao Wu and Mo Linger's mother had had an affair ever? Princess Ru, you've got the emperor's hat, don't you? Hey, the murderer's technique is clean and sharp. It seems like it was done by 2 or 3 people. Their strength is not low. Who within our city is good with a sword? He Guang stroked his chin and guessed. A few yamen followed and guessed blindly as well. Chen Anmo said bluntly, Sir, recently, many government officials and martial arts disciples on our side have been mysteriously killed, haven't they? It seems to be the work of a rebel organization called Kamakura. I have previously received information that behind this organization are the Japanese. He Guang narrowed his eyes. Japanese? We're landlocked here. How did the Japanese get here? This I don't know, but my subordinate knows quite a few people in the Jianghu. They may know some clues. Can your honor give me some time? My subordinate will secretly go and investigate. According to Zhao Wu's information, this group of Japanese was led by a man named Mikami and Abe. This man has a lot of guts. Surprisingly, he is hiding within the Lichuan Yuan in the city. That, and I don't know how it was found out by Zhao Wu. However, the group of bonobos obviously also knew that their identities were known by Zhao Wu. So, the group came here and came to ruin. Anmo, I'll leave it to you then. He Guang saw how Chen Anmo spoke with such conviction and felt that he had a chance. Subsequently, Chen Anmo collected other corpse rewards, as well as last wishes, and then leave a bunch of people here to investigate. He walked around, pretending to be out gathering information. This time, there were quite a few posthumous rewards offered by Zhao Wu. Everyone else's last wishes were much the same. Basically, they want to avenge them. Around mid-afternoon, He Guang walked to the courtyard with a tired face. Hey, taking his seat, he sighed. The concubine behind him, Lin Xiuya, massaged him while delicately saying, still fretting, Master, how can you not be worried? Before the death of an ordinary person, The death is dead. This time the one who died was Zhao Wu. Pavilion Master Zhao had a good relationship with the City Lord's mansion. If you dare to touch him, you're messing with the City Lord's mansion. If I can't find out this time, I'll be in the dark. He Guang slumped helplessly in his chair. It's not easy for grassroots cadres these days. Lin Xiaoya said, turn around and I'll go to Madam City Lord's place to walk around. Hey, hard work ma'am. As he was talking, footsteps came from outside. My lord. Chen Anmo's voice came from the gate outside the courtyard. Anmo is here. Come in quickly. Chen Anmo took it in stride, after sweeping a glance at the charming Lin Xiaoya, secretly saying that she was a vixen. Chen Anmo arched his hand. My lord, I've found out some clues. The deaths of the people inside the Ling Tian Martial Hall are related to the Kamakura Rebellion Organization. And this Kamakura Rebellion Organization, behind the scenes are the Japanese. The organizer of this Japanese trip is Mikami and Abe. What? The Japanese? It's really bonobos. He Guang's eyes widened in shock. The Japanese, as a rule, made trouble on the coast. Rarely have I heard of a washout to the outback. It doesn't make sense. It can't be. They usually. Before He Guang could finish his sentence, Chen Anmo interrupted. My lord, I know what you want to say. The Japanese usually make trouble along the coast, and the reason why they appeared here this time, I guess, is that they have another plan. What do you think, ma'am? He Guang asked to Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya stared at Chen Anmo without blinking. I think Chen Anmo has a point. Chen Anmo continued. My lord, and I've already found out where Mikami and Abe is. What? He Guang was shocked. It was already dark. However, the center of the city of Four Floors town was still brightly lit and bustling. This is the most prosperous area of Silu town. And every night, I don't know how many dignitaries come here to have fun. The streets are lined with all kinds of singing and dancing women's branch yards. Women of all shapes and sizes were weaving in and out of the buildings on either side. They were scantily clad and voluptuous. Tall, short, fat, thin, all of them. Here, it's a man's paradise. Even men with special needs can find sultry men here. At this time, the place on the third floor of the Lichuan Academy. A man with a 280 beard and a slightly lewd look was hugging people left and right in the box. Yossi, big time. Yossi, give me nini. Ha ha ha, flower girl, big time. The lewd man was excited beyond belief. Unbeknownst to them, downstairs, a group of plainclothes men had already surrounded the place. Chen Anmo, dressed in civilian clothes, came here with two people. The two people following him were the city lord's close friends who had been transferred from within the city lord's residence. Both of them had peak 6th grade strength. Elder brother Chen, the people have surrounded this place. Where is that Mikami Inoue-san you were talking about? A tall man looked at Chen Anmo and asked. He had a condescending look on his face. Because he felt, was Chen Anmo bragging? What is he capable of? To find out these hidden things, wait a moment, two old men. We can wait a while, in case that Mikami Inoue has accomplices. Time waits for no man. The tall man said in displeasure. Older brother, I'm in charge of this operation. Chen Anmo finished speaking and walked towards the third floor. Bustard, give me 2 girls, and one each of the 2 old men behind me, and a jug of good wine. After saying that, Chen Anmo threw over a money bag. The bod took it and smiled. Girls, what are you all standing there for? Go serve the master. Master. At that moment, a group of thousands of beautiful women pounced towards Chen Anmo, left and right to the third floor. Chen Anmo moved gently. A girl was passing a house when her foot slipped and she slammed the door in. Bang! Mikami Inoue was hugging the girl when he was startled. Baka, you want to die? Oops, sorry, I didn't mean it. The girl was timid and apologized. Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. What's the matter? We accidentally bumped in. What kind of attitude is this? Mikami and Abe got angry, pushed the woman beside him and roared. You drop. What attitude? I'm here to do business on your side. Dale Dynasty, is this how you treat your guests? What about the promised state of etiquette? Originally, he was worried if his identity had been exposed. However, when he saw Chen Anmo embracing left and right, he instantly stopped panicking. He searched for someone who would have come here for pleasure. Just like him. Etiquette? All you. Chen Anmo slammed the wine jug in his hand directly towards Mikami's well. Mikami Inoue frowned. He cocked his head and dodged the jug that was thrown at him. Baka! Mikami and Abe was instantly enraged. Coldly looking at Chen Anmo, he opened his mouth and cursed. There is an old saying in your Dala dynasty. It is called Wei Junjie, the one who learns things. I advise you to get lost right now, or else, I will make you realize how powerful we great Japanese are. The two people behind Chen Anmo didn't move. It was because before he came, the city lord had given him 3 orders to cooperate with Chen Anmo. Both were a little strange at this point. Now that the person has been found, wouldn't it be better to just take it down? What are you waiting for? Although it was strange in his heart, Chen Anmo had already warned them when they came up. If they don't listen to the command, once the mission fails, it will be their fault. Based on that, they don't talk now either. Just watch Chen Anmo perform. Chen Anmo smiled at Mikami Inoue. He took a step over and spoke in a cold voice. Then I'd like to see how you can make me look good. Bagger. Mikami Inoue was furious. This little young man, he reckoned that this young man was a dude from one of the big families here. Drunk and wanting to make trouble. What an ignorance. Don't you know that it was only last night that he took 2 ninja henchmen with him and killed the people from the Ling Tian martial arts school? How dare you provoke him? This man, die. Seeing Chen Anmo killing, suddenly, behind the screen in the room, suddenly 2 people rushed out. Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. This Mikami Inoue really does have followers around him. The point was, he hadn't even detected these 2 people's breath. I think he must have practiced some kind of ninjutsu to hide his breath. Man out. Now do it. Chen Anmo took a step back. He had just deliberately made this scene because he wanted the person hidden in the dark to appear. Because the person who killed the Ling Tian martial school was not done by one person. Now that he saw that someone was indeed hiding here, Chen Anmo knew that he hadn't guessed wrong. Hearing this, Mikami Inoue reacted. You drop. What drop work? Is it intentionally looking for trouble from me? Daleks. Really sinister and cunning drop work. Mikami Inoue cursed under his breath. Chen Anmo didn't talk nonsense. While drawing back, the 2 6th grade experts beside him both took out their swords from their backs. Kill them. The 2 ninjas hiding in the shadows didn't say a word, but their actions said it all. They quickly drew their swords and took on the 2 masters. Ninjutsu. Ho Fireball Jutsu. Suddenly, Mikami Inuyasha opened his mouth violently at Chen Anmo's position. A fire dragon jetted out as his stomach bulged. Howling fireball spell? Chen Anmo frowned. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of jutsu in this life. Chen Anmo did a backflip towards the back and his body landed below. The city lord's mansion is on the case. All idlers get out. The words were followed by a scream. Meanwhile, the people who had been waiting outside for a long time rushed in. At the 3rd floor, multiple experts even appeared, rushing in through the window. Mikami Inoue's face changed wildly. In the meantime, a ninja screamed miserably as he was stabbed in the abdomen by a taller 6th grade martial artist. Kame-chan. Mikami Inoue rushed to help the injured ninja up. Mikama-kun, come on, go with Kame Daikun. Chapter 60. Yeah no. Turtle Little June and Turtle Big June were obviously 2 brothers. Seeing the miserable state of his younger brother, Turtle Xiao Jun, Turtle Dai Jun was anxious. He wanted to come to the rescue. However, the 6th grade martial artist's powerful sword technique quickly blocked off his retreat. In the meantime, several masters killed through the window. Mikami Inoue knew that staying here any longer would be a death sentence. Mikama-kun, you go first, Turtle Archon roared. At those words, Mikami Inoue no longer hesitated. With a flash, he quickly ran to where the window was. Kame Daikun, Kame Xiaojun, I dropped to go first, but you 2 don't worry. I, Mikami Inoue, will never forget your sacrifice. I will avenge you and let them die. Die. You die for me. Boom. Chen Anmo, who had already run outside, slashed with a Big Dipper blade chi. Mikami Inoue, who had just been putting up a tough fight, was taken aback. One didn't stand still, and the whole person fell towards the bottom. Boom! Mikami Inoue fell to the ground and gnawed at the mud. He scrambled to his feet, and suddenly his heart sank. 2 experts were already killing towards him. Thumbs up. He couldn't fend it off in time, and his hands were instantly injured. Chen Anmo's attack also came in a flash, and the blazing fire covered the upper half of his body. His hair scorched. Ouch! Yeah no! Iku! Mikami Inoue woefully jerked at his flaming hair, howling in pain as he ran. Bang! At this time, Wang Jiao personally struck out, instantly shattering both of Mikami Inoue's knees. Put! Mikami Inoue fell to his knees, the pain making him twitch violently. Wang Jiao grimaced and commanded, help put out the fire on him and escort him to the extreme punishment prison. I'm going to interrogate him on how these sons of ES came to my territory. Yes, City Lord. At this time, He Guang jogged over and arched his hand. City Lord, the 2 ninjas upstairs have been resolved. Originally, we wanted to leave them alive, but after these 2 ninjas were subdued, they both had poison in their mouths and have now taken the poison and killed themselves. Speaking, a few yamen carried the 2 bodies down. Chen Anmo pretended to examine the body and went to touch it. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 150 days of cultivation. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 150 days of cultivation. Triggers 2 ninja dead wishes. Last wish 1, invade the Dale dynasty. Long live the great Japanese dynasty. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Legacy Wish 2, cooperate with the Cult of Peace, destroy the City Lord's house, and take the town of 4 floors. Reward, Ninjutsu, Ho Fireball Jutsu, great achievement. Seeing this, Chen Anmo frowned. Good lord, these Japanese have colluded with the Taiping sect. Xiao Mo, have you found out anything yet? Just now the City Lord has asked me. Just then, Higuang came over and asked quietly. Now he could kind of see it. Not only is Chen Anmo talented, he seems to have a knack for investigating cases, and he doesn't know anything about that. Therefore, he could only use the effort of coming to check the corpse to secretly ask Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo said the information he had just chatted about. My lord, it is highly likely that these Japanese have colluded with the Taiping sect demons for 2 purposes. First, it is highly likely to be unfavorable to Lord City Lord. In the recent period of time, let the City Lord's mansion be more heavily guarded, and keep idle people away. Second, the purpose of the Taiping sect and the Japanese is to overthrow our Dale dynasty. Higuang's eyes glared. What? They guys? How dare they? Chen Anmo said. My lord, this is some information I've investigated. It shouldn't be wrong. Good boy, how did you find out? Higuang asked in disbelief. My subordinate has some friends in the Jianghu outside, and these people are a little more well-informed. Chen Anmo said mysteriously, trying to remain as mysterious as possible. Higuang drifted off. No wonder. It makes sense why Chen Anmo knows so much about some things. After chatting for a while, Higuang hurriedly ran to Wang Jiao's side to report. A moment later, Wang Jiao walked over. Chen Anmo, this time you have made a great achievement. Good job. Take down these Japanese in advance. I will ask Higuang to send the reward to you later. Chen Anmo arched his hand. My lord, it's proper for me to do this. On top of that, the county magistrate has provided me with a lot of help. Otherwise, my subordinate would have never been able to do so well. Chen Anmo knew exactly what to say, so give Higuang face. Sure enough, Higuang on the side nodded in satisfaction. Dark Road Chen Anmo hit the road. Such a talent has to be reused in the future. After Chen Anmo finished speaking, he walked to the side and checked out the rewards. Last wish, kill the Japanese man Mikami Inabe. Completed. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Next, Chen Anmo heard Wang Jiao instructing the people below him to investigate the Kamakura rebellion organization. He was prepared to lead the party himself and clear the rebels. But these things are not his concern anymore. He was only a government servant, and was generally only responsible for the security of the city. But what's the difference between this jutsu and kung fu? Chen Anmo stroked his chin, somewhat curious about these ninjutsu, because these ninjas utilize jutsu that are somewhat like jutsu. He guessed that it was probably some branch of the ancient arts. Then they stole it and just changed the name. Still, one has to admit, some of the jutsu are pretty strong, like a means of hiding your breath. One must know that after he cultivated the breath-seeking skill, he had the ability to find traces and hide. But just now, he still hadn't realized that the 2 ninjas, Turtle Big and Turtle Little, were hiding in the shadows. This shows how powerful the ability to hide one's breath in ninjutsu is. Could it be the legendary stealth technique? Shaking his head, he couldn't figure this out either. At this moment, he walked towards the Ling Tian Martial Hall. Next, he had to go and fulfill the 2 last wishes of Master Zhao Wukan. First, let the family be buried neatly and decently. The second last wish was to send Mo Linger to the capital. Nowadays, with Zhao Wu dead, there was no one here to shelter Mo Linger. In case anyone else was dealing with her, that would be a problem. The last wish of sending her to the capital was a reward of 20 years of cultivation. Take a step back. The 2 had a relationship. After all, sort of half a woman to him, it was only natural to help out when she was in trouble. The entrance to the Ling Tian Martial Arts Center. The place is packed with people, most of whom have come to mourn. There were owners of major martial arts schools, members of some gangs, and more, friends and family of Zhao Wu's life. Zhao Wu loved making friends more than Lu Jingfei, so he came with an extremely large number of friends. The large yard was packed with people. In the inner room, on the other hand, there were cries of pain. As Chen Anmo walked over, some people automatically made way. Right now, Chen Anmo was recognized as the first genius of the 4th floor town. In the future, you will surely be successful in the martial arts examination. Such a person will have a higher future status than the magistrate and is held in high esteem by the city lord. Who dares not give face? Brother Chen, you're here. Duan Wenchao's eyes were filled with tears as he wiped them away while welcoming him over. Chen Anmo patted his shoulder. Condolences. AI. My master died too tragically at such a young age. Duan Wenchao choked. Chen Anmo didn't know what to say, so he consoled 2 sentences and walked over to the side of Jingfei Martial Arts Center. Senior sister Lu Feng, including the master, senior brother Song Shuqing, and others had come to attend the funeral. Lu Feng was comforting Mo Linger. Miss Mo, to tell you something, just now, the murderer of the family of Master Zhao Wukan has been caught. Chen Anmo walked over and said directly, "Sometimes the best way to comfort a person is to tell them that the murderer has been put away. That helps more than anything." The people around them froze at this statement. With that, a group of people gathered around. Mo Linger raised her head in surprise. "Who is the murderer? Brother Chen, where is the murderer being held now? I want to make him look good." Li Rang also rushed over and said viciously. Chen Anmo told the story of how he had just caught Mikami in Yuyasha. Finally, he said, according to the investigation, these Japanese, Mikami and Abe, are in collusion with the recent rebel Kamakura organization, and are not clear with the Taiping sect, and their purpose is to mess us up here. The disciples of the major martial arts schools that have been killed recently, as well as some of the magistrates, are all the work of these people. Lord Castlemaster has now ordered an all-out siege of the Kamakura organization. Anyone with news can report back. What he said, soon everyone would know anyway. Not much of a secret, so he just said it. Damn, so it's those Japanese. Mo Linger narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, "One day, I will definitely lead a large army and step on the Japanese islands." Although no one here has ever set foot in Japanese country, but they all knew that the bonobos lived on the island. Because of the scarcity of resources on the island, they often sailed their boats and went to the coast to burn and loot and do nothing. People in the Jianghu have also heard about the numerous crimes committed by the Japanese, but how could they not have expected that these bonobos would have the audacity to come to their hinterland to cause trouble, and colluded with the cult of peace? Chen Anmo went over some more general details and finally said towards Mo Linger, "Miss Mo, let's take a step to talk." A few moments later, he came under an orange tree in the backyard of the martial arts school. Chen Anmo looked around to see that no one was around and said towards Mo Linger, "Miss Mo, what are you going to do next?" Now, he had understood the identity of Mo Linger. Surprisingly, it's a royal princess. No wonder she said something inexplicable earlier. Mo Linger wondered, "What next? Didn't you say before that you wanted to get out of here? There might be some danger on the way." Mo Linger's complexion dimmed. Originally, Master had told her that he would personally escort her back to the capital, but now, it became a luxury. She couldn't reach the mother for a while, so she was going to go back by herself. "I'll go back alone then. I should be fine. If you don't mind, I'll have my brother drive you." He considered that it would be easier to use the identity of Chen He and wear a mask to enter the capital. This way you can do anything without being watched by someone with an axe to grind. Mo Linger froze. "Really? 1,000 times over." Mo Linger nodded. "Thank you so much." With Chen He escorting her, then her journey back would undoubtedly be much safer. "But I don't understand why you and your brother are helping me," Inkling asked curiously. She guessed, could it be that Chen He had already told Chen Anmo about being like that with her? This is so humiliating. The point was, when she and Chen Anmo were in that cave, this guy's hands were still messing around on her body. Just thinking about it made her feel a little messed up in her relationship. Chapter 61 I am marrying, and I am marrying you. We're all close friends, so it's normal to help you. Chen Anmo didn't say anything more. "Thanks a lot then. When are you going to leave?" "I'll return to the capital after the new year, but I'll be looking for a place to stay next." Mo Linger's brows suddenly wrinkled. Before, she had her master to protect her, so she didn't have to worry about safety, but the master is dead. She was worried about a repeat of what had happened before when someone had dealt with her. "The place where I live now is no longer safe. You can stay at my house for a while if you don't mind. I have a cellar at home." Chen Anmo proposed. To obtain the reward of 20 years of cultivation, the prerequisite was to keep Mo Linger safe. Mo Linger glanced at Chen Anmo and finally nodded. "Thanks a lot then." She happened to have no place to stay, and since Chen Anmo said so, it couldn't be better. "Well then, in the evening, you will leave by the back door, and I will arrange a carriage there, and you will just get into it then." Chen Anmo finished speaking and directly left the place. He first went home and talked to Shin Xian about it. I would have expected Shin Xian to be a bit disgusted by this sort of thing. Unexpectedly, she directly agreed and even asked him to bring Mo Linger back earlier. "Sister-in-law, you're not angry?" Chen Anmo asked with some surprise. "It's bringing a woman back, after all. What's there to be angry about? She's been in trouble. It's safer to stay here." Shin Xian gave him a blank look. "Then go pack the wagon." The horses had been well cared for and fattened up by her in recent times. With that, he led the horse and pulled it behind the Ling Tian Martial Hall. In the evening after dinner, Mo Linger quietly got on the carriage. Chen Anmo drove the carriage and returned home. Mo Linger got off the carriage with some apprehension. She did trust Chen Anmo. After all, Chen Anmo had saved her many times before. The reason she was apprehensive was because she knew that Chen Anmo had a woman at home. Will his family be upset? Just after getting out of the carriage, she saw a beautiful woman walk over and take her hand. Inkling froze, because there was a beautiful woman in front of her that she hadn't seen before. She had seen the woman beside Chen Anmo before during the small test of martial arts. It was a woman with a waxy face and a slightly chubby, unattractive figure. But this one in front of her, whether it was her facial features, or her body, but it was not worse than her. There are even more than. What's going on here? Chen Anmo, who is this sister? Mo Linger asked in surprise. Put, Shen Xin laughed, then explained, actually, we've met. Impossible, I don't have a bad memory. If I've seen you, sister, with your beautiful appearance, I won't forget. Mo Linger said with all certainty. Chen Anmo's mouth grinned. Unexpectedly Mo Linger's mouth is quite good at talking. Chen Anmo didn't sell out and explained, actually, this is my sister-in-law. When she was chased by thieves, I hid my sister-in-law at home, in order to avoid being recognized. She was also given a mask to wear. He gave a general account of the events leading up to it. Anmo was right. I was wearing a mask when we met earlier, Shen Xin said softly. So it is. Mo Linger came to a realization. Shen Anmo said, so yeah, here, you can rest assured that there's nothing wrong with security. Let's not talk about this. My meal is ready. Miss Mo, the beds I've also made. From now on you and I will live in the cellar. How about it? That's trouble. It's no trouble. Come and eat. On the table, a 4-course meal had been set. The food was very generous. During the meal, Muriel was overwhelmed with emotion. I can't imagine that in the end. It was Chen Anmo, a close friend she had only recently met, who helped her, though she did consider them mentors. For example, Yao Wan and Duan Wenchao. However, behind all of them are big families. The places to stay are all crowded, too. That's why she had accepted Chen Anmo's offer to stay at Chen Anmo's house. Into the night, Chen Anmo was in the courtyard, teaching Shen Xin to cultivate Kung Fu. Mo Linger, who was sitting on the steps in a daze, looked at these two people with odd eyes, sister-in-law and little brother. But look at them, they seem to be very intimate. Is it? A not-so-nice thought somehow surfaced in her mind. But soon, Muriel shook her head. How can that be? Chen Anmo looks like a decent man. As for sister Shen Xin, she's also so nice. Although Chen Anmo accidentally touched her with his hand last time, but it was an accident. Then again, it's still her own fault. Based on this, she didn't blame Chen Anmo. She then went and briefly washed up before heading off to the cellar to rest. She's just been to the cellar to look around. It's not humid here. It was tidied up in an unusually neat, clean and fresh manner. Even the air smells good. At first glance, it was the reason why Shen Xin had taken good care of it on weekdays. She was very happy with the residence. Removing his outer robe, he backhanded his bellyband a bit looser. Bang! 2 little naughty wiggles. Phew! She took a long breath. She had been a little less comfortable because she had tightened the straps too much. There was an overwhelming sense of relief now that it was finally liberated. Just as she had laid down to rest, Chen Anmo and Shen Xin exchanged glances. Afterward, picking up Shen Xin, he went to the house. Oops, keep it down. Because of the people coming to the house, Shen Xin didn't even dare to shout out loud now. Otherwise, if Mo Linger heard it, it would be over. It's all going to be a shame later. Seeing Shen Xin like this, Chen Anmo inexplicably had a feeling of excitement. He pulled over Shen Xion's face and looked into her eyes and laughed. Sister-in-law would still turn out to be shy. Shen Xion's watery almond eyes took a look at the man who was bullying her, and suddenly her hands and feet were like octopuses, wrapped around Chen Anmo. Where is Slave's shyness? It's just that I'm afraid that Mo Linger will hear it and won't know what we're doing by then. She's old enough to know, so what if she does? Chen Anmo said deliberately. Shen Xian was even more embarrassed. Nonsense. In front of outsiders, I am your sister-in-law after all. Besides, your big brother died not long ago. She was, after all, a very conservative, ordinary woman. She didn't want to be talked about behind her back. Sister-in-law, you're imagining things again. No, it's just that it's embarrassing. But it's also possible that it's just nonsense. I see that Mo Linger is also quite good. You've brought her back home. Haven't you thought about taking her down? If she were to be your wife, she'd definitely be better than me. Shen Xian said with a bit of a grudge. Nonsense. If I were to marry, it would be you, sister-in-law. Chen Anmo kissed Shen Xian's forehead and told her not to think nonsense. People, sometimes the more you think about things when you're full, the more your brain gets messed up. It can get bogged down in self-entanglement and internalized self-consumption. So gotta give this guy something to do. So what now? Soon the two were snogging under the covers. In the cellar, just as Mo Linger was pondering how Shen Xian hadn't come over when it was already very late, the cellar door opened. Shen Xian held up a small candle and quietly walked in. Miss Mo, still awake? Well, it's the first time I've slept here, and I'm a little sleepy. Let's read the talkies together if you can't sleep. Shen Xian offered. I just lived here, and I always read some talking books when I'm bored alone. Actually, There was something Shen Xin didn't say. She did used to love reading them, but lately she had been practicing diligently, so she hadn't touched the talking books much. Now it was to see that Master Mo Linger had just left, worrying that she was sad and upset, so Shen Xin thought to accompany her to talk. Mo Linger's eyes lit up. She was also a lover of talking books. That's great. I'd love to see that too. Shen Xin took down a small wooden box from the side shelf. A dozen talking books were placed inside. The story of Hua Xiaolan's replacement for her father in the army. The story of Xiao Qian's immortal cultivation. The legend of scattered cultivation. The story of becoming an immortal. The story that Jinlian and Shiman had to tell. Debauchery in the palace. Those years I wandered in the spring house. The first basic talking book. It's kinda normal. It's all about cultivation and normal jungle stories. But in the later books, the picture changes. Looking at Mo Linger, she blushed. I can't imagine that sister Shen Xin, who's so innocent, would read this. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Oops. Shen Xin was also taken aback when she saw several inexplicable books of words. Where did these books come from? She stated it was just outrageous. These books are definitely not hers. Sister Shen, these aren't yours? Mo Linger said with an odd expression on her face, because the way she looked at Shen Xin, it didn't seem like she was pretending. Shen Xin said awkwardly, of course it's not mine. I'm not going to look at these talking books. In fact, were what Shen Anmo had rummaged through in his traveling bag after he had solved Zhang Fontian's problem in the first place. Also turned up were some women's blouses, but those clothes were thrown away, and these talking books looked good to him, so he took them back. That's not yours, it must be Chen Anmo's. But how did he put his stuff here? Did he live here? Mo Linger was also a gossip. At this moment, the fire of gossip burned in his eyes. Of course not. It should have been treated as clutter and just piled up here. Shen Xin stroked her hair, trying hard not to look at Muriel's eyes, for fear of being seen by Mo Linger for something. Fortunately, Mo Linger was more heartfelt and didn't think much about it. Just muttered, this Chen Anmo, usually can't see yo, actually love to read these. TSK, Jinlian and Shiman had to tell the story. I'd like to see. What story had to be told? Not for a while. Mo Linger was blushing as she watched. After all, these talking books actually come with illustrations on top. It simply lit up her big eyes. That's all. Encouraged by Mo Linger, Shen Xin joined her in reading these talking books. In the days that followed, the two became more and more familiar. Even exchanged some odd poses from the talking books. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a pose is absolutely impossible for two people to accomplish. Mo Linger said with all certainty. Shen Xin looked away. A pretty face blushed. Searching for the night just wasn't like this with Chen Anmo. It's not really a no-no. Shen Xin whispered. Chapter 62 A whole family. Strange paper man daughter-in-law. Mo Linger shook her head again. How can that be? Shen Xin didn't say much more. If he said any more, Mo Linger would probably mess up her thoughts. She sighed slightly in her mind. No wonder Chen Anmo has been making so many strange moves lately. I'm sure it's all learned from this. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the first 7 days of Zhao Wu's family. After Chen Anmo drove the carriage and quietly sent Mo Linger to the street, the two separated and arrived at the Ling Tian Martial Hall one after the other. Today is the day for the burial of Zhao Wu's family. The location of the burial was chosen to be a cemetery in the middle of the Zhao Wu family. Chen Anmo also helped carry the coffin. With the burial complete, the reward arrived. Last wish, for our family to be buried in a neat and honorable manner. Reward, crane fist. Minor accomplishment. This instant, Chen Anmo felt that his bones, all of them, began to become tingly. There was a feeling that all the meridians had been opened. Qi and blood began to boil within his body. A feeling that was like burning up. An abundant forceful qi, along with the blood circulation, began to travel all over the body. This change made him feel that while his strength became stronger, his body was much lighter. Not bad. Worthy of the crane fist, the changes it brings are powerful. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow. Crane fist, but it was a Xian rank extreme grade technique. It's all about speed and stance. Therefore, when practicing this technique, the practitioner would feel the muscles surging all over his body, and among the bones, they would all explode with a feeling of lightness and smoothness. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Anmo practiced crane fist for the first time. The heartbeat sped up. Suddenly, he felt a tingling and burning sensation coming from his eyes. The next instant, the view became better. Bright eyes. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. With the addition of the crane fist, the cultivation level also advanced logically. 6th grade. Chen Anmo laughed. Finally 6 pints. His cultivation level was now no worse than those martial arts hall masters. Now he is the real deal. With this strength, you can travel all over the world and never be afraid again. And it only took him how long? It's scary to think about. Because of the large number of people around him, He hid his breath at the first opportunity. When the funeral was over, he went to the Ijuan because it was close by. A lot of martial arts disciples have died recently, as well as government officials. He'd wanted to come over and rake in the rewards for a long time. Old Li Tu didn't hug his paper man daughter-in-law today. Instead, they were tying up paper figures in the house. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Anmo knocked on the door and then stepped into the house. The house is very heavy with yin qi, but Old Li head is peaceful in a group of dead people. Calmly tie the paper. Yo, Sheriff Chen, you're finally here. Ah, a lot of people have died recently, and all of them were experts in martial arts. Old Li's head sighed. These days, even martial arts practitioners die so much. Then those ordinary people. More dead. Chen Anmo carried meat buns in his hands, as well as braised meat packed back from the funeral grounds, and said with a smile, "Where are those people?" Old Li pointed toward the inside. "Why didn't you bring any roast chicken today? Do you want some?" To be. Old Li Tu took the things in Chen Anmo's hand with one hand. The red meat and buns are cold, but he didn't care, grabbing a large piece of red meat and chewing on it. Fragrant. It's been a long time since I've had red meat. Hey, yummy. Old Li had hugged the side of the paperman, smiling and kissing. Daughter-in-law, let's eat roast pork. Delicious and good roast pork. Chen Anmo shook his head. Old Li too has been dealing with dead people. His brain is actually a little less normal, like the paperman in his arms. Chen Anmo noticed that the paperman in Old Li Tu's arms, his eyes just seemed to have moved a little. Before that, it had been motionless, but now it seems to have switched places. Chen Anmo's mouth opened wide in shock. When I didn't practice crane fist before, I didn't have bright eyes, so I wasn't very observant, but now he sees differently. So at a glance, I could tell something was wrong. Could it be a misreading? Chen Anmo twisted his head in surprise and came to the side of the corpse inside. Suddenly, he turned his head again. This time, the paperman's eyes didn't move. Shaking his head, he didn't bother to think much about it, and instead began to feel the body. Chen Anmo looked at the corpse of a magistrate. They've patrolled together before. I didn't expect to die so badly. In the face and on the head, he was slashed. The murder weapon was obviously a Japanese sword used by the Japanese. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 50 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy wish 1, the Japanese killed my life. Avenge me. Reward, 2 bottles of blood-strengthening elixir. Wish 2, my mother is seriously ill. My children are starving. And my daughter-in-law has a handicapped leg. So I hope I can have 30 taels of silver to tide them over. Reward, 50 taels of silver. Seeing this, Chen Anmo sighed. Brother, I will visit you at home later. Rest in peace. Last wish, the Japanese killed my life. Avenge me. Completed. Reward, 2 bottles of blood-strengthening pills. It's a kind of revenge because the Mikami Inoue side guys have been taken care of. So the reward arrives. The next few yamas, the last wishes were pretty much the same. Aside from revenge, there's also the trifling matter of the family. There is no other reason for all this trivia. That is, poor. After collecting these people's rewards, he looked at the martial arts hall disciples on the side. All of these men had the same last wish for revenge, because the enemy has been brought to justice and his last wishes are fulfilled. Reward, 2 bottles of blood-strengthening pills. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Reward, 1 gold silk soft armor. Reward, 1 gold silk soft armor. Reward, 1 bottle of strength of chi elixir. Rewards. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. He found that the disciples of the martial arts school were given more rewards. He guessed that it was because of the high strength of the disciples of the martial arts school. The higher the cultivation level, the more generous the rewards. Gold silk soft armor. Get 2 in one breath. As for the chi strengthening pill, this was the first time he had seen it. However, he estimated that it should be an elixir similar to the blood strengthening elixir. The blood strengthening pill is to make up for the deficiency of chi in blood. The chi strengthening pill is to strengthen the internal chi. Regardless, the trip was really worth it. Another glance at his current attributes. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, early 6th grade. Wind chasing fast sword technique, master, blade light and sword shadow. Blade chi continuous. Big Dipper blade chi. Technique, tiger's might overlord technique. Master, strength of 9 bulls and 10 tigers. Dark power continuous. Technique, dragon claw hands. Minor achievement. Technique, Qiankuan step. Grandmaster, step on snow without a trace. Walk in the wind and clouds. Technique, breath-seeking technique. Perfection, trace and hide. Kung Fu, crane fist. Minor success. Available practice time, 21 years. Available blood value, 120. Beast fire, 6 points. Poison resistance, 3 points. 21 years of cultivation time. I'll first cultivate the chi nurturing skill that master passed down to me before I say anything. Chen Anmo whispered in his heart. He had already spent quite a bit of time cultivating the chi nurturing technique before. Although he hadn't initiated the chi nurturing technique, he had already touched the threshold. He felt about right now. Deducting 1 year, you once again practiced the chi nurturing technique painstakingly, and your chi nurturing technique improved once again. Deducting 5 years, you used 100 points of chi and blood value in one breath and took another chi strengthening elixir, and your chi nourishing skill has finally loosened up. You feel a breath different from the internal chi spreading inside you. You made it. Technique, nourishing chi technique. Introductory. In an instant, even the realm was elevated. Before that, it was still only the early 6th grade. Now it's mid-6th grade. This discovery, on the contrary, did not make Chen Anmo look much happier. Quite simply, counting the time he had spent cultivating above the chi nurturing skill initiation, he had already spent several decades. These decades of cultivation slammed down. If he still couldn't get the chi nurturing technique started, it would be meaningless. But the benefits brought about by the introduction of the chi nurturing skill are indeed great. He didn't just feel that his perception had gotten stronger. It's like being able to keenly sense the breath within another person. In that case, even if someone else hid their cultivation, he would be able to tell. And just then, he sensed a faint aura hiding in the paperman daughter-in-law in old Li Tu's arms. The perception startled him. This paperman, is he even alive? He recalled the scene where he had just seen the paperman's eyes suddenly move. It was a shock to the heart. Sheriff Chen, how's it going? My daughter-in-law told me that you've been staring. Old Li Tu suddenly said cheerfully. Oh, your daughter-in-law is really good at talking to you. Chen Anmo smiled skinlessly. That's true. My daughter-in-law can talk. Chen Anmo said. That's fine. You let your daughter-in-law say a few words for me to hear. That's no good. My daughter-in-law said she's shy. Oh, yeah. Chen Anmo shrugged. There are fairies and demons in this world, so if there are ghosts, it's normal. He was not afraid of ghosts since the gongfu he was practicing now was very powerful. Just curious if it's a ghost or what it is. Old Li Tu, I see you're quite good at paper tying. Where did you learn it? Chen Anmo asked casually. Since Old Li Tu's paper daughter-in-law had developed a spirit, whether it was a demon or a ghost, one thing was certain. That means it must be dependent on Old Li Tu's paperman for survival. So, the papier-mâché craft may be unusual. Old Li Tu touched the grease stains on his mouth and laughed. What's the matter, Sheriff Chen? You want to learn the craft of an old man like me? Yeah, the family's too poor to get by, so it's good to learn another trade. I don't teach then. It is said that the disciple is taught and the master is starved. Old Li shook his head like a rattle. Chen Anmo laughed. I promise not to tie paper here. Isn't that good? Besides, you are also old. You won't live for a few years, right? When people die, you have no one to learn this craft. Don't you think it's a pity? So saying, Old Li Tu lapsed into silence. Sounds like a bit of a shame. Old Li responded inside. I'll discuss it with my daughter-in-law later. Then take your time to discuss it. I'll go first. Chen Anmo walked up to Old Li Tu and clasped his fists at him, as well as the paper man in his arms. Leave immediately. Mother, he seems to have seen you. When Chen Anmo left, Old Li Tu was surprised. The paper man in his arms. His black eyes rolled. Chapter 63. After all, she's in her second marriage. How could Chen Anmo not expect that the paperman daughter-in-law in Old Li Tu's arms was really alive? Used to think he was crazy. Chen Anmo's face was odd. The more powerful he became, the less he felt knowledgeable about the world. Everywhere is spooky. He then walked towards the homes of several of the dead magistrates. In the house of the magistrate Xiao Zhao, living on the edge of a food market. It's not a very nice place. The family consists of a sick mother and young children. As for his wife, although she was physically unharmed, she was after all a woman and had little income. With Xiao Zhao's death, the family was left without a source of livelihood. Arriving home, Xiao Zhao's family is still immersed in a cloud of sadness. Sibling, Chen Anmo walked over. This isn't Sheriff Chen. Xiao Zhao's wife is dark-skinned and not very good-looking, but there's one thing to be said for it. These days, being ugly might be a lucky thing, not to be targeted. Redheads don't happen. Siblings, Xiao Zhao is gone. I know that your family is not in a good situation, so you can keep these silver. Chen Anmo didn't make any polite remarks either. The bag of silver was handed over directly. Receiving the heavy silver, Xiao Zhao's wife's tears rolled down. Sheriff Chen, this, woohoo! She burst into tears. Hey, this silver, it should be enough for you guys for about 10 years. Aha, enough, really? Xiao Zhao's wife nodded repeatedly, and in the heat of the moment, she hastily pulled the child beside her. Put. The two mothers knelt down to Chen Anmo. Thank you, Sheriff Chen. Thank you, Sheriff Chen. Last wish, I hope my family will have 30 taels to tide them over. Completed. Reward, 50 taels of silver. Taking a look at the rewards, Chen Anmo hurriedly helped them up. To be honest, even if there was no reward and he learned of their situation, he would have come over to help. On my way here just now, I looked for a physician as well. He should be here soon to see your mother, Chen Anmo said again. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Xiao Zhao's wife kept wiping her tears. A short while later, the physician came over. Chen Anmo left the place after paying extra money for the consultation and herbs for them. Next, he went to several more places. After fulfilling the last wishes of the dead Yaman, he himself gained roughly a year's worth of cultivation. After he was done, he walked out of the last family home. It was only then that I realized that it was dark outside. It's time to go back, or my sister-in-law will be worried. As he walked, he decided to practice crane fist. There are now 16 years of practice. He estimated that he could cultivate the crane fist to the grand completion realm. Deduct 6 years for practicing crane fist. Your crane fist is easier for you to cultivate. Crane fist, Deshang. Chen Anmo froze. It was reasonable to say that this crane fist was not the same as other feats. The grade should be high. I didn't expect it to be so easy to cultivate. What's going on here? Wait, could it be? His gaze fell on top of the chi nurturing technique. I got it. It must be because of this chi nurturing skill. This chi nurturing skill has pulled up my talent, my physique, out of thin air. So scary. This is what the chi nurturing technique is for. Chen Anmo spread his fingers. The breath of the crane fist lingers. He stood on one leg with his arms spread wide. Whoosh! The entire person was like a white crane, directly rushing out. It was as if he had been a big bird, skimming high above the fields. Deduct 10 years to cultivate crane fist. Your comprehension of crane fist has once again greatly deepened, and you have condensed the white crane immortal chi. Crane fist, great perfection. Hissing, sensing a breath that appeared out of nowhere within his body, Chen Anmo couldn't believe it. This aura, which was added to his entire body, instantly increased his explosive power by as much as 2 or 3 times. This is the secret of crane fist, Chen Anmo shouted out in excitement. In the early stages of crane fist, it was known for its speed and stance. In the later stages of the crane fist, a white crane immortal aura would actually appear. This power fused with internal chi, giving him great explosive power. In a flash, it was the day of the New Year's Eve. Chen Anmo went to the home of Lu Chang and the others to pay a New Year's visit today and sent some food. Most of them are from some landed gentry. He just couldn't get enough of it. Instead of leaving it at home to mold and waste, give it to someone else. In addition to giving it to Uncle Lu Chang and the others, it also gave it to some people in the village. By the time we got home, it was dark. To his relief, his sister-in-law and Inkling had a nice chat. Both were busy in the kitchen room, pushing the door into the house. The smell of a meal hit his nose. So fragrant? Mo Linger was carrying dishes out. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Sister Shin said, make some egg dumplings. By the way, we also wrapped a lot of dumplings together today. Chen Anmo was surprised. You still know how to make dumplings? Mo Linger rested her meal on the table and turned back to cross her arms. What's the matter? Do I have no hands or legs? You think I can't even do this little thing? That's right. Spirit might have done it. Shin Xian gave Chen Anmo a flavorful look and walked out and said, good, good, competent. Chen Anmo sat in his seat with a big grin. Suddenly, I noticed that there was still wine on the table. Isn't this the snake gall wine I took home last time? Chen Anmo said. It's New Year's Eve. Eat something nice. Shin Xian smiled and said, with such a good dish, it's only natural to have a whole lot of wine as well. Chen Anmo smiled. Okay, then have a drink. With that, he poured wine for Shin Xian and himself. This made Mo Linger unhappy. None for me? Chen Anmo said. You want to drink too? Of course. Okay, pour you some too. Chen Anmo shook his head and said, but first things first, this wine is strong. After you've finished drinking it, take an early rest. Muriel nodded her head vigorously. She's actually quite a drinker. Pouring her wine, Chen Anmo raised his glass. Good, today is the New Year's Eve. Wishing us better and better in the future. Cheers, cheers. The two women spoke in unison. Finishing off a mouthful of wine, Chen Anmo was overwhelmed with emotion. Today is his first year in this world. He also didn't expect to reap such a large harvest. Shen Xian was also thoughtful. She never dreamed that the current her would come together with Chen Anmo. And Chen Anmo has been saying for the past few days that he will marry her. This was something she wouldn't have thought of before. After all, she's kind of a second wife. Sometimes, she thought about becoming one of Chen Anmo's concubines. That's good enough. I didn't realize that Mo said to marry her. The wine is over. Some of the wealthier homes out there started setting off fireworks. Gorgeous fireworks lit up the entire sky. Looking at the beautiful fireworks, Mo Linger's thoughts drifted. The capital must be even more lively at this time of the year, right? She couldn't help but think. After this year, she was going back to the capital. Looking at Chen Anmo and Shen Xian, she suddenly felt that it was quite good to be an ordinary person. A cottage, a few acres of good land, a man who loves her, and together they make a little money at home. And she, mothering her children. such a very pleasant day. It's like Chen Anmo and Shen Xin. Only, this kind of small life, which was no more than normal in the eyes of ordinary people, was an extravagant wish for Mo Linger. This time, when she went back, she was heading to a sect called the Violet Light Sect. Her future goal was to cultivate to the upper third level of cultivation, become a land god of the Dale dynasty. It's the Queen Mother and her, she, Princess Lingyu, had the power. Even, according to the mother's words, she, in the future, ascended the throne and became the emperor. In fact, she didn't want to be any kind of empress. She's not an ambitious person. Only, mother had said that if she didn't fight, then she would die. Among the royal family, there is a fierce party dispute. Throughout history, it has always been a winner-take-all situation. There is no surrender to admit defeat. Most of the people who lose end up miserable. Hey, in a couple days, I'm leaving. Mo Linger looked at Shen Xin and said, Sister Shen, do you know about the Violet Light Sect? The Violet Door? Shen Xin and Shen Anmo both looked at each other. Neither one understands. After all, their place was very remote. 6th grade martial artists are already masters here, and there are no sects set up here. They're all just small martial arts schools. Looks like you guys don't understand. I'll be entering the Violet Light Sect in the future. Muriel decided to reveal her secret, though Mother Nature had forbidden her, by strict order, to say where she would go in the future. However, she had great trust in Chen Anmo and Shen Xin. In her opinion, Chen Anmo was gifted. It's really condescending to be here. It would be better to travel to the Violet Sect in the future. In the future, he might be able to cultivate to the upper 3rd grade. At the very least, mid-3rd grade would be fine. At that time, she could grant him an increase in rank. This was the promise she made to Chen Anmo in the first place. We really don't know much about it. Chen Anmo said honestly. It's fine. We can get to know each other in the future. Chen Anmo, you're very talented. When you come to the Violet Light Sect, I can recommend you to the elders. The Violet Light Sect is powerful? Chen Anmo asked. Mo Linger rolled her eyes and said, of course it's powerful. In our great music dynasty, there are 8 great lineages and 10 great sects, and this Violet Light Sect is one of the 10 great sects. There are strong people within the sect, not to mention 6th grade martial artists, even 4th grade and even 3rd grade. Chen Anmo froze. Good lord, there's a land god. When Mo Linger saw Chen Anmo's shocked appearance, she immediately laughed in her heart. What a bumpkin, so surprised to hear about the land gods. Wouldn't it scare me to death if I actually saw it? Now you know how powerful the Violet Light Sect is, right? In the future, you'll have a great future when you enter the Violet Light Sect, so think about it and join my Violet Light Sect. To be honest, Chen Anmo's heart did stir at this time. Here, the strongest feats he could access were only of the Xian rank. The most powerful corpses encountered were only 6th grade. If one were to travel to the Violet Light Sect, what one would come into contact with and encounter would be a different world. Maybe he could actually take one step and touch the mystery of immortality. Okay, I'll think about it when the time comes. Chen Anmo nodded vigorously. Mo Linger smiled. Then I'll wait for you when the time comes. The 3 men drank for a long time. Finally, Mo Linger couldn't hold out any longer. Shen Xin then helped her to rest. After coming back, just as he was about to clear the table, he was hugged by Chen Anmo. Oops, dying. Things haven't been packed yet. Shen Xin said breathlessly. Chen Anmo laughed. Pack up what tomorrow and then say, spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Woohoo. Soon, Shen Xin's body softened. Mo Linger may have had a few more drinks, and in the middle of the night, she woke up with a gush of urine. Sister Shen, need to pee, Inkling said in a daze. Unfortunately, after waiting for half a day, he didn't see Shen Xin reply. Where did Sister Shen go? Muriel looked around. It's late. Why isn't Sister Shen back yet? Mo Linger got up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Walking out of the cellar door, he suddenly heard strange noises coming from a room not far away. Chapter 64. This voice. Muriel frowned. It seemed like she was teaching Sister Shen Gongfu. That's why Shen Xin was so tired and out of breath. Hey, it's so late after drinking, but you're still practicing. You're really diligent. With such a comparison, Mo Linger instantly felt that she was really too lazy. Shaking his head, he went to the restroom and was refreshed after a quick pee. Back to the cellar entrance. The sound actually continued. Back on the bed. The more Mo Linger thought about it, the more wrong it became. Meanwhile, I don't know if I've had too much to drink or what, but there's something strange about my body. Unable to help himself, his hands went inside the covers. Soon the face was red. Moments later, Shen Xin finally limped back. Sister Shen, what took you so long to come back? It's late, Mo Linger asked curiously. In the darkness, she noticed that Shen Xin was actually walking with a limp. Linger, why aren't you in bed yet? Shen Xin was astonished beyond measure. her face filled with redness. If Mo Linger had just gone out and heard some bad noises. She was giddy today because of the wine she'd had. Chen Anmo, in particular, was very strong today, so much so that it was just a bit wide open. Stick your face in and turn it up. Unable to help herself, she admitted the voice was a little loud. Sister Shun, I just had to pee, so I went out. To see you so play still practicing, Muriel said. Practicing? Shen Xin froze, not reacting for a moment. Wait, Spirit, you said, I was just practicing? Yeah, aren't you practicing? Inkling said oddly. Yes, you're right, I was practicing. Hey, Sister Shun, you're also working too hard, practicing so hard that your feet are limping. Shen Xin, in the blink of an eye, it was the day that Mo Linger was going to leave. In these few days, Mo Linger visited her fellow disciples, informed them she was leaving town. Sister Shun, I'll be going then. Mo Linger drove the carriage and turned back somewhat reluctantly, waving at Chen Anmo and Shen Xin. This time of her life has made her a little reluctant to leave. Go on, my brother is waiting for you at the gates, Chen Anmo said. Mo Linger nodded, and while driving the carriage, she shouted towards the back. Chen Anmo, Sister Shun, I'll wait for you at the violet light gate. Spirit, remember to write. Shen Xin shouted. Okay, watching Mo Linger's figure gradually walk away, Shen Xin sighed. So you're leaving too? Well, you know, this girl is a royal princess, so I'm afraid there will be danger along the way. In the past few days, Chen Anmo told Shen Xin about some things. Hey, you must be careful then. He exhorted a few words and watched Chen Anmo leave. Chen Anmo traveled through the path. By now, he had long since put on his backpack and a human skin mask. Come to the city gates. This year has just passed, and some of the traders and the crowds of people going out to work have already gone out in groups. Chen Anmo waited for a while before seeing Mo Linger walking over from afar. Mo Linger also caught a glimpse of Chen Anmo in the crowd. Why did you miss your appointment last time? When Mo Linger thought of the last time she promised to go to Yellow Bug Mountain, she didn't expect big brother Chen He to break the appointment. She was a little angry. Something came up. Get in the car first. I'll catch the bus. Soon, the vehicle traveled quickly. Mo Linger in the car looked at Chen He's back and suddenly realized that it was really too similar to Chen Anmo. It was mainly because he had spent a lot of time with Chen Anmo in recent times. Over time, you can recognize people even by looking at their backs. Linger, this is for you. While rushing, Chen Anmo threw over a piece of clothing. What? Muriel looked away. The heart and mind were shaken. Gold silk soft armor. You know about this stuff? Chen Anmo smiled. Not bad for a royal family. Strong eyesight. Of course I know. My mother had a piece of this thing. Mo Linger was surprised. Back then, mother met with an assassination. If it wasn't for that gold silk soft armor protecting her body, I'm afraid my mother would be dead. That's good to know. So I'll send you off without further explanation, Chen Anmo said. Mo Linger was shocked beyond belief. So precious, you actually gave it to me. I don't know how it's going to be along the way. Your safety comes first, and besides, I've got one of my own. I'm curious now, what kind of identity are you, to have such a good thing? And there are two of them. Mo Linger was incredulous. And you still have that brother Chen Anmo. You don't give it to your brother but to me? After saying that, Mo Linger blushed. She felt that Chen He was definitely interested in her. Why else would you be so nice to her? However, when she thought of what happened earlier when big brother Chen He promised her to go to Yellow Bug Mountain and ended up breaking her promise, she became a little angry. Chen Anmo didn't reply and raised his horsewhip. The wagon was going faster. Into the night, Mo Linger found an unoccupied corner and put the gold silk soft armor on her body. When he came back, Chen Anmo's eyes lit up, because Mo Linger had removed her long shirt and was only wearing a single thin blasphemy. Her figure was flawless. What are you looking at? Muriel spat, but the heart was happy. My lady's charm is really strong. Let's see if you fit. It seems to fit pretty well now. Thank you so much. I'll forgive you for the whole thing before about you blowing off the appointment. Muriel did so with a big grin and a twitch of her nose. Only then did he realize that Chen Anmo was grilling barbecue meat in his hands. She was stunned. Exactly the same. What exactly? Chen Anmo gave her an odd look. You're exactly the same as that Chen Anmo kid's barbecue, Inkling said in a loud, excited voice. It turned out that after eating Chen Anmo's roasted meat in the middle of the cave that time, that absolutely beautiful flavor was still unforgettable to her. No, eating Chen Anmo's barbecue again. This tastes exactly the same. Chen Anmo's heart fluttered as he hurriedly explained. This is still what my brother taught me. I see. No wonder. You and Chen Anmo have almost the same skills. Mo Linger didn't think much about it, and after barfing her food, she went back inside the carriage to rest. That And you keep watch for the second half of the night, ha? Chen Anmo reminded. Ha? I have to keep watch, so you're keeping me up? Chen Anmo was speechless. This girl is a good person, just a little lacking in heart. When Mo Linger thought about it, she could only agree helplessly. Alright, you keep watch and wake me up later. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The two had been on Chen Anmo's watch for the first half of the night and Mo Linger's watch for the second half. The two had been winded, but nothing had happened. But this day, passing through a large mountain. Further on, we'll see a town where we can take a break, Chen Anmo said with a sigh of relief as he held the map. Just at that moment, a dozen or so horses raced ahead. These people are coming from a bad place. Mo Linger lifted the curtain and poked her head out. The group, being on fast horses, soon surrounded their wagon. Chen Anmo frowned. It's a group of horse thieves, and it's supposed to be a rebel organization, because some of them wore the armor worn by the army and carried sabers. Chen Anmo jumped off the carriage, holding the red flame sword on his waist and shouted, "Brothers on the road, is this trying to rob money or take lives?" One of the leaders was a man with a helmet and a face full of pitted scars. He saw that Chen Anmo actually didn't look scared at all, so he hurriedly stopped the henchman who was about to curse. He's a careful man, knowing full well that there are many capable people in this jungle, so go out with a pair of moves and keep them bright, lest you get caught in the gutter. Brother, we built the roads in this place. The scarred man condescended towards Chen Anmo. Oh yeah, and then what? Chen Anmo said calmly. Where are you guys going with this? The scarred man turned to the question. It's out of your hands. Chen Anmo didn't give any face at all. The scarred man frowned. He's giving me enough face. This kid doesn't give me any face. He took a deep breath and said in an unkind tone, "What's your origin? Give me your name. Maybe I'll sell you a face." Big brother, what's the point of wasting words with him? I just saw a woman in the carriage. The second lord was in a hurry. He has good eyesight. Just now, he clearly saw the scene of a woman who looked like a flower, lifting the curtain. It nearly hooked him right then and there. So vow to take the wagon. After the second lord finished speaking, the tip of his knife pointed at Chen Anmo and cursed, "Come here for me." Good. Chen Anmo didn't talk nonsense and walked over. This scene caused the crowd to freeze for a moment. Good lord, this one is so obedient. The scar-faced man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Secretly, he had just been overly careful. So this guy is a wimp. With that thought, he didn't bother with what the second said. Kid, just now my big brother asked you, deaf? The second leader glared angrily at Chen Anmo and cursed. Chen Anmo said, the ears aren't deaf. Then why don't you answer? As he spoke, the second leader rolled over and dismounted from his horse, rushing in front of Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo looked at him and said without haste, because I don't want to go back to dead people's words. The words just fell. A hot blade light fell on the face of the second leader in front of him. He cried out in shock as half of his face was split open. Put! As half of his face fell to the ground, he himself collapsed helplessly to the ground. Don't you dare! When the group of horse thieves saw this, their faces changed drastically. This man is so ruthless. He cut down the second in command at the drop of a hat. There were timid horse thieves whose legs were a bit weak. The scar-faced man subconsciously gripped the knife in his hand and roared, I think you're looking for death. Chen Anmo approached step by step. Then let's see the real thing underhand. Kill him for me. The scar-faced man ordered decisively. Without finishing her words, she only saw that Mo Linger had floated in the air at some point, and the long sword in her hand stabbed at the top of Scarface's head. A muffled grunt rang out, and the scarred-faced man's body abruptly stiffened. Mo Linger's body made a turn, and the sword in her hand stirred on top of Scarface's head. In an instant, brains were splattered. Eventually the whole head exploded. Chen Anmo had also made his move long ago, charging into the horse thieves, like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. These people died and screamed miserably. Not even one person escaped. All died horribly on the spot. It's slimy and gross. Mo Linger looked at the brain matter on the ground and furrowed her brows. Chen Anmo also looked at himself. I just got so high on killing that I got a lot of blood splattered on me. It's all staining the clothes red. The clothes stuck to his body in a very unpleasant way, accompanied by the pungent odor of blood. It was all he could do to remove his top and hunt for a change of clothes. Not far away, Mo Linger glanced over. Ha! She froze. On Big Brother Chen Hei's shoulder. Why are there teeth marks? Chapter 65 Chen Anmo is Chen Hei. Discovered. How could it be? How could there be teeth marks on Big Brother Chen Hei's shoulder? This can't be. Could he be Chen Anmo? Even if Mo Linger was stupid, she reacted at this moment. She recalled being in the cave with Chen Anmo not long ago. A scene of himself biting him hard on the shoulder in the heat of the moment because of the pain. Then, remembering the human skin mask that Chen Xian had worn. Could it be that Chen Anmo has been wearing a human skin mask to deceive me? Actually, Chen Hei is Chen Anmo. He doesn't have any brother at all. If you think of it that way, it all makes sense. Thinking about this, Mo Linger was about to be infuriated. It turns out that it was Chen Anmo who cheated her body all along. This. She was dying of shame. She also wanted to take a closer look at the teeth marks on Chen Anmo's shoulder. Unfortunately, Chen Anmo didn't give her that chance. He entered the wagon and pulled out his traveling bag. After pulling out a change of clothes inside, he began to pick up the body. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 50 days of cultivation. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 30 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. Most of these people's last wishes were mediocre. Starting again. However, for the rest of the journey, Chen Anmo realized that Mo Linger had been looking at him strangely. She had been yakking away in the back earlier. Now it's turning into a bore. It's not supposed to be stimulated by anything, is it? Chen Anmo laughed dumbly. In the evening the carriage stopped at a lake. Looking at the beautiful scenery over here, Chen Anmo said, "Let's rest here today," he said, pulling the horse over to the grass and letting him graze and drink. Mo Linger suddenly suggested, "Big brother Chen He, after walking for several days, your body is sticky. Are you going to take a bath?" "Well, it's to take a shower." Together then, Muriel licked her lips and said, "Chen Anmo, you don't mind?" Chen Anmo asked rhetorically. Mo Linger said frankly, "In my mind, you are a righteous man, so you shouldn't be messing around." Chen Anmo laughed. This woman has a good eye. Since Mo Linger didn't care about anything, if he, a big man, were to squirm, it would be too inhuman. Moments later, the two men jumped into the water. Mo Linger was only wearing a gold silk bellyband, her eyes unblinking as she looked at Chen Anmo. "I have flowers on my face?" Chen Anmo touched his face. Mo Linger said, "Big brother Chen He, let me rub you." Chen Anmo, he was happy. "When did you become so understanding? Are you serious?" Chen Anmo pondered for a while, feeling that something wasn't quite right, but can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. "Of course it's serious. You've been escorting me for so long and working so hard. It's not like it's anything for me to scrub you." Inkling blinked her big eyes and took the initiative to walk over with a towel, looking at Mo Linger's agile figure inside the water. To be honest, he was definitely somewhat moved. Still, Chen Anmo didn't look at it too much. The corner of Mo Linger's mouth turned up. "Pretend. Let's see how long you pretend." Her eyes narrowed as she came behind Chen Anmo and pretended to rub his back, but in reality, her purpose of approaching Chen Anmo was purely to look at the teeth marks on his shoulder. There's absolutely no mistaking it. That's what I bit. Chen Anmo is Chen He. Chen He is Chen Anmo. Mo Linger took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. Then, his eyes were dead set on the flesh by Chen Anmo's ear. "Look at it this way." Sure enough, she found out the end. The skin and flesh around the ears seemed to cover it. That's a clear sign of a human mask. By now, Muriel had made sure of it. She fiercely reached out and grabbed Chen Anmo's face. "Ha!" Chen Anmo hurriedly grabbed Mo Linger's hand, but it was too late. Some of the human skin was still torn off. "Chen Anmo, it's really you. You fooled me so hard." Mo Linger was so angry that she stomped her feet and twisted her head toward the shore. "Crap, it's been discovered." Chen Anmo was helpless. In the beginning, in order to fulfill his last wish, he followed Mo Linger and the others out. Under duress, he used a human skin mask and later had a relationship with her in a haphazard manner. I had thought that the identity of Chen He would never be used, but I didn't expect to end up like this. Let me explain. Chen Anmo simply ripped off his human skin mask and pulled Mo Linger. Mo Linger refused to speak and huffed. "I don't want to care about you, and you don't have to send me to the capital. I'll go alone. I didn't mean to keep it from you. You just hate me and don't want to be responsible for me, don't you? You think I'm going to haunt you?" The reason why Mo Linger was angry was that they already had a relationship, but Chen Anmo was actually hiding it from her. Earlier, Chen Anmo even said something about how big brother Chen He had already left. It was clear that he didn't want to face her. Now that I think about it, she's really naive to be fooled. Humph, shrimp head man, will you let me explain? I'm not listening. Seeing that Mo Linger was so disobedient, Chen Anmo pulled her over and hugged her tightly. She was still trying to struggle, and she was babbling curses. Seeing this, Chen Anmo simply kissed him, gagged her hard. Woohoo! Mo Linger's eyes instantly widened. She kept patting Chen Anmo's chest. Unfortunately, with her strength, how could it be as big as Chen Anmo's? Even though she used all her strength, unfortunately she still couldn't break free. Soon, Mo Linger's body went soft. She still had a crush on Chen Anmo after all. Before that, he had a good feeling about Chen He and also about Chen Anmo. After the burning of an incense stick, Mo Linger powerlessly put on her clothes. "Now can I explain?" Chen Anmo spread his hands out. Seeing that she didn't care, she wrapped her arms around Mo Linger again. "I'm still angry." Mo Linger cast a sidelong glance and muttered again. "And you don't know to be gentle. So next time be gentle?" Chen Anmo was dumbfounded. Sometimes coaxing a girl is so simple. Try it if you don't believe me. Of course, the reason why he was so domineering was because he knew that Mo Linger had feelings for him. Otherwise, it would never have been so easy to make her submit. Hell no, next time with you. Sitting back in the carriage, Mo Linger clasped her hands on her knees and looked at the bonfire embers in front of her. Then explain it to me. Okay, actually the reason why I met up with you guys in the first place was that I knew, ahead of time, that someone was against you. That's the crocodile gang? Nice. So I came over. It's just that later, you were poisoned, and you know how attractive you are. Not many men can control you when you're that active. Chen Anmo said. Muriel said, but why are you helping me? At the time, I was trying to track down the crocodile gang, but now, it's because I've realized that there's a you in my heart, too, Chen Anmo said with a straight face, in order not to make her sad. Chen Anmo could only say this. Of course, he also had a good feeling in his heart for Mo Linger, just not as much as with Shan Xin. It's a strange feeling. He also knew that there was something bad about what he was doing. It can't be helped though. People are strange. Sometimes they know it's bad to do so, but they can't change it. Hearing Chen Anmo say that he had her in his heart, Mo Linger was slightly pleased in her heart. On the other hand, she was unforgiving. The hell, I believe you. Then why did you hide it from me back there? Aren't you just afraid of me pestering you? I'm glad you're pestering me. It's just that I'm afraid you'll hate me even more. In case you think that I'm taking advantage of you, Chen Anmo said nicely before Mo Linger didn't pursue it. Well, no offense. Chen Anmo put his arm around Mo Linger's shoulders and said with a smile. Mo Linger grunted a few times and said, I'm hungry. I want to eat roasted meat. I'll cook it for you while you rest. Looking at Chen Anmo's busy appearance, Mo Linger's face finally revealed a spring-like smile. Soon, however, she seemed to think of something and frowned sadly again, because she thought of her own life. In the future, she will enter the royal family. She will have countless enemies. She and Chen Anmo were destined to be impossible. Stay away from Chen Anmo. Sometimes it's for his own good. She sighed alas at the thought. Next, you're alone and well, we're not meant to be on the same side. Mo Linger whispered in her heart and her mouth flattened. She had already decided that it was better to stay away from Chen Anmo in the future. It's for his own good. It was also to protect him. Stay away and never see each other again. Eat. A moment later, Chen Anmo handed over the roasted meat. Muriel ate it in one bite. After eating and drinking, Chen Anmo headed to the grass to lie down. I didn't expect Mo Linger to lie over as well. The two men looked at the full moon in the sky. Chen Anmo, you're not in love with me, are you? For no reason. Mo Linger came up with this sentence. Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo twisted his head to look in surprise. Just in time, he saw Mo Linger looking towards him as well. Mo Linger's pretty face blushed. What are you looking at? You guess. Muriel skimmed her lips. She concluded that Chen Anmo was definitely interested in her. Why else would you have traveled so far to protect her? Chen Anmo, to tell you the truth. In fact, my identity is more special. In the future, you'd better stay away from me, okay? Mo Linger was worried that Chen Anmo would become sick with longing. I have to say, she was pretty confident in herself. Chen Anmo gave her an odd look and didn't say much. Unexpectedly, Mo Linger suddenly took the initiative to climb on top of him. She planned to go crazy a few times before the two were completely separated. At Mo Linger's sudden initiative, Chen Anmo was a bit strange. It always seemed like she was suddenly preoccupied. However, the previous last wish is kind of fulfilled. Last wish, to have a hard double cultivation with Mo Linger. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. The earth is the bed and the sky is the quilt. Chen Anmo wrapped his arms around Mo Linger and sighed in his heart. This is a royal princess. I didn't think it would be cheap. However, looking at Mo Linger, it was obvious that she wanted to indulge a bit before leaving. You may be a stranger from now on, and he understood why. He's a civilian, and Mo Linger is a princess. Shaking his head, he fell into a deep sleep. The next few days, once the night came, Muriel would take the initiative. She was enjoying the fish out of water. Even when passing through some towns, she unashamedly grabbed Chen Anmo's arm without the slightest hint of avoiding other people's gazes. No one recognizes it anyway. However, there is no such thing as an unbroken feast. Finally, we're in the capital, State House. This is the place of Mo Linger's mother's family. After sending Mo Linger over, the two were about to part ways. Xiao Mo, I'm going to the Violet Light sect. Don't forget when you get there, Mo Linger said with a straight face. By the way, don't mention to others that you know me, or you'll get into trouble. Chapter 66. Young woman Lady Yunfei. Watching Mo Linger leave, Chen Anmo knew that his mission was accomplished. He had just stepped out of the doorway when suddenly a young girl in a long pink dress stopped in front of him. This gentleman, Lady Yunfei, has an invitation. Please move, Chen Anmo asked. What does Auntie Yun want with me? This slave girl is not sure. Chen Anmo nodded and followed the young girl. heading towards a courtyard on the left. It's worthy of being a mansion in the capital. This place is huge. It took an incense stick of time just to walk. Chen Anmo looked left and right, looking cloudy on the surface. In fact, he secretly looked around. This observation startled him. Dozens of strong auras were hidden in the seemingly calm garden. The men had him locked up. There was no doubt that once he did something different, these people would immediately rise up in a group and attack him. Not far away, in the middle of the gazebo, a woman wearing a bustier luo dress with a noble temperament was sitting there drinking hot tea. Underneath the tea set in front of him, there was a charcoal grill that was emitting a silky heat. On top of the stove, in addition to hot tea, there were some pastries, chestnuts, peanut rice and melon seeds. She was the only one in the large gazebo. Mr. Chen, this is Lady Yun who wants to see you. Chen Anmo nodded and walked towards the gazebo. As for the maid, she did not follow. See you, Lady Yun, Chen Anmo said. Young man, do you know what this court has asked you to come here for? Empress Yun sipped her fragrant tea with a graceful posture. I don't know. Concubine Yun frowned slightly. She'd never wanted to bother with such a hick. However, after learning that her daughter was escorted here by him, she decided to meet Chen Anmo. In this way, find out what Anmer Chen knows. If one knew something bad, for example, the true identity of Mo Linger, then sorry, it must be killed. That's right, she had moved to kill Chen Anmo. Mo Linger is one of my senior sisters. I value her very highly. On this journey, have you bullied her? No. Chen Anmo was concise. Really, why didn't Zhao Wu he personally escort? Instead, he made you Master Zhao Wukan is dead. Dead. Lady Yun's hand stopped in midair, a complex color flashing in her eyes. Zhao Wu, her first man, junior sister. My name is Zhao Wu. You've just entered the Violet Light sect, so if there's anything you don't know next, you can ask me. Junior sister, let's go out and train together. Junior sister, don't be like this. Junior sister, I didn't expect you to have such a special identity. So be it, I'll fulfill you. Next, I'll leave this place and head to 4th floor town. Past events were recalled scene by scene before her eyes, making the corners of Lady Yun's eyes a little moist. Back then, they were the most in love couple, but her father forcibly broke them up in order for her to marry into the palace. She tried to fight it too, but the father threatened her mother's life. Finally she gave in. In exchange, Zhou Wu left. It's just that no one knew that she was already pregnant with Zhao Wu at that time, and that Mo Linger was Zhao Wu's biological daughter. This was something that only she and Zhao Wu knew. At that time, Zhao Wu chose to travel far away from home to the remote town of Silu in order to avoid making things difficult for her. As she gave birth to Mo Linger, she also detected Mo Linger's special physique. In the Deep Palace, there is a lot of palace fighting. In order to protect Mo Linger, she hid her, and only a limited number of people knew about it. When Mo Linger grew up, she even sent Mo Linger to Zhao Wu so that she could cultivate. Afterwards, prepare to enter the Purple Light sect to cultivate in the name of Zhao Wu's disciple. Chen Anmo was keenly aware of the aura of sadness that passed through Empress Yun's body. He sighed in his heart. It seems that she and Master Zhao Wukan are the true love. Yes, Your Highness. Master Zhao Wukan's entire family was killed by the Japanese some days ago. Chen Anmo briefly explained the matter. This matter, this palace knows. What else do you know about it? Empress Yun instantly regained her cool color. Now was not the time for her to be sad. She could not let her weakness be perceived. I don't understand what the queen is asking. Do you know why this palace asked Mo Linger to go to Master Zhao Wukan? Lady Ru asked. Chen Anmo frowned slightly. Listening to her. Something's very wrong. Is it trying to turn on me? Chen Anmo thought about it for a little while, and then it suddenly dawned on him. He was worried that Mo Linger's identity would leak out. After all, don't trust him. No wonder they say, once you enter the palace door, it is like the sea. From now on Shaolang strangers, those who enter the Deep Palace not only begin to be desperate for their former lovers, but even more so for outsiders. Although he had escorted Mo Linger back, Empress Yun was still suspicious of him. Thinking of this, Chen Anmo no longer had the heart to talk to Empress Yun about anything else. He asked bluntly, My lady, what do you have to say directly? There's nothing I have to go back. Daring, do you realize who you're talking to? Concubine Yun was displeased with Chen Anmo's attitude. My lady, if you want to trouble me, all sorts of excuses will do. Oh, interesting, you're not afraid? Isn't it just that your mother is worried that I will know something and don't want me to inform out? I can promise that I will keep my mouth shut. When he says that, it's like admitting, I know your secret. If you dare to deal with me, then I'm sorry. Fish death. It's a threat. With her ladyship Yun's experience, she naturally heard it. You, bold. I only want to protect myself. Chen Anmo smiled bashfully, but Nyang Nyang put it down. I am not a loudmouth. I can guarantee that I will keep my mouth shut, and I promise that I will not say anything about you and Master Zhao Wukan. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a cold aura emanated from Empress Yun's body. Kid, say that again. My lady. Then I really said, but in case I have a big voice, you have so many guards here. I count 13 of them, right? These people's strength is not ordinary. Chen Anmo lowered his head. With the white crane immortal chi he was currently cultivating, it would allow him to fly out of here with ease, so it's not like I'm worried about anything. Besides, Princess Ru would be worried that he would actually say something nonsense. The guards here are all her people though, but they are human beings. There are also friends and family. What if it gets out? That's why she's afraid. What if word gets out and the emperor finds out? Well, it's not bad to be the one who can send spirit back alone. Princess Yun smiled frankly. Your Highness is too kind. I was only protecting myself. Chen Anmo said modestly. Can you tell us how you know all this? Pavilion Master Zhao trusted me enough to speak to me. Chen Anmo blurted it out. Lady Ru frowned. Secretly, Zhao Wu was really out of his mind. What's there to say to an outsider about what's going on between them? But it was done. She felt, and she had no choice but to pull the young man in. You are very good. Relax. This palace was just joking with you. You got credit for escorting Mo Linger back. This palace will reward you properly. Chen Anmo laughed in his heart. This took the Lady Ru to task. Sure enough, people are good, and you can only be ruthless if others take you seriously. Chen Anmo continued. Thank you, Empress Yun. In fact, before Master Zhao Wukan died, he also said something to me, and he asked me to pass it on to you. Empress, this is also one of Zhao Wu's last wishes. What about the reward of 20 years of cultivation at stake? Oh, what words were you told to pass on? I'm afraid that Lady Yun will be angry if she hears this, Chen Anmo said. But there's no harm in saying it. Will the queen promise not to be angry? The palace promises. Only then did Chen Anmo feel relieved and said, Master Zhao Wu Pavilion said that I regretted that I did not take you far away from the Empress back then. In fact, back then, Master Zhao Wukan went back to look for you, but unfortunately, you had already entered the Deep Palace and were unable to return. He, who has always regretted it, feels indebted to you. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying berserk aura surged out from Lady Yun. She stared at Chen Anmo dead in the face. What are you babbling about? If I am talking nonsense, heaven will strike me down. Do you realize what would happen if someone else heard what you said? Absolutely no one else will know about this, Chen Anmo assured. In addition, this is also the last wish of Master Zhao Wukan. Lady Ru took a deep breath. The palace will not pursue you, but I hope you will rot in your heart all that you know. As you wish. The words fall, and the legacy reward arrives. Last wish 3, Mo Linger is the daughter of concubine Yun and I. Unfortunately, I'm dead, so I hope that someone can send Mo Linger to the capital, to her mother, for me and her mother to say, I regret that year did not take her far away. By the time I go back and look for her again, she has already entered the palace and is powerless to return. Completed. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. The 20-year incentive has arrived. Chen Anmo's heart perked up. Next, Empress Yun had $20 gold sent to her. This is this palace's reward for you. If you need anything else, you can mention it to this palace. Empress Yun once again returned to her clouded appearance. I want a heaven-ranked technique. I wonder if I can be rewarded. When Lady Yun heard this, the corners of her mouth immediately twitched. Good guy. Opening his mouth to ask for a heavenly ranked technique. The palace still wants it. You have a big mouth. Do you think that heavenly ranked techniques are cabbages? Empress Yun snorted coldly. I'm sure it didn't. Chen Anmo thought with some disappointment. But honestly, he was just asking. Let's take a shot first if we have dates or not. That earth-ranked technique? This palace does have some earth-ranked feats here. But can you do them? These feats are not simple. Empress Yun didn't think that Chen Anmo could cultivate anything. A small place is a small place. And even the greatest genius can't grow up in a small place. It's like seeing your brother Zhao Wu. Back then, within the Violet Light sect, although he wasn't a stunning talent, he was still a genius ranked in the top 30. But when he went to the 4th floor town, his cultivation progressed slowly. That's the gap. I have confidence in myself, Chen Anmo said. Alright, since you're so confident, this palace will grant you the gong method. This palace sees that you use a sword. This is a sword technique called the Heaven-Breaking Blade technique. Earth rank lower grade. Brush. A square jade was thrown over. Chen Anmo froze. What is this? This is a jade slip. In order to avoid high-grade techniques from getting out, many large sects use jade slips to store techniques. Once the technique is absorbed, the jade slip will shatter. So remember, after you read the gongfu, this jade sketch will shatter. Don't lend it to others. Understand? Chen Anmo realized. I didn't realize there were such wonders in this world. In addition to these, this palace sort of still owes you a favor. And in the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to this palace to solve them. Empress Yun stared at Chen Anmo and spoke faintly. She deliberately said this because she wanted to see Chen Anmo's ambitions in the future. Let's see what his real purpose was in sending Muriel back. Chen Anmo silently memorized her words in his heart. Having taken the benefits, Chen Anmo arched his hand and left. Brush. The pink group of young girls who had sent Chen Anmo over earlier appeared beside Empress Yun. Your Highness, the slave girl will immediately send someone to intercept and kill this brat. The courtesan's tone, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 67 Peak. Empress Yun pondered for a moment and shook her head slightly. That's all. But Your Highness, this son is just a man of the Jianghu. He knows too much. In case the news leaks out, it might attract people from the crown prince's party and the empress's side to hunt him down and kill him. The courtesan said eagerly. He won't say anything. If he was going to say it, he would have said it long ago. Besides, he got Zhao Wu's trust. Unable to help herself, she remembered the days when she used to be with Zhao Wu. Brother Wu, I don't want to go to the palace. Take me away. Let's go somewhere where no one knows us. Vu, I hate you for not taking me away. Break up. The corners of Lady Yun's eyes gradually began to moisten. Vu, she murmured. I believe you. Chen Anmo frowned after he walked out of the gate. Someone's onto him. He walked down the street, and the palace maid who had led him there earlier suddenly appeared in front of him. What? Is the queen still trying to turn on me? Chen Anmo said with a cold face. Little brother, the maiden is homely and kind and doesn't want to do anything to you. The courtesan said. Then what do you mean you stopped me? Just want to say one thing to you. In the future, no matter what happens to you, you will not approach Miss Mo Linger again, nor will you be allowed to travel to the Violet Light sect for even half a step. Is that clear? What if I don't listen? I promise, you will regret it. Very, very much. After saying that, without waiting for Chen Anmo to agree, he twisted his head and left the place. The palace is really overbearing. Chen Anmo shook his head and left the place. Next, there was no one to follow, but just in case, he didn't rush off. Instead, they are now living in the middle of the capital. On the one hand, learn something about the capital. On the other hand, understand the major powers. Through understanding, although the Violet Light sect was powerful, it didn't mean it was invincible. There are also quite a few powerful sects. For example, the Triple Sect, the Electric Feather Pavilion, and the Sword and Sword Sect. He kept these secret in his mind. Into the night, he picked up the heaven-breaking blade technique Jade Slip. Sink your mind into it. Instantly, a wave of pure energy was transmitted into the mind. Sky-breaking blade technique. Indestructible, fast and unbreakable. Cultivate to a high level and be able to directly break the sky. That's obviously a bit of an exaggeration. However, from this, one could see that this earth-rank technique was still quite powerful. Now, there are a full 23 years of cultivation time on hand. Deduct 1 year to cultivate the heaven-breaking blade technique. Since you have already cultivated the Big Dipper blade chi, you are more comfortable cultivating this blade technique. In just 1 year, you managed to cultivate the heaven-breaking blade technique to begin with. Deducting 2 years, with the understanding of the heaven-breaking blade technique, you gradually realize that there is some difficulty in cultivating this technique. It is good that you have the foundation in front of you, and you have confidence in yourself. Deducting 2 years, the Skybreaker blade technique has finally entered minor accomplishment. Deducting 5 years, you realize that the heaven-breaking blade technique is different from the previous cultivation, and that the blade techniques can be completely fused. The heaven-breaking blade technique has finally entered its grand completion. Deducting 10 years, the progress of the heaven-breaking blade technique has gotten slower and slower over the years. You have also slowed down your cultivation speed. However, as 10 years passed, you still gained tremendous gains. Heaven-breaking blade technique, perfection. Opening mountains and splitting rocks. Indestructible. At this moment, the epiphany brought about by the blade technique made Chen Anmo feel that his entire being had become sublimated. The whole body seems to swell up. A brutal blade chi aura emanated from his body. The air around them all seemed to be sliced by a strand of Big Dipper blade chi. The blade technique is even more exquisite, and even the power is much stronger. As for the realm, Chen Anmo was slightly pleased. 6th grade pinnacle. The realm has risen again. However, right now there are only 3 years of cultivation left on hand. Gotta go earn some more going. Early the next morning, Chen Anmo checked out. Before leaving the capital, he purchased some food and put it all on the carriage. During the period of time that Chen Anmo had left, the Four Floors town was not peaceful. City Lord Wang Jiu once again led a large army, as well as summoning all the major martial arts schools and families, into the mountains to search for the Kamakura Rebellion organization. It's the same as leading the attack on the Crocodile Gang before, but this time, it went badly. After the army entered the mountains, it encountered a poison barrier and suffered heavy losses, and the major martial arts school families, although not playing the front, but during the search, they encountered ninja sneak attacks one after another. Casualties were also high. Among the Song Shuqing family. Inner courtyard. Song Shuqing examined the account book, sorrow written all over his face. Recently, there has been unrest near the town of Shikuru, and there has been a war with the Kamakura rebellion, which has led to the disconnection of the trade routes. The business run by the Song family suffered a huge blow. Many convoys were robbed. Even some of the Song family's experts had suffered ninja sneak attacks and died tragically at home. Counting, no less than 4 people have died before and after. You know, the people who died were masters. Even he, the Song family, could not afford such a loss, and under the chilling effect, many of his Song family's offerings decided to quit the Song family as well. If this continued, he feared that his Song family would not be able to carry it. At this time, the father walked in and exasperatedly said, "Damn it, even Lu Dong is gone." Lu Dong was the last of their Song family's 5th grade offerings. What? Lu Dong is gone too? Song Shuqing froze. Our Song family provides a lot of equipment for the city lord's office and has the most manpower and supplies. So we've been targeted. Song Shuqing's father sighed. Now that the city lord's house has suffered a defeat and is demoralized, it can't help us. Father and son sigh. They also didn't expect that the city lord's mansion would lose the battle. Father, my child has an idea. Say, Song Shuqing said, get out of here. These young. We've already expanded our network and business circle over at Guangxin City. Go there to develop. Still staying here, even if the Kamakura rebellion organization is eliminated, we'll still be devastated. Hey, I'm getting old and my mind is not flexible, so I'll leave it all to you. Got it, Dad. But it's a long way to travel, and we're out of offerings, so how can you keep us safe? Song Shuqing pondered for a moment and responded. I know many of my brothers and sisters, so I can ask for their help when the time comes. Yes, on the other side, the mansion where the Song family's sidekick lived. Nightfall. The room where Zhang Yuqi lived was brightly lit. Inside the house, the two of them, she and her mother, Tang Kai, were discussing things. Just now, Tang Kai had received a notification from the Song family that they were preparing to leave Silu town and head to Guangxin City. In addition to that, the family master has also given orders for you to marry Zhu Shiming, the son of the Zhu family of Guangxin City. Are you willing to do so? Tang Kai appeared to be asking a question, but in fact, both mother and daughter knew that this was equivalent to an order. In response, Tang Kai himself was helpless. When the family is doing well, everything is fine, fully respecting the individual wishes of the children to go and get married. But once the family is in trouble, that's not always the case. Marriage is a way out that most families choose. Even if the family was wiped out, at least some bloodline would be left behind. It's like Dong Kai himself. Back then, her Tang family was just in trouble. In desperation, she married a member of the Song family's collateral line, a man surnamed Zhang. She had thought that her fate would not happen to her daughter, but she did not expect. Yuki Zhang understands these two, so she comforted. Mother, Zhu Shiming is the Zhu family's first young master. It's not a big deal for me to marry there. It's just that he already has 2 wives. Having 2 wives now means that there is no longer a possibility for Yuki Zhang to become a proper wife. I'll be fine. Yuki Zhang acted like he knew what he was doing. Hey, when Song Shuqing asked you to go on a blind date with Chen Anmo, if you could agree, Tang Kai secretly sighed. When she first met Chen Anmo was just a nobody. She can't even look at it. I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, he was already the first genius of the 4th floor town. She regrets it now. If I had known, I should have let my daughter talk to Chen Anmo. If I could get my daughter to marry Chen Anmo, it would definitely be much better than marrying Zhu Shiming. Although Zhu Shiming came from a wealthy family, everyone knew that he was not a good person to get along with. Both of his wives, for example, were allegedly beaten by Zhu Shiming. I'm afraid my daughter will suffer a lot if she marries there. But even if you know this, what is it? There are no pills for regrets in life. Hearing her mother's words, Zhang Yuqi's face also turned bad-looking. Speaking of which, it was she who had taken the initiative to reject Chen Anmo in the first place, and laughing at him behind his back. Now recalling what she had once said, she instantly felt a little ridiculous. However, even so, the Zhu family is the Zhu family after all. I'll enter the Zhu family and cultivate well. Even if I can't rely on my husband, I'll rely on myself and try to become stronger. Zhang Yuqi thought through clenched teeth. A few days later, Chen Anmo finally returned to the 4th floor town. It's been a windy journey for him. It was hard work, but it was finally possible to stabilize the peak 6th grade realm. Even the heaven-breaking blade technique could be activated at will. He vaguely felt that he had touched the harmonization power. After Ming Jin and Dark Jin, there is Huan Jin. Arriving home, Chen Anmo froze for a moment. Senior sister Lu Fang unexpectedly came as well. At this time, she was drying bacon with her sister-in-law. It was a joyful sight, chatting while working. Elder sister, why did you come over? Chen Anmo opened the door and entered the courtyard, patting the dust on his body. Senior brother, you're back. A smile lifted up on Liu Fang's face. If we don't come back, we're all going to go look for you. Now, Lu Fang also knew Shen Xian's true face, knew it was his sister-in-law. It's a long way to the capital, and I'm pretty fast at this. Chen Anmo grinned. Lost a lot of weight, Shen Xian said with some heartache. Ha ha, yeah, it's good to be thin and healthy. Chen Anmo smiled indifferently. Nonsense, first time I've ever heard of being thin and healthy. Shen Xian snapped. Senior brother, when are you going to meet my father? My father said he had something to find you, so he sent me here. I've come to see you a couple times and I've never seen you. Lu Fang finally got down to business. Chen Anmo washed his hands while saying, is there anything important? It's about the Kamakura organization rebels. The situation has been unfavorable lately. The army led by the lord of the city has suffered defeat and heavy losses, as have all the major martial arts families. Also, those ninjas started to secretly deal with some of the families, and a lot of people died. Some of the world's great families are getting ready to leave the area. That's right. Senior brother Song Shuqing he's planning to leave as well. Chapter 68 Becoming a Land God. After hearing these words, Chen Anmo realized the seriousness of the matter. How could he not have expected so much to happen in the time he had been away? It was just afternoon. Chen Anmo decided to follow Lu Fang to meet his master first. Inside the Zhengfei Martial Arts Center. Senior brother Chen, you're back. Seeing Chen Anmo, many disciples in the martial arts center put down their hands and greeted him. Senior brother Chen. There were some new faces who also came over and looked at Chen Anmo with adoring eyes. Chen Anmo swept around and realized that the martial arts school had recently recruited quite a few new disciples. Nioli came over. Senior brother Chen, master is in the backyard. Well, I'm going to go meet master. Chen Anmo nodded. Just after the words were said, I didn't expect Lu Zhengfei to walk out from the lobby. The disciples hastily stopped the movements of their hands. Master, master, the disciples shouted respectfully. Aha! Lu Zhengfei nodded slightly and swept a glance at the crowd. Just now, the city lord's office sent a letter, preparing to recruit another batch of manpower into the mountains to deal with the Kamakura rebels, and our martial arts school is going to contribute 30 people. At that, everyone frowned. This is the kind of thing that seems voluntary, but in reality it's all mandatory. The brass gave the mission targets. If we can't finish it, I'm afraid the martial arts school will be in the wrong shoes in the future. Lu Zhengfei continued. Of course, we won't be allowed to work for nothing. We'll be given 5 taels of silver a day. And if something goes wrong, there will be an additional pension for the family. Some of the disciples from poor families were moved in their hearts. Alright, everyone think carefully about it. If you have the will to turn around, you can find me. If you enroll, for the master here will additionally give 10 great tonic medicines. After he finished speaking, he gazed at Chen Anmo. Come with me, my master will ask you something. Yes, master. The two men went back and forth to the backyard. Before he could stand still, Lu Zhengfei suddenly slapped a backhanded palm. Wow! The palm wind ripped through the air. This palm was powerful and strong, with a powerful wind that carried a mountainous momentum. Facing the sudden attack, Chen Anmo was in no hurry, because he could see that Lu Zhengfei's palm was tentative and had no killing intent. His fists were clenched and his arms were sinewy as he slapped towards this palm. Bang! The moment the two attacks touched, an aura spread out towards the outside with the two as the center of the circle. The air was deafening. Looking more closely, Ryu Zhengfei took 2 steps backward. Chen Anmo, on the other hand, was surprisingly motionless. Sure enough, you're 6th grade, Lu Zhengfei said with an appalled gaze. Master, you see it. Chen Anmo laughed. Master has also cultivated the chi nurturing skill. Even if you deliberately concealed your breath, Master can still sense it. As Lu Zhengfei spoke, the muscles on his face lightly trembled, and there was ecstasy in his eyes. It was expected that Chen Anmo would be promoted to the 6th rank, but then again, it was unexpected. What was expected was that he had known for a long time that Chen Anmo had this ability. Unexpectedly, it was unexpected that Chen Anmo went out for a stroll and came back so strong. Come on, go on. Lu Zhengfei gulped softly. This time, Master is going to use chemical power. Let's see if you can withstand it. Harmonization power. Chen Anmo laughed. Master, I've already cultivated Ming Jin and Dark Jin, and I feel that Huan Jin is just a step away. So this time, I'll just see what kind of power Huan Jin is. At those words, Lu Zhengfei raised an eyebrow. Without realizing it, Chen Anmo had cultivated to dark power, and it was just a step away from Huanjing. He didn't think Chen Anmo was bragging. He's not like that. Alright, Master will show you. Lu Zhengfei let out a low cry as sheer power blasted towards Chen Anmo. This chi was weak and feeble at first. However, the closer he got to Chen Anmo, the more he felt that this power was increasing exponentially. It was like a monstrous wave, coming in wave after wave. In the end, it was like a huge mountain, ruthlessly slapping at him. This is the power of the harmonized power. Continuous, Lu Zhengfei said in a deep voice. Just as Lu Zhengfei was pondering whether to withdraw his strength so as not to injure Chen Anmo, he did not expect Chen Anmo to easily defuse it. Lu Zhengfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone who hadn't yet reached harmonized power had actually dissolved the force. There's only one possibility. He is in a realm that has surpassed him. Could it be the peak of the 6th grade? Hissing. Thinking of this, Lu Zhengfei was no longer calm. Reason told him that it just wasn't possible. However, the situation in front of him had to make believe that Chen Anmo was growing too fast. Next, Lu Zhengfei increased his attack. Without realizing it, dozens of rounds passed. Chen Anmo was always the first to dissolve Lu Zhengfei's power, and the powerful chemistry energy was thus stirred up. Ha ha ha, well, Chen Anmo, you've made more progress than Master thought. Lu Zhengfei was happy from the bottom of his heart. He could almost tell that Chen Anmo's future would stand at the top of the Dale dynasty. There must be a place for him in the upper 3 ranks of the land immortals. Master is too kind, Chen Anmo said modestly. You are now able to dissolve chemistry power, so I'm sure it won't be long before you can break through your chi power to chemistry power as well. Do you still want to plan on applying for the martial arts grand examination next? Listening to Master, it seems that he doesn't recommend that I apply for the martial arts grand examination? Chen Anmo asked. Indeed, there is no need for it. The martial arts grand examination will receive limited benefits even if you manage to win the first place. Master has a better place to go. In the future you will have great hopes of achieving a land god. Lu Zhengfei's meaning was simple. The martial arts exams, though, can make you a vassal and a minister, but still a courtier and lacking in freedom. And the court won't have the resources after you reach a certain level of cultivation. It will be very limited. When the time comes, it won't be so easy for you to leave. And please, Master, say something. Enter the great sect in practice, Lu Zhengfei offered. Does the sect of the Triple Door know about this? Master was a disciple of the Triple Sect back in the day, and by joining the sect, you'll be freer and won't have to work for the court. Before, you had a fair amount of talent. It was hard to hope to become a land immortal, so naturally the path of vassalage and worship was the most suitable for you. But since you have the potential to become a land god, it's different. You entering the court will instead limit your fulfillment, and, with the fierce party strife in the court, you could easily be targeted. Ryu Jingfei spoke of his worries. Chen Anmo drifted off. When you analyze it like that, it's true that there's no benefit to joining the court anymore. He suddenly thought of M.O. Linger. No wonder M.O. Linger was sent to the sect to train. He thought for a moment. For him, in the future, without any surprises, it would still be easy to become a land god, as long as there are feats and resources. Got it, Master. Chen Anmo nodded. Seeing Chen Anmo agree, Lu Zhengfei was excited. However, he still reminded, but you still need to keep a low profile in the near future. When the Triple Sect recruits disciples recently, I will give you a letter of recommendation and you will go over then. As for your strength, you must remember that no one should inform you of it, and you must keep it in mind. Chen Anmo's talent was simply too excellent. Even if it was placed in the Triple Sect, it would still be the existence of the tip of the pyramid. It's an easy target. Chen Anmo nodded. Disciple will definitely keep a low profile. Looking at Chen Anmo with a frank face, Lu Jingfei became more and more fond of him. Unfortunately, at first, he didn't see that Chen Anmo would be so accomplished. If he had known earlier, even if there was a wife in Chen Anmo's family, he would have had to find a way to get his daughter to stay with him. It's a little late for that. We'll just have to go with the flow from now on. You've broken through to the 6th rank. This is a bottle of pills to stabilize your foundation. Take it back and take it. Many thanks, Master. After receiving the elixir, Chen Anmo asked, Master, in the near future, when the City Lord's office deals with the Kamakura Rebellion organization, what do you think the chances of winning are? Difficult to say, to tell the truth, for the teacher has just gathered manpower for the city master's residence, is also forced to do nothing, but not to do so. Lu Zhengfei sighed. When one is in the jungle, one can't help it. And M.O., you don't need to care about these things, cultivate at ease. Got it, Master. Lu Jingfei gave him a few more instructions and then let him cultivate here, and it said that from now on, this would be his exclusive cultivation ground. Time flies. Unconsciously more than an hour passed. Chen Anmo had been comprehending the feeling of having just transformed his strength. Sweat soaked his clothes. Senior brother Chen, have some oranges, just picked them. Just then, Lu Fang's voice came from behind her. Thank you, senior sister. Speaking of which, I'm really a bit thirsty. Chen Anmo was not polite and took the 2 oranges with a smile. Hey, I just heard from my father that you're not taking the martial arts course next and are heading to the Triple Sect, right? Chen Anmo nodded. After listening to my master's advice, I also feel that the Triple Sect is more suitable for me. What about you, senior sister? With your strength, you should be able to travel to the triple sect as well, right? Lu Fang sighed. I would like to, after all, entering the triple sect to cultivate is definitely better than being here, but I can't let go of my parents. She squeezed out a smile and peeled an orange while adding, besides, I'm a girl. The most important thing for me is to find a suitable husband in the future and teach my children at home. The fact that Lu Fang could say such a thing side by side showed that she was a traditional woman. But senior brother Chen, I'm afraid that in the future, you'll be completely different from us. I'm feeling very lucky right now to actually be able to get to know a future big shot. Willow Fang wasn't being cynical when she said those things. Chen Anmo became a land god in the future. That's a big shot that even the imperial court should be afraid of. What kind of scenery is that? And for her, to be the elder sister of such a character, I'm afraid that it would be hard to believe even if one said it. I'm not that good. Chen Anmo laughed. Lu Fang said seriously, I'm serious. My father is a very accurate judge of people. He said that if you can become a land god, then you will definitely be able to. Chen Anmo shrugged. Still need to work on it. It's naturally best if you think so. Senior sister, you should also work hard next. I believe that you won't be worse than anyone else, and maybe, you can become a land goddess, and at that time, Master will also be proud of you. Chen Anmo said in a deep voice. Listening to these words of encouragement, Lu Fang's heart shook. She couldn't help but look at Chen Anmo one more time. Only then did he realize that Chen Anmo had become not quite the same as before. Even his height, which was much more upright, became tall and handsome. You and your sister-in-law. Lu Fang opened her mouth as if she wanted to ask for something to say, but the desire to speak is not there. It doesn't feel good to talk about this kind of thing. What happened to me and my sister-in-law? Chen Anmo asked. Chapter 69. Are you guys hooking up? Ah, no, nothing. Lu Fang quickly shook her head. I mean, will you and your sister-in-law both go to the triple sect in the future? In fact, originally, she wanted to ask if, between him and Shen Xin, they were on good terms. If the answer is no, then she, in the end, though, she didn't have the heart to say it. Chen Anmo looked at the sky, a bit of a sign that it was going to rain. I suppose I'll be going with my sister-in-law. After all, she doesn't have much family left here. So, at this moment, Lu Fang already knew the relationship between him and Shen Xin. Senior sister, I'll leave first then. Well, it's going to rain soon, so take this umbrella, okay? I'll send it back tomorrow. Receiving the paper umbrella, Chen Anmo walked outside of Flora. Looking at Chen Anmo's back, Lu Fang sighed. When Chen Anmo left, Song Shuqing happened to come here to the martial arts center. Now that the Song family is in trouble, the entire Song family is planning to leave the area. However, the Song family offerings are all gone now. It's a long way to go and I'm afraid we'll be in danger. That was why Song Shuqing had come to the martial arts center, wanting to ask for the help of some disciples who were usually on good terms. But, unlike before, not many people came to him voluntarily now. After all, many people knew about the Song family's situation. The Song family was clearly being targeted, and if they did help to the Song family, would others be targeted as well? As a result, even the brothers and sisters who were normally close to each other acted as if they hadn't seen Song Shuqing. This made Song Shuqing a little embarrassed. He went to his usual spot to practice, watching people passing by out of the corner of his eye. He pondered if he should ask his master and sister first. With that in mind, he walked over towards the inner courtyard, only to be disappointed. Lu Zhengfei had already stated that he was going to follow the people from the city lord's office into the mountains in the next few days, so he couldn't help him, but he was advised to wait a while. You can give him a hand when the time comes. In response, Song Shuqing was helpless in his heart because he didn't want to wait any longer. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid the city lord's side will need them to increase their manpower. Their Song family couldn't afford to be tossed around anymore. Just as Song Shuqing entered the inner courtyard, outside, senior sister Yang Ling and the others came together. Yang Ling looked at the 4 or 5 faces in front of her and whispered, "We'd better leave now. Avoid Song Shuqing and stay away from him." A male disciple seemed to understand something and spoke bluntly. My father said that the Song family has recently borrowed people from our family, and that the Song family is preparing to leave this place. Well, I heard that too. The Song family is being targeted, and if we get too close to them, we'll be dragged into it too. Yang Ling admonished. The crowd was in awe. By heart, the Kamakura rebellion, though, is wanted by the city lord's office and appears to be in a disadvantageous position, but they're actually not weak in power. Many of the forces that had offended them hadn't been doing too well lately. Based on this, many people are very afraid of offending the Kamakura organization. After a few people discussed the situation, they headed for the door. So when Song Shuqing walked out, he realized that a third of the people in the courtyard were missing. This caused Song Shuqing's heart to go cold. The disciples with high strength were almost all gone. None of the people who used to call themselves brothers and sisters are left. As for the remaining ones with low strength, even if they were willing to help, they couldn't play a role. But at this time, Nyoli suddenly walked in from outside. Senior brother Song, I heard that you're leaving? Oxley opened his mouth and asked. Song Shuqing let out a strong smile. Yeah, so I came over this time to say something to everyone, but I didn't expect everyone to be gone. Nyoli arched his hand and said, if there is anything you need help with, you can talk to me. Song Shuqing instinctively opened his mouth, but when he thought of the things he had encountered, he hesitated. It really doesn't seem to be much use if you're relying on Oxley alone. However, he eventually got around to talking about it. Hey, Oxley, I think I'll pass. Senior brother Song. In fact, senior brother Chen Anmo also knows about your matter, and he just told me that he will give you a hand. Song Shuqing froze. Really? Well, he just left and met up with me on the road. So I told him about you and he said he'd be willing to help, and he just made a reservation at the side tavern, so we'll go check it out. Cowley was truthful. Good. Song Shuqing was overjoyed in his heart. With Chen Anmo's help, that's much better. After all, his strength was there for all to see and his reputation was well known. He also has a good relationship with the city lord's office, and has been reappointed by the county magistrate. Moments later, Song Shuqing and Nyoli arrived at the inn and met Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo ordered a few dishes. He nodded at the two men. Senior brothers, I've ordered the food. Let's have a drink together. When he finished speaking, he swept a glance at Song Shuqing. After not seeing him for a few days, Song Shuqing had lost a lot of weight. He had just had an accidental encounter with Nyoli, who had talked about what had happened in the Song family. At the same time, Nyoli also said that the other senior brothers and sisters hinted at him to stay away from Song Shuqing next, but Oxley didn't agree with those people. So after meeting Chen Anmo, he took the initiative to mention these things. That's what led to the trio meeting. Senior brother Chen, you know about my family's affairs. I'm really thankful that you're willing to help. Song Shuqing solemnly arched his hand. Chen Anmo laughed. Senior brother Song, between you and me, there's no need to be so polite. Besides, it's just escorting you guys out of here for a while. It's nothing. No, nowadays, my Song family is in trouble both internally and externally. During this period of time, I've also seen the world clearly. Most people don't even talk about helping, or even talking to me. They have to avoid me. Speaking here, Song Shuqing's tone was a bit choked. It's a good thing you're in trouble. Those so-called brothers in the past, favorite you in thinking about it, is just a drinking friend. Chen Anmo smiled. Senior brother Song, when do you plan to leave here? Probably leave tomorrow. Okay, we'll rendezvous outside the city tomorrow. Chen Anmo nodded. Nyoli said, when the time comes, I'll bring along the 3 elders in my family and help out. Oxley, thanks so much. Song Shuqing said with a straight face, when something happened to my family and you helped, my old ox always remembered. Seeing true love in times of trouble. I, Song Shuqing, will remember you 2 brothers in my life, and when you come to Guangxin City in the future, you guys remember to come find me. After Song Shuqing finished speaking, he drank the wine in his hand. Definitely, have a few more drinks then. Chen Anmo and Nyoli laughed. Song Shuqing drank another glass of wine and suddenly sighed. It's a pity. My sister Zhang Yuqi doesn't know any better. If she could have gone with senior brother Chen in the beginning, she wouldn't have to suffer all these hardships now. What's wrong with her? Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows, listening to Song Shuqing's above. Zhang Yuqi hasn't been very good lately. Recently, people in my family are preparing her to marry the son of the Zhu family in Guangxin City. Zhu Shiming. Nyoli frowned. What? This Zhu Shiming's 2 wives in front of him. I heard that they both had their legs broken by him. This guy is a violent maniac. Song Shuqing said with a sad face. I know, but there's nothing I can do. The only way for the family to gain a foothold there is through a marriage. Do we have to go? In case the Kamakura organization is taken care of, you guys should be fine, right? Chen Anmo said. Song Shuqing looked around, and with a cross in his heart, he came over and quietly said, we got some news that something was going to happen here, so we're leaving early, and I'm also talking to you guys about leaving as much as you can next. Nyoli and Chen Anmo looked at each other. I can't believe it's so serious. Senior brother Song, can you tell us more carefully? Oxley said in a deep voice. His Nyo family is considered a medium family here. In case something did happen here, he, the Nyo family, couldn't be left alone. Song Shuqing said, this is a piece of information that my father learned from doing business outside. In the hands of the Kamakura organization, they may have a plague poison in their possession. This kind of plague has broken out on the Japanese island. Hundreds of thousands of people died. The Kamakura organization may use this poison here. So, when he finished, he said no more. Is this true? Nyoli's heart tensed up. To be honest, I'm not sure, but that friend of my father's is always very accurate with his information. Plus, my Song family is being targeted by the Kamakura organization here. so we're planning to relocate our family. Does anyone else know about this news? Chen Anmo frowned. I talked to Master, and Master said that the people in the city lord's mansion might have known about this news a long time ago, but it must be kept secret. Otherwise, it could easily cause a panic. Nyoli sighed. These mother ******* ing Japanese. They are so venomous. What can we do? Our Nyo family isn't as big as your family. Senior brother Song. We can't move? You can go hide in the countryside for a while. Song Shuqing proposed. It'll have to do. Oxley nodded. Song Shuqing looked at Chen Anmo again. Senior brother Chen. As for you, you already live in the countryside, so there's no need to worry. But the Kamakura organization has been targeting some geniuses lately, so you should be careful. Got it. After talking for a while, the jug of wine was finished. It was getting dark outside. Chen Anmo also left the place and returned home. Back home, Chen Xian had already cooked a meal and was waiting for Chen Anmo to come back. Sister-in-law. Chen Anmo entered the room and saw Chen Xian with a grimace on her face. He froze. Sister-in-law is angry. What's the matter, sister-in-law? Who made you angry? What took you so long? Chen Xian muttered. You've been going out more and more lately. I just met senior brother Song Shuqing. Chen Anmo recounted the situation of the Song family. Finally, he sighed. I'm afraid we'll have to leave this place and head to the triple sect in a while as well. He then went over what the master had told him. Learning that she was going to the triple door, Chen Xian suddenly wrapped her arms around Chen Anmo's arm with tenderness written all over her face. You're not going to leave me behind, are you? Anyway, wherever you go, I follow. Chen Anmo smiled, put his arm around Chen Xian and joked. That's not true. Now even if you want to leave, I won't let you leave. I'll still have to marry you in the future. Chen Xian's face blushed slightly, and her heart was overjoyed and at the same time, immensely relieved. Smoothly snuggling into Chen Anmo's arms, she said, I can be with you. I'm satisfied. Marrying this kind of thing will come later. Let's eat first, and eat you afterward. Chen Anmo kissed Chen Xian on the neck. It tickled her and made her giggle. Late night, in the cellar, Chen Xian began to run her gong, giving Chen Anmo a check on her cultivation over the past few days. Originally, having just eaten a good meal, Chen Anmo did not have that idea. After all, he's not a teddy. However, after seeing Chen Xian's fair-skinned appearance and delicate petite body, the fire in his heart was instantly ignited. My own sister-in-law. She's getting more and more exquisite and beautiful. In this instant, the pressure he had been holding in for days was eager to be released. Sister-in-law, are you hot? Take off your clothes if you're hot. It's easier to practice. Chapter 70 Shy Chen Xian, getting more and more knowledgeable. But how embarrassing to be left with a belly band inside. Isn't that just right? Chen Anmo was dumbfounded. But then again, your skin has gotten better and better. Looking at Chen Anmo's meaningful eyes, how could Chen Xian not know what Chen Anmo meant? He was speechless. The kid used to be a decent guy. Now it's good to move on her. The guts are getting bigger and bigger. But when it comes to her skin, she's pretty proud of it. It's all because of the sea blue herb. The skin became fairer at a rate visible to the naked eye. People love beauty. Women love beauty more. Seeing Chen Anmo's straight eyes, Chen Xian was secretly pleased in her heart. With that, the understanding faded into a tunic. But unexpectedly, Chen Anmo didn't pounce towards her as expected. Instead, they still let her practice martial arts and cultivation. Inevitably, there was some nudity in the process. This made Chen Xian more and more shy. Seriously doubt that Chen Anmo did it on purpose. Chen Anmo gave a few pointers from time to time. Not a moment too soon. Chen Xian herself had been ruffled with fire. The eyes that looked at Chen Anmo already contained a few hints of resentment. On purpose, Chen Anmo did it on purpose. She was a little tired and snapped. No more practicing. I'm going to bed. After saying that, he took the initiative to pull Chen Anmo to sit down, and then smoothly sat down on top of him. Phew, getting down to earth. Early the next morning, Song family mansion. Today, a dozen carriages drove out of the Song family mansion and traveled towards the city gates. In front and behind them, there were also some walking Song family slaves and others. Zhang Yuqi and her mother, Tang Kai, were also in the carriage. Soon, the convoy arrived at the city gates. Song Shuqing ordered to rest in place. Nothing changed on his face, though his heart was very heavy. Leaving this four-floor town, I don't know what the future holds. In the middle of the four floors town, their Song family still had a few scattered properties, most of which had already been sold. If you go to a new place and can't get a foothold, the Song family may fall apart in the future. It was no wonder that my father had grayed a lot of his hair in the past few days. The pressure is really on. Here comes the cow power. At this time, Zhang Yuqi walked behind him and looked at a figure in the distance and said, Nyoli rode his horse, followed by 3 elders of the Nyo family. All of them are 7th grade martial artists. Song Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Now only Senior Brother Chen is left. He knew that Senior Brother Chen was very strong. After all, he was a character who could take on the leader of the crocodile gang. The Song family, up and down, held him in the highest regard. When Yoli came over, Zhang Yuqi was still looking into the distance, hands twisted nervously. For some reason, she was afraid to see Chen Anmo, the original blind date that he rejected, the one she looked down on, in the blink of an eye, had grown into a figure she looked up to. Even the head of her Song family was a big shot that she didn't dare to offend anymore. Chen Anmo was here. At this time, at the entrance of the city, a silhouette wearing a green cotton coat with a large sword hanging on his back walked out. This person was tall and straight, and carried a stern aura on his body. Song Shuqing walked over and said excitedly, "Senior Brother Chen, finally waiting for you, this is my father." Song Shuqing pointed to a middle-aged man with graying temples beside him. Chen Anmo arched his hand. After both sides politely said a few words, Chen Anmo said, "It's not too late, let's go, the convoy is starting to leave." Chen Anmo took the map handed by Song Shuqing and glanced at it. The trip will take about 10 days, which is not a long time. 3 days later, in the evening, the party stopped to rest. "Brother Chen, eat something." At this time, Zhang Yuqi came over and handed over something wrapped in a lotus leaf. "It's a callo chicken my mom just made." "Really? It smells good, but I don't usually eat other people's food when I'm out here." "I'm sorry," Chen Anmo said. Zhang Yuqi froze for a moment, loss flashing in her eyes. Still, he squeezed out a smile. "I was wrong about what happened before." Chen Anmo said, "I'm not relieved. Don't think too much." When he said that, he meant it. He's not that petty. Seeing that Chen Anmo didn't have the heart to speak again, Zhang Yuqi sighed and could only leave the place. "Miss, why doesn't this kid give you any face at all? It's so unlike him. Who does he think he is?" At that moment, an offended voice came. "Gao Xin, don't you dare talk about Big Brother Chen like that." Zhang Yuqi frowned. "Brother Chen has already given a lot by coming to help us in the time of my Song family's distress. The risks involved are extremely high. Do you understand? Miss, I'm just upset for you." Gao Xin's face sank. "You're just someone my mother funded. You have no business telling me what to do. I hope you know that." After saying that, Zhang Yuqi twisted her head and left. Gao Xin was cold and silent. Not far away, Chen Anmo's ears twitched and his eyes looked toward Gao Xin, who was not far away. "It's this guy. This person, back when he was in the small test of martial arts, wanted to challenge him, but he was pitted against him. He went and challenged Kiwi and ended up losing miserably. Took that loss and you're still upset with me?" Chen Anmo shook his head, climbed to the top of a wagon and looked up at the sky. "Looks like a break. In fact, look around. Why is this Gao Xin sneaky?" Because this Gao Xin was hostile to him. Chen Anmo paid a little more attention to him. After that it was revealed that the man had taken the opportunity to go to the corner to take a leak, and then fished a gray dove out of his arms. Soon the pigeon flew high into the sky. "There's a problem." Chen Anmo stomped on one leg and unleashed the crane fist. White crane spreading wings, like an immortal crane, he flew into mid-air. Without any breath, it flew towards the gray pigeon. He would catch the gray pigeon and see what was written on the note tied to the pigeon's foot. It was thought that the pigeons would have to fly a long way, but to my surprise, the pigeons stopped directly at a river, and here by the river, a small boat was docked. Dozens of strong men stood at the bow of the ship. Look at their size. They're all masters. There were 2 of the strongest, both of whom were of the 6th rank. Hissing, Chen Anmo's face turned cold. This lineup, if he wasn't counted, could easily exterminate a group of people from the Song family. One of the men at the head of the group wore a bucket hat. He looked at the flying pigeons in the sky and held out his hand. "Yossi." The man caught the flying pigeon and nodded in satisfaction. "A flying pigeon letter from the Dale dynasty. Very interesting. Let me see what that Gao Xin kid wrote." He said that there are extra bulls on the team, as well as one named Chen Anmo. This Chen Anmo, somewhat interesting, seems to be a genius of the 4th floor town. The man in the bucket hat tore the note up and wrote another note on it. As the pigeons flew back, several men jumped off the boat. "All right, get ready. When Gao Xin comes over, we'll take the opportunity to follow him and blend into the group. When the time comes, we'll use poison and kill them all in one go. As for that what's his name genius Chen Anmo, not worth mentioning. When we settle him, throw the head of the so-called genius to the 4th floor town and let them see that this is the so-called genius." Ha ha ha. "Yossi, Narakuan's plan is really good." A few bonobos on the side laughed. Chen Anmo naturally heard all of these people's conversations. Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes. That Gao Xin turned out to be a mole, colluding with these Japanese. He left the place quietly. Returning to the team, he found Song Shuqing. At this moment, Song Shuqing was chatting with Tang Kai and other Song family executives. Chen Anmo swept around and realized that Gao Xin wasn't there. After inquiring, I realized that Gao Xin had just said he had to pee and went to the forest. Senior brother Chen, is there something you're looking for Gao Xin for? Song Shuqing asked with a smile. Chen Anmo pulled Song Shuqing to the side. Seeing that Chen Anmo had something important to say, Song Shuqing's face sank. Senior brother Chen, is there something you want to talk to me about? I'll tell you what, keep it quiet for now, that's for sure. Chen Anmo told what he had just seen and heard. Gao Xin should have gone to meet those bonobos. We need to be ready. Damn it, this Gao Xin. My Song family treated him well and had to marry the Song family women to him. And he did this to my Song family. Song Shuqing gritted his teeth. Moments later, in the darkness, Gao Xin came to the team with dozens of people, because the team was already crowded. So there were dozens of extra people in the darkness, and no one cared. Narakuan, you will poison her later, but what you promised me before, I hope you won't go back on your word. Miss Zhang Yuqi is mine. I forbid anything to happen to her. Gao Xin whispered. Yosi, Gao Xin Kuan, you're really smitten. Nara laughed a little. Don't worry about your drops. You're a good friend to us big bonobos. How can we go back on our word when we promise you something, right? We, the great Japanese, are the most trustworthy people to work? That's a relief. Gao Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Great. Settle the team and he gets a ton of money, as well as resources. When the time came, he knocked Yuki Zhang out early. Take Yuki Zhang out of here afterward, and then talk to her about how he saved her. In time, two people can live happily ever after. What he just didn't notice was the flash of mockery in Nara's eyes. A group of people came to the team here. It was just as Nara and the others had guessed. Everyone here has little defense. Yosi, it's finally hunting time. Nayat and the man beside him looked at each other with excited eyes. With that, he glared at the man behind him. A group of people were about to spread out to drop the poison. Suddenly, several people came toward them. Come over here and help. The one walking in front was none other than Chen Anmo. This man is Chen Anmo, Gao Xin said in a hurry. Oh yeah, it looks pretty normal. Nara was very disdainful. So this is your so-called genius. Not even a single toe of our Japanese genius. Gao Xin was particularly prickly when he heard this. However, he didn't want to say anything more on it. Now he has one purpose. Get Yuki Chang and go far away. Chen Anmo arrived in front of Nara and with a whoosh, slashed. Nara, who had been relaxed just a moment ago, only felt a simultaneous pain in his left and right arms. He said darkly. Hurriedly, he tried to draw his sword. Where's my hand? To his horror, he realized that he couldn't feel either of his hands. There's no feeling. Baka, what's going on? The feeling of fear that struck the whole body. Chen Anmo's movements were extremely fast. The few bonobos behind Nara didn't react. Not good. Pull back. Yeah, no. One library at a time. Thumbs up. A few more arms flew out. Do it. The Song Clan's crowd, who had been preparing for a long time, struck out one after another. Chapter 71 Not good. Sister-in-law is in danger. It was a premeditated sneak attack, but it wasn't the Japanese sneak attack. Rather, it was a sneak attack on the Japanese by the people of the Song family. Baka, the Daleks are so cunning. Sneak attack. Gao Xin. You this. Gao Xin. You're hurting us. Ah. It was at this time that the group of bonobos reacted, but it was too late. Thumbs up. Chen Anmo chopped and sliced like a melon, instantly killing 4 people. The last person. His heart was pierced through by Chen Anmo's red flame blade. He stifled a grunt and looked at Chen Anmo in pain. Gutted all over the place. He just couldn't figure it out. How did the group find out? Their plan, obviously, was seamless. Kill. Song Shuqing led his men and took the lead. Charge in and hack away. Niu Li's 3 elders, too, each showed their skills. How? Gao Xin was confused. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Looking at this situation, it was obvious that the Song family side had already made preparations, and this group of bonobos was brought here by him. This means that with the death of this group of bonobos, he will surely be held accountable. Run! You must run now. He gulped and twisted his head to run. Run where? The cold and stern voice was like a life-suppressing Brahma voice. Chen Anmo slapped his hand hard on Gao Xion's shoulder. Ka-ching! Gao Xion's shoulder hurt, and his entire right arm was already hanging in mid-air, the bones broken. Ah! Gao Xion screamed miserably, his eyes looking at Chen Anmo in horror as he sat on his butt on the ground. What are you doing? What for? What do you mean what for? Since you brought people here, you have to be prepared to die, Chen Anmo coldly said. At this point, a group of bonobos had all fallen. Only 2 Japanese were left badly wounded. Song Shuqing kept these 2 people because he wanted to ask questions. He then came to Gao Xion's side. Tang Kai and Zhang Yuqi also came over with disgusted faces. Gao Xion, you let us down too much. In vain I value you so much, giving you so many resources. You, Tang Kai was cold and furious. I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. MS, Tang, I was also forced. It's all them, they forced me. Gao Xian shouted as he pointed at the several Japanese who had already died. Baka, you're talking nonsense. You contacted us on your own initiative when you said you wanted to get Zhang Yuqi. A wounded Japanese man cursed furiously. I don't have. Bang! Song Shuqing kicked over. Chop it up. Put. Gao Xian landed on his head. Next, the Song family's men took the two bonobos down and began torturing them. Soon, some information was asked from them. They are really Kamakura organizing the rebels. They were trying to make an example out of them, so they sent manpower against their Song family. The reason why they had been able to get their hands on it was because Gao Xian had secretly provided the information. While they were asking questions, Chen Anmo walked over to the body. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 150 days of cultivation. Ding! Touch the corpse, reward 200 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Looked around at the last wishes. Most of them are stepping down to the town of 4 floors. Then there was the extermination of the Dale dynasty. These last wishes. However, after reading that last wish called Nara, Chen Anmo frowned. Last wish, to exterminate the major martial arts schools in Silu town. Keep an eye on all the martial arts schools. Chen Anmo's face changed slightly. The good thing is, with this lot dead, nothing should happen to the Kamakura organization anytime soon, but I'm going back as soon as I can. After half an hour, the bodies were all gathered together and burned in a single fire. The convoy continued on its way. Not much happened next. To his surprise, the two of them, Nyoli and Zhang Yuqi, had gotten very close recently. It turned out that Nyoli had been cut in the arm during the previous fight. Zhang Yuqi, since she knew some medical skills, treated him. This went on and the two became close friends who had nothing to say to each other. This situation, with Song Shuqing's eyesight, was naturally discovered, so he secretly reminded Oxley. Yuki Zhang will marry the Zhu family's son next. This was a great disappointment to Oxley for a time. Several days later, we finally arrived at Guangxian City. The Song family had long ago purchased some real estate as well as fields here. Into the night, the Song family hosted a banquet ceremony at their home. In addition to Chen Anmo and Nyoli, who were helping out, some of the dignitaries in Guangxin City had come. The people of the Zhu family, as in-laws, naturally came here as well. Chen Anmo paid attention to a young man named Zhu Shiming. This man is Yuki Zhang's fiancé, moderately good-looking, but with a somewhat feminine face. When he looked at Zhang Yuqi, his eyes were filled with longing. Yuki Chang doesn't seem to like him very much, but she also understood that it was a union, so even if you don't like him, you have to put up with it. Into the night, because there weren't many rooms in the Song family's new mansion, Chen Anmo and Nyoli lived together. Senior brother Chen, what do you think of Zhu Shiming as a person? Nyoli suddenly asked with some sadness. What's the matter? You're concerned about Zhang Yuqi? Afraid she'll suffer? Still senior brother Chen. You're great. You've seen it. Nyoli was a bit embarrassed. It's also the first time I've seen Zhu Shiming. I don't know him very well, but this person's strength is average. AI. It's a pity that I've known Miss Zhang for too short a time. Oxley sighed. He suddenly got up. Senior brother Chen, I can't sleep. I'm going out to practice first. Chen Anmo stayed here for a night and left the place the next day. As for Oxley, he said he would stay here for 2 more days. A few days later, Chen Anmo rushed to the 4th floor outside the town. Along the way, the first feeling given to Chen Anmo was depression. The entire town of the 4th floor was as if it had been isolated. Along the way, he saw quite a few dead bodies. There were those who were hacked to death, those who were burned alive, and more, those whose families fled, only to be killed halfway through the journey. Out of chaos. This was Chen Anmo's first feeling. Ding! Touch the corpse, reward 20 days of cultivation. Ding! Touch the corpse, reward 30 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. Because these were ordinary people, the number of days awarded was small, followed by a look at their last wishes. Last wish, the Bobcat gang killed my whole family. I hope someone will do the right thing and kill the Bobcat gang. Last wish, the city lord's mansion has collapsed, and the city lord is seriously injured and dying. I hope the city lord will get well soon from his injuries, or else all the major gangs will do nothing evil. Last wish, the city lord's house has suffered a great defeat, and it is impossible to live here, so I hope there will be a way out. Last wish. Sweeping through the circle of last wishes, Chen Anmo sucked in a breath of cool air. I didn't expect the city lord's mansion to once again suffer a great defeat in the nearly 1 month that he had been away, and the city lord, Wang Jiao, is seriously injured. Due to the debacle of the city lord's office, some of the gangs in the city were foolish enough to move. There are even some gangs that secretly collude with the Kamakura rebels to mess up the town of Shilu. Once the 4th floor town was in chaos, It would be difficult for the city lord's mansion here to recuperate. Knowing this information, a sense of urgency surges through me. I'm afraid this is a bit of a problem. Looks like it's time to get out of here early. Chen Anmo thought darkly in his heart. He was the genius of the fourth-floor town and was being watched in his own right. Now that the city lord's office is weak, the Kamakura rebels may deal with him. With that in mind, he decided to go home first, then go find the master and get out of here first. Anyway, he had the strength and money on him now, so there was no need to stay in this chaotic place anymore. Just arriving home, Chen Anmo froze. The door to the house was kicked in and the inside of the home was rummaged through. Some belongings have gone missing. Even the wagon is gone. Not good. Sister-in-law is in danger. He rushed to the entrance of the cellar. To our relief, the door at the cellar was intact. The surface is well concealed, with no signs of having been invaded. There's not much life in it, though. He opened the door and quickly saw that it held a lot of food and drink. Both men's clothes were neatly arranged. On the bed, there was still a note. Little M.O. On the 5th day after you left, news of the defeat of the city lord's army came. After that the city was in turmoil and the village was hit by horse thieves. I was lucky to hide in the cellar and didn't get into trouble. But this is not a safe place after all. Then your senior sister, Lu Feng, found us and invited to take refuge there in her martial arts school. I'm already there now, so when you get home, go to the martial arts school. Putting away the note, Chen Anmo let out a sigh of relief. He then hoofed it towards the martial arts center. Along the way, the originally busy streets were now sparsely populated. Instead, there were more sharp-tongued, unfamiliar faces. They stare at everyone who passes by. When Chen Anmo passed by, the two looked at each other and walked towards him. You two brothers are following me, but do you have something to tell me? Walking into an alley, Chen Anmo simply stopped and twisted his head to look. Oh, boy, see you don't know your way around here yet? Chen Anmo shook his head. Please also clarify. Recently the magistrates in the courthouse have died and been injured, so now this place is managed by us, the Bobcat Gang. Oh, really? Did the magistrate agree? Chen Anmo calmly said. You don't have to worry about that. I see you're dressed pretty well. I think you just came back from traveling outside, right? The two men licked their lips and asked with smiles. Yes, Chen Anmo said. Pay your protection money and be sensible, or we promise, you'll end up in a bad way. Brush. As the words fell, the two men drew the knives on their waists, eyeing Chen Anmo intently. Chen Anmo laughed. Now, well, these people have the audacity to stop and rob in plain sight. You know, this is in the city. Don't say robbing before. It's the thieves that are rare. The world is really messed up. Where's your boss? Chen Anmo asked. The gang member on the right glared and scolded. What are you? And how dare you ask about our gangmaster? Seeing that they refused to speak, Chen Anmo didn't have the heart to continue babbling. Put. He slashed at the shoulder of the man on his left, removing an arm. Before the gang member on the right could react, Chen Anmo's knife was already across his neck. Can we talk now? Big brother. Have something to say? We are just mixed rice. Under Chen Anmo's threat, how could these two people still dare to speak harshly? So hurry up and tell us about the Bobcat. This gang of theirs was only recently formed. In addition to letting them extort money on the streets, the gangmaster also asked them to secretly collect news about the major martial arts schools. After settling these two people, Chen Anmo rushed to the martial arts center. He noticed that someone had been sneaking around the entrance of the martial arts center. Not quite normal. Chapter 72. The city lord died, and the town of 4 floors was thrown into chaos. Chen Anmo entered the martial arts center without moving. Senior sister, sister-in-law, you're all here. On the martial arts practice field, the silhouettes are sparse. In the middle of a corner, Chen Xian and Lu Feng were talking in low voices. Seeing Chen Anmo return, the two ran over with joy. The three men talked briefly about recent events. Lu Feng continued. My father went to the city lord's mansion, and I heard that Wang Jiuren is going to fail. Chen Anmo was startled. He had previously learned that Wang Jiu was seriously injured, but I didn't realize that people were going to fail straight away. My dad said for us to get ready and leave together when you get back. Lu Feng continued. Master, he said he was leaving too? Lu Feng nodded. Yes, there is news that Kamakura organization is targeting our major martial arts schools with a goal in mind, and some of them have already been exterminated. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and nodded. Actually, I had planned to leave as well. M.O., I have everything packed and ready to go. Chen Xian said. Okay, what about the rest of the division? Chen Anmo looked around at some disciples not far away. As you can see, most of the disciples are no longer interested in practicing. Instead, they were gathered together, talking to each other about something. On every face, sorrow was written. Lu Feng sighed. Our ability is limited. We can't bring everyone. I can only do my best to tell them to leave this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible. Chen Anmo nodded. He was a little hungry. followed by a quick trip to the back kitchen for a bite to eat. Then he went to the courthouse. Today's courthouse has a closed door. Inside, there were only a few sporadic yamen, protecting the inside and outside of the courthouse. Chen Anmo met Li Ba, whose face was all bruised. He wailed and said, "Mo, a few days ago, Lu Ziqiang and I encountered a sneak attack by thieves, and Ziqiang he was killed alive. Lu Ziqiang is dead." Chen Anmo frowned. "I'm the one who's useless. I'm knocked out." "Ooh-hoo," Li Ba cried. Chen Anmo patted his shoulder. "It can't be helped. Don't be sad. Where is Lord He? Lord He hasn't been feeling too well lately either. He's in the backyard now. I'll take you there." Coming to the backyard, Chen Anmo met He Guang and Lin Xiaoya. The couple had been sighing. "My lord." Chen Anmo arched his hand. "Hey, Xiao Mo. You're back. You know the situation outside. You have to protect yourself lately." "My lord, I may have to leave in the next few days," Chen Anmo said. "Are you leaving too?" He Guang was not surprised by Chen Anmo's words. "Also, you'll be more useful if you go than if you stay here." He Guang nodded and said, "However, can you promise my lord one thing? Your honor, please, in the future, if you are able, come back to visit and help your folks." He Guang said hoarsely, "We'll definitely be back." Good, good. I knew you were a big-hearted man." He Guang smiled and nodded. Suddenly, a city lord's office soldier outside rushed in. "Duh, lord, the city lord he left." Boom! The whole room was in an uproar at these words. He Guang rushed over and grabbed the soldier's collar and said, "Are you saying that the city lord he went to heaven?" "Yeah, go to heaven." "Oops, finished playing, husband, hurry up and run," Lin Xiaoya said anxiously. He Guang cursed, "Leave now. Where to go? Going out is death. He Guang, will live and die with the Four Floors town." "But my lord, Duke Wangjin asked me to inform you to go over and discuss the matter of leaving Silu town," the soldier said again. "What? The city lord's house is going too?" This time, He Guang was confused and his eyes glazed over. He was thinking of staying. "I didn't realize that the city lord's men were going to run away on their own." "Look at that, husband, or let's go," Lin Xiaoya persuaded. "Strike that. You pack up your things and I'll go to the city lord's mansion first." After a pause, He Guang waved his hand towards Chen Anmo. "You come with me. How can I say that Lord City Lord rewarded you with a lot of things in his lifetime? It would be good for you to send him on his last journey." "As you wish." In fact, there was no need for He Guang to say it. Chen Anmo also planned to follow him to the city lord's mansion. For one thing, ask for information. Second, touch Wang Jiao's body. Wang Jiao was strong as the city lord. Touching his corpse must have yielded a lot of benefits. He thought it would be nice to rake in a posthumous reward before he left. With that, the group hurried towards the city lord's mansion. Along with them, there were also some people from the worldly families. Apparently, they all got the message too. The master of the city is dead. Once Wang Jiao died, the forces up and down the 4 floors of the town were leaderless. How can they defend themselves against the Kamakura rebels who are like jackals outside? Those who had roots outside could choose to leave the area, like the Song family. But what about the ones that don't have roots? That can only wait for death. Therefore, many people from the forces headed to the city lord's mansion, ready to discuss what to do next. He Guang brought Chen Anmo and directly entered the city lord's mansion. In the middle of the great hall, Chen Anmo saw Wang Jiao's corpse. It was now laid out in a coffin in the center. His son, Wang Jin, stood in the middle of the group with an ugly face. The previously graceful and dignified prince of the city lord's mansion was now much more haggard. Seeing He Guang and Chen Anmo and the others coming over, they could only sigh helplessly. Once Wang Jiao died, their Wang family faced great political risks. The position of city lord may not even be their turn, so it's best for them to get out of here. "Lord City Lord, you died a horrible death." He Guang rushed to the coffin and cried extremely hard. Chen Anmo pretended to assist him and walked over to the coffin. Afterwards, pretend to accidentally touch the body. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy Wish 1. I wish for the restoration of stability to the town of Shilu and the elimination of the Kamakura rebels. Reward, 30 years of cultivation. Last Wish 2. For the safe departure of the family from the town of Shilu. Reward, Technique Flowing Cloud Blade Technique. Perfection. The rewards are very rich. However, it is also very difficult. Chen Anmo stroked his chin, then pretended to pull He Guang back. "Lord He, let me borrow a step." At this time, Wang Jin came to He Guang's side. Good. He Guang walked over to the Wang clan's side, and the group conferred. Chen Anmo, on the other hand, was thinking about what to do next. He had wanted to just leave. However, he was equally moved by the generous posthumous rewards. Of course, he was self-aware. With your own abilities, you definitely won't be able to finish it. So he thought of someone, Princess Ru. At that time, After sending Mo Linger over, Empress Yun rewarded him with the heaven-breaking blade technique. On top of that, he was verbally promised one thing: owe him a favor. You can ask for her help if you need it in the future. At that time, Chen Anmo didn't think much about it. Seeking for your attitude, he didn't bother to find her. However, right now, when he encountered this kind of thing, he felt that he could look for Lady Yun. In addition to getting the reward, it's also for all the people in the town of Silu. After all, if he's gone, then Uncle Lu Chang and the others can't leave. What about them? A few moments later, He Guang walked over. Come on, Mo, turn around and pack up and get out of here together, He Guang said in a despondent tone. My lord, I would like to have a few words with Lord Wangjin. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Okay, go ahead then. He Guang didn't think much of it. To Chen Anmo, he was now extremely valued. As long as Chen Anmo didn't die, he would definitely be a character in the future. Learning that Chen Anmo wanted to say a few words to himself, Wangjin agreed. Coming to the tea room next door, Wangjin pointed toward Chen Anmo to the chair on the side. Brother Chen, sit. Mr. Wang, I won't sit down. Let me ask something about the situation here. What did the court side say? With so much turmoil here, the court should have sent troops over, Chen Anmo asked strangely. Wangjin shook his head. My father reported it, but it's hard for the court to send troops over. Lately there's been chaos everywhere, and since we're in the middle of nowhere here, it's hard for the court to send out manpower in a short period of time if they want to take care of it. I know someone. If Mr. Wang believes me, why don't you stick around for a dozen days or so, and I'll go beg for the help of a lord. Wangjin swept Chen Anmo a somewhat incredulous glance. You have a solution? That lord may not always be willing to help, but she must have that power if she does, Chen Anmo said calmly. With Lady Yun's ability, she would definitely be able to mobilize a portion of her military force and come to support here. However, he wasn't sure that Lady Ru would be willing to help. Wangjin looked at Chen Anmo incredulously. It was hard to imagine that the words just spoken were from an ordinary martial artist. He knows a big shot like that? No way. Not at all. Reason told him that it was impossible for Chen Anmo to have such energy. However, it wouldn't do Chen Anmo any good to brag like that. After all, He Guang had just told him that he would take Chen Anmo away with him. If Chen Anmo was afraid of death, then he could have followed them out. He didn't have to still persuade him to stay here. With this in mind, Wangjin asked, how many % certainty is there? Chen Anmo honestly said, 10% sure. Only 10%? Good. Truth be told, I did her a favor before. She said she owes me a favor, but I'm not sure if she'll honor it. Chen Anmo was honest. Wangjin sighed. I can let part of my clan leave this place first, and on your side, you can try begging the other side to contact me as soon as possible. Good. Chen Anmo left the place at the first opportunity. He then came to the martial arts center and told him about his trip to the capital. Finally, he mounted a fast horse and quickly left. This time, since he was riding a fast horse, he wasn't even going to take much of a break in the middle of the ride. Go to a stagecoach station to exchange for a horse. And if you can't, launch your gongfu to fly. So he was confident that within 5 or 6 days, he would reach the capital. After he left this place, the number of people fleeing out of the major lineages increased. The entire town of the 4th floor was filled with the smell of death, because now almost everyone knew that City Lord Wang Jiu was dead. But the next day, Wangjin, with the support of some of the clansmen of the Wang family, proclaimed to the crowd that the imperial court had sent a large army to prepare for the suppression of the Kamakura rebels. I hope we are not in a hurry. The news brought a short period of peace to the town of 4 Flags. Beyond that, Wangjin also revealed means far beyond his father's. He gathered all the major martial arts school owners and began to assist the government offices in suppressing some of the gangbangers who were causing trouble, particularly concerned about safety in the vicinity of the Zhengfei Martial Arts Center, because this is Master Chen Anmo's place. Previously, when Chen Anmo told him that there was a way, Wangjin didn't believe it at first. Still, he decided to take a gamble. After all, 4th floor town was the foundation of their Wang family. If they lose the town of the 4th floor, their Wang family will be nothing in the future. So, on the one hand, he had his clan disorganize and leave the town of 4 floors. On the other hand, new teams began to be formed to fend off the rebels. But on this day, someone in the army suddenly coughed violently. Wait until the afternoon. Almost more than a quarter of them contracted the mysterious wind chill and collapsed. After being examined by a military doctor, they were all infected with the mysterious plague. If this develops, not to mention the army, the entire town of Silu will be infected. Chapter 73 Martial Arts Center Crisis. Just as the town of 4 floors was shrouded in the shadow of the plague, Wang Zhen had become somewhat desperate. 10 days passed. Chen Anmo hasn't come back yet. More than half of the army went down without a fight. The shadow of failure has hung over everyone. My lord, evacuate. There's nothing left to do. One of the henchmen couldn't help but say. An elder of the Wang clan also persuaded. We have just received information from our spies that the Sun Clan Martial Arts School, as well as the Xingyang Martial Arts School, they are secretly in contact with the Japanese, and I'm afraid that they have already defected to those Japanese. At those words, Wang Jin's eyes narrowed. These people, they are really looking for death. My lord, there's no need to worry about firewood when you're staying green. Yes, evacuate, now the entire Wang family is counting on you. In my opinion, this Chen Anmo may have already escaped, and what he said to you, Your Excellency, is just nonsense. Just as the words were finished, Wang Jin waved his hand. He didn't have to lie to me, it didn't do me any good, the elder said anxiously. But what if this Chen Anmo is also colluding with the Japanese to hoodwink you? Prince? No, I've met Chen Anmo a few times, he's not like that. Wang Jin is very confident in his vision. And there's one more thing that convinced me that Chen Anmo isn't like that. You know the Song family, right? Song Qingshu was Chen Anmo's senior brother. The Song family encountered a crisis when they left this place. There are only two people to help. One person, called Nyoli, and the other person is Chen Anmo. It's easy to add flowers to the brocade, but it's hard to send charcoal in the snow. For Chen Anmo to choose to help Song Shuqing in that situation is enough to show how good his character is. A conversation that was a revelation. The elder sighed. So it seems that this Chen Anmo's character is indeed no match, but he also said that he is only 10% sure. So why does Your Excellency still have such confidence in him? The fact that he said 10% happens to also show that he's not a believer. On the other hand, when he said 10%, he wanted to see my determination to stick around here. If I hear 10% and reject it outright, then I think Chen Anmo will also choose to leave here with his family. The elder drifted off. So that's how it is. Wang Jin continued, taking a step back. If he were to speak 10%, I would not believe him instead, but 10 days have already passed, and now there is also a tendency for the plague to spread within the city, causing panic. Some martial arts schools have chosen to defect to the Japanese, so what should we do? 10 days. Wang Jin clenched his teeth and stared dead at the floor. Chen Anmo told me to hold out for 10 days, so I'll hold out for 20 days. If he doesn't show up in 20 days, then I won't be considered ashamed of him, was saying. Outside, a soldier suddenly walked in. My lord. There is a martial arts master from the capital who seeks an audience. He says he can solve the plague mess. He also said that he was invited by a young brother named Chen Anmo. What? A martial artist from the capital? At that, several people in the room jerked to their feet. Wang Jin immediately looked excitedly at the elder beside him. The eyes seemed to say that Chen Anmo had not failed them. A few elders and their men also showed excitement. The martial arts master from the capital can actually solve the plague. Once the plague is resolved, then it will stick. The crowd rejoiced at the thought. Quickly, please. Wang Jin finished and simply walked over. No, I'd better go over and greet them myself. The martial artist from the capital was naturally sent by Empress Yun. After Chen Anmo met Empress Yun, he directly talked about the situation here. As it happened, the courtside also received a letter of distress from the town of Silu. Indicates an outbreak of plague on this side. Thus, Empress Yun arranged for a physician elder from the Violet Light sect to come here to help. At the same time, she promised Chen Anmo that she would arrange for some experts from the Violet Light sect to come here and assist in quelling the rebellion. With the support of Empress Yun, Chen Anmo brought this physician elder here. However, Chen Anmo did not follow into the city lord's mansion. After all, his business was done and it was up to them next. He came to the martial arts school. This time, there were even fewer disciples on the martial arts practice field. Only 5 or 6 young disciples were practicing. Senior brother Chen, you're back. The crowd says hello. At this time, Shen Xian and Lu Fan also walked out from inside. How did it go? Shen Xian came over and asked. No problem. The capital side will come one after another. By the way, this you take. This is the prescription for the treatment of the plague. To be boiled into soup, for everyone to drink, can be detoxified from the poison of the plague. Chen Anmo took out a large bag of herbs. Lu Fang said in surprise, great. Recently it so happens that the disciples one by one are afraid to go out because of the plague. With this, everyone is saved. 1 hour later, the boiling hot soup was divided into dozens of portions. The disciples who heard the news drank the tonic at the first opportunity. Soon, a large pot of soup was finished. Next, Lu Fang had the soup brewed for the disciples to take back and give to their own families. Everyone worked until evening, and there were only 7 or 8 disciples left in the martial arts center. Senior brother Chen, senior sister Lu, then we'll go back first. A few disciples clasped their fists and took the soup ready to go back. Tap tap tap. Chen Anmo suddenly frowned, because just on the street in front of the martial arts center, the deafening sound of footsteps suddenly came out. There were at least 50 or more of them, coming neatly this way. Whoosh! At the same time, Lu Zhengfei, who was resting in the backyard, rushed out with an arrow step and said gruffly, grab the guys. There are people out there looking for trouble from us. Master, who's coming over? Chen Anmo's gaze stared at the door with vigilance. Only the wide wooden door was instantly blasted into pieces. Then, two men with 280 beards were seen walking in with their hands behind their backs. Sun Dongtian, Li Xingye. Lu Zhengfei recognized these two people and his face sank. Sun Dongtian, a native of Sila Township. He's the owner of Sun's martial arts school. This martial arts school has not been created for very long, and there have been recent rumors that Sun's martial arts school has not been hit by the Kamakura rebel organization. The reason for this was because Sun's martial arts school had long ago secretly defected to the Kamakura rebels. Li Xingye, he's the owner of the Xingye martial arts school. These two people are considered in-laws, and the two martial arts schools move more closely with each other. Pavilion Master Ryu, goodbye. Sun Dongtian smiled as he walked in, his eyes looking towards Chen Anmo as he continued. I heard that little brother Chen has returned, so it seems that the news is accurate. You guys wanted to see me about something? Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes. This group of people, they're not coming. Behind these two pavilion masters, aside from their disciples, there were also a few people with a strong fury aura. These people looked like they had killed often and carried a strong murderous aura. Someone wanted us to come over and meet little brother Chen. Fine, then you tell him to come over. Chen Anmo said. He's a little under the weather, so it's better if you come with us. Sun Dongtian smiled. Lu Zhengfei snorted. Sun Dongtian, you're crazy. You don't know that this is my Zhengfei martial arts hall's territory. Eat your bear heart and leopard's gall and dare to come to me to ask for someone? Li Xingye shouted loudly. Lu Zhengfei, I advise you to mind your own business, or else, once the people from the city lord's mansion are gone, there will be good consequences for you. Lu Zhengfei narrowed his eyes. You really have defected to the Japanese. Lu Fang angrily rebuked. If the people in the Jianghu knew what you guys did, I'm sure they would all spit on you. Lu Fang's words were incredibly sharp. It was as if it had poked their lung tubes at once, instantly making these two men blush with embarrassment. They naturally know that what they are doing is betraying their own people and are traitors. But what can they do? If they don't cooperate, they will be exterminated just like the Ling Tian martial arts school. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Lu Zhengfei, since you guys don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for not being polite. Sun Dongtian snorted coldly. Behind him, Li Xingye was even more outspoken. Today, Zhengfei Martial Hall will end up like Ling Tian Martial Hall. As the words fell, Li Xingye waved his hand. The group behind him rushed over at once. Spell it out. Lu Zhengfei growled. Boom! He took the lead and sparred directly with the charging Sun Dongtian. The palm winds of both were very powerful, sending the disciples around them flying out. Sun Dongtian's strength was obviously a few points weaker, but Lu Zhengfei hadn't reached the point of crushing them yet. Soon, Li Xingye also rushed over. Bang bang bang. He did not give Lu Zhengfei any chance to catch his breath, and raised his hand to slash with several knives. Lu Zhengfei couldn't reach for his weapon in time and could only use his palm wind to defuse the incoming slashes. Father, proceed. At this time, Lu Fang hurriedly threw a large sword from the weapon rack behind him. Lu Zhengfei gave a dark cry. The moment he received the large sword, he once again fought fiercely with both Sun Dongtian and Li Xingye. Die! Chen Anmo held a large sword and without saying a word, hacked the two people who rushed at him to death. You're not from the martial arts school, so who the hell are you? After Chen Anmo resolved two more people, he snapped. This group of people were ruthless and definitely not disciples of the martial arts school. Hey, you'll know when you're dead. A man with a scar at the corner of his eye slashed at Chen Anmo. Looking for death. Chen Anmo laughed. This group is clearly targeting him. It was good that sister-in-law and the other martial arts disciples were safe, at least for the time being. Seeing the opportunity, he immediately utilized the heaven-breaking blade technique and prepared the man with a scar on the corner of his eye in front of him to slash away. This blade was rigid and overbearing. Chen Anmo didn't hold back in the slightest. In an instant, the arm of the man with the scar at the corner of his eye was hacked away. When Lu Fang and the other disciples saw this, their spirits were lifted. This person's strength wasn't low. He had just rushed over and killed a disciple of the martial arts school. Now, finally, he was beaten by Chen Anmo and lost his resistance. Chen Anmo operated the heaven-breaking blade technique, and wherever he passed, the large blade chopped out one after another. At one time, there were as many as 11 people who died at his hands. What a strong stance. Lu Zhengfei, you really have taken in a good disciple. Li Xingye let out a fierce laugh and shouted. Sun Dongtian, you stop this old thing. I'll go meet Chen Anmo. He raised the knife in his hand and slashed at Chen Anmo's neck. Die, boy. Dang. Chen Anmo backhanded a knife. Two knives collide. Li Xingye's arm went numb. It was as if he had slashed into the top of some bronze wall, and both his hands were shaken to the point that he almost threw away the knife in his hand. How is that possible? Li Xingye couldn't believe that a youngster would have such appalling strength. He stepped back in a hurry to let go of the tingling sensation in his arms, and then look at Chen Anmo. It was as if nothing had happened to him at all as he took a step towards Li Xingye. Li Xingye was afraid. He backed up and said with horrified eyes, "Chen Anmo, I'd like to see how your bottom line is." As the words fell, the qi and blood in his body stirred, and the aura all around him began to become furious and powerful. Lu Feng and the others gulped. Senior brother Chen had actually forced Li Xingye to use his best move from the bottom of his box. Doesn't this mean that senior brother Chen already has the strength to be on par with the martial arts pavilion master? Chapter 70 For the Death of Master Shifu. Not good. This is a forbidden technique of the Taiping sect. Chen Anmo, be careful. Lu Zhengfei, who was in a fierce battle with Sun Dongtian, took the time to glance at Chen Anmo's side. At this look, his eyes glazed over and he hastened to warn. Chen Anmo also saw that something was wrong. Li Xingye's sudden outburst of qi was too powerful. At this moment, it gave him the feeling as if he was not facing a person, but a fierce and ferocious beast. Li Xingye's entire body was red, and the top of his head was smoking white. He, Chen Anmo, you're pretty good for forcing this pavilion master to stimulate the power of qi and blood, but unfortunately, next year's today will be the anniversary of your death. Whoosh! Li Xingye slashed with his big sword. Dang it! Bang bang bang! The two men fought furiously once again. Although Li Xingye's physical body was much stronger, the quality of the sword in his hand was not. In no time at all, his greatsword broke and was finally cut in two. Although Chen Anmo's side held a certain advantage, the entire Zhengfei Martial Arts Center was in a critical situation. Half of the disciples who stayed behind were hacked to death by random swords. Shen Xian was fine for the time being because of Lu Fan's protection, but there were quite a few more people rushing in through the door. At this rate, it's not looking good. Feng, you take the men out the back door. Lu Zhengfei shouted at this time. Come on. Fang Fang's mother pulled her daughter and Shen Xian and told them to use the back door. The other disciples followed suit. Shen Xian and Lu Fang also knew that this was not the time to waste time, so without saying anything, they left first. Without worries, Chen Anmo quickly pulled away from Li Xingye. He could see that although this undercard of Li Xingye's was powerful, it had a fatal flaw. That is that his power should be short-term. So as long as you temporarily distance yourself from him, when time passes, Li Xingye will definitely fall into a period of decline. After making up his mind, Chen Anmo began to aim at the enemies rushing in. Seeing that someone was chasing towards Lu Fang and the girls, Chen Anmo unleashed his quick blade technique. The knife energy is continuous. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. The sharp and furious blade qi was like a flying knife, stabbing into the backs of a group of people. Without warning, the group all fell to the ground. Strong, too strong. To Li Xingye's feeling, this Chen Anmo was even more difficult than Lu Zhengfei. Damn it, don't hide from me if you can. Li Xingye cracked his mouth, trying to provoke Chen Anmo into attacking him. Family members know their own business. He relied on secret techniques to push up his battle power for a short period of time, but once that time passed, he would fall into weakness. Chen Anmo was in trouble if he kept avoiding him. The more anxious he saw Li Xingye, the more Chen Anmo knew that he had made the right choice. Chen Anmo continued to attack these two men. The group of people were frightened by Chen Anmo's sharp killing method and backed away. Li Xingye roared, "What are you afraid of? Surround him." As the words fell, Lu Zhengfei's side towards Li Xingye suddenly slapped. Li Xingye's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly backhanded against it. Bang! With this palm, Li Xingye felt a force rush into his body. He said in horror, Dan Jin, Lu Zhengfei, you've actually cultivated to Dan Jin. This sensation that was rampaging through his body was definitely the power of Dan Jin. He can't feel wrong. Sun Dongtian jumped over and said with a cold face, it is indeed Dan Jin, but he has not grasped the essence of Dan Jin. That's better than you, too. After Lu Zhengfei finished speaking, he turned toward Chen Anmo and said, you leave first. Master, I can deal with this Li Xingye. Chen Anmo shook his head and said, moreover, I feel that this Li Xingye's power has begun to decline. Lu Zhengfei glanced at Chen Anmo in surprise. Without further ado, he nodded. Good. Li Xingye's face suddenly turned ugly. Chen Anmo was right just now. His power was indeed declining. Kill. Li Xingye charged towards Chen Anmo. This time, Chen Anmo did not dodge again. This time, the highest level of the heaven-breaking blade technique. Indestructible. Chen Anmo murmured. The arm shook. The red flame blade in his hand emitted a buzzing sound. A slash swiftly slashed through. Relying on his great strength, Li Xingye grabbed a henchman beside him and blocked him. Boom! The poor henchmen who worked for him were instantly blown to smithereens. Li Xingye sneered and continued to charge towards Chen Anmo. In his thoughts, as long as he was close to Chen Anmo, his blade technique could not be executed. Then there's a chance. Good chance. Finally, a good opportunity waited for him. He finally got close to Chen Anmo. Shattered fist. Li Xingye aimed a vicious punch at Chen Anmo's neck. However, he didn't expect Chen Anmo to backhand him and grab his hand. Comparing your strength to mine is really out of your league, Li Xingye sneered. But the next moment, he couldn't stop laughing. A wave of dark energy blasted directly into his body. You actually cultivated dark power. The horror, the great horror. Even if their cultivation was high, they had all mastered the dark force. He had been injured by Lu Zhengfei's Dan energy before. At this time, he was then injured by Chen Anmo's dark energy, which caused him to instantly injure his foundation. Put! A mouthful of black blood spurted out. Chen Anmo raised his knife and slashed viciously towards Li Xingye's neck. Put! Li Xingye only felt a heat in his neck. Immediately afterward, he felt like he couldn't breathe. Huffing and puffing, Li Xingye half-kneeled on the ground. Not long after, no breath. Ah! Bang bang bang! Seeing this, Sun Dongtian attacked fiercely towards Lu Zhengfei. Bang bang bang! Lu Zhengfei grunted as his chest was smashed multiple times. He backed away desperately, swinging his sword in defiance. Just as Sun Dongxia was dying, Chen Anmo killed. Brush up on. The hot dagger waved in front of Sun Dongtian. Sun Dongtian felt his eyebrows burn. Suddenly, Ryu Zhengfei went around to the back. Waiting for you. Sun Dongtian slapped his palm over. Bang! Lu Zhengfei takes a solid slap on the ass. Master! Chen Anmo's face sank. It's not going to be easy with this slap. Lu Zhengfei took a deep breath. With one hand, he grabbed Sun Dongtian's palm and laughed fiercely. It's you who are waiting. A short-handled dagger violently appeared in his sleeve and stabbed towards Sun Dongtian's neck. Put! You! Sun Dongtian's gaze widened. He didn't expect that this Lu Zhengfei would be so ruthless. Spare yourself the risk of being seriously injured and kill him. Crazy! Sun Dongtian cursed angrily and collapsed unwillingly. With the fall of the two pavilion masters, how could a group of disciples dare to stay here? Then they fled. When the people left, Lu Zhengfei's legs went limp and he was about to fall towards the ground. Fortunately, Chen Anmo's quick eyes and hands, a hand to assist Lu Zhengfei. Master, are you okay? I can still hold out for a while. Behind these two, is the Taiping sect. No wonder they are so bold. Cough cough cough. Lu Zhengfei suddenly coughed violently. He covered his mouth. When the palm of the hand was spread out, blood was seen on the palm of the hand as well as some shredded flesh. Chen Anmo's pupils shrunk as worry flashed in his eyes. When spitting up blood and spitting out crumbs, it means that the person's internal organs are in jeopardy. One could almost say that it has shattered. In other words, Lu Zhengfei will not live long. At this point he couldn't be bothered to touch the body. Assisting Lu Zhengfei, he came to the backyard. Lu Feng and Shen Xin, as well as Master Mother, the three disciples were hiding in a corner. Seeing Chen Anmo helping Lu Zhengfei over, several people rushed to welcome him. Dad! Lu Feng froze for a moment when she saw Lu Zhengfei's miserable state. She knows a little bit about medicine. Almost at a glance, he saw clearly the trouble his father was in. I'm not dying that easily. Lu Zhengfei squeezed out a smile and sighed. But Feng, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight in the future. Woohoo! Lu Feng's eyes reddened and she almost cried out. Don't cry. Remember, it's no use crying. Ryu Zhengfei sighed. At this time, several carriages rushed over from the backyard. The one who drove the car was the owner of the other martial arts school, Pavilion Master Ryu. The group froze. Old boys, get in the wagon and get out of here first. Lu Zhengfei took a deep breath. A few of their pavilion masters had discussed it before, leaving the place. And the reason why Lu Zhengfei had been waiting was because he was waiting for Chen Anmo. He wanted to wait for Chen Anmo to come back and then go together. On the way, a few pavilion owners talked to Chen Anmo about this. Chen Anmo was dumbfounded for a while. If Master hadn't waited for him, maybe Master wouldn't have been so badly injured and dead. The carriage traveled towards a place called Dabao Martial Arts Center. According to these pavilion owners, the owner of the Dabao Martial Arts Pavilion was also going to go with them. They've got a total of 5 martial arts schools here combined. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. It's much safer to go together. Only just arriving at the entrance of the Dabao Martial Arts Center, a pungent smell of blood came from the nose. At the same time, there were sounds of killing from inside. Not good. The Dabao Martial Arts Center is also in trouble. The crowd rushed in. Unfortunately, a group of thieves had already fled through the back door. The owner of the Dabao Martial Arts Center, as well as several disciples, all fell in a pool of blood. The genius Chi Wei was leaning against the corner, with several knives stuck in his chest and arms. Already out of breath, Chen Anmo quickly walked over and frowned. The genius Chi Wei. In the last month, he was a spirited genius. I didn't realize it was about to break at this point. It's true what they say, geniuses, most of them die halfway. Save me, Kiwi said with difficulty. He is a genius in a million. Top 3 in the martial arts exams, and has a bright future ahead of him. He doesn't want to die. The others assisted the owner of the Dabao Martial Arts Center. It was an older man of some age. After he slowed down a bit, he looked at Chi Wei with difficulty. Save my disciple. He lost too much blood. A curator sighed. He was close to the owner of the Dabao Martial Arts Center after all. Know that he thinks highly of QIW and is grooming him as his successor. As if to verify his words, the next moment, Chi Wei's head tilted and he lost his breath. The owner of the Dabao Martial Arts Pavilion said miserably, "Dead. All dead. I should have left here earlier. Hey, who just dealt with you guys? It's the Zhou family. They've defected to the Kamakura rebels. Chi Wei was killed by that brat Zhou Tianhu." The Chao family. Chen Anmo's pupils shrunk when he heard this. In the beginning, the genius of the Zhou family, Zhou Tianhu, and the genius of the Dabao Martial Hall, Chi Wei, the two were indistinguishable from each other. Didn't realize one was dead, the other became a mole. "Senior brother Chen, my father wants you to go over. He has something to explain to you." At this time, senior sister Lu Fang ran over in tears, sobbing and saying, "You go quickly, my father's person is not working." Chen Anmo's heart tightened and he hurriedly ran out to the carriage. Seeing Chen Anmo come over, Lu Zhenfei told Lu Fang and his teacher's mother to leave. "All of you leave. I have some words to say to Chen Anmo alone." Cough cough cough. Another chunk of bright red guts was spit out. If it wasn't for Lu Zhenfei's strength, I'm afraid that an ordinary person would have died long ago. "What do you have to say, Master?" A hint of sadness appeared in Chen Anmo's eyes, though he hadn't known Master for very long. But Lu Zhenfei was really nice to him, worried that he would get into trouble. He even deliberately stayed behind and waited for him to return. "I'm a person who likes to save for a rainy day, and I've been storing my valuables separately, so no one else knows about it except for Fong Fong and your master mother. Outside of town, I've stored things in 3 places. In the first place, there were more than 5,000 taels." Chen Anmo's heart stirred. "So much silver." "The second place, cough cough, where a secret recipe for boiling a great tonic medicine is stored was obtained by me by chance in a chi refiner's cave back then. The great tonic you eat on a regular basis is boiled according to this secret recipe. In the third place, I stored a 50-year portion of a great medicine. These things, originally, were reserved for Fan Fan, but now." Lu Zhenfei suddenly looked at Chen Anmo seriously. "Want it?" Chapter 75 Master's Last Wish. Of course Chen Anmo wanted it. Silver he could care less about, but the recipe for the great tonic, that's a good one, and that was obtained in the cave of a chi refiner, so maybe there were special contents on the books. As for the 50-year portion of the great medicine, this was even more of a chance that he could directly break through to the 5th grade. If he had reached the 5th rank in cultivation, then unless he was a land god. Otherwise, no one can threaten him anymore. The disciples want. Chen Anmo didn't make any pretense and said directly, "Well, you're my most honored disciple. I won't treat you poorly. These 3 places, just, ahem. Hey, it's been so long and I'm so injured that I seem to have forgotten something." Chen Anmo asked. "It's alright Master. It's good that sister knows. Hey, she and your master mother also only know the approximate location. I'm afraid they can't find it." He sighed. "Xiao Mo. It's still your senior sister's fault for being too wasteful. If only she could be as capable as you." "Master, sister is okay." Chen Anmo opened his mouth. He noticed that Master didn't seem to be in a hurry to say exactly where he was. In case he dies suddenly, won't no one know where those 3 things are buried? You don't have to put in a good word for your senior sister. Lu Jingfei wiped the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth again and lamented to himself. "In fact, back then, I was at the Triple Sect, and like you, I was a genius there. There's a senior sister who likes me a lot, forcing me to be with him. Too bad she has too many love interests and keeps coming after me. Plus the person I really love is your teacher's mother. Chen Anmo, you know, this thing called love is very strange. It makes people want to stop. Master, that." Chen Anmo wanted to speak. He could feel that Lu Zhenfei's vitality was still draining away, but Ryu Zhenfei is still talking about what's there. It made him a little anxious. "You think this love thing is weird too? What are you doing with a bitter face?" "Master is fine. Ha ha, believe it or not, I can't die." Saying that, Lu Zhenfei sat up a bit straighter and patted Chen Anmo's shoulder. "But after thinking about it for my master, love is nothing. Sometimes, profit is real. These treasures of my master were originally reserved for your senior sister. But your senior sister will be marrying someone in the future, and I don't know if her husband treats her well. If she meets a jackal or a tiger, it will be a curse for her. So yeah, I figured I'd leave it up to you." He let out a long sigh. "Just now Master lied to you. Master can't hold on anymore. He's going to die." "Master, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to senior sister." Hearing this, Chen Anmo already roughly understood why Master had said so much. In the end, he was still relieved to see Lu Fang. He hoped he could take care of sister. For this reason, he was not shy about leaving all these treasures to him. "I trust you, you're a man of your word. In my life, I've done a lot of things wrong before, and looked at a lot of people wrong, and hey, I've always said that I don't have a good eye. However, fortunately I accepted you as my disciple. This is also considered my luck. In the future you, will definitely be a land god. Don't you forget about Master Me. Chen Anmo nodded solemnly. Naturally, my disciple will not forget my master. Lu Jingfei laughed a few times. Just kidding with you. What kind of master am I? You've surpassed me. I haven't taught you anything either. The one who taught you the most is actually your senior sister. You see, you just came here, and it's all your senior sister who's teaching you, right? She's sort of half your master. Hey, where were we just talking about? Yes, to tell you about the place of the treasure. This treasure place. He reached into his pocket and fished out 3 pieces of paper. It's all buried in a hill by me. Ha ha, well, let your senior sister and senior mother come over. I still have to say something to them. Ahem, hurry up, I feel a little chesty. Chen Anmo nodded and glanced at the paper in Lu Jingfei's hand. He didn't reach for it. Turning his head, he immediately went to call out to Lu Feng. Looking at Chen Anmo's back, the corner of Lu Jingfei's mouth hooked into a smile. Good boy. It's a pity that Fan doesn't have that fortune. Lu Feng and Master Mother were the first to come to the carriage. Only then did Lu Jingfei put the 3 maps into Lu Feng's hands. Feng, I'll leave this map to you. Turn around and look for it with Xiao Mo. In the future, all the belongings there will belong to the 2 of you. Remember, support each other. Lu Feng cried and nodded her head vigorously. Father, silly girl, I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? What bad luck. No more crying in the future. Aha. Remember, crying won't solve anything. Lu Jingfei looked at Master Mother again. Nyangzi. Hey. The teacher's mother tightly grasped Lu Jingfei's hand. Turn around. You also follow your daughter to the threefold sect. Our senior sister has a bad temper. You must not start a conflict with her. Hey, after decades, I don't know how she is. If you really can't, go find Zhang Rong. He used to be my senior brother. He should be willing to take in Feng and Xiao Mo. There are many rules within the triple sect, and even more geniuses, so you need to turn around and teach them more. I am not going to be able to stay with you. Sifu almost cried out, because at this time, among Lu Jingfei's 5 senses, it was as if they were filled with blood. It began to bleed. The hearts of the 3 men could not help but clench. Dad! Lu Feng shook Lu Jingfei's arm. Remember, no crying. Ha ha ha. Lu Jingfei laughed a few times. Suddenly, the smile came to an abrupt end. His eyes had gone wide and he just suddenly lost his breath. He's dead. Walked peacefully. Good journey, Master. Chen Anmo took a deep breath, stepped back, and kowtowed seriously to Lu Jingfei. Dad. Oh. The sunlight in the sky shone through the carriage window and shone on Lu Jingfei's face, vaguely able to see Lu Jingfei's unwillingness to let go of his daughter, as well as his attachment to his family. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. I wish you to take Lu Feng and successfully escape from the town of 4 floors to protect her and Master Mother's safety. Reward, Qi Nurturing Technique, minor achievement. Last wish 2. Tell Sister Yang Liang that he has been wearing the jade trigger she gave him on his finger, and that he doesn't deserve sister and has failed her. Reward, 5 taels of clear breath tea. Legacy wish 3, that peace be restored to the town of Shalu and that the Kamakura organization be destroyed. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Chen Anmo glanced at an emerald green jade trigger worn on his master's hand. All the time, he wore it whether he was eating or practicing. He thought it was a previous gift from his teacher's mother. I didn't realize that it was from Master's former senior sister, Yang Liang. Looks like Master has been through a lot before. Chen Anmo let out a long sigh. Senior sister, senior mother, now is not the time to grieve. We need to leave here early. Today, it is no longer safe to be within the town of Quadrangle. Although he had approached Lady Yun for help, but at that time, Lady Yun only said she would help. Then he was told to go back and wait for news. He was then approached by a healer who claimed to be able to solve the plague and came with him. Nowadays, all the major martial arts schools were struggling to protect themselves, so he had to leave as soon as possible for safety. Mo is right. Let's hurry, Sifu said. At this time, people from other martial arts schools came over. Learning that Lu Jingfei was dead, these people all sighed and comforted Lu Feng and Master Mother for a few moments. Then, without delay, everyone quickly headed towards the city gates. While on the road, some soldiers carrying barrels of soup and medicine were shouting in the street. There's help. The city lord's mansion has the cure for the plague. The capital has sent reinforcements. Come and drink the medicine. Everyone, drink this and the plague will be completely gone. Come on everyone. One soldier called out to his friends. In the streets, some of the people came out of their homes. Upon learning that they were giving away free medicine for the plague, each person scrambled to pounce and grab a drink. Don't worry, everyone has one. Everyone line up. Whoever cuts in line, I'll cut him. Along the way, the people from the city lord's mansion had begun to go from house to house handing out tonics to cure the sick. Chen Anmo knew that this was probably the work of that physician sent by Empress Yun. I heard that healers say that Lady Yun has also arranged for quite a few experts from the Violet Light sect. Chen Anmo stroked his chin. In that case, it seems that the Purple Light sect is Lady Yun's greatest dependency. Is it hard to be more powerful than the imperial court? He sucked in a breath of cold air. These 8 great families and 10 great sects are really not shouting. The depth of its foundation is not much worse than that of the court. Maybe they don't have as many soldiers as the court, but the top combatants, probably not by much. Seeing this scene made everyone feel a lot better, because it means everyone is saved. In the evening, a small mountain village outside the city. This place was not attacked by thieves because of its remoteness. Lu Jingfei's old mansion, right here. At this time there was a new grave on this side of the ancestral grave in his family's old house. Lu Jingfei has been buried here. Little brother Chen, Miss Lu Feng, then we'll be leaving as well. We'll see you later. After briefly paying homage to Lu Jingfei, the people from the major martial arts schools discussed leaving the place. The rest of the way, everyone went their own way, not in the same direction. Pavilion masters, all the way. See you later. Chen Anmo clasped his fists. The crowd nodded and then left. Right now, there were dozens of disciples beside Chen Anmo. In addition to Shen Xin, his master mother Li Hong and Lu Feng. These dozens of martial arts disciples all had their families with them. Elder brother, elder sister, elder mother. We are going to join our relatives in the countryside. A senior sister came over and said, we are also leaving. Will the martial arts school still be open in the future? Senior brother Chen, senior sister Lu, if you guys still open it in the future, we will come back. A senior who hadn't known him for long said sincerely. Chen Anmo sighed. Gentlemen, my senior sister and I have low strength and are too young. In a short period of time, I'm afraid we won't be coming back. I'll see you all later. The disciples were indifferent. Well, we'll see you later, so we'll be off. Senior mother, senior brother, senior sister, we'll leave first. Watching the crowd gradually disperse, Master Mother Li Hong heartily sighed. The large martial arts center was the result of decades of effort spent by her and Lu Jingfei. I didn't expect it to fall apart in a day. Suddenly, she thought of something and took the 3 maps from Lu Feng. She walked over to Chen Anmo and looked at him with complicated eyes before placing the 3 maps into Chen Anmo's hands. Anmo, this is a map of the treasures your master hid in this mountain. It's for you. Chapter 76 Taking care of a mother and daughter and escaping. For me? Chen Anmo was startled. You know, before the master said he'd give him the map though. But subconsciously, it's these things that are shared with Lu Feng. Even, there was the meaning of entrusting Lu Feng to him in it. But look at the master's mother. She wants to give them all to him. Yes, Anmo, keep all of these. Before your master died, he said that you would inherit these. It's better to leave these to senior sister and we'll study together. Naturally, Chen Anmo would not really accept all of them. Wouldn't that make you a Jedi eater? He decided that he would just learn to refine pills. As for the silver and the 50-year portion of the great medicine, it was better to leave it to senior sister Lu Feng. Lu Feng walked over and said, Senior brother Chen, you might as well take it. I'll be fine. Chen Anmo shook his head. Let's not talk about this first. The first order of business is to find these first and get out of here. Right, try to find it before dark. Master teacher Li Hong looked at the sky. It was already evening. The reddish haze of the setting sun poured over the earth as if a golden light had been poured over it. Just like this, Chen Anmo and Shen Xin, Lu Feng, and the master mother Li Hong walked towards the mountain. In fact, even if Lu Feng didn't use a map, she probably knew the general place where her father buried the treasure. Because every year when he went back to the countryside, Lu Jingfei would take Lu Feng to the mountains. Understanding all of this, Chen Anmo understood the good intentions of his master. Soon, a large red tree grew underneath. Based on the map location, Chen Anmo excavated 3 meters to the right of the tree. Soon a small iron box was dug up. Inside this, there was a whole box of gold leaf. It was calculated to be as much as 5,000 taels, then went to the second and third place where things were buried. Separately, they dug up a 50-year portion of the herb, and a yellowed ancient book, Miscellany of Pharmaceutical Refining. It was completely dark when we descended the mountain. Chen Anmo lit the campfire. While barbecuing, he read this Miscellany of Pill Refining. The material of this book is extremely special. It is made of a kind of cowhide that is exceptionally tough. It's a little yellowed on the surface, but it won't be a problem for another couple hundred years. I am a man of the Zhou dynasty, named Wang Zhishi, born a poor peasant, making a living by farming. Planting one day, accidentally found a dead body. The dead body turned up some special books, and afterward, after learning hard to read and write, I finally learned the words on the books, and knew that the dead body was a cultivator of immortality. and that the people over there called themselves alchemists. My humble self was fortunate enough to receive the inheritance of medicine refining, and with that decided to start cultivating immortality. The first page of the book depicts all sorts of things about the owner of the book, revealing a lot of information in it. The second page, which tells of the events of Wang Jishi 10 years later. I, Wang Jishi, have been practicing the qi cultivation method for dozens of years, but unfortunately I can't find any immortal cultivation realm, so I can only learn the qi and blood method by myself to enhance my physical strength. It's a good thing that my humble self has some experience in refining medicines and has worked out a few remedies that are good for the qi and blood. I am now creating this handbook of medicine refining in the hope that descendants of the Wang family name will pass on the art of medicine refining. Behind it, there are the methods of refining the 5 prescriptions. Obviously, this pill refining handbook was originally passed down from Wang Jishi to his descendants, but there must have been some accident back there. It led to the pill refining handbook falling into the hands of Lu Zhengfei. This Wang Jishi is really a strange person. With no one to teach him, in the land of mortals, he cultivated immortality on his own just by virtue of the qi practicing method in pill refining inheritance. Chen Anmo lamented, then couldn't wait to keep looking through the back. The so-called pill refining, i.e., the process of fusing useful herbs together, extracting the essence and discarding the dross, is called pill refining. There are many kinds of medicines, and the years are different, and the medicinal effects are completely different. In addition to this, the difference in growing environment and the difference in herbs is also huge. The growth of even the best herbs is limited under ordinary circumstances, but when grown in a place with spiritual qi, even ordinary grains and cereals can grow spiritual rice, and that's the difference. Herbs that have aura are called elixirs. This is a counterintuitive elixir that can't be found. Not to mention ordinary people, even if a land god of the upper 3 grades ate it, he would be able to prolong his life and not be invaded by all diseases. Living an extra 300 years is not a problem. Chen Anmo sucked in a breath of cool air. It can live for 300 years. Nice guy. 5 remedies are recorded on the back. The one with the most uses is a tonic that they drink at the martial arts school. It has the effect of quenching the body and increasing qi and blood. However, when they eat on weekdays, they are diluted by Lu Zhengfei, so the medicinal effect is average. However, if it is not diluted, it can be refined into the shape of an elixir, completely dissolving the medicinal effects into a single elixir. Taking this makes a big difference. At least it's stronger than the blood-strengthening pill. As Chen Anmo's cultivation entered the peak of the 6th grade, the effect of the blood-strengthening pill on him became weaker and weaker, so he desperately needed a higher quality elixir to do so. Silently noting down the various types of medicinal herbs, Chen Anmo put away the pill refining handbook. At this time, Lu Fang walked over. Senior brother Chen, this 50-year-old portion of the herb is called the red wizen lotus. It has the effect of condensing qi and strengthening blood. Keep it and take it when you impact the 5th grade. Chen Anmo froze. Senior sister, I don't need this. Keep it for yourself. He knew in his heart that Lu Fang needed this more. Otherwise, with her talent, it would be hard to go further. He, on the other hand, had already touched the bottleneck of the 5th grade, and as long as he had enough days of cultivation, he could easily enter the 5th grade. Elder sister, I'm not talented. It's also my father's wish that you enter the 5th rank early. Lu Fang insisted. At this time, Master Mother also came over. Xiao Mo, take it. Chen Anmo insisted. Let's do it this way. I'll learn the art of alchemy later on, and train this red infantile lotus into an elixir, so we'll take it together at that time. You're going to learn to make medicine? Mother and daughter froze, a little incredulous. Senior mother reminded. And Mo, pill refining takes up too much energy. I'm afraid that you learning to refine pills will affect your cultivation progress. Yes, senior brother, you don't have to learn pill refining again for my sake. Lu Fang had also studied pill refining and knew how difficult this skill was. She continued to remind. For example, if we refine pills, we can only utilize ordinary flames, and the efficiency of refining pills with ordinary flames is very poor. Chen Anmo smiled. Suddenly, a fiery red flame burned in the palm of his hand. The fire of the beast, not to mention the mother and daughter. Even Shen Xian was surprised and ran over. Beast fire. Lu Fang froze. At first, Lu Zhengfei had taken her to the big city and wanted to purchase beast fire for her, but after inquiring about a few places, that price, for the most common beast fire, is over 200,000 taels. In the end they dispelled the idea. But now, he didn't expect that Chen Anmo had obtained the beast fire without saying a word. Chen Anmo nodded and said, not bad, it's beast fire. Didn't I go out once before with Mo Linger and the girls from the Ling Tian Martial School and get quite a few medicinal herbs? That time, I came across the flaming bird. After killing a flaming bird, by mistake, I collected the beast flame. His gaze was calm as he looked at his senior mother. Senior mother, with the beast fire, it should be a bit easier for me to refine pills, right? Li Hong nodded in surprise. Beast fire refining medicine. The effect is naturally twice as effective. That's why I want to learn medicine refining. It's not bad to have one more skill to fall back on. Furthermore, I definitely won't interfere with cultivation. That's something I know in my heart. When Chen Anmo said so, Li Hong nodded. That's fine. Fong, you happen to know how to refine pills as well, so you can teach Xiao Mo some introductory knowledge later. Okay, Chen Anmo added. Senior mother, let's go to the triple sect first thing in the morning. Can you tell me about your situation at the triple sect in the first place? Why did you come here with master later? Through his master's last wish, Chen Anmo roughly understood some of their situation back then, but it would be best to ask a closer question. Li Hong nodded. Your master and I were both disciples of the triple sect in the beginning. Your master was born in this small mountain village, and later went out to practice and joined the triple sect. That's a big clan that ranks in the top 10 of our dynasty. It's very powerful. Your master had good talent in the beginning, and within a very short period of time, he had cultivated to the 7th rank and mastered the dark force. After that, your master and a senior sister named Yang Liang went out to practice, and his senior sister fell in love with your master. But at that time your master and I were together. Then she got back at me and tried to force me to leave your master. At the mention of the past, Li Hong lamented. Chen Anmo frowned, listening to the teacher's mother. That Yang Liang is very narrow-minded. If this goes over, knowing that he's a disciple of the master, will he be put in small shoes? He thought of another character his master had mentioned before he died. Master's senior brother, Zhang Rong. Master had said that when the time came to go to the triple sect, you could look for Zhang Rong. Li Hong continued. After that, your master returned here for my sake. Master is heavy-handed. Chen Anmo admired it from the bottom of his heart. Throw away your future for a woman. Heavy-hearted indeed. But senior mother, listening to your narration, that Yang Liang is narrow-minded. Chen Anmo's words implied that they would not be targeted if they went over. If it was dangerous, it would be better to worship other sects. Anyway, with his talent and cultivation, he could go to other sects and have a good time. She does have a bad temper and doesn't get along with people very well, but she doesn't get up to any tricks behind her back. As for why we went to the triple sect, the chi nurturing technique that we cultivate has 3 more martial arts behind it. 1 yang finger, 2 finger zen, and 3 heavens. These martial arts are connected to the techniques we cultivate. If you can cultivate them, it will be of great benefit to you. On top of that, the triple sect provides chi nourishing pills, and the benefits of cultivating with the chi nourishing skill are also tremendous. Chen Anmo instantly realized. It turned out that it wasn't because Master was familiar with the triple door that he was allowed to go there. Rather, it was because the triple sect had the techniques they needed to cultivate, as well as the chi nourishing pills. Next, Li Hong recounted the various rules of the triple door. It was finalized that it was time to defect to a man named Zhang Rong. Zhang Rong used to be your master's senior brother. At first he was bullied within the clan and it was your master who gave him the chi nourishing pill and sheltered him. Not long ago, I heard that he was already an elder within the clan, not a low status. Chapter 77 Practicing the Art of the Room. The reason why the triple sect took the name triple sect was because there were 3 main martial arts cultivated within the triple sect. 1 yang finger, 2 finger zen, triple heaven. These 3 martial arts were all cultivated in conjunction with the chi nurturing technique. Hence, the name triple door. There are 3 main branches within the gate. The first branch, majoring in the 1 yang finger. The second branch, majoring in 2 finger meditation. This branch of 2 finger zen was mostly practiced by women, and the exact reason for this was unknown to Chen Anmo, because the master's mother didn't say much either. Doesn't mean men can't practice though, just that women are more suited. The third branch, cultivating the 3 heavens. When one has cultivated to a certain level and a certain strength, then one can cultivate the martial arts of other mountains. Finally, the 1 yang finger, the 2 finger zen as well as the triple heaven. All 3 are practiced at the same time, transformed into the power of supreme rigidity and yang. Usually those who could become elders meant that all 3 martial arts had been cultivated to the point of at least great accomplishment. The power of the 3 martial arts exerted at the same time was very powerful. Lu Jingfei worshipped in the Yi Yang Finger Mountain sect back then. Unfortunately, he left the clan when he was at the 7th rank of cultivation. Without the warmth of the chi nourishing pill, the Yi Yang finger technique ended up being deserted. He could only switch to other techniques. So all along, his cultivation stopped at the 6th rank. Early the next morning, Chen Anmo drove the carriage and started on the road. The triple door is located in a place called Chongming County. Chen Anmo inquired. The Violet Light sect was actually there. I also wonder if Mo Linger has entered the Violet Light sect at this time. Or is she still staying in the capital? As he was thinking about it, that's when the posthumous reward from the master arrived. Last wish, I wish for Lu Fang and his wife to escape the town of Silu and keep them safe. Completed. Reward, Qi Nurturing Technique, Minor Achievement. Well. The Qi Nurturing Technique has become a minor success. Chen Anmo had a happy look on his face. In the next moment, an extra breath appeared in his body out of nowhere. This is exactly the kind of Qi that the Qi Nourishing Technique brings. This Qi neutralizes with the Qi energy and produces even more power. With normal cultivation, it will take at least 20 years to cultivate the Qi Nurturing Technique to a small degree of success. Chen Anmo thought excitedly. At noon, a light rain fell from the sky. The road started to get muddy and hard to walk on. According to the distance, it's at least 1,000 kilometers. Gradually, the passing places became less populated. It was a good thing that the wagon had a lot of food stored in it. Occasionally, when Chen Anmo saw some small wild animals, he would chop them up to improve everyone's appetite. Dozens of days passed. Chen Anmo and his group were dusty and finally arrived at the boundaries of Chongming County. This place is very prosperous at first glance. Before they even entered the city, just outside, everyone they saw was very well dressed. Yellow-faced people can't see it at all. Chen Anmo also discovered that there were significantly more experts here. Of the 10 people we met today, there were at least 8 of them in there. All of them were martial masters. And over in the town of 4 floors, probably 8 out of 10 people encountered were ordinary people. That's the gap. The master's mother looked at the once familiar place and was a bit unrecognizable all of a sudden, especially after entering the city. A steady stream of pedestrians, lined with stores, the high-class tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, calligraphy and painting stores, and Yoho vendors made sure Fu looked dumbfounded for a moment. It didn't used to be here. Decades have passed and it's developed so well. Li Hong couldn't help but feel emotional. Shen Xian also seemed to be like Lu entering the Grand View Garden. She and Lu Fang were even more dumbfounded at once after seeing the clothes sold on the side of the road. This fabric, it was better than any she had ever seen. Worthy of being known as the fish and rice country of the Dale dynasty, Chongming County. In my opinion, even the capital city is no more than that, Shen Xian said. Several people were not overly emotional, because of the immediate need to find a place to live. The good thing is, a few people have money. Because he was new to the city, Chen Anmo decided to find a safer place to stay first. Soon, they arrived at an inn. Chen Anmo opened 3 rooms. After settling in, it was already dark. Into the night, Chen Anmo closed his eyes and kept manipulating the Qi energy in his body, going step by step to impact the realm of the 5th grade. But, it's hard. It always just seems to fall short of such a meaning. This is actually quite normal. After the 6th grade, it would be very difficult to break through and rely on one's own abilities. Most people, either in the midst of a life and death battle, suddenly gain realization. Either that, or take some great medicine. Very few people can break through on their own ability. It seems that we need to turn around and practice that 50-year portion of the great medicine into a Dan. Chen Anmo pondered. And to practice pills, first he had to become an alchemist. In addition to beast fire, an alchemist must also have strong spiritual power to be able to do so. Mental power, the key to fire control. He remembered the rooming technique he had gotten earlier. Dual cultivation can enhance spiritual power. Knock knock. That's when the knock came at the door. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Sister-in-law is here. He rushed over to open the door, and Shen Xian ran in with a flourish. Sister-in-law, you've come at the right time. Let's cultivate together. Cultivation? Shen Xian froze and her pretty face flushed red. You called me over just for this matter. Ha? Remember that book we were reading earlier about the room? Remember, you said that book could be practiced, together with an increase in spiritual power. Shen Xian muttered. You sought me out, so you want to cultivate. She snapped, a little breathless. Thought I missed her. Seeing that Shen Xian wasn't very happy, Chen Anmo secretly laughed in his heart. After getting acquainted with Shen Xian, I realized that she likes to be pampered on weekdays. He sat on the bed, pulled Shen Xian over, and said soothingly, Sister-in-law, I can't wait to stick to you every day. Even if I don't cultivate, then I still want to find you. I don't believe it. Although Shen Xian said so, her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Shen Anmo laughed. That's fine. I won't practice today and serve you well. Sister-in-law. He took the word serve and bit down on it, where Shen Xian couldn't hear it. At once, her entire body crisped up. Don't talk nonsense. You know how to bully people. Shen Xian relied on Chen Anmo and kept twisting her soft and delicate body. Chen Anmo's eyes widened. Good man. It's good that it's not twisting. A twist, simply, it creates a rush, a feeling of desire. Chen Anmo instantly saw it as well. I didn't realize my sister-in-law was enjoying herself. It looks like it's enjoying itself. Sister-in-law, I'm not making this up. Heaven and earth. When I say I'm not practicing today, I'm not practicing. I'll just specialize in serving you. Sister-in-law, Chen Anmo said decisively. Really? Of course it's true. Alright. Just now my concubine was joking with you. It's still important to cultivate. Shen Xian's heart was sweet. Both hands hooked around Chen Anmo's neck at once and kissed him. Obediently, Chen Anmo helped her lie down. Squeak squeak. Early the next morning, after the four of them cleaned up and ate breakfast, the four of them headed towards the triple door under the leadership of the master mother, Li Hong. The triple door is located in a suburb of Chongming County. This is a huge estate near a lake. The estate is divided into 3 areas, corresponding to each of the 3 hills within the triple door. It's a nice day. At this moment, there were quite a few people surrounding the entrance of the triple sect. Some of these people were visiting disciples within the gate. There were those who thought they had some talent and wanted to worship the triple sect. Li Hong barked at Chen Anmo. Wait here for a while. I'll go talk to the gatekeeper and ask to see Elder Zhang Rong. Afterwards, Li Hong tucked in the 2 gold leaves and headed towards the gatekeeper. Chen Anmo waited for a while and saw Li Hong walking over with a face full of joy. Xiao Mo. Things are settled. Let's go in. The 4 men then followed a janitor towards the huge estate. It's worthy of being one of the great sects. Once inside the door, this is something else. Quaint corridors that stretch far and wide in all directions. Surrounded by pavilions, rockeries and green water. The environment is embroidered with beauty. Come before a courtyard. Only a wooden sign hung at the gate, Elder Zhang Rong. This is Elder Zhang Rong's residence. The watchman disciple stood at the door and first gently knocked on the door. Elder Zhang, there's a deceased member of your family looking for you. Deceased? A puzzled voice came from inside. What's the name? She said her name was Li Hong, Lu Jingfei's wife. The watchman disciple responded. By the way, she also brought a letter. Bring it in and look at it. Yes. The watchman disciple took a letter from Li Hong. It's exactly what Lu Zhengfei wrote when he was alive. Before Lu Zhengfei died, he wrote a letter of introduction for Chen Anmo. Inside the door, a black-bearded middle-aged man stood with his arms folded, pinching 2 iron guts in his hands. This person was none other than Elder Zhang Rong. He hadn't been a triple sect elder for too long, just over half a year. No one would have thought that the man from a long time ago, who had just entered the triple sect, was still nothing more than a small disciple to be bullied by others. More than 30 years had passed and he had become a triple sect elder. He couldn't help but reminisce about his younger days. At that time, he was just getting started, being bullied, blackmailed and beaten. It's a tear to think about. Fortunately, it was Lu Zhengfei who helped him at that time, but time had changed, and he had even forgotten what Lu Zhengfei looked like. Behind him, stood a young man in green. He was a disciple of Zhang Rong's named Shui Wang. Master, you know Lu Zhengfei? The teenager asked. Zhang Rong naturally wouldn't talk about his youth. He nodded slightly and said, one of my senior brothers in the past. He did me some favors back then. Trayvon's heart fluttered. At this time, the watchman disciple took the letter and walked in. Shui Wang took the letter for his master and passed it on to Zhang Rong. Zhang Rong opened the letter and his eyelids jumped. Brother Lu Zhengfei is dead. The beginning of this letter was indeed written by Lu Zhengfei, but Li Hong added some words up at the beginning. Indicates that Lu Zhengfei man is gone. At the back are some words written by Lu Zhengfei during his lifetime. He stated that he received a disciple named Chen Anmo with good talent. Hopefully he'll take care of it. Li Hong wrote some more on the back, indicating that if she could, she and Lu Zhengfei's daughter, Lu Feng, could also worship the triple sect. Hey, Zhang Rong sighed in his heart, his eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character. He'd love to help, but the thought of that powerful woman made him afraid to help. Chapter 78 Thin-Skinned Man. Zhang Rong remembers the past. To be honest, he was indeed grateful for the care that Lu Zhengfei had given him in the beginning. Back then, the two of them, master and brother, were like brothers. He also secretly swore that Lu Zhengfei was his big brother for life. But now, he doesn't dare to offend Yang Liying. Back then, Lu Zhengfei and Li Hong were together. Li Hong was targeted by Yang Liying. The two left the place in a huff. After that, Yang Liying frantically searched for them. Retaliation was also carried out against those who were on good terms with Lu Zhengfei. Luckily, he offered some favors to Yang Liying, who didn't target him. Nowadays, Yang Liying was already the sect master of the Yangtze vein. The position was high and powerful, not something he could afford to offend as an elder. One bad move and you could be removed from office. He's a guy who climbed up from the bottom. He naturally did not want to see the great power in his hands taken away, so he wandered. He didn't dare offend Yang Liying. Master, should we call them in? Trayvon cautioned. Zhang Rong returned to his senses, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Senior brother. Senior brother, back then I was indeed favored by you, but senior brother I can't do anything about it now. You don't want me to be embarrassed, right? So I'm sorry. He looked towards his disciple, Shui Wang, and calmly said, just say that I've had some problems with my cultivation recently. and I'm not in a position to see my guests. Chui Wang was stunned, not realizing that his master would not see the guest. You know, since those people came looking and brought letters, that suggests at least some friendship. However, he, as a disciple, was not in a position to ask more questions, nodded and prepared to go out. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Zhang Rong called out to him again. Take 3 bottles of qi nourishing pills and send 200 taels of silver and 5 bottles of blood strengthening pills. With so many things to give them, it won't make people say I'm a thin-skinned person. And then you said that it was out of my hands to take on an apprentice. Zhang Rong stood with his hands behind his back and said in a cold tone, Got it, master. Trayvon backed out of it. Outside the door, Chen Anmo and Shen Xian waited for news. Li Hong frowned tightly. For some reason, she felt vaguely uneasy, because logically, Zhang Rong should have come out immediately when he heard her coming over. But after waiting so long, there was no movement at all. Shouldn't be ignoring us, right? Li Hong thought helplessly in her heart. It is said that people go away. But back then, Lu Zhengfei was really helping him. As he was thinking, the watchman disciple walked out. Behind him was a somewhat slightly shorter youth. You guys are my master's old friends? The youth swept a glance at a few people and said coldly, My name is Chui Wang. I'm my master's eldest disciple. My master's cultivation has gone a bit awry, and I can't see the guests. But his old man said that he knows you all. Li Hong hurriedly said, Did he read the contents of the letter? Of course I watched. Master said he'd love to help, but he's not in charge of taking on disciples. I'm sorry. With that, Chui Wang took out a wooden box. Inside this, placed the blood strengthening pill, qi nourishing pill, and some silver taels. Master is kind-hearted and said that it's rare to see his deceased friends, so he specially sent some thin gifts, hoping that you will accept them and catch up with them when you have the chance in the future. Chui Wang's words caused several people's faces to sink. Li Hong, in particular, had a quivering lip. She didn't expect that Lu Jingfei's kindness to Zhang Rong back then would be dismissed by him taking so little. Li Hong was a bit undeterred. Actually, I'm also considered a disciple of the Triple Sect. Can you let me meet Zhang Rong? I want to hear it from him personally. Auntie, what are you talking about? My master is an elder of the Triple Sect. Is it not something you can just want to see? Not to mention that you've been away from the sect for so long. Even if you're still a disciple of the Triple Sect now, you're not qualified for that. Go back. Don't make a fool of yourself. Chui Wang snorted coldly in his mind. He's already polite enough. Why are these bumpkins still so insensitive? The master had indeed done the right thing in rejecting them. Otherwise, if they were taken in, they might make even more outrageous demands later on. Li Hong wanted to say something else but was stopped by Chen Anmo. Master mother, go back. Li Hong looked at Chen Anmo's expression and finally sighed. On the way back, they happened to encounter a group of elders passing by with some disciples. When Chen Anmo and the others walked out of the sect, one of the female elders frowned and muttered, Isn't this Li Hong? It seems like she just came out of Zhang Rong's courtyard. There's also a young woman beside Li Hong that looks like Lu Zhengfei. Just in time, that's when Trayvon passed by. The female elder stopped Chui Wang and inquired about what had just happened. Chui Wang naturally told the truth. Got it. The female elder nodded, then walked directly towards the location where Li Hong and the others had left. AI. It's true that people go away. Chen Anmo. I'm sorry. Li Hong let out a long sigh. Chen Anmo was also a bit disappointed in his heart. However, he was not discouraged, but asked, Senior mother, what other methods are there to enter the Triple Sect if you don't go through an acquaintance? Because at the entrance, he noticed many young people with young faces enrolling. Like most sects, one can take the path of enrollment and become an outer disciple first, then stay for half a year, and then you have to do something for the sect, and this path isn't easy and takes longer. The key is that outer disciples are not allowed to cultivate the one yang finger, 2 fingers en, and 3 heavens, and the qi nourishing pill won't be given either. Chen Anmo said, Then I'll just use my own strength and move up step by step. I was worried that you'd be targeted if you had no one to look out for you. Li Hong hesitated and said, as he was talking, a woman of about 40 approached. Senior sister Li, it's really you. Li Hong sniffed and looked, and for a moment, she didn't recognize anyone. However, this woman was wearing the Triple Sect elder costume, so her status was obviously not low. You are. It's me, Kim Xiao Xiao. Kim Xiao Xiao, Li Hong recalled, and remembered at once. Back then, Jean Xiaoqiao was one of her senior sisters. At that time they were sort of casual friends with an average relationship. There are too many people like that in life. That's why Li Hong didn't think of her at first. Being reminded by Jean Xiaoqiao, Li Hong suddenly realized, Senior sister Jean, I can't imagine that you've become an elder. This is thanks to senior sister Yang Liying promoting me. Kim Xiaoqiao laughed. Oh, that's right. Senior sister, is this your daughter? It looks so much like you. Jean Xiaoqiao swept a glance at Lu Feng. Where is senior brother Lu? Something happened to him and he's gone. What? Kim Xiaoqiao froze. Then, Li Hong and Jin Xiaoqiao caught up and talked about recent events. Learning that she intended to have her daughter and Shen Anmo and Shen Xin worship the sect, Jin Xiaoqiao took the initiative and said, "How about this? I'll go and ask for you guys. How about it?" Since Jin Xiaoqiao was willing to help, Li Hong naturally agreed. Afterward, Jin Xiaoqiao brought a few people to the area of the Three Heavens vein. Here, that's where Yang Liang is in charge. The One Yang Finger lineage, the Two Finger Zen lineage, and the Three Heavens lineage. For each chakra, a chakra head is in charge, and the head of the vein is directly responsible to the head of the triple sect. So, the head of the pulse has a lot of power here. It was no wonder that Zhang Rong had just scorned Yang Liang. Jin Xiaoqiao led Chen Anmo and Shen Xian and Lu Feng towards the inside. Soon, the more you go, the more you go. At the same time, a medicinal fragrance passed out. The head of the Three Heavens first vein, named Yang Liang. When these words came out, Shen Anmo and Lu Feng's faces changed drastically. They don't want to worship under Yang Liang. This woman is narrow-minded and overbearing. When Lu Zhengfei had rejected her, who knew if he would put small shoes on them? Lu Feng immediately said, "Elder Jin, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to worship under her, right? What's inappropriate? If you're here, are you afraid I'll eat you?" Steeply, not far away from the courtyard filled with the fragrance of medicine, a woman with a delicate face, but with gray temples, walked out. It's none other than Yang Liang. Her deep eyes swept over the three men and, finally, stopped on Lu Feng. Jin Xiaoqiao came to Yang Liang, pulse head. "This is Lu Zhenfei's daughter Lu Feng. Li Hong is waiting outside." Lu Feng looked at Jin Xiaoqiao angrily. "You deliberately tricked us into coming here." Jin Xiaoqiao looked at her and shook her head with a smile. "Aren't you guys going to join the sect? What's wrong with me bringing you guys here to meet the pulse head?" Shen Anmo frowned slightly. "There's a big problem here. If Yang Liang wanted to target them, then they would be in trouble." Yang Liang crossed her arms and slowly walked to Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at Yang Liang proudly, but did not have stage fright. The eyes looked just like him. Yang Liang snorted coldly, "And as old-fashioned looking as your father. How did you inherit all his faults?" When Lu Feng heard this, she directly exploded. "What did you say? Say it again." "You." Lu Feng rushed over and was about to hit someone. Luckily, he was stopped by Chen Anmo. "Senior sister, calm down." Chen Anmo was helpless. Now that the situation is stronger than ever, you can't mess around with it. Seeing this scene, Yang Liang laughed coldly. "The temper is as stinky as your father's. You really have inherited his shortcomings. Don't you dare talk about my father." Lu Feng was instantly anxious. Her eyes reddened and she almost cried out. Saying a few words and actually crying. "That's one thing you're like your mother. It doesn't help at all." Yang Liang's words were still vicious and caustic, but the more she was like this, Chen Anmo instead became more relieved, because at least she showed no signs of making a move, just putting out harsh words. That's a lot better than someone who talks a good game and is ruthless as hell. Jin Xiaoqiao came over at this time, hesitated for a moment, and explained, "Pulse head, Lu Zhengfei, he's dead." "What? Dead?" Yang Liang froze for a moment and turned her head to look at Jin Xiaoqiao. "It's dead." Jin Xiaoqiao told them about how they were just going to defect to Zhang Rong. Finally, he explained, "I don't know why, but Elder Zhang Rong wasn't willing to take them in, so I brought them here." Jin Xiaoqiao and Yang Liang are very close. When Yang Liang was in her most difficult time, she was always there for her. In private, Yang Liang and Jin Xiaoqiao also talked about almost nothing. Therefore, Kim Xiaoqiao is, arguably, the person who knows her best. That gutless one, no need to talk about him. Yang Liang shook her head and looked at Lu Feng with a deep gaze. "Do you want to join the triple sect?" "Of course I want to, but I'm afraid you're not going to make it so easy for us to join. So forget it," Lu Feng said bluntly, not giving Yang Liang any face at all. Yang Liang laughed softly. "All you have to do is curse your mother and I'll let you worship under me." Chapter 79. This is a woman who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. "You want me to curse my mother? No way." Lu Feng snorted coldly, not giving Yang Liang any face at all. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. For the sake of worshipping the clan, I'm going to curse my mother. Then what have I become? Then I might as well not worship the sect," Lu Feng said disdainfully. After saying that, he pulled Shen Xian and then said towards Chen Anmo, "Let's go." "Humph, what kind of place do you think this is? Come and go as you please?" Yang Liang said with a cold face. "So what do you want to do? Try to bully us?" Lu Feng coldly grunted. Chen Anmo took the initiative to walk forward and cupped his fists. "Pulse head Yang, can we have a few words in private? It's about my master." Yang Liang looked at Chen Anmo in surprise, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "Elder Jin, take them down first." "Yes." Afterward, Jin Xiaoqiao led Lu Feng and Shen Xian out. "You are Lu Zhengfei's favored disciple? What cultivation level?" "I wouldn't dare." I'm now at the 6th grade cultivation level. A bit of talent. No wonder you're valued by Lu Zhenfei. What do you want to talk to me about? Yang Liang said with her hands behind her back. Chen Anmo looked nervous on his face, but in his heart, he was relieved. From the conversation just now, it could be seen that although Yang Liang had been putting out harsh words, she didn't have the intention to kill. Even within her eyes, she showed appreciation for Lu Feng. This is a woman who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Seeing through this, Chen Anmo already had a plan in mind. Before Master died, I was the only one by his side, and he told me to bring my sister and mother here. This is one of them. And two, he wanted me to run an errand, and he asked me to find you. Looking for me? Yang Liang turned around and stared at Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo arched his hand. Yes, and asked me to bring a message to you. Pulse head. Take what message? He said that he was not worthy of you. Elder sister. He said that he had always had elder sister in his heart. It was just that he could only leave because of some reasons. The jade trigger you left for him he has always worn on his body and has never forgotten it. What Chen Anmo said was actually Lu Zhenfei's last wish. Boom! As the words fell, Yang Liang's eyes widened incredulously. The past came back to her. Elder sister, this is the dish I cooked. Why are you always alone? Come eat at my place. Why haven't you been eating? Sister, you'll starve your stomach like this. Even if you've been desperately cultivating, you can't be like this. Elder sister, in the future, when you're hungry, come eat at my place. I have everything to eat in my house. Senior sister, why are you giving me a jade trigger? But this jade trigger is so pretty. Thank you so much. Senior sister, you're so nice. Hey, senior sister, why are you kissing me? Ah, silly master. Yang Liang murmured in her mind. For some reason, there was suddenly something sour in her heart at this moment. A former lover who was forced out of her life because of her strength. A number of years passed. The lover's apprentice, however, said that in his heart, he had always had her. Then why didn't you come back to me? I'll forgive you for that. I don't eat people. You know how long I've been waiting. Everyone thinks I'm evil. You're the only one who understands me. Why are you dead? What are you going to make me do when you're dead? You're so selfish. Yang Liang cried out in her heart, but the look on her face was even colder. This caused Chen Anmo to frown slightly, searching for a way to say the wrong thing, but that's when the legacy reward arrived. Last wish, tell Yang Liang that he is not worthy of his senior sister, and that the jade trigger she gave him has been worn on her finger. Completed. Reward, 5 tails of clear chi tea. It has the effect of clearing the mind and condensing the chi, and can nourish the spiritual energy. Chen Anmo's heart was moved. This tea actually had this effect. What's your name? At this time, Yang Liang sized up Chen Anmo and asked, my name is Chen Anmo, head of the Yang vein, and I have something else here that my master asked me to pass on to you. With that, he pretended to pull something out of his arms. In reality, it was actually the mind sinking into the system space. Soon after, a wooden box came into hand. The moment it was taken out, a fresh scent wafted out. Yang Liang's heart fluttered and she exclaimed, it's Qing Chi Tea. Chakra recognizes it? Back then, your master had gotten it in a cave and had given it to me. This item has a good effect on spiritual power. Before master died, he was always thinking about Pulse Head, so he asked me to give it to you. Pulse Head. Chen Anmo spoke without blinking. There was nothing he could do about it. It was all about currying favor in order to avoid being targeted. On the other hand, he realized that Yang Liang still had feelings for her master. Not so much that it would do anything to them. So things are given away and it should work. You're very understanding. Do you know that if this item is taken out and sold, or used as a gift, not to mention entering the sect, even if it allows you to become an inner disciple of a great sect, that would be fine. Yang Liang said with a smile. Ah, this thing is so precious? Chen Anmo was taken aback. But even if one knew the value of this item, it would be useless, because he's bound to see Yang Liang to get the legacy reward. I know it's precious, master, and I have said so, but I don't dare to covet it. If it's not mine, it's not mine. Have a backbone. Well, after taking your stuff, I can't possibly not do my job, so let them in. Good. Chen Anmo walked to the door and called Shen Xian and Lu Feng to come in. Lu Feng still looked angry, but at this time, Yang Liang was obviously in a good mood and didn't bother with her. Seeing her expression, Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like no problem next. Sure enough, Yang Liang said, Lu Feng, from now on, you will be my personal disciple. Cultivate by my side. Lu Feng froze and pointed to her nose. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Or are you trying to bully me? She did get a little scared. Your father left me something very precious, enough to counteract my grudge against him. The past need not be mentioned again. Yang Liang said it coolly and then looked at Chen Anmo and Shen Xian. As for you guys, I can make an exception and accept you as inner disciples. But if you guys don't pass the inner disciple assessment a month later, then you'll have to be demoted to outer disciple. Do you agree? Pulse head. If that's the case, it's because of our lack of strength. We will never complain. Chen Anmo said. Well, with your strength, there should be no problem. But this, she looked to Shen Xin. With her eyesight, it was easy to see that Shen Xin's cultivation was not high. The temperament is also soft, and I'm afraid I've never seen blood on my hands. Alright, Elder Jean, you arranged the inner disciple identity tokens for them. As for Lu Feng, I've already arranged your residence for you. Now follow me over. Lu Feng was quite frank at this point, because if Yang Liying wanted to harm her, she didn't have to beat around the bush. After Chen Anmo and Shen Xin walked out, Li Hong came over excitedly. Where's Feng Feng? She was worried that her daughter would be okay. After all, she did know that Yang Liying was a very domineering person. Senior mother, don't worry, senior sister has been accepted as a personal disciple, Chen Anmo said with an odd expression on his face. In the middle of this, Yang Liying definitely had a selfish motive. Imagine how cool it was for her to personally teach her love rival's daughter. However, it was not so bad that it would harm Lu Feng. Anyway, from now on, he would be within the triple sect as a clan, and if there was any situation, he would be the first to know about it. If Lu Feng was really treated badly, he would be the first to take her away. Big deal, just go far away. If you can't, go to the Violet Light sect on Mo Linger's side. Speaking of the Violet Light sect, Shen Anmo was helpless in his heart. It did originally head for the Violet Gate, but I promised Lady Unit first, stay away from Mo Linger. Then naturally, he couldn't travel to the Violet Light sect. Li Hong was very worried. Why is Yang Liying suddenly so kind? Will there be any problems here? Jean Xiaoqiao softly said. Senior sister Li, you have to believe in Pulse Head Yang's character. Take a step back. Pulse Head Yang is a great person of the upper third grade. She's a land god. If she really wants to harm you guys, she doesn't even need to personally take action. There will be a large group of people willing to saddle up for her. Shen Xian also comforted Li Hong with a few words. Li Hong then put her heart down. Jean Xiaoqiao added, Senior sister Li, then I'll take Chen Anmo and this Miss Shen Xian to collect their identity tokens, as well as their cultivation techniques, so please wait here for a while. Okay, then, please. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian followed behind Jean Xiaoqiao. The two of you should have learned a bit about my triple sect from your master mother's mouth, but they left here a long time ago and some of the rules have changed. I'm going to introduce them to you. The sect is divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. The outer sect disciples have tougher conditions and don't have many resources each month. I won't introduce this point. Anyway, you all are already inner sect disciples. Inner disciples, with fewer rules and quite a lot of resources. Every month, you can receive 5 Qi Nourishing Dan. She spoke about the resource benefits and finally said, after entering the inner sect, in addition to completing the tasks assigned by the sect every month, you will also have to submit 200 taels of tuition fees every month. This shouldn't be too much of a conundrum for a person of your strength, right? Chen Anmo shook his head. It's not a big problem. Well, come on. As he spoke, he came to a place called the Hidden Scripture Pavilion. When the gatekeeper saw Jean Xiaoqiao, he didn't ask any questions and directly let them in. Jean Xiaoqiao took out 2 books from a bookshelf and said, This is the sect's rules. You guys have time to familiarize yourselves with them. What you are worshipping is my 3 heavens lineage, and theoretically you can only cultivate the 3 heavens as a martial art. However, if you are willing to cultivate the 1 yang finger or 2 fingers Zen, that's fine too. But Miss Shen Xin, your cultivation level is too weak. It's only the 8th grade. You can't cultivate any of these. You can only choose other martial arts. Shen Xin nodded. I know. Chen Anmo took a door of books handed over by Jean Xiaoqiao. This is not a gongfu. This records the characteristics of the 3 martial arts of the 1 yang finger, the 2 finger Zen and the 3 heavens. So take a look and practice whichever you like. But once you choose, you can't change it. Regarding these 3 martial arts, when he came, Chen Anmo had actually learned about them long ago from the mouth of his master's mother. Yang finger is a finger technique. Shooting chi energy with a point, and also being able to turn corners, is wonderful. 2 finger Zen, a chi energy sword art. The invisible chi condensed out of the 2nd finger and transformed into a weapon with a power comparable to a heavenly grade treasure blade. Triple heaven. This is a gong method similar to hard qigong. Gathering all the chi energy, it converged around his body, forming 3 large mountains. The 3 mountains can be attacked or defended. This is the origin of the 3 heavens. The 3 great mountains, with their overwhelming power, kill the gods and the Buddhas. Chapter 80. This elder is in a hurry to collect the clothes. To be honest, Chen Anmo wanted all 3 of these martial arts, but he also knew that it was clearly impossible, unless he immediately cultivated a martial art to great success. Otherwise, one was not allowed to practice the other two martial arts anymore. Thinking about it? Jin Xiaoqiao smiled and said, if there's anything you don't understand, you can talk to me and I can give you advice. Elder Jin, I wonder which of these three martial arts is easier to cultivate? Chen Anmo asked. Let's put it in an analogous way. The one yang finger is the easiest to cultivate, and the three heavens is the hardest. But that's not necessarily true. The prerequisite for wanting to cultivate these three martial arts is to cultivate our sex chi nurturing technique. Do you know why? Chen Anmo shook his head and said, I don't know much about it. However, I also cultivated the chi nurturing technique and found that the chi produced by the technique was neutralized with my chi, and the power was stronger. Oh, you actually cultivated true chi? This power is called true chi? It was the first time Chen Anmo had heard this word. Jin Xiaoqiao laughed. That's where the beauty of the chi nurturing technique comes in, boosting the power of our chi, which is true chi. These three martial arts can't be used with ordinary chi. Forcing them to be used will only drain us of our power and can only be driven by true chi. Chen Anmo came to a realization. So that's how it is. My master never told me about this. That's because even back then he only learned a little bit. His comprehension of the chi nurturing technique wasn't profound. So how could he teach you? Jin Xiaoqiao paused and continued. Hit a hard circle towards me. Let me see how strong your true chi is first. Chen Anmo hesitated and said, that's too dangerous, isn't it? Joke. This elder's cultivation is of the 4th rank. Is he still afraid that you, a 6th rank, will injure me? Jin Xiaoqiao shook her head in a cloudy manner, carried her hands behind her back, and stood up her chest with a flourish. Though her two cuties are small in size, but it's still very rounded when it's so jacked up. Chen Anmo looked at his fists with an odd expression on his face. His was big, with big fists. This punch is the work of many decades. Even those ferocious beasts with thick skin couldn't carry it. Although Jin Xiaoqiao's cultivation wasn't low, he was also afraid of injuring people. Seeing Chen Anmo's hesitation, Jin Xiaoqiao frowned slightly. What's the matter? What's the point of being abrasive? This elder is giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. With that said, Chen Anmo was emboldened. Yes, Elder Jin had said so. So why was he still squirming? Revealing his true strength so that Elder Jin could give him better advice. As Kim Xiaoqiao herself said, this was an opportunity for him. No other disciple could enjoy this yet. Well then, Elder Jin, I'm going to make my move. Jin Xiaoqiao secretly laughed in her heart. What's the point of being so serious when you're just a 6th grade? This elder can take a martial master of this strength with just one finger. So she wasn't in a hurry at all. She stood with her arms folded and said impatiently, come quickly. This elder is in a hurry to collect the clothes. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. Boom! The air around him exploded as he threw a punch. The punch, powerful and heavy, slammed hard into Jin Xiaoqiao's abdomen. Originally, Jin Xiaoqiao was still very calm. She only used 60 to 70% of her true chi to protect her abdomen. But as the wind of her fist pounded in, she stifled a grunt and her face reddened for a moment. Red through red through red. Face and neck are turning red. Elder Jin, are you alright? Shen Xian had been watching from the sidelines, and when she saw the scene, she couldn't help but feel worried in her heart. Luckily, after taking a deep breath, Jin Xiaoqiao smiled with a normal expression. Good force, promising. Chen Anmo clasped his fists in admiration. It's still Elder Jin who is powerful. I punched you with all my might and you didn't even get hurt at all. Jin Xiaoqiao revealed an awkward and not so polite smile and said, your true chi seems to be very thick. I suggest that you directly cultivate the triple heavens. This martial art is most suitable to be cultivated by someone with strong true chi like you. Elder Jin had said so. Chen Anmo naturally accepted the suggestion. Afterward, Jin Xiaoqiao took out a jade slip from the side. This jade slip can only be used once. You can take it away by paying 500 taels of silver. If you don't have enough money, you can owe it first. Kim Xiaoqiao said. Chen Anmo nodded. Disciples who had just joined the sect and had yet to contribute to the sect did need to spend money on things like feats. When Chen Anmo took the silver ticket to pay, Shen Xian didn't choose a feat. After all, she hadn't learned much of what Chen Anmo had taught her before. It would be too much of a waste of energy to pick another new feat. Anyway, Shen Xian thought she didn't have much talent, so she looked at it more openly and wasn't that uptight. Alright, you guys wait here for a while. The identity tokens will be delivered later. Come report to this side of the Three Heavens martial arts training ground early tomorrow morning. With that, she looked at the sky outside. It's going to rain. I have to go back and collect my clothes. After Kim Xiaoqiao left, the two waited for a while. A young man with a clean-cut appearance walked over. He swept a glance at Chen Anmo and Shen Xian, nodded and said, I'm the eldest senior brother of the Three Heavens vein. My name is Wu Lei. Here are your identity tokens. You guys work hard, although you're already inner sect disciples now. But if you brush off the inner sect examination in a month's time, then you'll be eliminated and can only go to the outer sect. Of course, If you work a little harder and are spotted by the head of the vein, then you'll be a pro-disciple. The treatment of a personal disciple is not only better, but if you encounter something outside, you can also report your master's name, and no one will dare to touch you. Receiving the identity token, Chen Anmo arched his hand and said, "Thank you for explaining, senior brother." "Many thanks, senior brother," Shen Xian also said. Then, Wu Lei gave a few more instructions before leaving. On the other hand, after returning to her place in the first place, Kim Xiaoqiao lifted her clothes and belly band and looked down at her abdomen. Hissing. At this look, Jin Xiaoqiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Only a fist print appeared on the abdomen. At the same time, there was a sharp pain that vaguely pierced the heart. Obviously, after being punched by Chen Anmo just now, she was directly injured. Even if I didn't use my full power to resist, I still used at least 70% of my strength, yet I was still injured. The power of this brat, Chen Anmo, is just too terrifying. She was secretly terrified. Swear you can't be as feisty in the future. After Chen Anmo, Shen Xian, and Li Hong returned to Chongming County, they found a mansion under the introduction of the dentist. At the side of this mansion, there is another room. The mansion was quite large, similar to a quadrangle, with 4 large rooms and a living room, side kitchens, woodsheds, all of it. The only pity is that there is no cellar in this place, but he asked the toothman. The houses in the city were all without cellars, so he had to give up. Li Hong also looked at the place and decided to live alone in the next house. That's good. We'll live in the mansion on the side. If you have anything to do, senior mother, you can look for me. Chen Anmo smiled. Xiao Moa, from now on, you guys will be practicing at the triple sect. Fong Fong's side will trouble you to take care of it. Li Hong was still a bit relieved to see her daughter. Chen Anmo nodded solemnly. Senior mother, this you can rest assured. Let's go to the bazaar and get some bed covers back, Shen Xian offered. Together then, Li Hong said. Into the night, in the middle of the mansion, Shen Xian took a basin, caught some well water, took a rag, and began to clean inside and out. Chen Anmo took the broom and was about to clean when Shen Xian hurriedly stopped him. Xiao Mo, go cultivate. These chores are for women. I'll do it. Chen Anmo, however, did not give her the broom. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? This is our home. Letting you work all by yourself, what if it wears you out? In my opinion, it's better for you to go and rest. Chen Anmo's words came from the heart. After renting the place in the afternoon, Shen Xian barely stopped. It was a cold day and her forehead was already covered in sweat. Shen Xian's heart warmed. She was secretly convinced that she hadn't been wrong about the man. Still, persistent, there's not much work left in the house anyway. Well, let's finish this together and get an early night. Chen Anmo wrapped his arm around Shen Xian's waist and quietly said, rest early, so you can do serious things early. The gentle, whispering voice blew warmly around Shen Xian's ears. It was a little ticklish, nasty. Although Shen Xian said so, she worked faster. Half an hour later, Chen Anmo went to fetch a bucket of hot water and took a hot bath with Shen Xian painfully. While bathing, he ran the dual cultivation technique. Not to mention Chen Anmo, even Shen Xian, from the bottom of her heart, felt an extra breath in her head. This aura was the very same spiritual power that came from the room. After waiting for the tired-looking Shen Xian to go to bed, Chen Anmo couldn't wait to take out the threefold gate martial arts jade slip. Entering his spiritual energy into the jade slip, the contents were soon absorbed into his mind. The triple door, divided into 3, one stronger than the other, stacked on top of each other, suppressing everything. The next moment, the triple door appeared above the property. Martial art, triple heaven. Introductory. Chen Anmo looked at the information of the 3 heavens, and said in his heart, the cultivation of the qi nurturing technique is all exceptionally difficult. This kind of martial skill should be difficult as well, but it definitely won't be as difficult as the qi nurturing technique. Now that my true qi is also strong, I wonder how strong I can exert it. With this in mind, he simply walked out into the courtyard. Boom! A wave of true qi that quickly burst into flames within his body. He began to revolve the triple sky martial technique. Soon, around the body, there seemed to be a layer of armor condensed from true qi that was attached to the top of the body. This is the first level of the triple heaven. Phew! The air seemed to explode as he casually swung his fist. The effect is good. It's too strong. Chen Anmo revealed a joyful expression. Suddenly, he sensed something and hurriedly plopped down. He felt like he touched the bottleneck. This is a critical time for a breakthrough. Early morning. After Shen Xian opened her eyes, she habitually touched her side. The old familiar touch was not there. It's empty and there's no one there. This startled her, and she subconsciously looked out the window. She was relieved when she saw the figure sitting on her knees outside the window. Little Mo actually practiced all night. She got up and out of bed in a hurry. As soon as her body moved, though, she frowned slightly. It got a little intense last night and it hurts a little. Hissing. Hearing the movement, Chen Anmo opened his eyes. 5th grade cultivation, Chen Anmo said to himself. With that, he sat up in a hurry and walked towards the house. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Chen Xian said with a sultry look on her face. What do you think? It hurts a little. Chen Anmo was instantly embarrassed. Chapter 81. 5 pins. 5 pints. Must have come in through the back door. After entering the triple sex cultivation, Chen Anmo and Chen Xian had kept a low profile. In addition to familiarizing himself with the affairs of the sect, he also had a general understanding of the place where he lived. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. This day, after stabilizing the triple sky martial skill, he spent all his cultivation time on cultivating the triple sky and the chi nurturing skill. The triple heavens had finally entered the great success successfully. At the same time, the realm was raised to the mid-5th grade. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, mid-5th grade. Wind chasing fast sword technique, master, blade light and shadow. Blade chi continuous. Big Dipper blade chi. Technique, Tiger's Might Overlord technique. Master level. The strength of 9 oxen and 10 tigers. Dark Force continuous. Technique, Dragon Claw hands. Minor achievement. Technique, Qiankuan step. Grandmaster, step on snow without a trace. Walk in the wind and clouds. Technique, breath seeking technique. Perfection, trace and hide. Technique, crane fist. Perfection, white crane immortal breath. Technique, heaven breaking blade technique. Perfection, opening mountains and splitting rocks. Indestructible. Martial art, triple heaven. Da Chang. Technique, nurturing chi technique. Minor accomplishment. Available cultivation time, 0 years. Available blood value, 0. Beast fire, 6 points. Poison resistance, 3 points. Cultivation time is all spent. Next, we have to find a way to pick up corpses. However, it was imperative to complete the clan's one mission. The sect stipulates that inner disciples have to complete a mission once a month. Complete the quests and the gains can be owned by you. It can be sold to the public or to the clan, or exchange for techniques, martial arts, or even weapons here in the clan. Come to the sect task hall. This mission hall is basically considered the most crowded place here. It was more crowded than the martial arts training ground. It was because the disciples of the 3 major branches within the triple sect were all converging here. Every day, a disciple would come by to check if any new quests were online. There are 3 levels of tasks. There are 3 types: normal, difficult, and extremely difficult. Ordinary quests, such as finding people, picking herbs, running errands for the gang, etc. It records how much silver is on each task. Difficult missions are harder, but also easy to follow. At this level of extreme difficulty, not only are there fewer quests, there are even fewer people choosing these quests. Chen Anmo began to pick it out. These days he also had a rudimentary understanding of the various missions, so he searched for a quest that was just in the difficult difficulty range, then turned back and pick up the body. Suddenly, he noticed a task. Ordinary mission, Zhujia village has been intercepted by the cult of peace, and corpses are strewn everywhere. Recruit 3 disciples to go there and help bury the corpses. Duration, 3 days. Remuneration, 30 taels. It turned out that this mission was issued by an elder of the sect. This elder is related to the Zhu family. After learning what happened to the Zhu family, he was particularly distressed. But then he couldn't bear to see the bodies of his friends and family left uncollected, so he issued a quest. He's trying to recruit a few people to help dispose of the bodies. Seeing this mission, Chen Anmo was like a cat smelling something fishy. Eyes bristled. Even the spirit came. With a jolt, he squeezed through the crowd and went straight to the place where the quests were signed up. I'm sorry, this quest is full. The inner sect deacon pointed to the 3 outer sect disciples at the side and said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Anmo frowned slightly. He directly pulled over an outer disciple. Hey, what are you doing? You want to fight? I can tell you. You just need to talk nicely. This task will be let to you. Senior brother good. The tone sounded mean, but what came out was the most wimpy thing ever. Only because he suddenly reacted. What Chen Anmo was wearing was surprisingly the attire of an inner disciple. How could he, an outer disciple, mess with an inner disciple? Chen Anmo threw over 3 taels of silver and said, I won't take advantage of you either. Thank you, elder brother. Afterwards, he came to the deacon's side of the inner sect task hall and informed him of the matter of not doing the task, which was forwarded to Chen Anmo. What are you, an inner disciple, doing this kind of ordinary quest for? The deacon of the mission hall said with an odd expression on his face. It was important to know that most of these ordinary quests were chosen by new outer disciples. These disciples were weak and couldn't complete the ones that were too difficult, so they could only choose this type of ordinary tasks that used their strength. But on this young man in front of him, he was wearing inner disciple clothing. What's he doing on this mission? What's your name? Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo. Instantly, this deacon came to a realization. he said darkly that it was no wonder. Half a month ago, I heard that Yang Liang, the head of the three heavens vein, had let 3 disciples go through the back door. One of them was called Chen Anmo, and without any examination, he was allowed to become an inner disciple. There was a lot of secret talk about it at the time. These 3 disciples took the back door. They must not have much strength. I also don't know how many thick gifts were sent to make Yang Liang accept them. This kind of thing happens, in fact, no matter what sect, as long as you give money, or send valuable items, you can make an exception and be allowed to enter the inner gate. After all, as powerful as the pulse head was, he was not unearthly. When you see a heavenly treasure, you will also be moved. That was why the sect had decided that every once in a while, there would be an inner disciple assessment. The purpose was to stop these backdoor people from hogging the inner disciple quota for a long time. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of this inner sect deacon. No one looks down on people who go through the back door, but he didn't say much. After all, you have to beat the dog. For Yang Liang's face, he nodded. Alright, then this task is yours. You 3 wait outside for a while. Later an elder named Li will take you to the Zhu family. Chen Anmo and the other 2 outer disciples walked to the door. These 2 outer disciples obviously knew each other and walked to the side, speaking in whispers. Holy, even inner disciples grab missions with us outer disciples these days? Is there any justice in heaven? The days are already so hard, and the disciples of the inner sect still roll with us from the outer sect. It's so unfair. Both disciples were shaking their heads, quite indignant. After that, they had been speculating that this inner disciple named Chen Anmo must have come in through the back door. There's a lot of that going on. They've heard about it for a long time. Almost every few days, there would be inner disciples grabbing ordinary quests to do. And such inner disciples have one thing in common. They all worshipped the sect through the back door. In the end, it was only because they were not strong enough that they could only choose ordinary quests to do. Both couldn't help but despise it. Not long after, an elder named Li Mao rushed over under the leadership of the deacon of the mission hall. Looking at this deacon's attitude towards elder Li Mao, he was unusually attentive. It could be seen that this elder Li Mao had a high status. Greetings to elder Li. Chen Anmo and the other 2 outer disciples walked over. Well, come with me to the wishbone, Li Mao said with a somewhat mournful expression. The head of the Zhu family was his childhood friend, and they grew up together. When he was a child, his family was poor and could not afford to practice martial arts. It's the hairdresser who financed him. Now, a close friend's family, tragically wiped out. He naturally felt bad in his heart. There were more than 30 people in the Zhu family. It was a tragic disaster overnight. The bodies were all neatly arranged by the court. If there was no one to deal with them, as a rule, the bodies were simply pulled and cremated in situ. That's right, no mass graves in this place. Chongming County is rich and has the manpower and resources to burn the bodies, and there is enough firewood anyway. In that case, it would prevent the plague from spreading. It's also the case that a poor place like the town of 4 floors doesn't have the manpower or resources to get busy with that kind of thing. And Li Mao planned to pack these bodies in coffins and bury them in the Zhu family cemetery. After a day of rushing, finally in the evening, several people arrived at Zhujia village. Li Mao's customized coffin had been delivered long ago. 36 coffins in all. The 4 men ate briefly and squinted for a short while before beginning to place the body in the coffin. Chen Anmo arrived in the middle of the hall of the Zhujia village where the corpses were stored. Looking at the densely packed corpses on the ground, Chen Anmo frowned. The corpses, all with white lips and blackened skin. Both eyes were wide, bloodshot pupils. Looking at this, it's obvious that all of these bodies died of poisoning. Brother Zhu, I'm here. Don't worry, I'll bury all your family members. As for the person who killed your whole family, I'll definitely find out and avenge you all. Li Mao came to the corpse of a middle-aged man in brocade clothing and gritted his teeth. Elder Li, my condolences. Let's put this body in the best coffin first. Chen Anmo walked over and said, good. Li Mao nodded. Chen Anmo quietly touched the body. Ding, touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, the evil man of the cult of peace, Poison Top Tian, has victimized my whole family. I wish to kill Poison Top Tian to avenge my family's death. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. Last wish 2, under the bed in the room where I live, there is information about the nearby stronghold of the cult of peace. Because of this, Poisonous Top Tian harmed my whole family, and I hope that I can give the information to my good brother, Li Mao, to eradicate the stronghold of the cult of peace. Reward, 1 bottle of Qi nourishing pill. Last wish 3, there is still my poor 8-year-old son surviving in the well. I hope to find him as soon as possible and hand him over to my good brother Li Mao to raise him to adulthood. Reward, 1 or 2 cups of clear breath tea. Another clear breath tea reward. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. Previously, when he gave Qing Qi tea to Yang Liang's pulse head, seeing how excited she was, Chen Anmo knew that this thing was not simple. Turn around and try it for yourself. But, dispose of the body first, and the last wishes will be settled later. Chen Anmo thought darkly. He couldn't just drop the body and go look for something under the bed in the room, could he? Next, walk over to the body of another young woman. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish number 1, I wish to die with a severe pain before I die. Reward, 200 days of cultivation. Last wish 2, I hope that Oro, Jiro, C, Zhao Li and Wu, will not be sad. Reward, 1 bottle of chi nourishing pill. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched. Good lord, this girl is good enough to play. There are so many objects out there. After loading a dozen or so bodies into the coffins, as it was getting late, everyone is tired. Li Mao suggested that everyone rest first. Don't get exhausted. We'll get busy in the morning. Afterward, Li Mao directly hit a straw mat on the ground and rested. Chen Anmo was like the other 2 disciples. He first pretended to rest, then, toward the backyard, pretending to go to the bathroom. Soon, in the backyard, he saw a well. I wonder if this family's son is still alive after falling into the well for so long. Chapter 82 The Mystery of the Xu Family's Tragedy. As far as he knew, it had been 3 days since the Xu family's accident. Today, though it is true that 3 or 4 days go by without a person eating or drinking, and they don't starve to death. But what if, say, this 8-year-old gets hurt? Otherwise, why hadn't the boy made a sound at all? As he was thinking, he walked over to the well. Slightly sensing the moment, he perceived it. There was an extremely faint scent in the well. Wow! With a thought, a small wisp of beast fire burned on his finger. This beastly fire illuminated the bottom of the well. Soon, he discovered that the well was surprisingly dry, about 10 meters deep inside, and littered with debris. A little boy was lying on top of the clutter, not moving. It looks like it's dead. However, his back was rising and falling evenly, and he was, apparently, still breathing. Elderly Mao, come here quickly. There's a living person here. Chen Anmo's shouts woke up Li Mao, who was sleeping. The other 2 outer disciples also opened their eyes in a daze. With that, Li Mao's figure was like a gust of wind as he quickly came to Chen Anmo's side. Chen Anmo said, Elderly, just now I came out to take a leak and vaguely heard a sound in the well, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect to see someone in the well. At that moment, the moonlight shone in the well. You can faintly see a small child in the well. Good luck with the trail. Li Mao's eyelids fluttered. With his cultivation level, he naturally easily sensed that the small child in the well was still alive. He jumped at the first opportunity. Before falling to the bottom of the well, he grasped at the wall with all 4 limbs, one hand catching the small child in the process. Alive! Trail! Unfortunately, little kids don't respond much, but it's okay to have gas. Li Mao came out of the bottom of the well, and the first thing he did was to give the small child an elixir. Visible to the naked eye, the little child's face became flushed. Elderly, it's cold here. Send the children to the house first. I'll make a fire, Chen Anmo suggested. Good. Li Mao gave Chen Anmo a meaningful look. I didn't realize that the kid had saved his good buddy's son by going to the bathroom. Chen Anmo built a fire and exited the room. Brother Chen, it's still you who's great. This is a great achievement. 2 outer disciples eagerly approached. Although they looked down on Chen Anmo from the bottom of their hearts, thinking that he had become an inner disciple through the back door. But people have actually taken credit for it this time. With the relationship between Elderly Mao and the Zhu family, if he saved the Zhu family's child, Elderly Mao would definitely take good care of him. Saving lives is the right thing to do. It's not like I'm rushing to get credit for my work. Chen Anmo feigned displeasure and continued. Well, we can't sleep now anyway, so let's all wander around and take a look at some corners, in case we can still find survivors. That's not bad. Chen is right. Then we'll split up. With Chen Anmo as a role model, these 2 were energized, ran to other yards and started looking for other wells. As for Chen Anmo, he quickly found the room where the owner of this house lived. Soon, Chen Anmo was under the bed in the room and found a booklet. On it, the record was the location of the stronghold of the Cult of Peace that the Xu family had secretly investigated. Originally, the Xu family investigated these and then gave the information to Li Mao. Li Mao then reported to the clan to eradicate the Cult of Peace. In this way, Li Mao even made a merit. When he returned to distribute the supplies of the Taiping sect's stronghold, he could get a lot more. Unfortunately, word got out. The Xu family was brutally exterminated. Chen Anmo looked at the booklet in his hand and pondered. If this tome is submitted to the sect, it will be considered a great merit. But if the news leaked out that he had gotten the clue from the Xu family, then he was bound to be hated by Li Mao. The point was that the Taiping sect demon might be onto him as well. Based on this, he felt he would rather not have this credit. So he went straight to the door of the room where Li Mao was now. Just as he reached the door, Li Mao's voice came. Is there anything else at this late hour? Elder, just now I searched the rooms for evidence, and underneath the bed in one of the rooms, I accidentally found a booklet that seems to record some of the strongholds of the typing sect near Chongming County, Chen Anmo said respectfully. Oh, Li Mao, who was resting on his knees, snapped his eyes open. Get out of bed and open the door to the house. Chen Anmo respectfully handed over the booklet. Li Mao opened the books and read them. At this look, Li Mao froze. Good. It's actually a clue to the stronghold of the cult of peace in this place. Taiping sect demons, you have harmed my righteous brother. If I don't take this revenge, I, Li Mao, swear not to be a human being. After Li Mao finished speaking, he seriously sized up Chen Anmo. Your name is Chen Anmo? Yes, Elder Li. Chen Anmo nodded. Do you realize what this tome in my hand means? Li Mao asked, shaking the tome in his hand. Chen Anmo replied, this records the strongholds of the typing sect in this place. Not bad. If this tome is handed over to the clan, a great merit, you can get a lot of rewards. You're giving it to me now. Are you willing to give it up? After all, this item was found by you. Li Mao stared deeply at Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo said without slanting his eyes, this booklet was found in the Zhu family. What is the matter with me handing it over to the clan? Isn't this coveting the credit of others? He shook his head. It's not mine. I can't take it. Chen Anmo's pristine eyes caused Li Mao to show a meaningful look. In fact, at first, his impression of Chen Anmo was not very favorable. How good could the character of a person who entered the sect through the back door be? Now, though, he was much more impressed. At the very least, honest people and good luck. As for the backdoor thing, maybe it's someone's family that has the financial resources. That's nothing. Why struggle when there are shortcuts? This elder owes you 2 favors, Li Mao said indifferently. The disciple wouldn't dare. If you owe it, you owe it. This elder is the sect's law enforcement elder. In the future, if you need any help, or if anyone bullies you, you can just talk to this elder. Chen Anmo froze. Good lord, it's actually a law enforcement elder. It still surprised him. One must know that the law enforcement elder within the sect is only second in status to the patriarch and the pulse heads of the 3 major branches. It was also the only person in the clan who held the power to enforce the law. For example, it's not okay for you to hit someone. You'll be punished by the clan. But the elder of law enforcement is fine. That's the gap. And the elders of law enforcement have the right to investigate you without reason. You can be investigated if you want to. Therefore, no one dared to offend the law enforcement elder. Chen Anmo recalled the scene when he was in the mission hall where the mission hall deacon nodded his head to Li Mao. At that time, he was still searching for the fact that this Li Mao's position in the sect was not ordinary. Today it seems more than unusual. It's too unusual. Thank you, elder. Chen Anmo arched his hand. Well, go get some rest early. Chen Anmo nodded and retreated. After leaving the area, he checked up on the legacy reward. Last wish, find the booklet under the bed and give it to Elder Li Mao. Completed. Reward, 1 bottle of Qi nourishing pill. Last wish, find the children who survived the well and give them to Li Mao to raise. Completed. Reward, 1 or 2 cups of clear breath tea. After taking a Qi nourishing pill, Chen Anmo also went to rest. Day 2. It could be seen that after last night's events, Li Mao was obviously much friendlier to Chen Anmo. A lot of errands were only done by those 2 outer disciples. What was given to Chen Anmo was just some easy work. This just gave Chen Anmo his chance. Taking the opportunity to clean up the bodies, he touches the remaining ones. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. The rest of these corpses, though, have a number of last wishes, but the last wishes are harder and not easy to solve. The rewards aren't great either. Chen Anmo wasn't interested in fixing it. Doing the math, this wave earned a full 5 years of cultivation. The 3 men then spent 2 days burying all the coffins. On the way back, Li Mao inquired about Chen Anmo's cultivation matters intentionally or unintentionally. It seems to be intent on pointing. Chen Anmo also asked some questions in passing. Li Mao all answered patiently. This made the 2 outer disciples incomparably envious. After returning to the sect, in addition to the rewards that should have been given, Li Mao gave out 3 bottles of Qi nourishing pills. Chen Anmo pretended to be surprised, but he still took it directly. Many thanks to the elder. You're not going to push back a bit? Li Mao laughed. That kind is too fake. Chen Anmo honestly said, who would ever mind a good thing? Besides, I even still think it's too little. Ha ha ha. Li Mao smiled. You're good at talking. I'll remember you. I live within the 2 fingers Zen lineage. If there's anything you need help with, you can look for me. Chen Anmo arched his hand. Alright, Elder Li, then I'll go back first. It was mid-afternoon by now. He left here and returned to his residence in Chongming County. Just as he reached the door, he heard Shen Xian chatting with his teacher's mother, and Lu Feng. By the sound of their voices, the 3 of them were talking about what they were going to eat for dinner. As they chatted, Shen Xian sighed. I don't know when Xiaomo will come back. I'm back. Chen Anmo pushed the door and walked in. Senior brother Chen, just now, Sister Shin Xin was talking about you. Lu Fang laughed. Senior sister, you have gained so much weight. When Chen Anmo saw this round face and body of Lu Fang, his mouth opened wide in surprise. Lu Fang had grown at least 10 pounds more than before. Lu Fang muttered, Senior brother Chen, how can you call someone's girl fat like that? Shen Xian laughed her head off, her little cutie quivering. Fong, am I right? You really have gained weight, but to be honest, you look better when you're fat. Shen Xian said, Chapter 83 You can call me plump. You know, really? It looks good when it's fat? As soon as Lu Fang heard this, she gained some confidence in her heart. Shen Xian nodded. Of course, if you don't believe me ask Xiao Mo. Ah yes. Shen Anmo nodded like garlic. Lu Fang frowned. It always feels like you're being perfunctory. Senior brother Chen, I'm telling the truth haha. With that, he took out 3 bottles of Qi Nourishing Dan. Come on, 1 bottle for you, senior sister, and 1 for you, Shen Xin. Lu Fang didn't take it and shook her head. The senior sister doesn't care about this right now. Master has given me quite a lot. I'm not lacking, Shen Xin said. Yeah, Fong also gave me 2 bottles. Yang Liang pulse head for you? Shen Anmo guessed. Lu Fang nodded. Yes, to be honest, at first I thought that Yang Liang had some kind of conspiracy when she took me as her disciple, but I didn't expect that she was quite good to me. Not only did she give me a lot of cultivation resources, but she also gave me many great tonic medicines. Shen Anmo said indistinctly. No wonder you fed senior sister so fat. From now on you're not allowed to call me fat. You can call me plump. Got it? Lu Fang said seriously. She's young. She hasn't married yet. Don't want to be called fat every day. You won't even be able to get married by then. Li Hong on the side laughed and said, People Xiao Mo is joking with you. By the way, bring some of the noodle fish I made to your master tomorrow. Noodle fish? Mother, what are you sending noodle fish to my master for? Lu Fang said in disbelief. It wasn't that she felt that she shouldn't send something to Yang Liang. After all, now she had recognized Yang Liang, knowing that the master is outwardly acerbic and has a temper, but actually, being nice, at least to her. She just thought it was a little petty to give away food like noodle fish. In the past few days, she had seen with her own eyes that what people gave to their masters were all extremely precious items. The noodle fish, on the other hand, just doesn't hold up. Li Hong laughed. This noodle fish is a kind of food that your father used to be the best at making. Your master lovely ate it. I learned how to make it after your father. You bring some to your master. She will definitely like it. So that's how it is. Lu Fang nodded and agreed. Dinner is ready. Eat first, Shen Xian said. Soon, several people were seated. By the way, senior sister, have you been living within the clan recently? How is the residence? Chen Anmo asked as he picked up his rice bowl. It's a nice place to live. Master is really nice to me, and she misses my father quite a bit, and asks a lot about our old times. Shen Xin sighed. Chen Anmo was also overwhelmed with emotion. Ask what love is in this world, and you'll be taught to live and die together. I can see that Pulsehead Yan Liang is a very sentimental person. Right, Xiao Mo. You just happened to be back, so why don't you accompany Sister Shen Xian out on a quest tomorrow? Lu Fang spoke up. It turned out that Shen Xian had also taken on a clan mission, but this task of hers was simple. It was just a matter of entering a mountain range and hunting a 9th-ranked ferocious beast. It would have been easy for Shen Xian. After all, her cultivation level was there. However, after Lu Fang learned about this, considering that Shen Xian wasn't too experienced in combat, Lu Fang planned to accompany her out. But now Chen Anmo is back. Chen Anmo's strength could be much stronger than hers, so she wouldn't go along for the ride. Into the night, Chen Anmo asked Shen Xian to go and boil a pot of boiling water. He planned to directly brew a pot of clear chi tea and taste it, to see if the effect was really that counterintuitive. After he poured boiling water into a teapot, he took out tea leaves from the system space, pinch out a little bit and pour it into the teapot. Shen Xian looked at Chen Anmo's careful appearance and couldn't help but mutter, "This tea is precious? Well, it's precious, or rather, there's a price for it out there." After a pause, Chen Anmo reminded, "Remember not to mention it to the outside world. It's easy to be targeted." "Well, I understand." Chen Anmo capped the teapot and shook it. Not long after, a fresh scent wafted throughout the room. Shen Xian sniffed hard and couldn't help but say in surprise, "It smells so good." "How can it smell so good?" Chen Anmo laughed. "Clear breath tea. It's really extraordinary. This can increase mental power. Didn't you say you wanted to refine medicine recently? That would be of great use to you." Shen Xian was happy for Chen Anmo from the bottom of her heart. Chen Anmo took out 2 teacups and after pouring them, gave one of them to Shen Xian. Just by smelling it, Chen Anmo's spirit shook. Good lord! In this instant, he even felt like his spiritual power had grown a bit. The effect is so powerful just by taking a whiff. Wouldn't it be counterintuitive to drink this? After taking a sip of tea down, sure enough, my stomach warmed up. It felt like the qi and blood in his body were boiling a bit. Comfortable. So comfortable. Shen Xian couldn't help but drink it all in one go. She had been cultivating with Lu Feng for the past few days and had gotten very tired. But after drinking this tea, that tiredness was gone in a flash. A clean sweep. It was amazing. Shen Xian poured herself another cup of tea. With that, the two went on a drinking binge for dozens of drinks. That was until a whole pot of tea was gone. The last few days you were gone. You know it was hard for me to sleep alone. Shen Xian slowly approached Chen Anmo and said with winks. For some reason, after drinking this tea, she had a strange feeling. Good thinking. Chen Anmo also felt this strange sensation, but it's not an aphrodisiacal contraption. He guessed that it should be a kind of attraction that the two people generated for each other after their spiritual power reached the apex of their current realm. After all, the two practiced the art of rooming in, as the saying goes, satiation. In this case, two people can't help but feel something. If it was an outsider, then it certainly wouldn't feel that way. Looking at Shen Xian's emotional appearance, Chen Anmo was dumbfounded. What's so hard? Pop. Shen Xian gently knocked Chen Anmo's chest. You're so annoying. Chen Anmo was getting worse and worse now and always liked to make her say shy things. Where did he learn to do that? Really, I have to say, though, it gave her a small thrill somehow. She expressed high spirits. Perhaps, that's the mood. Chen Anmo loved it too. Sure enough, men love it when a woman is cold as ice on the outside and flirty when it comes to them. The town of 10,000 Woods. This place was an ordinary town under Chongming County. This place was backed by the Fierce Beast mountain range, and those who came and went were probably of two types. One, to a hunter of ferocious beasts. The other, on the other hand, was a sect disciple who had entered the mountain to practice. Here, besides the triple sect as a sect, there were also the Violet Light sect, the 10,000 Worlds sect, and other sects. Therefore, after Chen Anmo and Shen Xian arrived here, they saw quite a few sect disciples and the flow of people was extremely large. Bear bile, who wants it? It's a good material for making medicine. It's a great tonic. Snake gall wine. Couples eat wah. Cheap sale. The streets were lined and unusually busy. There were vendors everywhere hawking their wares. The goods here are all materials from ferocious beasts, characterized by its freshness. It is also exceptionally inexpensive. Since it was already noon at this time, Chen Anmo and Shen Xian decided that they would eat something before entering the mountain range to practice. Just go for the noodles, Chen Anmo proposed. Shen Xian nodded her head and followed like a little daughter-in-law. Speaking of which, this is her first time out on the trail. She secretly decided in her mind that she must perform well and increase her real-world abilities. Strive to come out alone in the future without troubling Xiao Mo anymore. Boss, 2 bowls of Huainan beef soup noodles in a big bowl, and cut a kilogram of beef. After Chen Anmo pulled Shen Xian to sit down, he shouted towards the shopkeeper inside. Holler, have you heard? Someone from the Violet Light sect is also coming. Inner disciple Yao Jing. Yao Jing. Didn't she say that she fell into the lap of a prodisciple of the Violet Light sect and became his lover? It's fine for us to be so small, but this Yao Jing is really tactful. I heard that the prodisciple is very good to her. That's not true. This time when she came out, she arranged for 3 people to follow her, accompanying her on sect missions. This Yao Jing can be overbearing. I heard that she snatched away the harvest of several small sect disciples. Hey, it looks like we'd better not go into the mountains for the next few days, lest we work for nothing. It'll have to do. That's why it's good to be a woman. As long as you're pretty, you don't have to worry about food and drink. The 2 people's idle words were all heard by Chen Anmo, who was sitting not far away. Oh, disciple of the Violet Light sect. I also wonder if this Yao Jing recognizes Mo Linger? Chapter 84 Sister-in-law's Advantage. Mo, why don't you eat? Shen Xian felt that the Huainan beef soup here was delicious. The beef, in particular, was very fresh. The meat was also chewy. However, when he looked up, he realized that Chen Anmo was just carrying chopsticks and not eating. Chen Anmo returned to his senses and said, I just heard a table on the side talking, mentioning the Violet Light sect. Isn't that where Mo Linger went? Shen Xian was surprised. She knew that Mo Linger had now gone to the Violet Light sect to cultivate. Yeah, the Violet Light gate isn't too far from this side, Chen Anmo explained. That would be interesting. We can write to her sometime. Chen Anmo nodded. Didn't say much though. The pressure that Mo Linger faced in the future. He guessed the pressure was great. After all, being born in a royal family, there are too many hooks. Winner takes all. Loser dies. However, Mo Linger is currently meticulous, and some of the higher-ups of the royal family are unaware of her existence, which is her advantage. Chen Anmo sighed. He felt more and more that Go Dao did have a huge advantage. This reinforced his decision to continue living next. Of course, he's already in the middle of the 5th grade. It's not good to be meticulous, and once in a while it's important to show people what he's made of. There's a fine line here that needs to be taken. After the two of them finished their noodles, Chen Anmo paid and got up to leave the place. At the entrance, there was a sea of people, most of them entering the mountain range in groups. In this mountain range, the ferocious beasts could be much more powerful than that part of the 4th floor town. There are more in number. However, at the periphery, it was still very safe, and most of them were ordinary ferocious beasts. The mission Shin Xin had taken on this time was only to hunt a 9th grade mountain flower cat. This kind of cat is not strong in attack, but wins in speed, so it's still a little difficult to catch. After the two men burrowed into the jungle, they quickly distanced themselves from the martial artists who had also entered the mountain. It was the first time Shin Xin had gone deep into the mountains. What surprised Chen Anmo was that instead of being afraid, she had a feeling of eagerness to try. Sister-in-law, aren't you scared? Chen Anmo asked with a smile. Shin Xin shook her head and said, fear not, you are there. Moreover, I do need to practice a little bit well, trying to learn more about combat experience. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Anmo's heart stirred. In the middle of a dense forest ahead, a tusked boar was clearly lying on its back. 8 pints. The boar let out ragged breaths, obviously resting. After speaking with Shin Xin said flatly, why don't I deal with it? Chen Anmo was taken aback. Good lord, sister-in-law's cultivation level was only at the 8th rank, and she was going to deal with a tusked boar that was also at the 8th rank? Who gave you the courage? Chen Anmo spat in his heart, but he couldn't discourage Shin Xin. Alright, Chen Anmo nodded and agreed, but reminded, if you can't deal with it, you pull back in time and I'll take care of it. Shin Xin laughed. I'm wearing the gold silk soft armor you gave me, and I have the falling flower sword in my hand, so don't worry. After saying that, she quietly walked towards the dense forest in front of her according to Chen Anmo's guidance. Originally she wanted a secret sneak attack. Unfortunately, she hadn't learned the stance to hide her breath, so within a few steps, this tusked boar was awakened. Ho ho ho! The boar let out a furious howl at Shin Xin, as if saying, you human dare to disturb my rest. With a violent anger in its heart, the boar stomped its hind legs and pounced towards Shin Xin. Chen Anmo secretly said that it was not good. The boar was much faster than expected. He was worried that Shin Xin would suffer a big loss, but just then, Shin Xin did a slide and ducked behind a tree on the right. Bang! The tree shook from the impact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shin Xin unexpectedly circled around, and the falling flower sword in her hand viciously stabbed towards the boar in front of her. She was extremely fast with her sword. Instantly, the boar's heart was stabbed twice, and it howled in pain. Ho ho ho! It was only a couple of grunts, though, and the boar's huge body swayed. Boom! The boar fell. Chen Anmo was astonished beyond belief. This was solved? Good man! I can't see that my sister-in-law is so powerful. Obviously the cultivation is not high and the footwork is messy. However, in the battle she had just fought, Chen Anmo could see that Shin Xin was using her sword technique well. Fast and furious. I solved it all by myself and got rich. Shin Xin ran to Chen Anmo's side and jumped up happily. Chen Anmo laughed. Yes. Get rich. This wild boar can be sold for at least a few hundred taels of silver. Too bad it's too big. Why don't we ship it back first? Shin Xin offered. Chen Anmo nodded. Let's ship it back first. We didn't come in too far. It won't take much time. With that, he shouldered the boar and headed outside. When he came to the bazaar, he sold the whole boar for 280 taels after asking 3 prices. Prices here are cheaper than in the 4th floor town. Chen Anmo walked out, carrying the money bag and said. Shin Xin said, this place has too many ferocious beasts and too many supplies. Come on, let's go find the bobcat. Next, the two went around even if they encountered ferocious beasts. After all, they were mainly here on a mission. It was about evening when a bobcat was finally spotted hiding in the middle of a bush. Shin Xin took an arrow step and rushed forward with his sword. She wasn't exactly slow anymore, but the bobcat was faster. It quickly leapt out and was about to flee. Seeing this, Chen Anmo made a decisive move. The Qianquan steps were unleashed, stepping on snow without a trace. At once he blocked the bobcat from escaping. The bob-white cat, frightened, turned its head and ran in the opposite direction. Shin Xin gave a dark cry. She blocked the front path and swung her sword at the bobcat. It was clearly a plain and simple sword, but it had an inexplicable rhythm in it. With this sword, the bobcat screamed. Put! The bobcat is cut down instantly. The hound-sized body instantly lost all of its energy and slammed into the grass without a breath. Shin Xion's face blushed. It's kind of a hands-on solution for her. In other words, she finished this one herself. Great! I can do it. right? Shen Xin said cheerfully. Can do, can do. Chen Anmo also felt happy for his sister-in-law. But sister-in-law, when you just used your sword, this swordplay seems unusual. Have you practiced swordplay before? Chen Anmo asked. No. Shen Xin shook her head. I just feel that there is a feeling when I use the sword. What does it feel like? Yay for comfort. Shen Xin said with a big wink. Chen Anmo, that's saying as much as it isn't. Chen Anmo said. Alright, now it seems that I probably know what your strengths are. Sister-in-law? My advantage? Shen Xin pointed to the bridge of his nose. Yeah, your strength. The sword. Chen Anmo said seriously. Pow. Shen Xin instantly slapped Chen Anmo's chest in anger and said in a bad mood. You're the one who's cheap. Ahem. Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand me? This I'm talking about is not that. It's the sword of the precious sword. The fact that you use a sword that creates a feeling of comfort shows that you are a wizard with a sword. A word to the wise. I'm a wizard with a sword. Right. How else can you explain that you haven't learned swordsmanship, but are so powerful with a sword? Chen Anmo sighed as he spoke. Sister-in-law, I really have to congratulate you. Next, I think you focus on practicing some sword techniques. Cultivating it will definitely get you twice the result with half the effort. With a single word, Shen Xion's heart was moved. I can't believe I have such a gift. Enough about that, come here. Chen Anmo waved at her. The two came to the place where the bobcat had been hiding before. There is a turquoise blue flower hidden here. Sea blue. Shen Xian recognized it at once. After all, she had taken this before, and it had the effect of beautifying and moisturizing the skin. Shen Anmo laughed. No wonder this mountain flower cat is hiding here. So there is a great medicine here, Shen Xian said with anticipation on her face. Just in time, the sea blue was all finished before. Sister-in-law, you're already so pretty. If you eat again, it'll be even more scary. Oh. After saying that, Chen Anmo hugged Shen Xian's waist from behind. Shen Xian squirmed a bit and said, which is not. It's true. You're the one with the sweet mouth. So I'll save it for later. Aha! Chen Anmo nodded and watched as Shen Xian removed one of the traveling bags on her body and then went to pick great medicines. Suddenly, there were 4 auras that came this way at great speed. Chen Anmo frowned. Someone was coming. It wasn't good for him to take Shen Xian with him at this time. After all, the sea blue hadn't been picked yet. So what if he left and the stuff was picked? Just as he was thinking about it, 4 auras had already arrived here. Sandwich Cat, the one at the head of the group, was a beautiful woman. Judging from their clothing, Chen Anmo instantly recognized that they were disciples of the Violet Light sect. It was because before coming in here, he had seen the Violet Light sect disciples above Wanlin town, wearing this costume. Sea of Blue, Senior's sister Yao Jing. We sure are lucky to have found this great medicine. A male disciple shouted excitedly. The female disciple in the lead was the one named Yao Jing. She also revealed a joyful look. It is indeed good. Originally thought that this time out, there is nothing to gain, but I didn't expect to have this kind of harvest. Listening to the words of these two people, Chen Anmo's brows furrowed. What's the situation? Obviously we're all picked up. You say you're lucky? What is this talk? Chapter 85 Senior Brother's Little Lover. Hey, that woman, don't put this sea blue down yet. The male disciple who spoke to Yao Jing earlier screamed and cursed. Yao Jing even revealed a proud look, as if it was natural for them to do so. Chen Anmo instantly laughed. Before he came, he had heard that these people were used to being overbearing and robbing things at the drop of a hat. I didn't expect that. Really? On what grounds? Chen Anmo asked rhetorically. Yao Jing frowned. You don't know who I am? She's angry. Since becoming the mistress of the clan's pro-disciple, who dared not give her face? This guy is good. He doesn't give any face. The male disciple who had just shouted was yelling again. For your information, this is our senior sister Yao Jing, a genius of the Violet Light sect. You guys now obediently put down the sea blue and we'll pretend that nothing has happened. Yeah, or I'll make you look good. A female disciple on the side also called out. Of their party, 2 were of the 6th rank and 2 were of the 7th. And the opposite? That woman, she was only a mere 8th grade cultivator. This male, his cultivation was not visible. However, how powerful could one who could walk with an 8th grade martial artist be? So they concluded that these 2 were weaklings. That's why this scene with the robbery happened. Shen Xian was infuriated and instantly shoved the sea blue into her traveling bag. This action caused Yao Jing to narrow her eyes. Insouciant thing. Yao Jing cursed angrily. Elder sister. Then the disciple behind him came up. Yao Jing snorted coldly and looked at Chen Anmo and Shen Xian, nodding slightly. The implication is self-evident. Finish them off. Ha ha ha. Instantly, the 3 disciples behind Yao Jing surrounded towards Chen Anmo. Yao Jing sneered. Kid, dare to take this young lady's things. In your next life, put on a brighter move. Before the words were finished, Chen Anmo snorted and drew his red flame blade. That's a good knife. Feeling the sizzling aura of the blade, Yao Jing's eyes lit up. Her man happened to cultivate fire techniques, and this knife was just right for him to use. However, at this time, Chen Anmo raised his sword to slash. Skybreaker blade technique. Indestructible. The fierce force spread across the sky, slashing towards the nearest male disciple. This male disciple originally wanted to show off in front of Yao Jing, but he had underestimated the power of the blade. It was only when he got closer that he realized the gap. Wait. Half his face is gone. What? Senior son. A female disciple on the side was so shocked that her heart violently convulsed. However, without waiting for her to react, Chen Anmo's knife had already stabbed into her heart. A mournful scream immediately resounded through the sky. One of the remaining male disciples knew it was too late to escape and raised his sword to stab. Dog thief, go to hell! This male disciple roared angrily. When Chen Anmo raised his sword and took a shot, boom! The sword in the male disciple's hand was directly slapped out. Chen Anmo backhanded a palm. The fifth grade power suddenly erupted. The male disciple ruthlessly smashed into the big tree by Shen Xian's side. Shen Xian's eyes were quick and he stabbed his sword. In the blink of an eye, all three disciples were killed. This process was only about 30 breaths of time. Yao Jing's gaze was horrified, and fear could not help but rise in her heart. 5th grade, she had actually provoked a 5th grade powerhouse. How was this possible? Seeing that Chen Anmo had set his sights on her and was walking towards her, Yao Jing panicked. Don't come over. I'm the woman of senior brother Du Lin of the Violet Light sect. If you dare to deal with me, he won't let you go. Chen Anmo laughed, increased his speed and slashed. Dang! Yao Jing hastily raised her sword to parry, but Chen Anmo's power was too strong. Yao Jing stifled a grunt. Her arm was actually smashed hard by the force, and she sucked in a mouthful of cool air from the pain. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. Yao Jing cried out. It's right to hurt. People like you who can't move without hijacking the road. You may have killed many people. Killing you will be considered as doing justice for heaven. Chen Anmo sneered. You can't kill me. Senior brother Du Lin is a personal disciple. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? Yao Jing looked at Chen Anmo's eyes that were filled with killing intent and was truly afraid inside. She was arrogant and accustomed to it since she had hugged senior brother Du Lin's thigh. No matter who they met, those people fawned over her to the extreme. So much so that she's a bit bloated herself. And now, faced with death, she was truly afraid. Retaliation? Chen Anmo smiled. Who would know that I killed you? Yao Jing's pupils shrank. No. You let me go. As long as you let me go, I can give you all the silver I earn these days. Oh, yeah, things are on you. Chen Anmo said. Yao Jing nodded her head repeatedly. Yes. If you let me go, I can guarantee that I won't say anything. Even, you can do whatever you want to me. I will definitely cooperate with you. She was sure that with her looks, she could definitely hold the man in front of her. As long as she was let go, she would turn around and inform senior brother Du Lin of what happened here. Make sure he looks good. Put. Chen Anmo stabbed a knife into Yao Jing's neck. If I kill you, what you have on you is also mine. You. Yao Jing's eyes widened as she collapsed with eyes full of pain. Chen Anmo pulled out on Yao Jing's corpse. Sure enough, a traveling bag was found at waist level. After looking at it, there were surprisingly 15 100-tael silver bills and 3 herbs of good quality. That much silver? Shen Xian was surprised. These people probably didn't rob much to get this much silver. Sister-in-law, keep the stuff. Chen Anmo handed over the herbs and silver tickets. As for the traveling bag, he naturally didn't take it. Such personal items are easy to spot. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy wish number 1, to be able to become elder brother Durin's official girlfriend. Reward, 200 days of cultivation. Legacy wish 2, to become a personal disciple of the Purple Light sect. Reading these last wishes, he shook his head. This woman is not very capable, but her ambition is not small. Walk over to a few more bodies on the side. By touching the corpse, a total of 500 days of cultivation is gained. Then, check out their last wishes. This guy who called out the best before had some odd last wishes. Last wish, I wish to be with Yao Jing, even if it means death. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. No wonder he just screams so hard. So he's interested in her. Chen Anmo shrugged. That's just it. Let's fulfill this last wish of yours. He began to dig up. With his cultivation level, using the red flame blade in his hand, it only took him 1 incense stick to dig the large pit that could accommodate 2 people. The 2 bodies were buried. And with that, the reward arrived. 1 year of cultivation. As for the remaining 2 corpses, he looked for an open space. Unleashing the beast fire, he directly burned the 2 corpses to ashes. By the time we got out of here, it was dark. Chen Anmo decided to take Shen Xian and rest at the inn here for a night first. After all, it was now dark, and the road outside was not easy to travel after leaving Wanlin town. they were unfamiliar with the area, and it would be troublesome if they went the wrong way. In the evening, Chen Anmo took Shen Xian to hang out in this place. It must be said that the town of Wanlin is far away from the bustling city though, but the beauty of this place is something else. The store was lit up in the middle of the night. Grills, taverns, all kinds of snacks. This place has it all. Shen Xian noticed a store selling jewelry. Chen Anmo was speechless. This place actually sells jewelry? But Shen Xian likes it, so buy it. Does this look good? Shen Xian wandered around the store and finally found a golden-colored butterfly-type hairpin. She took an instant liking to it. Chen Anmo said, "Buy it, it's not much silver." "Miss, your husband is so good to you. This is a hairpin made of Xianjin, 80 taels of silver." The shopkeeper woman greeted them with a smile. "What? 80 taels?" Shen Xian froze. Coming from a small place like the Four Floors town, it wasn't that she hadn't seen the world, but 80 taels of hairpins, even for her, she felt it was too extravagant. The female shopkeeper said, "The Xianjin material is good. It nourishes the skin after wearing it." Chen Anmo's face was odd. He felt like blowing awesome, but had no proof. But seeing as Shen Xian liked it, he asked for it straight away. After walking out of the store, Shen Xian still felt that it was a bit expensive. "Sister-in-law." Chen Anmo suddenly grabbed her fragrant shoulders. "As long as you like it, it's okay if it's more expensive." "Ammo." Shen Xian hugged Chen Anmo's waist, raised her head, and kissed up. Blah blah blah. Back at the inn, Shen Xian was clearly in love. Chapter 86 Fourth Floor Town Follow-Up. Just after entering the house, Shen Xian once again took the initiative to kiss. The action was intense. Chen Anmo naturally wouldn't let Shen Xian down. Before long, the two men were very much down to earth. "Xiao Mo, when are we going to get married? That way you can call me ma'am directly." Shen Xian's hand, drawing circles on Chen Anmo's chest, licked her fragrant lips with intent and said. Chen Anmo put his arm around her and laughed. "Okay, anytime, anywhere, or tomorrow. Really, you'll marry me?" Shen Xian said with soulful eyes. In fact, she had just said that just to see what Chen Anmo's reaction would be. After all, she felt, herself, that she was in a second marriage. She doesn't deserve Chen Anmo. It had always been her feeling that she was content to be small, but it's a woman after all. She had a little tiny luxury. That's why I'm asking. Silly or not, I thought I said that before. I'm sure I'm willing. Chen Anmo laughed. "Humph, I'll ask again. Sometimes I feel like I'm dreaming that I'll find a man as good as you." Shen Xian hugged Chen Anmo's thick waist tightly with both hands inside. "I'm so nice. So are you going to reward me?" Chen Anmo said meaningfully. Shen Xian slapped his stomach and said in a good-natured manner. "It's just over. You're still okay with it." "Ha, oops. I've been taking so many supplements lately. You know." Chen Anmo gave a bad smile. Shen Xian pouted her lips, and for a while, she was also a bit emotional. Couldn't help but lick her fragrant lips. She suddenly wanted to eat. Afterward, offered to cover the quilt. Early the next morning, Shen Anmo was awakened by a loud noise outside. "Have you heard? 4 disciples of the Violet Light sect have not returned home overnight. Strangely missing, including Du Lin's woman, Yao Jing." Downstairs at the inn, there were diners talking in low voices. Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow. Things got so publicized so quickly? He wasn't worried about anything though. 2 bodies he buried deep. The 2 bodies were burned to a flying ash by him, and the ashes were raised. Based on this, nothing will be discovered. What happened next was pretty much what he had guessed. The Purple Light sect issued a notice though, stating that those who could provide clues would be rewarded. Unfortunately, no one can provide a clue at all. The Violet Light sect wasn't powerful enough to check over everyone, and this matter, too, was gradually put to rest. After going downstairs and eating with Shen Xian, Chen Anmo took Shen Xian and was in no hurry to go back. Wandered around outside again. When he took the time, he purchased some herbs. He was going to refine one of the tonics above the miscellany of pill refining now. The herbs required were not too complicated. Only 13 were needed. The things here were generally good and cheap, and he procured more than 500 taels of silver at once. Afterwards, Chen Anmo carried the marijuana bag containing the corpse of the mountain flower cat, and Shen Xian drove the carriage back. Returning to the clan, he came to the mission hall. Shen Xian went to hand over the task. Chen Anmo then checked to see if there were any new quests out. He mainly picks those tasks related to corpses now. Unfortunately, it wasn't seen. At this time, Shen Xian happened to come out, and the two went back first. Back home, Shen Xian began to process the harvest from the trip. As good as these great medicines are, they do need to be handled. During this period, he followed his master mother, Li Hong, and also learned some methods on how to handle big medicines. So a simple treatment is kind of okay. Chen Anmo, on the other hand, was looking at the rewards of the trip. Today, there are 7 years of cultivation time on hand. I also don't know if these 7 years of cultivation time can be used on the skill of pill refining. Chen Anmo whispered in his heart. Intuition told him that it should be possible, because pill refining also belongs to a kind of cultivation. Meanwhile, over in the town of Silu, with Chen Anmo and some martial arts schools leaving, there were many fewer experts within the 4th floor town. Originally, many people from the martial arts school did not look favorably on the city lord's mansion. After all, city lord Wang Jiu was dead, and his son Wang Jin was afraid that he would be alone. Many people even speculated that Wang Jin was going to flee this place just like the other martial arts schools. After all, the Taiping sect and the Kamakura rebellion were pressing forward. If he didn't leave, once he waited for the rebels to invade the town of the 4th floor, the Wang family would be destroyed. But no one expected Wang Jin to stay, and it was also rumored that there was a mysterious expert to help. The Kamakura rebel organization lost several of its masters at once, and the strongholds of the peace cult were disrupted with heavy losses. Even the plague, it's dissipated. Inside the city lord's mansion, Wang Jin feasted on more than 20 masters below. Seniors, thank you for helping me sweep away the group of Japanese. I, Wang Jin, cannot thank you enough. There is no need to be polite. I was just entrusted with it. A white-bearded old man at the head waved his hand indifferently. This person at first glance had no breath at all and was just an ordinary person. But Wang Jin didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. It was only because he had seen with his own eyes that this man had killed the Kamakura rebellion alone and handily slain the 8 masters within. After that, he was able to lead the whole army smoothly and with great momentum. He guessed in his mind, this senior is at least a 4th grade cultivator, or even, screw it, land gods. Thinking this way, Wang Jin became more and more in awe of Chen Anmo, because he knew that these people were all called by Chen Anmo. I don't know what that kid's status is, he sighed in his mind. Had I known that Chen Anmo had such a background, I should have flattered him in the first place. Mr. Wang, now that peace has been restored on this side of 4th floor town and the Kamakura organization has been destroyed, we'll be leaving. The white-bearded old man rose and arched his hand. I wonder where brother Chen Anmo has gone, Wang Jin asked. That's something we don't understand. A few people didn't say anything and just left the place. Wang Jin was a bit of a shame. Earlier, he had heard from some people from the martial arts school that Chen Anmo's master had died tragically, and he had taken his master's mother and sister with him, leaving the area without knowing where he was. It became a regret for him. Order down. Everything inside the Zhengfei Martial Arts Center is not to be moved. Wait for brother Chen Anmo to return. Wang Jin and the people around him commanded. Yes. After thinking about it, Wang Jin added, by the way, inquire who Chen Anmo's friends and family are around him. Ask them what difficulties they have, and make sure to do your best to help. Aside from that, brother Chen's home. Let someone keep it safe and do some favor to the village. Yes. The men retreated. Last wish, I wish for peace to be restored to the town of Shilu and for the Kamakura organization to be overthrown. Completed. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Last wish, I wish for the restoration of stability to the town of Shilu and the sweeping away of the Kamakura rebels. Completed. Reward, 30 years of cultivation. Last wish, I wish for the safe departure of my family from the town of 4 floors. Completed. Reward, technique flowing cloud blade technique. Perfection. Last wish, I have secretly found out that the Kamakura rebels are led by this group of Japanese behind the scenes, and many of these rebels are Japanese ninjas. I wish to destroy the Kamakura rebels. Completed. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Just as Chen Anmo entered the house, preparing to study the pill refining handbook, coldly, a series of posthumous rewards suddenly arrived. Chen Anmo froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, surprised, he stood up. These last wishes were those of the city lord Wang Jiu, as well as those of his master and others. I didn't realize that the rewards were coming in. Good lord, peace in the town of 4th floor? The Kamakura organization is all but destroyed. Chen Anmo laughed. Well, it seems that Wang Jin has already taken care of those people with the help of Lady Yun. Chen Anmo couldn't help but sigh. This time, he had gained a total of a full 60 years of cultivation time. He also harvested a consummate level flowing cloud blade technique. This flowing cloud blade technique was Wang Jiu's famous technique. When he had attacked the crocodile gang, he had personally seen Wang Jiu use the flowing cloud blade technique. Once the blade technique was released, countless blade-ons were like streaming clouds, covering the sky. As he absorbed this blade technique, a bizarre scene appeared. This saber technique, surprisingly, was fused with the heaven-breaking saber technique. Originally, the heaven-breaking blade technique was only perfect. However, with the fusion, the heaven-breaking blade technique was instantly upgraded to master level. Technique, sky-breaking blade technique. Master, open mountains and split rocks. Indestructible. This blade technique is really different after entering the master level. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. At this moment, it was as if his body had entered a marvelous state. A moment later, Chen Anmo's spirit shook and he came to his senses. Subconsciously, he took out the red flame blade. Buzz! A sharp and domineering aura burst out from above this blade. What kind of breath is that? Chen Anmo was very puzzled, because he'd never felt like this before. It's as if one possesses a peculiar state of mind. Chapter 87 Mainly because you're so beautiful. Brush up on. Chen Anmo flung his knife and waved it around the room several times. The power is not even comparable to the previous ones, both in terms of speed and power. Unfortunately, he still hadn't observed what kind of power it was. In the end, he decided to go back and ask someone else for advice. Now there are 67 years of cultivation on hand. A few of the most prominent feats have been mastered. Therefore, he decided to cultivate the pill refining handbook. His mind moved as he took the pill refining handbook. Many points of knowledge to absorb. Deducting 2 years of cultivation, you learn the handbook of medicine refining painstakingly. 2 years later, you finally get it started. It worked. Chen Anmo's heart was delighted. He knew then that pill refining could also be practiced. The moment. Many comprehensions of pill refining flooded into his mind. Various medicinal herbs and various processes of refining medicines surfaced one by one. It benefited him a lot to know. A most ordinary pill refiner would need to cultivate for at least 2 or 3 years before they could be introduced. And that, too, is just simply handling the herbs, and he, straight away, learned the knowledge. Go on, Chen Anmo whispered. Deducting 5 years of cultivation, you have become more and more skillful at refining medicines, and have memorized several of the above tonics in your mind, reaching a small level of success. Deducting 10 years of cultivation, you have become more and more skillful in refining medicines, and have learned to coalesce soups into dawn, reaching great success. Deducting 10 years of cultivation, your drug refining skills have finally reached perfection. Deducting 10 years of cultivation, with your painstaking study, your alchemy skills have been perfected. Finally, reaching the master level. The Art of Alchemy, Handbook of Alchemy, Master Level. Soup becomes a potion. The fire is pure. Chen Anmo closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the process of refining the medicine. A great deal of alchemy insights came to mind. At this moment, he was like an old pharmacist who had been refining medicine for many years. So this is how pills are practiced. So simple. Chen Anmo couldn't help but lament. How could he have never imagined that one day, he would become an alchemist? You should know that alchemy is notoriously difficult to practice. Like master, for example, who owns this handbook on pill refining? I've learned it for so long, but I've only simply practiced it into a soup, and I've yet to reach the level of coalescing it into a dan. However, even if I'm already perfect at alchemy, I still can't guarantee the quality of the pills, Chen Anmo whispered in his heart, because the prerequisite for alchemy, in addition to the medicinal materials, there was also the objective condition of the dan fire. With ordinary flames, the calorific value was too low. Not only was it time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the quality of most of the pills practiced was not high. That was why good alchemists basically mastered special flames. For example, foreign fire and beast fire. It was too hard to get something like a foreign fire. Chen Anmo was not hopeful about this. He had beast fire in his hands now, so he planned to start from above it. In the near future, I will find some areas frequented by fiery birds and hunt down some more fiery birds to raise my beast fire. Chen Anmo whispered. Xiao Mo, what were you practicing just now? What a strong blade chi. Shen Xian entered the house at this time. Just now, she had practiced outside for a short while, making her body dripping with fragrant sweat. Looking at the way the clothes clung to Shen Xian's body, Chen Anmo's heart itched. Pulling over Shen Xian, he sat on his body and explained, "Didn't Empress Yun give me the heaven-breaking blade technique before? This blade technique has already entered the master level." What? That fast? Shen Xian was stunned. You really are a genius. Shen Xian gave Chen Anmo a kiss on the cheek and smiled. Reward you? Chen Anmo scratched on her nose and said, "That's it. Ha, what more do you want? That's not enough?" Shen Xian muttered. Right, you haven't taught me to practice martial arts for a long time. This Qiankuan step is too difficult. I always seem to be stuck at a so far. You help me see. Okay, but after you teach it, you'll have to. Later, Chen Anmo pressed Shen Xian's head, and with his other hand, he pointed to her cherry mouth. Shen Xian squirmed. According to you. With that, she licked her fragrant lips as well. The mind was overwhelmed with anticipation. Shen Xian had also been practicing the Qiankuan steps for some time, but she had average talent after all. That's why so far, it's only been cultivated to a small degree. This was still due to the fact that there was Chen Anmo, a cultivator of the master-level Qiankuan steps teaching. Without his tutelage, she would have had a hard time getting started. Come to the yard. Shen Xian tossed and turned in the large yard. Chen Anmo saw the flaws above her footwork at a glance. Here, let me show you how it works. That's all. Under Chen Anmo's teaching, Shen Xian also followed and practiced. Not to mention, there is a huge difference between being taught and not being taught. And Shen Anmo is obviously a very good teacher. The presentation is easy to understand. In no time at all, Shen Xian had mastered it. She once again ran this footwork. And now, the speed was significantly faster. Unlike before when it was raw. Great accomplishment. Congratulations, sister-in-law. This footwork has been greatly accomplished. Shen Anmo revealed an excited smile. Shen Xian was even more excited and bounced around. Shen Anmo hugged her waist and circled around the courtyard. After a few moments, the two men stopped and looked at each other. How about in the yard? Shen Anmo looked at the large tree not far away. Under the big tree? Shen Xian froze. You still have this fetish mostly because you're so beautiful. You're the one who's greasy. Although Shen Xian said so, her heart was also very much looking forward to it. Afterward, he was taken by Shen Anmo's hand and pulled to the edge of the tree. In this way, to fulfill the promise she made earlier. The next day, Shen Anmo brought up the matter of going to the flaming bird and obtaining the beast fire. Shen Xian, who was eating breakfast together, was a little worried. Still, supportively, he said, "Alright then, I'll go with you, sister-in-law. That kind of place is dangerous. I can't take you there this time." Shen Anmo shook his head and refused his sister-in-law's offer. Shen Xian had wanted to fight for it, only for Shen Anmo to still explicitly refuse. "Sister-in-law, the flaming bird is not easy to deal with. I can guarantee my own safety, but if you follow, you won't necessarily be able to guarantee our safety." After comforting her for a while, Shen Xian could only stop. After a good meal, the two of them went to the triple sect book depository. First, he spent 300 taels of silver and chose a sword technique for Shen Xian to practice. After getting the sword technique, Shen Xian lovingly caressed the jade slip in her hand. She secretly vowed that she would cultivate properly when she returned. In that case, when Shen Anmo went out in the future, she would be able to help him. Shen Xian first headed to the martial arts practicing ground of the Triple Heavens Vein to look for Lu Feng. As for Shen Anmo, he was heading to the mission hall. There are some informational resources available here in addition to some tasks posted. As usual, the place was still packed. After scanning through some of the missions, I didn't find any of interest. Then came the place where the information was given. A female deaconess is faking her way through the place. "Hello, elder, I would like to know something." The deaconess was a little uncomfortable at being disturbed from her false sleep, but after opening her eyes and realizing that it was Shen Anmo, she revealed a smile. "I think your name is Shen Anmo?" Shen Anmo nodded. A little curious, "The elder has heard of me?" "Well, Elderly Mao of the Law Enforcement Hall has been mentioning you a lot lately, saying that you're very good and asking us to take care of you." The deaconess smiled and said, "I wonder what I'm here for this time." Shen Anmo said, "I would like to inquire about where the flaming bird mainly lives." "Oh, you're going to hunt flamingos?" The female deaconess was truly surprised, sizing up Shen Anmo in awe. The flaming bird's strength is not low. The strongest, able to reach the 4th grade. The weakest, too, had a 6th grade. Moreover, it was a fire-attributed ferocious beast with amazing flame power, making it difficult for people to get close. Shen Anmo nodded. "Yes, I wonder if there is any information on this? I advise you to think out of the box. The flaming birds are usually the ones that the elders take their disciples out to hunt. If you deal with them rashly, it's easy for something to happen." "Thanks for the reminder, elder. I was just inquiring," Shen Anmo said. "Okay, I'll find it for you then." Seeing that Shen Anmo didn't listen to persuasion, the female deaconess didn't talk too much and began to look for it. Shortly afterward, she turned over a map of Chongming County, pointing to a red marking. He said, 200 kilometers to the south, there is a valley where the flaming birds live in such large numbers that not to mention people, many ferocious beasts wouldn't dare to roost there. Shen Anmo was delighted in his heart. Worthy of being a great sect, this kind of information was actually available. "Shen Anmo, are you sure you want to go here?" "Elder, I'm just looking." Shen Anmo naturally didn't say much. "How much does this map cost?" "For the sake of elderly Mao, forget it." "Thanks then." Shen Anmo carried the map and walked out of the mission hall. After leaving the triple sect, he headed south. 2 days later, it was just dawn when Shen Anmo finally arrived at his destination, Valley of Fire. This is the habitat of the flamingos. On the outskirts of the Valley of Fiery Flame, there was a town that wasn't prosperous and was rather depressed. No one farms here because the crops here are often attacked by flamingos. This town, too, is all run by a few merchants, offering some convenience to passing traders. Because there were fewer people, Shen Anmo was noticed by quite a few people as soon as he appeared here. "This little brother, but are you going to hunt the flaming bird?" The small store can provide a one-stop service. At this time, at the entrance of an inn, the boss's wife, wearing a brightly colored bustier, smiled and pulled Shen Anmo's arm and said, Chapter 88 Encountering a Crazy Princess. I can see that the folk of this place are simple after all, even for women. The style is very bold. Chen Anmo lowered his eyes and swept a glance at this boss's wife, curiously saying, "There's still this kind of service here? That's natural. Little brother, do you want service? You know, inside this Blaze Valley, the route is very complicated, and those who have never been there can easily get lost. How much silver will it take? As a guide, 100 taels of silver a day." The boss's wife smiled. 100 taels? Chen Anmo was dumbfounded. That's not a bad price. Little brother, this price isn't too expensive. After all, we are taking a risk by sending someone to follow you into the Valley of Flames. Fine. 100 taels is 100 taels. Considering that he really didn't know the road conditions here, Chen Anmo nodded his head in agreement. Of course, he had wondered before if these people would be running a dark store. He didn't think it was likely, though. Most of the people who could come here to hunt the flaming bird were people of great strength. Where would they dare to kill someone in such a situation? Soon, the boss's wife pulled a young man in his early 20s over. Little brother, this is my cousin, called San Zi. I wonder how many days it will take you to get into the mountains. Chen Anmo said, I'm not sure. Let's see how many fiery birds we can hunt. He didn't waste any time and directly gave 3 silver tickets first. Indicates that he was bought as a guide for 3 days first. With that, San Zi led Chen Anmo towards the valley. After an hour or so, the two had entered the dense forest. This third son's strength was not high. It was only the 9th rank. He was quick on his feet, however, and when he encountered a difficult section, he made a jump and crossed it in 3 or 2 steps. Mitsuko wasn't much of a talker. It was only when he got to certain territories that he said to be careful in this part of the world. It wasn't long before Mitsuko made some discoveries through a spot of feces. Brother Chen, there's a flaming bird right in front of us. I'm only responsible for bringing you here. You deal with it yourself, Mitsuko said as she hid behind a tree. Okay. Chen Anmo took out his red flame blade and walked towards the front. In fact, he had sensed it. A large-sized fiery bird was resting on its back in a clearing. Suddenly, the fiery bird seemed to sense something. It raised its eyes and the fiery red feathers on its body, one by one, stood up. Found it. The fiery bird opened its mouth and sprayed a ball of flame towards Chen Anmo's side. Seeing that he had already been discovered, Chen Anmo no longer hid, and with a brush sound, he violently jumped out from behind the tree, flashing through the flames, approaching towards the flaming bird. Not far away, the third son saw this and his mouth opened wide in surprise. Crazy, should have sneak attacked. Why did you just kill them like that? He looked at Chen Anmo, who didn't seem very old, just 2 or 3 years older than him. That strength shouldn't be awesome. It was thought that he was a sneak attack to hunt the flamingos. I didn't expect it to just punch through. Aren't you afraid to die? It was as if he had already seen the scene where Chen Anmo died. Also, home early, beautiful, Sanzi thought excitedly in his heart. He was almost certain that Chen Anmo would definitely die. However, in the next moment, Chen Anmo dodged the flaming bird's flame blasts one after another. This scene caused Sanzi's mouth to open wide in shock. Chen Anmo made a jump and came over the flaming bird. This fiery bird wasn't strong. It was only a 7th rank. Surprised, the flaming bird also sensed Chen Anmo's power. It instinctively resisted, wanting to continue the fireball attack, but this time it's too late. Put! Chen Anmo waved his large sword and slashed down viciously. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 4 points of beast fire. Brother Chen, you are too awesome. Mitsuko ran out excitedly. He really wasn't much of a talker before, because it was thought that Chen Anmo would definitely die here. What's there to talk to a dead man about? But the strength of Chen Anmo just now had completely overturned his perception. Chen Anmo was too strong, and within 3 moves, he had resolved the flaming bird. Is there anyone to take this fiery bird? Chen Anmo twisted his head to look at the third son and asked. Yes, my sister is the one who collected it. Mitsuko nodded and gulped. Okay, you watch here. Turn around and pull the blazing bird back. It's all sold to you, Chen Anmo said indifferently. Sanzi nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, Brother Chen, by the way, before nightfall, make sure to leave this place. The flaming birds will all come out to forage for food once it's nighttime. Got it. Chen Anmo's gaze looked not far away. At that place, there was the same scent of a fiery bird. He laughed outright. This is quite a place. So many flamingos. Brush. He killed it with an arrow. Much smoother this time. This fiery bird didn't even react before Chen Anmo succeeded in his sneak attack. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 3 points of beast fire. In the next full day's work, he hunted and killed a total of 5 fiery birds, and the beast fire reached a whopping 23 points. Together with Mitsune, they dragged the blazing bird's corpse back to the inn of the boss's wife, who was herself stunned. The first day out, you hunted 5 fiery birds? Sis, Big Brother Chen is too powerful, all by himself. Slashing at the sight of a flaming bird, Too strong. Sanzi spoke colorfully about how powerful Chen Anmo was. Listening to the boss's wife, the color in her eyes was different. Chen Anmo was helpless. I was trying to keep a low profile. I just couldn't. Well, roast this fiery bird for me, and I'll go back to the house for a rest. Chen Anmo pointed at a fiery bird and said, okay. Into the night. Chen Anmo was in the house, nibbling on a large bird leg while looking at the map that the boss's wife had given him about this part of the mountains. When he had finished nibbling the bird's leg, he took another drink from the teapot. Only then did Chen Anmo burp with satisfaction. Get comfortable and rest early today. Suddenly, there was a commotion downstairs. Chen Anmo's heart fluttered as a large group of people came downstairs. Senior sister, this inn is not bad. Let's stay here. A gruff voice came. Chen Anmo carefully sensed this group of people, and suddenly his heart stirred. Surprisingly, there's an acquaintance here. Inklinger, how did she get here? He was happy all of a sudden. You guys eat downstairs. I'm going upstairs to rest. Inkling's voice came out. With that, the cold face headed upstairs. Okay, senior sister, take your time. Dozens of men and women down below. After Mo Linger went up the stairs, each one of them let out a sigh of relief. Following sister is putting too much pressure on them. Muriel's body was very tired. This trip came here because Master had said that he would hunt down a few flaming birds for her and give her beast fire. After a few days of rushing, she was long exhausted, but for the sake of the harvest, I must persevere. Muriel took a deep breath. After understanding her mother's difficulties, Mo Linger understood a lot more in these days. She was lazy for a change. It's becoming industrious now. Suddenly, the side door opened and a hand grabbed at her shoulder. Mo Linger's face changed slightly, her brows twisted, secretly looking for death. In this place, it was surprising to meet someone who had slighted her. Just as she was about to lash out and teach this man a lesson, a familiar voice came. It's me, Chen Anmo. Inkling froze. When she looked up, she saw Chen Anmo giving her a hefty grin. Such a coincidence to meet you here. Mo Linger looked downstairs and no one noticed her, so she entered his room in a flash. With 4 eyes, Chen Anmo instantly embraced Mo Linger into his arms. Why are you here? Mo Linger struggled a little, and let Chen Anmo go and hold her. I came over to get the beast fire. Did you? Chen Anmo asked. Me too. What a coincidence. Inkling smiled. You're making quite a scene here. With so many people following you, there is no way. My master said, these people to protect me well. By the way, how do you beast fire fetch? Not if I can't, I help you. Boom. Chen Anmo raised his hand and flames burned in it. Look, this is my beast fire. How is it? You fetch so much. Chen Anmo nodded. Yes, it looks like it's better for me to help you later. No, my master will be here tomorrow as well. Then do you sleep alone at night? Or do you sleep with those senior sisters or elder sisters of yours? I like being alone. Mo Linger had just finished speaking when she felt the amplitude of Chen Anmo's arm around her grow much larger. Die you! You dare to scold me. Believe it or not, I will give you. Now. Chen Anmo kissed her cheek with a bad smile. This little girl, the first few days of her previous escort to the capital, she was frantically demanding. Now it's good enough to play reserve. TSK, TSK, TSK. Thinking of this, Chen Anmo picked up Mo Linger in his arms. Mo Linger let out a delicate cry, but she did not resist. Instead, he whispers, yuck it up. Chapter 89 actually rewarded him. A few moments later, Chen Anmo wrapped his arms around the satisfied Mo Linger and whispered, you're still so brave. You're bad. I told you to slow down. I really did. Mo Linger pouted. Hey, by the way, last time I met someone from your clan called Yao Jing, Chen Anmo said. Mo Linger's heart fluttered. She can be shameless. You won't be friends with her, right? This woman can hook people. If you are friends with her, I will ignore you. Obviously, Mo Linger had a bad impression of Yao Jing. Chen Anmo smiled and explained. Thinking too much. Hasn't she disappeared recently? Yeah, missing. Wait, could it be you? Mo Linger's eyes widened, covering her small mouth. Could it be you? Chen Anmo nodded. I was the one who fixed her. He then briefly described the situation. Mo Linger nodded slightly inside. This is not your fault. She is to blame. But don't worry, the clan is no longer investigating her disappearance. Chen Anmo nodded. That's good. By the way, what happened to the 4th floor townside? It's settled, isn't it? My mother has invited quite a few elders from the Violet Light sect over to help. Mo Linger drew circles on Chen Anmo's stomach. Her tone was like inviting credit. Chen Anmo laughed. It's resolved, and peace has been restored to 4th floor town. Are you going to go back? Of course I'm not going back. I'll just cultivate at the Triple Sect. Just now, he had already told Mo Linger that he had traveled to the Triple Sect. This made Muriel a little disappointed. Originally, Mo Linger had asked him to head to the Violet Light sect. If you're not having a good time, come to the Violet Light sect. Anyway, you have a mask. Come over quietly, my mother won't be able to tell. At that time, I will accompany you every day. Mo Linger's leg rubbed against Chen Anmo's thigh while she said daintily. Chen Anmo said with a surprised face, then won't I be sucked dry by you? What nonsense. Beautiful you. Muriel was about to slap his stomach twice. After fooling around for a while, Chen Anmo said, actually, the main reason I'm heading to the Three Heavy sect is that the Gongfu there is more suitable for me. And there's also the Qi nourishing pill. This kind of pill is not available anywhere else. Alright, then we'll see who's better after us. Wasn't it just compared? Who was it that cried out for mercy? Chen Anmo said with a bad smile. You just know how to bully me. Mo Linger grumbled. Anyway, my mother has helped you solve the trouble over at Four Floors Town. How are you going to thank me? Hey, go ahead then. Wash my feet. I've been traveling for days and my feet are killing me. Mo Linger said arrogantly. Chen Anmo was speechless. I can't believe I'm rewarding him. Okay, he balked. A moment later, he quietly called for hot water and washed Mo Linger's feet. In the evening, Mo Linger didn't go back to her house anymore. Anyway, she had already told her siblings that she was resting, so don't bother her. When the next day came, she got up early and slipped quietly into her room again. The next day, Chen Anmo once again went out with his third son. The third son had significantly more to say this time. 7 mouths were introduced to the place. At Chen Anmo's request, Sanzi brought him to the area where there were more flaming birds. Because of the daylight, most of the flamingos had gone to sleep. Chen Anmo saw a nest of 3-headed fiery birds at once. One of them was a fiery bird with dark-colored feathers. Brother Chen, good lord, we're super lucky. We can actually encounter a mutated flaming bird here. Miko covered her mouth in surprise and lowered her voice. Chen Anmo frowned. Mutation? The third son was not surprised to see that Chen Anmo did not understand. After all, people who had just arrived and didn't know anything about the flamingos certainly didn't know what mutation meant. He explained, look at how dark the color of this fiery bird is. That's a sign of mutation. Are mutated flamingos powerful? Chen Anmo asked. Yes, more powerful. Sanzi nodded gruffly. The flames, for example, are mutant flames. The ordinary flaming bird, the flames that are ejected, are ordinary beast flames. But this mutated flame is even more powerful. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. I also don't know what kind of beast fire reward the mutated flame bird will give. Chen Anmo was even more interested in killing this mutant flaming bird. While the 3-headed fiery bird was sleeping, he quietly approached. Suddenly, Chen Anmo raised a blade. The mutant flame bird suddenly raised its head, and a terrifying flame burned on its body. Chen Anmo decisively surged out his white crane immortal chi. This immortal aura lingered around his body, fighting off the heat. Martial arts. Triple heaven. Boom! A heavy mountain-like force slammed towards the mutant flaming bird. This fiery bird had wanted to resist, but as soon as it made contact, it crumbled instantly. The fiery bird let out a wail. Chen Anmo's eyes were quick, and his large knife stabbed into the flames above its body. The tip of the knife went in hard. Put! The mutant flamingo wobbled and collapsed. The 2 fiery birds on the side, also awakened, were all of a sudden in a hurry. They brazenly attacked towards Chen Anmo, flames spewing out non-stop. At this moment, the white crane immortal chi continued to exert a strong defensive power against the heat. Put! Chen Anmo's 2 slashes went down, and the corpse of a fiery bird was separated. As for the remaining head, it was sent flying by Chen Anmo's triple heavenly power. He smashed into the ground, his body splattered with blood, and died horribly on the spot. Phew! Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief. It was a pretty tough fight this time around. It's extremely risky if not through sneak attacks and actual fighting. Good thing that worked out. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 20 points of beast fire. After touching the mutated fiery bird, Chen Anmo was pleasantly surprised. Surprisingly, he got a full 20 points of beast fire bonus. Immediately after that, he touched the other 2 fiery birds. Add it all up and you get a total of 5 points of beast fire. Today, he had 55 points of beast firepower. That's a sizable force. Chen Anmo revealed a smile as he calculated that getting 200 points of beast fire was almost enough for him to make pills. Of course, the more beast fire the better. Naturally, when it reached a certain level, the beast fire could also be used as one of his bottom cards. However, right at this moment, Sanzi trotted over and said anxiously, Brother Chen, someone is coming over. It's the group that checked into the inn last night. These are the disciples of the Violet Light sect. Chen Anmo smiled. Just come, what are you afraid of? With his relationship with Mo Linger, it was just right for Mo Linger to come. One can see how strong she is now. However, in Masuko's opinion, it was troublesome in the middle of nowhere. In case those people were up to no good. He's been here so long, he hears about housebreaks almost every month, especially this wilderness. Plus, The disciples of the Violet Light sect were notoriously overbearing, so he couldn't be blamed for thinking nonsense. Chen Anmo took the initiative to walk towards these disciples of the Violet Light sect. In the meantime, the 4 male disciples of the Violet Light sect had also discovered Chen Anmo's side, listening to the cry of that fiery bird just now. Its strength is not small. It should have been taken care of. One of the tallest male disciples said, "Senior brother Du Lin, it's actually this person." Durin was curious. "What's up? You guys know each other? This person is staying at the same inn as us, and you only arrived here today, so it's normal that you haven't seen him before." Du Lin nodded. "Let's go over and take a look." Listening to their conversation, Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Du Lin? Isn't this the same pro-disciple on Yao Jing's list? Because of the man on her side, Yao Jing was used to being arrogant and bossy, which is why she messed with him and died tragically in the wilderness. A few moments later, Du Lin arrived and saw the corpse of the mutant flame bird at a glance. His eyes lit up. Mutant flame bird. Ha ha, great luck. If senior sister Mo Linger saw it, she would be very happy. This time, they entered the mountains and split up into multiple directions in order to find enough flaming birds in the shortest time possible. Master also said that it would be best to find the mutant flame bird. The beast fire of this mutated fiery bird was even more powerful. Lately he had been trying to ingratiate himself with Mo Linger, so he had an idea all of a sudden. Chen Anmo frowned slightly. "What great luck? It's not yours." "What do you mean? Too much luck?" He couldn't help but remember the time he met Yao Jing. The woman had the same accent. "To take his booty. It's true that you can't sleep 2 people in one bed. No respect at all. Hey, let's get a price for this mutant flaming bird." One of the senior brothers behind Du Lin stood up and yelled at Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo looked at Du Lin, wanted to see his attitude. Unexpectedly, Durin had his hands behind his back and looked like an old man. Obviously, it was eating up Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo laughed. "Not for sale." Durin frowned. "You don't know who I am? Kid, this is our senior brother Du Lin, a personal disciple of the Violet Light sect." A senior brother cursed and said. Chen Anmo shrugged. "Don't recognize." Durin is really pissed off. Looking around, he snorted. "I wanted to reason with you, but I didn't expect you to be insensitive, so I won't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 90 The Cunning Mo Linger. Looking at the ferocious 4 men, Mitsuko was stunned. He hurriedly pulled Chen Anmo's sleeve and cried, "Big brother Chen, let's just forget about it. We can't afford to mess with it." "No fear." Chen Anmo shook his head. "Seek death." The 2 disciples cursed and slashed at Chen Anmo with their swords. Bang! Chen Anmo was faster. A kick kicked a man off. "What?" Du Lin's face changed slightly. The other disciple only felt a pain in his shoulder as Chen Anmo's foot slammed down from above. He instinctively fell to his knees, the bones in his shoulders broken. Aha! He was in pain. "Dare to make a move against my Violet Light sect, I'll kill you." Durin roared. "Stop." Just at that moment, a cold female voice came out. Durin looked back with a happy expression. "Senior sister Mo, you came just in time." Du Lin was very happy. Although he didn't kill this mutant flaming bird, he was the one who found it. If Mo Linger knew his good intentions, she would be very happy. He then turned his head towards Chen Anmo. "Kid, you're dead." Mo Linger swept a glance at Chen Anmo and suddenly glared angrily at Du Lin. The senior brother beside Du Lin hurriedly ran to Mo Linger's side. "Senior sister Mo, senior brother Du Lin is going to buy you the mutant flame bird. I didn't expect this kid to not give face." Pow! Suddenly, Mo Linger threw a slap at this person's face. "Elder sister, you." This senior brother covered his face and was instantly confused. He didn't understand why Mo Linger hit him. "Can I? Violet Light sect, a great sect, rob others at will?" Inkling asked rhetorically. "This." Durin frowned. "Elder sister Mo, I actually offered to buy." Mo Linger interrupted. "Is this your attitude of buying? Okay, I admit the attitude is bad, but, enough, I don't want an explanation." Muriel interrupted again. Durin's lungs were about to explode. When had he, as the clan's personal disciple, ever been subjected to this kind of aggravation? Humph, if it weren't for Master and Patriarch taking care of you, I would have accommodated you? Durin cursed in his heart. Chen Anmo said, "Miss Mo is sensible. These 3 flaming birds are given to you. Thanks a lot." Mo Linger naturally wouldn't be polite with Chen Anmo. After saying that, he also winked quietly at Chen Anmo and said, "I see you're alone. Join us later." Du Lin froze and hurriedly said, "Senior sister, this is not good, is it? He's an outsider. I'm fine with it if I think it's okay," Muriel said in a very domineering manner. Chen Anmo could tell that Du Lin seemed to be interested in Mo Linger. Afterwards, Mo Linger and Chen Anmo left the place. "Senior brother, senior sister Mo definitely knows this person." One of the senior brothers came over and said. No one was stupid, and it was obvious to see that the 2 men were familiar with each other. "I'm not blind." Lin said coldly, bear with it, and we'll settle the score with this person later. With that, he turned his head and left. Chen Anmo and Mo Linger walked together. As for the third son, Chen Anmo had asked him to lead the way far ahead, and it was impossible for him to hear them speak. Now they must know that you know me, Chen Anmo said with a dumbfounded smile. Are you scared? I would be afraid? Chen Anmo shook his head. If I was afraid, I would have just conceded. Then why did you say that? I'm worried that if you didn't give Durin face just now. Watch out for this guy to go behind your back. After getting along with Mo Linger for a long time, he knew deep down that Mo Linger was only superficially domineering. In fact, this girl is simple as can be. It's easy to get backstabbed. Anmo, let's discuss something with you. We've offended Durin anyway. Why don't we give him a Inkling's hand? Scratched at her neck. Chen Anmo froze and stared at her with wide eyes. Mo Linger muttered. What's wrong? You're scared. Why would I be afraid? I'm just curious. What makes you think that all of a sudden? Chen Anmo asked. Because I know this man. He may not do anything to me, but he will definitely hold a grudge against you, and in that case, one way or the other. Besides, I've long looked at this Du Lin with displeasure, always pestering me and bullying other female disciples. Chen Anmo nodded. Okay, but next, first hunt the flaming bird. Next, with Mitsun leading the way, the two soon found another nest of fiery birds. This nest of fiery birds had 5 heads. Chen Anmo and Mo Linger killed one on the left and one on the right. Gaga. The fiery bird let out a mournful cry as it was frightened. They tried their best to block, but unfortunately, Chen Anmo's blade was too fast. As for Mo Linger, the crane fist she cultivated also derived the white crane immortal chi. The flames on the flaming bird that was hit were all extinguished. In just over 30 moves, the 5 fiery birds died. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 3 points of beast fire. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 4 points of beast fire. Ding! Touching the body. For the next 2 days, Chen Anmo would come out with Mo Linger. As for the third son, he also called out a few more of his buddies to join him. Not so much for being a guide. It was purely because Chen Anmo's efficiency in killing the flaming bird was simply too high. If he relied on him alone, he wouldn't be able to transport the flaming bird back in time. However, on this day, Chen Anmo didn't let his third son follow him out. He was not allowed to follow him because he said he wanted to look deep into the interior mountains where it was dangerous. As for Mo Linger, she made an unprecedented request for Du Lin to go out together, and there were secret glances that indicated that it was fun to be alone with him. This made Durin happy. Mo Linger has a crush on him? I told you, with my charm, what woman wouldn't be confused when she looks at me? For a while, Durin had complete self-confidence in his charm. He naturally agreed to Mo Linger in the first place. Just like that, he followed Mo Linger out. Senior sister Mo, you weren't angry with me for that incident with the mutant flame bird earlier, were you? Walking down the road, Durin asked. Mo Linger smiled brightly. How could I? I also know that you're doing it for my own good. How could I possibly be angry? It's just that the impact of this matter isn't very good after all. Understand? If it gets out, won't outsiders say that our Violet Light sect is robbing others? Right. It's still senior sister Mo who is thoughtful. Mo Linger said, let's not talk about this, let's speed up. Without realizing it, it was already noon. The two came to a dense jungle. Eat first. Mo Linger handed Du Lin a piece of meat pie. Eat it. Durin froze. Mo Linger actually gave him something to eat. One must know that Mo Linger's character has always been high and cold. I didn't realize it was so good for him. Elder brother Du. Eat it. It's a meat pie that master gave me. It's delicious. Mo Linger smiled sweetly and threw a flirtatious wink at Du Lin. Okay, I'll eat. Du Lin smiled. He was confident that he could get Mo Linger into bed within a few days. Make her his plaything. Hey. What's wrong with being cool? So what if you're a fairy? Still not my plaything? Durin nibbled on the meatloaf. Not to mention, this meatloaf is really good. Muriel was also eating. Du Lin's hand suddenly rested on Mo Linger's shoulder. Senior sister Mo, I know how you feel. Don't worry. I will always protect you and won't let you suffer any harm. He crooked his mouth in what he thought was a handsome smile. This kind of love talk, he has long been faithful to pinch to come. He was sure that it would make Muriel fall. Mo Linger frowned and hurriedly stood up as a way to get rid of Du Lin's salty hands. Elder brother Du, eat faster. Muriel stared at the meatloaf in his hand. What's the rush? Du Lin smiled. He felt that Mo Linger was a bit shy. That's why she was like this. I'm telling you, don't be shy. You, put. Suddenly, at some point, a dagger appeared in Mo Linger's hand. The dagger stabbed hard into Durin's abdomen. Two more consecutive stabs from Inklinger. Whoosh! With a flash, she backed away again. Aha! Bang bang bang! Durin flapped haphazardly in front of him, his body rapidly retreating. Huffing and puffing, he gasped violently, his eyes glaring angrily at Mo Linger. Bitch, you got me. Getting it is you. Mo Linger sneered. You. Durin still wanted to curse, but the blood that continued to flow from his abdomen made him realize that his vitality was draining away. Why? I'd been so good to you. Suddenly, a figure came killing from afar. There are others. Dulin's gaze froze and he scrambled out his sword. Dang. He had been wounded. After all, even though he was strong, under Chen Anmo's successive attacks, he gradually ran out of resistance. It's you! He recognized Chen Anmo and roared. Ah, you two really do know each other. At this moment, things became clear. These two lured him out just to kill him. Put. Chen Anmo easily wiped his neck. As Durin slowly collapsed, Chen Anmo touched the body. Seeing his last wish, Chen Anmo's face turned odd. Good lord, he's a bit of an oddball with that last wish. Subconsciously, he looked to the side at Mo Linger. What are you looking at me for? I have flowers on my face. Inkling asked as she touched her face. Chen Anmo shook his head. It's fine. Chapter 91. It's Sugarbean who's being so secretive, isn't it? Ding. Touch the corpse. Reward 230 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. I wish to wash and massage Mo Linger's feet so that she can feel my tenderness. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Legacy wish 2. I wish to get Muriel. Reward, Crane Fist. Da Shang. Last wish 3. I wish to obtain Mo Linger's personal clothing so that I can think about it silently in the dead of night. Reward, 3 nourishing spirit pills. Chen Anmo looked at these last wishes with an odd expression on his face. This is a loyal fan of Inklinger. He gave an emotional sigh. I have to say, though, that these last wishes would have been difficult for anyone else, but it was a breeze for him. When Mo Linger went back, he stated that he and Du Lin were separated on the grounds that he and Du Lin were being pursued by a mutated fiery bird. A group of disciples, including Mo Linger's master, decided to go into the mountains to look for Du Lin, but Muriel didn't go. She stated that she had suffered some injuries and needed to recuperate. As soon as the people from the Violet Light sect left, Chen Anmo carried a basin of hot water and quietly entered the house. Mo Linger said suspiciously, You want to wash your feet? It's washing your feet, seeing as you're so tired. Oh, you're still weirdly good. Mo Linger was naturally willing to enjoy Chen Anmo's service. Chen Anmo was also helpless. He kind of went out of his way to get the reward. Washed her feet and massaged her thighs and other areas. Last wish, I wish I could wash and massage Mo Linger's feet. Completed. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Then, Chen Anmo climbed onto Mo Linger's bed. Mo Linger had already prepared herself and couldn't wait to sit up. Last wish, I hope to get Mo Linger. Reward, Crane Fist. Da Shang. Chen Anmo had practiced Crane Fist before, and the Crane Fist reached perfection. With the reabsorption of the Da Shang level Crane Fist, his comprehension of the Crane Fist reached the master level all of a sudden. Kung Fu, Crane Fist. Master, White Crane Immortal Breath. It's amazing that Crane Fist has reached the master level as well. This technique, like the one young finger, 2 finger Zen, and 3 heavens within the triple sect, all belong to the top martial arts of the Violet Light sect. It's all powered by true essence. The so-called White Crane Immortal Chi was actually a powerful true essence power. A few moments later, Mo Linger laid down contentedly. With that, he patted Chen Anmo's shoulder. Not bad. You're working extra hard today, huh? Chen Anmo smoothly picked up Mo Linger's belly band. Then, seeing as I've worked so hard, this belly band will be sent to me. Good lord, I didn't realize you had such a fetish. Mo Linger covered her mouth and laughed. Chen Anmo sighed. There's no way. This time we are separated, and we don't know when we will see each other again in the future. So keep this as a remembrance. Mo Linger said. In the future, if you miss me, you can send me a letter. She then gave her address. The last wish was accomplished after getting the Muriel belly band. Last wish, to get Mo Linger's personal clothing so that I can think about it silently in the dead of night. Completed. Reward, 3 pills of spirit nourishing pills. Enhancement of spiritual power. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. The nourishing spirit pill has arrived. This kind of elixir, which could directly enhance spiritual power, was considered more precious. He directly took it out and gave one to Mo Linger. What the hell? Seeing the elixir that reached her mouth, Mo Linger subconsciously opened her mouth. Eat and see. Chen Anmo also ate one. Getting all secretive. It's sugar snap peas, isn't it? Mo Linger had just finished speaking, and in the next moment, her gaze abruptly widened. She only felt that her spiritual power had suddenly skyrocketed by a large margin. Boom! The stronger her spiritual power was, the beast fire she had fused to earlier had also grown a lot. This is the nourishing spirit pill? Muriel guessed. Chen Anmo smiled and nodded. Looks like you know about this thing? I've been learning alchemy lately, and my master has given me some, but even my master only has 2 of them, and they're very expensive. So how did you get them on your hands? Chen Anmo said, I also have a chance. You think you're the only one who has it? Well, Chen Anmo, I can sort of see through you more and more. Are you saying so much that you don't want it? If you don't want it, then give it back to me. Chen Anmo pretended to reach for it. Mo Linger hurriedly swallowed it in one gulp and said with a smile, no way. With this spirit-nourishing pill of yours, my spiritual power is definitely stronger. Chen Anmo also took a spirit-nurturing pill. The two sat on the bed with their knees crossed, running their mental energy. 1 hour down the line, Chen Anmo was surprised to find that his spiritual power had grown by a full 30% all of a sudden. Mo Linger also had a great gain and said cheerfully, great. Master would be very happy if he knew that my spiritual power had improved so much. So are you going to reward me? Chen Anmo laughed a little. I want to wash my feet. You actually want me to wash your feet? Inkling was a bit displeased. At best. I'll give you a shoulder squeeze. Okay. Chen Anmo agreed in one breath. It would be a great thing in life to have a princess serve. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Today, he had 190 points of beast fire. This much beast fire was more than enough to be used for alchemy. This day, the two of them, he and Mo Linger, were in a dense forest when they encountered a flaming bird that had reached the peak of the 5th grade. This fiery bird was so much more than twice the size of a normal fiery bird. It spread its huge feathered wings, which were more than 10 meters long, eyes as big as copper bells, emitting a chilling gaze, stared dead at Chen Anmo. If he had encountered a 5th grade level flaming bird before, Chen Anmo might have chosen to leave. Although he wasn't afraid, it was inevitable that he would get hurt. The fiery flames spewed out by this fiery bird were not something that just anyone could resist. But now, he wasn't going to back down. Nowadays, his battle spirit rises. The reason was simple. After the beast fire reached 190, he realized that he had also developed a lot of resistance to flames. The flaming bird's surefire technique, fiery flame, wasn't as lethal to him. That being the case, it's a battle of strength on strength. Chen Anmo slowly drew his sword. As for Mo Linger, she was on a large tree not far to the right. Gah! The fiery bird screamed and lunged towards Chen Anmo. The fiery bird looked big and very clumsy, but when it comes to striking, the body is flexible, spitting flames while fluttering his wings. The flames came towards Chen Anmo at the speed of sound. Boom! Animal fire ignited on Chen Anmo's body and he directly pounced into the blazing fire. This scene directly startled the flaming bird. This man is actually not afraid of its fire. Triple heaven! Chen Anmo gulped lightly. The huge power that was like a mountain row on the head and body of the flaming bird quickly smashed down. The terrifying force caused the flaming bird to fall directly to the ground. At the same time, Mo Linger also continuously struck out a white crane immortal chi. The flaming bird kept screaming miserably as it was beaten. The flaming bird wailed, its mouth constantly emitting shrill cries of misery. Still, it struggled to get up. I can't believe it's still moving. Chen Anmo couldn't help but lament the strength of this fiery bird's life force. A pain in the ass. Then, his hands fired. The red flame blade stabbed out viciously. Flamingos aren't stupid. It desperately exuded hot flames, but unfortunately, it had no effect on Chen Anmo at all. That's it? Chen Anmo laughed lightly and stabbed a knife into the neck of the flaming bird. The shrill screams came to an abrupt end. The flaming bird's huge body shook. Put! Mo Linger also stepped forward at this time to make up for it. She struck her sword more than 10 times in succession behind the flaming bird. There, that settles it. Chen Anmo shouted, because by this time, the reward for touching the corpse had already appeared. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 10 points of beast fire. The 200-point beast is on fire. Chen Anmo laughed. Inkling nodded happily as well. This flaming bird's strength was not low. She could absorb the beast fire inside the flaming bird now. The flaming bird's beast fire came from a kind of fire sac within its body. By absorbing the energy above the fire sac through special means, one could transform it into their own beast fire. It's a more cumbersome process, and it's not something that anyone has mastered. It was usually the elders who stepped in to help their disciples absorb the power of the beast fire. After the two dragged the flaming bird back, Chen Anmo prepared to leave. After all, the inner disciple examination of the triple sect was about to begin. He's going back late and I'm afraid he won't make it. Gotta go. Remember to write me. At the entrance of the inn, Mo Linger said quietly, well, go inside. Don't let your master see it or he'll have to suspect us. Chen Anmo said softly. With that, and with a wave of his hand, he left the place. A few days later, the blazing sun is in the sky. Chen Anmo felt all the way to Chongming County in the dust. Just as he reached the door, he saw it open. Inside came the worried voices of Shen Xian and senior sister Lu Feng. The test is coming up this afternoon. Why isn't Xiao Mo back yet? Willow Feng muttered. It turned out that Lu Feng knew that Chen Anmo had gone out, Seeing that the assessment was about to start, Chen Anmo hadn't returned yet, so she came over to ask, "Senior sister, I'm back." The two were relieved when Chen Anmo appeared. "Hurry up and go to the clan immediately," Lu Feng hurriedly said. Triple Gate, Martial Arts Training Square. The inner sect examination was about to begin. The disciples of the entire triple sect, all gathered here, were discussing it passionately. There are rewards for the top 30 in the inner sect, and this time I'll definitely try to get a good ranking of 30th. What are you thinking? If you want to be in the top 30, you need to have at least a 5th grade cultivation. Do you have a 5th grade yet? How can that be? Can't a 6th grade do it? Oh, you don't put those senior sisters and brothers in your eyes. Ha, that's good. Even with a 5th grade cultivation, sometimes you can't make it into the top 30 if you're unlucky. Take for example, last year's Ma Yongqiang. He was at the early stage of the 5th product at that time. Didn't he still only take 34th place? That's true, but Ma Yongqiang should have no problem getting into the top 30 this time. It's also difficult. The Three Heavens Vein newly recruited a few new disciples. I heard that one called Chen Anmo is a genius, and the law enforcement elder, Li Mao, holds him in high regard. There's also one called Lu Feng, who even became Yang Liying's personal disciple. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Chen Anmo and the two of them, Lu Feng and Shen Xin, were also discussing. Xiao Mo, it's definitely no problem for you to enter the top 30 with your strength, but sister Shen Xin, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult if you. Lu Feng looked at Shen Xin and said. Shen Xin was very confident and nodded. The top 30 is indeed difficult, but I am confident that I can keep my place as an inner disciple. These words caused both Chen Anmo and Lu Feng to uncontrollably look sideways. So confident. Chen Anmo was a bit curious. Who gave her the courage? Chapter 92 Inner Sect Genius. The Triple Sect's annual Inner Disciple Examination was considered an old tradition. The purpose is to determine the rankings, as well as to allow the disciples to compete with each other. This time, not only would the top 30 disciples be decided, giving them generous rewards, the final 30 disciples will also be decided. The disciples at the end of the line have two ways to remain in the inner sect. First, hand over a substantial amount of money. Second, leave the inner gate and travel to the outer gate. And when they arrived at the outer sect, not only did they have tedious tasks every month, but they also had pitifully few resources of all kinds. It could be said that without a good chance, it would be hard to have another chance to enter the inner sect. The assessment was simple. That is, the disciples challenged some elders one by one. These elders, at least, were at the 4th grade cultivation level, or even the 3rd grade. The disciples are then scored by the elders. The process. The elders would give the disciples a composite score for their strength. It will be observed in terms of speed, strength, comprehension of kung fu, resilience, and other elements. The total score is 1,000 points. Chen Anmo noticed. There are already dozens of elders on stage. Most of these elders were law enforcement elders. This was because the law enforcement elder did not belong to any of the 3 branches of the vein. That's why they scored more authoritatively. At this time, the Triple Sect's patriarch, Zhang Qingyuan, walked onto the field. The rules should be known to everyone, so this patriarch doesn't need to say more. During the examination, sneak attacks and trickery, as well as bribery, are strictly forbidden. Violators will be heavily punished. Anyone else who doesn't understand can ask questions. For a while, there was a lot of talk in the arena, but the questioner was not. I hope the elders I meet will give me face. Someone muttered. Thinking too much. Those who can become law enforcement elders are notoriously difficult to talk to. Not bad. Law enforcement elder, you must be impartial with an iron face. Seeing that no one had any questions, Zhang Qingyuan nodded slightly and shouted. Alright, it seems that everyone is fine with it. So let's get started. After saying that, Zhang Qingyuan's figure shook as his body levitated and floated down to the high platform not far away. At this place, the pulse heads of the 3 branches were already sitting here. The head of the one yang finger vein, Zhou Qing, was a middle-aged man who looked rather old-fashioned. The head of the 2 fingers Zen lineage, Xin Jingyi, was a beautiful-looking woman, but she looked a bit old, said to be in her 60s. Beside her stood a middle-aged man named Zhang Rong. At this moment, his gaze looked over to Chen Anmo and Lu Feng. When Li Hong brought them to seek help from Zhang Rong, he was ruthlessly rejected by Zhang Rong. Afterward, Zhang Rong learned that Yang Liying had taken them in. It made him feel incredible for a moment. At this moment, under the introduction of others, he saw Chen Anmo and Lu Feng with his own eyes, and he frowned. This Lu Feng and Lu Zhengfei do look alike, but don't blame me. If I take you in, Yang Liying will definitely deal with me too. Zhang Rong whispered in his heart. With his knowledge of Yang Liying, this woman would definitely retaliate. She took in Chen Anmo and Lu Feng purely to play with them. It was like a cat playing with a mouse, holding them in the palm of his hand and playing with them at will. When they get tired of playing, Yang Liang will kick them off. Even, he felt that these two people would not be able to pass the inner sect examination this time. After all, how can you pass when you've just joined the clan? Since he had rejected Chen Anmo and the others before, instinctively, he didn't want to see Chen Anmo and the others succeed and go farther. Otherwise, if they stood firm here, what would people think of him if they knew what happened between them afterward? It will only say that he is a bad character and ungrateful. When you come out, word of mouth is important, so he didn't want Chen Anmo and Lu Feng to stay here at all now. What should we do to get them to leave? Zhang Rong frowned. At this time, there were already disciples on the stage, starting the examination. Li Mu, one of the law enforcement elders on the stage, picked up the list and shouted towards the stage. Elder, please instruct me. This youth arched his hand towards the law enforcement elder. The law enforcement elder nodded and felt the person's cultivation level. Use all your strength. Whoosh! The youth leapt up and slammed his fist towards the elder. The elder had his hands behind his back. Unhurriedly, he sidestepped back a bit. The youth's attack fell short at once. It froze him for a moment. With that, the youth was sent flying with a sidekick from the elder's foot. 560 points, the elder said without any emotion. Hearing this, the youth's face paled a bit. He wanted to fight for it and asked why the score was so low. Unfortunately, looking at the elder's cold and stern expression, in the end, he could only lose his way off the stage. I also wonder what the elders judged the scores based on. Seeing this scene, Chen Anmo said, it was because this youth just now was a disciple of their Three Heavens vein, had a few fights before. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th grade, and he specialized in body techniques. As for the martial art of Triple Heavens, he had cultivated it so poorly that he didn't even have time to use it just now. Senior brother Chen, the elders judge mainly on speed, strength, resilience, martial skill comprehension, and eye appeal. These are the top 5, each for 200 points. At this time, senior brother Wu Lei walked over to Chen Anmo's side and said, Chen Anmo was dumbfounded. Eye contact counts? Of course, forget it. You have a fierce-looking face. You look like an evil person. Then how will the clan let you be a platoon in the future? Wu Lei smiled. Of course, the item of eyesight is a very small percentage, and the elders won't be so petty as to actually judge people by their appearance. Chen Anmo nodded. I wonder how many inner disciples there are in total. The inner disciples of the 3 major branches, adding up to a total of 150, I believe. While the two were talking, one disciple after another went up on the stage. 657 points. 590 points. You're good. 878 points. You're not bad either. 900 points. A total of dozens of elders, one after another, accepted the challenges from all the inner disciples. Ordinary disciples, almost within 3 moves, were defeated. The ones that performed better probably lasted about 10 moves or so. Next, Ma Yongxiang. Finally, a stronger inner disciple took the stage. Ma Yongxiang finished 34th last year, and today he improved so much that he beat Zhao Weiwei, who finished 29th last year. This time, he should have no problem getting a top 30 finish. Many disciples lamented. Some of the elders also placed their eyes on Ma Yongxiang. The elders had heard about this disciple. Arguably, he's the most improved one this year. Last month, it even defeated Vicky Zhao and became famous. Chen Anmo and Wu Lei continued to chat. According to Wu Lei's introduction, among the 3 major branches, the strongest of the inner sects had the cultivation of peak 5th grade. The first of the inner sect of the One Young Finger, Zhao Liqiao. The first person in the inner sect of Two Fingers N, Fan Jiao. The first person of the Triple Sky inner sect, Wu Ping. Within each branch, there were no more than 5 personal disciples, and these first people of the inner sect have the chance to become personal disciples in the future. At this time, Ma Yongxiang on the stage ended the fight. 905 points. Ma Yongxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Reaching a score of 900 or more, then basically getting into the top 30, is not much of a problem. Next, as the favorites, Zhao Liqiao, Fan Jiao, Wu Ping and others took the stage one by one. These 3 people had all utilized their respective martial arts masterpieces. Zhao Liqiao scored 980 points, a well-deserved first place. Fan Jiao, on the other hand, was second with 975 points. Wu Ping is the 3rd highest scorer with 973 points. The scores for such talented disciples were arrived at by multiple elders discussing together. So there is absolute authority. Not bad. These 3 within the next 5 years, someone will definitely be able to become a pro-disciple. Clan Chief Qing Yuan showed a look of admiration and said with a smile, over these years, my triple sect has produced many talented people, and within the next 20 years, it will definitely become a premier great sect. A few elders said with a smile, you must not be proud, and especially you must not let the disciples slack off. Zhang Qingyuan reminded. At this point, it was Shin Xian's turn on the stage. Sister-in-law, Come on, don't stress yourself out. Chen Anmo comforted. I'm here. Shen Xian smiled and gave Chen Anmo a reassuring look. Having been separated from Chen Anmo for so long, he has no idea how much I've improved. When Mo sees my current strength, he'll be surprised, right? Thinking of this, the corners of Shen Xian's mouth couldn't help but hook up. I'm really looking forward to seeing how surprised Mo looks. As soon as Shen Xian stepped onto the stage, she immediately attracted the attention of many people on and off the field. After all, Shen Xian looked stunningly beautiful. Under Chen Anmo's nourishment, she even had a unique flavor. This kind of charm makes her stand out from the crowd of beautiful women. Almost at a glance, it attracted a lot of attention. Asterisk. What a pretty girl. What's her name? Within 3 days, I want information on this woman. Some of the older brothers said to their younger brothers. As it happens, Ma Yongxian happened to come down to the ring. His eyes went straight for a moment. He's kind of read a lot of women, but after seeing Shen Xian, he still felt his heart beating hard. Beauty, take a blood-strengthening elixir, so you can recover later. Ma Yongxian handed over a jade bottle. Shen Xian frowned and glanced at him. Nerves. Throwing down her words, Shen Xian came to the stage. Ignored? Ma Yongxian's face froze slightly. At this time, someone in the know came to his side, only to talk about how Shen Xian had already been with Chen Anmo. The other day, Shen Xian and Chen Anmo walked together, but they didn't avoid anything. Ma Yongxian listened and looked at Chen Anmo. At the sight of Chen Anmo's handsome features, he raised an eyebrow. Gigolo? Chen Anmo also looked at Ma Yongxian, his heart very upset. No one likes a man who gives his woman something. But what surprised Chen Anmo was that he hadn't even looked for trouble with Ma Yongxian yet. But this guy was walking towards him. Something? Chen Anmo's gaze was cold. That lady just now is called Shen Xian? Yes, I woman, have an opinion. Chen Anmo said. Sure enough, it's your woman. You've got a good eye. Ma Yongxian revealed a sigh of relief. Chen Anmo frowned. Want to find me to practice? Just so people don't say I'm a bully. Ma Yongxian shook his head inside. I'm just reminding you to be nicer to Ms. Shen Xian. Such a beauty deserves to be cherished. Okay? You must be nice to her. Chapter 93. This couple is surprisingly both geniuses. Ma Yongxian's words left Chen Anmo speechless. What's the point of talking to him? Don't worry about our business, Chen Anmo said without a trace of anger. Ma Yongxian was a little disgruntled at being disliked. I'm just trying to persuade you. Why are you so aggressive? He really couldn't figure out. Excellent as he was, such a beautiful woman couldn't see him. But he's got his eye on this stupid kid. What's the point? Chen Anmo shook his head, not wanting to bother with Ma Yongxian anymore. At this time, Shen Xian's battle had already begun, because weapons are not allowed in this kind of test. Therefore, Shen Xian directly stretched out 2 fingers. Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. A finger instead of a sword? Brush. On Shen Xian's body, a stern aura violently rose to the sky. This aura blasted towards the elder in front of him at an extremely strong speed. This elder raised his eyebrows. Sword intent. At that moment, the patriarch and all the elders on the high platform, one by one, also stood up with glowing eyes. Gni, what is this female disciple's name? It's a disciple under my door. Yang Liang took a deep breath and said slowly. She also didn't expect that Shen Xian would give her such a surprise. So young to have generated sword intent. It seemed like she was a genius with a talent for sword intent. Congratulations, Pulsehead Yang, for accepting such a good disciple. Sword cultivation genius. In the future, my triple sect, there will be a sword cultivation genius. I'm afraid that the blade and sword sect will die of jealousy. A few of the higher-ups murmured. 870 points. At this time, after several law enforcement elders discussed the matter, they gave Shen Xian a high score of 870 points. That's a score that would rank in the top 100 as well. The position of inner disciple was considered stable. Chen Anmo was also astonished as he listened to the discussions of the people around him. It had been discovered before that Shen Xian practiced swordplay with half the effort. He felt at that time that Shen Xian's attainments above swordsmanship were formidable. Only now did he realize that she was a sword cultivation genius. After retaining his position in the inner sect, Chen Anmo let out a long sigh of relief. Next disciple, Chen Anmo. Finally, it was Chen Anmo's turn to take the stage. Chen Anmo had already jumped on the bandwagon a long time ago. He jumped onto the stage, and coincidentally, the elder who gave him the test actually recognized him. It was Elder Li Mao. Li Mao nodded expressionlessly toward Chen Anmo. Begin. Attack toward me with all your might. Offended. Elder. Chen Anmo took a deep breath. This guy is Shen Xian's man? Not a good match. Under the stage, there were people who didn't understand Chen Anmo's strength and stifled their wrists. It said that he was recruited through the back door, by an exception made by the head of the Yang Vein. What? By the back door? It would be funny if he got brushed down and kicked out of the inner circle. Many disciples were already waiting for a good show. The next moment, though, the men froze. Mid-5th grade, Chen Anmo directly exposed his cultivation. Boom! The punches were like electricity and came in an instant. Li Mao raised his eyebrows. Whether it was speed or strength, it was not inferior to the top inner disciples. It seems that the last time I saw him, he was still understated. This son is actually so strong. Yes, he smiled and unleashed his true essence to resist. Triple heaven. Chen Anmo let out a low gulp. Boom boom boom. The three forces blasted towards Li Mao. Li Mao exclaimed. Strength and speed. Good resilience. Application of the three heavens? Also very good. Brush up. As if deliberately letting water out of the water. Chen Anmo had gone through more than 30 moves in Li Mao's hands. Finally, Li Mao's figure stepped back. Chen Anmo duly took 3 steps back as well, arching his hand and saying, "Many thanks to the elder for withdrawing his hand. Nice power. 960 points." At these words, the entire room fell into a silence. The group of disciples who hadn't looked favorably on Chen Anmo before were all dumbfounded one by one at this moment. 960 points. Ranked 4th. One had to know that Chen Anmo hadn't entered the sect for a long time yet. A group of people earlier thought he came in through the back door, but now they realized that people have that power. Ma Yongxiang, who had been gloating before, was instantly dumbfounded. This person is so powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be Elder Li Mao taking care of him. He had just heard from some of the disciples. Chen Anmo had helped Elder Li Mao with something before, so Elder Li Mao took better care of him. Soon, the rankings had all come out. Without listing, Chen Anmo finished 4th, and Ma Yongxiang, who could have been in the top 30, unexpectedly only got 31st place. No one expected that Chen Anmo squeezed a spot, indirectly causing Ma Yongxiang to get only 31st place. That's great. 4th place gets a reward of 10 bottles of qi strengthening pills, Willow Fong said with a smile. Because she was a pro-disciple, she didn't need an examination. Chen Anmo was also secretly relieved. With 10 bottles of qi strengthening pills, it was enough for him and Shen Xin in the short term. After announcing the quotas, Patriarch Qing Yuan also announced that this examination was over. Wait! Just then, Ma Yongxiang suddenly jumped out and shouted, "Ma Yongxiang, is there anything else you want?" Zheng Qingyuan asked towards him. "Patriarch, I'm not convinced. I think I can beat Chen Anmo, but his score is higher than mine, so I'm not convinced." Ma Yongxiang shouted, "Are you questioning this elder's rating?" Li Mao had his hands behind his back and looked away with a cold face. Ma Yongxiang hurriedly lowered his head. "Disciple wouldn't dare. It's just that disciple is really unconvinced. Please elder can understand." Having said that, Ma Yongxiang looked angrily at Chen Anmo. "Chen Anmo, I formally challenge you. Dare you? Otherwise, it's hard to convince people when you get such a high score." Elder Li Mao was infuriated. This guy, it's obvious that he thinks he's being unfair. In fact, he had intentionally understated his previous rating of Chen Anmo. If it wasn't for concerns about repercussions, he would have wanted to give Chen Anmo first place. He also qualified for first place. I didn't realize that it was just giving Chen Anmo 4th place, and there were still people questioning it. Li Mao originally didn't want to bother Ma Yongxiang. However, Chen Anmo didn't want to make things difficult for Elder Li Mao. "Alright then, I accept your challenge." Chen Anmo jumps into the ring. Ma Yongxiang's eyes lit up. He was afraid that Chen Anmo would not agree, and now that he's agreed, the next step is good. Just need to beat him, that's all. His master also had an expectant look on his face. He saw Ma Yongxiang's efforts. He thought there was still a chance. Although Chen Anmo's fight before was sharp, Li Mao did deliberately let some water out. If he could defeat Chen Anmo and Ma Yongxiang was rewarded. Then next, huge progress. Soon, Ma Yongxiang stood in front of Chen Anmo. "Chen Anmo, don't blame me for seeking a challenge from you. It's really because your scores are really hard to convince people." Ma Yongxiang stared at Chen Anmo and said with a cold smile, "You seem confident." Ha ha ha. Ma Yongxiang laughed up to the sky. "You're even more confident to agree to my challenge. I have to say, you're very brave." "Okay, cut the crap and strike." Ma Yongxiang sneered. One young finger. Boom! The 5th grade cultivation exploded. A pure true essence power blasted towards Chen Anmo. The one yang finger has become a great success. At this time, some of the disciples at the bottom were shocked. No wonder Ma Yongxiang dared to challenge Chen Anmo. So it turns out that his one yang finger has become a great success. Zhang Qingyuan, who had returned to the high platform, was also blowing. "Not bad. A good use of the one yang finger. Chen Anmo, why don't you kneel down?" Ma Yongxiang laughed. What he was aiming at was Chen Anmo's knee. However, Chen Anmo was very calm at this time. He revolved the Tiger's Might Overlord technique. At the same time, powerful true essence power protected the entire body. As the power of the Yi Yang finger blasted at him, Chen Anmo did not react. Rumble. the power of the two was canceling each other out. How is that possible? Seeing Chen Anmo's calm appearance, Ma Yongxiang couldn't accept it for a while. Chen Anmo moved. Triple heaven. A force of true essence was like a huge mountain, knocking Ma Yongxiang out. One move. Defeated. Put. Ma Yongxiang spat out a mouthful of blood and said in shock, how could this happen? His bottom card, in front of Chen Anmo, was unbearable. Li Mao stared at him and said indifferently, Ma Yongxiang, this elder's rating, is it false? Ma Yongxiang gulped. He knew that he had offended elder Li Mao this time as well. He shook his head bitterly. No fake. Chen Anmo didn't bother with Ma Yongxiang anymore. When he got off the stage, everyone looked at him differently. Now, no one questioned his strength anymore. Hey, it would have been better to keep a low profile. Chen Anmo naturally noticed the gazes of these people. You guys come with me? Pulsehead is looking for you, and by the way, you'll receive your reward. Eldest senior brother Wu Lei walked over at this time. A few moments later, in the Triple Sky Vein, Yang Liang Vanehead's residence. Chen Anmo, Shen Xin, you guys have surprised me a bit. Yang Liang sipped tea in the courtyard and slowly looked up at the two men. Master, I told you before, senior brother Chen is very strong. Willow Fong came over and said daintily. Yang Liang laughed. You were so close before. I thought you were intentionally speaking for others. I'm also sensible. If people aren't strong, how can I talk nonsense? Besides, my father also recognizes Chen Anmo. Willow Fong muttered. Alright, Chen Anmo, this is the clan's reward for you. 10 bottles of qi strengthening pills. Yang Liang handed the elixir to Chen Anmo. Thank you, sovereign. As for you, Shen Xin, Yang Liang couldn't help but feel emotional. How long have you been practicing the sword? Probably just recently. I just feel comfortable practicing with a sword. Shen Xin replied. What? Recently practiced? Yang Liang showed surprise in her eyes. Originally, it was thought that Shen Xion's degree of genius was relatively limited, but now it seems counterintuitive. She developed a talent-spotting mentality. Remember, none of you can say anything about Shen Xion's talent, or else you will be killed. Yang Liang said in an unusually serious manner. Chapter 94. There is no need to be so obsessive about rooming in. Next, Yang Liang was concerned about the residence of both Chen Anmo and Shen Xian. The main question is whether it is safe. She nodded when she learned that she lived in the inner city of Chongming County, which was still quite safe. Finally, she said she could live on her side of the family if she wanted to. It's safer, but for this, both Chen Anmo and Shen Xian politely declined, because it's just too unfree. The two of them are now considered a couple, and everyone knows it. It was awkward for two people to be together and be noticed by so many disciples. They don't want to be made to look like monkeys. Alright then, but live outside and be safe. Also, you guys are still young, and you don't have to be so obsessive about room matters, okay? After all, cultivating gongfu, qi and blood are very important. Especially you, Chen Anmo. Too much yang essence is consumed. Be careful you can't even walk. After saying that, Yang Liang couldn't help but stifle her sigh. I don't understand these young people. There's something to be said for that kind of thing. Isn't it just one action all the time? It's so boring. It also made a sticky mess and wasn't clean at all. Yang Liang's words made Shen Xian's face turn red. Lu Feng, who was on the side, even thought of something and her pretty face turned red. Ahem, Pulse Head, we'll go down first then, Chen Anmo said awkwardly. Well, go ahead. Chen Anmo, Shen Xian, and Lu Feng had just stepped out of the place when they were greeted by a few senior brothers and sisters. Among these people, there were disciples from the lineage of the One Sun Finger. There are also disciples of the Two Finger Zen lineage. Senior brother Chen, congratulations on obtaining 4th in the examination. The men were all smiles and clasped their fists in congratulations. After saying a few words about the scene, they have offered to feast. This kind of thing, not to mention Chen Anmo, even Shen Xian knew why. It's nothing more than a desire to flatter. These people, as long as they weren't stupid, could almost all foresee that the future Chen Anmo or Shen Xian would be able to become a personal disciple of the Triple Sect. In the future, if you take it a step further, then you will be an elder of the Triple Sect, with a high position of power. For such an obvious utilitarian invitation, Chen Anmo naturally didn't take it very well, but it won't offend these people either. So he arched his hand. Sorry gentlemen, today's examination, I'm a bit tired, why don't we do it next time? Seeing this, these people could only take their leave. With that, the three of them returned home talking and laughing. I didn't realize that in front of the house, there was a man standing. The man wore a small round hat and bowed his back in the manner of a butler. A small wooden box was held in his hand, and he had a smiling look on his face. Seeing Chen Anmo and the others return, they hurriedly greeted them. Who are you looking for? Chen Anmo asked as he curiously surveyed the man. You are Prince Chen Anmo? It's me. Great. My son is Ma Yongxiang. I'm the steward of the Ma family. Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. It's him, this Ma Yongxiang. He even targeted him during the previous assessment. What's the point of sending a steward over here now? Chen Anmo opened the door and said, come in and talk. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Upon entering the house, the steward explained the purpose of his visit. My son is very sorry for what happened before, so he sent me over to apologize specifically, and I hope that Mr. Chen won't take it to heart. After all, things like appraisals are all about wanting to compete for the right things. Hearing these words, Chen Anmo understood. It turned out to be Ma Yongxiang who wanted to apologize for coming. As he spoke, the steward took out the wooden box. After opening it, inside was a 30-year portion of a red medicinal herb. This is a 30-year portion of red lotus grass. It has excellent health benefits for martial artists. I hope Mr. Chen can smile. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. Nobody hates a good thing. Naturally, so did he. Brother Ma is also too polite. Chen Anmo smiled and nodded. Then I hope that my son will become a good brother to Mr. Chen in the future. Chen Anmo collected the things. Naturally he wouldn't say anything more, nodding his head and saying, that's for sure. In his mind, he was thinking that at best, he would not go for revenge in the future. I'll take my leave for now. The steward bowed and left the place. Today's assessment results were so good that the teacher's mother, Li Hong, decided to cook a few more dishes and make everyone happy. In the evening, 4 people gathered around the table. Chen Anmo also picked up a wine glass and poured wine for his teacher's mother and Lu Fang as well. The wine is over. Lu Fang is very drunk. Finally, he was helped back by Li Hong. Phew, I drank a bit too much today. Xiao Mo, you go rest early. I'll clean up. Chen Xian stood up, ready to pack up her things. Chen Anmo, however, pulled her over and gathered the dishes on the table to one side. With that, he motioned her toward the table. Oops, what the? It's just that the pose is so ungainly. Chen Anmo said, sister-in-law, don't clean up today and rest early. Well, done. But at that moment, a deafening knock sounded on the door. Chen Anmo hurriedly put Chen Xian down. It was a moment of sobriety for both men. Looking at each other, they both frowned. Who's that, knocking at the door this late? Chen Anmo shouted. Senior brother Chen, it's me. Upon hearing the voice, it turned out to be senior brother Wu Lei. But what's he doing here so late? Elder brother, is something wrong? It's bad. Senior brother, Ma Yongxiang is dead. Now the people of the One Sun Finger lineage are saying that you killed Ma Yongxiang and are coming to arrest you. Master heard about this and asked me to take you to her side first. Chen Anmo opened the door at the first opportunity and glanced at the anxious-looking Wu Lei. How did Ma Yongxiang die in good time? It's not clear. After his family went out, he never returned. Then his family went out to look for him and found him dead by the river. And on his body, traces left behind by the 3 heavens technique were found. Combined with the fact that you and Ma Yongxiang had a conflict during the examination before. So the people of the Ma family suspected that it was you who killed Ma Yongxiang. Chen Anmo laughed. It's just some small conflicts. How is it that I killed someone? Besides, when I came back in the afternoon, he even sent someone to send me something. The 2 of us have long since cleared the ice. Hey, I believe you too. Master also thinks it's fishy as hell. So let you go first. Where is Master? Wu Lei said anxiously. Alright, let's go. Chen Anmo called out Chen Xian as well. The 2 people walked directly towards the sect gate. Just as they reached the entrance of the 3 heavens vein, the footsteps of a large number of people came from behind them. Looking back, only to see that Zhou Qing, the head of the One Yang Finger lineage, was bringing many people here. Once he saw Chen Anmo, Zhou Qing's eyes narrowed. Chen Anmo, you've got a lot of guts. How dare you kill my disciple Ma Yongxiang? Zhou Qing drank loudly. Chen Anmo frowned. Pulse head Zhou, everything should be based on evidence. What more evidence do you need? Before the examination, my senior brother Ma Yongxiang offended you, so you held a grudge and attacked him while he was drinking too much, right? Beside Zhou Qing, a bald man drank in a cold voice. This person was Zhou Qing's personal disciple, named Su Biao. Chen Anmo, what else do you have to say? Zhou Qing's words fell, and a strong aura walked out from inside. It was none other than Yang Liang, the head of the triple heavenly chakra. Yang Liang came to Chen Anmo's side and glanced at him before she looked at Zhou Qing again and said, where's the evidence? There's a feud going on between them, and this is proof of it. Zhou Qing said. Yang Liang laughed. Joke, that offends me even more. If something happens to them, won't they all suspect me of killing them? Chen Anmo also said. The steward of Ma Yongxiang's family approached me this afternoon and gave me a 30-year portion of a great medicine. After all, I've already received something from him, so how could I possibly target him again? Sent you something? Su Biao frowned when he heard that. Chen Anmo said, that's just it. If you don't believe me, go to Ma's house and get a clear picture. By the way, It just so happens that I'm from a government office, and I'm good at solving cases, so I'll go back and find out who actually did this. Zhou Qing frowned. We've examined all the corpses in the past, and we didn't find any clues at the scene. We only found that Ma Yongxian was subdued and killed by a triple heavens martial technique. Chen Anmo said, that couldn't be better. I'll look into it later. Just you? Su Biao frowned. I trust Chen Anmo. Let's go. Yang Liang took the lead. Go, Zhou Qing said. With that, the group of people headed towards Ma's house. More than an hour later, the Ma family residence. Just after arriving at the door, Chen Anmo heard a crying sound coming from inside. Oh my son, you died a horrible death. After entering the house, Chen Anmo glanced at the corpses in the middle of the lobby. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a 2-8 beard rushed up and accused Chen Anmo. It's you! You killed my son. He is Ma Yongxian's father. Ma Wu, the looks are quite similar. Yang Liang chided. Ma Wu, we're all saddened by your son's death, but you can't make wild accusations. Ma Wu froze. Only then did he realize that the two major veins, Yang Liang and Zhou Qing, had come to the capital. Zhou Qing coldly said, Family Master Ma, Pulse Leader Yang doesn't believe that his own disciple has killed anyone, and he even said to come over to personally inspect. Ma Wu immediately said, my son has never made a grudge against anyone outside, and has only sinned against you, Chen Anmo, recently. If you didn't kill anyone, then who did? Chen Anmo walked over to the body, looked around again. The eyes of the people of the Ma family were in full view. Everybody's sad. More than that, they looked at him with angry eyes. Apparently, all up and down the Ma family, they all think he killed Ma Yongxiang. In this regard, Chen Anmo was not in a hurry. After touching the body, it will naturally come out who the murderer is. Chapter 95. The murderer is Chen Anmo. Ma family master, don't be in a hurry. Today your son even gave me a 30-year portion of a great medicine. He's been so good to me. How could I possibly kill him? Chen Anmo faintly said. What if you don't know enough? Ma Wu said through gritted teeth. The matter of sending Chen Anmo great medicine was also known to Ma Wu. The big drugs are still hand-picked by him. The reason was that he knew that Chen Anmo had an unlimited future. He didn't want his son to offend Chen Anmo. He advised his son, therefore, to get on well with Chen Anmo in advance. After all, it's not a big deal to have some conflicts above the test. Handling it in advance. I don't think Chen Anmo will do anything, but I didn't realize that the stuff was delivered and my son died that day. How does that not make him angry? Therefore, he concluded that the murderer was Chen Anmo. Facing Ma Wu's accusation, Chen Anmo sighed. He didn't blame Ma Wu, because he could understand that Ma Wu, as a father, would indeed be thinking about getting justice for his son. Ma family master, since you don't believe me, then leave it to me to investigate, Chen Anmo said without haste. Ma Wu frowned. You can do it? Chen Anmo used to be a magistrate in his hometown and investigated many cases. Yang Liang said, fine, for the sake of young Pulse Head, I'll give you this chance. Ma Wu frowned and looked at Chen Anmo with a cold face and said, Chen Anmo squatted down and touched Ma Yongxian's body. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 150 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, my second brother, Ma Jialan, was jealous of my ability, tricked me into going out and got me killed. I hope that justice will be done for me. Reward, 1 yang finger, successful. Last wish 2, in this incident, my senior brother Su Biao, and my cousin Ma Zhong were involved, and I wish to punish them and seek justice for me. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Seeing this, Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. Originally, he was worried whether Ma Yongxiang's last wish would involve his killer. Now look, not only is it involved, but it's involved in more than one. Chen Anmo was not in a hurry and said lightly, give me 2 days, I'll investigate. He couldn't just say at this point that he already knew who the killer was. Otherwise, there's no way to explain this kind of thing. Ma Wu frowned. 2 days? What if you leave here? Not bad. My elder brother Ma Yongxiang's corpse is not yet cold. If you leave, how will our Ma family explain to him? At this time, a red-faced and white-toothed youth stood out and shouted in an impassioned manner. Chen Anmo said, are you? My name is Margarine, and I'm Yongxiang Ma's brother. Ma Jialan said through gritted teeth, as if Chen Anmo was really a murderer. Chen Anmo laughed. So, this guy is Margarine. Being jealous of Ma Yongxiang, he joined forces with Su Biao and his cousin Ma Zhong to kill Ma Yongxiang. But Chen Anmo didn't say, because there's no evidence. Saying it now would instead cause them to throw in the towel and spook them in advance. With defense, it would be hard to catch them again. What are you laughing at? Ma Wu frowned. Chen Anmo said, it's fine, I thought of something funny. Just asked you, what if you run away? Margarine said. His intention was actually to make Chen Anmo confess now. For this reason, he also requested Su Biao to step in and persuade Zhou Qing to pulse his head and take down Chen Anmo. It cost him a lot to ask Su Biao for help, but it was all worth it. From now on, he'll be the heir to the Ma family. All the resources of the Ma family will be tilted in his favor. In the future, he will be the head of the Ma family. Originally, he didn't want to be so desperate. Who let Ma Yongxiang this examination, but actually got 31st place. Another improvement. Although he didn't get a good top 30 ranking, but the whole Ma family was unprecedentedly good looking at him. It was killing him. Feeling that his position was affected, he then decided to tackle Ma Yongxiang. It was still cousin Ma Zhong's idea. Lure Ma Yongxiang out and attack and kill him, then blame it on Chen Anmo. Seamless. Chen Anmo had 100 mouths, and it would be hard to argue. Unfortunately, 1,000 calculations had not counted on the fact that Chen Anmo would propose his own investigation. It's only 2 days. He shouldn't be able to find out anything. If Chen Anmo runs away, I'll be responsible. Is this okay? Yang Liang said at this time. The Ma family crowd whispered. Ma Wu frowned. Yang Liang had said so. If he objected again, he would be ungrateful. Dad, what to do? Margarine said with some urgency. He actually preferred to take down Chen Anmo now. Ma Wu glared at his son, secretly unable to see it. Yang Liang made it clear that she was helping Chen Anmo. People have already said so. If they don't give her face, I'm afraid Yang Liang won't be so nice. Then, he took a deep breath and arched his hand. Since Capital Yang Pulse has said so, then fine, give Chen Anmo 2 days. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo, during this period, I hope you don't wander off. Otherwise, the sky will chase you to the ends of the earth. Ma family master, if you don't trust me, you can arrange for someone to follow me. Ma Jialan's heart stirred as he nodded slightly and said, Father, this is fine. He pondered that it would be a good time to have someone close to him follow Chen Anmo and see what he could actually find out. Who do you recommend? Ma Zhong. Ma Wu nodded and said towards Chen Anmo, alright, since you've proposed this, how about I let our Ma family's junior, Ma Zhong, follow you to solve the case? Ma Zhong? Chen Anmo was directly happy. He was looking for an opportunity to get close to Ma Zhong. Unexpectedly, they directly arranged for Ma Zhong to follow him. With such a good opportunity, Chen Anmo naturally agreed with his mouth full. Ma Jialan had found Ma Zhong and whispered, follow this kid. If he finds out anything, report back in time. This Ma Zhong looks very dry and thin, like a skinny monkey. The eyes revealed a fine light. Receiving Ma Jialan's order, he nodded repeatedly. Don't worry brother. Soon, Ma Zhong walked out of the group and came to Chen Anmo's side. Let's go then. Yang Liang also said. The group left. Ma Zhong followed Chen Anmo and frowned. Brother Chen, I wonder where we should start our investigation. He was not at all convinced that Chen Anmo could know who the murderer was, because the two of them, he and Margarine and Su Biao, made it all work seamlessly. Dimly lit night. Chen Anmo stood with Shen Xin, as well as Lu Feng and Yang Liang. As for the others, they've all gone back. Ma Zhong, do you think that it was Margarine's arrangement that made you follow me? Ma Zhong frowned. Isn't it? Of course not. I was going to bring you out. You know why? Because I already know that it was you who killed Ma Yongxiang. Chen Anmo's words shocked Ma Zhong into not reacting for a moment. How is that possible? This guy, why does he know so much? We obviously did it so seamlessly. Is it a scam? Yeah, it must have been a scam on me. Ma Zhong's heart was like a clear mirror as he asked. Chen Anmo, what are you babbling about? What do you mean that I killed Ma Yongxiang? He's my brother. Besides, where do I have that strength? Chen Anmo laughed. You don't have that strength, but you can sneak attack. Nonsense. By the way, you did it with Margarine, didn't you? Ma Zhong was confused, but quickly denied it. I don't know what you're talking about. Then let me make it clearer. Among the people who killed Ma Yongxiang, there is another person named Su Biao. Although he's from the One Young Finger lineage, he has also cultivated the three heavens. Boom! At this moment, Ma Zhong was confused. Before, he still had some flukes, feeling that Chen Anmo was guessing blindly, but as Su Biao's name appeared, he realized that Chen Anmo had grasped far more than he had thought. On the side, Yang Liang originally thought that Chen Anmo was guessing blindly, but after seeing Ma Zhong's expression, she knew that Ma Zhong definitely knew something. Chen Anmo, I don't know what you're talking about. Since you suspect me and Ma Jialan, Su Biao, then you take the evidence and speak. Let's do this first. I'll leave first. Ma Zhong twisted his head and was about to leave. He had to inform Margarine and Su Biao of these things quickly. Kid, if you're leaving now, you're not putting the head of this vein in your eyes too much? Yang Liang pressed down on Ma Zhong's shoulder. Young Pulse head. Bang! Yang Liang's true essence shook. Ma Zhong stifled a grunt and fainted. Chen Anmo, take Ma Zhong back and interrogate him severely. Yes. Subsequently, Chen Anmo brought Ma Zhong to the Triple Heavens One Vein compound and threw him to a place here specialized in confinement. As for how to interrogate, it was not something Chen Anmo cared about. Chen Anmo, About the matter of Ma Zhong and Ma Jialan's conspiracy. How did you learn about it? After walking out, Yan Liang was still very curious about Chen Anmo finding out about this case so quickly. Chen Anmo babbled, "Didn't I say before that Ma Yongqiang sent someone over to reconcile with me? In fact, he met me in private and talked to me about the not-so-good relationship with his brother, Ma Jialan, and that recently, Ma Jialan and Ma Zhong, Su Biao might want to harm him. He also joked with me that if he dies, it must be these three people who did it. Anyway, Ma Yongqiang is dead. There's no proof of death." Yang Liang, however, was convinced of his words. After all, it was the only way to justify why Chen Anmo had found out the murderer so quickly. "No wonder you weren't worried at all before and offered to investigate." Chen Anmo arched his hand and said, "Ma Zhong and Ma Jialan are good to deal with, but this Su Biao, he is after all a disciple of the lineage of the first young finger. Humph, as long as he commits a crime, even if he is Zhou Qing's own son, the law enforcement disciples will take him down. Don't worry about this." Then the disciple takes his leave. Early the next morning, he had just arrived at the sect when he heard that Ma Jialan, his father Ma Wu, and the others, had been invited to the Triple Sect General Altar. The Triple Sect's General Altar was the sect's most central and pivotal place. It was also the residence of Patriarch Qing Yuan. Usually when something big happened within the clan, Zhang Qingyuan would gather the three main vein heads, as well as the many elders to come here. At this time, in the central hall of the General Altar, the body of Ma Yongqiang was laid out. The three chakra heads stood on either side. At the side stood numerous elders, as well as the crowd from the Ma clan that had just arrived. Zhang Qingyuan commanded towards the disciple at the side, "Jin Xin, give a seat to family master Ma." Yes, Jin Xin was Zhang Qingyuan's eldest disciple and the person he trusted the most. Then, have the eunuch chair brought in. Ma Wu arched his hand. "Many thanks to sect master Zhang." At this time, Chen Anmo walked over. He glanced at Margarine and Su Biao. These two had not the slightest idea that trouble was waiting for them. "Chen Anmo, how come you're the only one who came here? Where's my cousin Ma Zhong?" Ma Jialan glanced behind Chen Anmo and realized that no one was actually there. Chapter 96. This girl is too nice, isn't she? Chen Anmo glanced at Ma Jialan and said in a deep voice, "He'll be brought up soon." "Bring it up?" Margarine's eyes flashed with displeasure. "What kind of tone is that? The whole thing makes my cousin sound like a prisoner. Whether it's a prisoner or not, you know in your heart." Chen Anmo smiled and said. Margarine froze for a moment, his eyes full of incredulity. A possibility suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Chen Anmo had really discovered something? That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Their plan, seamless, how could they be discovered? Subconsciously, he looked across to Su Biao who was standing behind Zhou Qing, wanted to see what he knew about something, but Su Biao was also frowning. He wasn't quite sure what was going on, just heard that the killer was found. Although he had sought out the disciples of the Three Heavens vein and inquired about them on the side, trying to get the inside scoop. Unfortunately, all these people said they didn't know either. He shook his head slightly at Margarine. "The meaning is clear, and you don't understand it yourself." Ma Wu arched his hand at this time and said, "Sect Master Zhang, you sent someone to call us over, saying that the murderer has been found. I wonder who the murderer is." Zhang Qingyuan said indifferently, "There is no hurry. We will know when your family's Ma Zhong is brought up." A glint flashed in Ma Wu's eyes, listening to Sect Master's meaning. Ma Zhong has committed a crime? Nice. As he was talking, two disciples brought Ma Zhong up. At this time, Ma Zhong was bruised and swollen, and his body was covered in bruises and purple. Ma Wu was enraged. "Sect Master Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Ma family head, don't get excited. I'm cleaning up for you. Your son, Ma Yongqiang, is the one who, in conjunction with the other two, killed him." Zhang Qingyuan said indifferently. Saying that, he gazed towards Su Biao and Ma Jialan. If at all, both men were startled. Su Biao, in particular, tensed up all of a sudden. "Ma Zhong, tell me what you know, and I can promise to spare your life," Zhang Qingyuan said. With a bitter face, Ma Zhong pointed at Ma Jialan and said, "It's Ma Jialan. He killed Ma Yongqiang in order to become the sole heir of the Ma family." "You fart. My big brother and I are brothers in arms. How could I kill him?" "Ma Zhong, I get it. Were you tortured to make a confession? Blink your eyes if you are." Ma Zhong looked up, his eyes wide. He continued, "Ma Jialan, don't be sophomoric. Su Biao helped you kill people too." Su Biao's face turned cold. "Ma Zhong, you actually wronged me." He stood forward and arched his hand towards Zhang Qingyuan. "Patriarch, this Ma Zhong is falsely accusing me. I would have preferred a false accusation, but unfortunately, Ma Zhong has evidence in his hands. This is his confession, that you guys, last night, tricked Ma Yongqiang out and subsequently attacked and killed him." Zhang Qingyuan took out his statement. "If you say this is a false accusation, then tell us where you went last night and see if anyone can make an alibi for you." Su Biao was anxious. This. Margarine kept swallowing even more. Thinking of ways, Ma Wu then coldly glared at Ma Jialan. Son, what's going on here? Father, unjustly accused cold sweat that kept falling from his forehead. Master Ma Yanqiang is also a disciple of my triple sect, so in order to do him justice, Su Biao and Ma Jialan, we'll be holding them separately. Zhang Qingyuan lightly glanced at these two people. Whoever gives an account first, I can guarantee that I will keep him alive. When these words came out, both Su Biao and Ma Jialan were torn. This separate interrogation brings a real strain. Their relationship was just that. Both are afraid that the other will account for everything in order to stay alive. Dad, I'm sorry. Poof. Ma Jialan knelt on the ground. Father, I'm wrong. I'm ghostly. I'm not a human being. I am. Pop. Ma Wu threw a slap on Ma Jialan's face and said angrily, asshole, you even killed your brother. You pissed me off. Father, I'm your own son, so just let me go. Margarine now put all her hopes in her father. Unfortunately, the way Ma Wu looked at him was as if he was looking at a dead man. He was the head of the Ma family though, but the horse family is not monolithic. If he didn't deal with Ma Jialan, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to keep his position as the head of the family in the future. Those elders would never let him go. Besides, he's young. It's perfectly possible to have several more sons. Wouldn't it be good to raise another heir of good virtue? Keeping Margarine. What if the kid tries to harm him? Son, what you've done is too much. Go down there and say sorry to your brother. Dad, today, I will personally clean up my house. Bang! As the words fell, Ma Wu slapped his palm on Ma Jialan's ceiling. Su Biao panicked. This has nothing to do with me. Master. He can only ask for an audience with Zhou Qing now. But how could Zhou Qing care about him at this time? Zhou Qing just said coldly, dispose of them according to the clan rules. One life for one life. Bring them down. Soon after, Su Biao was executed outside. Seeing these two people die, Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief. The rewards have arrived as well. Last wish, I hope justice will be done for me. Completed. Reward, 1 yang finger, successful. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Patriarch, this time, we were able to solve the case thanks to Chen Anmo. Now that my law enforcement hall is short of manpower, I propose that we can make Chen Anmo a law enforcement hall trainee disciple. At this time, Yang Liang stepped forward and said. Elderly Mao on the side nodded. Indeed, it's possible. Zhang Qingyuan waved his hand indifferently. Well, Chen Anmo, are you willing? Chen Anmo's heart stirred. He was aware that the disciples of the law enforcement hall had much more power in their hands. Even some of the personal disciples couldn't do anything to him. Instead, they all have to look at his face. Therefore, for such a good opportunity, he naturally agreed. Thank you, Sovereign. Soon, he got the law enforcement hall disciple token. Returning to the martial arts practice grounds of the Triple Heavens Vein. At this time, Shen Xian and Lu Feng, as well as several female disciples were practicing their swords. Recently Shen Xian had practiced a brand new set of sword techniques. It's called the Flowing Light Sword Technique. A streak of radiant streams of light erupted at the tip of her sword. Bright and incomparable. Senior sister Shen, your sword skills are so powerful. If you can take a sword body pill, it will benefit you even more. A young girl in a goose-colored palace dress smiled and said to Shen Xian, this young girl is from a chamber of commerce named Chen Ai Rong. The family is rich and powerful. However, she didn't have much of a big lady's temper, and she got along very well with Shen Xian and Lu Feng. What is the sword body pill? Chen Anmo walked over and asked. Ah, senior brother Chen, you're here, Chen Erong said with a face of adoration. Is it settled? Shen Xian asked. Chen Anmo talked about what had just happened. The surrounding disciples were sighing. Chen Erong lamented. That Ma Jialan does things so viciously. It's good that he died. Senior sister Chen, you still haven't answered my words. What is the sword body pill? Chen Anmo twisted his head and asked. Sword body pill a body-quenching pill made using the sword heartgrass. It's very beneficial to those who cultivate sword techniques. It can better condense sword intent. Although senior sister Shen Xian already has sword intent, it's not complete. If she could take the sword body pill, she would definitely be able to go to the next level. However, the sword heartgrass is very rare and not easy to buy. Senior brother Chen, if you want the formula for the sword body pill, I can give it to you. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. This girl is too nice, isn't she? Then thank you senior sister Chen Erong. Chen Anmo didn't mean to be pretentious and said archly. Chen Erong laughed. Senior Chen has fought so much for our 3 heavens. I have to learn more from senior Chen yet. This is nothing. The people around them all nodded slightly, very much recognizing Chen Erong's words. At the same time, everyone was very enthusiastic about Chen Erong with a great deal of goodwill. Senior brother Chen, then I'll send you the Dan formula tomorrow. Thanks a lot. It wasn't enough to have the sword body pill formula. It needed sword heartgrass. Thus, Chen Anmo went to Yang Liying's side and wanted to inquire about the sword heartgrass. I didn't expect eldest senior brother Wu Lei to walk right out of it. Ha, senior brother Chen, is something wrong? Ray greeted. Chen Anmo cupped his fists and said, eldest senior brother, just now senior sister Chen Erong promised to send me the sword body pill formula, but there is a great medicine called sword heartgrass, which is very hard to come by, so I would like to ask the head of the vein where I can get it. Ray laughed. There's no need to ask the head of the pulse about such a trivial matter. It just so happens that I know a man who has it in his hand. Oh, tomorrow the city lord's residence is 1,000 gold. Wei Nishong will be holding a banquet at Chongming County's largest restaurant. In addition to some of our sect's pro-disciples, people from other sects will be going over as well, so you'll follow me at that time. After the banquet, an internal mini-auction will be held. This is also a chance to get to know the geniuses from all walks of life. It will be good for you. Chen Anmo's expression eased slightly as he said, senior brother, the city lord's daughter only invited you pro-disciples. It's not too good for me to go over there, is it? Your current status is not worse than a personal disciple. Besides, the city lord's office sent the invitation, and also clearly said that I can additionally invite some of those who are on good terms with me to go, so you can rest assured. Wu Lei smiled and patted Chen Anmo's shoulder. It's a deal. Tomorrow I'll tell you who has the sword heartgrass. That's good. At night, Chen Anmo intended to refine the pills recorded above the miscellaneous records of pill refining that could improve his physique. There was no record on this of exactly what the elixir was called. He only knew that back in the middle of the Zhengfei martial arts hall, this medicine was diluted with water and then distributed to the disciples. Although the potency is diluted, however, the results are still good. It wasn't as good as the blood strengthening pill, but it was diluted after all. According to this, if it hadn't been diluted, the effect would far exceed that of the blood strengthening pill. Moreover, the 50-year-old red wisdom lotus left behind by Lu Zhenfei had not yet been used up. If you add the red wakame lotus, the effect will definitely be better. Nowadays, his pill refining skill had reached the master level, and with enough beastly fire, the medicine stove was even purchased a few days ago. Placing the herbs one by one, with a boom sound, the beast fire burned beneath the pill furnace. Layer upon layer of beast fire slowly raised the temperature of the pill furnace from small to large. Subsequently, herbs are added and the fire is neutralized. The step-by-step process of refining pills is perfect. Shen Xian is aiding and abetting. Although she had never seen anyone else refining pills, there was a pleasing feeling to her eyes as she watched Chen Anmo's movements. Learning things too fast, Shen Xian muttered in her mind. Chapter 97 The First Beauty of Chongming County. It worked. It took a full 2 hours. At this time, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was already the latter part of the night. Shen Xian had already slumped against the corner long ago and fell asleep. Hoo. Her breathing was even. A drop of crystallized saliva spilled down the corner of her mouth. I can't believe I'm drooling in my sleep. Chen Anmo was dumbfounded, taking out the 4 pills that had just been refined. A pure medicinal fragrance scattered out in all directions. This elixir is effective. Let's call it the powerful Dan from now on. Chen Anmo muttered, broke open Shen Xian's mouth, and directly stuffed it in. Woohoo! Shen Xian was taken aback. She thought that Chen Anmo had suddenly gotten excited and gave her something weird to eat. After the entrance, though, it was realized that it wasn't. Surprisingly, it's a potion. A medicinal scent filled her nostrils. This tastes too good. Shen Xian's eyes widened all of a sudden, and her entire body became agitated. This was because the medicinal effect quickly entered her limbs and bones, growing her chi and blood. The strength had increased a great deal out of nowhere. Yummy! This is so potent. Shen Xian jumped into Chen Anmo's arms at once, greedily sniffing the manly odor of Chen Anmo's body. This is something I just refined into. Let's call it the powerful Dan. Chen Anmo said. That's awesome. You actually became an alchemist. Shen Xian gave Chen Anmo a kiss on the cheek. Filled with redness, she just took a nap. The original exhaustion had been swept away. Now instead she came to her senses. The body was like a loach, twisting around Chen Anmo's body. The clothes she was wearing were already loose. With such a twist, the dress unknowingly slipped off, revealing a beautiful view. Chen Anmo picked her up with one hand. Go back to the house and sleep. Don't go out. Just stay here. It's cold out. It's late and there's no stove in the house. On the contrary, this place was warm and extraordinarily comfortable because of the alchemy that had just been done. Chen Anmo scraped Shen Xian's nose. Okay, satisfy you. Shen Xian muttered, kind of hungry for. Early the next morning, according to the address of his eldest brother, Wu Lei, he came to the largest restaurant in Chongming County. I heard that this place is the property of the city lord's daughter, Wei Nishong. Speaking of this Wei Nishong, she is also the No. 1 legend here. Her early talent was not good, but she had good luck. It is said that she found an alchemist's cave and obtained heaven-defying treasures. Just like that, her body was as good as turned upside down in general. It didn't take long for her cultivation to skyrocket. Nowadays, she was already at the early 4th grade cultivation level, known as the proud daughter of the sky in Chongming County. I don't know how many young talents like her. However, there are only a handful of people who can qualify to chase her. People aren't stupid enough to waste time chasing after a woman they can't have. Because she was the daughter of the city lord's residence, Wei Nishan liked to make friends with some Jianghu people. Every year, they would take the time to invite the pro-disciples of all the major sects to meet. While networking, small auctions are also held here. People don't offer silver, they barter, or trade with some intelligence. It's even kind of a place where you can get a blind date. Wu Lei, as the eldest senior brother of the three heavens, was leading the group this time over. Besides Chen Anmo, there were 2 other men and a woman. They are all Yang Liying's personal disciples. It was obviously not the first time for them to attend such a party, so it seemed very easy. Senior brother Chen, above this kind of party, there will be many thousand girls from big families coming over. Nowadays you are also considered a leading youth. You are fully qualified to pursue some good ones. Do you want me to introduce them to you when you turn around? The one who spoke was second senior brother Zhao Ben. He's not a good-looking guy. However, the relationships out there are really good. Made a lot of good friends in the jungle. Women in particular are said to have many mistresses. Senior Zhao, don't introduce your old flame to Xiao Mo. 4th senior sister Song Shi teased. Song Shi usually lives in deep seclusion and indulges in cultivation. She doesn't have many friends, and even fewer people after her, because she was average looking, and dark and thin. From a distance, they look like skinny monkeys, but the people are still quite nice and take care of Chen Anmo, and the secret eye has been given. However, Chen Anmo was a decent person, and rightly assumed that he hadn't read it. Song Shi, what are you talking about? If I introduce my old flame to Xiao Mo, am I still human? Zhao Ben was directly anxious. A few people talked and laughed and soon arrived at the restaurant. The building is exquisite and elegant, built near the lake. The banquet had not yet begun, and there was already music coming out of the doorway, which was very beautiful. After a few people entered, beautiful and moving maids greeted them and introduced them to be seated upstairs. Out on the 2nd floor, the hall is magnificently decorated and exquisitely elegant. Those who came here were all the young talents of the major powers and sects. There were men and women, and it was hilarious. Senior martial brother, what are you looking for? After Chen Anmo arrived here, he noticed that Wu Lei had been looking around, obviously looking for someone. Song Shi laughed and said, this eldest brother of ours, will only look for one person, Miss Wei Nishang. Zhao Ben on the side also opened his mouth. Go. What are you two babbling about? Wu Lei said without a trace of anger. Eldest senior brother, it's not like it's something to be ashamed of for you to like Miss Wei. What's the rush? Sun Si covered her mouth and laughed softly. Wu Lei said, I'm admiring her. It's just a matter of time. I'm not going to talk to the two of you. Anmo, come over here. I'll say a few words to you. Chen Anmo nodded, and after walking to the side with Wu Lei said, this thing, sword heartgrass, is available in a place called Haitian Chamber of Commerce, and today the Haitian Chamber of Commerce is 1,000 gold. Yang Lan will be coming over as well. No. Follow Wu Lei's finger. Soon, Chen Anmo saw a young and beautiful woman with a sad face. This person was none other than Yang Lan. She seemed to have something on her mind. Sitting alone in a corner, staring at the floor. She doesn't seem to like to talk much, Chen Anmo asked. Wu Lei explained. I heard that the Haitian Chamber of Commerce has recently encountered some trouble. A fleet of cars went out and all died tragically outside, and their goods were robbed. I guess she's still fretting about it. Haitian Chamber of Commerce has been plagued by many disasters in the past 2 years. The elders within the clan have died one after another. Yang Lan's father and eldest uncle have also been injured one after another. The clan is struggling without its experts. But then again, if something hadn't happened to the Haitian Chamber of Commerce, how could they possibly be willing to sell something as precious as the sword heartgrass? As he was talking, a commotion suddenly came from the stairway on the 2nd floor. Coming, Miss Wei is here. Ms. Wei, hello. The crowd surged toward the stairway. Soon, a woman in a big red dress, dressed in a glorious manner, was seen slowly walking up from the stairway. This woman was none other than the city lord's residence's daughter, Wei Nishang. Wu Lei's eyes went straight all of a sudden, murmuring, Chongming County's #1 beauty, Xiao Mo. See, what do you think? To be honest, Chen Anmo was also stunned for a moment. Secretly, it is worthy of being the first beauty of Chongming County, and it is indeed beautiful to look at. However, he wasn't as bad as other men. For him, there are 1,000 beautiful skins and 1,000,000 interesting souls. In terms of beauty, Shen Xian was not inferior to her. Only what you wear on your body may be worse. The point was, Shen Xin's character, he liked it. This Wei Nishon looked cold, and he didn't like it. Nice, Shen Anmo said casually and perfunctorily. In Wei Nishon's hand, she was holding a handkerchief. After wiping his hands, he then tossed them aside. Then she walked in. Gentlemen, sorry I'm late. No harm done. We just arrived too. The crowd laughed. Wei Nishon also spoke politely as she quickly took her seat. The place on the second floor has 7 large round tables. Each large round table can seat about 18 people. Wei Nishon was sitting in the center seat. Chen Anmo had just taken his seat when Wu Lei came over excitedly. Chen Anmo's nose twitched as he smelled the exact same odor on his hands that was on Wei Nishon. This flavor. He looked at Wu Lei's hand in surprise. The handkerchief that Wei Nishon had just thrown away was surprisingly picked up by him. Elder brother. This. Chen Anmo looked at him in surprise. Wu Lei took a deep breath and sighed. Xiao Mo. This handkerchief is Miss Wei's. She must have accidentally dropped it on the ground just now. I'll send it back to her in a few minutes. What do you say? Chen Anmo opened his mouth. He'd love to have a word with him. Just now he saw very clearly that the handkerchief was what people deliberately didn't want. After all, there was a gooey mess in there. Looks like snot. I think it's okay. Chen Anmo said against his will. You think it's okay too, don't you? Ray smiled happily. Then the table pushed on. Chen Anmo had recently made some waves within the clan though, but he's nothing compared to the geniuses here. No background after all. As a result, not many people took him up on it. And for that, he was fine. His sole purpose for coming over was to purchase the sword Heartgrass. Therefore, he had been silently keeping an eye on the Haitian Chamber of Commerce's daughter, Yang Lan. It was found that this Yang Lan was also always alone and didn't interact much with people. At this time, Yang Lan was indeed preoccupied. A month ago, my father's old illness broke out, and my eldest uncle went out and was seriously injured. After the fall of the 2 top pillars, the business of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce did not go well at all. Cargo robbed, escort killed. Right now, the entire Chamber of Commerce is in a state of panic, and just a few days ago, a team of horse bandits called the Black Blood Gang that robbed their goods even sent someone to put out a message. Let her travel on her own to negotiate with the Black Bloods. Their helpers are going to be happy, so naturally they'll leave them alone. Janlon frowned at the thought. The risks involved in letting her travel to the Black Blood Gang were just too great. In case she is left there, then her chastity is not guaranteed. So neither she, nor her family, wanted her to be able to travel. But how to deal with the Black Bloods? Unable to help herself, she sighed silently. Now, she would love to be able to contact a master with status and power who could help her hold down the fort. These days, if a lot of big powers run into trouble, and if there is no one in the family who can hold down the fort, they will usually choose outside help. Many people who have the means to do so have also become intermediaries specifically in this way. Match these needy forces and contact some external helpers who need resources. These days, she's also been to a few places trying to find some competent outside help too. For example, the Violet Light Sect's eldest senior brother and one of the Triple Sect's senior sisters. Unfortunately, after these people heard that they were dealing with the Black Blood Gang's horse bandits, they all showed their concerns. The reason is simple. The leader of the Black Blood Gang, specializing in stealth, the man is a vindictive master. Anyone who offended him didn't get much out of it. In the lesser case, family members will be killed. In the greater case, the family will be destroyed, because so far, everyone who has seen him is dead, except for his men. As a result, those who wanted to deal with him could not find him. That's why no one dares to offend. Chapter 98. It made her feel inferior. Yang Lan sighed in his heart. She herself didn't know when their Haitian Chamber of Commerce had offended the Black Blood Gang. Moreover, the leader of the Black Blood Gang had even named her and asked her to go over to negotiate. Hey, what a redhead. She couldn't help but mutter. Subconsciously, she looked around, wanted to see which of the young talents here could help her. Speaking of which, this time around, Wei Nishong hadn't actually invited her. She was able to come over purely because her best friend Zhou Yao brought her here. In Zhou Yao's words, in case she was able to be spotted by any of the young talents here, then the Black Blood Gang wouldn't dare to bully her. Pity. After coming here, Yang Lan could sort of see it. The occasion did not suit her. The people here are too honorable. The Haitian Chamber of Commerce was too small compared to them. Even if she had some confidence in her poise, a woman like her was really nothing here. A big catch. Messing with her inferiority complex. Hey, I'd better go back early later and think about it. I really can't. Or, she bit her lip, thinking about going straight to the Black Bloods? But then, as a weak woman, wouldn't she be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? When the time came, a group of men surrounded her. It was frighteningly exciting to think about. Hello, MS. Young. Just as Yang Lan was rambling, Chen Anmo walked over. Yang Lan returned to her senses and realized that the one who approached her was a handsome-looking youth. Hello, you know me? Chen Anmo had just directly called her by her last name, which meant that Chen Anmo should have gotten to know her before looking for her. My senior brother. His name is Wu Lei. Chen Anmo laughed. He and I just mentioned you. Ms. Yang Lan, after all, was a businesswoman by birth, and she acted very frankly in the face of a handsome-looking teenager. Not blushing at the drop of a hat like some little girls, she nodded slightly and smiled as she ran her hair. Brother Wu Lei. Ah, I've worked with him before on some business matters. Why did he mention me? My senior brother said that there is a sword heartgrass in the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. I want to purchase it. I wonder if it's possible. Janlan's eyelids fluttered in contemplation. The Haitian Chamber of Commerce did have sword heartgrass. It was bought back by my father at a high price from a merchant outside. Father's intention was originally to ask an alchemist to come out and refine a sword body pill for himself, because her dad was a master swordsman. However, with her father's injury, the matter was dropped. Recently, there were quite a few people who came over to ask for sword heartgrass, and she has one offer, to help her deal with the Black Bloods. Faced with this opening offer, these people naturally did not agree. Regarding some of the recent circumstances of my Haitian Chamber of Commerce, do you understand them? Janlan asked rhetorically. Don't understand. Tell me, Chen Anmo said. Sure enough, you don't understand. Yanglan squeezed out a smile and shook her head. I'm afraid you wouldn't have come to me if you understood. May I hear it? Chen Anmo said. There's no need to say more. Yanglan shook his head, revealing a forlorn look. It wasn't that she looked down on Chen Anmo, purely because I don't feel the need to talk about it much, as many with backgrounds in power can't solve it. How could Chen Anmo? Chen Anmo frowned. You didn't even say it. How do you know I can't? Looking at Chen Anmo's confident appearance, Yang Lan felt a sense of self-confidence in him. Could he really fix it? Although Yang Lan still thought it was unlikely, she still decided to talk to Chen Anmo about it. She then told them about the Black Blood Gang's threat to their Haitian Chamber of Commerce. After Yang Lan finished, she sighed and squeezed out a smile. Mr. Chen, I've approached many people for help before, but without exception, they all chose to refuse. I can understand. After all, the Black Blood Gang's gang leader cultivates stealth techniques, and this person is not someone to be messed with. The implication is that she wouldn't be surprised if you refused. The cultivation level of the Black Blood Gang's leader is at the early 5th rank, but the most difficult thing about him is that this person's movements are so erratic that it's hard to find him. And this man is vindictive. Those who offend him will be in trouble. Janlan spoke of the drawbacks in one breath. She didn't want to lie. It wouldn't make sense. Is it early 5th grade? Chen Anmo pondered for a moment. Strength-wise, it was not a problem for him. But stealth, that made him wonder a bit. What kind of kung fu is this? I can help. After thinking about it, he nodded. Originally, I thought Chen Anmo would refuse. I didn't expect him to say yes. This made Yang Lan not react for a moment. What did you say? Chen Anmo looked around and said, it's not convenient to talk here. Go to the side. Good. The two walked out of the room and went outside to the hallway. There's not much here. I'll help you with the Black Bloods. As soon as he came out, Chen Anmo said directly, his voice unquestionable, but there are 2 requirements. Tell me about it. Janlan's heart was beating fast now. First, didn't you say before that quite a few of your Haitian Chamber of Commerce died at the hands of the Black Blood Gang, and the bodies are still there, right? I want to go take a look. Why look? Janlan wondered. Through the corpse, I want to see the strength of the person who did it and get a general idea. Chen Anmo explained. This is simple. The corpse is still in my Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Janlan said. Chen Anmo nodded. Second request. Give me the sword heartgrass now. Janlan froze. Immediately after, her face turned ugly as she said, Mr. Chen, your request is too unreasonable, isn't it? In case you receive something and don't do anything, then what will I do? Wouldn't I be eating a dumb loss? Chen Anmo explained. The purpose of asking for the sword heartgrass? I want to raise a few more points of strength to deal with the Black Blood Gang with more certainty. As for whether you trust me or not, don't worry about that. I'm an inner disciple of the Triple Sect, and that's just one of my identities. I am still a trainee law enforcement disciple of the Triple Sect. With this status, if I take something and don't do anything, how am I going to hang around here in the future? Yang Lan pondered for a moment and said slowly, although the words are true, but you are too confident in yourself. How do you know you can solve the Black Blood Gang? That one's out of your hands. Chen Anmo said frankly. Yang Lan looked straight into Chen Anmo's eyes. As a businesswoman, she's seen a lot of people bragging about being awesome and talking big. She believed that if Chen Anmo bragged in front of her, she would be able to tell the first time. But now, she didn't see it. Then there was only one possibility. Chen Anmo was serious. This is outrageous. It was amazing that she would believe what someone she had just met said. Then think about it. Chen Anmo sighed in his heart as he saw that Yang Lan was still hesitating. Sword Heart Herb doesn't seem to be available for purchase for the time being. Wait. Unexpectedly at this time, Yang Lan called out to Chen Anmo, come home with me later, and the Sword Heart Herb can be given to you. As if Yang Lan had made up her mind about something, she gritted her teeth and said, the pretty face, now flushed, was very nervous. Obviously, making this decision made her hesitate for a long time. She didn't know why she trusted someone she had just met, but her sixth sense told her that she could say yes to the other side. Growing up, she trusted her sixth sense a lot. She trusts her feelings every time a major decision is made. So far, no mistakes have been made. Chen Anmo glanced at Yang Lan in surprise. I didn't expect her to agree so readily. Since the other party was so forthcoming, he didn't nag much and nodded. Okay, then when this place is over, I'll go with you. After saying that, Chen Anmo returned to his original position. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. The group had eaten about as much as they could. Afterwards, Wei Nishan proposed to go to the 3rd floor for the auction. It was worthy of being an auction opened by the top power brokers of Chongming County. Many of the things that these powerful sons and daughters took out were things that Chen Anmo hadn't seen before. Honestly though, as good as the stuff was, there was very little of it that was actually useful to him. The reason is simple. He's got a lot of good stuff himself. There are even more big medicines that I have taken. Knowing that he couldn't compete with these powerful and noble children, he pressed on with no intention of bidding. After just sitting for a while, he greeted his senior brothers and sisters and left the place with Yang Lan. Haitian Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Chen Anmo waited at the door for a while, and not long after, Yang Lan walked out alone. She held a wooden box in her hand and a deed in the other. Mr. Chen, please check. Jan Lan nodded at him. Immediately afterward, her gaze rested on top of the wooden box, and a trace of reluctance flashed in the depths of her eyes. She wasn't sure if she had made the right decision. If it's not right, consider this stuff fed to the dogs. She felt fine, though. It's simple. The masters are very much feathered. Unless this Chen Anmo doesn't want to hang around here anymore. Otherwise, if word gets out that he took something and didn't do anything, who will deal with him in the future? Others will only say that he is not true to his word. In the Jianghu, even if they are evil murderers, many people will not choose to go back on their word if they are not in a situation where they have no choice. Collecting the things, Chen Anmo signed and signed. I've signed the papers, but let me make it clear that until the Black Blood Gang is resolved, the matter about me dealing with the Black Blood Gang is still confidential. This is certain. Now I will take you to the shrine where the bodies of my family's dead brothers are now. Chen Anmo arched his hand and cupped his fist. Please lead the way. Right now, he had a total of almost 10 years of cultivation time on his hands. Now he just wished there were more bodies over at the shrine. Earn some more repair time this way. So much for a few more power-ups. It's easier to tackle the Black Blood Gang. Not long after, in the middle of the shrine, Yang Lan hit the lantern and woke up the 2 old men who were guarding the place and watching the door. When the 2 old men learned that Missy wanted to examine the body, they didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly took Chen Anmo and Yang Lan into the house. Elder son, you guys go out, Jan Lan said. Yes ma'am, we'll just wait at the door. The faces of the 2 old men were a bit strange. Why are you examining the body for no reason? It's not a homicide. What's there to check? Although their hearts were slandering, but after all, they were only subordinates and had no qualifications to ask about the matter of the eldest young lady. After waiting for the people to walk out, Chen Anmo hit the lantern and observed the corpses that were here. He was instantly excited. 28 corpses get rich. Chapter 99 Bountiful Group Rewards. Yang Lan frowned, because seeing Chen Anmo's eyes, how there is a feeling of excitement. This guy, he doesn't have a weird mentality about corpses, does he? There are a lot of trannies these days. There are all kinds of people. Fortunately, Chen Anmo quickly hid his excited appearance. With a serious look on his face, he asked, all of them died at the hands of the Black Blood Gang? Yes, this team, while traveling through a Black Blood Gang territory, was attacked and killed on the road, and only a handful of 2 people escaped. Jan Lan sighed. Originally, the body was to be buried earlier, but there's been a lot going on at the Chamber of Commerce lately, so there's been a delay. Chen Anmo nodded. I'll check the body. He began his examination with the first body on the left. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 230 days of cultivation. His heart stirred, judging from the number of days awarded. This person's cultivation was not weak. That's when the accident happened. Surprisingly, it triggers the last wishes of the dead of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce Group. Trigger Group Dead Wishes. Legacy 1, the Black Blood Gang killed us, and I hope the Black Blood Gang will be destroyed. Reward, 30 years of cultivation. Legacy Wish 2, I hope that Missy's cultivation will reach the 5th grade earlier, so that our Haitian Chamber of Commerce will have a successor and won't have to be bullied anymore. Reward, 150-year portion of Sword Heart Grass. Last Wish 3, I wish to severely punish the Black Blood Gang's leader, Blood slaughter. He has absorbed the flesh and blood of quite a few of us as his sustenance, and he should definitely not be made to feel better. Reward, invisibility, great accomplishment. Chen Anmo laughed. Not bad for a group legacy, the rewards are just great, aren't they? As long as you destroy the Black Blood Gang, you will surprisingly be rewarded with 30 years of cultivation. On top of that, killing the Black Blood Gang leader would also reward you with the stealth technique. The reason why the Black Blood Gang's leader, Blood Slaughter, was feared was because of this stealthy technique. He was curious now, what is so marvelous about this Gong Fu? But I have to be careful not to get in the gutter. 2. Chen Anmo thought darkly. He glanced at his current attributes. Just absorbed the group guaranteed cultivation days bonus. That adds up to 8 years and 200 days. With the previous 100,000, it's now 18 years and 200 days. Then he pretended to examine the body again. Mr. Chen, how's the inspection going? Janlan yawned. It was getting late and she was a little tired. Chen Anmo also wants to go. Clapping his hands together, he said, I've probably learned a bit about that blood slaughter's strength. Yang Lan was surprised. From these corpses, you can tell that too? Chen Anmo laughed and said, following the lines of Bao Zhang's mothering Junior Bao Qing Tian, sometimes, the dead can talk. Dead people can talk? Yeah, on these corpses, the injuries are severe and bloody. I can tell that the Black Blood Gang leader, Blood Slaughter, cultivates an evil technique related to blood. This Gong method makes him prefer killing and have a temperamental personality, killing people like never before. Against enemies, he also likes to maim and kill them. Chen Anmo picked up other corpses and analyzed them. It made Janlan TSK, MS, Yang, then I'll leave first. About when will it be resolved? Let's do it in 10 days, and then you get me the Black Blood Gang's approximate address. Chen Anmo said. Good. After Chen Anmo returned home, Shen Xin hadn't rested yet. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she was flipping through her talking book. The more she read, the more excited she got. There were so many plot twists in there. As the door opened and felt Chen Anmo enter the room, Shen Xin walked out. Why are you so late? Just went to get something. See what this is? Chen Anmo placed the wooden box on the table and opened it to show Shen Xin. Sword Heartgrass. Not bad. Sword Heartgrass. Chen Anmo smiled mysteriously. I'll work hard tonight and refine the sword body pill now. I'll go clean up the house right away. Shen Xin understood and walked to the next house. Just as the two were busy, Yang Lan, who had just returned to the courtyard where she lived, was still somewhat lost in thought as she looked at the floor. The sword heart herb was just given away. However, Chen Anmo should be capable. She took careful stock of the scene just after they had gone from meeting, and the signing of the pact. Finalized, nothing wrong with it. Chen Anmo was very confident in everything he said. Ran. At that moment, my father's voice came from the door. Yang Lan opened the door in a hurry. I only saw my father limping here with the support of 2 elders. Father, you're so badly injured. Why don't you rest? It's so late. Yang Lan came over and hurriedly assisted her father and said, I just heard that the sword heartgrass in the house has been taken? Yang Lan nodded, and then talked about the matter of asking Chen Anmo to do something. Yang Lan's father came back to his senses and was shocked. Things aren't even done. And you gave him the stuff? You pissed me off. Yang Quan sighs in exasperation. On weekdays, my daughter is doing well. He'd been so relieved. Although only a daughter's body. But what about women in the age of martial arts? Women are awesome, just like men. But this time, Yang Lan's performance really disappointed him too much. People haven't even gotten things done. Why did they give away the sword heart herb? What if they take something and don't do anything with it? Father, I believe in Chen Anmo. Yang Lan pondered for a moment and said with a straight face, even if we believe him, the question is, what if he can't deal with the Black Blood Gang? This Chen Anmo, I also understand, is not a local and has little background. It's just that there's some talent. But if you have more talent, how can you compare it to an expert like Blood Slaughter? Yang Quan slapped his forehead and only felt a headache. Daughter, this matter you did not do well. Very bad. This sword heartgrass is of high value. Even if we can't use it, we can still sell it to other people in the future. The silver from selling it can feed many people in the family. Yang Lan bit her lip, not daring to retort. Bean-sized tears, though, came to his eyes. Seeing his daughter shed tears, Yang Quan sighed. The 2 elders at the side hurriedly said, Family Master, the matter has already come to a head, so don't talk too much. Yeah, what if that Chen Anmo really works? Although this hope is very slim, just think of it as a good karma. Yeah, Yang Quan said, that's just it. Lan, for the next while, our Haitian Chamber of Commerce will have to economize on all costs. Got it, Dad. Janlan nodded. Early the next morning, Chen Anmo was tired and almost deflated. Lay down behind you. Shen Xin leaned over the edge and said in surprise, refined? Well, the sword body pills, they've finally been refined, but unfortunately, there are only 3 of them. Chen Anmo sat up again and picked up the sword body pill. The elixir was reddish-brown in color and emitted a smell of fishy grass. Chen Xin frowned. It smells so bad. Fishy. Chen Anmo laughed. Don't you just like the fishy feeling? Chen Xin pinched Chen Anmo's arm and snapped. What are you talking about? No seriousness. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chen Xin's shy appearance, Chen Anmo wrapped his arm around her shoulders and laughed. That's just it. It looks like you don't like it. So forget it if you don't. Chen Anmo made a gesture to put the elixir away. This made Chen Xin anxious. She took it in a hurry and said, What the hell? If you don't give it to your concubine, who else will you give it to? Ha ha, didn't you say fishy? Concubine likes this flavor the best. Chen Xin said with a red face. Afterward, Chen Anmo stuffed the elixir in Chen Xin's mouth. Then eat it. You can eat the rest of these 2 sword body pills. Chen Xin chewed the elixir while also shoving it into Chen Anmo's mouth. Chen Anmo ate one and then said, The rest of this one, I'll give it to its other people. For whom? Give me the Haitian chamber of sword heartgrass. I need to exchange something. The eyes of Chen Anmo flashed in his eyes. Among the group's last wishes this time, there was one that wished for Yang Lan's cultivation to reach the 5th rank. According to his observation, Yang Lan's current cultivation was in the middle 6th grade. If she were to rely on her own cultivation, she didn't know how long it would take to enter the 5th grade, but with the sword body pill he had refined, it would definitely be much faster. Afterwards, he and Chen Xin took the sword body pill. Since he wasn't a sword cultivator, the sword body pill had a limited effect on him. However, this sword body pill also had a body-quenching effect. Coupled with the strong medicinal effects of the sword heart herb, it was also tremendously helpful to Chen Anmo's cultivation. Soon, Chen Anmo came to feel it. It's going to break through. Incidentally, mention the one yang finger as well. Chen Anmo whispered. Deducting 200 days of cultivation, you have practiced the one yang finger painstakingly, and you have become a little more skillful in its use. Deducting 3 years of cultivation, you have single-mindedly practiced the one yang finger, and you have practiced the martial art of pointing wherever you want to hit, reaching great success. This has reached great fulfillment. Chen Anmo laughed. No wonder it was said that the triple heavenly martial technique was harder than the one yang finger. He remembered that it took a long time to cultivate the triple heavens to great completion, and the one yang finger is much easier. Go on. Deducting 3 years of cultivation, you who have reached the grand completion of the one yang finger have gained a deeper understanding of this martial art. You have learned to corner. You have learned to hit the force with the point. Deducting 2 years of cultivation, the one yang finger reaches great perfection. Deducting 5 years of cultivation, you continue to cultivate the one yang finger, and finally this day, you figure out a unique path, a move you find to be very similar to sword chi, especially since it can be fused with triple heaven. You finally realize that these 2 martial arts skills, both come from within a set of sword techniques, the 6 veins divine sword, 1 yang finger, 2 fingers zen, combined to become 3 sword chi, the 3 heavens, plus the 3 sword chi, combined to form the 6 veins divine sword. You have realized the meaning of the sword. The one yang finger reaches the master. So, this is the secret of the 3 martial arts, the art of combining attacks, the 6 veins divine sword. Chen Anmo, who knew the truth, fell silent for a moment. That is to say, the next step is to completely fuse the 3 martial arts after I cultivate the 2 fingers zen, and that would be the 6 veins divine sword. Chen Anmo's heart was instantly excited. At the same time, his realm had been greatly elevated. Nowadays, he's at the peak of the 5th grade. When he resolved the Black Blood Gang and gained 30 years of cultivation, he estimated that he would be able to raise another wave of strength. At that time, the 4th grade cultivation was just around the corner. Rested at home for 3 days. After Chen Anmo stabilized his realm, he went to look for Yang Lan again. In the past few days, the Haitian Chamber of Commerce had been prying for news about the Black Blood Gang. For the time being, she had gotten a good idea of the few places where the Black Blood Gang might appear. The next step, when it was finalized, was to contact Chen Anmo to make a move. In the courtyard, Yang Lan was practicing her sword against a peach blossom tree. Swordsmanship is good. Coldly, a derisive voice came. Mr. Chen. Hearing that it was Chen Anmo's voice still startled Yang Lan. This guy, surprisingly, suddenly appeared without a sound. Chapter 100. Chen Anmo is looking at me. Should I accept? Didn't scare you, did it? Chen Anmo stood on the wall. The body bowed lightly and then jumped. Of course it scared me. I thought Bloodbutt was going to kill me, Janlan said with a sigh of relief. Chen Anmo clapped his hands and said, It's been several days. Do you have the address of the Black Blood Gang? There is, but that blood butcher changes locations often, so you'll probably need to squat. Yang Lan turned to enter the house. Come with me. He then followed Janlan into the house. Only Yang Lan took out a map from among her dresser drawers. It records some of the places where the Black Blood gang might appear. Chen Anmo took it. I know. This one you take. What is it? Yang Lan received a jade bottle with some curiosity. Chen Anmo said, guess. Yang Lan was speechless in her heart and asked her to guess. She hated riddles. But, after all, she was asking for something. Still, she said, potions? With that, she opened the cap of the bottle. After seeing the pills inside, the entire person froze. This is the sword body pill. Not bad. Sword body pill. Hissing, Yang Lan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, her gaze towards Chen Anmo became different. He's not looking at me, is he? One such thought suddenly arose in Yang Lan's mind. Otherwise, how could you send her something? She was embarrassed at the thought. She also knew she had a few things going for her, especially the 2 long legs that could blind those stinky men every time. However, she has a high vision. It's not like just anyone can get in her sights. But then again, this Chen Anmo is not bad looking. The talent is not bad either. Just not a great background. Should we accept it? In this instant, Yang Lan thought a lot. Can't blame her for that thought. It was really because the sword body pill that Chen Anmo had given out was just too expensive. Sword heartgrass is valuable enough, right? There's a price for it out there. Otherwise, Chen Anmo wouldn't have eradicated the Black Blood gang for the Haitian Chamber of Commerce because of a sword heartgrass. The sword body pill, on the other hand, was an even more valuable existence than the sword heartgrass. How could this not move Yang Lan? Should we accept it? If I accept it, wouldn't that mean accepting him? Wouldn't that make him think that I, Yang Lan, am casual? Want it? Chen Anmo's brows furrowed when he saw that Yang Lan had been silent. The woman's eyes just seemed to speak. 1 minute you're torn. 1 minute you're happy. 1 minute you're bitter. 1 minute you're on a rant. Is this a joke? Yes, people want it. Just, Yang Lan subconsciously received the sword body pill. At this moment, she was embarrassed to look Chen Anmo in the eyes. The reserve that she had wanted at the beginning had long since been thrown away by now. She only had one thought. If Chen Anmo wanted it, she dared to give it. No way. Still, the sword body pill was too precious. A man who was willing to do so much for you for no reason and send such a good elixir. Honestly, it's rare, even among couples. What are you trying to say? Chen Anmo looked at Yang Lan with an odd expression on his face. Yang Lan lowered her head, embarrassed. Then you must be more careful when dealing with the Black Blood gang. Chen Anmo nodded. When are you going to take it? The sooner the better. Lest Blood Slaughter wants to deal with you and turn around and you won't be able to react in time. After thinking about it, Chen Anmo simply said, that's just it. You can take it now. I'll protect you. Ha? That fast? Not really fast. In fact, I've already taken one. I'll leave this one for you. Why are you being so nice to me? Are you? Yang Lan became even more pouty. At this moment, Chen Anmo could see it. Yang Lan misunderstood. Ahem. Don't think too much. I don't want anything to happen to my employer. After all, we have to work together in the future. This explanation of his was very pale, because in Yang Lan's opinion, she, her employer, had already given the sword heartgrass to Chen Anmo. He didn't have to worry about her well-being, but she didn't say much. Lifting his head, his good-looking eyes stared at Chen Anmo and said, alright then, I'll take it now. For some reason, she was now very trusting of Chen Anmo. She pulled a futon out from under her bed and placed it in the middle of the room. With that, he sat down on his knees and began to swallow the sword body pill. In fact, Yang Lan has some talent of his own. Otherwise, the people up and down the Haitian Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have served a girl like her and let her take charge. Only, managing the chamber consumed too much of her mind. This, coupled with the fact that she had been in an accident recently, had caused her cultivation to fall into a bottleneck. Now, with Chen Anmo's sword body pill, it was different. Coupled with the fact that she herself cultivated the sword Dao, the sword body pill benefited her greatly. After sister-in-law took the sword body pill, her cultivation has entered the mid-7th grade. If Yang Lan is lucky, he can definitely advance as well. Chen Anmo thought darkly. Of course, this was mainly because Yang Lanka had been in the 6th grade realm for a long time. Even without the sword body pill, in 2 years, Yang Lan should be able to advance to the 5th grade. Now it's just ahead of schedule. Chen Anmo was in no hurry. He sat down and picked up the books on the shelves in the house and read them. About an hour or so later, suddenly, a powerful chi power surged up from Yang Lan's body. She opened her eyes and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Advanced, early 5th grade. Yang Lan was almost jumping up and down with excitement. However, considering that there was still Chen Anmo's presence in the house, she naturally held back. Congratulations, Chen Anmo smiled. Yang Lan advanced, and he got the legacy reward as a matter of course. Last wish, I hope that Missy Yang Lan's cultivation will be big enough to reach the 5th rank sooner. Completed. Reward, 150-year portion of sword heartgrass. the reward arrived. Shen Anmo's heart was incomparably excited. One must know that the sword heartgrass that Yang Lan had given him before was merely about a 10-year portion. Just this, all of it had raised his cultivation by a small realm. And this, a 50-year portion of sword heart herb. The results are bound to be better. Shen Anmo couldn't help but look forward to it, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Yang Lan thought that Shen Anmo was smiling because of her cultivation progress. Her pretty face couldn't help but redden again. Mr. Chen, really thank you so much. I don't even know how to repay you. Yang Lan was embarrassed. Shen Anmo said, just look for me if you have any good things to do in the future. Without further ado, I'll go first. He walked outside to the fence and with a slight leap, he left the house. Watching him leave, Janlan was lost in thought for a moment. Just leave? In theory, shouldn't Shen Anmo pester her for a while when he had his eye on her? Ran. I just sensed someone jumping the wall here and leaving. Who was it? That's when the father walked in. But before he could take 2 steps, he froze. It was because the aura on his daughter's body had unexpectedly reached the astonishing 5th grade realm. Father, it was a friend just now. And also, I managed to enter the 5th rank. Yang Lan didn't inform her father about Shen Anmo. She knew her father was a loudmouth. If he knew, then the other elders knew, which was equal to the entire clan, and even the people outside. She didn't want to add trouble to Shen Anmo. Ha ha, good, good, I told you, my daughter is immortal. Yang Quan laughed heartily. The other side. After Shen Anmo returned home, he proceeded to start refining the 50-year portion of sword heartgrass. Shen Xian was instantly confused when she saw that there was another sword heartgrass. Why is this thing like a cabbage? One day later, Shen Anmo walked out of the room. This time, because the medicinal effect of the sword heartgrass was so good, he refined 4 sword body pills in one breath, and the medicinal effect was even more perfect than the ones that had been refined before. Into the night, he divided the sword body pill with Shen Xian, 2 each. Next, the two took the sword body pill and began cultivating once again. This time, because the medicine was so effective, both of them could clearly feel that their cultivation levels were progressing wildly. The qi and blood and qi energy in his body were becoming more and more vigorous. Shen Xian entered the mid-6th grade all of a sudden. Shen Anmo, on the other hand, had logically entered the 4th rank. 4 pints. Shen Anmo spread out his palms. As his true essence power rose, he was now becoming comfortable running the 1 yang finger and the 3 heavens. Of course, merely controlling these 2 martial arts was not enough to fuse them into the 6 veins divine sword. On this day, it was drizzling outside. Shen Anmo bid farewell to Shen Xian, stating that he was going out for a few days. He then put on a human skin mask and left the house. He's going to investigate the Black Bloods. On the map Yang Lan had given him, there were 4 strongholds of the Black Blood Gang. 2 of these places are halfway up the mountain. It used to be a small village because it was sparsely populated and the villagers left. After that, the territory was occupied by some mountain bandits and horsemen. There are 2 other places that are camped on the hill. In the old days, the camp was built by other mountain bandits. These mountain bandits had fallen apart for some reason, so they were occupied by the Black Blood Gang behind them. In addition to the 4 strongholds, the map also stated the number of people in the Black Blood Gang, as well as the strength of some of the leaders. The boss, nicknamed Blood Slaughter, is a ruthless master, currently cultivating at the early 5th grade. There are 4 heavenly kings under his hand. These 4 heavenly kings were all 6th grade cultivators. Like Blood Slaughter, they all cultivated stealth techniques, as well as blood system techniques, and their methods were extremely cruel. Into the night, Shen Anmo followed the map and came to follow a camp. Based on his comparison, he felt that this one camp had the most treacherous terrain. It's also the most likely place for the Black Blood Gang leader to hide, because in recent times, the people who were robbed by the Black Blood Gang were in this area. At this time, he could see the entire camp was lit up like daytime. On the way to the bottom of the mountain, one Black Blood Gang member was carrying something up the mountain. Come on, everyone drink this bowl of wine to celebrate another flagrant victory and the annexation of the Hungry Wolf Gang. In the middle of the camp, a big black-faced man sat at the top. This person was none other than the gang leader Blood Slaughter. He was holding a beautiful, disheveled woman by his side. This woman is none other than the wife of the Hungry Wolves gang leader. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the Hungry Wolves gang leader's woman. This skin is just energizing to touch. Congratulations to the gang leader, entering the bridal chamber tonight. The following minions, each of whom was also holding a woman by her side. Blood Slaughter laughed and rubbed the woman's smooth skin as he stood up and said, "Next, it's time to deal with the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. That, Yang Lan, must get her hands on her." Chapter 101 Invisibility. Drink. Blood Slaughter raised his glass high and drank with the crowd. Set aside your glass. Below, a man in black clothes with a somewhat pale face cupped his fists and said, "Gang Master, My men have inquired about a message in the city recently that Yang Lan seems to have hired someone to deal with us. Lao San, is this news true? Blood Slaughter frowned. Gangmaster, this underling of mine has blended into the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. This information can't be wrong. Blood Slaughter nodded. Who did Yang Lan invite? This is still unclear. I just heard some of the higher-ups of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce say so, and said that they gave this person a sword heartgrass in order to ask him to make a move. Blood Slaughter let out a cold laugh. My huge black blood gang is only worth one sword heartgrass. Gangmaster, I was about to explode with anger after hearing this news. However, the news is true, and it's rumored that Yan Lan even gave him the sword heartgrass in advance in order to ask him to make a move. Ha ha, there's nothing wrong then. The oldest beside him laughed out loud. That Yang Lan is really stupid. She even gave the sword heartgrass in advance. Try to ask how people would still work for her when they've already received something? So saying, several of the people around him nodded slightly and smiled. Old Four is right. Blood Slaughter sneered. At this time, a henchman outside ran in. No, it's not good, Gangmaster. Someone killed in. It was then that the crowd realized that the man rushing in had blood all over his face. Who killed their way in? And how many? Blood asterisk pushed the woman beside him and stood up violently. One man, the janitor and the patrol are dead. The visitor panicked. Asterisk. It's all crap. Being solved by one person? The oldest is cranky. At the word he immediately raised his sword and stood up. Where are the people? He asked at the visitor. People are here. Brush. Chen Anmo suddenly struck out with a horizontal slash, and heads flew out. Before the crowd could react, the blade energy was continuous. Thumbs up. Boom boom boom. The few horse bandits who were not strong enough were directly chopped to death by the chaotic swords. Those who were close to Chen Anmo were greeted by Chen Anmo's focus. The so-called four heavenly kings all had their heads fly out and die tragically on the spot. Damn it, who are you? Blood Slaughter held up a large knife that was wider than the palm of his hand, and with copper bell eyes, he stared at Chen Anmo with a deadly stare and asked. In response to him, there was a strike of the one yang finger. Whoosh, the chi was like bullets flying out. Blood Slaughter's face changed slightly. As soon as he did, he pulled the shapely woman beside him in front of him. Put! The woman's chest was pierced and a fist-sized ragged hole appeared. Blood Slaughter threw the body away as soon as he could. At that moment, the people outside also arrived at the sound. Those who were still alive at the scene raised their knives and looked at Chen Anmo in horror. This person, as soon as he came in, with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, he even directly killed the four heavenly kings, and a group of small leaders. In all sincerity, I'm afraid even their gang leader couldn't do this. Chen Anmo looked at the group and nodded slightly. He was secretly good. He had just relied on a small scheme to first blend in, and then attacked and killed a group of small leaders while there was a gap in which everyone didn't react. It prevented him from getting into a tangle next. Damn it, who the hell are you? Blood Slaughter chortled coldly. Gangmaster, didn't Old San just say that the Haitian Chamber of Commerce had invited an expert to fight? Could it be that this person is it? A henchman on the side, trembling, asked. Blood Slaughter raised his eyebrows. You were sent by the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Tay mother kill him for me, 1,000 taels for slashing him, and the one who gets his head will be the second boss from now on. At these words, the eyes of the people below went red. One by one, as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, their gazes were excited as they looked at Chen Anmo. Meh. Chen Anmo smiled faintly, allowing a group of people to approach him. Why didn't he do it? Scared silly, aren't you? Several people speculated in their minds. It wasn't long before a dozen men were close at hand. Kill! The group shouted, as if shouting so much would embolden you. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth hooked, and he smiled in his heart. Waiting for you to come near me. Boom! A hot flame suddenly surged up from his body. Beast fire. The flames centered around him, forming him into a huge fireman all of a sudden. The hot flames spread in all directions. Soon, a group of people were enveloped in flames, and the one who started it, Chen Anmo, didn't do anything at all. He just walked calmly out of the flames. Beast fire. When Blood Slaughter saw this, he subconsciously took a step back. He just felt that death was near. I'll offer 10 times whatever price the Haitian Chamber of Commerce gives you. He's really scared. So choose to sum. Wasn't this person hired by the Haitian Chamber of Commerce at a heavy price? So wouldn't it be fine if he paid as well? Chen Anmo flexed his fingers, and the one yang finger shot out once again. But Blood Slaughter wasn't a vegetarian either. Although he begged for peace, he didn't really think that Chen Anmo would let him go. He had been building up momentum. You made me do it. Sea of blood. His face, which had been full, dried up at once. The blood was like a stream of air, spreading out from his 5 senses. In the end, the blood and water formed icy cold streams that cut through the air and surged towards Chen Anmo. You really have practiced evil arts. Chen Anmo frowned slightly. He'd dealt with several people in such evil arts. It gave him the impression that it was very difficult to deal with. Triple heaven. Chen Anmo's hands were as fast as the wind. The true essence power formed armored flying daggers that flipped and fluttered as they stabbed towards the bloodwater in front of them. On Blood Slaughter's forehead, cold sweat kept flowing down. At this point he also recognized the strength of this man. Surprisingly, it's a 4th grade. The point is, he's young. How is it possible to have this strength? A young man of the 4th rank. He knows them all. Where the hell did it come from? He clenched his teeth and his figure gradually disappeared. Gotta get the hell out of here, in case we do get in the gutter. Blood Slaughter did not guarantee that his blood demon function would deal with Chen Anmo. He had to leave early to be safe. With that, he pinched out an odd movement with his hands. In the next second, his eyes suddenly became blood red. Kid, I don't care who you are, but you killed so many people from my Black Blood gang. I won't let you go. Blood Slaughter, won't kill your whole family until I do. As he spoke, his breath grew weaker and weaker. The figure gradually drifted towards the outside. That's stealth. Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. That said, it's not really stealth. It was just a matter of increasing his speed to the extreme and then leaving a shadow in front of him. Therefore, by the time Blood Slaughter finished saying this, his figure had already run out long ago. That's interesting. Chen Anmo split the bloodwater with a single slash, and in the next moment, he unleashed the wind-racing cloud walk. His speed also increased to unimaginable levels. The stealth technique that Blood Slaughter was proud of was actually just very fast. Maybe it was stronger than his Qianquan steps. However, he didn't realize the stealth technique to the fullest, and his stealth technique had reached the master level. Thus in no time, Chen Anmo chased after Blood Slaughter here. Whoosh! Looking at the silhouette in front of him, Chen Anmo continuously shot out chi energy. The one yang finger. Blood Slaughter had thought that he would be able to leave gracefully as Chen Anmo was still dealing with his blood sea. Turn back and infiltrate the Haitian Chamber of Commerce to investigate this person's identity. But I didn't expect Chen Anmo to catch up. Put. A yang finger pierced through his abdomen. Blood Slaughter let out a muffled grunt and fell forward towards the ground. He covered his abdomen and stared back in horror. When he saw the visitor in the darkness, Blood **** recognized him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly come after me? It was as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Anmo flipped the red flame blade in his hand, and the hot flames attacked towards Blood Slaughter. Blood Slaughter was already injured, and at this moment, his body was locked, leaving him powerless to escape. He only felt a flash before his eyes, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in flames. Aha! The Blood Slaughter screamed miserably, and eventually slumped down in the middle of a soggy patch of grass, not moving a muscle. The ruthless and murderous leader of the Black Blood gang fell. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 300 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy wish number 1, to develop the Black Blood gang into the number 1 gang here. Last wish 2, to find 100 pressurized wives. Last wish 3. Chen Anmo shook his head. This guy's dying wish is doomed. Then, groped at him for a moment. No way. So poor? Chen Anmo was speechless, because on this guy, surprisingly, he didn't have a single ingot of silver. Healing pills and the like are even less available. It shouldn't be. This guy is at least the head of a gang. How can he be so poor? This would obviously be unreasonable in Chen Anmo's opinion. At this time, a bronze-colored ring on his finger caught Chen Anmo's attention. The ring looked plain and ordinary, just made of ordinary bronze. No one would want it even if it was on a floor stand. In other words, worthless. And with Blood Slaughter's identity, he shouldn't be storing such worthless things on him. So Chen Anmo felt that the ring should be worth some money. It wouldn't be bad if we could sell it for a couple dozen taels. Chen Anmo thought darkly, and smoothly ripped the ring off. The ring was slightly heavy in his hand, and he was just about to put it into his pocket when, out of the cold, in the ring, a faint spiritual energy escaped. There's energy? Chen Anmo was instantly shocked. He subconsciously threw the ring to the ground, and after realizing there was nothing there, he pretty much concluded, this thing should be some kind of treasure. According to Blood Slaughter's past deeds, this person used to be just a small yakuza among the horse thieves. However, one time, he gained a chance, and from then on, his strength skyrocketed and he became the Blood Slaughterer who made people scared. Chen Anmo guessed, could this ring have something to do with his sudden strength? Thinking of this, Chen Anmo picked up the ring. He tried to run his mental power himself and check out the ring. Upon so probing, he froze. There was something else in this ring. Chapter 102 Pleasant 55 years of cultivation time. Good lord, this is actually a legendary storage magic treasure. Chen Anmo almost jumped up in excitement. He had read some books before. There is a kind of treasure called a storage magic treasure. There are storage pouches, necklaces, bracelets, rings and other shapes. They were small, but inside they were otherworldly, with a large side of space. Inside this ring, there was as much space as a medium-sized truck. Inside lay 3 boxes of silver and a dozen silver bills. There were as many as a dozen bottles of various pills, also stored some water, food. Even in the corner, he found some secret martial arts books. None of them are any good though. Ha ha, rich, really rich this time. Chen Anmo was excited. With this, you can rest assured that you will be able to keep your belongings inside in the future. Even if you go out, you don't have to worry about having your home stolen. Even going outside to hunt ferocious beasts, no longer having to pity the waste of ferocious beast corpses. Directly put the body inside the storage ring. Ha, this secret book is stealth. Soon, amongst the pile of secret books, he found a stealth technique. He brightened up and hurriedly put it away. Good, now it's time to touch the body. The fight just killed a lot of people. He hadn't even gotten to touch the bodies of these people though. The camp was in chaos at this point. After many learned that the boss and some of the smaller leaders were dead, some began to loot the camp for supplies. Chen Anmo held the red inferno blade and killed anyone he saw. None of these people, none of them are good people. There are people's lives on their hands, so he kills without any psychological burden. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Ding! Touch the corpse, reward 80 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 120 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. Soon he was almost a bloody man. Ghost, it's a ghost. Some people were dumbfounded by his appearance at that moment. Run away like crazy. Unfortunately, how could Chen Anmo let them go? He was like a god of killing from east to west and back again. Some people wanted to escape down the mountain, but the exit place had already been thrown over by Chen Anmo with a stomp of hay. Then the beast's fire ignited there. The exits were blocked and many people panicked. What to do? We're all going to die here. I've killed a lot of people, but I was forced to do it. I just wanted to eat well, and get a wife. How about a spell? How can we fight? The gang leader and the others are no match. They're all dead. That's not right. His chi must be weak after killing for so long, right? Someone said. At this time, someone rushed to gather a part of the people and roared. Running away is also a death. Not running away is also a death. He must be tired after killing for so long. Let's put up a fight. Yeah, spell it out. A person whose cultivation was at the 8th rank let out a low roar as his entire body's chi and blood bulged. Surprisingly, he had also cultivated the blood demon technique. The original 8th grade aura had risen to 7th grade all of a sudden. Kill! More than 20 horse bandits rushed towards Chen Anmo. Good timing. Chen Anmo laughed as he pressed on with no intention of moving. Blade energy is continuous. Rumble. In an instant, the blade chi seemed to rain down, killing in a continuous stream. Thumbs up. The group of people who rushed at the front instantly wailed and fell to the ground. How is it possible that he still has such a strong chi? A few of the somewhat powerful gang members were as good as hell. Fear that made their faces twist a little. Chen Anmo wouldn't give them any chance to think. He took an arrow step and swept his large sword across the room. The opponent desperately raised his sword to fend it off, but his sword was like paper mache and was instantly chopped off. Immediately afterward, heads flew out. Ah, flee wow. The only backbone is gone. Where did the rest dare to stay here? They fled like mad. One young finger. Looking at this group of people, Chen Anmo kept hitting the one young finger. The storm of true chi bullets kept harvesting the lives of these people. Only when the last of the pleas for mercy died out did Chen Anmo put away his index finger. Phew, this young finger does work well, killing people like stepping on ants, but it's too consuming. Chen Anmo shook his head slightly and gave himself a blood-strengthening pill. However, in order to solve these people at once, only the one yang finger move was the most efficient. Other moves, too slow to be efficient. There's bound to be a leak. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 50 days of cultivation. Ding! Touch the corpse, rewards 70 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. The sound was constant all the way through. Then back to the lobby again. Some of the surviving women were cowering and shivering. For this group of people, he naturally did not lay his hands on them. They couldn't recognize him with the human skin mask on his face anyway. Picked up the bags of money on a few of the main characters and touched the bodies over again one by one. There were more than 70 people in total, harvesting a total of 20 years of cultivation. At the same time, the posthumous rewards from those who died in the Haitian Chamber of Commerce arrived. Last wish, I wish to destroy the Black Blood Gang. Completed. Reward, 30 years of cultivation. Last wish, I wish to punish blood slaughter. Completed. Reward, invisibility, great accomplishment. At this point, the rewards have all arrived. He glanced at his current attributes. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, early 4th grade. Wind chasing fast sword technique, master, blade light and shadow. Blade chi continuous. Big Dipper blade chi. Technique, Tiger's Might Overlord technique. Master level. the strength of 9 oxen and 10 tigers. Dark force continuous. Technique, dragon claw hands. Minor achievement. Technique, Qiankuan step. Grandmaster, step on snow without a trace. Walk in the wind and clouds. Technique, breath-seeking technique. Perfection, trace and hide. Kung Fu, crane fist. Master, white crane immortal breath. Technique, skybreaking blade technique. Master, open mountains and split rocks. Indestructible. Technique, Young finger. Master, 6 chakras divine sword. Martial art, triple heaven. Da Chang. Martial art, stealth. Da Chang. Technique, nurturing chi technique. Minor accomplishment. The art of alchemy, handbook of alchemy, master level. Soup becomes a potion. The fire is pure. Available practice time, 55 years. Available blood value, 0. Beast fire, 200 points. Poison resistance, 3 points. The available cultivation time is actually 55 years. Peak 4th grade cultivation is just around the corner. Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Lobby. 10 days had passed since the signing of the contract with Chen Anmo. But on Chen Anmo's side, there was still no news at all. Some of the elders had already said privately that the eldest Miss Yang Lan must have been deceived. Hey, still young after all, Yang Quan said with a weak face. Lan, what did he say on his side? I just went looking and he's not home yet. Yang Lan shook his head. Hey, let's wait a little longer. But it's also quite strange. The Black Blood Gang seems to have subsided a lot in the past 2 days. Family Master, I heard that the Black Blood Gang just exterminated the Hungry Wolf Gang, so I guess there's no rush to deal with us because of that, one of the elders said. Yang Quan sighed when he heard that. Just at this time, the disciple who was watching the door rushed in, carrying a black package. Family Master, a man came outside, saying that the Black Blood Gang has been resolved, and asked me to give this to you. Family Master, the watchman disciple placed the black package in his hand on the ground. On top of this package, there was actually blood. Open it up, Yang Quan ordered. Yes, the watchman disciple endured his nausea and slowly opened the package. When they saw what was inside, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What's in here? Surprisingly, it's a head. On top of the human head, there was a piece of paper that read, Blood Slaughter Head delivered. Black Blood Gang extinguished. Blood Slaughter? This head is actually Blood Slaughter's. Yang Lan slapped her chair in surprise. The Black Blood Gang has been destroyed. He really kept his word. Great. The Black Bloods are gone. Ha ha, Missy, this person you hired is too capable. Congratulations. The group of elders were filled with smiles. At this time, where do they still blame Yang Lan for messing up? Instead, they still think that Yang Lan has vision, worthy of being a great lady, to have invited such a strong person. Our Haitian Chamber of Commerce has the great miss. Why would we worry about not prospering? Yang Quan said with a cold face. There is one more thing that I have to announce. My daughter, Yang Lan, is now at the 5th rank of cultivation. Boom! At this moment, everyone's eyes became even more reverent. The news about the destruction of the Black Blood Gang became known to everyone within a few days. However, Yang Lan did not give out the name of the person she invited. As a result, no one even knows who eradicated the Black Blood Gang. Some people said that Yang Lan had hugged the city lord's thigh, and that it was the city lord himself who had come down. Some say that Yang Lan engineered and poisoned the Black Blood Gang. Say what you will. On this day, Chen Anmo and Shen Xian arrived at the sect. Now he's 4th grade, only one big realm away from crossing into the 3rd grade. Should I talk to Yang Liang Pulsehead? Chen Anmo was a bit torn. It's actually okay to say. Yang Liang is not a bad person, but what do other people think if this news gets out? Is he or she too much in the limelight? Coming from a small area, he knows the importance of keeping a low profile. So after discussing it with Shen Xin, the two of them unanimously decided to lay low. However, Chen Anmo still needed to know how to cross over to the 3rd grade. 7th to 6th grade and 4th to 3rd grade are a big threshold. Practicing by hoodwinking doesn't work. Early that morning, the two Shen Xian and Lu Fang cut their swordsmanship. Just in time, Chen Anmo saw eldest senior brother Wu Lei passing by. Eldest brother. When Wu Lei turned around and saw Chen Anmo, he immediately laughed. Senior brother Chen, what are you calling me for? Is there something you don't understand above cultivation? Senior brother, I see that you've already cultivated to the 4th rank. I wonder how long it's been. Chen Anmo asked. Wu Lei returned, counting. It's been 2 years. Chen Anmo curiously said. 2 years? I wonder when senior brother predicts that he will enter the 3rd grade realm and become an upper 3rd grade land immortal. Wu Lei froze, then shook his head and laughed. Difficult. Too difficult. Does senior brother think he doesn't have enough talent? It's not just a matter of talent. If you want to enter the upper 3rd grade, in addition to talent, you have to have the Immortal Ascension Pill in order to do so. Otherwise, without the aid of the Immortal Ascension Pill, it's almost impossible to enter the upper 3rd grade. Wu Lei sighed in his heart. Do you know, in this Jianghu, Why the upper third grade of the land immortals are so rare? Chen Anmo said. Could it be because the immortal ascension pill is too rare? Exactly. Wu Lei sighed. This immortal ascension pill, which is known as the top tier of pills, once it comes out, I don't know how much attention it will attract. Even many of the upper third grade high achievers will make a move to snatch it. Chen Anmo frowned. Surprisingly, it's so precious. Now that's a problem. He doesn't have much of a background. If there really was an ascension pill out there, how would he grab it? Senior brother Chen, elderly Mao is here, saying he wants to talk to you about something. At this time, senior sister Song Shi came over. Chen Anmo nodded his head and walked towards elderly Mao, who was not far away. Chapter 103 Japanese Ninjutsu. There's nothing to do with elderly Mao coming over. Came over to give an account of the recent mission of the law enforcement hall. Next, because the law enforcement elders and disciples needed to deal with some of the strongholds of the cult of peace, there weren't enough people on hand. Some places that need to be patrolled by Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo, you're mainly patrolling one of our clan's warehouse strongholds. I'll arrange for you to do it during the day. How's that? No problem. Hearing that it was daytime, Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mao came over and whispered. Whisper it, that place is safe. It's also close to your home. Chen Anmo instantly understood that elderly Mao was taking care of him. Elderly, thanks for taking care of it. Hey, don't mention it. You do a good job. I think highly of you. Report tomorrow. Yes. Watching elderly Mao leave, Chen Anmo let out a sigh of relief. The warehouse that Li Mao had described was 3 kilometers from where he lived. Some food and herbs are stored inside. These are acquired back and sold to the public. The triple door has a lot of people to support, and it can't support its operation by charging tuition, so the clan does some business. This place was as safe as Li Mao said because it was within the city. In the evening, the teacher's mother, Li Hong, had already prepared a large table of dishes. Lu Feng and some senior sisters and brothers came over to celebrate Chen Anmo's becoming a law enforcement disciple. In fact, earlier in the day, Lu Feng wanted to celebrate, but Chen Anmo had to settle the Black Blood gang and wasn't at home those days. In the courtyard, there were a dozen people in all, gathered around a large round table. First senior brother Wu Lei, second senior brother Zhao Ben, senior sister Song Shi, elder Jin Xiaoqiao also came. Jin Xiaoqiao coughed lightly and said, Chen Anmo, it's unimaginable. How long has it been? You're an enforcement disciple. In the future, it's me who will have to give way to you. Chen Anmo smiled and said, Elder Jin is polite. I can be where I am today thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to enter. Jin Xiaoqiao smiled and nodded. Then if I need your help with anything in the future, you can't excuse yourself? That's for sure. Come on, let's all drink a toast to Chen Anmo. Senior Marshal Thunder stood up. The crowd drank and made small talk. Senior sister Song Shi sighed. It is said that elderly Mao obtained a list in the Zhujia village earlier, and on it was some information about the Taiping sect. Recently, the sect has joined forces with the city lord's office, Yaoguang sect, Violet Light sect, and other sects to jointly deal with the Taiping sect. But the Taiping sect isn't easy to deal with. Many law enforcement disciples have been drawn out, and it's rumored that the losses are quite large. Wu Lei said, I've also heard about this matter. Our sect is fine. The Violet Light sect has suffered a large loss. Yesterday an 18-member law enforcement team encountered an ambush. All of them died. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. 18 people died? Yeah, hey, it's rumored that there are 2 more inside that are pro-disciples. At those words, Chen Anmo couldn't help but worry for Mo Linger. The mind wondered if she would be in there. He decided to send a letter tomorrow and ask for information. It's a good thing that the place you're patrolling next, senior brother Chen, is safe. You can rest assured. Song Shi laughed. Then, the crowd brought the topic back to cultivation. It was a rare occasion for a group of people to get together, and all of a sudden it seemed as if they had endless things to say. After an hour, everyone had pretty much eaten their fill and excused themselves. Li Hong and Lu Feng both stayed behind to help clean up. When the people left, the moonlight was like water, spilling inside the courtyard. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian sat on the steps and looked at the full moon in the sky, thinking a lot at once. Mo, I didn't think we'd meet so many close friends here, Shen Xian exclaimed. Chen Anmo stroked Shen Xian's small hand and said, It's been hard on you lately. Where's the hard work? I'm not even home, and you're busy all by yourself, Chen Anmo said. On weekdays he was only responsible for cultivation. Shen Xian, on the other hand, had to do laundry and cooking and whatnot on weekdays in addition to practicing. Caressing Shen Xian's hand, he said, It's all calloused. Go find a maid sometime. You don't have to work so hard. That's not very convenient, is it? And there's too much overhead. What's so inconvenient about that? Chen Anmo smiled. This time when I dealt with the Black Blood gang, I got quite a few treasures. Have you forgotten? Regarding the matter of him obtaining the spatial ring, Chen Anmo had also spoken to Shen Xin. There's nothing to hide from her. With that, he wrapped Shen Xin in his arms and sighed in his heart at Shen Xin's gentleness and thoughtfulness. It's important to take care of a woman like that. By the way, you're going to be patrolling the warehouse next, so why don't I bring you lunch at noon? Shen Xin suggested. It's not far from our place anyway. That's too much work. I'll just eat randomly around the neighborhood for dinner. It's too dirty out there. It's okay, I'm strong. Rubbing Shen Xin's beautiful back, Chen Anmo whispered. It's getting late. How about? Not today. Before Chen Anmo could finish, Shen Xin knew what she was going to say. All at once, the blush was almost dripping blood. Ah, what's wrong? People get their period. Ahem, sister-in-law, you're misunderstanding me. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that we're taking a break. Chen Anmo laughed. Shen Xin blushed even more. Hate it. The next day, Chen Anmo went to patrol the warehouse. The warehouse is located on a location called Yankee Street. This is a pier, and it's very busy with people coming and going. Chen Anmo had just arrived at the entrance of the warehouse when a deacon in charge of guarding the place greeted him. Brother Chen, I'm the deacon in charge of warehouse matters. My name is Zhao Liang. You know me? Chen Anmo was a bit surprised. This Zhao Liang was quite polite in his words. As a deacon, it wasn't often that he was so polite to him as a disciple. He was certain, however, that he had not seen this man. Brother Chen, you're now a celebrity in our triple sect, and I saw you from afar that time you took the test. Chen Anmo understood and cupped his fists. I wonder what position I patrol. As he spoke, there came a woman of small stature. Marley, you're just in time. Zhao Liang nodded towards Molly. From now on, you'll be patrolling with senior brother Chen, who's only just arrived, so take him to familiarize himself with the place. Mari had obviously heard of Chen Anmo's great name a long time ago as well. She looked at Chen Anmo with an adoring gaze, arched her hands and clasped her fists. Hello senior brother Chen, my name is Molly, please take care of me. Chen Anmo waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite. Let's go. Take me to familiarize myself with this place. Okay. Next, Mari patrolled the place with Chen Anmo. Along the way, many disciples came. These people had come to say hello to Chen Anmo. This made Chen Anmo somewhat surprised. Now he's a triple sect celebrity. For the next few days, Chen Anmo would come over to patrol every day. Probably 2 days on patrol and 1 day off. On the days of rest, sometimes he would accompany Shen Xin to go out shopping, then go to the sect and accompany Shen Xin to practice sword. During this time, he secretly inquires about where people are dying as well. Unfortunately, nothing happened anywhere. Even if something happens, it's far away. He now has a total of 55 years of cultivation on his hands. It was because it was not long since he had just entered into the 4th grade cultivation. In order to stabilize some realms, he was in no hurry to use these cultivations. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Today is a big day. Every 3 months, the Pulse Capital would check the progress of the strength of the inner disciples underneath. Unless a disciple is in an important position, he is to go to the assembly. When Chen Anmo and Shen Xin arrived here, 80% of the inner disciples had already come. Senior sister Chen Erong, and a new inner disciple named Su Chongyang, were following behind senior brother Wu Lei. As for second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior sister and the others, they were also chatting on the side. Behind each of them, there were some junior siblings. All these people are just like having a small circle. Chen Anmo was the only one who didn't follow, and no one followed him. After all, he doesn't do drilling. Even if some people wanted to follow him, he had nothing to offer them. But then again, there are advantages to him being like this. That's screwing up relationships with whoever you're with. I've heard that a number of Taiping sect strongholds have been eradicated recently. 13 in all. I've heard about it too. It's really a great joy. You don't know how vicious the Taiping sect is. One of my aunts believed in the Taiping sect, and now she's gone off the deep end and poisoned her whole family to death for the sake of some Taiping god. But after the loss of the stronghold of the Taiping sect, the blow to our triple sect has also become even greater. And it is rumored that there are still a lot of Japanese inside. The ninjutsu of these Japanese are still very powerful. A female disciple exclaimed, my uncle was poisoned by a kind of Japanese poison, and his voice is hoarse. A lot of disciples have died recently, and it's rumored that quite a few outer disciples will be broken into the inner sect to do their work. If one was admitted to the inner sect, it meant that one could go out and fight. So there are pros and cons to becoming an inner disciple. Chen Erong said at this time, Master has come out. The crowd in the martial arts practicing ground instantly quieted down and stopped talking. Only Yang Liang and Elder Jin Xiaoqiao were slowly walking towards them. Yang Liang, as before, was dressed in a plain-colored robe with a serious face, giving people a feeling that they were not to be messed with. Elder Jin Xiaoqiao was different, with a kind face that gave people a warm and affectionate feeling. especially since she's kind of the biggest cutie in the room. Pulse head, Elder Jean. The many disciples said respectfully. Yang Liang looked at the many disciples and said, recently, the sect has sacrificed quite a few inner disciples in order to eradicate the peaceful sect, and many elders have said that there has been a decline in the strength of the disciples. This time, the head of this lineage purposely checked everyone's strength to see how everyone has progressed over the past 3 months. Martial Thunder, as you are the eldest senior brother, let's check from you first. Wu Lei stepped forward and said, Master, disciple has just comprehended Danjin. Oh, that's not bad. Your cultivation level is already 4th grade, and you have also comprehended the Dan power. Congratulations. Yang Liang nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Wu Lei ran his strength. Danjin power gushed out. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. Danjin. Speaking of which, he was only Huanjin now. Recently, I've been thinking about strength and cultivation and neglecting Danjin. It was only at this point that I realized that the Dan power was much stronger. Martial Thunder's true essence power was completely converged in his Dantian. Once it erupts, it's powerful. Triple heaven. Wu Lei let out an explosive cry as 3 strands of power swept out from his Dantian. It's like 3 tornadoes. Shen Xian was surprised. The power of Danjin is so strong, and I, at the moment, haven't even grasped much of the Ming Jin yet. You're different. You cultivate sword techniques mainly. This kind of power isn't too important to you. Chen Anmo comforted. Ray quickly closed his hand. Both Elder Jin Xiaoqiao and Yang Liang were satisfied with his performance. Not bad. Martial Thunder. With your strength, you are already stronger than many elders. Yang Liang said without mincing words of praise. Thank you for the praise, Master, but disciple still needs to work hard. Wu Lei said. Okay, you go down. Next, Xiao Ben, Wu Li, Song Shi, the 3 of you demonstrate. Yang Liang snapped. Chapter 104 Secret Mission. The strength of these 3 people was also good, but none of them had reached Danjin. As you can imagine, it wasn't that easy to reach Danjin. After looking at the strength of the main few, Yang Liang had the many disciples line up and run their strength. But what made Chen Anmo and Shen Xian strange was that Yang Liang didn't check theirs. On second thought, he understood. Before, Yang Liang had spoken to them, telling them to keep a low profile, because they're both so talented. They're prone to jealousy. It may even be targeted by the cult of peace. After it was over, Yang Liang asked Chen Anmo and Shen Xian to follow her into the courtyard where she lived. At this moment, Lu Fang was cultivating in the courtyard. Senior sister Lu, you've actually cultivated harmonization power. Feeling the power radiating from Lu Fang's body, Chen Anmo was truly surprised. This progress is so fast it's mind-boggling. Senior brother Chen, thanks to master teaching me by hand, Willow Fang explained with a smile. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian were envious. It does make a difference when you have someone on hand to teach you, but senior brother Chen, although I have reached harmonization power, the gap is still too big compared to you. You relied on yourself to harmonize power a long time ago, and you should have been practicing hard for Dan power recently, right? Not bad, but it's just too hard and too difficult to reach Danjin. I assume that's what Master was planning to teach you when he asked you to come over, Lu Fang said deliberately. Yang Liang was slightly helpless. I just wanted to check the strength of both Chen Anmo and Shen Xian. Master, I think that senior brother Chen will be able to break through Danjin soon, Lu Fang said as if she was pampered. That's just it. Chen Anmo, you will now give me a demonstration, and if you make great progress, my master will teach you the shortcut to break through Danjin. Yang Liang seemed to eat the whole thing of Lu Fang's pampering. Seeing Lu Fang spilling her guts, she agreed. Chen Anmo naturally looked elated and hurriedly cupped his fists. Many thanks to the pulse head for his instruction. Then, Chen Anmo began to utilize his strength. In front of Yang Liang, he had nothing to keep. The 4th grade cultivation was on display. Not to mention Yang Liang, but Lu Fang's entire body froze. Senior brother Chen, you've actually reached the 4th rank. Good, good. It seems that you have gained another not-so-small chance during this period. Yang Liang wasn't much surprised to see Chen Anmo's cultivation. This was because when she had just met Chen Anmo, she had sensed that Chen Anmo's cultivation level was already 4th grade. She was, after all, an upper 3rd grade landing mortal with much stronger perception. Chen Anmo casually said, yes Pulse Head, I did obtain some opportunities the other day. With this strength, it's much easier to break through Danjin. Come, let me teach you. The so-called Danjin is the absorption of true energy into the abdominal location. A cyclone will form here. While Chen Anmo was being taught, Shen Xian on the side was also quietly studying. At the end, Yang Liang also taught by hand. At this point, Chen Anmo had finally figured out how Danjin was catalyzed. He couldn't help but feel, there really is a huge difference between being taught and not being taught. If he had no one to teach him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to cultivate Danjin at all in a short period of time. it takes at least 3 to 5 years. Shen Xian also benefited from being on the sidelines. Yang Liang then asked her to move her sword and show her. Shen Xian nodded. Yang Liang gave a few pointers and said towards Chen Anmo, "Alright, regarding your cultivation, Master will keep it a secret for you." "Thanks, Pulse Leader." "Chen Anmo, why don't you go to the law enforcement hall now? Elderly Mao found me yesterday and wanted to arrange for you to do a very important thing." Chen Anmo frowned. "What is it that you're looking for me for? This is not clear anymore. Recently the law enforcement hall is investigating the typing sect demon, and many tasks need to be kept secret." "Got it." Chen Anmo clasped his fists and left the place, rushing towards the mission hall. When he arrived at the entrance of the mission hall, Chen Anmo saw elderly Mao lecturing 3 disciples. He waited for a moment, before Li Mao came towards him. He was wearing a green-colored robe today, his eyes had become a little cloudy, and his face was black and blue. Apparently, he hadn't been resting very well lately, and his person looked rather haggard. "Elder Li, you're looking for me?" Chen Anmo asked. Li Mao sighed. "How does it feel to be working at the Chongyang County warehouse these days?" "It was easy." Li Mao sized him up and sighed. "But next, I'm afraid such an easy task is gone. I need you to do one thing." With that, he pulled out a transfer order. Chen Anmo glanced at it and realized that the location on top of this transfer order was a place called Stonyfield Town. This Stonyfield Town is a very important transportation hub for our triple sect. That place is also a planting and hunting area, with many great medicines planted on the mountains, and every year the skins and meat of the ferocious beasts that are transported down here can allow our sect to make an entry of more than 3,000 taels. But just 3 days ago, Li Kai, the deacon who guarded Stonyfield Town, went off the deep end and died. Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. "Going off the deep end?" "Yes, practicing kung fu in addition to taking a wrong turn. He died violently in his own home. This matter is a bit strange to me, because just a few days before his death, he secretly contacted me, saying that he felt that there was a typing sect demon in the town, and hoped that I would send someone to assist. Just because recently I have no manpower on hand, I have delayed some time. I did not expect such a delay." Li Kai died. Chen Anmo said, "You think there is something fishy about Li Kai's death?" "I've examined the body. It's true that the poison fire attacked his heart and went off the rails and died. However, as far as I know, he was more Buddhist above his cultivation. Someone like that shouldn't have gone off the rails, considering that you are from a constable background, and you also found out the case of my Yongxiang's murder before, so I want to arrange for you to be the new deacon there. In addition to investigating the death of Li Kai, you'll have to look into the activities of the local cult of peace." Chen Anmo said, "Got it. I'll be there later." Li Mao said some more precautions and finally said, "After you go over there, I will arrange for one of my disciples named Zhao Liang to follow you. By the way, you know Zhao Liang, he was in charge of the Chongming County warehouse before." Chen Anmo nodded. Having worked in the Chongming County warehouse for more than 2 months, he certainly knows Zhao Liang. The man is still a good worker, and his character is okay. "Anything happens to you, you tell him to send me back a letter." "Yes." Chen Anmo went back to Yang Liang's side and said that he was going to Stonyfield Town soon. Shen Xian immediately said, "How long will it take to go?" "If it's too long, I'll just follow you." Yang Liang was about to roll her eyes directly when she heard this. "Shen Xian, what did I tell you just now? Your sword technique, under my master's guidance, can completely fuse the dark power? You haven't even mastered the bright power completely yet. You should still cultivate properly, so don't go over there and add to the chaos." Chen Anmo also felt that Stonyfield Town wasn't as safe as he thought. He has the strength, but he can defend himself. But he couldn't protect Shen Xian all the time. "Just follow master, and don't go back to the city these days. Stay with senior sister Lu Feng." Shen Xian was helpless. "Alright then, you come back early. Don't worry, I'll send you a letter later." Stonyfield Township, Chunghing Commercial Bank. On the martial arts practice field behind the merchant house, all the disciples of the triple sect stationed here converged, because just now, senior brother Zhao Liang had said that the new deacon was coming. At this moment, the 20 or so disciples were all apprehensive in their hearts. They didn't know what the new deacon's temper was like. If it's a good conversation, then all is well. If they don't talk well, it's going to be a miserable time for them in the future. The new deacon is here. Zhao Liang was also in the crowd at this time. Sensing people coming in from outside, he hastily told everyone to stand still. When he saw the person who came in, Zhao Liang was a bit surprised. "Chen Anmo, it's you." He didn't expect that the deacon who came to station here was Chen Anmo. He blushed oddly. Previously, within Chongming County, he was the deacon and Chen Anmo was his subordinate. Now, the two have switched roles. He's become a henchman. Chen Anmo was not surprised, because before he came, he knew that Zhao Liang was already serving here. As for that warehouse in Chongming County, The manpower has been reduced a lot because of the recent tightness outside while the city is more stable. After Zhao Liang reacted, he laughed. So it's Brother Chen. Brother Zhao, I'll need you to take care of me again next, Chen Anmo said half-jokingly. What am I? Now you're a deacon. Above me. Zhao Liang smiled casually, envy in his eyes. Although he is senior, his age is there. Limited future prospects. That's why Chen Anmo was able to serve as a deacon here at such a young age. After the two casually chatted for a couple of minutes, Chen Anmo said, Brother Zhao, there's nothing wrong here lately, right? Don't worry, this place is very safe. That is, the previous deacon Li Kai, cultivation went off the rails and died. This matter Elder Li Mao came to check. Then, Zhao Liang introduced Chen Anmo to the disciples here. Most of the disciples here were at the 6th rank cultivation level, and the weaker ones were at the 7th rank. Seeing Zhao Liang and Chen Anmo talking happily, the many disciples breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Looks like there are good times ahead. Brother Chen, it's your first day over here today. I'll give you a treat. Let's go to the Lichuan building later. The girls here are so forward and backward that you're guaranteed to linger. Zhao Liang flashed a smile that all men understand. Chen Anmo shook his head and said, I just came over. I'm a little tired. Go and play even if. Right, has Li Kai been buried? It hasn't been buried yet, but the day after tomorrow, on the 7th day of the first month, it will be buried. What's wrong? Zhao Liang was curious. Nothing, just wanted to pay my respects. After all, it was a former deacon. Chen Anmo naturally didn't tell the truth. It's still senior brother Chen who is thoughtful, so let me take you there. Thank you, Brother Zhao. The former deacon, Li Kai, was considered a distant relative of Li Mao. After being stationed here for many years, he married a local woman. He had a pretty good temper and ran the place meticulously. No one expected that Li Kai would die because he practiced kung fu and went off the deep end. Arriving at Li Kai's door, Chen Anmo heard a cry coming from him. Chen Anmo sighed in his heart. Let's hope that it's really gone off the deep end and died. Otherwise, his eyes narrowed. He won't spare the killer. After entering the house, Zhao Liang spoke to Li Kai's widow about the situation. So it's the newly appointed deacon. My concubine here is courteous. A woman draped in white hemp clothes, holding a man and a woman and 2 children. Ying saluted in front of Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo sent a white bag that had been prepared long ago. In a white cloth bag, inside was 30 taels. My condolences. I'm going to pay my respects to old brother Li Kai. Chen Anmo nodded and came to the coffin board inside the house. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 260 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Chapter 105 Wei Nishang's Purpose. Wish 1. A batch of big medicines was suddenly lost in the warehouse, and it is suspected that there is a traitor inside, so I hope that I can find out. Reward, Triple Heaven, De Shang. Last wish 2. While I was practicing, I suddenly felt severely poisoned. I died tragically on the spot. I hope to find out who harmed me. Reward, a bottle of acacia. Even a stone woman can be sent into a frenzy. Last wish 3. Although I am a disciple of the triple sect, at the same time, I also work for Miss Wei Nishang. Now that I am dead, I hope that Miss Wei Nishang will take care of my family and pay tribute to me. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. There is a lot of information in this Li Jie's last wish. It also proved Elder Li Mao's guess. Li Kai was really killed. However, he didn't realize that this Li Kai had another layer of identity. He is the subordinate of Wei Nishang, the daughter of the city lord's residence, and works for her. Chen Anmo stroked his chin, and at this moment, he didn't know what to check from, because there's a mole on the inside. In this case, he couldn't afford to make a big deal out of the investigation. Wouldn't that be spooking? Then let's start by looking into the batch of big medicine that was lost internally. Chen Anmo struck a note. No one can be trusted in the meantime. After a few moments, just as he was about to leave the place, there was suddenly a commotion outside. Someone even exclaimed, Miss Wei is here. Inside the house, someone wondered, which Miss Wei? Chongming County, Wei Nishang ah. Hiss, what's she doing here? Then, he saw Wei Nishang step into the room. Li Kai's widowed family members were somewhat flattered and rushed over to kneel. Chen Anmo brought Zhao Liang and the other disciples and also went forward to greet them. I sought out Li Kai to work on some business matters, and when I learned of his death, I happened to be passing by and came to see him off, Wei Nishang said, looking towards Chen Anmo. Suddenly, he realized that Chen Anmo looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't think of it for a moment. You are, Chen Anmo was just about to say. Wei Nishang waved her hand and interrupted him. That's just it. I don't have the time to know who you are. I see that you've brought quite a few triple sect disciples with you, so you should be the deacon here, right? Yes. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched. It's kinda hard to keep those kind of words bottled up. But who made her the daughter of the city lord's residence? Look at Wei Nishang followed by a white-robed crone. At a glance, it is not to be messed with. Then it's better to keep a low profile. how's the investigation going? Wei Nishang asked. Chen Anmo shook his head. Nothing was found out, but elderly Mao examined the body and said that he died from fire. Nonsense. Wei Nishang snorted coldly. That's just it. I'll personally investigate the cause of death. Okay, nothing else? Then I'll take my leave. Chen Anmo clasped his fists and left the place. After nightfall, Chen Anmo wandered around the courtyard alone. Instead, his senses were placed all around him. After making sure that many people had left, he went to the study. This is where all the business accounts above this triple gate are placed. He flipped through the accounts for the last 3 months. Every single stroke on this is very detailed. Soon, though, some accounts made him feel strange. For example, there are some big drugs that are wasted in staggering amounts. Some just say lost. Even just over half a month ago, the wagon carrying the big medicine suddenly caught fire and lost a lot of money. He knew that, in general, there must be people fishing for oil in places like this. But the problem is that the amount of losses on it is too great, especially when the warehouse loses a shipment of big medicine before Li Jie's death. This triggers Li Kai's alertness and the feeling that he has a mole here. Unfortunately, he was killed before the mole could be identified. Shaking his head, he put the ledger back in its place. Returning to the compound, he prepared to cultivate his Dan power. But that's when one of Li Kai's rewards arrived. Last wish, I hope mess. Wei Nishan will take care of my family and pay her respects to me. Completed. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. It seems that Wei Nishang has already arranged for Li Kai's family. Chen Anmo guessed in his heart. With that, he silently operated the true essence in his body. His breathing gradually stabilized, his eyes slightly closed, and his entire being seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. Buzz, buzz. A stream of true essence gradually began to converge at the location of the abdominal dantian. This is where the power of Dan Jin comes from. However, in order to fully converge and mold it, this would require more than just a powerful true essence power. It also requires a mastery of the true essence. It's so hard to control this kind of power. Then I'll cultivate the chi nurturing technique and speed up my progress before saying anything. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and thought silently. Deducting 2 years of cultivation, you frantically cultivate the chi nurturing technique. Your comprehension of the technique has deepened by a layer, and you have gained some unique understanding of Dan Jin. Deducting 5 years of cultivation, your chi nurturing skill has finally entered its grand completion, and you have been able to easily converge your true essence in your dantian. The bottleneck of Dan Jin is about to be broken through. See here, Chen Anmo laughed. It seemed that, at most, after consuming another 2 or 3 years of cultivation time, Dan Jin would be able to cultivate successfully. This cultivation speed of his was unprecedented. Hoo. Just then, a cold, chilling wind fell from the sky. Chen Anmo frowned. At the critical moment of his cultivation, there was actually someone disturbing it. Who? Chen Anmo was ready to fight to the death. After all, the strength of someone who suddenly appeared like this without a sound was not low. It was at least an expert of the upper third level of cultivation. Thinking of this, Chen Anmo's face sank. Surprisingly, an expert of the upper third grade appeared here, but he wasn't afraid. He practiced the Qiankuan steps and stealth technique. Unless a top-tier expert, he was confident that he could escape as fast as possible from a normal upper third rank. Soon, an aura locked him in place. No killing intent? Chen Anmo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At least, this person's intentions didn't seem to be to kill him. Kid, still cultivating this late at night? You're quite good and diligent. A clear female voice came. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. This voice, it was Wei Nishang's. I can't believe this woman came. At that moment, there were 2 auras in the sky above. One is from Wei Nishang. The other was none other than her protector, a white-robed old woman. The person who gave off the aura of the upper third grade was none other than this white-robed old woman. So it's MS. Wei, it's so late. I wonder what's the reason for coming here. Chen Anmo looked at the sky, only to see Wei Nishang slowly land in front of him. I always thought there was something familiar about you. Are you? Wei Nishang looked at Chen Anmo and kept feeling that Chen Anmo looked somewhat familiar. Can't think of one though. She didn't think much of it. She saw an unknown number of people on a daily basis, and it was only natural that some of the minor characters could not be remembered. Chen Anmo was just about to say. Wei Nishang waved her hand and said, that's just it. I don't bother to know who you are. I came over here to talk to you about the matter of Li Kai's death. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched. He kind of wanted to hit this Wei Nishang. That's not polite at all. I'll have to smack her hard sometime for interrupting him all the time. Did Miss Wei find out anything? Chen Anmo cupped his fists and asked. After my special diagnosis, in Li Kai's body, I detected a special kind of poison from the Japanese soul breaker, which is very difficult to be detected. Giving it to an ordinary martial artist doesn't make one do anything. But if it's during cultivation, then it will be poisonous. The cause of death was like going off the deep end. This kind of poison is very rare. It's no wonder your clan didn't find out. Chen Anmo drifted off. What is Miss Wei doing talking to me about this? The person who killed Li Kai should be a traitor within your clan, and is right beside you. Since you've only just gotten here, I'm certain that you're not the murderer. So next, you'll be needed to investigate. Chen Anmo pretended to look helpless and said with both hands, Ms. Wei, I also want to investigate, but I don't know where to start. Zhao Liang, who followed you today? This man just sneaked out at night. Zhao Liang? Chen Anmo raised an eyebrow. He suspected many people, but not Zhao Liang. After all, when he was in Chongming County, Zhao Liang took care of him as his deacon. He was also very Buddhist in his ways, both to him and to the other disciples below him. So when Wei Nishang said that she suspected Zhao Liang, Chen Anmo was a little less convinced. Doubt it's a mistake. What? You don't believe me? Wei Nishang's mouth turned away as she continued. Zhao Liang should have practiced evil kung fu. Got it. I'll check him out. Chen Anmo nodded. But Ms. Wei, you're talking to me about this. I wonder what for. Li Kai helped me to find something here before. Now he is dead. And I suspect that the reason why he is dead is because he should have found what I wanted him to find. But the thing was taken by the person who killed him. Wei Nishang explained. Hearing this, Chen Anmo's heart snapped. No wonder. This Wei Nishang looked cold. No matter who she looked at, she looked like she owed her money. How could she be so kind as to help Li Jie find out the cause of death? So that's what this is about. In addition to checking people out, I want you to find this. Suddenly, Wei Nishang threw in a map. Chen Anmo took it as soon as he could. On the map, a mountain is drawn. A road winds up the hill. Seeing this, Chen Anmo's expression tightened. He realized he had seen the map before. The 3 pairs of human skin paper that he had gotten earlier in the 4th floor town. The map drawn on it. Was this but the map was clearer and more detailed with the human skin paper in his hand. And what Wei Nishan gave him was just a sketch. Wei Nishan looked at Chen Anmo's uncertain expression and raised her eyebrows. Kid, why do you have this expression? Where have you seen this figure before? I'm just wondering what you're asking me to find this for. Ms. Wei, the location of the map. It should be in a mountain range near here. You only need to find this location. Don't ask much about the rest. Wei Nishan's face was cold. As long as you help me find it, the benefits will not be spared. Understand? Understood. Whoosh. In the next moment, Wei Nishang threw in a jade bottle. In here is the chi building pill, worth 1,000 taels. A reward for you. Do these 2 things for me? After saying that, Wei Nishan left. That's quite a generous offer. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Chen Anmo opened it and took a whiff. Chi building pill, but it was a better pill than chi nourishing pill. Usually only martial artists above the 4th grade would take it. Spare Yang Liang Pulse had her hands. I am afraid that the chi building dan is just enough to take by itself. However, so it seems that the location of the map on top of the human skin paper is here. That is to say, the chi refiner's cave is here? Chen Anmo's heart was steeply agitated. Becoming immortal is expected. Chapter 106 Setting up a dragnet. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Deep in a dense forest, Zhao Liang absent-mindedly practiced his punches against a large tree. However, the boxing style he practiced had little structure and was rather disorganized. Apparently, he had something on his mind because he had something on his mind. That's why the punching was distracting. Pow! Suddenly, a dark shadow fell behind him. Zhao Liang hurriedly turned around and cupped his fists. Hall Master Yang, the black shadow, unable to see his face, said with his hands folded, you flew a pigeon to send a letter, looking for this Hall Master to come here. What is the reason for that? Can it be that the new deacon is not easy to deal with? Then I'll settle him. Hall Master, the new deacon's name is Chen Anmo, who happens to be one of my former subordinates. This person is very easy to deal with, so there's no need to worry too much. Zhao Liang hurriedly said. Then what were you in such a hurry to call me here for? Zhao Liang sighed. Wei Nishang is here, and her master has also come with her. That one is an upper 3rd ranked high-ranking person. Oh, that Wei Nishang girl is here. Come over to do what? Zhao Liang shook his head. I'm not too sure, but as soon as she came over, she went to Li Kai's funeral, and seemed intent on investigating the cause of Li Kai's death. And she came over, definitely not only investigating the cause of Li Kai's death. I'm worried that our deeds will be exposed. The black shadow coldly said. This Wei Nishang, what kind of drug is in her gourd? Also, you followed Li Kai for so long. Don't you know that he and Wei Nishang know each other? This Li Kai is obviously a pawn that Wei Nishang left within the triple sect. The corner of Zhao Liang's mouth tugged as he helplessly said. Hall Master Yang, it's not true that I've been following Li Kai for a long time, but he's always been very secretive in what he does, and he wouldn't normally tell me. Not a single clue? The black shadow looked at Zhao Liang, wanting to see if Zhao Liang had deceived him. Zhao Liang shook his head. No clue, but, he recalled it carefully. Before, Li Kai would often go into the mountains alone. also have the topography of the surrounding mountains, large and small, drawn down. He went over the clues. The dark shadow murmured, "He's looking for a cave?" With such a statement, being a member of the Jianghu, how could one not know Li Kai's purpose? Usually when you draw a map and look for mountain ranges, 9 times out of 10, you are looking for a cave. By Hall Master Yang's words, Zhao Liang also brightened up. "It's possible. You're really sloppy. What took you so long to say such important information?" "Hall Master, I really didn't expect this, but so it seems that what Li Kai might have done for Wei Nishang is this." Wei Nishang, the dark shadow sneered. "This Hall Master has long wanted to deal with her." "What? The Hall Master wants to deal with Wei Nishang? But the one beside her is an upper third grade land goddess. What are you afraid of?" "So is this Hall Master, and they are in the light. We are in the dark." "Zhao Liang, think about it. If you can get Wei Nishang, will you do it?" Definitely. Zhao Liang got excited all of a sudden, but he wasn't a rash. To be able to mix to the position of deacon within the triple sect, he had both ability and emotional intelligence. After a short period of excitement, Zhao Liang was a bit hesitant. After all, if you really touched Wei Nishang, what if something happened? There will be no place for him here, ever again. "What? Scared? Hall Master Yang, I'm no match for you. In case I'm caught, I won't be able to escape." "Don't worry, this elder is here. Besides being able to get Wei Nishang, the most crucial thing is that we can get the treasure map in Wei Nishang's hands. A map that can be seen by her is definitely a map of a chi refiner's cave type." The black shadow patted Zhao Liang's shoulder and spoke in a serious tone. "Besides, even if you're found out, you can just leave this place. It's a big world. What are you afraid of? And with me here, I'll guarantee that you'll be on the 3rd grade." With a single word, Zhao Liang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Yeah, his goal, the upper 3rd. Don't you want to make a breakthrough by defecting to the cult of peace and practicing evil kung fu? How to get to the 3rd grade when you're afraid of the tiger in front and the wolf at the back? Being analyzed in this way, he felt more and more feasible. "Next, just do as I say. Isn't there a shipment going out tomorrow? After arriving at the destination, I'll step in and take care of your people. When that time comes, you go back and report to Chen Anmo, indicating that you may have encountered someone from the typing sect, and have him come over. Chen Anmo will definitely report back to Wei Nishang and they'll come together. At that time, I'll set up a dragnet." Zhao Liang frowned, but soon, he reviewed the situation. The plan felt very subtle at once. The next morning was clear. It was a little windy though. "The air is pretty good here." Chen Anmo pushed open the door and stretched. "Deacon Chen, let me change your clothes." At this time, the maid who had already been waiting at the door came over. She hailed her frozen hands. Obviously she had been standing in the doorway for quite some time now. Chen Anmo looked at her with some surprise. This girl looked like she was only 13 or 14 years old, but she was quite tall, around 1 meter 5.5. "Have you been standing in the doorway long? This is what a slave should do, and I shall be on guard here in time to change your clothes and wash your face before you get up." "Deacon," the girl said weakly. "Rain or shine?" "Aha." The girl nodded. "That's a lot of work for you." Chen Anmo said, "What's your name?" "Bowls." "Bowls for eating. Your father said that he hoped I would be able to eat in the future, so he named me Bowls." "Then why don't you name you Lunch Bucket? You eat more rice that way." Chen Anmo teased. Bowl was embarrassed and said seriously, "That would be too hard to hear." "Ha ha ha, just kidding with you. No need to change and wash my face for me from now on." "Ah, no need to come back?" Upon hearing this, Bowler was in a hurry. "Deacon Chen, you're not going to drive me away, right?" I'll change, okay? You don't want to drive me away. My father and mother are both seriously ill at home, and my younger brother and older brother have both been injured. The family depends on me to eat." Oh. Hey, you misunderstood. What I mean is, just prepare food for me and clean up a bit. In the future, you don't need to prepare food for me early in the morning. "Ha?" The bowl froze at the sound of it. "Don't you need me to serve in the morning?" "Not bad, you're still growing. Sleep a little more in the morning. Just come and clean up during the day. Also, give you a task, secretly talk to me about some of the people here, and talk to me if there's anything strange." Afterwards, Chen Anmo fished out 10 taels of silver from his pocket and stuffed it over. "Deacon, this." Squeezing the silver in her hand, the bowl was moved almost to tears all of a sudden, pinching the silver. Suddenly, Bowl suddenly thought of something, clenched her teeth, and said, "Deacon Chen, speaking of which, there is indeed one person who was very strange." "Who?" "Lord Zhao Liang. He didn't return all night yesterday and only came back early in the morning." "Oh?" Chen Anmo's gaze flickered. "Is he usually like this?" "Not really, it's just that every couple of days, it's a one-night stand." "I know. Remember these things, and don't tell a soul. The girl is still too young." Thanks to meeting him, If she had said these words to someone else, she would have gotten herself killed once Zhao Liang heard her. I understand. Bull knows that you, Deacon Chen, want to check, so Bull will only talk to you. Chen Anmo touched the bull's head and said, go inside and rest for a while. It's warm inside. I'll go wash my face and eat by myself. Oh, next, Chen Anmo went to eat. Zhao Liang came over with 2 disciples. Brother Zhao, please take me to familiarize myself with our warehouse here, Chen Anmo said. Zhao Liang laughed. Brother Chen is really diligent. Originally I was saying that I would take you, Brother Chen, to the Lichuan building for a stroll. Hey, this next time. Just as well, there's a shipment going out tonight yet. Let's go ahead and check on the cargo issue, Zhao Liang proposed. Could be. Afterward, Chen Anmo followed Zhao Liang around for a day. In the evening, Zhao Liang went out with his 4 senior brothers. Late at night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Zhao Liang led the convoy and came to a village downstream where he was going to rest. Senior brother Zhao, it's finally time. Let's go to the village's spring flower alley at night. A tall and thin senior brother rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, I've heard that there are a couple of women in Spring Flower Lane, and they're all fledglings. Ha ha ha, where do you get so many daisies in a place like that? Fake, just cheating you guys out of money. If you ask me, it's better to save up some silver to get a wife and have a clean house. Looking at a few of his senior brothers, Zhao Liang distributed meat patties and said, let's talk about it when we get into the village. Let's all eat something first and recover some strength. Thank you, elder brother. Several people took it with delight. Afterwards, it squatted down and started feasting on it. However, after only half an incense stick of work, the 4 senior brothers all felt a tightness in their chests. No good. There's poison. The taller disciple covered his neck and pointed at Zhao Liang with a horrified expression. Senior brother Zhao, there's poison in the pie. Senior brother Zhao, why we're your senior brothers. Zhao Liang sighed and stared. I didn't want to. I can't blame me. If you want to blame it, you guys are unlucky, but don't worry. After all, masters and brothers for a time. I'll turn around and burn paper money for you guys. Pffffffffffffff. As the 4 men fell one after another, Zhao Liang looked behind him with an expressionless face. Soon, a dark shadow slowly walked out. Resolved, Zhao Liang said, you go report to Chen Anmo. That guy will definitely inform Wei Nishang and come together for safety's sake. At that time, I'll set up a mesmerizing formation here. Not to mention Wei Nishang, even if it's 10 or 8 upper 3rd grade land immortals, all of them will die here. Zhao Liang smiled back, only feeling that this matter was 9 out of 10. The thought of getting Wei Nishang's body later made him tremble with excitement. Zhao Liang then quickly went back. The sayings of what to say to Chen Anmo, he had already thought of. In his mind, Chen Anmo was a very good liar and there must be nothing wrong with him. It's a pity that Chen Anmo, this genius, would have made a good relationship with him, and in the future I will stay in the triple sect, which is also considered a guarantee, he whispered in his mind. Suddenly he laughed. So what if he's a genius? When he reaches the upper 3rd realm, he'll be able to trample those geniuses under his feet at will. He had just walked out not long ago, when suddenly, on the path in front of him, he spotted a figure. Who's standing there? Zhao Liang immediately stopped and looked vigilantly. Chapter 107 wanted to let Wei Nishang know how powerful she was. Brother Zhao, it's me, Chen Anmo. The voice was calm and couldn't help but calm the mood. But as soon as Zhao Liang heard it, his entire body was scared to the point of sweating. How did Chen Anmo come to be here? Has he been following him? You don't think so? Chen brother, why are you here? Zhao Liang forced himself to be calm. His heart panicked a bunch. I like to come out at night to practice, just happened to be passing by here. Brother Zhao, I see you're panicking. Have you encountered any trouble? By the way, aren't you transporting goods? Oh yeah, something just happened. Our cargo was robbed. Zhao Liang then reacted. Robbed? Brother Zhao, I see you so flustered. You are not supervising the theft, right? Chen Anmo slowly approached Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang's face was ugly as he said, Brother Chen, you doubt me? Chen Anmo did not answer, but said directly, Zhao Liang, you now take the initiative to explain the problem. I may be able to plead a few words of mercy for you, or else. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What problem do I have to answer for? Zhao Liang cursed sinisterly. Chen Anmo shook his head. This is you not giving yourself a life. To be honest, he had a good impression of Zhao Liang at first, but now it seemed that Zhao Liang was going to deal with him. Chen Anmo asked, tell me the truth. Did you kill Deacon Li Kai? You poisoned him. And the warehouse here often loses large quantities of large medicines. Did you secretly steal them? Zhao Liang took a deep breath. Chen Anmo, I admit to underestimating you. He didn't deny it, because he knew that since Chen Anmo had said this to him, it meant that he had already investigated to the 7th degree. How he didn't expect it. Chen Anmo came here for just one day and outed him. This teenager who was born as a constable was really good at investigating cases. No wonder the case of my Yongshan's murder was investigated within a day. So, you really did all of what I just said? Chen Anmo asked in a chilling voice. Ha ha ha, it's indeed me, but unfortunately it's useless even if you know. Zhao Liang snorted. Oh, are you so sure? Zhao Liang didn't speak, but looked to his side. In the darkness, a man fully dressed in black robes slowly stepped out. Actually, Chen Anmo had already sensed the appearance of this black-robed man. He wasn't in a hurry though. There was someone on the other side, and someone on his side, and it's two. After knowing who killed Li Kai, the two remaining posthumous rewards for Li Kai arrived. Last wish, I hope to find out the internal traitor. Completed. Reward, triple heavenly greatness. Last wish, I hope to find out who killed me. Completed. Reward, 1 bottle of harmony. With the arrival of the triple sky as a reward, and the fusion of the original triple sky that he had cultivated, the martial art was upgraded to the master level all of a sudden. Triple sky masters now. Chen Anmo secretly smiled in his heart. Both triple heaven and one young finger enter the master level. Next, he was going to find a way to practice the 2 fingers in. Then it can be fused into the 6 chakra divine sword. Chen Anmo, now I'm giving you a chance. As long as you cooperate with us, I can have Hall Master Yang let you live. Zhao Liang thought that he had taken hold of Chen Anmo and said in an undeniable tone. Oh, how do I have to cooperate with you guys? Chen Anmo wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see what their purpose was. As far as I know, Wei Nishang came over this time with the purpose of finding something. I want you to trick Wei Nishang into coming over. Tricked here? Chen Anmo shook his head and said in a chilling voice. You guys are so bold. You dare to deal with MS. Wei, aren't you afraid of plagiarizing your family? Kid, you think you have another choice? Either do the job or die. The black-robed man ran out of patience and walked towards Chen Anmo. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a huge aura in the sky enveloped towards him. Immediately after, a hoarse voice came out, Poison Top Sky. I never thought that you would appear here. You killed the Zhu family's entire clan. The triple sect has been chasing you all along, and you still dare to hide here. The black-robed man raised his head and said in horror. Luo Ying was none other than Wei Nishang's protector of the Tao, and Wei Nishang's master, an upper third-grade land deity. Chen Anmo immediately drew back, and was also very surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that the black-robed man was the person elderly Mao was after. Surnamed Yang, nicknamed Poison Top Sky, famous for using poison. This man, too, was responsible for the death of the Zhu family. The last wish of the deceased on the Zhu family's side was to kill Poison Top Sky. You can harvest 3 years of cultivation. Boom! At this moment, the two of them, Poison Top Sky and Luo Ying, sparred against each other. Poison Top Sky spewed out a black mist from his hand, but Luo Ying had already prepared for it. She slashed out with one of her long swords, and the cold light split the black mist away. Chen Anmo, so you brought someone here long ago. Damn you, take your life. Zhao Liang stomped his foot, and his 5th grade cultivation surged out. He knew that he was no match for Chen Anmo, so as soon as he struck out, a black jade bottle was thrown at Chen Anmo with a split head. Chen Anmo knew that this must be some kind of poison. He ran his Qiankuan steps and quietly retreated far away. Zhao Liang raised an eyebrow. So fast. But at that moment, a cool breeze hit him at the top of his head. There are still people. A sharp sword that had stirred his long hair. Thumbs up. Ah! Zhao Liang felt like his scalp was being peeled off. He screamed miserably and covered his scalp as a black mist suddenly exploded from his body. Ha! Wei Nishang, who had just made her move, frowned and stood still, watching Zhao Liang retreat. Many thanks to Miss Wei for saving my life, Chen Anmo said deliberately. He deliberately showed weakness so as to save him the effort. After all, this Zhao Liang and Poison Top Sky both used poison, and he wasn't invulnerable to all poisons, so it was better to be careful. Wei Nishang didn't reply as the long sword in her hand flicked and flew towards Zhao Liang. Obviously, Wei Nishang also realized that the poison Zhao Liang used was somewhat difficult to deal with, so she chose to attack from a distance. Damn! Zhao Liang covered his bloody scalp, and after realizing that he almost lost his head, he was shocked and angry, and looked at Wei Nishang with resentment. Suddenly, he saw Wei Nishang's long sword attacking. Without saying a word, he swept the long sword away, but Wei Nishang's force was strong. With this sword, the sword in his hand was actually sent flying directly out. Immediately after that, the long sword went unabated and stabbed towards Zhao Liang's abdomen. The difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great. Instantly, Zhao Liang stifled a grunt. The long sword took his body and pinned him to a large crooked neck tree behind him. Ah! Zhao Liang screamed miserably. Hall Master Yang, save me! At this time, Poison Top Sky and Luo Ying were also fighting hard, although Luo Ying's cultivation was a bit stronger. being an early second grade powerhouse, but she is older after all. Plus, Poison Top Sky was using poison to enter the Tao. That's why ordinary martial artists didn't even dare to get close to Poison Top Sky, so the two fought hard. Seeing Zhao Liang's miserable state, Poison Top Tian cursed a waste. He forced Luo Ying back with a palm and came to Zhao Liang's side. Zhao Liang was originally still happy in his heart, thinking that Poison Top Sky had come to his rescue. Unbeknownst to him, a sinister look suddenly appeared in Poison Top Sky's eyes. Bang! He slapped his palm at Zhao Liang's heart. Only a bloody hole was immediately punched out of his heart area. The blood at his heart was crazily absorbed by him. Soon, Poison Top Sky, who had just consumed quite a bit of his strength, flushed a few points, while Zhao Liang was visible to the naked eye. His skin and flesh rapidly dried up and his hair turned white. Soon, it turned into a bony old man. Luo Ying redescended to Wei Nishan's side, his brows furrowed as he said, "This Poison Ding Tian, his cultivation is even stronger than 2 years ago. He. Luo Ying, 2 years ago, you pushed me to the brink of extinction. I didn't expect it, but today I've already fought you to a draw. But you're not as good as me in the end. I've recovered my power in you. I'm afraid I can't?" Poison Top Tian laughed heatedly and casually tossed Zhao Liang, who had turned into an old man, aside. Zhao Liang struggled twice with difficulty, and soon his head tilted and he was completely out of breath. Realizing how difficult Poison Top Sky was to deal with, Luo Ying turned towards Wei Nishang and said, "Later on, you leave first." Saying that, he looked toward Chen Anmo again. "You kid, join me later." Chen Anmo was about to curse on the spot. "Your ass is trying to make me a scapegoat and run away on my own." With a pale look on his face, he said, "Elder, just now I seem to have been poisoned. I can't generate any strength in my body." Luo Ying frowned. What a waste. However, he didn't expect that Poison Top Sky suddenly killed towards Chen Anmo's side. "Kid, give me your chi and blood as well." Luo Ying naturally wouldn't let Poison Top Sky do this. Not that it's about protecting Chen Anmo. Rather, he was worried that Chen Anmo's chi and blood would be absorbed, and by that time, Poison Top Tian's strength would become stronger again. Luo Ying blocked in time and fought with Poison Topper again. "You two get out of here." "Good." Without saying a word, Wei Nishang turned her head toward Chen Anmo and looked. "What are you waiting for? Quickly go." Instead, Chen Anmo looked at Zhao Liang's corpse not far away. Not picking up for nothing, he rushed to Zhao Liang's body as fast as he could. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 180 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy wish number 1. Want to get Wei Nishang and show her how powerful she is. Reward, 1 bottle of universal antidote pills. Last wish 2. Wei Nishang dared to sneak up on me and wanted to shake her a few times to let her know what she's capable of. Reward, 5 chi building pills. Last wish 3. Poison Top Sky has harmed my life. I will let him die without a burial place. Reward, a bottle of 7 deadly poisons. Good lord. This Zhao Liang has such a deep grudge against Wei Nishang, especially the first last wish, to actually get her. Unfortunately, these 3 last wishes, except for the last one, cannot be accomplished at all. It's just too hard. What are you doing over there with the body? Be careful, it's poisoned. Go. Wei Nishang couldn't help but frown when she saw that. Instead of leaving, Chen Anmo went over to Zhao Liang's corpse. Now, Chen Anmo came to Wei Nishang's side. Suddenly, he realized that Wei Nishang's face was a bit pale and her breath was fluttering. He froze for a moment. "MS. Wei, what's wrong with you?" Wei Nishang face ugly said. "These 2 people with the poison colorless and tasteless. I just obviously well protected. Actually still hit." At the same time, Poison Top Sky laughed out loud. "Luo Ying, you've been hit as well. I didn't expect it. In order to deal with you guys, I've long prepared the poison mist array. Although the array didn't have the time to use it, but this poisonous mist is in my hands, and I've just discovered that when I found you guys, the poisonous mist has already drifted out in all directions." Chapter 108. How could he say that about a little fairy? Poison Topper laughed maniacally. The black mist was like a black tornado around him. Luo Ying felt his body getting weaker and weaker, and instantly knew that he had been hit. Good thing Wei Nishang had run away. Without worries, she could choose an opportunity to escape later. However, at this time, Poison Top Sky's body moved. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Luo Ying. A mediocre slash came. Luo Ying raised a stream of Dan energy to resist, but the toxin had surprisingly spread until it reached her dantian. There was a sharp pain in her abdomen, and the powerful Dan gene power instantly dissipated. With that, the large knife slashed at her chest, and blood gushed out wildly. Luo Ying barely managed to launch himself, and his body flew out backwards, smashing into a large tree. "Ha ha ha, Luo Ying, can't imagine. You'll die by my hand." Poison Topper laughed maniacally. Luo Ying raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Although you injured me, if I'm right, you just absorbed Zhao Liang's chi and blood. and although it will make your cultivation stronger in a short period of time, at the same time, it will also make you weaker, right? Poison Top frowned. You know quite a lot. Luo Ying was right. He had just become stronger quickly by absorbing qi in blood though. But essentially, it's squeezing your potential. Once the hour had passed, his cultivation would rapidly drop and he would fall into weakness. That means I just need to stall you, Luo Ying said in a deep voice. At this time, Chen Anmo and Wei Nishang had already run out a long distance, but Chen Anmo kept his eyes on the back. Thus, he overheard the conversation between the two. It turns out that Poison Top Sky will fall into weakness after a while. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. I can't. Wei Nishang, however, all of a sudden planted herself forward and fell onto a patch of loose grass. Chen Anmo frowned, not expecting Wei Nishang to be poisoned so quickly. He didn't feel poisoned yet, though, because he was standing farther away, and knowing that Poison Top Sky was good at using poison, he had been running the White Crane Immortal Chi. His entire body was protected by Immortal Chi and did not suffer any damage. Miss Wei, there's an underground bunker in front of us. It's a resting point set up here by our triple sect, so hang in there. Wei Nishang nodded and tried to stand up, but the body had just stood up, and his legs were about to fall forward. Luckily, Chen Anmo assisted her and said helplessly, "It seems like you can't walk." He could only carry Wei Nishang on his back. Wei Nishang was instantly anxious, daring, "Put me down, Chen Anmo." Chen Anmo could only throw her down. Oops. Wei Nishang fell on her ass and her face was covered in mud. "What are you wrestling me for?" Chen Anmo frowned. "Do you want me to carry you or not? Just now you were the one who asked me to put you down. But when you put you down, you couldn't stand up. You're making it hard for me to serve you." At this point, he was already considering whether or not to leave Wei Nishang here and escape alone. But if Wei Nishang retaliated later, it would be troublesome. So he pondered for a moment and asked, "Ms. Wei, do you want my help or not?" Wei Nishang was just about to put in a harsh word and say that there was no need, but on second thought, at this point in time, he could hardly even stand up. How could he escape? But letting her, a yellow girl, stick so close to Chen Anmo, it made it difficult for her as well. How embarrassing is it to think that your two cuties will be squished flat? Seeing that Wei Nishang didn't say anything, Chen Anmo ran out of patience. "Then I'm leaving, Ms. Wei. This isn't me intentionally not saving you. Please understand." Just as he twisted his head to leave, Wei Nishang suddenly called out to Chen Anmo, "Wait, you might as well carry me." Wei Nishang gritted her teeth, secretly saying that this guy had to see death to save no mercy at all. If it were any other man, I'm afraid they'd all be scrambling to help. Now that it's cheap for this kid, he actually looks disgusted. What a pisser. You know, the thing she was most proud of in her was her cuteness. It was the most precious thing she had, not to be desecrated by anyone. But now, it would be touched by Chen Anmo, though through the clothes, but that counts. Luckily, Chen Anmo looked like he had a righteous face and was a decent man's demeanor, so she felt that Chen Anmo shouldn't have bothered to think about that nonsense. Soon, Chen Anmo carried her on his back. Because of the proximity, a fresh scent emanated from Wei Nishang's body. Chen Anmo's nose twitched. The smell was unique. "Strange, how come you're not doing anything at all? That poison had no effect on you?" Wei Nishang asked in disbelief. "I was far away I guess, and I closed my mouth and nose to begin with." "You are careful." As he spoke, Chen Anmo's speed grew faster and faster. One incense stick later, a remote mountain forest. Chen Anmo quickly found an underground bunker that the triple sect had left here based on the map of this neighborhood that he had previously viewed. Like some gangs, the triple sect left some underground bunkers around some of their strongholds, for a place to rest when you encounter enemies, or when you're out transporting something. Finding cover, Chen Anmo jumped down. The violent bumps almost made Wei Nishang's overnight meal spit out. "Will you lighten up?" Wei Nishang couldn't help but say. Chen Anmo said, "It's already here. You rest well here." As he spoke, Chen Anmo had already lit some candles here. Seeing Chen Anmo about to leave, Wei Nishang hurriedly pulled Chen Anmo's sleeve. "Where are you going?" "I'll have to go outside and observe. Get rid of the footprints along the way, preferably the smell too. Hell if that poison topper will find this place," Chen Anmo explained. Wei Nishang was a little worried. You won't betray me, right?" If Chen Anmo betrayed her, then she would really be screaming for help. "Don't worry about that. Do you know what my nickname is?" Chen Anmo asked. Wei Nishang shook her head. "I am not equal to sin." Put. Looking at Chen Anmo's exaggerated appearance, Wei Nishang couldn't help but laugh. It's okay not to laugh at this. A fierce smile made Chen Anmo freeze for a moment. "It's beautiful. Surprisingly so beautiful. 1,000 words cannot describe it." After all, when she had looked at Wei Nishang before, the woman had been cold and looked at everyone as if they owed her money. But now that I look at it, she does look good when she smiles. There's a unique flavor to it. What are you looking at? Realizing that Chen Anmo was staring at her, Wei Nishang's face turned cold. Look again and gouge your eyes out. Wei Nishang was aware of her charm. No man can resist her beauty for these stinkers. Chen Anmo was naturally no exception. It's fine. It's just your face. Just fell on its face and it's dirty, Chen Anmo said with a vicious mouth. He doesn't lick like other men. Since Wei Nishang was not polite, there was no need for him to be polite either. What? You said I fell. Wei Nishang's eyes widened. I didn't expect Chen Anmo to say that about her. How could he say that about a little fairy? However, considering that her face was too dirty, Wei Nishang hurriedly walked to the side, took out her own handkerchief, and wiped her face. Then you clean up well. Chen Anmo shook his head. What a time to be so concerned about your appearance. That. Wei Nishang gritted her teeth and said, remember to come back early. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth hooked. Is that caring about him? Aha. Chen Anmo sank his face and walked out of the entrance. He went the way he came. Sure enough, a number of footprints left by him were found here. After sweeping these footprints away, Chen Anmo returned to the entrance. And I wonder if Luoying is okay? When he left, Luoying clearly fell into the wind. Without any surprises, Luoying will definitely die. But she was, after all, an upper third level cultivator. It doesn't make sense that it should be so easily fixed. Usually people like this have a bottom line. So the biggest possibility is that Luoying escaped. And Poison Top Tian started looking for Wei Nishang. Right at this moment, a harsh breaking sound from the sky came this way. It's the aura of Poison Top Sky. Chen Anmo's heart sank. He didn't expect that Poison Top Sky would chase him here so quickly. This meant that Poison Top Sky might have cultivated some tracking techniques. It's highly likely that the bunker will be tracked down. It'll have to do. Chen Anmo came to the entrance. Afterwards, he took out the harmony scatter that he had been rewarded with earlier. Place all of the hopscotch jade bottles above the entrance to the bunker. As long as Poison Top Sky came over, his powerful aura would instantly shatter the jade bottle. At that time, when the harmony scattering escaped, the poisonous Top Sky would definitely be struck. By that time, his cultivation level had dropped, and it would be simple to deal with him again. It's a shame about this whole bottle of hopscotch, Chen Anmo thought to himself with some pity. After putting his things away, he quickly ducked down as well. How's it going out there? Wei Nishang couldn't help but feel relieved in her heart after seeing Chen Anmo. It was as if there was a little more security. It's not looking good. Chen Anmo spoke about the situation that Poison Top Sky had sought out. Wei Nishang frowned. How could this happen? Surprisingly, it found its way here. I'm not sure. Shoo. Chen Anmo hurriedly covered Wei Nishang's mouth and told Wei Nishang to keep her voice down. Woohoo. Wei Nishang's eyes widened. This guy, even covered her mouth. This. It's getting bold. She still wanted to speak, but Chen Anmo hurriedly wrapped his arms around her, covering her mouth in such a way that she could no longer make a sound. However, Wei Nishang naturally wouldn't stop there. She struggled violently, and only after Chen Anmo said that Poison Top Sky had already arrived did her body go limp. I'm letting go now, but you promise, don't move or we'll both die here. Though he had placed Haplocalypse on the outside. However, he didn't know when the harmony scatter would come into effect against this kind of upper third grade expert, so it was best if Poison Topper didn't find out they were hiding here. It's just that the more he doesn't want something to come, the more it comes. Boom! Only an explosion was heard from the entrance. Immediately afterward, there came Poison Top Sky's cold laugh. Two little friends, you guys are really giving old man a hard time looking for you. Poison Topper is here. Chen Anmo took a deep breath, flexed his fingers, aimed at the entrance, and shot out several consecutive Yang fingers. Whoosh! Ah, you dog thief, even have this trick. Poison Top Sky's exasperated voice came from outside. Chapter 109 Wei Nishang like this. How does this make him top? He gets hurt so easily. Hearing the strange cries outside, Wei Nishang's heart was delighted. There was a hint of redness in the originally pale face. Chen Anmo also breathed a sigh of relief. With his perception, he could easily detect that Poison Top Sky had really been hit. He wasn't cheating. This surprised him a bit as well. The upper third grade land goddess had succeeded in his sneak attack just like that. No one would believe me if I told them. Good chance. Chen Anmo was delighted in his heart and quickly jumped out of the cave. One could only see Poison Top Tian's face filled with a pale color, covering his chest as he angrily stared at Chen Anmo. Seeing his miserable state, Chen Anmo instantly understood. No wonder his sneak attack was successful. Turns out the guy was hurt, and the injuries don't look bad. Poison Top Sky was originally still able to easily hold Chen Anmo. To come here and be directly hit, this made his old face a little embarrassed. Young man, no martial virtues, how dare you sneak attack? Poison Top Sky pointed at Chen Anmo and cursed weakly. Earlier, he fought Luoying, although he ended up heavily injuring Luoying. But I didn't expect the woman to throw out a piece of paper before Luoying escaped. It was a talisman. It is a talisman obtained from the cave of a chi refiner. This talisman directly blew him up and damaged his internal organs. After he suppressed his injuries, he found this place with his chi and blood tracking technique. I just didn't expect to hit myself hard again. And this time, the injuries were worse. The yang finger struck through his abdomen. It left him with a bull-thick ragged hole in his abdomen. He grimaced up at the pain. I sneak attacked? Why don't you say you poisoned me? Seeing that the other party was so miserable, Chen Anmo's relief was great. Still, he didn't dare get close just to be on the safe side, trying to wait for the other side's Acacia Sands poison to break out. Then take your time, kid. Let's put it this way. Although I'm injured, however, you can't pinpoint me. The 4 words land god immortal are not just words. Even if I'm injured so seriously, killing you is still as simple as stepping on an ant. Chen Anmo smiled. Oh yeah, how about some cooperation with old me? I only need Wei Nishang. Give her to me. And even, Lao Fu can let you have sex with her once, so that you can be a man for a time. Chen Anmo nodded slightly. Sounds good. Do you want to get killed? In the underground bunker, Wei Nishang naturally heard Chen Anmo's words. She was so angry that her nose was turned up. This guy, he really wants to betray her. As she spoke, Wei Nishang didn't know what was going on, but only felt a strange sensation coming from her body. It was as if there were countless hands, caressing her delicate body. It's a feeling that's getting stronger. Even her breathing became rapid. Boy, you know what you're doing. Seeing Chen Anmo agree so quickly, Poison Top Sky smiled. Chen Anmo also laughed. Those who recognize the time are handsome. Right. Where is Elder Luo Ying? Poison Top Sky's eyes rolled. She was naturally settled by the old man. Below, the sound of Wei Nishang's crying came again. That's fine then. Please do it, senior. Chen Anmo cupped his fists. Poison Top said. Then you still won't let go some. Okay. Chen Anmo stepped aside, but suddenly struck out. The one yang finger. Bang! Poison Top Sky struck out almost simultaneously with a palm strike. The two men's attacks made a deafening ringing sound in midair. Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. From start to finish, including him and Poison Topper, there was no intention of compromising with each other. They both want the other to let their guard down, then wait for an opportunity to attack and kill. Chen Anmo lands a jab. Poison Top Sky, however, didn't have the dexterity that Chen Anmo had. He was already injured and had been struck through the abdomen. And now, not to mention walking fast, even an ordinary move of a step caused him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. After discovering Poison Top Sky's weakness, Chen Anmo had a plan in mind. He kept wandering around Poison Top Sky and continuously blasted out the one young finger. Whoosh! Poisonous Top Sky was cold and kept resisting, drinking under his breath. Kid, if you leave now, the old man promises that he won't touch you again. Humph! Poison Top Sky, do you really think I'm bluffing? Chen Anmo snorted. Before, he had shown weakness and begged for peace because he thought he still had any advantage. Now that it had been seen that Poison Top Sky was at his wit's end, there was nothing to hesitate about. Seeing that Young Finger couldn't break his defense, Chen Anmo took out his red flame blade. Poison Top exclaimed. This knife was surprisingly of the earth rank. Boom! Blazing flames blasted towards Poison Top Sky. Soon, Poison Top Sky's side was already surrounded by flames. Damn! How did this happen? Kid, how did you get this kind of earth rank weapon? Surrounded by the blazing fire, Poison Top Sky instantly panicked. If it were normal, he wouldn't be afraid of this kind of carving, but now he's hurt. There was no escape from the blaze. As the circle of blazing fire gradually narrowed, Poison Top Sky could not stand the burning sensation more and more. He felt as if his entire body was being scorched, and gradually it became difficult to breathe. Chen Anmo swung the red flame blade in his hand harder and harder. The red inferno blade was damaged. This is an upper third grade land god. Even if he's so miserable, he can't be underestimated. Moreover, Chen Anmo also felt a strange sensation arise in his body. He knew that it was the harmony scatter working. Earlier, in order to deal with Poison Top Sky, an entire bottle of harmony scatter blew up. All the creatures in this neighborhood, they get hit, including him. Poison Top finally couldn't take it anymore. He roared in rage, sparing the pain of his body being engulfed in flames. He desperately rushed out of the flames and slapped his palm towards Chen Anmo. Kid, fight you. Chen Anmo's expression remained unchanged. He threw out his red flame blade and his body drew straight back. Bang! The red flame blade was directly slapped into pieces. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, the fragments were scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Chen Anmo stomped his paw on the ground. In an instant, the fragments of the red flame blade were shaken into midair. He drew in a sharp breath, and the beast's fire erupted. The debris in front of him was all wrapped in beastly fire. Go! Chen Anmo operated the three heavens. Three mountainous forces shook the shards out. This was a fragment of an earth-ranked treasure sword, and it was wrapped in beast fire, re-enchanted with the power of the triple heaven. All of these factors were superimposed, and the massive power made Poison Top Sky unable to top it at all. Please, only to see a single splash of blood explode from Poison Top Sky's chest, he shuddered and bowed his head. This time, he wasn't just seriously injured. Rather, the body is completely good as rotten meat. His body went numb and his entire body fell to the ground. Died a violent death. Last wish, Poison Top Sky has harmed my life. I will let him die without a burial place. Completed. Reward, a bottle of 7 extinction poison. A colorless and tasteless poison that can kill a third-grade land god. This should be the strange poison that struck Luo Ying. Chen Anmo's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. In the future, if any of the upper third grade wanted to deal with him, he would sort of have a way to deal with it. Looking around, that was when he heard Wei Nishang's faint cries coming from within the underground bunker. Is it over? It's over. Chen Anmo's face turned strange, because the acacia's medicine, it worked on him too. At this point, he wanted to find someone to vent hard on. He took a deep breath and made his way to the underground bunker. But when he took a look at Wei Nishang, his entire body froze. At this time, Wei Nishang was disheveled and messy. Most of the intimate clothing on her body had already been removed, leaving only her bellyband, barely covering her alabaster-like petite body. If it were normal, with his decent character, he would never look at it more than once. But under the influence of the harmony scatter, he only felt that the saliva in his mouth became exuberant. How does that top him? Not to mention him, the old cadre can't stand it either. At this moment, Wei Nishang's eyes towards Chen Anmo also became not quite right. You know, Chen Anmo was already handsome. At this time, under the influence of the harmony scatter, in Wei Nishang's eyes, Chen Anmo had even become a 1 in a million human dragon in Phoenix, an absolute fierce man. That diamond-cornered face, upright body, full lips, strong nose, good to think about it. The more Wei Nishang thought about it, the more nervous she became, and she suddenly lunged towards Chen Anmo. A stagger, directly planted on Chen Anmo, exhaling, people, are so hot. Chen Anmo's eyes widened at once. Good lord, when did Wei Nishang speak so delicately? Also people are so hot. With that, Chen Anmo sat down on the ground obediently. Wei Nishang came over, and the scent of her body kept drilling into Chen Anmo's nose. Chen Anmo gulped. Miss Wei, I'm offended. Late night, the moon is clear and the stars are sparse. Luo Ying, who was seriously injured, opened his eyes on a treetop, and I don't know where Nezumi is. Luo Ying sighed in his heart. Really careless this time. It was surprising that she would be defeated by Poison Topsy-Turvy and escape in a sorry state. The thought of it made her heart sink. And to top it off, lost Niji. There was no way out. She had to search, until the early hours of the next morning. Luo Ying, who had been tired all day, was at the edge of a dense forest, when suddenly, she smelled a burning smoke here. There's a fire there. Luo Ying's heart fluttered as he quickened his pace. Soon, she arrived at the place where Chen Anmo and Nishang were hiding. There's obviously been a big battle here. The fires caused by the Great Battle burned the area for dozens of miles. She searched for a while and finally found an entrance to the bunker. But after coming here, Luo Ying's face turned odd, because inside this entrance, she heard a sound of panting from a woman. Luo Ying froze. She was Wei Nishang's master. It was almost like watching Wei Nishang grow up. Thus, immediately, he heard Wei Nishang's voice. The other person, surprisingly, was Chen Anmo. Two people, at that moment, were doing something indescribable. Wei. Beneath the bunker. Chen Anmo was also somewhat speechless. Yesterday the two spent the night sparingly trying to detoxify. After regaining his senses, he had originally wanted to leave quietly. Unexpectedly, Wei Nishang took the initiative to pester again. This is just to detoxify the poison. I didn't expect that poison topping the world would be so fierce. You don't have to be nervous. This lady will take care of it. Wei Nishang's cold and stern voice came out. As it turns out, she still thought that the poison of acacia was the top poison in the world. Chen Anmo was a bit strange. That excuse, something's not quite right. It's been all night, and her poison hasn't cleared up yet? The mind wondered. Though, how can a man let a woman down? The woman thought. Just like that, another half hour passed. Miss Wei, Elder Luo Ying seems to be waiting outside. Chen Anmo whispered. What? Why didn't you say so? Wei Nishang's pretty face reddened a bit. She was a little embarrassed when she thought about how wild she had just been. But, anyway, it's been a few times with Chen Anmo, then it's okay to do it again. In fact, Wei Nishang didn't expect that the poison in her body really hadn't completely dissipated yet, so much so that it affected her sanity. Chapter 110. It's all the fault of the harmonizer. At this moment, Wei Nishang was really anxious. The master is waiting outside. Why did she wait? It's not because it's already known that she's like this with this man. This is really humiliating. It had been thought that it would be her secret for the rest of her life. I didn't expect the secret to be known to Master in the twinkling of an eye. Wei. I was just going to say it several times, but your mouth kept gagging me and your tongue was still like that. Chen Anmo had an innocent look on his face. He was also saddened in his mind. Ever since he met Wei Nishang, in his mind, Wei Nishang was an icy and cold woman. This one is a very guarded sort of look. I didn't know that the girl was so open. The tongue, in particular, is a flexible mess. He also didn't know if Wei Nishang was under the influence of the drug or if it was just her nature. Anyway, he also enjoyed himself. Reminding Dao Chen Anmo of his sophistry, Wei Nishang was even more speechless. She recalled how crazy she had just acted. She glared viciously at Chen Anmo with a milky fierce look and warned, "Don't talk nonsense later, or you might not get your life back." Chen Anmo's heart stirred. This girl is still trying to protect him. He nodded, got up and started to get dressed. Wei Nishang also quickly put on her belly band and other intimate apparel. "You wait, I'll go out first." Wei Nishang's eyes gave Chen Anmo another complicated look. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Anmo had saved her before, she would have had the heart to kill Chen Anmo. At the thought, she mentally lamented. "I didn't realize that one day I would cheapen this kid. By the way, what's your name again?" Wei Nishang asked. "My name is." "Never mind, let's talk about it later. I'm going to Masters first." Wei Nishang sighed and limped out. It had to be said that Chen Anmo was a little apprehensive in his heart at this time. What if Luoying really wanted to kill him for Wei Nishang's innocence? Can Wei Nishang stop it? However, looking at Luoying's current state, it's not good either. That shouldn't be a problem. He narrowed his eyes. If Luoying really wanted to kill him, then sorry, Luoying will die, and so will Wei Nishang. The world is like that. It's cruel. Shaking his head, he then looked to the last wish from Zhao Liang, with the reward arriving after he got Wei Nishang. Last wish, wanna get Wei Nishang and show her how powerful she is. Completed. Reward, 1 bottle of universal antidote pills. This antidote pill can cure all poisons. Inside a bottle, there are only 3. There's a price out there. Chen Anmo sighed. If he had this thing in the beginning, it would have been much easier to deal with Poison Top Sky. Between him and Wei Nishang, this kind of relationship wouldn't happen either. At this time, he also heard the conversation between Wei Nishang and Luoying. "Master, I don't want it either. It's just that dastardly Poison Top Sky, in order to deal with me, even put down the harmony scatter, disciple, and that whoever didn't pay attention for a moment, got caught up in the way, and then, the disciples didn't want it." Luoying had wanted to curse a few times, but when he saw Wei Nishang, who was shrugging her head and hanging her head, he couldn't swear anymore. After all, she knew her apprentice well. Wei Nishang not only guards her body like a jade, but also ice and jade, clean, never to any man good face over. The reason she was like this with that kid, this was not her intention. Everything, simply because of the acacia. It's only that Poison Top Sky that's to blame for being so vicious. Luoying said in relief. "It's not your fault, but that kid's life can't be kept." A hint of ruthless determination flashed in her eyes. Wei Nishang's innocence is crucial. Absolutely no one must know about her. Of course, it did seem a bit cruel of her to do so. After all, Chen Anmo had saved Wei Nishang. Without Chen Anmo, Wei Nishang would have long been taken captive by Poison Top Sky. But what about that? The world is meant to be cruel. Seeing that Master had the mind to kill Chen Anmo, Wei Nishang hurriedly half-kneeled on the ground. "Master, I can guarantee that kid won't reveal half of his secrets, so it's better to forget about it." "How can you forget about it? Do you know that once this matter is revealed halfway, how will you face the world in the future?" "Master, after all, that kid saved me. If I do something that is beneficent, then the apprentice will definitely develop a heart demon in the future as well. Don't you think so?" Wei Nishang's words silenced Luoying. "Things like mind demons can be big or small. Master, just make sure that he won't tell anyone about us, and that will be fine. Moreover, he is still a disciple of the Triple Sect, so he can also be used for us." "Hey, okay, but what are you going to do to make sure he doesn't spill the beans? If he talks nonsense, I won't spare him." Chen Anmo, who had heard all of the two people's conversation, was speechless for a moment. Good lord, this old woman, she wants to kill me to silence me. Conscience is greatly broken. Fortunately, the woman Wei Nishang still had a conscience and pleaded for him. It wasn't in vain that I had expended so much effort on her. Soon, Wei Nishang came down, glancing at Chen Anmo. "Come up, my master asked you a few words. Be smart, got it?" Her tone seemed fierce, but revealed a hint of concern. Obviously, she was also worried that it was troublesome in case Chen Anmo said something wrong. After coming to the ground, Chen Anmo behaved very well. Elder Luoying. Luoying stared at Chen Anmo and rolled his eyes. This blank stare is a good way to make her look sassy. "I'll give you 2 paths. First, keep what happened between you and Nishang a secret. I'll guarantee your future safety, and I'll fund you, and in the future, You'll be a member of the city lord's mansion. You will be able to enjoy all the glory and wealth. The second way, as much as you can talk nonsense to the outside world, but after that, death. Boom! A third-grade aura, like a huge mountain, pressed towards Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo frowned. Terrorize him. At this time, he absolutely could not give in. Otherwise, thought that he, Chen Anmo, was a clayman to be pinched. Chen Anmo lightly drank in his heart as his true essence power radiated, resisting Luo Ying's pressure. Facing the pressure of a second-grade powerhouse, Chen Anmo was surprisingly unmoving and very calm. Wei Nishang was shocked. The spiritually beautiful eyes looked at Chen Anmo in surprise. Facing the pressure from his master, Chen Anmo was as steady as a mountain. Not to mention Wei Nishang, even Luo Ying was a bit surprised, though she was wounded. But the momentum is still real. Surprisingly, nothing happened to Chen Anmo at all. This person, not simple. The future is by no means a pool. Luo Ying had an accurate judgment in his mind. If he hadn't come from such a low background, otherwise, he would have been qualified to be worthy of Nezumi. Elder Luo Ying actually doesn't have to give me this kind of cutie pie. A multiple choice question that all would do. I definitely won't talk nonsense. Chen Anmo said sincerely. If you say so then good. Let's go. After returning to town, Wei Nishang and Luo Ying went to the inn. Chen Anmo then returned to the courtyard. While walking, Chen Anmo was a little sad that Zhao Liang still has one last wish left to fulfill. His remaining last wish was to shake Wei Nishang a few times and let her know how powerful she was. The rewards are great. Enough to reward up to 5 bottles of chi building pills. If there was a 5th grade chi building pill, it would definitely be able to drastically increase his strength. Unfortunately, when he was with Wei Nishang before, he was too engrossed. Hadn't thought of that at all. If I had tapped her twice gently, I might have gotten a reward. Shaking his head, he stepped into the courtyard. Only just as he arrived, he heard a sob coming from the yard. Deacon Chen was taken care of by this dead girl of yours. Are you talking nonsense when you say you don't know where Deacon Chen went? Pow! A whip sounded, resounding throughout the yard. If you don't know, why are you here? I was worried about Deacon Chen, so I came in. Nonsense, as I see it, you just want to steal, don't you? I didn't. I never stole anything. Bowler knelt on the floor, shivering. And where did you get that bag of money on you? It must have been stolen by you. Otherwise, how could you have so much money on you as a tiny maid? The butler pursued the question in a harsh voice. Bowles wiped her tears and cried. This is really a gift from Deacon Chen. It's true. Nonsense. What a great man Deacon Chen is. How could he send you this kind? As I see it, you are taking advantage of Deacon Chen's absence and stealing from him. I don't have. Take them down. Whip them well. And if they refuse to confess, sell them to a greenhouse. Yes. Just then, Chen Anmo walked in. The person inside who was about to escort Bowler froze for a moment and subconsciously said, Deacon Chen, you're back. Chen Anmo glanced at Bowles, who was kneeling on the ground and very weak, and was very angry in his heart. This steward Zhang, he beats people without distinguishing between them. This is not a lesson. It is clearly looking at the silver in the bowl's hand. Deacon Chen, you're back. Steward Zhang took 3 steps and rushed to Chen Anmo's front, nodding his head and saying, Where has Deacon Chen been? I haven't seen anyone all day. Went out to run some errands. The silver in the bowl's hand. I did give it to her. Are you trying to rob her? Steward Zhang's heart pumped and he was taken aback. He hurriedly bowed his head and said, I really don't know. I thought in my heart that you wouldn't give it to Deacon Chen. So I taught her a small lesson. A misunderstanding. So that's why it's a misunderstanding. Bowles, still don't get up. This silver is returned to you. Bowler is trying to stand. But when her body moved, her whole body hurt. And it hurt so much that she slumped to the ground again. Steward Zhang was anxious. You pretend again for me. As the words fell, he raised his long whip high and was about to fling it at Bowler's body. Pow! Chen Anmo grabbed the long whip. This. Steward Zhang's old face froze for a moment and squeezed out a smile. Chen Anmo snatched the long whip and immediately threw it down towards Steward Zhang. Snap! Ah! 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 Steward Zhang was already in his 60s. Several consecutive lashes were thrown at him, causing him to roll around in pain. It didn't take long for the skin to open up. The people around us were stunned. What was the situation? Deacon Chen suddenly got so angry. Someone tried to come forward to dissuade them, but they were pulled down by a bystander. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chen Anmo was very angry at this time. He was indeed angry. He had just come back from the dead and almost died under Luo Ying. Just because he has no power, he but a little bit of power, Luo Ying will not target him. So seeing Steward Zhang bullying Bowles who also had no power, it was as if Chen Anmo had seen himself. This guy, he deserves a beating. Chapter 111 All the benefits of rooming in. Soon, Steward Zhang's arms and legs were broken. Like a dead dog, it was spread out on the ground, not moving. Drag him down. throw him out of the mansion, and expel him from the triple sect, Chen Anmo said in an undeniable voice. Mercy, mercy, Steward Zhang said weakly. Unfortunately, who dares to speak for him at this point? And you, take Bull to the best physician for treatment, and put the cost on the bill, Chen Anmo commanded. Yes, only when the people left did Chen Anmo feel a surge of refreshment. This feeling of violently beating up the wicked is pretty cool. Ha! He was just about to push the door into the house when, with a jolt, he sensed someone on the fence. Ms. Wei, you're here. With his perception, he naturally sensed Wei Nishang's aura easily. Brush! Wei Nishang made a leap and jumped in from outside the fence. The eyes that looked at Chen Anmo were still very complicated. To Chen Anmo, she now loved and hated him. The thought of marrying someone else. Wouldn't that be a hatchet job for someone else? In fact, after Chen Anmo left her, she quietly followed him, in order to see if Chen Anmo would say something nonsense. Then it was time to see the scene where Chen Anmo violently beat up Steward Zhang. She also didn't expect that Chen Anmo would violently beat Steward Zhang for a maid. In her conception, a maid was a lackey. Minions, on the other hand, can be beaten and killed at will. Although Steward Zhang was also a subordinate, he had a position after all. So she was curious, why did Chen Anmo do that? Is it purely because, well, he's a good guy? Ms. Wei, Chen Anmo clasped his fists in greeting. Why did you just save that girl? Wei Nishang asked. Look at her poorly, that's all. Chen Anmo sighed. I didn't realize you were so nice. Ms. Wei, you know best if I'm good or not. If I'm not good, I would have fled alone long ago. Don't you think so? Saying that, Chen Anmo opened the door of the house behind him. Come in, it's cold outside. Sit down for a while. Wei Nishang hesitated slightly, but still followed into the house. Chen Anmo picked up the tea on the table and realized that the tea would be cold. Afterwards, he directly used the beast fire and began to boil the tea. Seeing this scene, Wei Nishang was not surprised. After all, she had seen Chen Anmo use beast fire when he was dealing with Poison Top Sky. Soon, the tea boiled, and a fresh fragrance wafted out. Chen Anmo poured Wei Nishang a cup of tea and asked, Miss Wei, just now this is following me? Wei Nishang shook her head and babbled, just passing by. Couldn't help but walk here. Wanted to see what you were doing. Chen Anmo smiled and didn't reveal it. How is Miss Wei's health? It's okay, just a bit of a weak feeling in my body. Miss Wei had injuries before. It does happen. There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Wei Nishang sat up straight and said with a straight face, after being like that with you, my cultivation actually rose a bit. Why is that? At first, she didn't feel it, but on the way back, the feeling was strong. Recall carefully, when Chen Anmo was with her, both of their true essence powers were entangled together. The feeling took her back. That's why I found Chen Anmo this time. The other reason, besides seeing what he does in private, is to ask him what the reason is. Chen Anmo smiled calmly, and he had no intention of hiding it. Straight away, he told the story of his move to the room. This technique, which I obtained in the lair of a gang called the Crocodile Gang, is a dual cultivation by two people, and it does have a complementary effect. The most marvelous thing about it is that it doesn't just have a good effect on the true essence, it also works on the spiritual energy as well. Most importantly, there are no side effects, and it's very healthy. Wei Nishang came to a realization. No wonder. As she said that, a shy blush welled up on her face. It made her face grow more and more delicate. Deep in her heart, a thought suddenly arose. Shall come back? After all, who can say no to taking shortcuts, as far as keeping your body in line? Just kidding. She had it with Chen Anmo anyway, with the same person. May I ask what is the difference between once and 10 times? It's not like it's with someone else. Chen Anmo didn't think much of it, and talked about all the benefits of the room technique. Speaking of which, I'm at the bottleneck of the 4th grade realm. Wei Nishang suddenly murmured, since the room technique worked well, let's double cultivate once again. She said it matter-of-factly, but it took Chen Anmo by surprise. No way. Absolutely no way. How could Wei Nishang make such a request? There must be a trick in it. Wait, it's not supposed to test him, is it? Chen Anmo thought for a second and felt that this was very possible. Must have tested him. If he really agreed, Wei Nishang would definitely be angry and think that he still coveted her. Thinking about this, Chen Anmo shook his head decisively. Ms. Wei, yesterday and your double cultivation, that was a last resort. Now what is this? It's better to forget about it. Wei Nishang froze. I can't believe I was rejected myself. How is this possible? With her looks, it was the first time anyone could turn her down. It made her a little skeptical for a while. Is this guy crazy? To be honest, this kind of rejection doesn't feel good, even upsetting. Wei Nishang was cold. Are you sure you want to forget about it? Chen Anmo nodded. I am a family man. At those words, Wei Nishang's face eased a bit. Turns out it wasn't because of dislike for her. Rather, it's because of a family. Instantly, Chen Anmo was once again elevated to a higher level within her heart. Saving a common maid shows that he has love. Rejecting her because he has a family shows that he values his family. Such a good man, it's unbelievable. She couldn't even dream of having a good man like that. For a moment, Wei Nishang's eyes were filled with admiration. Rather, I was abrupt. Wei Nishang sighed. I apologize. Chen Anmo waved his hand and said indifferently, it's nothing to apologize for. Wei Nishang said, however, this so-called dual cultivation is actually just a cooperation between us, and is not mixed with feelings, so I don't think you need to think too much. Chen Anmo blushed oddly and said, is that what Miss Wei thinks? Of course, but this is, after all, a bit barefoot. Chen Anmo shook his head again. Wei Nishang was a bit anxious and persuaded. What's wrong with you, man? I've already said that we're just in a partnership. It's not like I'm going to rob you. Chen Anmo said, I know what you mean, Ms. Wei, but I can't live with my conscience. Wei Nishang's eyes were a little moist. There really weren't many men this good. She appreciated Chen Anmo more and more. It was decided that Chen Anmo must be trained to be her most loyal henchman. With his character, he would definitely be her most loyal henchman in the future. But think about it, after dual cultivation, won't we both become stronger? Besides, in the future, you're under me, you live your life, and I'll marry my man later, right? Chen Anmo subconsciously nodded his head. At this moment, he could kind of see it. Wei Nishang wasn't testing him. Rather, they really want to double up. For a while, Chen Anmo sighed. I didn't realize it had gotten the woman hooked. He had a tangled look on his face and finally said helplessly, Miss Wei, it's not that I don't want to, but your movements are too large. I've been weak since I was a child, and I can't carry it off after being tossed around by you. Wei Nishang said with a look of contempt, I've heard that young people, dozens of times a night are fine. I see that you are also young and so robust looking. How come you are so weak on top of this thing? Chen Anmo quickly said, rumor, this is definitely a rumor. Miss Wei, you can't listen to other people's nonsense. Wei Nishang waved her hand and said, alright, I promise you, I'll be gentle. Alright. After saying that, Wei Nishang felt weird. Obviously she's a woman. Why did it feel like forcing Chen Anmo to be with her? I can't believe she had to coax it. This. Wei Nishang was a bit skeptical, as if Chen Anmo finally made some kind of determination. He nodded his head vigorously and said, alright then, Ms. Wei, it's just cooperation between us. Yes, just cooperation. By the way, that door room in the art you bring on the body well, give me a look. She was curious about this strange jutsu. Chen Anmo got up. I'll go get it for you. He pretended to be reaching for something in a drawer. In reality, it was communicating the space ring on his hand. Soon, the secret book of room magic appeared in his hand. Wei Nishang took over the room art and greeted. What are you waiting for? Go prepare me some snacks. I'm hungry. Chen Anmo. Well, you really think he's a servant, don't you? A glint of sternness flashed in his eyes. Do you really think he's a weakling? I'm going to torture you and show you what it means to be a great warrior. Wei Nishang, who was sipping her tea, instinctively felt a sudden chill on her back. She frowned slightly. Who was counting on her? Chapter 112 Treating Wei Nishang. Absolutely cannot pity her. Chen Anmo walked outside and ordered towards his subordinates to bring some pastries. Soon, the underlings brought pastries in 3 small dishes. 2 more small jugs of wine were brought. After all, he hadn't eaten himself yet, and was a little hungry. Thinking that there would be a violent storm later, Chen Anmo sought to fill his stomach in a hurry. After all, it's a job that requires strength. How can you not eat? After entering the house, Chen Anmo smoothly closed the door. When she looked up at Wei Nishang, she could only see her jade legs twisting and her large Koslan eyes staring unblinkingly at the contents of the books. She expressed shock. What's on top of this room art is so amazing. She subconsciously licked her fragrant lips with great anticipation in her heart. Subconsciously, he glanced at Chen Anmo who was entering the house. She decided that she would have to try this on later. This feeling of being able to relax and practice at the same time is just great. However, she inwardly admonished herself, must be reserved. Can't let Chen Anmo think she's indiscreet. After all, she was Chen Anmo's superior in the future. She's on top, and Chen Anmo is on the bottom. As a superior, you can't let the people below you look down on you. After taking a deep breath, Wei Nishang's expression returned to a bland one. Ms. Wei, eat something first. Chen Anmo walked over. Not that he thought much of it. Sit down and eat straight away. Ate a chicken leg and later poured himself a glass of wine. After a glass of wine, there was a refreshing and very comfortable feeling. Good wine. Chen Anmo nodded slightly. Wei Nishang frowned. You eat alone? Chen Anmo froze for a moment. You want to drink too? Wei Nishang took it as soon as she could and poured wine for herself as well. After being honest with Chen Anmo, Wei Nishang realized that it was easier to stay with Chen Anmo. She flirtatiously rolled her eyes at Chen Anmo and said, "It just so happens that I'm a little thirsty, so I'll drink some wine and sleep." Chen Anmo frowned. "You're going to sleep here?" Wei Nishang asked back. "You're not happy about it?" "It's not that I'm not happy, it's just that if this is known by Elder Luoying, this," Chen Anmo deliberately looked like he was screaming in pain. "Don't worry about this, my master won't know. Even if he knows, I will explain clearly. We are just working together. Don't think too much." Chen Anmo inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. This is very good. Between conversations, Wei Nishang's cheeks became more and more flushed. "It's like a ripe apple." Suddenly, she put her hand on Chen Anmo's thigh and rubbed it. "Don't be nervous, Chen Anmo. Good lord, the roles are reversed, aren't they? Wei, I'm full too." Wei Nishang looked at Chen Anmo with amorous eyes. Chen Anmo directly got up and picked her up. "When a man should be tough, he should be tough. Otherwise you'll be looked down upon by women, especially in the midst of intercourse. There is absolutely no mercy." Wei Nishang let out a delicate cry. She also didn't expect that Chen Anmo would be this bold. It made her like it even more. As a higher power, she liked the kind of person who was meek when it was okay, but tough on her when it mattered. Wei Nishang subconsciously hugged Chen Anmo's neck with both hands and pouted. "Let's see how you behave." "Yes, Wei." With that, she was helped to the edge of the bed. 1 hour later, Wei Nishang felt that her cultivation level had indeed increased greatly. At this point, the face was even redder. It wasn't that shyness led to it, but just now Chen Anmo suddenly threw a few slaps at her. In the words of Chen Anmo, "It's a love affair. I also ask for Miss Wei's forgiveness." After it was over, Chen Anmo was naturally the first to apologize. Next time, rubbing her cheeks, Wei Nishang had an irritated feeling, and Chen Anmo received the legacy reward. Last wish, wanted to shake Wei Nishang a few times to let her know how powerful she is. Completed. Reward, 5 Qi building pills. This Qi building pill is a good thing. Very precious. Take one, and the next 4 or 5 days of cultivation have an effect. Suddenly, Wei Nishang slumped toward the comforter and warned, "Just sleep on the floor." Chen Anmo immediately widened his eyes with an unbelievable expression and pointed to his nose. "I sleep on the floor? Yeah, it's hard to believe you want to share my bed." Wei Nishang was instantly going to be infuriated. How could someone as honorable as her share a bed with a henchman? Wouldn't that really make a couple? Chen Anmo was helpless. It seemed that Wei Nishang was really only treating him as a partner, or even just a henchman. Wei, it's not appropriate for you to sleep on the ground in this cold weather. Why don't you go back first? It's so late. I'm too lazy to walk. I'm too tired. Wei Nishang yawned. Okay, enough talk. I'm resting." Wei Nishang closed her eyes and went straight to sleep. Chen Anmo had no choice but to go and find a quilt to lie on the floor. But it's the middle of the night and the temperature is getting colder. Damn, I won't put up with it. I'll just sleep on the bed. See if she still eats me? Chen Anmo's heart crossed, directly spread the quilt on the bed and slept next to Wei Nishang. Luckily, Wei Nishang was sleeping soundly and didn't say anything. Early the next morning, Chen Anmo woke up leisurely. Suddenly, he felt warm in his arms, as if he were holding a large mass of something. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Wei Nishang actually burrowed under his covers. Because it was warmer to squeeze, Wei Nishang's little head kept burrowing into his arms. Every now and then there's a grinding noise. Chen Anmo was speechless. This little fairy actually grinds her teeth. But I have to say, there are really no words for hugging a little fairy like Wei Nishang. It's so sensational. No wonder senior brother Wu Lei likes Wei Nishang so much. His vision is truly beyond words. Chen Anmo couldn't help but sigh. If Senior Marshal Thunder knew that his goddess was in his arms at this moment, he wouldn't know what to think. Probably jumping up and down in a hurry, right? It was dawn outside by now. Wei Nishang opened her eyes in a daze as well, feeling that she was being held by Chen Anmo. She was just surprised for a moment. "Why are you in bed?" Chen Anmo said. "It was too cold at night, so I went to bed, but then you came under my covers." "All right, you're forgiven." Wei Nishang was surprised, but being held by Chen Anmo like this made her very comfortable. Since it was comfortable, she chose to forgive. With that, she arched her head again and said, "There's a little itch on my back. Scratch it for me." "As you wish." Chen Anmo secretly laughed in his heart. She was really demanding. After grabbing it, he retracted his hand and rested it on Wei Nishang's thigh. Wei Nishang pouted and softly said, "There are also some itches on her legs." Oh, Chen Anmo instantly understood, and grasped and grabbed. His hands were not honest. After getting up, Wei Nishang left the place at the first opportunity. Before leaving, she asked Chen Anmo to continue looking for the mountain on the map. After Wei Nishang returned to her place, she laid down on her bed. She stared blankly at the ceiling. The experience of the past 2 days was like a dream to her. However, she didn't hate Chen Anmo. In fact, When she let Chen Anmo go to sleep on the floor last night, she had expectations in her mind. Expect Chen Anmo to resist her and then bully his way into her comforter. In that case, she would never resist. Too bad. Chen Anmo didn't do it. Good thing, he snuck in the latter part of the night. Thinking of this, the corners of Wei Nishang's mouth hooked into a bright smile. Just think Chen Anmo is funny. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room. Master. Wei Nishang's heart tightened and she hurriedly covered herself with the quilt. The door was pushed open, only to see Luo Ying walk in from outside. Seeing Wei Nishang on the bed, her heart sighed. Ahem. Master, you're here. I just woke up. Luo Ying's face was complicated as he said, now it's good. You've hardened your wings and actually know how to lie about your master. Wei Nishang froze. Master, you know, not coming back all night. Do you think Master is really senile? I'm sorry, Master. It's to that bastard Chen Anmo's place, isn't it? Wei Nishang didn't say anything, which was tantamount to acquiescence. Hey, if I had known, I should have slaughtered that kid. Master, it's not like Chen Anmo did anything wrong. Wei Nishang lowered her head and hurriedly defended Chen Anmo. He seduced you, and that made it wrong. Master, not really, I went over there on my own. You. Seeing his disciple defending Chen Anmo in such a way, Luo Ying almost didn't die of anger. I really can't figure out what you're thinking. An ordinary disciple of the triple sect. What's there to look for in him? That kind of room service. Don't you find it boring? Luo Ying shook her head. She didn't understand what was so great about that kind of thing. Master. Wei Nishang sighed. She was worried that Master would really find trouble with Chen Anmo. After thinking about it, she decided to explain about the law of dual cultivation. Look, Master, one night's cultivation can top my previous 10 days of diving. Ha! Feeling the aura of true essence emanating from Wei Nishang's body, Luo Ying raised an eyebrow. This method of dual cultivation can actually be like this. So yeah, Master, I just thought, I'm like that with him anyway, so I'll just find him and practice. Luo Ying nodded. Understandable, Master, then I'll. Later, Wei Nishang looked at her in embarrassment. The implication was naturally heard by Luo Ying. It was nothing more than wanting to inquire if it was still possible to go to Chen Anmo. Hey, that's just it. It's okay, but make sure you watch the repercussions. Luo Ying said. Aha. By the way, since it's just a collaboration between you two, do you think it'll work for Master? For Master has been stuck at the second rank for a long time as well. Luo Ying said in frustration. Ha, Master, you also want to. Wei Nishang was speechless. Chapter 113 Senior Sister's Desire. On this day, Chen Anmo fast-tracked his way back to Chongming County. After entering the triple sect, he went straight to Elder Li Mao's side. In the courtyard, a male disciple was cleaning up. Hello, my name is Chen Anmo. I'm here to see Elder Li Mao. Chen Anmo stepped forward and cupped his fists towards the male disciple. Oh, you, Elder Li ordered in advance that if you came over to look for him, you could just go in. This male disciple was Elder Li Mao's disciple, and was responsible for cleaning the place when he had nothing to do. Chen Anmo nodded, then walked quickly towards the courtyard. In the courtyard, Elder Li Mao was holding a book and gesturing according to the contents on top of the book. Elder Li. Well, Chen Anmo, you're back. It seems that things over there have been resolved by you. Li Mao asked lightly. Yes. Afterwards, Chen Anmo talked about the matter. Upon learning that, Poison Top Sky had also been resolved by Chen Anmo, Li Mao's hand trembled slightly. Brother Zhu, your family's revenge has been avenged. Chen Anmo, you did well. At that time, it was also thanks to Elder Luo Ying and Miss Wei Nishang. Otherwise, relying on myself, I wouldn't have been able to deal with Poison Top Sky. Regardless, it was only after you tracked down the Poison Topper that it was resolved. Li Mao was very pleased, and appreciation showed in his eyes. But that Zhao Liang, at the loss of me still trusting him so much, actually ate his way out of it and embezzled so much big medicine. Chen Anmo nodded. I didn't expect it either, but it's good that I've already taken care of him. Chen Anmo, you don't need to go back there next. I'll arrange for others to be stationed there. I suspect that with the deaths of Poison Top Sky and Zhao Liang this time, sooner or later, the Taiping sect demons will find out about you, which will be very unfavorable for you. Disciple knows. Chen Anmo nodded, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. He also doesn't like to go that far away to do things. Chen Anmo was about to leave when Li Mao called out to him and said quietly, already 4th grade? Chen Anmo's heart stirred. I can't believe I was seen. Worthy of being a law enforcement elder with a keen eye. Chen Anmo didn't hide it and explained. Pulsehead Yang told me to keep a low profile, or else I would easily be targeted with such a rate of progress. Pulsehead Yang is right. Don't worry, I will also keep your secret. With that, Li Mao walked towards the house. Follow me. A few moments later, Li Mao took out a large yellow medicine in one of the cabinets in the house. He looked at the great medicine and said, to ascend from the 4th to the 3rd grade, one needs the Immortal Ascension Pill. Until why is the Immortal Ascension Pill rare? This is because the Immortal Ascension Pill has 3 main medicines, purple copperwood, vermilion red, and smoky wahoo, respectively. These 3 main medicines, you still need more than 50 years of portions to be able to. Back then, when I was at the 4th rank, I had collected these main medicines and ended up with this extra violet copper forest. Originally, I was saving it for the descendants of the Zhu family, but they have been exterminated, leaving only one child, who is still too young to use it for a short period of time. After thinking about it, he handed the purple copper forest to Chen Anmo. This purple copper woodside is granted to you. Many thanks to elderly. Chen Anmo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't give elderly Mao a favor for nothing this time. After leaving this place, Chen Anmo didn't go home immediately. Instead, they made another trip to the garrison. For one thing, I'm going to pack up my stuff and bring it back. Secondly, Shen Xian had been working on her household chores, resulting in not enough time for cultivation. So he was going to take the girl called Bull to Chongming County. The girl has no bad intentions. She's quick with her hands, and he quite likes her. Finally, he had to go and speak to Wei Nishang. What? You're leaving? The inbox. Learning that Chen Anmo was leaving, Wei Nishang's willow brows slightly clustered. If Chen Anmo left this place, it meant that no one was here to help her find that mountain range. Chen Anmo said, I've already instructed my men. They'll still be looking for that place on the map, so don't worry about that. Wei Nishang sighed. Alright then, MS. Wei. Speaking of which, what was that place you were looking for? A relic. She turned and laughed. What's the matter? You interested? For treasures, I think anyone in their right mind would be interested. Then how about when I find it? I'll go treasure hunting with you? Could be. Chen Anmo naturally agreed. After a few more moments of small talk, Chen Anmo excused himself. After returning to the triple sect, Chen Anmo went straight to where Lu Fan lived. For the last while, Shen Xian had been staying at Lu Fan's place. After picking Shen Xian up, she also knew that Chen Anmo had brought a mate named Bull's home. When she got home, she found that Buller had knowingly already prepared a meal. Sister Shen, Bull came over very nicely. Originally, this little girl was apprehensive, not knowing if Brother Chen's wife had a good temper. The good thing was, after contact, she realized that Shen Xian was nice. When she ate, she also gave her some meat, but she said nothing about sitting and eating with Chen Anmo. She took her bowl of rice and sat down in the kitchen. Chen Anmo didn't force himself. The distinction between master and servant is still there. It also shows that the bulls know what they're doing. As for where the bulls live, it's not so convenient here, because Chen Anmo realized that the soundproofing here wasn't very good. So after discussing it with my teacher's mother, who lives next door, I let the bulls live right next door. Anyway, senior sister Lu Feng has always lived in the clan. Sifu lived alone, and the bulls stayed with her for company. Into the night, Bowler packed up her things and went next door to rest. Chen Anmo hugged the freshly showered Shen Xian from behind. Shen Xian twisted her head and smoothly kissed Chen Anmo. I won't go later, Chen Anmo said. Well, it's good not to go. Shen Xian pouted. After you left, even though I live with Lu Feng, I still feel empty. You're thinking about it, aren't you? Shen Anmo said with a bad smile. Darn it, where am I messing with my mind? Shen Xian turned her head and said, by the way, my cultivation has also progressed quite fast recently, and I have already comprehended Ming Jin. Great, I'll have to check it out then. Saying that, he directly picked Shen Xian up and walked towards the bed. Half an hour later, Shen Xian had fallen into a deep sleep. Shen Anmo glanced at the current cultivation time, which was a full 58 years. Next, I can go and practice the two-finger Zen. By cultivating the two-finger Zen to great success, the three martial arts could be fused, completely become the six-chakra divine sword. It was said that the number of people who could cultivate the six veins divine sword was no more than 5 fingers within the triple sect, and the strongest, naturally, was Zhong Zai Ching Yuan. Early the next morning, Chen Anmo had just gotten up when Shen Xian walked in with a letter. "M.O., that's great. Inklinger sent a letter. She's fine." Shen Xian cheerfully ran to the bedside and read the letter to Chen Anmo. It turned out that after learning that the Violet Light sect had been ambushed by the Taiping sect earlier, Chen Anmo was also rather worried about M.O. Linger. So he and Shen Xian decided to send a letter to M.O. Linger. No, M.O. Linger wrote back. On the letter, she stated that she had recently been traveling outside with her master to collect beast fire. About what happened in the Violet Light sect, she also knew about it and reassured them. It's okay. Chen Anmo smiled and patted Shen Xian's shoulder. After a good breakfast, the two headed for the triple door. After Shen Xian went to look for Lu Feng, Chen Anmo directly came to the book depository. I didn't realize that senior sister Song Shi was also here and was organizing the book depository. Senior sister, why are you here? Song she said helplessly. You weren't here a while ago, so you probably don't understand. Recently some of the elders have been drawn out, and the book collection pavilion has been given to me to manage. Oh, this is all going out to deal with the Taiping sect demons? Song she nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. What were you looking for when you came over? Chen Anmo said. I'm looking for the two-finger Zen martial art. You're going to practice the two-finger Zen? A hint of doubt surfaced in Song Shi's beautiful eyes. Chen Anmo nodded and continued. I want to try practicing one yang finger, two-finger Zen, and three heavens at the same time, so that I can integrate them at the same time. Song Shi directly shook her head and explained. This is too difficult. It won't work for you to take this path. I advise you to think about it. You have good talent. Don't waste your time on this. Senior sister, I still want to try. Seeing that Chen Anmo was so persistent, Song Shi could only say, alright then, wait for a while, I'll go get it for you. She turned around and went to the third floor to get the martial arts jade slip. When she came downstairs, she handed over a green-colored jade slip. The two-finger Zen martial skill. It costs 3,000 silver, which is considered the internal price for inner disciples. Okay sister, today he is rich and powerful. This silver is nothing. Senior brother Chen, it seems like you're quite rich. Song Shi's eyes went straight as she looked at the pile of silver bills that Chen Anmo took out. I've been earning a bit lately. Song Shi blinked and said enviously, it's still good for you men to go out and earn silver often. Unlike us, even if we have the strength, there are too few missions suitable for us. Elder sister is short of silver? Chen Anmo could sort of see it. It's not that I want to collect the ingredients for the immortal ascension pill. There's still a lot missing. Song Shi didn't say more on this topic and asked, by the way, the clan recently seized quite a lot of equipment in one of the strongholds of the Taiping sect. I can sell it to you at a discounted price. Chen Anmo's heart stirred, considering that the red flame sword was damaged before. The only thing left on hand was the 9-ringed greatsword that was rewarded to him. However, the 9-ringed greatsword was only of the Xian rank after all, and its power was too weak. Is there any heavenly ranked equipment? Chen Anmo said expectantly. Song Shi said awkwardly, there were, but they were all taken away by the elders ahead of time, so only the earth rank ones are left. Alright then, go check it out. Okay, you come with me to the warehouse. Song Shi turned her head and twisted her waist to lead the way. Chen Anmo's face was odd. Senior sister Song seemed to look at him differently after seeing so many silver tickets in his hand. Even walking, actually not walking properly. What's this for? Thinking about it, it dawned on him. True to form, it's true. With rice in hand, hens run after you in droves. Although Song Shi is not low status, there is still strength, but it's not exempt. Senior brother Chen, how is your relationship with your wife Shen Xin? As she walked, Song Shi's beautiful eyes looked towards Chen Anmo and asked, why is senior sister Song asking this? Chen Anmo glanced at her. Secretly, it was hard to believe that senior sister Song also had eyes for him. No, I wonder if you'd be interested in marrying again. Song Shi ruffled her hair and asked with flair. Chapter 114. Is this the initiative of senior sister? This. Chen Anmo's eyes widened. Is this Song Shi's initiative? Senior sister, I'm your senior brother. We haven't known each other for long, have we? When Chen Anmo said this, he was actually politely refusing. Admittedly, Song Shi is beautiful and powerful, but he's not a teddy. In his mind, there were only two people, Shen Xin and Mo Linger. Even Wei Nishang didn't have that qualification. Song Shi froze for a moment, not reacting. Soon, Song Shi understood. Chen Anmo was mistaken and thought she was going to chase him. Senior brother Chen, I'm not talking about me. I'm saying that I have a younger sister who is even better looking than me, and can be introduced to you. She can be the youngest, so you can sit back and enjoy the happiness of all. From now on, we'll be in-laws. Chen Anmo laughed and shook his head. Elder sister, don't joke with me, I'm that minded to remarry. Seeing this, Song Shi sighed quietly and didn't advise much. She had originally thought that her sister would marry Chen Anmo. She was able to get Chen Anmo's support later and borrow a sum of money to buy herbs. Now the plan's gone too. Before long, the two men came into a room. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Anmo saw a wide array of equipment. Internal armor, lances, helmets, lockets, and various swords. However, the equipment that was just stacked randomly was of average quality. Naturally, he couldn't see this. Song Shi led Chen Anmo to the inner room. The equipment here is much better. The lowest, all of them were of the Xian rank. Hanging on the wall, on the other hand, are the earth steps. Chen Anmo pondered. He and Shen Xin both had gold silk soft armor on them now. This was an earth-ranked defense treasure, so the inner armor class is not needed. Still need wrist guards, anklets, etc. Though, Chen Anmo and Song Shi said what they wanted. Song Shi told him to wait a moment. She took a box and went to look inside for a while. then came out and said, "Senior Brother Chen, take a look. There are dozens of wrist guards and anklets in a variety of styles." Song Shi explained, "These protective gears are all of Earth rank quality. Even if an Earth rank weapon slashes at this, it won't cause damage." Chen Anmo chose one set each of women's and men's styles. He then looked to some large swords hanging on the wall. Soon enough, a silver glittering chopper dagger caught Chen Anmo's attention. This knife was very good at first glance, well made and with a faint sizzling heat emanating from it. Song Shi slowly said, "This blade is called the Heavenly Flame Blade. It is the weapon of an elder of the Taiping sect. This blade is crafted from heavenly mountain flint and is suitable for fire techniques. When the Heavenly Flame Blade is activated, the firepower can be easily poured into the blade to form a blade fire, and the entire blade will burn, so an ordinary martial artist can't get close." Chen Anmo suddenly realized that this Heavenly Flame Blade and Red Flame Blade were similar. However, that being said, the Heavenly Flame Blade was of a higher rank. It is the upper grade of the Earth Order. Chen Anmo nodded his head and said, "Just this knife, how much silver? Together with these wrist guards you just chose, that's a total of 180,000 taels." Song Shi smiled faintly. "Senior Brother Chen, this is an internal price." "Could be." Chen Anmo nodded. He had seized more than 100,000 silver when he had solved the Black Blood Gang before. Together with his previous savings, he had about 200,000 silver in his hand. He pretended to touch the silver tickets on the inside of his clothes, and in reality, communicated the space inside the ring. Quickly, a tread of silver tickets was taken out. After counting 180,000, he handed it over. Song Shi collected the silver ticket, and Chen Anmo also took down the Heavenly Flame Sword. The weight of this sword was surprisingly heavier than the 9-ringed Great Sword. In terms of hardness, it was naturally more powerful than the Red Flame Sword. After juggling it for a bit, Chen Anmo instantly fell in love with the knife. Leaving this place, Chen Anmo came to Lu Fang's residence. In the courtyard, Lu Fang and Shen Xian were whispering, "Sister Shen Xian, you practiced sword today, why is your walking posture so weird?" Willow Fang asked crisply. "It's really strange. Shen Xian walks with a limp? It seems to be injured." Shen Xian embarrassedly pulled Lu Fang to the side, put her ear over and whispered. At once, Lu Fang froze. "I didn't expect that Senior Brother Chen's room service would be so fierce. That's too good to be true." Seemingly thinking of something, Lu Fang's pretty face reddened and looked at Shen Xian with some sympathy. "Sister Shen, it's quite impressive that you can hold up then. This kind of thing, it's like what's written in the playbook. Once it hurts, twice it's numb. 3 times it's 4 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 times. Shen Xian said here. Her pretty face with ripe persimmons, said, "You are not married yet. This kind of thing is definitely not understood. When you understand it, you will know." Lu Fang nodded and smiled. "I really envy you and Senior Brother Chen, being so in love." Ahem. Chen Anmo walked in at this time, his face oddly looking at the two people. He was a little speechless. How can Shen Xian tell the private things of the two of them to the outside as well? "Ha, you bought a new knife?" Shen Xian saw the knife on Chen Anmo's waist and walked over, taking the knife and looking at it. A blade of the top grade of the Earth Order. Chen Anmo laughed. "This one costs over 100,000 silver dollars. You're really rich." Lu Fang stroked the blade as well, noticing that the top of the blade was hot. This hotness, instead of making her feel any discomfort, was very comfortable. "Senior sister, with so many gold leaves in your hand, you can afford to buy them if you want to." Lu Fang shook her head. "That would be too wasteful. I still have to cultivate, and I won't have any money behind me if I just buy equipment." After a pause, Lu Fang said, "By the way, you happen to come over. Have you ever thought about going out to deal with the Taiping sect? The clan's request? Yes, there are rewards for meritorious service, and these days I have too many expenses to last long with all the inheritance my father left me." Willow Fang said fretfully. After coming here, she realized she didn't have much money. Look back. "By the way, where are the most dead people?" "The most dead people?" Willow Fang froze, the question thundering down on her. Still, she recalled a bit and said, "Recently, the battle over in Fenglu province has been fierce. A total of 3 strongholds of the Cult of Peace have been uprooted, and it's said that 600 to 700 of the Cult of Peace's followers alone have died." "Oh, yeah." Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. "The Fenglu house is not too far from this side. There's a big clan over there called the Yaoguang sect. The Yaoguang sect was also a big sect that ranked in the top 10, and the Fengdolfu Earth Order, which was considered the Yaoguang sect's sphere of influence." Chen Anmo planned to turn around and head to Fenglu house to touch the corpse. It can't be helped. There are so few bodies in this part of Chongming County. It's not going to allow him to progress. After chatting for a couple sentences, Chen Anmo asked, "Senior sister, where is your cultivation room? I don't live in a big place. How can I have any cultivation room? I usually cultivate in the bedroom where I sleep." If you want to practice, just go straight in. To Chen Anmo, Lu Fan was still very relieved. Even if it was her own boudoir, she was willing to lend it to Chen Anmo. Good. Chen Anmo didn't make any pretense either. Upon entering the house, a refreshing scent drilled into his nostrils. Chen Anmo pulled the corner of his mouth. Why do girls' boudoirs smell so good? Shaking his head, Chen Anmo plopped down, taking out the jade slip of the two-finger Zen technique. His mind moved and absorbed all the breath inside the jade slip. Phew, I have 58 years of cultivation time. I should be able to upgrade my two-finger Zen to at least the perfection realm. Deducting 3 years from your time, you practiced two-finger Zen diligently, and since you cultivated both the one young finger and the three heavens to the master level, you were able to practice two-finger Zen with ease. Two-finger Zen is successfully introduced. Deduction of 10 years. It took a total of 53 full years for two-finger Zen to successfully enter the master level. That's masterful. Chen Anmo froze. For a moment, he was also a little saddened. Originally, he had thought that he would be satisfied if the two-finger Zen could enter into perfection. I didn't realize that it was straight to mastery. At the same time, the one yang finger and the three heavens, the two-finger Zen, all began to fuse. Deducting 2 years, you discover that these three martial arts can be fused. All of your sword techniques can be incorporated into them to form the Six Veins Divine Sword. Deducting 2 years, you practiced the Six Veins Excalibur diligently. When the Divine Sword comes out, it will split Manhwa with force. You have discovered that this six-chakra Divine Sword is not an ordinary martial art, but a jutsu practiced by chi refiners. Technique, 6 chakras Divine Sword. Master, the power of the Divine Sword. Forcefully splitting Manhwa. Chen Anmo laughed. This is actually a technique only cultivated by chi refiners. Good, wow. That's the secret behind the triple door. Once the three martial arts were fused, they were arts. Then, he looked at his current attributes. It was discovered that all of the previous blade techniques had been fused into the Six Veins Divine Sword. This spell is said to be Excalibur, but in fact, swords are all the same. Both sword and knife skills can be fused together. At the same time, he realized that his realm had reached the peak of the 4th grade. Host, Chen Anmo. Realm, peak of the 4th grade. Technique, Tiger's Might Overlord Technique. Master level, the strength of 9 oxen and 10 tigers. Dark Force Continuous. Technique, Dragon Claw Hands. Minor achievement. Technique, Qiankuan Step. Grandmaster, Step on Snow Without a Trace. Walk in the Wind and Clouds. Technique, Breath Seeking Technique. Perfection, Trace and Hide. Technique, Crane Fist. Perfection, White Crane Immortal Breath. Technique, 6 Chakras Divine Sword. Grandmaster, the Might of the Divine Sword. The power to split Manhwa. Martial art, Stealth. Da Chang. Technique, Nurturing Chi Technique. Da Shang. If my cultivation speed like this were to spread out, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. I must keep a low profile in the near future. Chen Anmo sighed. He guessed that even the Six Veins Divine Sword cultivated by the Patriarch was not as powerful as his. For the next few days, Chen Anmo didn't even go to the sect. Stayed at home all this time, consolidating his cultivation. On this day, he was at home with Shan Xin. After a good breakfast, Bull returned from grocery shopping, bringing a letter along with him. It was still brought by Mo Linger. She stated that recently, the Yaoguang sect on the side of Fengelfu was suspected of colluding with the Taiping sect. Let him be careful not to approach the disciples within the Yaoguang sect if he knew them. After reading the letter, Chen Anmo frowned. This Taiping sect is so powerful and energetic that it has colluded with so many forces. The reason for this situation, he guessed, was that it was still the Dale dynasty that wasn't working. When dynasties have problems, the bottom rises up. He wrote a letter to Mo Linger as well, stating that he would be traveling to Feng Lefu in the near future. After having Bull send the letter out, Chen Anmo planned to head to Fengla Mansion with Shin Xin. Now that Shin Xin's strength had a preliminary power of self-preservation, it was entirely possible to bring her along, to experience. But before he left, he thought of Wei Nishan. I heard that quite a few disciples of the Yaoguang sect are here, and Wei Nishan came back and entertained them specially. I have to remind Wei Nishan to be careful of the Yaoguang sect disciples. Chen Anmo walked directly towards the city lord's mansion. He came to the backyard of the city lord's mansion. Hey, this is the city lord's mansion. Idlers, get out of here. A patrolling guard saw Chen Anmo and said without a trace of anger, "Little brother, I'm a mess. Wei's best friend." Chen Anmo didn't move and stuffed over 2 taels of silver. Please also inform. Just tell Miss Wei that Xiao Mo is here to look. The patrolling guards collected the silver and their faces eased up a lot. Okay, I'll go in and ask. You wait here. Chen Anmo was waiting at the door. About 10 minutes later, the guards approached and became unusually respectful. Sir, Miss said she has an invitation. This silver is for you. I was unintelligent just now. Please forgive me. Chen Anmo was happy. collecting the silver he had just given and walking in towards a separate courtyard. In the middle of the other courtyard, Wei Nishang was drinking tea in the courtyard. After just learning that Chen Anmo had come over, she was exceptionally happy. In fact, in the past few days, after she came back, she thought about going to find Chen Anmo, but she was, after all, a yellow woman. Would it seem too unreserved to go to Chen Anmo just like that? So she was in the aftermath of another tangle. I didn't expect Chen Anmo to find it on his own. So Chen Anmo kind of misses me? Wei Nishang couldn't help but think, but it's rare for him to find me, so I'll have to practice later. She couldn't help but lick her flaming red lips at the thought of that exciting feeling. Chapter 115. This is wanting him to serve again. Ms. Wei. In the courtyard, Chen Anmo respectfully clasped his fists. The moment he saw Wei Nishang, his eyes lit up slightly. It had to be said that Wei Nishang's clothing was still very good. A long white sheath dress, 2 jade legs were folded, sitting on top of a stone bench, sipping tea. This graceful and dignified stance made it impossible to give birth to any feeling of blasphemy. You've come at the right time. Today I'm also going to meet the disciples of the Yaoguang sect. I'll bring you to get to know them, so that you can get to know them better. The corners of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched, and it even let him grow. Miss Wei, I came over to say something about the Yaoguang sect. According to the information I received, within the Yaoguang sect, there may be collusion with the Taiping sect demons. Please also pay more attention. Miss Wei, don't be taken advantage of by evil people. At these words, Wei Nishang's eyes narrowed. Where did you get this information? Can it be accurate? Accurate. Wei Nishang sucked in a breath of cool air. She didn't doubt what Chen Anmo said, because in her mind, Chen Anmo was a person of good character. It won't hurt her. She stood up and walked around, recalling carefully. There was indeed something fishy in the fact that the Yaoguang sect had suddenly found her and said that they were going out together to search for treasure. Chen Anmo, this news you gave me is very important. A few days ago, a disciple named Gong Lin within the Yaoguang sect said that he had discovered a cave and asked me to go out treasure hunting with him. And I was wondering how that Gong Lin was suddenly so kind. I had thought that the other person might be trying to curry favor with me, so they asked me out. Now it seems that the matter reveals itself to be bizarre. Chen Anmo was surprised that it was such a coincidence. If it wasn't for him, Wei Nishang had really been asked out, and I'm afraid it would have been fatal. After all, he was the one who had double cultivated with him, and Wei Nishang was good to him. Thinking of saving Wei Nishang's life, Chen Anmo was also slightly relieved. But Ms. Wei, that's just a guess on my part. Well, in that case, I can take the trick and just go out there, and if he dares to deal with me, then let him have it. Wei Nishang's ploy was simple. Arrange for an ambush in advance. If that Gong Lin was against her, then it would be a mantis catching a cicada and a yellow bird. It's good that Miss Wei is prepared. I'm going to head to Feng Lefu in the next few days. Miss Wei should be careful with everything. Chen Anmo said. What are you doing there? Wei Nishang froze and warned. As far as I know, the Fengla province is the main camp of the Taiping sect, and the Yaoguang sect is also located in the Fengla province, so I'm afraid that it would be dangerous for you to go over there. I'm going on an errand, a mission for the clan. Humph. What a bull ***** clan. In my opinion, you don't need to stay in the clan. You can come to me, and I'll guarantee your cultivation resources. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched. This was trying to dominate him and make him the head of the face. Ms. Wei, this is better, so I'll take my leave first. Wait, follow me into the house. Wei Nishang sighed. Since Chen Anmo was unwilling to turn his head to her door, she naturally could not force herself. Chen Anmo's face turned odd. Going in with her again? Shouldn't be messing around with him. It's just a dog bite. Chen Anmo followed Wei Nishang into the house. Soon, he realized that he had thought wrong. Only Wei Nishang took out a wooden box from one of the cabinets above the bed. After opening it, inside was a talisman. 2 words are written on it. Sound transmission. Audio transmission. It's a voice transmission. Wei Nishang said. You read it backwards. Oh, sound transmission. This is a sound transmission. Chen Anmo was surprised. Wei Nishang grinned at the corner of her mouth, revealing a playful smile and said, It seems you're not too earthy. Know about talismans? I know. It's said to be left behind by some chi refiner's cave. Yes, but based on those talismans, we imitated them ourselves, and we were still able to imitate some ordinary talismans, such as the transmission note type. After you head to the Feng Le mansion, you can use this sound transmission talisman to contact me now. This sound transmission talisman can probably transmit sound about 100 times, so be sure to use it sparingly as a last resort. Handing the transmission note to Chen Anmo, Wei Nishang smoothed out the folds of the clothes on his body and admonished again. Be careful, and contact in time if there is any danger. Over there, I also know some people who can go over and help you. At this moment, even if Chen Anmo was hard-hearted, a touch welled up in his heart. Putting away the transmission note, Chen Anmo said. Miss Wei, then you should be careful as well. What's the matter? You still care about me? That's for sure. Hey, in the last few days, my back has suddenly become a bit sore. Wei Nishang sat down on the stool and showed herself her back. Chen Anmo said in his heart. This is another attempt to make him serve awe. Sure enough, such favors are not so easy to come by. Gotta pay $1 billion for some nutrition. Miss Wei, in the last few days, I've learned a new stance of the room art. Chen Anmo arched his hand and said. Wei Nishang secretly said that this kid knew his stuff. That's what she liked about it, without her having to explicitly say so. That's fine. After all, she was still thinking about maintaining her high-flying persona. In the future, Chen Anmo would still be her subordinate, and based on that, it was necessary to maintain a high and cool demeanor. Well, I haven't been practicing very fast lately. Wei Nishang licked her fragrant lips. Now let me see what your new move is. That move has a catchy name, Chen Anmo said mysteriously. Wei Nishang was immediately interested. What's it called? Alpine water. Try it at home if you don't know it. How did you get it? This way. Wei Nishang didn't expect that this high mountain and flowing water would be so exciting. For a while, there was a sense of unfulfillment. It's a shame that Chen Anmo is leaving. Hey, I don't know when the next time I'll be able to be alpine again. Miss Wei, what realm are you in now? He knew that Wei Nishang was a 4th grade, but he didn't know the exact realm. Obviously, Wei Nishang should have practiced some sort of a technique to conceal her breath. Early 4th grade, but it's soon going to be mid-4th grade. Wei Nishang's voice was haughty as she wore her belly band while continuing. You don't have to envy me. You cultivate well and you will be able to in the future as well. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched. Wei Nishang thought he wasn't strong. Unbeknownst to him, he was already at the peak of the 4th grade. After chatting for a few moments, Chen Anmo excused himself. This time, when he traveled to Fengelfu with Shin Xin, Chen Anmo only talked to Lu Fong and Yan Lai Yingpul's head. The purpose of this trip to Fontana was twofold. First, secretly investigate the Taiping sect and Yaoguang sect over in Fengla province. Second, touching the body. For Chen Anmo, he was mainly there to touch the corpse. It is said that the most recent unidentified body on the side of Fengdeku province is too late to be buried. Many were simply dumped in mass graves and in the wild. One day later, Chen Anmo drove the carriage and passed by a post station. There were quite a few major forces that had recently traveled to the Fenglu province. Therefore, this not-so-big stagecoach station had gathered quite a number of martial arts masters from the 3 religions at this time. It's a mixed bag, but there are a lot of tidbits of information in it. Shen Xin also proposed, Xiao Mo, why don't we take a rest at this post, and listen to the recent news about the inside of Fenglu Fu? Chen Anmo nodded. After stopping the carriage and lifting the curtain, Shen Xin lifted her skirt and stepped out of the carriage. According to Chen Anmo's proposal, Shen Xin had a veil over her face and did not show her true face. No way. Shen Xin is just so beautiful. Although Chen Anmo was confident in his strength, he was too lazy to deal with some curmudgeon. Sparingly, as the two entered the inn, Shen Xion's makeup still attracted some attention. However, many people could sense that Chen Anmo didn't seem to be easy to mess with. Sir, miss, stopping off or staying at the hotel? A junior walked up with a smiling face, 3 tails of beef, a pot of clear tea, and a stir-fried green vegetable and a caper egg drop soup. Chen Anmo said casually. Alright, let's sit down you two. I'll serve the food right away. Not long after, a pot of fresh tea was brought up first. Have you heard? The Taiping sect lost a land goddess this time, nicknamed Poison Top Sky. It's rumored to have been taken care of by Wei Nishang. Part of the reason why the demons inside this Taiping sect are powerful is because of the poisonous powder refined by Poison Top Sky. Now that Poison Top Sky is dead, the losses of the Taiping sect's demons must be great. But this Wei Nishang is really powerful, worthy of being the #1 person of the younger generation in Chongming County. Someone exclaimed. What's wrong with that? Yaoguang sect, Violet Light sect, Triple sect, the younger generation of these sects. Each and every one of them is a 4th rank, especially the Yaoguang sect's eldest senior brother, Qi Mingxian, who is said to have been in the mid-4th rank. And not too long ago, there was a rumor that he had killed 2 of the 4th-ranked protectors of the peaceful sect in a row. So powerful? That's for sure. The Taiping sect lists Qi Mingxian as someone who must be killed. This Taiping sect is so bold that it dares to kill anyone? The Taiping sect is so inhuman that several villages have recently gone extinct. Hey, what can be done? Don't panic everyone. It's rumored that people from all the major sects in the imperial court have come over to our side of Fengla Fu, bound to eradicate the Taiping sect demons here. That's good. Listening to the words of the people around him, Chen Anmo frowned slightly. The Yaoguang sect's eldest senior brother, Qi Mingxian, was actually listed as a person who must be killed by the Taiping sect. The problem was that before, Mo Linger said that the Yaoguang sect might be colluding with the Taiping sect. So this could just be a bitter trick to give Qi Ming cover first. Chen Anmo silently analyzed. The Yaoguang sect must only be important to the typing sect if it is colluding with the typing sect at the top. Since this was the case, Qi Mingxian must also be a member of the typing sect. Bang! Suddenly, the door behind them slammed open, only to see a man covered in blood, stumbling and rushing in. I am a disciple of the triple sect. Our team encountered an outlaw attack. The whole army was wiped out. Is there anyone here who recognizes the triple sect? Please go back and report. My triple sect will be grateful. It's a young man. The triple sect disciple costume on his body was dyed red with blood. His face, his body, was also covered in blood. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian looked at each other. Since I'm seeing a fellow disciple, it's only natural to help. I am a disciple of the triple sect, Chen Anmo said. Great. The man excitedly walked towards Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. This person looked miserable, but his breath was incredibly strong, not like he was injured. Get out of here. Chen Anmo lands a leg kick. Bang! The man was caught off guard and was kicked hard out of the door, crashing into a man behind him wearing a bucket hat. Elder, it's been discovered, and the poison is too late to use. The person who was kicked off covered his chest, climbed up with difficulty, and rushed at the man wearing a bucket hat. Chapter 116. Why is there a strange smell? Waste. The man with the bucket hat on his head grunted softly and walked towards the house. Chen Anmo said in a cold voice, are all the people of the Taiping sect so sneaky in their work? No wonder they're street rats. Everyone calls out for them. The sound was very harsh, but the man in the bucket hat didn't get angry. Instead he laughed softly. The kid who killed Poison Top Sky really has some skills. Chen Anmo's heart fluttered. This guy, he even knew that Poison Topper was killed by him. Who is he? So far, the only people who knew that it was him who killed Poison Top Sky were Wei Nishang and Luoying. Did Luoying say that? But when he thought about it, maybe it wasn't even what they said. Rather, it was analyzed by someone, through other sources. That is, the other side might just be scamming him. You're crazy, saying I killed Poison Topper. I really don't know what you're talking about. Chen Anmo shook his head. There's no harm in wanting to do this. I know that your typing sect has its eyes on me. The man in the bucket hat frowned slightly, secretly wondering if he had really analyzed it wrong, but it doesn't matter. In short, this guy Chen Anmo is a must-kill. Humph, now that you know we're on to you, go to hell. As the words fell, the man in the bucket hat flung his long sleeves. A diamond-shaped dagger shot out from his sleeve, sword in hand. This is a hidden weapon of the Japanese. Chen Anmo secretly said that it was true. The Japanese and the Taiping sect demons had indeed colluded long ago, facing a strong attack. Chen Anmo's reaction was extremely fast. The body bent, narrowly avoiding the concealed weapon. The opponent was not surprised, and with fierce eyes, he fiercely probed his claws and grabbed towards Chen Anmo. This hand claw was as dry as iron, bursting out a sharp aura that pushed straight at Chen Anmo's face. Chen Anmo hummed lightly. He could also see that this person was merely a 5th-grade cultivator. Obviously, didn't inquire about his exact strength. A 5th rank in the district was trying to pin him down. Chen Anmo's true essence was violently raised. 4th-grade cultivation. How is that possible? Sensing Chen Anmo's cultivation, the man in the bucket hat was confused. I thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't realize that my opponent was so strong. Oops, wrong intel. Pull out. He drew back. Chen Anmo was in hot pursuit. Bang bang bang. He threw 3 punching winds in a row. The man in the bucket took 2 punches and broke ribs on his body. 4th-grade master. This triple sect disciple is actually of the 4th rank. Hissing, terrifying as hell. Whose disciple is this? And why haven't I heard of it? A group of diners around them panicked and backed away. Shen Xian took advantage of his opponent's fall at this time, and his sword wind was like electricity, blasting towards the gate. The sword wind instantly split the threshold. Ah! The man in the bucket hat screamed miserably and his arm flew out. Damn it! You two couples are so strong. Chen Anmo, I'll take this revenge. The man in the bucket hat was shocked and angry. Ever since Poison Top Tian was killed, at first he, like everyone else, thought it was Wei Nishan who did it. But as his informants within the triple sect secretly investigated, he realized that it wasn't simple. Luoying is said to be seriously injured, and Poison Top Sky's original target was Chen Anmo at first. Then I don't know what happened, but I met Wei Nishang and Luoying. Therefore, it was reasonable to guess that this was Chen Anmo digging a hole for Poison Top Sky, and that's how this came to be. But he still underestimated Chen Anmo. At this moment, as his defeat was revealed, some of the experts were also foolish enough to move. After all, if you kill a Taiping sect demon, you can ask the court for a reward. The reward was especially higher for him, the elder of the peace cult. You made me do it. The man in the hat didn't care, and with his remaining hand, he felt out an object. Boom! This black mass exploded straight away. Hoo hoo hoo. the poisonous fog instantly filled the air. This guy was ready to kill everyone here in order to escape. Chen Anmo's true essence shook as he slapped out a palm. The poisonous fog dispersed in the opposite direction. It was then dispersed by a gust of wind. Shen Xian's sword wind killed towards the fleeing man in the bucket hat. The man in the bucket hat was already seriously injured, so he was quickly caught up by sword wind. The sword cut right through his neck. As for the person who pretended to be a disciple of the triple sect before, he had also been eroded by the poisonous mist, covered his neck, and died with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Chen Anmo walked over to the corpse of the person pretending to be a disciple of the triple sect. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 120 days of cultivation. The man had a bunch of last wishes. Unfortunately, it's all unfinished business. Then he walked over to the man in the bucket hat. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. Chen Anmo may be the culprit who killed Poison Top Sky. I want to kill him. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Last wish 2. Inform Qi Mingxian that Chen Anmo's strength is not inferior to his. Reward, poison resistance plus 5. Last wish 3. Tell Qi Mingxian that the Imperial Court has already suspected his Qi family and wishes to dispose of some of the evidence within the Qi family. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Good. My guess was not wrong. This Qi Mingxian really does have a problem. Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes, his heart excited, because it was evident that this Qi Ming first was a big fish. It wasn't just him who had problems with the Yaoguang sect, even the whole Qi family has problems. At this moment, the people inside the stagecoach came together one by one. I can't imagine that the new disciple of Yan Liang Vanehead is so powerful. Disrespectful. Some people had heard of Chen Anmo's name and smiled as they came forward to greet him. More people, on the other hand, were shocked. A young man who had only entered the triple sect not long ago was actually already at the 4th rank of cultivation. Is it not true that he is the real first person in Chongming County? Wei Nishong had been pressed underneath him. This is great. You can't keep a low profile even if you want to. Shen Xian spat out her tongue and said, Hey, come on. Chen Anmo touched the 2 corpses, touching out more than 50 taels. It was directly thrown by him to the shopkeeper. These are considered restoration costs. Where are my dishes? Pack them for me. Good. The shopkeeper hurriedly walked inside the back kitchen. Soon, Chen Anmo, who had collected the food, drove the carriage and left the place with Shen Xian. Mo, it looks like we were followed when we were in Chongming County. Shen Xian sat on the edge of the carriage, her willow brows locked. Chen Anmo nodded, and is very good at hiding his aura. Or perhaps the people who are spying on me from the typing sector simply just ordinary people. Shen Xian sighed. There are simply too many ordinary people who believe in that god of peace. Why do you think those people believe in cults? Chen Anmo shook his head. Liars are too hateful. Chatting away, the carriage slowly stopped at a river. The view in the distance is just beautiful. Shen Xian's eyes instantly went straight as she watched, and she couldn't help but take off her shoes and socks and walk over to the water's edge. Wow, the water is warm too. What's the matter? Still want to take a shower here? Chen Anmo smiled faintly. Let's forget about the bath. What if someone walks by? Shen Xian decisively refused the offer. Chen Anmo said, Then you can have some fun while I prepare the food. He spread out the food and placed it on the wagon. Taking out 2 more water bottles from the spatial ring, he took a sip and called out, Come and eat. The 2 ate and talked about what they were going to do next. Learning that Chen Anmo was going to inform Mo Linger about Qi Ming's problem first, Shen Xian nodded approvingly. Chen Anmo took out his summoning talisman again. Shen Xian already knew about Chen Anmo and Wei Nishong also crossing paths. He also knew that Wei Nishong had given him the summoning talisman. However, she didn't know anything about the 2 people's dual cultivation yet. Chen Anmo told Wei Nishong about the fact that Qi Mingxian and the Qi family both had problems. Wei Nishong was very shocked. Qi Mingxian's talent was said to be no less than hers, but such a person has colluded with the typing sect. Mo, you're done eating. What's next first? Shen Xian asked as she gathered her own chopsticks and bowl. Next up is, Chen Anmo suddenly hugged Shen Xian. Woohoo! Shen Xian was taken aback. I didn't expect a sudden sneak attack on her. Obediently, she pressed Shen Anmo inside the carriage with one hand and whispered, Don't be outside. You'll be seen. Okay, just in the wagon. This feeling of fighting in the wild is indeed something else. What's with the stinky feeling? Halfway through the march, Shen Xian's nose twitched and felt a foul odor permeate the air. Chen Anmo smelled it too. At once, both men lost interest in continuing. He sat straight up, put on his pants, and stepped out of the wagon. The wind is picking up outside, and the smell is coming from the east. Chen Anmo frowned. This smell, it's the stench of a corpse. He had been going to mass graves and hanging out before, so he was very sensitive to the stench of corpses from such mass corpses. What? Is it a corpse odor? Shen Xian covered her nose with a horrified look. Such a strong smell. Just how many corpses were produced? It looks like we're approaching the mass graves near the Fengla house, Shen Anmo guessed. The two men then drove the wagon toward the place where the necrotic odor had appeared. The further you go, the stronger the flavor becomes. The strong flavor is almost spicy to the eyes and throat. This made Shen Anmo wonder what caused this situation. The two men had no choice but to find a cloth and put it around their mouths and noses. After about an incense stick of time, the two finally arrived at a lake. This is the downstream point, where a number of bodies have washed up because the lake is already low, and then pile it up here. Many of the corpses had formed giant views because of the soaking, the kind that breaks at the first poke. Seeing this, Shen Xian covered her mouth and nose and almost vomited. What's with all the bodies? Shen Anmo was also somewhat helpless. He does like corpses, but the thing is, these bodies are just a mess, and there's no telling how long the body has been there. It's no use touching the body if it's been too long. Let's go. It stinks here and it's not healthy for your body. Shen Xian pulled Shen Anmo's sleeve. I cultivate a technique that can extract energy from corpses. Shen Anmo changed the way he spoke to Shen Xian. Shen Xian suddenly realized, no wonder your cultivation speed is so fast. But are there any after effects? She couldn't help but worry. Because of his nervousness, the fingers gripping Shen Anmo's sleeves were gripping white. Hey, it does have after effects. Shen Anmo sighed helplessly. What's the aftermath? Shen Xian couldn't help but worry. What are the after effects? It's better not to cultivate this kind of gong method. Shen Anmo smiled mysteriously. This aftermath is that aspect is particularly strong. Shen Xian immediately blushed. Recall. It seemed that Shen Anmo was indeed getting stronger in that area. This left her a bit speechless. It seemed like this gong method was quite good. You know, in the beginning, she could still have a fight on her hands, but as time went on, she felt more and more overwhelmed. Each time, he needed to use his hands and feet to barely fight Shen Anmo. Now it seems that it was the effect of the aftermath of this gongfu. Chapter 117. I'll do anything as long as it's good for you. Go on then. I'll keep watch here in the wagon. Seeing Shen Anmo alive and well, Shen Xian also knew that this so-called aftermath did not seem to exist. She was instantly relieved, and so he let Shen Anmo go to the corpse. Shen Xian, if you think it stinks, go far away, Shen Anmo said in relief. That's not good. I have to watch you. Shen Xian did dislike the stench of corpses, but it was fun for her to watch her favorite people struggle. Shen Anmo closed his breath and came to a corpse whose appearance looked slightly better. It was a better-looking woman, mid to late 30s, with disheveled and tattered clothing. Shen Anmo stretched out his leg and touched it slightly. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Wish 1. When the family was fleeing for their lives, they encountered the demons of the cult of peace and the whole family died tragically. So I hope the family will be neat and tidy. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Shen Anmo sighed with an alas. With so many bodies here, this simple last wish is doomed. Then, looking to the other man, only half of this body was left, and on the upper half of the body, there were countless stab wounds. The skin and flesh were rolled up in a gruesome manner. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 160 days of cultivation. Shen Anmo's heart moved. I didn't expect this person is actually an expert. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. My disciple joined the cult of peace. I persuaded him to turn back to the shore, but I didn't expect to be attacked by him, so I hope my disciple won't be obsessed with it. Reward, 2 chi building pills. Shen Anmo shook his head again. Obviously, this last wish is destined to be unfulfilled. Next, Shen Anmo traveled through the pile of corpses. Toward evening, he had gathered 6 years of cultivation. Although almost everyone's last wish is not finished, you can't beat the amount of guaranteed rewards. And so far, he's only touched a third of the bodies. There is absolutely no overnight stay here. The stench is keeping people awake. Shen Anmo could endure it himself, but he didn't want Shen Xian to suffer along with him. So, he took Shen Xian and left the place for the time being. Finding a town not far ahead, he temporarily stayed in a modest inn. After staying, Shen Anmo immediately wrote to Mo Linger. The letter stated that Qi Mingxian, the eldest senior brother within the Yaoguang sect, could be certain that there was a problem. The Qi family, in particular, colluded with the Taiping sect, and there was definitely hard evidence of collusion with the Taiping sect within the family. 3 days later, Mo Linger, who had received Shen Anmo's letter, was energized. She naturally trusted the information given by Shen Anmo. So the first thing you do is go to your mother. Nowadays, there is a lot of fighting in the palace. The emperor was anxious about the Taiping sect and the Japanese rebellion. If mother can eradicate a major stronghold of the Taiping sect, she must have an unusual status in father's eyes. As expected, Empress Yun looked overjoyed after she learned that there was a problem with the Qi family. The city lord of Phong province is a centrist. If I can help him resolve the matter of the Taiping sect's rebellion within Phong province, I believe he will understand to stand on that side. Concubine Yun immediately decided to secretly travel to the Fengla house. What? Mother, you're traveling to Fengla house yourself? After hearing Empress Yun's decision, Mo Linger was very excited, because Chen Anmo was there. If she could go over there, she would be able to meet with Chen Anmo. Good. Do make a trip over there. You too. Lady Ru's soft voice. She knows that indoor flowers can only grow through the storm. That's why she was planning to have some experience with Muriel. Mo Linger nodded without moving. Okay, mother. Ding. Touching a corpse rewards 120 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. I hope my sister-in-law and second sister have a good life. I can't take care of them anymore. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Ding. Touching a corpse rewards 140 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. I hope the God of Peace will take me to heaven. Reward, 100 silver taels. Last wish, I wish that the Taiping sect would step on the entire Dale dynasty. Last wish, I hope that we, the great Japanese dynasty, can conquer the Dale dynasty. Last wish, for all people to believe in the religion of peace. On this day, Chen Anmo had finally touched all the corpses here. Joyful 30 years of cultivation. There were a few more corpses left, but these were no longer able to trigger the deceased's last wish because they had been dead for so long. Chen Anmo returned to this side of the carriage. Shen Xin poked her head out. Why are you so early today? Almost there. Let's go. Now enter the Fungoku mansion. Hooray, finally we can get out of here. Shen Xin said with a beaming smile. Chen Anmo got on the carriage and embraced Shen Xin into his arms. It's been hard for you to accompany me these past few days. It's okay, as long as you're happy and it's good for you. I'll do anything. Shen Xion's head rubbed against Chen Anmo's arms, greedily breathing in the smell of his body. Okay, go. Two people walking along. But soon, surprisingly, some more mass graves were found. Though that said, these mass graves were much smaller than the one before. But if you look around, there are also at least 50 corpses up and down. This stunned Chen Anmo. These bodies haven't decomposed much. They should have died in the last few days. Shen Xian observed and said. Chen Anmo nodded and came to a corpse. Ding. Touching a corpse rewards 200 days of cultivation. Ding. Touch the corpse. Reward 180 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching a corpse rewards 170 days of cultivation. Ding. Touching the body. Hissing. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and concentrated. The dead over here are all experts. The more guaranteed rewards means the stronger the person is. Then he checked the group's last wishes. Last wish, Qi Mingxian's sneak attack on us. I hope to kill Qi Mingxian. Last wish, the Qi family tricked us into escorting their darts, not realizing that they came to the wilderness and took the opportunity to attack and kill us. Ding. Trigger the collective last wish. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. That triggers a collective last wish. He was instantly refreshed. Generally speaking, the rewards given by the collective legacy are very generous. Collective wish 1. Inside the Qi family there is a blood pool in which the Taiping sect practiced their evil arts. The Qi family killed us and threw us into the blood pool to provide them with blood pills to cultivate. I wish to eradicate the Qi family and destroy the blood pool. Reward, heavenly ranked treasure sword, full moon sword. Collective last wish 2. Qi Mingxian lied to us and harmed our lives. I hope to kill Qi Mingxian and avenge us. Reward, 1 storage ring. This Qi family, it's really harmful. It actually killed so many people. Chen Anmo narrowed his eyes. These 2 tasks, he must accomplish. Against the Qi family, against Qi Ming first. The rewards were a heavenly grade treasure sword and a storage ring respectively. Either way, you can't beat it. Although he also had a storage ring in his hand, Shen Xian didn't. Several times when Shen Xian saw the storage ring on his hand, she was envious of it. So make sure you get her one too. In the meantime, in the middle of the Fengla house, the Qi family, Jiang Jianrong, the city lord of Fengla province, ordered that the Qi family be surrounded. The Qi family naturally realized that someone had surrounded them. For a time, the Qi family was thrown into panic up and down. They didn't understand why the good old city lord's mansion had surrounded them. Shi Shi, the head of the Qi family, told the door of the house to open. Looking at the tall man riding in front of him, his face hardened. Because this tall man was none other than city lord Jiang Jianrong, he personally came out to surround the Qi family, which made the entire Qi family a bit scared, not knowing what was going on. Jiang city master, what are you doing? My Qi family is one of the 3 great families of Fengla province, and my clan members are even spread all over the Yaoguang sect. My son, Qi Mingxian, is also the senior brother of the Yaoguang sect. May I ask, do you really want to go against my Qi family? If it were before, Jiang Jianrong wouldn't dare offend the Qi family even if he was a city lord, but not anymore. the evidence is overwhelming. And there's Lady Yun behind her as a backer. Shi City. This city master has received a clue that your Qi family is colluding with the cult of peace, and also uniting with the Japanese, brutalizing the people, and refining blood pills for the sake of cultivation. Is that correct? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qi City hissed. My Qi family has always been a decent person. How could I possibly do such a thing? This is a villain framing me. Jiang Jianrong said unhurriedly. Don't be in a hurry to deny it, since there really isn't any. Do you dare to let my people search your Qi family mansion? Qi City said angrily. What do you not dare to do? My Qi family has a clear conscience, but after all, my Qi family is a great family, even if it's you, Jiang City Lord. How can I just let you search it casually? It's not in line with the rules. Jiang Jianrong knew Qi sure would say that. He snorted. Family Master Qi, here, my rules are the rules, and anyone who dares to block them will be killed without pardon. City Lord Jiang. It seems like you really want to make an enemy of our Qi family, Qi City said icily. Do you know that there are several other elders of the Flare Light sect from my Qi family who are guests here? I said. Anyone who dares to stand in the way will be killed without pardon. At Jiang Jianrong's command, a single high-grade martial artist headed towards Qi City. Jiang Jianrong even exuded a strong aura, forcing Qi Shi back. Qi Shi blanched. He didn't expect that Jiang Jianrong was not even afraid of the Yaoguang sect. He hastened to look toward one of his younger sons at his side. The youngest son will be the first to walk away. Stopping these people from searching right now is definitely not going to stop them. It's possible to hide some things away though. He believed that Jiang Jianrong would not be able to find out any clues without a special method. Bam! Suddenly, in the middle of the lobby, the exquisite calligraphy and painting was lifted off and smashed heavily on the ground. Bang bang bang! The exquisite vase placed in another room was also violently shattered by the soldiers of the city lord's mansion. The corners of the eyes of everyone in the Qi family twitched at these looks. Jiang Jianrong, can you tell your people to stop doing this? Otherwise, my Qi family won't just let it go. Qi City. At this point in time, you still dare to threaten me? Jiang Jianrong smiled coldly. I can tell you, the one who asked me to come and check is not an ordinary person. I advise you to be more sensible and inform us of the truth. And I can spare some of the irrelevant people in your Qi family. Otherwise, not a single one will be left. So what if it's about the same? Qi City said coldly and proudly. No way. I mean if. Qi City held his head high and his chest out. That blood pool was not hidden within his Qi family at all. So their search is doomed to failure. Chapter 118 Mother and daughter together. Unawareness. It took more than half an hour to search the Qi family. Unfortunately, nothing. City Lord. Something's not right. I can't find out anything. Lots of rooms checked inside and out. Nothing. City Lord. It can't be a mistake, can it? Someone couldn't help but question that. As one by one, his close henchmen did report that there was indeed nothing to be found. Jiang Jianrong's eyelids couldn't help but jump up. Could it really be a mistake? I don't think so. This is what the most powerful lady in the palace, concubine Yun, said. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Who doesn't know that right now? In the entire Dale dynasty, the emperor is so intent on seeking immortality that he basically ignores the government. The court is now held by only two people. One, it's the Queen Mother, and the other one, it's Lady Yun. However, in terms of real power, it was naturally Lady Yun who was the strongest. Not only was Empress Yun's strength high on her own, but she also had multiple great sects behind her as backing. So generally speaking, the news given by Lady Yun could not be wrong. Although Jiang Jianrong questioned it in his heart, he was nevertheless very calm on his face. Why are you all panicking? Keep searching for me. I'll go report it first. Jiang Jianrong flung his long sleeves and left the place. Soon he came to a carriage parked not far from the corner of the street. This place has been cordoned off front and back. Your Highness, things are a bit not so good. My people have checked inside and out, but they haven't found anything. Jiang Jianrong said helplessly. If nothing turns up, there's a big problem. The Qi family also has people in the dynasty. This was why the Qi family wasn't afraid of him. Once it was reported, even Lady Yun would feel tricky. After all, the emperor is not in charge. Not he is abolished. The reason why the royal power is solid is that behind the royal family, there are special people sitting on the throne. So don't look at the empress and Lady Yun fighting for power. But in the eyes of the emperor and special people, it was like a 3-year-old child trying to grab a bite of food to make people feel funny. But whatever is going on is going on. The Qi family wasn't some cat or dog after all. If the Qi family really reported it up that Lady Yun was messing around with him, it might cause the emperor or the Taishang emperor behind it to be displeased. Then Lady Ru immediately got big. Inside the carriage, Empress Yun and her daughter, Mo Linger, exchanged glances. Both of them also had puzzled looks in their eyes. The big Qi family couldn't find out anything. How is this possible? At this point it was already an arrow in the air. Make sure you find out. Otherwise, the queen's side won't let her go. Empress Yun took a deep breath and said, check carefully, time is something anyway, if there is any trouble, I will take it. At those words, Zhang Jianrong breathed a sigh of relief. With Aunt Yun's words, then he was relieved. Your Highness, then my subordinate will leave first. Once Zhang Jianrong left, Empress Yun couldn't help but worry as well. Linger, you said that this news was given to you by Chen Anmo. Could the news be wrong? Mo Linger immediately said with confidence, Mother, you know Chen Anmo's character. He won't talk nonsense. I know he won't talk nonsense, but do you think it's possible that he could have gotten it wrong himself? After all, this place isn't Chongming County where he's from. Lady Ru said. This, Mo Linger clenched her teeth and said, anyway, he came here, so I'll ask him later. Won't that be fine? As she was saying this, Mo Linger's heart stirred. She sensed a familiar scent, only to see that not far away, Chen Anmo was driving a carriage, looking far away on this side of the street. He couldn't come over for a while because he was blocked by soldiers. It's Chen Anmo, the kid is here. Mo Linger laughed all of a sudden, her eyes narrowed. As her mother, how could Empress Yun not know her own daughter's small mind? After she secretly said something bad, she frowned and said, if you're here, you're here. What's the matter with you? Mother, what are you so angry about all of a sudden? Mo Linger was aggrieved. You forgot, if it wasn't for Chen Anmo saving me, my daughter wouldn't be able to see you anymore. Alright, go get Chen Anmo and ask him if he still understands the Qi family's affairs. He was the one who told you about the Qi family. He should know some inside information. Mo Linger's expression was joyful. My daughter will immediately ask him to come see mother. At the street level, Chen Anmo and Shen Xian were originally still whining. What kind of god is it that blocks the road for good reason? But once he inquired, Chen Anmo was instantly happy. So it's the city lord's mansion that has the Qi family surrounded. It's said that Lord City Lord has gotten word that the Qi family is colluding with the Cult of Peace. Getting this news, Chen Anmo was ecstatic. Immediately, he was ready to find a place to park the carriage with Shen Xian and go watch the joke. But he had just gotten out of the carriage when a fragrant breeze hit him, only to see a person dressed as a maid come to Chen Anmo. It's you. Chen Anmo took a look and recognized the person. When she went to see Lady Yun before, it was this woman who led the way. The woman threatened him a few times while he was gone. He remembers it well. The queen is just ahead, and sent me to call you over. Okay. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and told Shen Xian to wait for a while. Then he followed. Not long after, he saw Mo Linger waving her hand at him from a short distance away. Mo. Chen Anmo showed his teeth and smiled. After not seeing her for many days, Mo Linger's figure was even more exquisite and upright, especially those long legs, plucked up a bit. If you can play with it a bit, you can play with it for years. Of course, he was very polite on his face. After all, Empress Yun was inside the carriage, so she couldn't be allowed to detect anything. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of trouble. Your Highness, Chen Anmo is here, the maid said towards the inside of the carriage. See you, Lady Yun. Chen Anmo bowed respectfully. As the cloth curtain lifted, Chen Anmo also saw Empress Yun. It had to be said that Empress Yun and Mo Linger looked too much alike. It's as if they were carved from the same mold. What a solid mother-daughter flower, put together with a special flavor. However, the aura on these two people was completely different. The aura on Empress Yun's body was domineering and imperial. As for Mo Linger, she was cold on the surface but delicate and cute in private. Very proactive in that area in particular. For a time, this gave Chen Anmo a feeling of lust. That's why he was most fond of Mo Linger besides Shen Xian. In addition to liking it mentally, I like it physically even more. Alright, Chen Anmo, just don't perform such vain rituals. I asked you to come over because I have something very important to ask you. Muriel couldn't wait to say it. After hearing Mo Linger's explanation, Chen Anmo was dazed. It turned out that the city lord's soldiers had surrounded the Qi family though. However, no evidence was found regarding the Qi family's collusion with the Cult of Peace. Empress Yun sighed. Chen Anmo, this palace also believes that you won't believe what you say. But the problem now is that we can't find any clues that the Qi family is colluding with the Taiping sect. What can we do about this? Chen Anmo, could you be mistaken? Inkling asked quietly. There's no mistaking it. Chen Anmo shook his head. This information can be gleaned from the last wishes of those who have died. So it's a safe bet that there's no mistaking it. Then what to do? This Qi family is also too cunning, actually hiding so deeply. So many people have gone to search, actually can't find anything. Muriel sighed. Chen Anmo also knew what was at stake. He wasn't in a hurry, though. Arching her hand towards Empress Yun, she quietly said, Empress, without clues, create clues. When all the people are captured and imprisoned separately, with so many people in the Qi family, there are always a few people who are spineless, and they will confess to everything by then. Upon hearing this, Lady Yun and Mo Linger both lit up. What a guy. Planting evidence. Poisonous, very poisonous. But it has to be said that this approach is also the most effective. Regardless of whether or not you really colluded, the thing has been done. It has to be done to the end. Thinking of this, Empress Yun nodded at Chen Anmo. I'll leave it to you then. She had originally thought to leave it to Zhang Jianrong, but on second thought, there is some risk in doing so. After all, Zhang Jianronghai doesn't completely belong to her people. If word got out that she had planted the evidence, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, leave it to Chen Anmo. It's best that way. So, she instructed a few words, and Chen Anmo excused herself and went down to clean up. A few moments later, in on the side, Mo Linger personally came over and brought him a set of clothes worn by eunuchs in the palace. Here, this is for you. Put on your eunuch clothes. Later you take a dozen or so eunuchs to search. What to do next? No. Mo Linger handed over the eunuch's clothes and said with a smile, pretending to be a eunuch, okay, I'll do anything for you. Chen Anmo said without sparing any praise. Sure enough, little girls are little girls. As Mo Linger listened to these sweet words, her heart was simply sweeter than eating honey. Well, later you pay attention. Don't show your face. Oh, if you do it well, I will reward you. My mother also said, will reward you. Mo Linger licked her fragrant lips and said with intent, ah, you both rewarded me? This. Chen Anmo froze and looked at Mo Linger in surprise. Mo Linger instantly realized what was wrong in her words. She hastily pinched Chen Anmo's waist and said in a bad mood, what are you thinking about? You eat my mother's tofu too. Chen Anmo said breathlessly, nonsense, when did I eat your mother's tofu? I'm just asking. Humph. I mean, my mother will give you material rewards. Don't get it in your head. Mo Linger wrapped her arms around her, furious, and viciously pinched Chen Anmo again. Hiss hiss. You girl, how really pinch ah. Chen Anmo gritted his teeth and reached over as well. It is not a gentleman who does not take this revenge. He didn't pinch though. He tickled. At once, Mo Linger was tickled to the point of coming up for air. Don't. Oops, lost it. Chen Anmo was speechless. This is a deliberate attempt to irritate him. I have to say, Muriel is just too good at this. After playing around for a while, Mo Linger begged for forgiveness. Okay, we still have to do our business later. We'll reward you later, okay? Mo Linger's face was flushed and she gasped. Rewarded how? Ask you. Muriel said. Wash my feet. Beautiful. You. Mo Linger bristled. She wasn't going to wash her feet. Chapter 119. We're masters at copying homes. A few moments later, Chen Anmo had already put on his eunuch costume. TSK, you really do have some eunuch's gallantry. If you want to in the future, I can introduce you to them, so that you can enter the palace as a eunuch and have power over the dynasty. Mo Linger covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Chen Anmo rolled his eyes straight at her and said bluntly, if I become a eunuch, you're willing to give it up? What's not to like? Inkling said tongue-in-cheek. Oh, really? Chen Anmo patted over. The sound of his breath on his body once again gave Mo Linger a feeling of being in a state of ecstasy. Worried that she wouldn't be able to hold it, Mo Linger hastily shook her head and said, alright, if I dawdle any longer, the people outside won't know what I'm doing. I'll go out first. Next, Chen Anmo personally led the way with a dozen eunuchs towards the Qi mansion. Several of Zhang Jianrong's close henchmen frowned when they saw this. My lord, with just these few little eunuchs helping out, what's the point? Yeah, what's the point of them coming over here when even we can't find a clue? It's just nonsense. We are the masters of copying the family. These few little eunuchs are as capable as we are? Zhang Jianrong was getting upset. Listening to the noise of a few people, Zhang Jianrong said in a good humor, well, let them try, in case they can really find something. Just then, Chen Anmo suddenly walked out from inside a bedroom. Evidence found. Zhang Jianrong's heart stirred and he hurriedly walked forward. Chen Anmo violently opened the wooden box, and in an instant, a pungent smell of blood emanated from inside. In an instant, there was an uproar all around. It's a blood elixir. A blood elixir refined by the typing sect. There really is. A bunch of people yelled. For their part, the faces of the Qi family members went cold. Qi Shi, in particular, glared angrily at several sons and daughters under his command. What's going on? Father, that room is a guest room. No one lives there at all. There must be a ghost in here. I know. They couldn't find out any clues so they tried to plant evidence. So venomous, to be sure. It's worse than our family. Instantly, a few people drifted off. No wonder. That's what I said. Just now I clearly saw that room had already been checked by someone, and didn't find out anything at all. And as soon as that eunuch went in, he found the blood pills. Qi Shi said coldly. Family Master Qi, this blood pill was searched by your Qi family. What else do you have to say? Zhang Jianrong rushed Qi City and asked coldly. It's planted. Don't think I don't know. Jiang Jianrong snorted. Fine, fine, don't admit it right. In that case, it looks like we can only arrest you all back and interrogate you one by one. Qishir took a deep breath. He understood instantly. After planting the evidence, he interrogated his Qi family up and down one by one in the past. At that time, someone in his Qi family would definitely not be able to withstand the torture, and someone would definitely betray him. Go! Thinking of this, Qi City no longer hesitated and shouted, all disciples of the Qi family, listen to the order. Whoever dares to stand in our way will be killed without pardon. Jiang Jianrong said in a cold voice, Qi City, you dare to rebel. As the words fell, he reached out and grabbed towards Qishir. Father, you must go. A Qi woman drew her sword in defense of the Qi market. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Jianrong slammed his palm out, directly sending the woman flying. Put! The woman spurted out a mouthful of blood furiously and rolled several times on the ground. Wronger! Qishir's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. You guys kill your way out. Yes, Jiang Jianrong, if you want to capture someone from my Qi family, step over my corpse first. When these words came out, Jiang Jianrong directly laughed. He was a third-grade expert, and as far as he knew, Qi City was merely a fourth rank. What's the point of fighting him? Jiang Jianrong made a direct move to tackle and probed his hand with a light yell. In the next moment, Qishir seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as his body flew backwards. Bang! Qi crashed a wooden door. Settling Qi City, Jiang Jianrong waved his hand. Arrest them all. Then, numerous people from the city lord's mansion struck out, killing in with their swords. The Qi family is not stupid. They knew that this was a planting encounter. If they fell into Jiang Jianrong's hands, then they would be fish and meat to be slaughtered. Thus, the group of people led by the Qi family elders made their moves and cut down the group of soldiers that rushed over. How dare you fight back? You must be a typing sect demon. The experts on the city lord's side also rushed over, battling the many elders of the Qi clan. Some of the remaining sons of the Qi family were instantly decimated because of their weak strength. For a time, the entire ground was filled with blood and corpses. Watching this scene, Chen Anmo was happy, eyeballing it for such a short time. 30 people had fallen. That's 30 bodies. For the death of the Qi family, Chen Anmo did not have any psychological burden. The more you die, the better. What surprised him was that the Qi City guy actually had the power to fight. He climbed up from amidst a pile of rubble, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Jiang Jianrong. Qi City, are you still obsessed? Jiang Jianrong smiled, his complexion without any ripples. This time, he was eating up Qi City. In fact, he had long been looking at the Qi family with displeasure, relying on the fact that there were people in the dynasty and the Yaoguang sect behind him. He was not polite to him as the city lord at all. More than that, he's been working against him on some business. Now, once the Qi family had fallen, some of the families he had supported would be able to laugh the Qi family's industries away. Jiang Jianrong, you think you've got me? Qishir shook his head slightly, and as more and more people fell around him, Qishir's eyes became more and more bloodshot. At the same time, the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Jiang Jianrong raised his eyebrows. You really have practiced evil kung fu. Your Qi family has really colluded with the typing sect. At those words, Qishir was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Kill you first. As things stood, the Qi family could not retreat. If we allow ourselves to be captured, the Qi family will be destroyed. As the words fell, the blood mist surged from Qishir's body, transforming into a blood arrow that spread in all directions. Aha! One by one, the soldiers were momentarily inattentive, and were stabbed through their chests, dying horribly on the spot. Chen Anmo ducked early, behind a stone pillar, and dodged a bullet. There was another veteran soldier beside him who barked at Chen Anmo. Little eunuch, hide behind uncle later. Chen Anmo. Why, uncle? Chen Anmo asked. This Qi family head cultivates evil power. The rest of the Qi family must be the same. Later I'm afraid there will be a vicious battle. You can't grasp it. Let uncle come. The veteran squared his shoulders. Chen Anmo immediately stood in awe. Uncle, you're strong? After saying that, Chen Anmo sensed the wrinkled veteran. It was discovered that this person's aura was only the 8th rank. The veteran smiled mysteriously. Strength? What's the point of having high strength? It's all about brains when you come out. As he spoke, he saw that a group of stalwarts had indeed been killed in the middle of the Qi family's backyard. Each of these people's breath skyrocketed, and the Qi and blood in their bodies surged. Boom boom boom. The men leapt down and killed on sight. For a while, the city lord's side suffered heavy losses. The veteran hurriedly laid down on the ground and said toward Chen Anmo, don't hurry and get down. Get down, playing dead. Now our side is obviously not an opponent. If you do not play dead, are you looking for death? Just a few taels of silver a month. What's the point of playing dead? The veteran finished and wiped a few handfuls of blood on his face. Chen Anmo was directly speechless. He sort of understood why the veteran had survived this long. That's a first-rate ability to play dead indeed. Laying down on the ground, his breath weakened at once. Soon the veteran literally looked like a dead body. Still, he said, "Kid, lie down." Chen Anmo shook his head and said, "These people are here to kill. Hide yourself." Whoosh! At this time, a sword with a rich blood aura slashed towards Chen Anmo. The lying veteran opened one eye and mentally lamented, "Hey, this little eunuch is so stupid." It was as if he had already seen the scene where Chen Anmo was directly split in half. However, he did not expect Chen Anmo to raise his sword with a backhand. The heavenly flame blade in his hand emitted a scorching heat. Instantly, the neck of the man who had killed him burned, and then nothing. As the Qi clan's crowd erupted, the city lord's side was at a disadvantage, but there were more and more helpers arriving. In addition to the various experts from the city lord's mansion, experts from many forces had also arrived. The people of the Qi family actually cultivate evil kung fu. Our generation of martial artists absolutely cannot let them go. It is the responsibility of my generation of martial artists to eradicate the Qi family. My family was killed by the cult of peace. I want the Qi family to pay for their lives. As more and more people arrived, the Qi family's side suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Many of the juniors who wanted to run away had just run into the street when they were hacked to death by random knives. Then, a group of people rushed up in a swarm, stripping off their clothes, robbing their traveling bags, and snatching anything of value from the corpse anyway. Then, among the Qi family, there was also a ransacking. Chen Anmo also counted on seeing it. A group of so-called Jianghu people who came to help were merely using the guise of helping to facilitate their robbery. Soon, more than 300 people from the Qi family were dead and maimed. As for Qi City, he was surrounded by several experts and eventually died of exhaustion. And at this time, the large Qi family, except for some female family members, the male members were almost all hacked to death by random knives, didn't even leave a child. While others were ransacking the Qi family, Chen Anmo took the opportunity to touch the corpse. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish, I hope the heirs of my Qi family will escape with their lives. It was a woman's last wish. Chen Anmo sneered. This last wish was destined to be unfulfilled. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 150 days of cultivation. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 180 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. That's when he noticed that no one was paying attention to Qi's body. A movement in his mind. Qi City, as the head of the Qi family, definitely had more rewards. At the same time, it was also possible to go through his last wish and perhaps learn some of the secrets of the Qi family. On top of that, there were several Qi clan elders beside Qi City. These people are not low in strength. Chen Anmo walked over and touched the Qi City corpse first. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 260 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, I hope that the blood pool hidden deep in the back of the family's mountain will not be discovered. The blood pool is now at a critical moment, and it is expected that within 10 days, something will happen to the heavenly blood pill, which is to be left to my Qi family's genius, Qi Mingxian, so that he can break through to the third-grade cultivation in one fell swoop. Reward, heavenly sword. Legacy wish number 2, I hope the heirs of my Qi family can escape. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Last wish 3, Jiang Jianrong has harmed my Qi family. I wish to kill Jiang Jianrong and avenge my Qi family's death. Reward, 10 bottles of Qi building dan. These last wishes are destined to be unfulfilled. However, Chen Anmo finally knew the location of the blood pool, in the back of the mountain. No wonder it couldn't be searched, because the blood pool isn't within the Qi clan at all. Chen Anmo sighed. Chapter 120 Like a little daughter-in-law. After understanding the location of the blood pool, Chen Anmo didn't rush to the land of the blood pool, for in his mind, a plan was born. It would solve the plan of that guy Zimming first. Otherwise, this Qi Mingxian would always be a scourge if he kept hiding in the shadows. He could foresee that Qi Mingxian would definitely choose to hide after learning that the Qi family had been destroyed. It will be hard to find him then. Therefore, they were perfectly capable of luring Qi Ming out first. According to this old thing Qi City's last wish, there is a heavenly blood pill that will come out of that blood pool. This blood pill was very important to Qi Mingxian and could help him break through. Based on this, Chen Anmo could conclude that Qi Ming had returned back here first to find a way to take away the heavenly blood pill. After pawing through all the bodies in the place, he quietly left the area. A man came to the back of the Qi family's mountain. Through his ability to find and hide traces, soon, Chen Anmo discovered the approximate location of the blood pool. Once again returning to the entrance of the Qi family, Lady Yun's carriage was long gone. The Qi family is now on lockdown. Some of the surviving sons of the Qi family were taken to the prison to await their punishment. Chen Anmo was wondering where Mo Linger had gone when he was suddenly tapped behind him. He hurriedly turned around and saw Mo Linger smiling straight at him. Chen Anmo was surprised. Awesome, now you've even masked your breath so well. Mo Linger covered her mouth and laughed. What are you doing? I was looking for you. I am asking you, what did you go just now? I've been looking for you for half a day. My mother didn't have time to wait, so she left first. If you don't come again, I'll have to leave too, and then you won't be able to find me. Mo Linger said in a sultry tone like a little daughter-in-law. Chen Anmo said, I just made a big discovery. What's the big discovery? There's a lot at stake. Go ahead. Chen Anmo looked around. It's too crowded here to talk nonsense. You're still selling out to me. Okay, go first. By the way, Sister Shen Xin has been arranged by me to an inn. I'll take you there, and my mother is also temporarily stationed there. Well, I'll go pay my respects to Lady Yun first and inform her of a great matter. In the meantime, in the middle of a remote mountain village, by a lake, a man with a feminine face was listening to the report of his men. This person was none other than the Qi family's youngest, Qi Mingxian. That dog, Jiang Jianrong, doesn't have the guts to dare make a move against my Qi family. Who the hell is behind this? An old man below responded. According to the report from our informant within the city lord's mansion, it was someone from Lady Yun's lineage, and I don't know where they got the clue. Suddenly letting the city lord's mansion's people go over to investigate, and on the off chance, the blood pills were also detected. However, I reckon that the blood pills should be planted. So ruthless, but we haven't offended concubine Yun, have we? Why is she looking for trouble from our Qi family? Isn't she afraid of retaliation from our Yaoguang sect? That's not clear. It's just that, no matter what, I can't be exposed now. Yes, Your Excellency. The old slave will recently look after the blood pool in the back of the mountain for Your Excellency. It is expected that in 5 to 7 days, that heavenly grade blood dan will mature. At that time, Your Excellency will be able to remove the blood dan, and the achievement of a 3rd grade land immortal will be just around the corner. Qi Mingxian took a deep breath and murmured, Jiang Jianrong, concubine Yun, all of you wait for me. What happened today will definitely be returned 100-fold in the future. Chen Anmo, what you just said is true. Qi Ming first returned to head to that blood pool? The inn was in the middle of the heavenly building. Empress Yun had already seen Chen Anmo with a surprised look on her face. Originally, she had thought that Chen Anmo's request to see her was to beg for a reward. I didn't expect that as soon as they met, Chen Anmo would say something about the blood pool. It surprised her to no end. The blood pool that the entire city lord's mansion had failed to find out. Chen Anmo alone had actually been found out by him. This is outrageous. The key was that Chen Anmo also said a way to deal with Qi Mingxian. That was when he concluded that Qi Ming had first returned to head to that blood pool. What they had to do was to send a few experts and ambush them there in advance. Chen Anmo arched his hand and said, Your Highness, I'm willing to put my head on the line. Good, good. This palace was worried about not being able to catch this Qi Mingxian. I didn't expect that you would bring such a surprise to this palace. Empress Yun's gaze towards Chen Anmo became not quite the same. If anything, before, it still felt like Chen Anmo wasn't very reliable. But now, it only feels like Chen Anmo is mysterious and has a lot of potential. No wonder Mo Linger is so nice to him. This kid does have some skills. Unable to help herself, Empress Yun carefully sized up Chen Anmo for a few moments. Found the kid to be okay looking. Alright, this palace will immediately send people to ambush around there. Your Highness, this Qi Mingxian is more cunning. If we ambush him, it's best not to send too many people, or else he'll easily be discovered by him once there are too many people. Don't you think so? Empress Yun nodded slightly. You're right. How about this? When the time comes, it'll be this palace and Jiang Jianrong. Mother, you're going to do it yourself? Inkling froze. Linger, Mother will now teach you a lesson. A million-strong army isn't scary. What's scary is a lone wolf like Qi Mingxian. Lone wolf. Not bad. This person is already at the 4th grade cultivation. With his talent, in the future, not to mention the 3rd grade, even if he were to be the 2nd grade, or even enter the 1st grade, Mother wouldn't be surprised. What do you think would happen if he were to enter the upper 3rd grade? Lady Ru asked rhetorically. Mo Linger said in a deep voice, if he enters the upper 3rd grade, there's no doubt that he will definitely retaliate against Jiang Jianrong, and then retaliate against us. And at that time, because he's so strong, there's nothing we can do to take him. That's true. The point is, he's in the dark and we're in the light. Princess Ru sighed, so he had to die. I understand. Mother, my lady, I can assist you when the time comes. My ability to conceal my breath is still not a problem. Chen Anmo interjected at this time. Granted. I'll leave you then. Chen Anmo arched his hand and left the place. Ahem. Mother, I'll be going too then. Without waiting for concubine Yun to speak, Mo Linger twisted her head and was about to walk out. Wait, concubine Yun, however, immediately called Mo Linger to a halt and frowned. Where are you going? Mother, aren't things settled? I just want to go out for a stroll. Stroll around? Empress Yun sneered and said bluntly. In my opinion, you want to go find that brat Chen Anmo, don't you? It's also true that you haven't seen him for so long. You miss him, right? Inklinger. Mo Linger instantly became anxious and said with a straight face, Mother, what are you talking about? It's not like Chun Anmo and I have anything going on. You're overthinking it. Yeah, of course, if my daughter lies to you, my mother will be struck by heaven. Princess Ruth, I suspect you're not my daughter anymore. Mo Linger hurriedly went over and pulled Empress Yun's hand and said, Mother, aren't things settled? I just want to go out and play. Mother. Mo Linger kept shaking Lady Yun's arm. If the shaking continued like this, concubine Yun was really afraid that her bones would be shaken apart. After all, it's his own flesh and blood. Although Princess Yun was angry on her lips, she still couldn't bear to really treat her daughter poorly in her heart. Then, she touched Mo Linger's head and said, Go, but come back early in the evening. Yes, Mother, that's very kind of you. Mo Linger happily kissed Yun Fei on the cheek. With that, she ran out with joy. Looking at her daughter's cheerful appearance, Lady Yun sighed. In this moment, it was as if she saw herself when she was young. At that time, she saw the person she liked as her daughter did. But in the end, they didn't come together. To this day, they are even more separated from each other. In an inn diagonally across from the inn, Shen Xin was then arranged by Mo Linger. The first time Mo Linger ran over, she greeted Shen Xin. Sister Shen Xin, I just saw a lot of fun downstairs. Let's go shopping. Shen Xin had just come here and was also very curious about everything here. Hearing about going out to play, Shen Xin's eyes immediately lit up. That's good. Wow. It happens to be a bit boring to stay here. The two of them were talking and they were just going to go out and play. Chen Anmo was somewhat helpless. Mo Linger had promised to reward him before. I didn't expect to ask Shen Xin out. Seriously doubt she did it on purpose. Is this a deliberate attempt to get him to recuperate? So if you guys go out and have fun, won't you leave me here alone? Chen Anmo said. You've been fighting all day today. You really should take a break. Inkling asked rhetorically. Shen Xin nodded back and said soothingly, Indeed, but you're not tired at all? Chen Anmo shook his head. I'm not tired. I still think I'm a fierce mess. I can fight too. At those words, both men seemed to think of something. In an instant, Shen Xin's face was as red as a persimmon. Mo Linger's face was as red as an apple. Each has its own flavor. What are you thinking? Really, Sister Shen Xin? Let's go then. I've been here before. Have you been here before? Holding Shen Xin's hand, Mo Linger pulled Shen Xin and went out. It's my first time, eh? Then let me show you around. I can tell you, there is a snack street here. The food is delicious. The two men's voices faded away. Chen Anmo had no choice but to close the door and check out what he had just gained. This view made Chen Anmo happy. The harvest is really good. Together with the previous days of cultivation, it now added up to 16 years. Next, destroying the blood pool and resolving Qi Mingxian will yield even more rewards. Chen Anmo was now looking forward to it. The reward after that, but there was a heavenly grade treasure knife, the round moon divine blade, and a storage ring. It's exciting to think about. Considering the need to hide next and deal with Qi Ming first, Chen Anmo decided that he would now bring up the stealth technique as a technique. Stealth is now a great accomplishment. With his current realm, his speed would make it difficult for even an upper third grade land deity to catch up with him. He didn't think it was enough though. Chengdu has such an effect. What about reaching perfection? Where's the master class? The results must be better. Deducting a year, you began to study stealth and wanted to bring it to perfection. After deducting 5 years, the stealth technique has finally been perfected. Your speed has not only increased by another 30%, but you have also achieved the body follows the air, and your body is hidden in the air. Minus 5 years, you continue to delve into the art of stealth and realize that there is an even greater fascination with stealth, that of assassination, concealment, hiding, and spying. Seeing this, Chen Anmo was solemn. This is true invisibility, where the body becomes one with the air. Even standing in front of a person, there would be no air currents for them to perceive. This stealth technique is worthy of being called the nemesis of the female bathhouse. Chapter 121 Female Bathhouse Killer. After deducting 5 years, you have finally mastered the essence of stealth. That is to achieve true stillness like stopping water. The mind follows the air. Your body is the air and the air is you. Invisibility. Master. Inside the room, Chen Anmo folded his hands together, and his entire body and mind quickly lowered to the lowest point. The heart is as quiet as water. In an instant, his entire body disappeared from the room. Not only his body, but even his personal clothes, weapons, space rings, and other things also seemed to disappear completely as if they were air. Understanding the principle of operation, Chen Anmo understood that this was because he utilized the airflow and true essence to move rapidly around his body. This results in a kind of light refraction. In this way, it achieves a stealthy ability to fake the real thing, and because he totally did it with a quiet heart. So, To an outsider, it looks like he's not just invisible. Even if they were to probe their breath, they wouldn't be able to detect him at all anymore. Go out for a stroll. With that, Chen Anmo walked out of the doorway. Just because he was stealthy didn't mean he could walk through walls and into the ground. He remains an entity this way. But, overall, no one did find him. He leapt in through one of the windows. Only a young couple was seen cutting out the martial arts. The two people fought so hard that an incense stick of time had passed, but they actually didn't separate. Then he jumped into a courtyard, only to see a woman with her buttocks in the air, leisurely exercising her gluteal muscles. There is also a courtyard where the couple is teaching their children martial arts. Wherever he went, no one noticed him. Ha, Shen Xin and Mo Linger are actually eating so many delicious things behind my back? At this time, Chen Anmo discovered Shen Xin and Mo Linger on the snack street not far away. These two people, surprisingly, were leisurely eating fried skewers and stinky tofu. The two ate with their mouths full. TSK, 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 actually won't let my husband come and eat. I must teach them a good lesson when I turn around. Chen Anmo had already thought of a punishment plan in his mind, especially Muriel. Said he'd be rewarded. You're going back on your word? Linger, let's buy more, and bring it back to show Mo to eat. At this time, Shen Xin proposed. Okay, boss, let's pack one of each of these, and 5 of the stinky tofu. I could tell that Mo Linger loved stinky tofu. Then, the two went to buy some roasted pig's feet and white cuts of lamb and brought them back to the inn. And Chen Anmo had returned long ago. Once he returned to the inn, Chen Anmo was out of breath. Although this stealth technique is good, the consumption is just too great. He calculated that 1 incense stick of time at most was already the limit of the stealth technique. As the scent wafted through the door, Shen Xin came in carrying 2 oil paper wrapped bags. Xiao Mo, you're hungry. Have some delicious food. The snacks here are really good. Or you have a conscience. It just so happens that I'm a little hungry from practicing. Shen Anmo couldn't wait to grab a roasted pig's foot and gnaw on it. Inkling came in at this time as well, kicking her hind legs and closing the door behind her in one smooth motion. Come on, just got 2 bottles of soju downstairs, Shen Xin said. Have a drink together. Chen Anmo music, this broad daylight. You guys are still ready to drink line, accompany you whole point. But in advance say ha, don't drink too drunk, otherwise drunkenness or something, that and awkward What are you talking about? Who's drunk and disorderly? Inkling said angrily. Shen Xin, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Who? Muriel said. Miss, it's me. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Anmo heard it. It turned out to be the cold-faced maid under Lady Yun who had come over. Mo Linger hurried over to open the door. This maid glanced inside the house and frowned slightly. Miss, are you drinking? If the Empress knows, she'll talk about you again. Well, I just took a sip, don't you say? Mo Linger pulled her into the house. You haven't eaten anything yet, right? Come, eat something delicious. Miss, I'm not eating. I came to look for Mr. Chen Anmo. The maid looked at Chen Anmo and said, the Empress said that she and City Lord Jiang Jianrong have already made a deal to leave now, and asked you to join them. Chen Anmo hurriedly put the pork elbow down. Okay, go over right away. Careful. Shen Xin pulled Chen Anmo's arm and admonished. Chen Anmo nodded and then left the place with the maid. The Chi family's backyard. It's actually a barren mountain. Deserted. Not even a bird. It's also because there's nothing here, so very few people come here. At this moment, Chen Anmo was standing with Lady Yun and Jiang Jianrong. Jiang Jianrong gave Chen Anmo an unexpected look and said, you're the one who said that the Chi family's blood pool is here. He sensed Chen Anmo's aura and realized that there was nothing powerful about him. However, since he was the one who was favored by Lady Yun, he guessed in his heart that there must be something powerful about this son. Chen Anmo arched his hand and said, Jiang City Master, the location of the blood pool is in a cave underneath the mountain. Please follow me. Not long after, under Chen Anmo's leadership, the 3 of them came to a place where a lot of hay was piled up. It's flat, there's nothing wrong with it, so why do you say the blood pool is here, and how did you find it? Jiang Jianrong finished his question and perked up his ears. Jiang City Master, you're asking a bit too much, Concubine Yun said with a cold face. I'm sorry ma'am, I'm just trying to understand. I've pretty much understood the specifics, so there's no need to ask more questions. Just wait here quietly. Empress Yun's voice was cold, frightening Jiang Jianrong to the point that cold sweat ran down his forehead. This scene, on the contrary, made Chen Anmo feel a bit surprised. What kind of strength did this concubine Yun have to make a 3rd grade expert so afraid? Could it be that Princess Yun is at the peak of the 3rd grade? Or is it that the 2nd grade? Chen Anmo guessed in his heart. Come to think of it, she could only stand firm in the palace if she had great strength, right? That's what makes you scorned, right? Otherwise, in this world where martial arts were honored, Just having power was useless. Chen Anmo arched his hand and said, according to my understanding, this blood elixir will be practiced in roughly 10 days, so within these 10 days, Qi Mingxian will definitely come here. We can now set up some traps and ambush this place. In 10 days? Zhang Jianrong raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Anmo. Apart from being puzzled, more than that, he was wary. It's amazing that this son knows so much. How did he do it? But no matter what, since Empress Yun trusted him so much, it proved that what this son had said was not empty talk. Rustle. At this time, Lady Yun took out a jade bottle. In the jade bottle, some gravelly white sand was poured out. Walk away. This thing is highly poisonous. Zhang Jianrong and Chen Anmo walked away in unison. Kid, what are you from? Zhang Jianrong's voice was rough as he patted Chen Anmo's shoulder and asked, a disciple of the Triple Door. The Triple Sect? I've heard of all the disciples there, and I've even seen quite a few of them, but I've never seen one like you. My name is Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo, come to think of it, quite famous within the Triple Sect recently, huh? Zhang Jianrong drifted off. I didn't realize that you were one of the Empress people. He couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, it was obvious that he had misunderstood. Thinking that Chen Anmo was a secret pawn arranged by Empress Yun, he secretly said that it was no wonder that this kid was so strong. It is also highly valued by the queen, so it's her people. It reminded him of when he was young, how he, too, at that time, wished for a rich woman who could see through his bravado and make him take off all his pretenses. He's willing to do anything, even if the rich woman is older. Send some. He's willing to do both. Unfortunately, rich women don't. He came up on his own, step by step. It's a tear to think about. Good boy. This time you have made a great achievement. Don't worry. From now on, you are my Zhang Jianrong's little brother. If there is anything you need help with, you can just talk to me. Zhang Jianrong took the opportunity to set up a relationship with Chen Anmo. Many thanks to City Lord Zhang. The two chatted for a while, and Princess Yun had already poisoned herself successfully. You two stop talking and hide apart. It's going to be a little harder for a few days. Concubine Yun admonished. Yes, ma'am. The two of them hurriedly arched their hands. Well, this palace is a bit tired, so I'll leave first. Princess Yun left the place straight away. As soon as the people left, Chen Anmo found a bush to hide in. As for Zhang Jianrong, he slapped his palm on the ground. Afterwards, a powerful and domineering true essence power transformed into millions of sharp edges, quickly punching out a deep hole in the ground. Zhang Jianrong just hid inside. Chen Anmo sensed the surroundings. It was discovered that both Zhang Jianrong and Lady Yun had actually hidden their auras. Time passes day by day. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. On this day, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky above. One of them, white-haired and wrinkled. The other was a young man, with a feminine face, pale and colorless. The blood pill should be taking shape, and this night, it will definitely come out. And at that time, your son will be able to advance to the 3rd grade and achieve the status of a land god. The white-haired old man had an excited look on his face. These days, he and the male were not living as well as they should. He's been hiding, and he doesn't even dare to return to the clan, but not afraid next. Entering the 3rd grade, when the time comes to invite the god of peace, who can stop him? At this moment, a flash of exhilaration welled up in his heart. Concubine Yun, Zhang Jianrong, you're all going to die. Whoosh! He quickly came to where the entrance to the blood pool was. The moment he landed, the gust of wind he brought with him blew up some sand grains on the ground. What's with all the grains of sand? Qi Ming first frowned slightly. The white-haired old man, on the other hand, didn't care too much. He reached out and swept the fallen leaves in front of him away, instantly revealing a black iron door. The iron door was gently pushed. Just a click and the lock on top opened. In an instant, the smell of blood hit his nose. Upon smelling the smell, Qi Mingxian and the white-haired old man were both shaken in spirit. Blood gas. They practiced the technique of taking blood pills to cultivate, so they were very sensitive to this blood qi. It's so dense. The blood pills will be completed. Congratulations, sir. Ha ha ha. Almost 300 people, more than half of them, are martial masters, and that's how I succeeded in refining this heavenly rank blood pill. I'm finally going to become a land god. Qi Mingxian was very excited, but suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest. The white-haired old man was even worse, directly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Not good. Gonzi, we seem to be poisoned. Chapter 122. A couple of good friends. Chen Anmo had thought that it might be a tough battle next. What do you know? These two people didn't have any reaction. They were just poisoned. Immediately after that, Zhang Jianrong struck. He directly reached out and a tackle grabbed him. Zhang Jianrong's palm seemed to have a huge suction force. In an instant, he had already clasped Qi Mingxian's neck. After all, there was a large realm difference between the two ranks. Plus, Qi Mingxian himself was also poisoned, so he couldn't react at all. Jiang Jianrong. Qi Ming saw the visitor first and was already half cold inside. The originally loyal white-haired old man on the side unexpectedly turned his head and ran. However, Chen Anmo then appeared. Your master hasn't even left yet, and you're leaving. Ha 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 ha. The master's divine plan sent the two of us here, and sure enough, there's an ambush here. Ha ha ha. The white-haired old man laughed. What do you mean? Chen Anmo frowned. Without waiting for him to reply, Qi Mingxian in Jiang Jianrong's hand, his face skin suddenly peeled off, revealing the face of a stranger. Bang! This person's eyes suddenly burst out, blood red. Immediately afterward, the body exploded and a cloud of blood mist went straight to Jiang Jianrong's face. Jiang Jianrong's gaze froze and he hastily backed away. Damn! Hit! He cursed in a low voice. Ha ha ha! Your Excellency's divine plan! Divine plan! Jiang Jianrong was furious and rushed towards the old man. Where is ancestor Qi Ming? The old man had already been beaten by Chen Anmo long ago and was on the ground. Facing Jiang Jianrong, who had rushed over, the old man snorted. You will all die, by the hands of the Duke. Especially you. The old man's gaze was dead set on Chen Anmo. The Duke has set his sights on you. Bang! As the words fell, he unexpectedly severed his own meridians and died. A fragrant wind came, but it was Lady Yunfei who floated down here. She naturally saw all of the scene just now. She blushed hard too. This Qi Mingxian, he even had his men pretend to be him and lured us out. This son really has a meticulous mind. Empress Yun said in a deep voice. Chen Anmo sighed. He had never seen Qi Mingxian before, so he couldn't see Qi Mingxian's aura. If you've seen it before, it's a good way to find out ahead of time that there's something wrong with him. But in retrospect, even if we found out, what? Jiang Jianrong will still make a move. When the time comes, it will be just as impossible to catch Qi Mingxian. So it's actually a dead end when you do the math that way. There's no way to break it. Wow. Suddenly, Jiang Jianrong half kneeled on the ground, and a mouthful of black blood directly sprayed out. Jiang City Master, what's wrong with you? Concubine Yun's eyebrows were slightly clustered. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly pulled Chen Anmo away from Jiang Jianrong, preventing her from getting close to him. Jiang City Master, you've been poisoned. I didn't expect to end up in the gutter at the hands of a junior. This Qi Mingxian, as rumored, really does have a lot of intrigues and tricks up his sleeve. Qi Mingxian was so angry that he slapped his palm on the ground. Wow. Unfortunately, as soon as he ran his true essence, the poison in his body circulated even faster. It gave him the feeling that his life was rapidly draining away. What kind of poison is this? I have some antidote pills in my hand. I don't know if they're useful. Lady Yun took out 2 jade bottles. Jiang Jianrong, however, shook his head and said, I don't know. Just now I took it, but unfortunately it didn't work at all. Ha, the poison that Qi Ming used first. It's definitely not simple. This time I'm going to be finished. My lady, I hope you will take care of my family in the future. You can't die yet, Lady Ru reminded. I know, but this poison, it makes my cultivation drop, and in the long run, I'll be an invalid. Lady Ru sighed with an alas. She didn't know how to be comforting at this point. Why don't you take this elixir of mine? At this time, Chen Anmo's voice came. Jiang Jianrong subconsciously looked at the elixir in Chen Anmo's hand. It was a milky white elixir with a sour smell emanating from it. What kind of elixir is this? Never seen it before. Chen Anmo said. This is also a kind of antidote pill, which was obtained by chance from a place in the past, and the effect is very good. Jiang Jianrong shook his head and said, it's useless. I've just taken my extreme antidote pill. It's the top antidote in the world. Concubine Yun frowned. I also have the extreme antidote pill in my hand. Chen Anmo said, this antidote pill of mine is a bit special. City Lord, just give it a try. His antidote pill was the universal antidote pill that he had been rewarded with earlier. It's rewarded to 3 in total. If there wasn't still a surplus, he wouldn't have been able to take it out and give it to someone. Seeing Chen Anmo's insistence, Jiang Jianrong hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Alright then, I'll take it and try it out. If it really works, this favor, Jiang, will keep it. He was just holding on to the dead horse now, receiving the elixir in Chen Anmo's hand, didn't even chew a bit, just swallowed one down. At first he didn't think too much about it, but just a few breaths passed. The original ferocious toxin in his body all of a sudden seemed like a mouse had met a cat, and instantly began to dissolve. It works! It really works! It works surprisingly well. Instantly, Jiang Jianrong made a surprised sound. Concubine Yun raised her eyebrows and said, it's very effective. Ma'am, the results are just wonderful. I feel like I can do it again now. Princess Ruth. Alright, don't fool around. Since you've recovered, then this blood pool here can't be reserved for Qi Ming first, Lady Ru said. Chen Anmo nodded approvingly. Yes, here he definitely won't come over again. Let's go inside and take a look. Okay, I'll scout the way. Jiang Jianrong, who had just escaped from death, was in high spirits at this time, especially the gaze that looked at Chen Anmo was completely different. After all, this time, he was actually saved by Chen Anmo. If he had favored Chen Anmo before, it was all because of Empress Yun, but now it's completely different. Little Chen you saved my life. In the future, if there is any trouble to find me, by the way, I'm some years older than you, just call me Big Brother Jiang. Chen Anmo was directly happy in his heart. This Jiang Jianrong was a city lord, but his nature was so bold. Since the other party had said so, he naturally couldn't afford to refute his face. So, he arched his hand. Big Brother Jiang, ha ha ha, little Chen turn around and come to my mansion. I definitely won't treat you poorly. For a while, Jiang Jianrong and Chen Anmo hooked shoulders, just like a pair of good friends. Seeing this, Empress Yun looked complicated. The secrets in Chen Anmo's body were more than she could imagine. Even she herself wasn't sure why Chen Anmo had these tactics. Had he discovered a cave somewhere? If that's true, then it proves that this kid is also a person of great fortune. Alright, cut the crap. Entering the blood pool now. Be careful, it's still poisonous. Consort Yun gave a low gulp, and Jiang Jianrong hurriedly shut up. Next, Jiang Jianrong was more careful. He stepped forward, sweeping the blood out of the way. Chen Anmo entered the cave. Even though the blood chi had been blocked by Jiang Jianrong, but he still smelled some blood. The smells, unusually pungent, were sickening. The scene in front of him, too, turned a bloody color. There were blood-colored stone walls and floors everywhere, and not far away in the open, there was a huge pool of blood. There were countless corpses lying around in this pool of blood. Chen Anmo squatted at the edge of the blood pool, which was like lava, with bubbles still gurgling on top. The scene made him frown as he watched, especially with the bodies here. Good thing he'd seen nastier ones before, so he was somewhat immune now. He secretly touched the body. No response. Touched the other bodies again. Still no reaction. It looks like the bodies here have been around for a bit longer. Meanwhile, Empress Yun was in the middle of the blood pool and had already taken out a blood elixir. This blood dan was rich in blood chi and suspended in midair. With just a glance, Chen Anmo sensed that the blood dan was unusual. Lady Yun held the blood pill, but she did not damage it. Instead, it was directly put into a jade bottle. Jiang City Master, I'll leave this place to you next. I want everyone to know about the Qi family's evil deeds. Next, it's time to deal with the Yaoguang faction. Well, I'll leave first. Empress Yun flung her long sleeves and drifted away. City Lord Jiang, she took away the blood pill. Chen Anmo said in disbelief. This blood pill is rich in internal energy. It's also useful for us ordinary martial artists to draw on the energy inside. We just need to be careful. Jiang Jianrong said enviously. Alright, let's go too. Next, this place will be left to my men. Soon, Jiang Jianrong informed his men and surrounded the place. A body was carried out. As for the other facilities inside, they were trashed. Little Chen go to my mansion and accompany me for a few drinks later. When he and Jiang Jianrong walked down the street, Jiang Jianrong pulled Chen Anmo along. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Chen Anmo agreed. Jiang Jianrong was very polite. As soon as he passed, he had his men bring 2 30-year portions of the great medicine from the storehouse. Then, tens of thousands of taels of silver tickets were sent. Big Brother Jiang, this is too polite of you. Chen Anmo politely said a few words, but still accepted it. This is money that is collected with peace of mind. Come, sit, drink together. Older brother Chen, you saved me this time. Let's talk about anything in the future. Definitely. 2 people had a drink. Then Jiang Jianrong's 3 concubines came over. The 3 concubines were all like flowers and wore very little. Between raising her hands and throwing her feet, she also kept throwing winks at Chen Anmo. This startled Chen Anmo. What the hell? In front of Jiang Jianrong, she even seduced him. Aren't they afraid Jiang Jianrong will find out and chop them up? Just tell me which one you like. Old man. Just as Chen Anmo was ruminating, Jiang Jianrong was speaking out of turn. Chen Anmo was shaken by the shock. This one came so suddenly, it caught people off guard. Big Brother Jiang, don't joke with me. Brother, do you think I'm joking? Women are like clothes. Brothers are brothers and sisters. What's the point of having concubines? Truth be told, these 3 inside bed kung fu are extremely good. Virtuous brother don't an old brother polite. If you are polite again, brother I'm not happy ow. This, Chen Anmo was dumbfounded. Is this the highest form of etiquette for upper class treats? Letting your concubine serve your guests? Chapter 123 Attacking Yaoguang Sect. Looking at these 3 flowery women, Chen Anmo had to admire Jiang Jianrong's vision. The man may have a rugged look, but I have to say, the vision is still impressive. These 3 beauties are all the best on earth. But naturally, Chen Anmo didn't need it. Big Brother Jiang, I appreciate your feelings. Besides, you've already sent me so many things. How can I still mess around with my sister-in-law? Chen Anmo said sincerely. Jiang Jianrong's face slumped. What's wrong? You don't think it looks good? Of course not that. Then are you a man? Jiang Jianrong slapped his thigh and simply said, let us do it this way. 3 together well. This is my Jiang Jianrong's highest etiquette to you. If you push back, I will really be angry. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched, and bring up the highest etiquette. Subconsciously, he looked at the 3 flowery sisters-in-law. He now recognized Jiang Jianrong as his elder brother. Then, according to the seniority, they should indeed call the 3 women sister-in-law. Chen Anmo's face turned odd. Look at the 3 women again. Each of them looked at Chen Anmo expectantly. One that was over 30 years old even reached out and grabbed Chen Anmo's small hand. Little Chen, your big brother Jiang has already told us that it's thanks to you that he saved his life. And as a matter of course, as a sister-in-law, I have to treat you well. Yes, little Chen, don't be shy. Big brother Jiang doesn't just let us 3 sisters entertain anyone. A sister-in-law, who looked to be 26 years old, spoke with a smile. Chen Anmo had a lot of goosebumps on his body. Big brother Jiang, really thanks for the favor, but I already have someone inside. Chen Anmo spoke nicely before Jiang Jianrong let out a helpless sigh. Hey, you kid, that's just it, go down first. Jiang Jianrong waved his hand, and the 3 women then went down. Then the 2 men continued to drink and talk. After 3 rounds of wine, Jiang Jianrong finally got down to business. In about 3 days, we're planning to attack the Yaoguang faction. Brother Chen, the Yaoguang sect has been established for more than 500 years, and there are many good things in it, so you can follow me later. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Are you sure? Oh, besides us, there are many gangs, clans, such as yours, that will arrive the day after tomorrow, as far as I know, and the Purple Light sect, the Electric Feather Pavilion, and the Sword and Sword sect. Got it, but unfortunately, this Qi Mingxian guy wasn't caught, and I don't know where he's hiding. This son's cultivation as long as he hasn't entered the land gods, then there is no need to worry much. Come, drink. Just as the 2 men pushed their cups together, a pair of eyes in the shadows stared at the 2 men. During the latter part of the night, this person left the city lord's mansion and arrived at an inn. Duke, after knocking on the door, the one sitting inside was clearly Qi Mingxian. My lord, the situation is understood. The only people who went to the blood pool in the back of the mountain today were concubine Yun, Jiang Jianrong, and a man named Chen Anmo. Qi Ming frowned first. What is the origin of this Chen Anmo? It seems that I have never heard of, he said suspiciously, then suddenly thought of something. Wait, Chen Anmo is the triple sect's newest genius. Yes, before I came, I inquired. Afterwards, the man spoke about Chen Anmo's identity. My lord, I also inquired that 3 days from now, numerous forces will be rounding up the Yaoguang sect. I have already guessed about this matter. Qi Ming sighed first. In this bout, many of the disciples within the Yaoguang sect were considering running away. But how many can run away? A lot of them just came down the hill and got caught. If he hadn't left the Yaoguang sect early and lived elsewhere, it wouldn't have been that easy otherwise. Alright, you gather all your men now. 3 days later, we're going to pretend to be from other sects as well and attack the Yaoguang sect. Yes, my lord. Waiting for the people to leave, Qi Ming narrowed his eyes first. I can't get that blood pill, but there's more in the sect. I'm bound to enter the 3rd grade. For the next 3 days, Chen Anmo had been cuddling with Shen Xian in his room. As for Mo Linger, after being called away by her mother, she didn't appear again. Shen Xian was also taking more and more initiative now, and liked to hang on to him most of the day. It's like a pendant. But the afternoon of the 3rd day, Chen Anmo was called over by Jiang Jianrong's men, because the people from his clan had arrived as well. Chen Anmo took Shen Xian's hand and arrived at the city lord's mansion. This time, the triple sect was led by the 2 pulse heads, Zhou Cheng and Yang Liang. He brought about 40 or so inner disciples, and a dozen or so law enforcement elders, as well as 5 personal disciples. As soon as Chen Anmo and Shen Xian came over, they were pulled over by Yang Liang. You brat, when did you become good brothers with Jiang City Lord? Yang Li English asked in a strange tone. Original. As soon as these people came over, they were invited into the city lord's mansion by the people of the city lord's mansion with grand specifications. This made the triple door a little strange for a while. Since when has the city lord's office given them so much face? Later, when he inquired, he realized that Jiang Jianrong was looking at Chen Anmo's face. Chen Anmo briefly explained the matter, but instead of saying that the antidote pill was special, he only said that he had helped Jiang Jianrong and saved him by accident. Yang Liang drifted off. The surrounding people even looked at Chen Anmo with envy. To be able to befriend a 3rd grade expert, and the other party was still the lord of a city, it was like having a big background. Then, the city lord's mansion set up a banquet and entertained everyone, but no one was drinking, because tomorrow, it was time to attack the Yaoguang faction. Time passes. Early the next morning, Chen Anmo followed the large troop and had arrived at the bottom of Yaoguang sect's mountain. According to the city lord's joint investigation with Empress Yun, the Yaoguang sect has united with the Qi family and colluded with the cult of peace. The evidence is conclusive, causing our Dale dynasty to be plagued by life and death. And I don't know how many great heroes of the rivers and lakes have died tragically at the hands of these demonic people. Now, I have received orders from Empress Yun to take down the Yaoguang faction and arrest all the demons as a warning to others. As Jiang Jianrong finished his wanted oath, all the experts from all walks of life in the Jianghu who had come here were already eyeing each other intently. None of these people, no one is really fighting for justice. Everyone's aim is to rob. As with dealing with the Qi family, there is ample benefit to get everyone working. Kill, down with the Taiping sect demons. Capture Yaoguang sect's senior sister Zhao Lian alive. Capture Yaoguang sect's sister Qin Yu alive. Some of the evil spirits of the colorful world have mischievous ideas in addition to scheming for wealth. Because when it does happen, no one cares. Not long after, the entire Yaoguang sect was filled with a sea of fire. The screams, the shrieks, rang out. Although the disciples within the Yaoguang sect fought back and tried to take advantage of the chaos to kill their way out, there were simply too many people rushing in. As one disciple after another fell in a pool of blood, some disciples finally gave up their resistance and began to flee. Zhou Cheng Pulse Head and Yang Lying, two people divided into two. They had already been prepared. Zhou Cheng headed to a medicinal garden. As for Yang Lying, she led her people to kill a storehouse. Chen Anmo followed Yang Lying. Only Yang Lying rushed ahead, and that overbearing true essence cut down all the Yaoguang sect disciples who were in the way. With only half an incense burner, the Yaoguang sect disciples and elders didn't dare to stop them. Soon, Yang Lying attacked the first depot. Rush in and get everything together, Yang Lying commanded. Yes, the disciples behind them all rushed into the treasury like crazy with glowing eyes. Chen Anmo didn't rush to the front line, because he guessed that the Yaoguang sect wouldn't be stupid enough to still hide something of value here. Mostly shifted. Instead of wasting that time, you could have touched more bodies, in addition to getting a reward. And more importantly, he guessed, some posthumous information. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 120 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. In terms of rewards received, the Yaoguang sect disciples here were generally not very strong. As for the last wishes of these people, there's not much of value there. It was then that Yang Lying finally met her match. An elder of the Yaoguang sect suddenly rushed out from the treasury. In an instant, two disciples were killed on the spot after a moment of inattention. Good guts. Yang Lying's strong true essence blasted out. There was a sonic boom in the air. Boom! Powerful palm winds clashed in the air, and the aftermath of the battle spread out in all directions. Yang Lying retreated sharply with a single blow and commanded towards the surrounding disciples, "Get out of the way, lest I accidentally injure your lives." Yes. Yang Lying looked at the other party again. Zhao Na, I thought that back then, we were also the same group of geniuses. Back then, you weren't a match for me, and now you're still inferior to me. But how could I not expect that you would fall into the evil path? Yang Lying, you're talking nonsense. Zhao Na, didn't fall into the evil path at all. It's you who falsely accused and framed us. Zhao Na looked angrily at Yang Lying and continued. If you want to commit a crime, you can't take it. Aren't you guys just trying to take advantage of the fire? Yang Lying, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill these disciples of yours. Seeing how angry Zhao Na looked, Yang Lying snorted. Looks like you're still in the dark. What do you mean? Does Gong Lin know about this? Not long ago, he brought a group of disciples to Chongming County and attempted to trick Miss Wei Nishang into going out, but fortunately Miss Wei Nishang was prepared and took him down. He has already explained that your entire Yaoguang sect, the Patriarch and the Grand Elder, as well as individual elders, have long since colluded with the Taiping sect in order to seek greater power. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Na still couldn't believe that the sect she was staying in would be like this. Otherwise, how could she be in the dark? Do you think I'd talk nonsense when it comes down to it? You tried to disturb my mind and I killed you. The two were once again in a battle. Chen Anmo looked away. Yang Lying clearly had the upper hand. Then, he saw senior sister Songshi running out of a room with a face full of joy. Looking at the bulging bag on her back, it was obvious that the harvest was not small. It was only at this time that the two martial artists following Songshi suddenly struck out at her. These two people were not disciples of the Yaoguang school. Dressed in civilian clothes, it looked like they were blending in. It was probably because he saw that the harvest on Songshi was not small, so he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to grab it. I have to say, their timing is pretty good. Yang Lying was pestered. The other disciples weren't here either. Only Chen Anmo and Shen Xian were together. Ah, Songshi was not aware of it for a moment and was slapped out, spitting out blood. Sister. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian rushed over. Chen Anmo was too fast. These two people didn't even have time to pick up the traveling bag on the ground. Chen Anmo's yang finger had already blasted over. Put. Two crisp sounds rang out, and an extra bloody hole appeared in these two people's heads. Songs cared enough about her stuff to hold on to it as soon as she did. Many thanks to senior brother Chen. The corners of Shen Xian's mouth twitched. We saved you. What are you doing holding on to your stuff so desperately? Still think we're gonna rob you? Ha! Chapter 124 The Sex Inner Traitor. Seemingly realizing that it wasn't a good idea for her to do so, Songshi hurriedly explained, there are things here that saved my life, and I will repay senior brother Chen's saving grace later. Actually, Chen Anmo didn't think much about it and nodded his head. They're all from the same sect. Senior sister Song doesn't need to think much about it. Shen Xian didn't want to pay too much attention to Songshi and said bluntly, Senior sister Song, then you recuperate well. We'll go elsewhere first. Songshi hurriedly said, wait, let me remind you to be careful of your fellow disciples around you. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian looked at each other. I didn't expect Songshi to say that. Senior sister Song, can you tell us exactly who to be careful of? Zhao Liqiu, Fan Jiao. These two people, both of them, were inner disciples of the two places, one yang finger and two fingers N. In the previous tests, they all belonged to the seeded players. I remember. Farewell. Chen Anmo estimates. Songshi obviously knew something about the situation within their clan. Perhaps, just like the Yaoguang sect, someone within the sect had practiced evil techniques. Without stopping, Chen Anmo and Shen Xian turned their heads and swept towards a medicinal garden. As he walked away, he saw that Yang Liang had already solved his opponent. Seeing the expert called Zhao Na fall, Chen Anmo stopped. Shen Xian couldn't break in time and directly hit Chen Anmo's back. She rubbed her forehead helplessly. What for? I'm going over to that body. Chen Anmo came to Yang Liang's side. Yang Liang was still looking at the corpse and lamented. Zhao Na, I still admired her when I was young. She was cynical and did a lot of good things. If she didn't do it to me, this time I'll take it as if I didn't see her. But it's a pity. Pulse leader Yang, you're not hurt, are you? Seemingly concerned. In fact, Chen Anmo pretended to unintentionally pass by the body and reached out his foot to touch it. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 300 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Legacy Wish 1. I hope the Yaoguang sect can reorganize itself and create a new glory. Chen Anmo was speechless. This Zhao Na was really loyal. Last Wish 2. I hope to drive away all the invaders and return a clear sky to Yaoguang Pai. Last Wish 3. Xi Ming first contacted me secretly, saying that he was framed, that he was a good man, and that he vowed to live and die with the clan. And now that he has secretly mixed in, I hope that he will be safe. Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. Good man. Xi Mingxian the kid even slipped in. As for what he said about vowing to live and die with the clan, Chen Anmo naturally wouldn't believe such nonsense. He guessed that this person should have some purpose. Could it be for the blood pills again? After bidding farewell to Yang Liang, Chen Anmo and Shen Xian swept towards the medicinal garden. Once over, he heard a scream. His heart sank. This scream was somewhat familiar to him. It was that of a senior sister from the same sect. Shen Xian accelerated and swept towards the screams. Soon, at the bottom of one of the steps, he saw a corpse with a ponytail and wearing the attire of a disciple of the triple sect. This senior sister, he didn't know what her name was. He only remembered meeting her a few times from afar, and she would affectionately call him senior brother Chen every time. The body was attacked from behind, by a sudden sneak attack, and was pierced through the heart with a sword. Shen Xian examined it and analyzed it. It's pretty empty here. It shouldn't be unresponsive to a sneak attack, Chen Anmo said. Shen Xian's pretty face changed slightly. An acquaintance did it? As he was talking, Chen Anmo sensed an aura rapidly coming over. Soon, Chen Anmo saw it. The person who came was an elder with a green robe. Chen Anmo realized that he knew this elder. It was the dead master Lu Jingfei's senior brother, Zhang Rong. Earlier, he had brought senior mother and senior sister Lu Feng to the triple sect. It was originally Zhang Rong who wanted to defect. Unfortunately, the guy took something for them and dismissed them. Well, it's you guys. Zhang Rong froze for a moment when he saw Chen Anmo. He could remember Chen Anmo very well. At first, because he was afraid of offending Yang Liang. So after he rejected Chen Anmo and Lu Feng's group, he heard that Yang Liang had taken them in. It made him skeptical for a while. After that, Chen Anmo grew up step by step. The matter about him rejecting Chen Anmo's group also spread throughout the sect. This made him the laughingstock of the clan. Thus seeing Chen Anmo again, Zhang Rong's face did not look too good. What happened? Zhang Rong coldly glanced at the corpse on the ground and his gaze condensed. It's a disciple of our triple sect. How did he die? Who is the murderer? Not sure. People were dead when we got here, Chen Anmo said. A touch of grief surged on Zhang Rong's face. It must be the Yaoguang sect demons. This group of dogs, they have to be killed by 1,000 cuts. As he spoke, Chen Anmo had already quietly touched the corpse. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 150 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. I wish that Senior Chen Anmo would look at me one more time and touch my face. Reward, 100 days of training. Last wish 2. I obtained a 10-year portion of elixir here. I never thought I would meet Zhang Rong. He took advantage of my defenses and sneak attacked me, causing me to die here. I hope I can kill him to avenge my death. Reward, 2 chi building pills. I told you. How come Zhang Rong is so coincidentally suddenly appearing here? It turns out that he's the one who killed this senior's sister. Chen Anmo's eyes narrowed. Chen Anmo, there seems to be some movement in front of us. You guys go over first. Leave this corpse to me. I'll go down just in time. Zhang Rong sighed and said with a very sad look. But at that moment, Chen Anmo suddenly struck out. The 6 veins of the divine sword. This was Chen Anmo's latest cultivation card, which had never been utilized. But this time, in order to be taken by surprise, he decisively used this killing move. Pust. As expected, Zhang Rong had no defense at all. Or maybe he was just too confident in himself. It's always been him sneaking up on people. When did it become someone else's turn to sneak up on him? Wow! Zhang Rong spat out blood as his body kept retreating. At the same time, Chen Anmo struck again. The golden sword light erupted with a roar and smashed into Zhang Rong's chest. Put! 2 consecutive strikes made Zhang Rong unable to even stand. He planted himself on the ground. His face twisted as he looked at Chen Anmo incredulously. He couldn't figure it out. This move that Chen Anmo had just made was the 6 veins divine sword. In the entire triple sect, there were less than 5 people who could have this killing move. And these 5 people were all top experts within the clan. This Chen Anmo, however, was only a junior who had just joined the sect. Even if one's talent was high, how could one have cultivated the 6 veins divine sword? If this news were to spread, I'm afraid it would trigger a shock in the Jianghu. Chen Anmo will be valued by all forces. Chen Anmo, why did you make a move on me? Just because I rejected you in the first place? You are too cruel. Zhang Rong asked as he covered his heart and staggered back. Shen Xian also looked at Chen Anmo with some confusion. Secretly, it should not be Chen Anmo is not such a small-minded person. Then there must be something wrong with this Zhang Rong. With this in mind, the sword in her hand was also pointed at Chen Anmo with an eyeing look. Chen Anmo said expressionlessly, still pretending? You're the one who killed this female disciple. What are you babbling about? When Zhang Rong heard this, his heart was shaken. He didn't understand how Chen Anmo found out. Unfortunately, the answer to that was something he was not destined to know. Because Chen Anmo didn't give him time to continue talking, he directly struck a strike of 2 fingers and a long whip resembled a blade and sliced off Zhang Rong's head. Last wish, kill Zhang Rong and avenge me. Completed. Reward, 2 chi building pills. Next, Chen Anmo squatted down and slowly stroked the dead girl's face. Last wish, I wish Senior Chen Anmo would look at me more often and touch my face. Completed. Reward, 100 days of training. Chen Anmo sighed in his heart. This girl actually had a crush on him all along. Have a good trip. Chen Anmo whispered. You know her? Shen Xian asked. Seen it a couple times. Chen Anmo shook his head. Then, raised his foot to touch Zhang Rong's corpse. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, kill Chen Anmo. Only when Chen Anmo is dead will I not continue to be humiliated. Last wish 2, to be rich. I want to be rich. So he's been wishing me dead for a long time. Rumble, rumble. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. It's going to rain. Shen Xian looked to the sky. Her brows furrowed. In front of us is the medicinal garden. Go there and take a look. In the middle of the medicinal garden, corpses lay strewn about. Many corpses drop quite a bit of big medicine around them. Shen Xian would be in charge of collecting these medicines, and Chen Anmo would touch the corpses. Observing the corpses carefully, Chen Anmo frowned, because he realized that the corpses here were even more miserable in their deaths than the ones he had seen before. A look of horror passed over the face of each corpse. It's as if they suddenly encountered some danger and died a horrible death. In addition to the Yaoguang sect, he also saw other sect disciples. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish, the patriarch asked us to guard the entrance to the blood pill and wait for elder brother Qi Mingxian to come and get it, hoping that elder brother Qi Mingxian will come back sooner. Last wish, I hope to see senior brother Qi Ming earlier. Seeing these last wishes, Chen Anmo shook. Qi Ming blended in first. The blood pill entrance, I'm afraid, is nearby. At this time, a group of people in front of them were mingling. A part of them, the remaining members of the Yaoguang sect. However, among these Yaoguang sect disciples, there were some others who had a strong evil aura on their bodies, and it was obvious that they were practicing evil kung fu. he instantly realized that the people of the peaceful cult outside had also mixed in. The other part of the group was, surprisingly, disciples of the Blade and Sword sect, as well as disciples of the Violet Light sect. This group of Taiping sect disciples were clearly outnumbered. A bearded expert at the head of the group had a stern look on his face. Anyone who fought with him had their bones shattered by a punch. He laughed at the crowd that was blocking the way. All of you get out of my way or you'll all die. The Blade and Sword sect and the Violet Light sect each had an elder leading the group. The two men walked out in unison. Qiu Yang, although your explosive iron fist is powerful and is a heavenly ranked technique, it is also very consuming, isn't it? And you are at the end of your rope after killing all the way here. The one who spoke was an elder of the Blade and Sword sect. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. Qiu Yang, the grand elder of the Yaoguang sect. Think you've got me? Try it then. Qiu Yang took a deep breath and turned his head towards the disciples behind him and drank. In the big battle later, you guys will kill your way out. Remember these clans? If you don't take this revenge, you're not a disciple of my Yaoguang sect in vain. As the words fell, Qiu Yang charged straight out. Explosive fist. This punch carried a rich blood aura. Qiu Yang, you really do practice evil arts. Seeing this, the two elders, one on the left and one on the right, surged their true essence furiously, blocking Qiu Yang. Soon, a group of disciples also battled into a mess. Chen Anmo didn't move, because he noticed a black-robed figure in the corner. This person unexpectedly turned his head towards a manor behind him and drilled away while this group of people were fighting. This person's aura wasn't weak. It was of the 4th rank. Shen Xin, stay here, I'll go check it out. Chen Anmo followed towards behind the black-robed figure. He seriously suspected that this person was Qi Mingxian, because, before in the city lord's mansion he had specifically seen the portrait of this person. The silhouette of the figure is very similar. Plus, this person followed Qiu Yang at the beginning and broke away from the battle later. It felt as if Qiu Yang was deliberately covering for him. Chapter 125 The Black Hand Behind the Taiping Cult. Elder Qiu Yang, don't worry, I will avenge you. Blade and Sword Sect, Purple Light Sect, well, I'll remember you, you're all going to die. Qi Ming roared first. At that moment, he had already rushed into the manor. This place, originally, belonged to his residence. As a top genius within the clan, he was more than just a genius within the clan. He had other heavy responsibilities on his shoulders, and that was to contact the god of peace, becoming immortal. That's what they're ultimately about. Familiarly, he came to a place of wigwam in the backyard of the manor. There were a lot of bodies lying around here as well, but it's all women's bodies. All the clothes on the body were gone, obviously suffering mad abuse before death. These are all female disciples of the Yaoguang sect. It was also the object of Zimmer's first vent. All along, these female disciples had managed this manor for him, and even when he left, these women did not leave. Until today, the Yaoguang sect was attacked by many martial artists, and this place fell. Where was a group of female disciples who normally only served people a match for this group of martial arts masters? After being abused, they have died horribly. Qi Ming didn't even look at these corpses first. His eyes radiated madness, distortion, and bloodlust. The blood elixir has already taken shape. I can even smell the elixir. Ha. Enter the 3rd grade and you'll be able to communicate with the god of peace. Becoming immortal is expected. Elders, don't worry. When I become immortal, you can all be resurrected, and I will bring you with me and sweep through the great music dynasty. Those who go against us, die. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It was as if he had become immortal. He entered the interior of the wigwam, and then, straight away, pulled open an iron plate on the ground. This reveals the entrance to a tunnel. The next moment, he jumped. Chen Anmo had already run his stealth technique at this time. As he passed the bodies of these women, he touched them quietly. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Last wish, I hope to serve elder brother Qi Mingxian and become immortal. Last wish, I hope to attain immortality. Last wish, I hope to meet the god of peace. Last wish. Looking around at the last wishes made Chen Anmo call out the outrageousness of the situation. Are these women brainwashed? Or is there really a god of peace? But whether there is or isn't, this kind of brainwashing sect, if there really is a god of peace, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. Picking up the favor, Chen Anmo followed and jumped into the ground. Ha. Blood pills, my blood pills. Above the thick pool of blood, Qi Ming shouted excitedly first. At this moment, a blood dan floated in front of him, but just as he reached for it, the blood elixir is gone. Zimming first, Qi Ming blinked first, not reacting for a moment. With a jolt, he realized there was a second person here, and proficient in stealth. Who dared to rob my blood pills? Qi Mingxian was furious, and with a boom, his body's blood qi surged wildly. Chen Anmo wasn't stealthy anymore, and the moment Qi Ming made the first move, His 6-chakra divine sword had already stabbed out. Put. Qi Mingxian's pupils shrunk. The stern on instantly pierced his throat. Qi Ming first covered his bleeding throat and looked at Chen Anmo in fear. You, Chen Anmo. He had also gotten a portrait of Chen Anmo in the past few days, so recognize him at once. Spare me. I know the Lord of Peace, and will make you immortal. Qi Ming begged for mercy first. Chen Anmo didn't pay attention to him, but said to himself, I was asked to talk to you. The culprit who killed Poison Top Tian is me, and I'm no worse than you. By the way, the imperial court has already suspected the Qi family, so I hope you'll get rid of the evidence. These 3 things were the last wishes of the man who had assassinated him before. Qi Ming was a bit confused first. What was the point of talking to him about this? Put. Chen Anmo made another sword strike and stabbed into his chest. I am a disciple of the God of Peace, the God of Peace, who is about to descend, and he will not let you go. As Qi Ming first fell to the ground unwillingly, the rewards all arrived. 5 years of training, plus 5 poison resistance, 2 years of training. All of the previous collective legacy rewards have arrived as well. Collective last wish, eradicate the Qi family and destroy the blood pool. Completed. Reward, heavenly ranked treasure sword, full moon sword. Collective last wish, kill Qi Mingxian and avenge us. Completed. Reward, 1 storage ring. At this moment, deep within a hidden dense forest, it is surrounded by white mist and ancient trees. In the depths of this dense forest, there was a cave hidden. At this moment, in the cave, a shadowy figure gradually opened its eyes. The wisp of breath inside Qi Mingxian's body is gone. That kid actually died. The one who spoke was named Taiping Jinjin. It was a Qi refiner from a long time ago, because he practiced evil arts and attempted to live forever. For this reason he was sealed by a great power in the Soul Reclaimer. Although he had been dead for many years, his divine sense was still alive. Originally, he had been in a state of confusion for hundreds of years before he finally came to his senses. After a fight, he absorbed all the souls within the Soul Inviting Streamer. However, he was still unable to break through the Soul Inviting Streamer. However, through his spiritual power, he was controlling some martial artists under the mountain. And so, little by little, he started on the missionary path. He called himself the God of Peace and was known for his steadfastness. In his opinion, as long as he hid here, then no one would know who the real God of Peace was. Utilizing these fanatics, he had them refine blood pills for his consumption. No, he grew a little bit stronger. From being a shadow before, it had now almost formed a solid body. Still, he wasn't going to go down. He still clearly remembered that after his self became a Qi refiner back then, he accidentally invoked a great power and thus was sealed in the soul invocation. He's been admonishing himself ever since. Steady as you go, you'll live long. And just like that, he's in deep hiding. His current cultivation level was of the 2nd grade now. Ordinary blood pills were useless to him now. Only a heavenly blood pill could help him enter the 1st grade. Once he entered the 1st grade, he was considered to have stepped into the threshold of a Qi refiner, and at that time, he would be able to take over his body and rebuild his physical body. But, the original plan was solid. He had high hopes for the kid Qi Mingxian. Not only did he give him a lot of kung fu and elixir, even, it passed on to him the Qi refiner's heart method. I just didn't realize that the kid was dead. Things haven't been going well lately. Could it be that I'm not being steady in the right way? No, I'm solid enough. It must be that Zimming first wasn't solid enough. That must be it. Thinking about this, Taiping Jinren sighed quietly. Back then, Qi Mingxian was still just a mountain boy. From the time he was very young, he taught him the essence of steadiness. I didn't realize that it was still such a disappointment to him. He closed his eyes and communicated with other believers. Check. Who killed Qi Mingxian? Yes, Lord Justice of the Peace. At this moment, Chen Anmo had just touched Qi Mingxian's corpse. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation, triggering the corpse's last wish. Legacy 1, get the blood elixir. Reward, 10 spirit stones. Last wish 2, to be received by the God of Peace and become his true disciple. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Surprisingly, there is a spirit stone reward. Chen Anmo's mouth opened wide. The rewards, generally speaking, will be related to this deceased person in some way. Commoners, for example, will be rewarded with silver. Martial Master will reward something related to cultivation. So it seems that this Qi Mingxian has really cultivated immortality? Because according to what Chen Anmo had read from some ancient books, spirit stones were a kind of treasure that Qi refiners used for cultivation. Shaking his head, he decided to fulfill his last wish first. With the blood pills and the spatial ring, the rewards arrived. Last wish, get the blood elixir. Completed. Reward, 10 spirit stones. Chen Anmo took out the spirit stone from the system space. Fixing his eyes, Chen Anmo froze. It's just a black rock. I've heard that chi refiners can absorb the energy inside spirit stones. Chen Anmo fiddled with it for half a day, but unfortunately, he couldn't see any effect at all. Shaking his head and putting his things away, he looked around. Boom! The beast's fire burned this surrounding area, and then left the place. At this time, the entire Yaoguang sect was almost invisible to many of the Yaoguang sect's disciples. Even if they did, many Yaoguang sect disciples were already wearing civilian clothes. As long as they weren't particularly famous Yaoguang sect disciples, they basically wouldn't be easily recognized. So instead, the ones fighting now are the ones killing their way in order to fight for the treasure. It no longer cared if the other party was a Yaoguang sect disciple or not. The two of them, Zhao Ben and Wu Li, had just solved 3 people. These 3 are from other sects. Wu Li said through the feats used by the 3. It doesn't matter, we're going to make a killing this time. Not bad, otherwise, our amount of being senior brothers will be surpassed by Chen Anmo. I just saw a good harvest of Songshi, Wu Li said with a twinkle in his eye. Better not mess around, we've gained enough this time. On the other side, in a mansion, cut them off and finish them off. Senior brother Wu Lei brought 2 disciples to stop the 2 women and 1 man. These 3 people were wearing other sects' costumes, but what was Wu Lei's eyes? He could tell at a glance that something wasn't right with these 3, especially these 2 women. Although the breath was chaotic, however, the internal strength was very strong. Zhao Liyan, Qin Yu, it's you guys? These 2, they were both first-class great beauties of the Yaoguang school, and being extremely talented. I don't know how many people pursue them. In Vurei's mind, together, these 2 people were comparable to Wei Nishang. In the previous times, Wu Lei and the girls had also sparred. Thus instantly, Wu Lei perceived that the 2 women were Zhao Liyan and Qin Yu, though the 2 look very different at the moment than they did before. The 3 men panicked. The male disciple let out a low curse and actually threw down these 2 women to turn his head and escape alone. Bang! But just as he ran out, he was forced back by the 2 men behind him, and was then cut down by 2 swords. Zhao Liyan and Qin Yu turned pale. They had been wounded in battle earlier. It was so hard to rush out in the clothes of other sect disciples to this place, but I didn't expect to encounter Wu Lei. Wow! Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. She simply stopped pretending and pulled off her face. Zhao Liyan did the same, pulling down her face. Senior Martial Thunder, we meet again. Remember 5 years ago by the lake? 5 years ago, Wu Lei invited her to dinner. The 2 had dinner afterward, but there was no follow-up. Of course I remember, Wu Lei coldly said. She was angry when she talked about what happened back then. That meal cost him hundreds of taels of silver. He also gave out 2 chi building pills. Unexpectedly, Zhao Liyan didn't pay much attention to him later. It's not whoring him out. Back then, I was but kind to you, but my cultivation was at a critical period, and then I closed down, so I'm really sorry. Zhao Liyan explained warmly. What are you doing talking to me about this now? Wu Lei sneered. After that time, he had vowed to stop being a lickspittle. Lickspittle must die. Can I make amends? Qin Yu and I don't even know what typing sect. As long as you let us go now, we are willing to do anything. Zhao Liyan revealed a pitiful look, looking to the other 2 disciples again. The same goes for you. Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples immediately revealed a look of greed as they scanned Zhao Liyan and Qin Yu up and down. Elder brother, why don't you? A disciple with a slightly chubby body sniffled and laughed outright. Chapter 126. This is a goddess. As Wu Lei looked at the 2 goddesses he once had, his heart couldn't help but itch as well. Zhao Liyan, he used to pursue, but the woman didn't press him much. Just ignore him. What are you collecting? It pissed him off so much at the time that he couldn't eat for 3 days. As for Qin Yu, he had also played with his mind, but too cold and arrogant for his own good. He wouldn't have had that thought. Now, these 2 women are actually saying that anything goes. Martial Thunder senior brother, not only this time, in the future, you can find us anytime, anywhere, we serve at any time, and even, always be your woman. Zhao Liyan said with a straight face. Do you really want to? Wu Lei was in a bit of disbelief. Of course it's true. Zhao Liyan nodded her head vigorously. What about you? Wu Lei looked towards Qin Yu. I'd love to. After Qin Yu finished speaking, she even took the initiative to lift up her long skirt. A large area of snow-white jade feet was revealed. Hoo. The 2 senior brothers beside him were already young and bloodthirsty. Once you see the scene, how can you top it? Elder brother, I think it's fine. We can have them wear masks afterwards and take them away. A junior suggested. Wu Lei subconsciously nodded. Go to the house. After saying that, he looked at the 2 senior brothers. You guys guard the door, I'll give you benefits later. The implication is that you won't be able to get your hands on these 2 women. 2 people were confused. What? No? Wu Lei's face turned cold. Don't look at his usual amiable attitude with Chen Anmo. But that was because he knew that Chen Anmo was held in high regard by the head of Yang Liang's vein. When dealing with ordinary disciples, then he was old and dignified, plus the fact that these two were originally his minions. How can you let your little brother share a woman with him? The two minions had numb skin in their hearts, but could only watch the door. After entering the house, Wu Lei directly threw out 2 pills. Take it, and from now on you will only listen to me. Ray showed his teeth and smiled. These 2 pills were a type of poison that he had obtained at the hands of the typing sex demons. You need to take the antidote every month to get it. This also meant these 2 flowery goddesses would be his playthings from now on. This is a goddess. It's exciting to think about. Of course, he's taking some risks. However, he had a high status in the triple sect and wasn't afraid of these risks. Even if he was found out, he could still say that he was just taking them back for severe interrogation to learn about the situation regarding the typing sex demons. Who can say more? Xinyu and Zhao Liyan held the poison pills and glanced at each other. Okay, let's eat. The 2 men spoke in unison, but at the same time, a fierce glint flashed in all their eyes. Almost at the same time, both men opened their mouths. Honey-mouthed, a green light shot out of his mouth at the same time. Put! Where did Wu Lei react? Immediately, his chest was pierced. 2 bloody holes, both as thick as your thumb. Wu Lei staggered back, a flash of sternness in his eyes. Today, it's surprisingly guttural. Come to me dead. Wu Lei reached out and grabbed it. A strong and powerful palm snapped towards Xinyu, but Xinyu dodged just in time. He turned to grab Zhao Liyan. Zhao Liyan was too injured before to dodge. By the time she reacted, her neck had been snapped. Wu Lei gave a vicious tug. Zhao Liyan's neck was instantly scratched with a bloody hole. Ho ho ho! Zhao Liyan desperately grabbed Wu Lei's arm and tugged on his clothes. Xinyu's senior sister, quickly go! Bang! Ray slammed a vicious punch into Zhao Liyan's face. Only a click was heard as Zhao Liyan's head cracked open. Sister Zhao! Xinyu cried out. Ah! She took advantage of the fact that Wu Lei hadn't yet broken free from Zhao Liyan's hand and drew her sword to frantically chop. In an instant, Wu Lei's chest was already full of holes. Watching Wu Lei's corpse fall, Xinyu knelt down beside Zhao Liyan's corpse and cried in a low voice. Senior sister Zhao, I've already avenged your death for you. You have a good journey. The 2 disciples watching the door at the entrance were still talking to each other. I didn't realize we didn't even get a bite of soup. AI. When I think of Senior Marshal Thunder embracing left and right, hey. The 2 men let out a long sigh. Even if they were dissatisfied in their hearts, they didn't dare say anything more. After all, they were Wu Lei's people since they followed him. That's just it. Didn't senior brother Wu Lei say that he would compensate us afterward? There's a couple hundred taels at any rate, right? There might be pills as well. So let's go to Lichuan Yard later and have a good time. So saying, both men cheered up. At that moment, the door burst open. It's over so soon? That was the unifying thought of these 2 men. Turning back, a flash of swordlight flashed by. Put! The 2 men covered their necks and looked at Xinyu, who had suddenly appeared. In horror, it's over. The 2 men collapsed unwillingly. Xinyu habitually felt around the body twice. Then, returning to the house, he groped at Ray again. At this time, a joyful expression appeared on Xinyu's face. Worthy of being the eldest senior brother of the 3 heavens vein, this wealth is actually so rich. And there's actually a great medicine like Zhu Dan Hong, purple copper forest, Shu Dan red, and Kawa grass. All 3 main medicines of the ascension pill. This is what must be used to enter the upper 3rd realm at the 4th level. She gathered her things and left quickly. Only just as he stepped out of the doorway, he saw a figure standing on top of the stone pier in the doorway. In his hand he carried a knife that radiated heat. It's none other than Chen Anmo. You killed my eldest brother. Chen Anmo slowly walked towards Xinyu. He's the one who tried to bully me first. It's not my fault. I'm not trying to avenge him, but you're a disciple of the Yaoguang sect. Chen Anmo raised his knife and pointed it at Xinyu. Bind your hands and give you a pain in the ass. Little brother, you should know my identity. My name is Xinyu. Xinyu slowly lifted his own human skin mask, revealing his delicate features. Then, she slowly lifted up the skirt of her dress, revealing her fair legs. I'll grant you any wish you want, as long as you leave me alone. Brush! Chen Anmo slashed away. Don't! Xinyu subconsciously raised his arm. The entire arm was cut in half along with half of the body. Died horribly on the spot. I'm not going to follow in Big Brother's footsteps. Chen Anmo sighed. It had to be said that this Xinyu really wasn't bad looking. No wonder she became the goddess of the Yaoguang sect. Unfortunately, it's just too cocky. Goddesses these days are actually pretty cocky. Like his senior sister Songshi. He then touched Xinyu's body. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, to take advantage of Chen Anmo's defenses and strike him suddenly. Legacy wish 2, to escape from the clan. Go into hiding, and practice the art of peace and immortality. Last wish 3, to offer everything I have to the god of peace and to serve him for the rest of my life. Another brainwashed lord. Chen Anmo shook his head, his gaze falling on Qin Yu's body as his hand reached over. Soon, in the unfathomable depths, a small package was groped for. No wonder the belly is huge. It's hidden deep. Chen Anmo sighed. In addition to some pills and other things, he also found a fire-red elixir. Shu Danhong. Chen Anmo's heart shook. He already had purple copperwood on his hands, and now he had Jordan red. This meant that with just a single strain of Kawa grass, he would be able to refine the immortal ascension pill. This time it's really a big haul. Then he touched the bodies of the other 2 disciples. Too bad there's nothing fancy on these 2. The last wishes are also all about various sleeping girls. Upon entering the house, he saw Senior Marshal Thunder's corpse at a glance. His eyes were wide open in death. I can't imagine that behind Senior Marshal Thunder is such a person. Chen Anmo sighed. In fact, when he was outside, he sensed the situation here. Don't want the bad guy's good deed though. I didn't expect Wu Lei to be caught directly in the act for a moment of inattention. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, to obtain Kawa grass. Reward, 1 immortal ascension elixir. Legacy wish 2, to get Sister Shen Xin. Reward, 1 Shu Dan red plant. Chen Anmo. Good guy. Wu Lei actually coveted Shen Xin a long time ago. Shaking his head, he naturally didn't bother pussyfooting around with a dead man. Then, move on to his last wish. Last wish 3, to make Qinyu and Zhao Lian his slave girls to play with night after night. Reward, 3 Qi building pills. Last wish 4, I wish to catch Qi Mingxian and get the heavenly blood pill. Reward, Qi nurturing technique, minor achievement. Last wish 4 I have not already accomplished. Chen Anmo had just finished his sentence when the reward arrived. This Qi nurturing skill was also a top-level technique of the triple sect. Before that, it was only cultivated to the point of great fulfillment. As the rewards arrived, after complementing each other, the Qi nurturing technique logically entered into perfection. Next, the target is smoked waweed. Chen Anmo frowned slightly. Getting the Kawa grass also means completing Legacy Wish 1, and being able to get an Immortal Ascension pill. Chen Anmo laughed. This meant that he would have 2 Immortal Ascension pills. With the Qi nurturing technique having entered into perfection, his control over True Essence was once again on a higher level. Boom boom! True Essence erupted as his entire body disappeared into the compound. At this time, the battles in various places had come to an end. Chen Anmo began to run back furiously, ready to find Shen Xin first. After all, this place was too chaotic, and although Shen Xin had some strength, it was still troublesome in case she encountered an expert. At that moment, he frowned. Shen Xin is in trouble. Not far away, Shen Xin was fighting 2 people. The 2 men, one bald, the other bald, were both in their 50s and 60s. Ha ha, we, the 2 elders at large, came here for a little autumn breeze, and we didn't expect to meet such a great beauty. The bald man laughed, and with a stretch of his palm, a silver sword sliced towards Shen Xian's hand. Waste your hands before you do, the bald old man admonished. Don't hurt her leg. I like this jade leg very much. I like it too. Boom! With a stern aura, Chen Anmo instantly rushed to the side of the bald old man. Power split Huashan. The bald old man's heart thumped and he panicked. What man dared to touch my woman? Die! The bald old man wanted to rescue him, and he rushed in as he drained the chi from his side. Too bad it's too late. A bald head flew off. Chen Anmo looked at the bald head with a cold smile. Shen Xian breathed a sigh of relief, but her hands were not slow. The swordsmanship surged madly towards the bald head. The bald head knew that it was not Chen Anmo's opponent, and was shocked and angry. How can you be so strong? Spare my life. I am willing to hand over the on me. Before he could finish his words, Chen Anmo hit another power slash. Brush! The bald head was directly split in half. Gee, you're too cheap for them. Shen Xian stomped her foot, so angry that shocking waves welled up in her chest. Chapter 127 When you make a mistake, you must be punished severely. Sorry, just got too angry. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and said. Shen Xian hurriedly touched Chen Anmo's arm and said, but it was thanks to you just now. Why are you here all of a sudden? The front is a book pavilion of Yaoguang School. Although that place was robbed once, but I still intend to go over to try my luck. I did not expect to meet these 2 people in the bullying of other women. The key is, that woman is a senior sister I know. I deliberately lure them away. After hearing what happened, Chen Anmo's heart was filled with fear. If he hadn't happened to come back, Shen Xian might have. Pow! Chen Anmo slammed Shen Xian's upturned buttocks. There was a wave of shock. Oops, what are you doing? Shen Xian muttered with a grumpy face. Chen Anmo said, what for? This is to punish you. Nothing to run blindly by yourself. In case I don't come over, what do? I have cultivated the Qiankuan steps. so if I want to escape, I can still do it, Shen Xin weakly explained. It's just that this explanation, how it sounds, is a bit of a non sequitur. Could be an ass. Chen Anmo slapped again. Oops, I know it's wrong. Anyway, turn around and be sure to punish, Chen Anmo said. Okay, I'll do anything you want, okay? Shen Xin said in a somewhat petulant manner. Although Chen Anmo was mean to her, she also understood that people were concerned about her. It gave her a honeyed feeling of great joy. Chen Anmo walked over to the body and touched it. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1, get Shen Xin. Reward, 5 chi building pills. Legacy 2, figure out where the Yaoguang school hides its treasures. Then, Chen Anmo touched these two people in their arms. Get some feats and medicine bottles. And Shen Xin came to this side of the book depository, where there were even more corpses. But in the corner, there was a girl who still had breath. Shen Xin was the one who saved her for before. At a closer look, it turned out to be senior sister Chen Erong. She is the daughter of the Chamber of Commerce and is polite to everyone, very generous and has a high emotional intelligence. Chen's senior brother, Chen Erong weakly said. You recuperate well. Fortunately you didn't hurt your internal organs. Come, this can be a healing pill to take first, Chen Anmo said. Aha. Then, Shen Xin helped Chen Erong up. Chen Anmo then went to observe the other corpses. The bodies here add up to 28 or 9. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 100 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching a corpse rewards 150 days of cultivation. Ding! Touching the body. Sent it again this time. The only sad thing is that none of these people's last wishes were very well resolved and had to be left alone. Because of the wounded around them, Chen Anmo and Shen Xin discussed the matter and decided to leave the place for the time being. Just like that, Chen Anmo carried Chen Erong on his back, and Shen Xin traveled towards the way they came. It didn't take long to join up with Yang Liang. Yang Liang led her disciples to the outskirts of a large antique manor, listening to the surrounding disciples. This place was where the Yaoguang sect's patriarch resided. And just now, their triple sect leader Qing Yuan personally made a move to kill in. Sovereign turned out to be here as well, Chen Anmo said. Not bad. The patriarch said that he'll deal with the Yaoguang faction patriarch, so we'll just wait outside. Yang Liang nodded slightly and asked Chen Anmo to carry Chen Erong to the back. There are a lot of wounded resting there. After setting aside Chen Erong, Chen Anmo sensed the situation inside the manor. The two patriarchs were fighting furiously. However, Yaoguang sect patriarch Li Guan was obviously injured before, so he quickly fell into a disadvantage in the face of Zhang Qingyuan step-by-step pressing. Li Guang, gird your loins and tell me where all the Yaoguang sect treasures are, and I can spare you, Zhang Qingyuan said coldly. Li Guang stood on the roof, gasping for air and coughing up blood, seemingly knowing that he was no match for Zhang Qingyuan. He smiled miserably. Are you really willing to leave me alone? Of course, after all, it wouldn't do me any good if I killed you. Zhang Qingyuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. Good, then it's settled. Li Guang didn't talk nonsense and directly threw out the space ring. Whoosh! In these few days, I've already stored all the treasures of the Yaoguang sect inside. So take them. Zhang Qingyuan nodded as he took the spatial ring and said, very well, since you are so sensible, I will give you a great gift. He leapt up and rushed to Li Guang's side. Whoosh! A jade bottle was thrown over. What is it? Li Guang subconsciously took it. Bang! Instantly, the jade bottle burst. A poisonous mist filled the air. Zhang Qingyuan, you're committing fraud, Li Guang said in a panicked voice. Ha ha ha, Li Guang, how can you say that you are also the head of a clan? How can you be so childish? How can I let you off the hook when it's this time? Zhang Qingyuan laughed coldly and blasted his palm on Li Guang's chest. Visible to the naked eye, Li Guang's back undershirt was struck with a bloody mist. Li Guang's eyes widened as he stared dead at Zhang Qingyuan. Eventually, collapsed on the roof. The body slid back down the roof. Chen Anmo activated his stealth technique and prepared to touch Li Guang's corpse later. This Li Guang is the head of a clan. The reward must be very rich. But the next scene made Chen Anmo freeze in place. Zhang Qingyuan's large hand was pressed against Li Guang's forehead. Devour. His eyes became bloodshot. Visible to the naked eye, there was a trace of blood mist on Li Guang's forehead that quickly drilled into Zhang Qingyuan's body. Zhang Qingyuan's aura quickly rose. He tilted his head back in comfort and craned his neck a bit, a ho-ho sound escaping his mouth. Worthy of a second-grade cultivation, this is much more comfortable than absorbing dozens of ordinary martial artists. Suddenly, he twisted his head to look at the roof where Chen Anmo was hiding. Who's there? He felt someone there staring at him. Chen Anmo was taken aback. Discovered? He slumped his body down in a hurry. If Zhang Qingyuan was going to come any closer to this place, he could only escape at the risk of being discovered. Well, after shouting, Zhang Qingyuan shook his head suspiciously. It's probably a mouse or a wildcat. With that, he continued to absorb. Chen Anmo was shocked. The patriarch practiced evil kung fu? This was clearly not a gong method belonging to the Taiping sect, but when you think about it, it's a big world. In addition to the Taiping sect's demonic methods, there are many other evil arts. He was not overly surprised that Zhang Qingyuan practiced other evil techniques. After Zhang Qingyuan left, Chen Anmo came over to Li Guang's corpse. It's time for the familiar touching of the corpse. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 300 days of cultivation. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish 1. I didn't realize that the dog Zhang Qingyuan practiced evil kung fu and wished that others would know about his behavior. Reward, 5 Qi building pills. As soon as this last wish comes out, it shows completed. After all, Chen Anmo already knew. Receiving the reward, Chen Anmo was not happy. It was only because this evil technique of the patriarchs was clearly a technique similar to the star-absorbing technique, which focused on devouring, and only devour the dying. This meant that Zhang Qingyuan must have killed many people in private. No wonder. He let the others outside and he went in alone to deal with Li Guang, just because he was afraid that others would find out, right? He made up his mind secretly. Stay away from Zhang Qingyuan in the future. No, technically, it's better to stay in the clan less in the future. Then he looked to the second last wish. Last wish 2. I hope that Qi Ming first can communicate with the god of peace and revitalize the divine power of my Yaoguang sect. Last wish number 3. I hope the missus and the kids are okay out there. Last wish 3. I hope Qianqian, Yao Yao, Xiao Hong, Zhao Zhao and Fong Fong are all okay. Chen Anmo. This patriarch is playing quite fancy. After returning outside, Chen Anmo quietly came to Shen Xian's side. Just in time, a senior brother ran over anxiously. It's not good. It's not good. It's unseemly to panic. Yang Liying said unhappily. This disciple gasped for air and said, Pulse head. It's bad. Eldest brother Wu Lei. He's dead. What? At those words, not just Yang Liying, everyone's face changed drastically. Martial Thunder's cultivation wasn't low, reaching the peak of the 4th grade. He was already in the process of raising the herbs needed for the Immortal Ascension pill. It could be said that other than Chen Anmo Shen Xian, Yang Liying valued him the most. I didn't expect to die here. Chen Anmo and Shen Xian were silent. Regarding Wu Lei's death, Chen Anmo had previously spoken to Shen Xian, and that was to keep it a secret. After all, Wu Lei had a lot of good things on his hands. He didn't want anyone to know he had those. So, both of them blushed profusely. What? Eldest brother is dead. Who killed him? Chen Anmo was surprised. The disciple who reported the news wiped his tears and choked. Just now, I was loitering over there, and then I saw senior brother Wu Lei's body, as well as the 2 people, Zhang Dugua and Li Xiang, who also died there. Any idea who killed them? Yang Liying asked with a cool voice. The reporting disciple shook his head and said, It's not clear. That's just it. Lead the way. I'll check it out. Yang Liying finished and walked out. Soon, the disciples came to this side of Martial Thunder's corpse. As soon as they saw the body, numerous disciples were sobbing. Although it was said that Senior Martial Thunder was a bit more horny and slightly hypocritical as a person, but these days, people do things on the basis of science regardless of heart. Wu Lei did help many disciples. Even second senior brother Zhao Ben and third senior brother Wu Li, as well as senior sister Song Shi, all admired him greatly. The 3 would secretly fight each other to earn favors, but in front of Wu Lei, none of them dared to do so. Only this time, Wu Lei died. For a moment, all 3 minds were alive. If they could become the eldest of the pro-disciples, that is, the eldest senior brother, the resources would undoubtedly have to be better. Yang Liying looked at the body on the ground, and after examining it, he came to the conclusion, killed by those 2 women. He pointed to 2 women not far away. It was Zhao Lian and Qinyu. Although these 2 people are not as strong as Wu Lei, they used concealed weapons, and Wu Lei didn't realize it for a moment and was tricked. Yang Liying roughly explained. The crowd sighed. But Pulse head, how did those 2 women die? Did they die together? Chen Anmo asked with a puzzled look. Yang Liying shook her head and explained. Wu Lei resolved Zhao Lian before he died. Qinyu killed the 2 disciples at the entrance, and when he was about to leave, he encountered an enemy, and as for who the exact enemy was, he didn't know. Maybe they were passing by. In short, Wu Lei's death was too unjust. She looked at all the male disciples and said with a straight face, This is a gutter incident caused by lust, so keep that in mind, okay? Chen Anmo was surprised in his heart. With just these, Yang Liying was actually able to analyze so clearly. Pulse head, with the death of our eldest senior brother, our sect can't be without a eldest senior brother. We should choose a candidate for eldest senior brother of the 3 heavens vein as soon as possible. Chen Erong, who had recovered some of her injuries, clasped her fists and advised at this time. Then, she glanced at Chen Anmo and said, I think that senior brother Chen is strong enough, and he saved me as well as quite a few disciples this time, no matter whether it's in terms of his strength or his care for our senior siblings. He's excellent. I think he's qualified to be the eldest senior brother. Chapter 128 actually dislike me. Wei Nishong exploded with anger. Chen Anmo didn't expect that Chen Aaron would say this directly. He glanced at the faces of the three people, Song Shi and Zhao Ben. Wu Li. Zhao Ben and Wu Li didn't look very good. It didn't matter to Song Shi. Apparently, Song Shi didn't think much of the position of big sister. Chen Anmo naturally wanted to become a big brother as well. Cost chief disciple. The share of resources doubled every month, and there are special benefits within the clan. Chief disciples have a share. Sure, it's a little too out there, but there's no way. You want to get favors but you don't want to be in the limelight. How in heaven's name can that be so good? But with my current strength, even if it's a first-grade land goddess, I have the ability to cut through it. There's no point in being afraid of this or that when you're capable of it. Chen Anmo humbly said. Pulse head. I think senior brother Zhao and senior brother Wu Li are also very suitable. Zhao Ben smiled and said, senior brother Chen's strength is evident to all of us. It is indeed very impressive. Not bad. Senior sister Chen Ai Rong has said so. It means that there are many disciples who support senior brother Chen Ah. Then I'll support it as well. Wu Li smiled back. Only, there's clearly a sour note to his statement now. Yang Lieying said, this is not the time to discuss the candidate for the Three Heavens Veins chief elder brother. Bring back the bodies of the sect's disciples. Yes, the disciples obeyed. Yang Lieying looked at Chen Anmo and Zhao Ben. Wu Li, the three of you, come see me when you get back. Yes, all three clasped their fists. At this moment, the crowd understood that the chief disciple was really going to be chosen among these three. However, most people are optimistic about Zhou Ben. The reason was simple. Zhao originally had a cultivation level that was similar to Martial Thunder's. The difference is that Zhou would have been older, but it was undoubtedly much more advantageous than Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo had entered the sect for too short a time after all. No background, no roots. At the end of the day, it's all about the background when you come out. He doesn't usually run a lot of relationships, so who's going to convince him? Do you really think that many disciples support Chen Anmo as Chen Arong said? It was almost evening by now. It is undoubtedly dangerous to remain here any longer. So the crowd withdrew. Into the night, Chen Anmo and Shen Xian were entwined. Because of her mistake during the day, this time Shen Xian agreed to a lot of crazy things. Alpine Flow is kind of a small show. As the madness ends, the legacy arrives. Last wish, to obtain Shen Xian's senior sister. Completed. Reward, 1 Chu Dan Red Plant. Phew. M.O. Why are you so fast this time? Shen Xian couldn't get enough of it. How could she know that Chen Anmo was purely trying to fulfill his last wish this time and get a reward? Well, how about not serving you again? Chen Anmo rubbed Shen Xian's little head. You think I'm a little girl. You always like to touch my head. Then don't you like to touch my head too? Chen Anmo asked rhetorically. When did I touch your head? Shen Xian cocked her head and took a curious look at Chen Anmo's hair. Suddenly, she thought of something and her pretty face flushed. Ignoring you, oh? Well, I've got something good for you this time. What? Chen Anmo smiled mysteriously and took out a ring. This was exactly the same space ring that had been rewarded earlier. He checked earlier. The space of this object is similar to his. It's all the size of a medium-sized truck. The difference was that the space ring rewarded by the system was a bit smaller and more compact. It looks more sophisticated. Chen Anmo felt that it was, on the contrary, more suitable for women to wear. Shen Xian suspiciously glanced at the ring in Chen Anmo's hand, and immediately after, muttered, you know me. I don't really like this kind of ring type of jewelry. Chen Anmo deliberately said, are you sure? Saying that, he deliberately put the ring close to Shen Xian's chest. The next moment, the bib on her body strangely disappeared. Oops. Shen Xian was startled at first, followed by a cry of surprise. My clothes. She subconsciously covered her face, not daring to look at Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo was directly happy. Is Shen Xian really shy? No, she's being deliberately lustful. I have to say, she's getting better at it now. Chen Anmo hugged her onto his lap as he said, surprised or not, unexpected or not, how did you get another space ring? Shen Xian pouted. She was really admiring Chen Anmo more and more now. She really didn't know where he got the whole thing from. Earlier in the day, she had been surprised at how Chen Anmo had gotten it, thinking it was just a coincidence. You know, this kind of space ring, even a big shot like Yang Lieying Pulse head doesn't have it yet. It was said that the patriarch had one in his hands, or it was handed down from the hands of the previous patriarch. Very precious and many people have never seen it. Hey, never mind where I got it. Want it? Chen Anmo asked. To be. Shen Xian reached out and grabbed Chen Anmo's arm, trying to curry favor. People want it. Okay, give it right away. After making a fuss for a while, Chen Anmo put the ring on Shen Xian's finger with his own hands. Afterwards, he gave Shen Xian another kiss on her forehead and said, "In the future, you can put all your favorite personal belongings in there." Aha! Speaking of which, I have a surprise for you this time, too. Chen Anmo's heart moved slightly, and he was surprised. What surprise? Wasn't I chased by a bald guy and a bald guy earlier? In that place, I actually found a package, and I just made a point of checking it, so guess what's inside? Looking at Shen Xian's proud face, Chen Anmo's heart moved. He seemed to know what it was. To him, ordinary treasures couldn't enter his eyes now. To him, the only treasure he cared about right now was the kawa grass. Could it be smoked wa weed? Shen Xian Su Han nodded the tip of Chen Anmo's nose, ranting, "Worthy of being my man, so smart. Bai, you guessed right. However, only guessed half right. In addition to the smoky China grass, there is also a purple copper forest plant." Hissing. Now, Chen Anmo was really shocked. All he's missing right now is smoked wahoo. I didn't expect that Shen Xian would give it to him here. The moment I got the Kawaska, the previous legacy reward arrived as well. Last wish, to obtain Kawashiki. Completed. Reward, 1 immortal ascension elixir. Good. Chen Anmo hugged Shen Xian tightly as soon as he could. Straight away, they were all about to squeeze Shen Xian to the point of suffocation. However, she was enjoying the feeling of being squeezed. She greedily breathed in the smell of Chen Anmo's body. Seeing Chen Anmo happy, her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Little Mo, now you'll be able to refine the immortal ascension pill, and become a land immortal, just around the corner. Chen Anmo laughed. If he told Shen Xian now that he already had the immortal ascension pill, he would probably be shocked to death. But don't tell for now, it was enough to surprise her after all. Surprise her again, and Shen Xian probably wouldn't be able to sleep. By the way, Xiao Mo, when I came back, Lu Fang and I secretly said that young Liang Pulse Head is preparing to make you the chief elder brother. Yeah. Chen Anmo was still surprised by this decision. After all, although he had the strength. Similarly, Wu Li and Zhao Ben weren't bad either. The point is that these two have deep roots. Unexpectedly, Yang Liang hadn't even returned to the sect yet and had already decided to make him the chief disciple. But thinking back, Yang Liang should have seen his true strength. That's why the decision was made. After all, your roots are as deep as they are, but combat power is the key. After Shen Xian had warmed up for a while, she asked Mo Linger and went out to go shopping. In her words, she's going to buy all her favorites. Then it was loaded into the space ring. When she left, Chen Anmo took out the transmission note Wei Nishang had given him. As the daughter of the Chongming County City Lord, Wei Nishang didn't come over this time when the Fengla province side attacked the Yaoguang faction. This point was quite surprising to Chen Anmo. Thought she'd come back to join in the fun. Wei, things have been resolved. Chen Anmo told the general situation. Finally, it was stated that the patriarch of the Yaoguang sect, Qi Mingxian and other major figures had been settled yesterday. Chen Anmo, in the future, you should pay attention to someone. The sect leader of your sect, Prophet Qing Yuan. Wei Nishang's words startled Chen Anmo for a moment. Wei Nishang actually knew about it too? You know something? Chen Anmo simply asked. Do you think that we in Chongming County haven't been paying attention to the situation in Fenlefu? People from our side, secretly, also went over and discovered some of Zhang Qingyuan's secrets. You're my subordinate, so remember, be careful of him. Thanks for the reminder. Chen Anmo sighed. Unexpectedly, the others also suspected Zhang Qingyuan's true nature. It's fine, you're my subordinate. I don't want anything to happen to you. Anyway, stay away from your patriarch. If you can't, you come to me. There are enough resources. In response, Chen Anmo still politely refused. He didn't want to really become Wei Nishang's henchman. It's not a good feeling to be under her every day. He's still trying to turn over a new leaf. Let's not talk about that. If it's okay, I'm going to go cultivate. Chen Anmo didn't want to listen to Wei Nishang's blind pussyfooting around any longer. And then he wanted to put the sound transmission note away. The other side, Wei Nishang, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the boudoir, directly froze. I haven't even said it's over yet, and you're ignoring me. This. Dislike me? What's your hurry? Wei Nishang couldn't help but ask. What's the rush? What? I'm talking to you. Don't you know? I know. Is it done? What are you doing? Wei Nishang didn't know what was going on either. The less Chen Anmo wanted to talk anymore, the more she wanted to ask more questions. I'm practicing. What are you doing? You guess. For this reply from Wei Nishang, Chen Anmo only wanted to give 5 points, because he has 5 languages. How do girls always keep people guessing? He simply digressed. Kind of missed you. Can you post a picture of what you're doing? This summoning talisman can also summon pictures in addition to sending voice. The reason why he said that was because he wanted Wei Nishang to voluntarily refuse on her own. And then there's no need to keep chatting. Unexpectedly, Wei Nishang had a billion points of interest in this proposal from Chen Anmo. Mind you, she had just taken a shower, hair still wet. There were still droplets of water that were as crystalline as white frost on his neck. It's not too much of a hibiscus. She didn't believe that Chen Anmo could withstand it. So, the mind moved. The summoning talisman in front of him was suspended in the air in front of him. She pulled her collar down slightly, exposed fair shoulders. Chen Anmo also thought, this time Wei Nishan will not find him chatting again, right? Well, one can have fun practicing. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, there was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the summoning talisman. Picture sent. This. Chen Anmo's gaze steeply widened in disbelief. Hibiscus. This. It's so beautiful. How is she really willing to send the picture though? Chen Anmo's face was odd. In that case, would she have agreed to something even more outrageous if it had been proposed? Chapter 129. This is really challenging Wei Nishang's bottom line. Chen Anmo stroked his chin, speculating on Wei Nishang's thoughts. After spending time with Wei Nishang, one would realize that she was actually a bit of a little girl at heart. It's not at all the high-flying look that the outcasts have. With that, Chen Anmo decided that he would give her some intensity. Too many clothes and that's about it. I have to say, this is a bold statement. This is really a challenge to Wei Nishang's bottom line. I wonder if Wei Nishang will get angry if she talks like that. Just as Chen Anmo was frantically testing her bottom line, Wei Nishang was also stunned. She clenched her fists and exasperatedly said, "This guy, what did he say? Actually said so. Simply too bad." Despite saying this, Wei Nishang had a feeling of excitement rising in her heart for some reason. Ghostly, she faded down some more and sent another one. Hissing, Chen Anmo sucked in a breath of cool air. This picture, too tempting. Obviously nothing was shown, but it gave the impression of a nosebleed. Chen Anmo instantly became interested. It's not enough. You wish. Now Wei Nishang was really anxious. After you come back, see how I'll treat you. Chen Anmo would smile. There's no telling who will rule who. In the next 2 days, Chen Anmo, together with Shen Xian and Lu Feng, traveled through some corners of Yaoguang faction. The two girls collect useful things and make a fortune while they can. Mo Linger, on the other hand, was taken back by Lady Yun in advance. Obviously, Empress Yun did not want Mo Linger and Chen Anmo to have too much contact again. What if you get knocked up like she did back then? A daughter this good can't just be hoarded out for nothing. As for Chen Anmo, he searched the bodies. Even the mutilated bodies in the corners, which were not easily found, were found by him. For 3 consecutive days, the number of cultivation days he had collected had reached as many as 23 years. And on this day, the Yaoguang faction up and down had been completely occupied by the army of the city lord of Fengla province. The two pulse heads, Zhou Qing and Yang Liang, also decided that they would lead the team out of here. A few days later, in the middle of the compound where the head of Yang Liang's pulse resides, as soon as Chen Anmo and Zhao Ben, Wu Li both came back, they followed Yang Liang and came to her place. Zhao Ben and Wu Li were both nervous, because they all knew that Master was going to announce the names of the chief disciples. It should be me. Zhao Ben took a deep breath. First of all, he's the second brother. Not only was he strong, but his prestige was second only to the dead senior brother Wu Lei. The point is, he also has some background. As for Wu Li, he was weaker than him in everything, and only had some advantage over him in age. As for Chen Anmo, there was even less to say. How long have you been here? At this moment, Wu Li was also thinking the same thing as him, conscious of the hopelessness of the competition. He had actually been trying to ease relations with Zhao Ben for the past few days. Yang Liang looked at the 3 people and said, Wu Lei is dead, and now the 3 of you, the 3 disciples I am most pleased with, have the highest strength. This is thanks to Master's good teaching. Wu Li hastily patted his horse and said, Senior brother Wu has a good point. Zhao Ben respectfully said, I think back then, I just came here and was not good at learning. It was only because of Master's teachings that I am where I am today. Chen Anmo didn't say anything. He just nodded calmly. Zhou Ben laughed. Looking at this performance of Chen Anmo, it seems that his position as the chief senior brother is not a problem. Sure enough, Yang Liang looked at Zhao Ben. It is comforting to the Master that you all think so. In the past few days, my Master has thought about it and decided to give the position of chief great disciple to Chen Anmo. He's younger, better talented and has great potential for the future. You guys need to work well with him to carry our 3 heavens vein forward. Thank you, Master. Zhao Ben subconsciously arched his hand. However, after reacting, he was confused for a moment. What do you mean? Chen Anmo is the chief great disciple? Wu Li also reacted, his face filled with shock. What did the head of the vein think? Even if he didn't choose Zhao Ben, he should have chosen him, right? How come you chose Chen Anmo? It's true that he has talent, but which one who can become a senior brother doesn't have talent? We're all 50-50 at best, right? The point is, he thinks they have deep roots, and Chen Anmo doesn't have many roots or connections. It needs to be known that when you come out, you have to talk about your background. People only sell you face. Couldn't figure it out. Neither he nor Joe could have. However, both of them are people with a good heart. In front of Yang Liang, they didn't dare to disobey. So, they clasped their fists and gave Chen Anmo a congratulatory speech. Alright, Wu Li, Xiao Ben, you guys go down. Yes. When the two went down, Yang Liang looked at Chen Anmo and said, Lu Fang should have told you about my decision a long time ago, right? Elder sister said so. Do you know why you were chosen? Chen Anmo shook his head. It's not because of your strength. You're really talented. But with everyone having resources, the progress is actually about the same. Chen Anmo nodded without saying much. I chose you because I thought you were trustworthy. When Lu Zhengfei was killed and you brought your master mother and elder sister all the way here, I thought it was a trustworthy person. Thank you for the praise, master. Disciple still needs to work hard, Chen Anmo said modestly. However, although I have declared you to be the chief, but next, there will surely be people who are not convinced. Can you suppress them? Yang Liang asked rhetorically. Disciples can. Good. Go down. From now on, your treatment will be that of a chief. Master will find a way to get the immortal ascension pill for you, to help you enter the third grade realm as soon as possible. After Chen Anmo left the place, he walked to the martial arts practicing ground. The eyes of each disciple were different. Eldest brother. Good day, eldest brother. Congratulations to senior brother Chen for becoming the chief. Congratulations senior brother Chen. I'll buy you a drink tonight. Yes, 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 together. Buy senior brother Chen a drink. Be sure to properly celebrate senior brother Chen. Everywhere he passed, a disciple came respectfully. Wooly took a deep breath and came to Chen Anmo. Looks like I'll have to change my name in the future as well. Senior brother Chen, let's get together in the evening. He's a take it or leave it kind of guy. Since Yang Liang chose to let Chen Anmo become the chief, he should resign himself to his fate. He never had that chance in the first place anyway, but Joe would have been a little offended. The cooked duck actually flew. This upset him naturally. Congratulations, senior brother Chen. In order not to make people feel petty, Zhao Ben came to Chen Anmo and greeted him with a smile. No need to be polite. Let's get together for the evening. I'll invite. Chen Anmo said. I'll have to get some presents ready then. Chen Ailing came to Chen Anmo and said enthusiastically. Chen Anmo had saved her earlier, which had moved her greatly. Song she did the same, walking over and nodding with delight. Evening. A large restaurant in Chongming County. Chen Anmo had chartered the place and invited all the inner disciples of the Triple Sky Vein to a banquet. After 3 rounds of wine, Chen Anmo, with a drunken look, raised his wineglass with great bravado. Come on, thanks to all of you. Together and drink another. He burped. There was a rush of booze. Just as everyone raised their glasses, Chen Anmo had already fallen east. Finally, slumped over the table, unconscious. Oops, too much to drink. I'll take him back first. Shen Xian and Lu Feng made a look. When Chen Anmo returned home, he was instantly refreshed. I knew you weren't drunk. Lu Feng, who had helped her all the way up, didn't have the heart to say. Senior sister, as you know, I don't like that kind of occasion. I've already had a few drinks. It's almost time to go back, don't you think? Also, I've been wanting to go back for a long time. Lu Feng covered her mouth and laughed softly. However, I really congratulate you this time. This is for you, as a congratulatory gift for you. She pulled out a wooden box. Inside were 3 exquisite chi building pills. Thank you, senior sister. Thanks for nothing. I'll be relying on you to cover me in the future. I'm sure that when everyone hears about you becoming a pro-disciple tomorrow, there will be many people looking for you. Lu Feng said mysteriously. Chen Anmo stalled and asked, looking for me? Of course, you don't even know the gold content of a chief disciple. You are now the chief of the triple sect, you know? Let's put it this way. Only a chief disciple can become a top 10 elder of the triple sect in the future, or even a patriarch. That is to say, if you mix well in the future, you might be the patriarch in the future. Chen Anmo understood and nodded. Well, that's a good gold content indeed, so I'm relying on you to cover me from now on, and I can tell you that I've secretly helped you put in a good word in front of Pulsehead as well. Chen Anmo laughed. I definitely won't forget about you. Senior sister. Turn around senior sister. If you have any cultivation you don't know, feel free to ask me. Just this? That's it? Pulse leader Yang has been teaching me personally. Where do I need you to teach me? Lu Feng clapped her hands and said, that's just it. Let's talk about it later. You should consolidate your cultivation in these few days. Even though you have become the chief disciple, it's not that easy. There are definitely people who are not convinced. I know. Sending Lu Feng away, Chen Anmo proceeded to prepare for taking the immortal ascension pill. Just enter the upper third and become a land god. Who dares to be unconvinced? Knowing that Chen Anmo had important things to do, Shen Xian didn't pester Chen Anmo anymore. Together with Bol, they cleaned up the room dedicated to practicing. Sister Shen, then go and rest first. If Brother Chen has anything, I'll serve him, Bol said knowingly. Shen Xian nodded. She was indeed tired, so she went to rest first. Shen Anmo began to consolidate his cultivation. Taking the Immortal Ascension pill was not something to be taken casually. It also needs some elixir assistance. This part of the elixir he had already purchased one after another before. Now, it's just a matter of conditioning your body and keeping a good mind. This is a process that takes about 10 days or so. Early the next morning, Bowles had just opened the door when a handsome-looking young man came outside with a group of household servants and maids. Are you looking for my brother Chen? Bowles naturally saw that the other party's identity was extraordinary and asked, You are the of Duke Chen Anmo, maid. Bowles said, Pleased to meet you. Please be accommodating and inform me that I'm the son of the Ding family, also within the triple sect, but I'm in the Yang finger vein, and I'm looking for senior brother Chen for something. With that, he smiled and handed over a bag of money. The bull took it and was surprised. Here, a full 10 taels of silver. That's a lot of money for her. Then you guys wait. The bull took the silver and closed the door. She wasn't thinking of keeping the silver for herself. Instead, he went back to the house and placed the silver in front of Chen Anmo, who was eating breakfast. A meet and greet gift for you. Just keep it. When he finished, he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, it was just like what senior sister Lu Feng had said. Someone to kiss ass so soon. Chapter 130 Don't blame Big Brother for not being human. It was the same as what Chen Anmo had guessed. Duke Ding, who came early in the morning to deliver a gift. 10 chi building pills, for a male at his level. This was a generous gift. Chen Anmo pretended. Senior brother Ding, you're being too polite. This is as it should be. Senior brother Chen is already the chief great disciple of the Three Heavens vein, so we as senior brothers naturally have to show our respect. Otherwise, if outsiders know about it, wouldn't they say that we are unintelligent? Actually, there's no need. We're all from the same clan. I don't care about all the red tape, Chen Anmo said modestly. Senior brother Chen, it's fine, please still take it. Chen Anmo politely said a few words and accepted it. Next, one after another, many more sect disciples visited. Some give away great medicines and some give away precious swords. There were even female disciples who were dressed very demurely and were ready to come and throw themselves at them. However, these female disciples clearly didn't do their homework before they arrived. I don't know that Chen Anmo has other women here. Therefore, as soon as he came over, he got a blank stare from Shen Xian and had to leave resentfully. It was around noon when Chen Anmo and Shen Xian arrived at the martial arts practicing ground of the Three Heavens vein. As chief, he didn't need to run for missions every month now. All he needed to do now was to stay in the clan regularly, take up the duties of the head of the vein, and focus on teaching his senior brothers and sisters. That was one of the benefits. He wouldn't need to go out in the future. Sort of half a master for the younger siblings. As soon as Chen Anmo came over, Chen Erong brought a few of her junior siblings over. Ever since Chen Erong was saved by Chen Anmo and took the initiative to speak to Yang Liang, suggesting that Chen Anmo become the chief, not only did she consider herself to be Chen Anmo's #1 junior, even the other senior brothers and sisters took it for granted that Chen Erong was Chen Anmo's chief junior. For a while, she had recently become a celebrity second only to Chen Anmo instead. Of course, Chen Erong has a high emotional intelligence. She knew deep down that she had brought all this on herself by Chen Anmo, so take the initiative to saddle up. As soon as Chen Anmo came over, she took the initiative to bring people over to salute. After Chen Erong said hello, she took the initiative to also give Shen Xian a small gift. Elder sister, this is the newest rouge within the Rouge Workshop. As soon as it opened for sale, it was out of stock. Fortunately I know an acquaintance. Grabbed a bottle and gave it to elder sister. Shen Xian was flattered. Thank you, senior sister. It's okay. Chen Erong smiled and added towards Chen Anmo. Senior brother Chen, I've been cultivating the Three Heavens recently, and there are some elements that I don't quite understand. Yeah, there's something we don't quite understand too, another junior asked. Chen Anmo said, alright, everyone say the contents one by one. I'll focus on it all at once later. The crowd lit up at the sound of that. This kind of good opportunity to collectively explain feats doesn't come around often. As the crowd finished their 7-word narrations, Chen Anmo had a general understanding. Many parts of what these disciples said were the same dilemmas he had faced in the first place. However, with one's cultivation of the Three Heavens to the Grandmaster level, all these difficulties were solved. What you guys just said, I understand. Everyone stand farther away. I'll fight the triple sky once. I'll explain the process. Okay, watch this. Snap. Chen Anmo began to hit the triple heaven. However, he clearly gathered his strength, only exerting the power of the three heavens at roughly the level of the great perfection. In this way, it is neither obtrusive. Another shocker that his talent is unusual. If he knew that his triple heavens were already master level, not to mention these disciples, even the patriarch was afraid that he would be attracted by shock. This was clearly not what he had hoped for. 1 hour later, snap, the room erupted in fierce applause. Through and through, so through and through, I feel like I can do it again. Senior brother Chen deserves to be the chief. The explanation is too careful. I think my cultivation has risen. It's too counterintuitive. How wonderful it would be if I could listen to senior brother Chen's explanations every day. One disciple said adoringly. Chen Anmo also didn't know if what these people were saying was true or not. Made some small talk and was about to leave. Senior brother Chen, you're so powerful, but I'm not too convinced. Why don't we spar? Steeply, a discordant voice came. Is this someone who is not convinced? But the voice is so familiar. Chen Anmo followed the sound and frowned, because the one who just spoke was Song Shi. He was instantly curious. He had saved Song Shi in Yaoguang's sect before. How come he's still coming after him now? At this time, he noticed Song Shi winking at him, and Chen Anmo understood. It's not that Song's is unconvincing, it should simply be cut and dry. Okay, come on then. As the words fell, Song Shi took the initiative to strike, and a triple heavenly true essence chi force struck fiercely towards Chen Anmo's chest. Claptrap. True essence power was like ocean waves, wave after wave. It was evident that Song Shi's gong method was not quite the same as his. Walked a path of her own. Chen Anmo also hit triple heaven. 3 strands of true essence power, with an unrelenting momentum, struck viciously towards Song Shi. Bang bang, the two forces blasted together, and the violent power spread out in all directions. So strong, the people around them shunned it. Some of the gravel was lifted by the force and blasted into one's face, hitting one raw. The crowd was shocked. They were all far away from there, and it was amazing that the gravel being lifted had so much power. That's if it's close. Wouldn't the gravel just pierce them through? After Chen Anmo struck the power, the true essence in his body transformed into a point. The One Yang finger. What? Senior brother Chen also knows the One Yang finger. It really is the One Yang finger, and the One Yang finger is already a great accomplishment. Everyone's mouths were open in disbelief. It is important to realize that human energy is limited. Many people could cultivate this one technique, the three heavens, to its great completion, and they had already exerted their utmost efforts. And Chen Anmo had actually practiced the One Yang finger in passing, with Chen Anmo striking out the One Yang finger afterward. Song Shi only felt a soreness in her arm from being hit, especially the chest, which was hit in several places. It was also fortunate that Chen Anmo had withdrawn his strength. Otherwise, it would have been pierced and died a horrible death. I just don't believe it. Song Shi clenched her teeth and her figure retreated violently. In an instant, the true essence formed 3 walls and blasted towards Chen Anmo. She leapt up again and came above Chen Anmo's head. A fist slammed down towards Chen Anmo. Look closely, she has 2 fingers sticking out. This is the sign of the 2-finger Zen. Wow, the crowd was in an uproar. I didn't realize that Song Shi had practiced 2-finger meditation as well. Chen Anmo was a bit surprised. However, Song Shi's 2-finger Zen should only be at the minor achievement level. Chen Anmo easily saw the weakness of Song Shi's 2-finger Zen. His mind moved to break the force with a point. Quickly breaks Sun Zi's 2-fingered stance. Then, it continuously struck out a chi energy. Song Shi's triple heavenly attack disintegrated all of a sudden, and her might was gone. Almost. Chen Anmo's words, as if they were the voice of a life-saving Brahma, had already set the tone for the end of this battle. Whoosh! A channel of Yang finger chi energy covered the sky and attacked towards Song Shi. Punching people in the face is not a good idea, not to mention a great beauty. Therefore, Chen Anmo was all aiming to smash Song Shi's heart. Slap. Aha! Soon, Song Shi was beaten and completely out of it. It's going bad. It's going bad. Song Shi exclaimed twice before Chen Anmo stopped his attack amidst the strange gazes of the crowd. Senior sister Song Shi, by all means. Chen Anmo clasped his fists. Song Shi covered her heart. It hurts, both of them. For a while, Song Shi's face grew a bit sultry. In fact, she knew that she was no match for Chen Anmo. I had wanted to lose to Chen Anmo through this competition. In this way, Chen Anmo established his authority and let people know how powerful he was. To put it simply, he had deliberately let Chen Anmo step on it, so that Chen Anmo would be revealed as a saint in front of people. But, this time, the cost was clearly high. Still, both of them hurt. It's still senior brother Chen who is powerful. I admit defeat, Sun Zi said grudgingly. The battle here naturally allowed Wu Li and Zhao Ben to see them as well. Wu Li's mind shook. At this moment, he realized why his master had chosen Chen Anmo. Although Song Shi had just let go in the fight, Chen Anmo had likewise not used his full strength. He could still tell that Chen Anmo could easily deal with Song Shi, and while he could defeat Song Shi as well, it would take a lot of chakra. In such a comparison, he was several percent weaker. Luckily, I didn't offend Shen Anmo in the first place. He was secretly glad. With that, Wu Li looked at Zhao Ben with a gloating look. Speaking of which, the one who lost the most this time was Zhao Ben. As expected, Zhao Ben had a hard look in his eyes, and then he twisted his head and left. Humph, what's the big deal? It must be because of Lu Feng. Why else would Master make you chief? As for Song Shi, I'm on. I can do it. On the way down, Zhao Ben cursed. Now he's on fire. Very, very big. That's just it. Go to your younger siblings, Zhou Ben muttered. Previously, he fought in the Yaoguang sect, and one of the junior brothers who followed him died there. Afterward, he went to offer his condolences. I didn't realize that the sibling knew her stuff. Offer to feed him noodles. AI. Xiao Chang Ah. Don't blame Big Brother for not being a human being. I only blame my younger sibling for knowing too much. Zhao Ben quickly traveled through the jungle, but at that moment, a movement came to his mind. Something's coming up behind us. Who? Zhao Ben shouted angrily and drew his sword in anger. Jia jia jia. Unexpectedly, an ear-piercing, sinister laugh came. Only a black voice scurried out of the jungle. Scavenging wolves. Zhao Ben frowned when he saw the creature that looked like a scavenging wolf. Why do you say look alike? Because the appearance does look alike. However, the body is fat as a ball. Very fat. Walking with a limp. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Ben, you're upset, aren't you? This scavenging wolf, surprisingly, spat human words. What kind of demon are you that you can speak human language? Forgive Zhao Ben for being so knowledgeable. At this moment, he was also shocked beyond words. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm just asking you, are you willing? You are the second senior brother. Ah, the position of the chief senior disciple, and it was actually taken away by Chen Anmo. Are you willing to do that? If I were you, I would definitely make him look good. What are you going to say? Zhao Ben said with an ugly face. Ji Jai Ji. I'm trying to help you. I can help you get rid of Chen Anmo. Zhao Ben's complexion shifted and his eyes narrowed as he couldn't help but drum in his heart. It would be cool if Chen Anmo could really get rid of it. So he's the chief. Seeing that Zhao Ben looked touched, the scavenging wolf became even more pleased. Stupid humans. Ah, they're just so easy to fool. The god of peace also said something about being sure to be cautious, not to be careless, and to take things slowly. Su Su Tu Ji his sister Mang is right. This was not the case. After it had secretly been learning about some of the situations within the three heavens, it took the initiative to find Zhao Ben. It believed that Zhao Ben must be unconvinced. After all, it was under the impression that humans were greedy. As long as it said that it could take care of Chen Anmo, Zhao Ben would definitely fall for it. Sure enough, when Zhao Ben heard this, he said with a clear mind, can you tell us the exact way? Jia jia jia. The way is simple. This poison. The scavenging wolf opened its mouth and spat out a jade bottle. Brush. Scavenging wolf kicked the jade bottle over. Out of an abundance of caution, Zhou hadn't picked up. Instead, with his true essence, he wrapped the jade bottle and placed it on the side. You're careful, human, but it's the right thing to do. My boss has a saying that hangs around a lot. What's the word? Caution makes perfect. The scavenging wolf laughed, feeling awesome about that statement. When the time comes, you'll lure Chen Anmo out and poison him. I, on the other hand, will also set a trap. After solving him, you'll be the chief. Other than that, the benefits are great. Immortal Ascension Pill. Want it? Upon hearing this, it had to be said that Zhao Ben's heart was moved. Could be. He thought for a moment and nodded. How can I trust you to do that? Though, you'll have to prove it to me. Jia jia jia. Humans sure are careful. I like that. To tell you the truth, despicable dog, a disciple of the god of peace. The title is Wolf Destruction Real. The god of peace. Zhou Ben frowned. Got it. Wolf Destroyer Real. How do I get in touch with you later? Transmitter for you. Collecting the summoning talisman. Zhao Ben left with an expressionless face, but he didn't go to his so-called siblings' homes to warm them up. Instead, he turned his head back to the sect and found Chen Anmo. Chief Chen, there's something big I need to tell you. Someone wants to kill you. Chapter 131. This is really wolf extermination. At this time, Chen Anmo had just finished teaching, was preparing to go to dinner with Shen Xin, and thus walking down a narrow path. Upon hearing this, Chen Anmo was very surprised. Zhao Ben actually took the initiative to tip him off. He had heard Lu Feng and the others mention it. Because of the issue of interest, Zhao Ben was definitely not happy in his mind. Maybe he'll do something bad behind his back. I didn't think that he would come forward and inform him that he was in danger. Is this really kind? Or is it a conspiracy? Chen Anmo asked without moving. Tell me more carefully. Here's the deal. Zhao Ben quickly told him about the matter that the wolf destruction realist had just approached him about. Finally, he said, Chief Chen, I don't know why, but the typing sect has actually set their eyes on you. And since this wolf destroyer can spit out human words, it's obviously not an ordinary ferocious beast. It could be a rumored demonic beast. Demon? Not bad. Ferocious beasts are the same as us humans. After mastering some demonic laws, not only can they cultivate into demons like us humans, but they can also spit out human words and transform into humans. It is recorded in the ancient books that great demons have the scourge of slaughtering cities and destroying the world, and many large-scale dynasties have been destroyed by the hands of great demons. All of the humans within the dynasties were reduced to blood food for the great demons, Zhao Ben said gruffly. Chen Anmo had naturally seen this kind of ancient book. He suddenly thought of Qi Mingxian. Qi Mingxian was obviously an important person who could directly communicate with the god of peace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mastered the method of refining a heavenly blood pill. Thus, the moment he killed Qi Mingxian, he might have been targeted by the god of peace. Therefore, the typing god behind the curtain sent out demonic beasts. Chen Anmo felt a lot of pressure. What was more surprising, though, was that Zhao Ben actually informed him. Chief Chen, this is a sound transmission note. That demonic beast is probably setting up a trap right now. So when the setup is complete, it will notify me, and I think I can use it as a trick to figure out exactly who the god of peace is through it, Zhou Ben offered with narrowed eyes. With that, he also took out the poison pill given by the wolf destruction realist. Chen Anmo took it and nodded. Thanks a lot, brother Zhao. The other side is sincere. This was something that Chen Anmo could sense. Zhou Ben smiled and nodded. He did have some grievances against Chen Anmo. However, in the face of right and wrong, he was still clear. Colluding with the people of the God of Peace, and brutalizing fellow disciples. Once discovered, not to mention him, the entire Zhao family would be destroyed. Then he really becomes a sinner. Besides, this kind of thing is just too much of a target. If something really happened to Chen Anmo, everyone would be the first to suspect him. After all, he has a vested interest. So beat him to death, he wouldn't dare do such a thing. Since we don't do it, we might as well sell it and get in good with Chen Anmo. Deep in the dense forest, a white foggy hilltop. Jia. I, Wolf Destroyer True Man, am truly a genius. The scavenging wolf wagged its stubby tail and laughed excitedly, because just now, it had already set up the trap. This was a set of killing formations given to him by the god of peace. It's called the Beacon and Wolf Formation. Those who entered the formation would not only lose their sight and perception, but would also gradually become insane due to inhaling too much poisonous smoke. Although the carrion eater wolf was just a wolf, it was very agile when it came to setting up traps. It originally had no sanity and was just an ordinary scavenging wolf with a low IQ, but because of his age, he was kicked out of the wolf pack. Foraging for food, it inadvertently walked to the place where the god of peace was staying. It just so happened that Taiping Jinren knew a set of demonic beast cultivation methods. So, after giving the scavenging wolf a deliverance pill, it opened up its spirit. As its cultivation progresses, its lifespan becomes more. Nowadays, it has about the same lifespan as a human. It is where it is today because of the gift of the God of Peace. Therefore it is extremely grateful to the God of Peace. It's just that the God of Peace has been very unhappy lately. It seems to be the conspiracy of the God of Peace. No, the plan has changed. One of the most important disciples, Qi Mingxian, was actually killed by a person from Chen Anmo. With that, the God of Peace sent it out to settle Chen Anmo, a genius among humans. It licked its mouth and laughed fiercely. Lord Peace God sent me out, really killing a chicken with a bull's knife. It was confident in its own strength. It was a fourth-ranked demonic beast, and with the poison pill and the beacon wolf smoke formation, it was just too easy to deal with Chen Anmo. Alright, we can inform that kid Zhao Ben. In the afternoon, the wolf destroyer real person who was nibbling on a wild rabbit suddenly felt a flurry of movement under the mountain. Coming, besides Zhao Ben, following beside him, was none other than Chen Anmo. The two made small talk. The wolf destroyer realist's heart fluttered, secretly saying that it was almost time. It made a plan for Zhao Ben to bring Chen Anmo to this place. Then it suddenly appeared. Zhou had offered to hunt it down. It then lures Chen Anmo into a trap. The plan was perfect, and it was a little impressed with its own intelligence. Woohoo! It leapt violently and came in front of Chen Anmo and Zhao Ben. Chief Chen, I didn't expect that we'd come out to collect medicines, and in such a remote place, we'd actually encounter a scavenging wolf, Zhao Ben said with a smile. Chen Anmo said, kill it. Okay. The wolf destroyer realist narrowed his eyes in excitement. The plan worked. To show its strength, it grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Brush. One claw down. At once, a bullthick tree in front of it fell with a loud thud. This scavenging wolf is very powerful. Chen Anmo laughed lightly and decisively drew his sword. The wolf destroyer real person twisted his head and ran. It was extremely fast and believed that Chen Anmo would definitely follow it. But the air was suddenly attacked by a harsh sword wind, only to see Yang Liang's pulsating head descend from the sky. Her sword technique was like the wind, and she pummeled her sword towards Wolf Destroyer's back. In an instant, 3 large cuts were made on the back of the Wolf Destroyer realist. The Wolf Extinguishing realist exclaimed in shock, "How there are still people." It reacted immediately. "It's a trap, Xiao Ben. You betrayed me." The spiritually enlightened Wolf Destroyer reality understood at once, because at this time, both Chen Anmo and Xiao Ben attacked towards it. However, Chen Anmo was faster. A knife cut off its forelimbs as well. Ouch ah! Wolf Destroyer realist howled in pain. "Wolf Extinction, where is the god of peace? If you tell the truth, we can spare you," Xiao Ben asked with a cool voice. "I won't tell. The god of peace will save me. And you, Xiao Ben, you're so shady. Humans are really no good." The Wolf Destruction realist showed his teeth and cursed. At this moment, it really regretted it. When he came out, Taipingzhen admonished again and again, "Be steady." At that time, it felt that Taipingzhen had stayed in that cave for too long and was too timid. It's a great demon, and it still needs to be stable? Today it seems that the god of peace is really too accurate. "Kill me if you want. Kill me if you want." With a look of death, Wolf Destroyer Real closed his wolf eyes. "You think it's so easy to let you die? It's time to let you try what it means to be lynched." Chen Anmo's knife was placed on the backbone of the Wolf Destroyer realist. "What's a linchpin? You think this wolf will be afraid? I, Wolf Destroyer Real, am not afraid of the sky or the earth. Want me to betray Lord Peace God? Ha ha ha." Chen Anmo said indifferently, "Then let me explain to you what lingering is. Lynching is the use of a small knife to cut the flesh from your body, one by one. This process will not let you die, much less pass out. Instead, it will keep you extremely conscious, because that's what makes you feel the pain better. By the way, guess how many cuts? 1,000 cuts or more. Oh, don't worry, with my blade skills, I'm sure I won't let anything happen to you. After all, how can you still feel this extreme pain when you're dead?" Chen Anmo's words scared the scavenging wolf's eyelids. Horrible, what a horrible human being. How could a human think of such a cruel form of torture? It had always thought it was already terrifying. After all, it bites its prey alive. Other scavenging wolves like to eat carrion, but not him. It likes to watch its prey get bitten a little bit by itself while it's still alive. Because it was so cruel, it named itself Wolf Extinction. It was meant to represent the ruthless among their wolf clan. But I didn't expect the human to be even more wolf destroyed. Hiss. The next moment, it just pissed itself. Chen Anmo was speechless, but also the wolf destroyed the real person. Not at all forbidden to scare awe. "No, don't. I'll tell you anything you want to ask." The Wolf Destroyer Real did not struggle and spoke directly. "It's like this. The god of peace is on a mountain in one place, and he, Before the Wolf Destruction Realist finished speaking, its head suddenly seemed to explode. Immediately afterward, he cried out in horror, "God of peace, I'm wrong, let me go, ah." Bang! Wolf Destroyer's real head exploded. Dead. Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. He touched the body first thing. Ding! Touch the corpse. Reward 3 points of spiritual energy. Chen Anmo's heart fluttered. There's a whole new reward this time. As the 3 points of spiritual energy entered his body, he felt an indescribable feeling of comfort throughout his body. According to ancient texts, what chi refiners cultivate is spiritual power. If you absorb spiritual energy, you can attain immortality. There does seem to be an inexplicable extra flow of heat in my body, but I don't know how to use it at all. Do I? Chen Anmo shook his head. At this time, Yang Liang flew down. "Master, what's going on?" This demonic beast was going to say that the typing god situation was over. Why did its head suddenly explode? Zhao Ben couldn't help but kick the corpse on the ground and asked in disbelief. "Legendary refiners means, on this demon wolf's body, it should have been planted with something like a prohibition." Yang Liang said with an ugly expression. "What? Prohibition? Good, it's a means of controlling people." Yang Liang surrounded the corpse, pacing slowly, and continued to speculate. "If I am right, that typing god should be some ancient chi refiner. Ancient chi refiners died a long time ago, didn't they, and they're still alive?" Chen Anmo also asked in shock. Chi refiners have many means. Even if their physical bodies die, they have means such as taking over their bodies to keep themselves alive. In addition to that, the soul body, divine sense, and spiritual power can all keep the chi refiner alive. In the past, when my master entered a cave, he encountered an ancient chi refiner attacking me. It's a good thing that too much time has passed, and that chi refiner was too weak to do much damage to me. Chen Anmo and Zhao Ben both sucked in a breath of cool air. This kind of immortal existence was truly a great terror. Yang Liang continued. "If that Taiping god is an ancient chi refiner, he should be trapped in a cave somewhere at this time, unable to leave. So use such means as preaching, or raising demonic beasts, to do things for him. Its purpose is the heavenly blood pill. If I'm right, the heavenly blood pill will help this Qi alchemist restore his fleshly body. This is the goal of every ancient Qi alchemist, to remake his physical body. Chapter 132 Promotion. Become a land god immortal. At this point, a dense mountain forest, a blood-red shadow, walking anxiously through the mountains and forests. He was none other than Taiping Jinqing who was hiding here. Originally he was in a good mood these days, because the powerful henchman, Wolf Destroyer True Man, swore that he would carry Chen Anmo's head over. According to his understanding, Chen Anmo should have obtained one of the blood pills in Qi Mingxian's hands. Taking down Chen Anmo meant that the blood pill was also in hand. But just now, the wolf extinguisher is dead. This was a scavenging wolf that he had cultivated with countless heavenly materials. Otherwise, with that aged stupid wolf, on what basis could it grow to become a great demon with a human tongue? Waste? What a waste! Taiping Jinqing cursed in annoyance. I told it a long time ago. Humans are very cunning. You must be steady when dealing with them. I didn't realize it was still such a bad death. Actually working with humans. What does it think? At the end of the day, it's still not robust enough. Unlike it, it never meets even its devotees. After all, the heart is in the right place. After Chen Anmo returned, he began to continue consolidating his cultivation. Regarding the matter that he was going to be promoted to the upper third grade, other than Shen Xin, none of the others knew about it. As a result, he didn't see anyone during this period. Even more so, he and Shen Xin secretly moved to a place in the countryside. Aside from Shen Xin, it was Bull who served them here. In a flash, a month passed. This month, Shen Xin has also made a lot of progress. Nowadays, her cultivation level was already at the 5th rank, but her strongest point was her swordsmanship. This day, Shen Xin detached the bowl and told her to go to the side room. Shen Anmo began to take the ascension pill. Take out the immortal ascension pill from the system space. The elixir was milky white and emitted a strange fragrance. Chen Anmo sat on his knees and slowly put the elixir into his mouth. As the elixir entered the stomach, a warm current escaped. Boom! Instantly, the warmth in his body was like a million horses galloping, spreading through his limbs and bones. Chen Anmo was like a dead tree, immobile as a mountain, breathing evenly and frighteningly. He followed the Gongfu guidelines and guided the warmth of the elixir towards his limbs and bones. This warmth was quickly transformed into a powerful true essence power. In the face of the growing power within his body, Chen Anmo was surprisingly calm. He continued to channel this power, impacting his meridians, the 5 organs and 6 bowels. Boom boom, boom boom. Within his body, a sound like thunder exploded. At that moment, though, the force brought a tingling sensation. Because of the pain, his body couldn't help but tremble. I endure. I'll bear it again. Chen Anmo's veins rippled on his forehead, and his arms and legs all became abnormally thick. At this point, if he didn't channel this power, he would easily explode and die. This was not the result Chen Anmo wanted. Go for it. Chen Anmo drank low. Boom. He continued to pound the occluded meridians. As a meridian was flushed, logically, the power began to be digested. The true essence in his body also seemed to have been transformed and sublimated. The true power became pure. I see. This is the secret of the land gods. The true essence power is too pure. At the same time, the Qi energy had reached Dan Jin. He had touched the doorway of Dan Jin before. Now it's just more skillful. The Qi cyclone in the Dantian grew a large circle. In the end, this entry into the Dan power, as well as the cultivation level into the 3rd grade, was all water under the bridge. There are no surprises. Another hour passed. Shen Xin could feel a huge change in Chen Anmo's aura. Lingering, as well as domineering. Brush. Chen Anmo's eyes snapped open. Sharp. Upper 3rd grade. Land god. Wow. The clothes on his body were windless. It's different. It's completely different. If anything, the true essence power from before had merely made him strong. However, the current true essence power was allowing him to get a full metamorphosis. True essence was like his limbs. He can deploy it at will. Shen Xin, I know the secret of the land goddess. The true essence of a land god is more pure. That's just one aspect. The point is, this true essence has become my power completely. Chen Anmo and Shen Xin talked about their changes. Immediately afterward, he began to levitate his body without utilizing his gongfu, relying solely on his true essence power. The sign of a land immortal is to be like a true immortal, levitating in the air and flying without any air currents. Shen Xin murmured, Success, Xiao Mo. You really succeeded. Shen Xin's eyes were red from excitement. In a flash, she jumped onto Chen Anmo. As his delicate body entered his arms, Chen Anmo couldn't help but grin. Awesome. A month of abstinence. What kind of result is that? Unable to help himself, he was reminded of some of the abstinence documentaries made on the island. Xin, you Get it? Chen Anmo whispered. Shen Xian's pretty face suddenly reddened. You just got promoted and you're thinking about that kind of. What do you mean by crap? If you don't want to, then forget it. Chen Anmo pretended to get up. Shen Xian was anxious and hurriedly hugged Shen Anmo's thigh. I want to sit on you. Cuddle. With holding Shen Xian took a long breath of relief. There was a feeling of fulfillment. Then, he consolidated his cultivation here for 3 more days. 3 days later, Chen Anmo returned to the triple sect. Regarding the matter of him becoming a land god, he and Shen Xian had discussed it and still had to keep a low profile. On the way back, he spent 5 years of cultivation to raise his breath-seeking skill to the Grandmaster level. What surprised him was the fusion of the breath-seeking technique and the stealth technique. Now, not only was he able to conceal his breath, but he could easily manipulate the cultivation he wanted to reveal. Not to mention Yang Liang and the others, even a first-rate expert couldn't perceive their own cultivation level. This time, when he went away for more than a month, what Chen Anmo claimed to the public was that he was going away to visit his family. Upon their return, the disciples came over to greet them warmly. Chen Erong came over at the first opportunity and made a big salute. Senior brother, I've been sending people to clean the place where you live after you left. Well, with pleasure. Chen Anmo patted Chen Irong's shoulder for encouragement. In fact, he could also tell that Chen Erong, this senior sister, was highly utilitarian. Everything she did was in the hope of having a backer as a way to get favors. But, I have to say, she's good at what she does. Knowing that everything she did was utilitarian, Chen Anmo turned a blind eye. One cannot always deal with the righteous. When people are powerful, no matter what kind of people, they can be used by you. Lu Fang also came over at this time and directly gave Chen Anmo a letter. If you don't come back, I'm going to have to go look for you. Earlier Chen Anmo had talked to her about where he was going. If there was something important, Lu Fang could find him. What's wrong? What happened? It's not a big deal. Wasn't there a woman named Yan Lan who had a collaboration with you before? Jan Lan? Chen Anmo drifted off. This is Miss Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Previously, in order to obtain a medicinal herb, he had cooperated with Yang Lan to settle a horse bandit cottage for her. Not much contact since then. What did she want with me? Chen Anmo asked. Not sure. It's her letter. Chen Anmo took the letter in Lu Fang's hand and directly opened it to read it. At this look, Chen Anmo's brows furrowed. It turned out that the Haitian Chamber of Commerce had traveled over to the 4th floor town a while ago to deliver some goods and do some business. She led the team herself that time. After going over there, I met a guy named Lu Chang. During the chat, she realized that all these dark masters in Lu Chang knew him. Later, the local city lord, Wang Jin, learns that she knows him, Chen Anmo, so offered to work with her. Because of him, Chen Anmo, the Haitian Chamber of Commerce had profited a lot. Seeing this, Chen Anmo let out a sigh of relief. Thought Uncle Lu Chang and the others were in some kind of trouble. When he and Shen Xian fled the town of 4 floors. During that time, I also tried to find Uncle Lu Chang and the others, but then I heard that they all fled to the countryside, so I didn't think much of it. Now, hearing that they were being cared for by Wang Jin and had opened a new dartboard, Chen Anmo was relieved. The letter stated that City Lord Wang Jin had personally sent her. Here, he had one thing that he wanted to give to him personally. In the evening, Chen Anmo came directly to the entrance of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. The large entrance was already filled with a number of carriages. Chen Anmo had just reached the door when a quick-eyed guard came up. Chief Chen is here. Miss has already ordered. Come over and I'll take you in directly. Chen Anmo nodded and as soon as he entered, he saw Yang Lan walking out with a smiling face. Nowadays, Yang Lan had completely become a hand of the Yang family. The body has become much leaner. It's just that the complexion has gotten a little darker. Mostly, I've traveled a lot and my skin inevitably gets darker. Chief Chen, I heard that you became a chief disciple. I prepared a generous gift earlier and traveled to your house to congratulate you, but unfortunately, your people left the area. Yan Lan explained leisurely. No need to be polite. We're friends, Chen Anmo said indifferently. Entering the hall, he found dozens of other martial artists here. These people are all members of the Young family. Greetings to Chief Chen. Chief Chen, we met last time. The group was showing a pleasing look. Chen Anmo casually made a few polite remarks. These people knew that Chen Anmo had come over to talk about important matters, so one by one, they had the sense to leave. At that moment, a familiar face came out of the back door. It was none other than the new city lord of the 4th floor town, Wang Jin. When the town of Silu was first besieged, with internal and external problems to the extreme, Wang Jin actually wanted to escape. It was Chen Anmo who brought Lady Yun's people and saved the day, settling the group of Japanese. Since then, Wang Jin has been secretly taking care of people who are familiar with Chen Anmo, Lu Chang and the others. Let them open a new dartboard. Li Ba, the constable who used to follow Chen Anmo, made him a mid-level constable and increased his wages. The village where Chen Anmo lives was exempted from taxes for 5 years. With all of this, Wang Jin was purely trying to show Chen Anmo a good time. Unfortunately, Chen Anmo never went back. This time, working with the Haitian Chamber of Commerce, he accidentally learned that the Haitian Chamber of Commerce knew Chen Anmo. With that, Wang Jin followed. It also brought a generous gift. He didn't even bother to use this thick gift himself, because he knew that a thick gift to Chen Anmo would benefit him even more. City Lord Wang, it's been a long time. Chen Anmo's heart sighed when he saw the pleasing look that Wang Jin exuded. The first time I met Wang Jin, how high and mighty he is. There was a large crowd around him. Now, see him again. The two have switched identities. Fourth floor town is too small. Even the city lord of the fourth floor town was actually equivalent to an ordinary town mayor. Strength is still low. To put it mildly, some bandits and horse thieves with more powerful strength can't even look at that kind of poor place. Chapter 133. I've made you my brother. Wang Jin hurriedly arched his hand. Chief Chen, I've been wanting to find you for a long time, and I've finally met you. Looking for me for what? Chen Anmo asked. Since you left that day, Chief Chen, the Four Floors town has also tackled its enemies with the help of the several experts you brought with you. Since then, I, Wang Jin, have always kept Chief Chen's kindness in my heart. Wang Jin rambled on and on. Chen Anmo and Yang Lan's faces turned odd. I didn't expect this Wang Jin guy to be so verbose. Didn't see it before. Janlan couldn't help but yawn. She doesn't like loopy men. Chen Anmo coughed twice and said, Brother Wang, peace has been restored there now, right? Recovered. Thanks to you, Chief Chen. That's good. By the way, you said you wanted to give me something. I wonder what? Chen Anmo directly named the key points. Wang Jin smiled and said, Please look. He fished out a green-colored jade bottle from his bosom. Chief Chen, I wonder if you've ever heard of a great medicine called demonic beast essence blood? Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. Of course I've heard of it. It's a rare and great medicine. He had read about it in some medical books before. Above the ferocious beasts are the demonic beasts, and some special demonic beasts often had essence blood in their bodies. Many elixirs, if you add a hint. Right, it is a hint, not a drop. The effects are multiplied. If one could take demonic beast essence blood to cultivate, it could also refine the body and increase chi in blood. In short, wonderful. However, demonic beasts have long since ceased to exist, and the demonic beast essence blood, naturally, became an out-of-control great medicine. Only some ancient caves are possible. The demonic beast essence blood that Wang Jin had brought was obtained in a cave. Understanding the wonderful use of demonic beast essence blood, Chen Anmo took a deep breath. Brother Wang, this item is very precious. Chief Chen, if it wasn't for you in the first place, my Wang family might not exist anymore. So this is nothing. Wang Jin lamented. Chen Anmo patted Wang Jin's shoulder. I'll make you my brother. Wang Jin was immediately flattered. To be honest, apart from repaying the favor, the other reason why he came all the way here, wasn't it because he wanted to come and make friends with Chen Anmo? Nowadays, the Dale dynasty is in trouble both internally and externally. Even on the side of the Feng-Le prefecture, the large Qi family and the Yaoguan sect had been destroyed. He'd been wondering what he'd do if he ran into the same kind of dilemma he'd had the last time. After thinking about it, he felt that the only thing that would be most useful was to befriend Chen Anmo. Chief Chen, hey, calling me Chief Chen is really too raw. If you can, please call me Brother Chen. You and I are brothers. Chen Anmo faintly said. It doesn't pay to say nice things anyway, so just say more nice things. Wang Jin was instantly moved. Brother Chen, Brother Wang, you've just come here, so I'll show you around the triple sect clan I'm staying in now. Is this convenient? What's so inconvenient about it? You're my brother. Chen Anmo heavily patted Wang Jin's arm. Let's not talk about the fact that he gave away something so precious. Let's just say that he's the lord of the town of the fourth floor, and that he'll have to ask him to take care of his best friend in the future. Next, along with Yang Lan, Chen Anmo took these two people to wander around the triple gate. The two men were naturally entering the triple door for the first time. The first thing that happened was to be amazed by the spectacular view of the place. That's even so. The point is that the people who were seen were of high strength. 6th grade is nothing. 5th grade is full of them. This is the depth of a great sect. Wang Jin lamented. He was secretly glad that he was lucky to follow Yang Lan over this time. Otherwise, he would never have the chance to make friends with Chen Anmo in his life. Boom! However, at this time, a deafening explosion came out from the compound where Yang Liang lived. Immediately afterward, a disciple ran out of the courtyard in a panic. No, not good. The pulse head is refining pills and blew up the furnace. At these words, all the disciples headed that way. Chen Anmo, being the chief, hurriedly pulled Chen Erong and instructed, Ms. Yang Lan and Brother Wang Zhen are my friends. You lead them while I go take a look first. After saying that, he quickly rushed into the yard. In the courtyard, Senior sister Lu Fang was blown up in ashes, lying on the ground, panting violently. In front of her, the large alchemy room was blown down by a large portion. As for the inside, there is no Yang Liang any breath. Chen Anmo's heart sank. Is Yang Liang dead? Sister. Chen Anmo first helped Lu Fang up. What happened to master? Blow up. Blow up. I was just practicing outside the door. I didn't expect the alchemy room to suddenly blow up. It's horrible. Saying that, Lu Fang's eyes reddened and she was about to cry. Chen Anmo gave her a healing pill and then rushed into the alchemy room. Don't come in. Suddenly, Yang Liang drank. There is still some danger here. Don't come in. Master, are you okay? It's alright. The furnace blew up only. You guys go out first. The pills here are extremely important. No one is allowed to take half a step closer to the courtyard again. Got it? This. Pulse head. You really don't need help? Chen Anmo frowned slightly. With his current perception ability, he could roughly sense that Yang Liang's breath was weak. It does have a strong medicinal scent in it as well. Normally, after a pill furnace blows up once, it shouldn't blow up again. But why didn't Yang Liang Pulse Head let him in to help? Should be trying to hide something. Chen Anmo thought darkly. It's for your own good. Well, take Lu Fang down and let her rest. Yes, naturally, Lu Fang had heard everything that had just been said. Lu Fang didn't bother to think much about it. After going out, Chen Anmo looked at the suspicious faces of the crowd and nodded. Pulse Head just exploded from alchemy, so there's nothing wrong with her. Everyone can rest assured. However, next, Pulse Head needs to heal her injuries, so everyone should not come any closer to this place. Do you all understand? Yes, eldest brother. After Chen Anmo finished speaking, he left with Wang Jin and Yang Lan. For the next 2 days, whenever he came to the sect, the first thing he would do was go to Yang Liang's side. But as before, Yang Liang did not allow anyone to enter. Even, she had arranged for Elder Jin Xiaoqiao to personally guard it. Now it's just that even Lu Fang isn't allowed in. Chen Anmo had privately doubted that something would happen to Yang Liang, encountering something like being taken over by someone. So he went in secretly and stealthily. It was found that among the collapsed houses, they had been cleaned up. Yang Liang changed rooms. There was a pill furnace in front of her, and Yang Liang was in front of it, still tirelessly refining pills. I don't know what kind of elixir she was refining though. Only the sound of boiling rose and fell in the pill furnace. Yang Liang was surrounded by all kinds of herbs he hadn't seen before, piling up half of the room. Afterwards, Yang Liang threw the herbs into the furnace little by little. As some herbs were thrown in, the inside of the pill furnace boiled more and more. Soon the whole room was filled with smoke. Chen Anmo stood at the window and quietly watched for a while. After making sure it was her in person, he breathed a sigh of relief and left quietly. The elixir refined by the vein head must be so important that it is completely isolated from the outside world and refined day in and day out. Chen Anmo thought as he walked out. He suddenly realized, every one of these highly powerful people has a secret behind them. These secrets, too, are their chance. Just then, Elder Jin Xiaoqiao twisted her body and walked towards him. Chief Chen, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why haven't I seen you? Where have you been? Kim Xiaoqiao asked. Hearing this, Chen Anmo quickly walked towards Jin Xiaoqiao. I was just thinking about a bottleneck in my gongfu, so I found a remote place to think about it. Jin Xiaoqiao laughed. You are attentive. Is there something Elder Jin is looking for me for? He secretly guessed that it was Yang Liang Pulse who was the first to see him. Or was the elixir made successfully? But he guessed all wrong. Jin Xiaoqiao said, didn't the Yaoguang sect get annihilated a few days ago? The sect has benefited a lot, and with the fall of the Yaoguang sect, some of the forces that were originally dependent on the Yaoguang sect are in a state of being leaderless. Now many sects are seizing the benefits of the Yaoguang sect. Our clan has also acquired some industries one after another, and there are tens of thousands of acres of fields alone. There are also stores and medicinal fields. These resources are important and the clan intends to distribute them. Chen Anmo said, I should look for the pulse head for this, right? I'm just a disciple. Jin Xiaoqiao said, I've already spoken to the pulse head about this matter, and pulse head Yang said that she's in a critical period of alchemy right now, so it's not appropriate to disturb her, or else the previous effort will be wasted. Anyway, this time, the distribution of resources is discussed by the three-party pulse heads and the patriarch together, so when the time comes, you and I will join together and see how the patriarch is going to distribute it. Chen Anmo nodded. He knew that this allocation of resources was still important. The more resources allocated, the stronger the disciples of this vein would definitely be, and as the chief great disciple, he would certainly be able to gain greater benefits, like having more silver to buy great medicines, rare and great medicine, and he's able to get his hands on it. Considering that a while ago, in order to be promoted to the third rank, the expenses were great. Now there's just over 30,000 taels of silver left on hand. This amount of silver was absolutely huge for ordinary disciples. But he's different. and he was practicing with Shen Xin. Shen Xin had to regularly take elixirs that were beneficial to sword cultivators to enhance their spiritual power, which was a considerable expense. While Jin Xiaoqiao and Shen Anmo were chatting, Zhou Qing, the head of the One Yang finger vein, was in his practice room, painting a landscape. At that moment, the door was pushed open. A person who looked similar to Zhou Qing walked in. This person was none other than the chief of the One Sun Finger lineage and Zhou Qing's own son, Zhou Feng. Father, it's too strange. That old woman Yang Liying, she hasn't appeared since the last time the pill furnace blew up. According to the disciples there, she has been refining pills inside the house. Now, apart from her best friend Jin Xiaoqiao who can see her, even Chen Anmo, the chief disciple, can't see her. Father, why do you think that is? Zhou Qing sniffed, stopped the brush in his hand. Back then, although Yang Liying had some talent, it wasn't to a very outrageous degree. After that she went out to practice, and was said to have gained some chance, after which she became a pill refiner. Her cultivation has also gotten faster and faster, thus becoming the youngest of the 3 chakra heads, and every time she performs a multi-day alchemy, her strength grows a great deal afterward. Zhou Feng's mind moved. Father, what do you mean? Yang Liying impacted the first grade realm? The odds are that it is. Otherwise, I can't think of anything else that would make her waste her sleep and energy on alchemy. Father, since that's the case, tomorrow when we distribute the Yaoguang faction's resources, should our lineage give way to the Triple Heavens lineage? Chapter 134 The reason why there are many female disciples in the Two Fingers Zen lineage. Why after letting this time, what about next time? Your father and I are also trying to impact the realm of the first grade. Letting it be is the same as giving her the resources. So when will your father and I be able to enter the first grade? Zhou Qing coldly asked back. My child has gotten sidetracked. Please forgive me, father. Zhou Qing's expression regained its calmness as he said, with your qualifications, that Chen Anmo should be on par with you, and with resources, you can surpass Chen Anmo, or else you'll always be pressed down by him. He had more than 20 sons, and Zhou Feng was one of his most honored sons. Not only did he inherit his excellent talent, but he was also calm and sophisticated. That's why he's good looking at this son. I hope he can break through to the first grade and honor his ancestors, and the resources consumed in order to break through to the first grade, naturally, were and are great. Add to that the resources he consumes, and based on that, it must be contested. On the other side, Xin Jingyi, the head of the two-finger chakra vein, was hugging a woman with a clear appearance. This clear-cut woman was none other than her chief disciple, Su Hong, also Xin Jingyi's lover. No one expected that the head of the two-finger chakra preferred women. Many female disciples were made to play with Xin Jingyi in her bed. This was also the reason why there were more female disciples than male disciples in the Two Fingers Zen lineage. Xin Jingyi hates men. Unless the talent was truly bright, she wouldn't take in as her disciple. Master, my cultivation has recently refined again, and I have also entered the Dan power. Su Hong raised her head and said softly. Xin Jingyi stroked Su Hong's beautiful back and nodded slightly. Tomorrow, the three veins are going to compete for the resources of Yaoguang sect, and as far as I know, the patriarch might let you three chief disciples compete, and the winner can get more resources. With more resources, Master will be more able to impact the first grade. Do you have confidence? Su Hong laughed. Master, don't worry, whether it's Zhou Feng or Chen Anmo, disciple is confident in dealing with them. Which one do you think is the best to deal with? Of course it's Chen Anmo. He's only been a chief disciple for how long? That Zhou Feng, after all, is Zhou Qing's own son and has poured a lot of resources into him. Xin Jingyi shook her head. You're wrong. Chen Anmo is the one you should pay attention to. What? Chen Anmo is stronger than Zhou Feng? Xin Jingyi said. Not bad. There are many secrets on this kid. It's not a coincidence that he can become the chief in such a short period of time. Tomorrow, you can let the two of them make the first move, and you sit back and reap the benefits. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're no match for Chen Anmo. Su Hong's mouth turned away, somewhat unconvinced. This time when she attacked the Yaoguang sect, she had secretly gotten a lot of benefits. The cultivation level was even at the mid-4th grade, but even if she faced a peak 4th grade powerhouse, she still had the power to fight. That's why she held a great deal of skepticism about what her master had said. Of course, skepticism is skepticism. She still nodded knowingly. In front of Xin Jingyi, she needed to maintain a well-behaved demeanor, because Xin Jingyi doesn't like misbehaving people. Master is a bit tired. Little Red, come on top of Master. Su Hong hurriedly said. All right, Master. Soon the two women were entwined. Just a small half-day. The matter about the distribution of resources that would take place tomorrow spread throughout the entire sect. In addition to the allocation of resources to the Yaoguang sect, the next step was for the sect to undergo a massive expansion. 3 mountain ranges, all of which had to be expanded with a large number of new disciples. As a result, There were quite a few disciples who were originally just from the outer sect who joined the inner sect in advance. The disciples of the 3 mountain ranges were all nervous now, all hoping that the mountain range they were in would receive more resources. Day 2. The Great Hall of the Triple Door. Patriarch Seiqing Yuan sat at the top early and watched as the pulse heads of the 3 mountain ranges and some elders came in. Zhou Qing, head of the One Yang Finger Vein, with his chief disciple Zhou Feng, pay respects to Patriarch. Xin Jingyi, head of the 2 Fingers Zen Vein, with her chief disciple Su Hong, pays her respects to Patriarch. 3 Heavens Elder Jin Xiaoqiao, by order of the Vein Head, with her chief disciple Chen Anmo, pays her respects to Patriarch. Jin Xiaoqiao said with a clasped fist. Zhang Qingyuan swept a glance at Jin Xiaoqiao's side and said, Elder Jin, is the injury on Pulsehead Yang still not healed? Returning to the words of the Patriarch, Pulsehead Yang was refining pills and encountered a blown furnace, and was seriously injured, so he could only go into seclusion and was unable to go out. Zhang Qingyuan sighed. I have an old friend with excellent medical skills, so if I really can't, let him treat young Pulsehead and see. Patriarch, the injuries on young Pulsehead's body involve her cultivation secrets, so it's not appropriate to be inspected. Kim Xiaoqiao returned. Then forget it, but if you need any help, be sure to say so, Zhang Qingyuan reminded. Yes, Sovereign. Behind him, Chen Anmo was a bit curious. He is seeing Yang Lieying's current situation. Despite suffering a blowout, nothing happened at all, so to speak, so he's weird. Why did Kim Xiaoqiao lie? Zhang Qingyuan looked at Zhou Feng again, a brilliant gaze appearing in his eyes. Zhou Feng, your strength has gone even further. You're now in the mid-4th grade, right? Zhou Feng straightened his chest. Patriarch, I entered the 4th grade a month ago. Well, you're just as good as your father's talent. Zhou Qing, you've given birth to a good son. Zhang Qingyuan said smilingly. Patriarch is too kind. Fomer still needs to work harder before he can do so. Zhang Qingyuan laughed. Excellent is excellent. It's not a bad thing. He. Su Hong, your strength has greatly improved as well. Su Hong clasped his fists. There have indeed been some recent gains. Good, very good. Watching you all progress so much one by one, our triple sect doesn't lack top talent anymore. Then, Zhang Qingyuan made some small talk. He spoke about the history of the triple sect, and then about what happened to the Yaoguang sect a while ago. Finally, on to business. This time, when we took down the Yaoguang sect, our triple sect has occupied quite a few of the Yaoguang sect's properties. This doesn't just give our triple sect a boost in strength, even our reputation has expanded quite a bit. However, although the territory is large, but now the manpower shortage. Next, to carry out an expansion. Regarding the expansion, Chen Anmo had heard about it long ago here in Jin Xiaoqiao, so it's not a surprise. After speaking about the expansion, Zhang Qingyuan added in a deep voice. In addition to that, regarding the Yaoguang sex industry that we got this time, it should also be distributed. The clan has also taken out a portion of its resources for additional rewards. After a pause, he looked to all of them. It seems to want to see what's on everyone's mind. Chen Anmo, your master didn't come this time, so tell me, how will the Yaoguang sex estate be distributed? Chen Anmo sniffed and secretly said that Zhang Qingyuan was trying to test him. If he says he doesn't know, it looks like he has no opinion. But if he said that his own lineage should distribute more, then he would obviously be hostile to the other 2 lineages. There's potholes left and right. After thinking about it, Chen Anmo replied, Patriarch, the disciples of the 3 veins, they all feel that they have the most credit, and deserve to have more distributed on their side. But in my 3 heavens vein, it's a little different. How is it different? Zhang Qingyuan asked. The head of our vein is injured and unable to teach his disciples. In that case, our side of the disciples' cultivation, it must be very disadvantageous. So Disciple Dare, our 3 heavens vein, should take most of the industry. Zhou Qing and Xinjingyi both raised their eyebrows. I didn't expect Chen Anmo to find this excuse. Chen Anmo, your master is injured, and with more industry, she can't manage much in this state, right? What if there are losses? Zhou Qing faintly said. Xinjingyi also snorted. Zhou Pulsehead has a good point. Chen Anmo knew they would say that. He clasped his fists at the 2 of them one by one and responded. The 2 Pulseheads, as far as I know, it's some elders and disciples who manage the estate on weekdays, right? Although my master is injured, there is no need for her to manage it. It is sufficient to have the elders and me, so please don't worry. He gazed frankly, straight at the 2 chakra heads. He secretly said that these 2 vein capitals were of 2nd grade cultivation. He is now a 3rd grade. In a real fight, it's 50 to 50, so don't be afraid of them. Zhou Qing did not expect that this Chen Anmo had a lot of guts. In terms of aura, it had just like suppressed his son Zhou Feng. Xinjingyi was also frowning, feeling that this Chen Anmo had a strong bottom. Zhang Qingyuan stroked his beard and smiled. It seems that everyone is very divided on how to distribute. so let me tell you the way. The 3 chief disciples will compete in a match. Whoever comes first, the industry and the cultivation resources, gets the most. The second place comes second. What does everyone think regarding this? In fact, Zhang Qingyuan had already talked to Shen Jingyi and Zhou Qing in private, so, no surprises for either one. Zhou Qing looked toward his son beside him. Zhou Feng instantly understood. Brush! He leapt out and stood in the center, looking at Chen Anmo. Chen Anmo, since you want to take more, let's see it underhand. Chen Anmo calmly stepped out of the line and said, please. Seeing this scene, some of the inner sect disciples further down were all shaken. The 2 chief senior brothers are going to cut a deal. This is a truly strong person. But I heard that Chen Anmo seems to have entered the 4th grade not too long ago? Yeah, take a big loss. When the young Pulse head chose Chen Anmo to become the chief, he originally valued his future. Maybe Senior Chen can defeat Zhou Feng in the future, but he certainly can't right now. Most people don't think highly of Chen Anmo. Zhou Feng took a deep breath. He didn't dare to underestimate Chen Anmo. So the moment he struck, it was the strongest Yi-Yang finger. Whoosh! A burst of true essence qi shot out. This blade of qi was fast and accurate, tearing through the air and shooting towards Chen Anmo's chest. If Chen Anmo was just an ordinary martial artist, he would surely die. Chen Anmo's mind was certain, and he accurately judged the location where the Yi-Yang finger was shooting from. With a sideways movement of his body, he dodged the attack. Swish swish swish, Zhou Feng's Yi-Yang fingers were increasing. Some of them even turned the corner and shoot. In an instant, Chen Anmo's left and right were sealed. Just when everyone thought that there was no way for Chen Anmo to retreat, 3 strands of true essence aura surged out from his body. These 3 huge forces were like 3 huge mountains that protected him inside. Zhou Feng's Yi-Yang finger power looked fierce. However, as soon as they touched Chen Anmo, they were all blocked. Zhou Feng's face turned cold. He knew that his attack was blocked by Chen Anmo's triple heavens as well. Among the 3 chakras, the first Yang finger is the main attacker. 2 fingers Zen is both offensive and defensive. Triple Sky Lord defense. This offense and defense can be clearly seen. Chen Anmo has the better defense. After all, Chen Anmo looked very relaxed and didn't put out a lot of effort. It's actually normal. Chen Anmo was, after all, a 3rd grade cultivator. Through his stealth technique, even a 1st grade grandmaster could not see his true cultivation. After a few moves against each other, now even the inner disciples outside could see the doorway. Zhou Feng is obviously in a weak position. Chapter 135 The Emperor's Secret. Zhou Qing couldn't help but shake his head. He had previously guessed that his son was not as strong as Chen Anmo. I just didn't think that the defeat would be so quick. The point was, Chen Anmo didn't feel any effort at all. Shen Jingyi also frowned, quietly looking at Su Hong, her lover and disciple beside her, and asked in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Su Hong, are you sure? There is, but it's going to take that move. Su Hong was a bit torn. She does have a strong pressurized bottom card, but once it was used, it meant that the bottom card had been seen. Once this undercurrent is known, and the enemy is prepared for it later, it is much less effective. Then forget it. Shen Jingyi was very decisive and continued. This Chen Anmo against Zhou Feng obviously did not put out a lot of strength. You deal with him, even if you take out the bottom of the box. I'm afraid I can't please much number. Now, Su Hong was a bit unconvinced. Master, it's not that outrageous, is it? Shen Jingyi shook her head and didn't say much. Next, you give up. You can't let Chen Anmo defeat you again. Bang! At this moment, Chen Anmo and Zhou Feng sparred again. The qi erupted. The entire hall, even the temperature rose dramatically. Zhou Feng had sensed that he was going to lose, but he didn't want to just admit defeat. His palms were spread out and his true essence gathered in his palms. Boom! Yangzi, the wind of the fist attacked. The true essence he struck out formed a spiral of gas in midair. This was his greatest killing move, which had once decimated people in the same realm as him. This attack finally shattered Chen Anmo's 3 heavens defense. But, the expected damage was not there. The moment the 3 heavens defense shattered, Chen Anmo quickly gathered his defense again. When Zhou Feng was completely exhausted, Chen Anmo slapped his palm out. Zhou Feng stifled a grunt as his body kept retreating. Sung Jin, Chen Anmo clasped his fists. I've lost. Chief Chen, you really are a genius. I've been here for more than 10 years more than you, yet I lost so quickly. Chen Anmo said, it was a fluke for me as well. Your killing move just now was very strong. If I'm defeated, I'm defeated. I'm not as skilled as I should be. Zhou Feng sighed. Zhang Qingyuan glanced at Chen Anmo and said indifferently, the 3 heavens that you cultivate has already been in the master realm, right? When these words came out, everyone looked at Chen Anmo in shock. The realm of the masters. This meant that he could cultivate the 1 yang finger or 2 finger zen. Chen Anmo's heart stirred. I didn't expect to be seen by Zhang Qingyuan. He didn't hold back any longer and nodded. Sure enough, Zhang Qingyuan showed his teeth and smiled. triple sect, have someone to follow in my footsteps. Feeling the envious gazes around him, Chen Anmo sighed quietly. Still being seen, this Qing Yuan is really not simple, Shinjingi said at this time. Since Chen Anmo has already cultivated the three heavens to the master level, there's no need to compete with my disciple Su Hong anymore. So I propose that the three heavens vein take the big industrial head. Zhou Qing, what else do you have to say? Zhang Qingyuan looked at Zhou Cheng again. Zhou Qing shook his head. Chen Anmo won the fight. I have nothing to say. Good, then it's settled. Next, he asked the two elders to bring the information of the Yaoguang sect side of the industry, which already had cultivation resources, and proceeded to start distributing them. For how to distribute it, the next step is for Kim Xiaoqiao to step in. After half a day of deliberation, the three heavens vein received 50% of the industry and cultivation resources. The news that Chen Anmo had defeated Zhou Feng quickly spread. Not only the triple sect, but the people in the Jianghu also began to re-examine Chen Anmo. Right now, Chen Anmo is the first disciple who deserves it. In the future, there is a great possibility that he will become the patriarch. Yeah, he's growing up too fast. I wonder if he's a third-grade land immortal, or else how could he defeat Zhou Feng so easily? TSK, it's just too much to think about. Inside the clan, Chen Anmo originally came to the door of Yang Liying's residence and originally wanted to go in, but it was still stopped by Kim Xiaoqiao. Chen Anmo, Pulsehead already knows about your great victory. Elder Jean, Chakra Head still doesn't want to see anyone? Nice, so sorry about that. Got it. Chen Anmo sighed. 3 days later, Imperial capital. Inside the Imperial study room of the Imperial Palace, the triple sect patriarch asserted that Qing Yuan waited at the entrance for a short while before he was led into the Imperial study room by a eunuch. This place, except for the emperor and 2 individual eunuchs, no one is allowed to come over. It was rumored in the outside world that Emperor Le Xuanzong of the Great Lu dynasty was obsessed with cultivating immortals. He had stayed in the Imperial Library for decades. Even the Empress, as well as the rather powerful Lady Yun, had a hard time seeing him. But it was also because of Le Xuanzong's ignoring of the dynasty's politics that allowed the Empress and Lady Yun to grow more and more powerful on both sides. But in the eyes of those in the know, Zhang Qingyuan, whether it's the Empress or Lady Yun, it's just a small fight between children. These people never knew that they were all just feeders for the Luxian sect. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. After entering the Imperial study, Zhang Qingyuan finally met a stooped man in dragon robe. This person was none other than the Emperor of the Great Lu dynasty, Le Xuanzong. Zhang Qingyuan, who had always been cold and arrogant, looked very careful in front of the emperor, brows lowered and bent, head hung down. The words were no longer spoken. The furnishings in the house were simple. The ground was carved with intricate formations. The doors and windows were painted black. This prevents any sunlight from coming in from outside. The whole house, dark and heavy. The stooped Le Xuanzong was like a late old man. Senior brother Zhang, no need to be polite, but have you found the person I want? At this moment, Le Xuanzong was standing in the middle of the spell formation on the ground. Zhang Qingyuan could feel it. Within the black formation on the ground, there was a strange energy that surged towards Le Xuanzong's body. He was in a state of mind. Dark Dao senior brother's comprehension of formations had become even deeper. The operation of the formation was much smoother than the last time he was here. Becoming immortal is expected. He was instantly agitated. As the head of a clan, why was he willing to become the pawn of the Luxian sect? It's not that the Luxian sect has the method to become immortal. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and said, recently, my clan has discovered a genius named Chen Anmo. This person has joined the clan for less than a year, and his speed of cultivation is very much within the reach of anyone. He gave an overview of the situation regarding Chen Anmo, cultivating the three heavens to the master realm in such a short period of time. Le Xuanzong's eyelids fluttered and the corners of his mouth grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Zhang Qingyuan guessed and said, Your Majesty, so I guess that this son's spiritual root should not be bad. And most likely, it is an extreme spiritual root. Good, good. Shang Yuan, you finally brought me a big good news. Extreme spiritual root, if I can get it, it won't be long before I can step through the void. Le Xuanzong came to Zhang Qingyuan and happily patted his shoulder. When will you bring this person to me? Zhang Qingyuan said. Your Majesty can issue an edict to allow him to enter the palace in the name of rewarding him. In this way, no one else will suspect me of anything, and senior brother I can still work for you, Your Majesty, and help Your Majesty become immortal. Ha ha, good, your solution is very good. Turn around and I'll issue a holy decree. Yes, Shang Yuan, you've done me such a great favor. I'm going to reward you properly. Stand aside, I'll let you watch a good show later. Yes, sir. Zhang Qingyuan stood aside for a short while. Soon, the footsteps of two men came from outside. Your Majesty, the Empress has brought His Highness the Crown Prince down. The eunuch's cockney voice came from outside. Let them in. Yes, sir. On the side, Zhang Qingyuan's eyes flickered. His Majesty has been missing since he practiced his foreign arts. Why are you meeting the Queen and the Crown Prince this time? His heart jumped. Could it be that these two human medicines have already been cultivated? See, Your Majesty. See, Father. When the Empress and the Crown Prince finished saluting, and then looked up at Le Xuanzong, a hint of distaste showed in the bottom of both of their eyes. Ever since Le Xuanzong became addicted to cultivating immortality, he had locked himself up here. Study formations and pills all day long. The delusion of immortality. But to this mother and son, Le Xuanzong was delusional. They watched as His Majesty became more and more violently thin day by day. The Emperor, who was less than 40 years old, resembled an old man of 70 or 80. A martial arts cultivation was even weaker. You call this cultivation? Right now, both of these people wished for Le Xuanzong to die immediately. After all, once he died, the Crown Prince would be able to ascend the throne. By that time, what Lady Yunfei will be a minor character. But what made the two helpless was that Le Xuanzong's life was very hard. I don't know what's going on this time, but I suddenly want to summon the two of them. Father, I wonder what the purpose of summoning my son and mother is. The Crown Prince said and glanced at Zhang Qingyuan who was standing at the side. Le Xuanzong walked towards him step by step and said with a smile, You guys cultivate the Wuji divine skill. I don't know how well you've cultivated it. Wuji Shengong, the top secret technique within the imperial palace. The reason why the Dalu dynasty had been able to stand for 1,000 years was because the people of the royal family all practiced the Wuji divine power. Your Majesty, after taking the pills you gave me, both Emperor's son and I have cultivated the Wuji divine skill to perfection. The Empress smiled and said, And my concubine's cultivation is already at the 4th rank, and the Emperor's son's cultivation is already at the 5th rank. Well, hooray, Father, I wonder what the point of asking is. The prince did not understand. You can finally make me eat. The words fell. Le Xuanzong's hands probed out, his withered palms, quickly grabbing the necks of the two men. Your Majesty, Father, you. The breath of the two men was clearly very powerful, but on Le Xuanzong's body, a special power suddenly surged out, deadening them. Soon, the blood and flesh on the two men were absorbed by the formation on the ground. Two people who were full have turned into dried-up old men. Zhang Qingyuan was not surprised by this scene. When he was young, his family was excellent. Thus it was a privilege to study martial arts with Raku Xuanzong. At that time, he worked for Le Xuanzong. He also knew the reason why the Luxian sect cultivated secret arts. That is to attain immortality and gain long life. In order to cultivate immortality, he followed to learn this method. It was just that Le Xuanzong had obviously hidden his hand from him. With the Crown Prince and Empress completely lifeless, their power was all absorbed by the formation on the ground. Le Xuanzong absorbed the energy from the formation on the ground, and his aura became even more intense. The human medicine is really effective. Le Xuanzong flung out his robe and said towards Zhang Qingyuan, However, I have already encountered a bottleneck, and I need a better spiritual route in order to further my spiritual power. Your Majesty, I'll bring Chen Anmo to you later. Zhang Qingyuan hurriedly said, Well, there is also my Lady Yunfei the human medicine. I can reward her to you later. Le Xuanzong said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Qingyuan immediately knelt down gratefully. With Lady Yun as a human medicine, he could also surpass the 1st rank like Le Xuanzong. By then, he would be considered a qi refiner. Chapter 136 Miss Wei, I have an unkind request. Achoo! Early this morning, Chen Anmo just opened his eyes and couldn't help but sneeze. The sneeze came inexplicably. Someone misses me? Chen Anmo muttered. Who misses you? Chen Xian on the side also opened her eyes in a daze and obediently asked as she lay on Chen Anmo's chest. Looking at Chen Xian who had a lazy look on her face, Chen Anmo hugged her tightly and said, Hey, I guess I'm too handsome. There are too many people who miss me. Look at you. Chen Anmo hemmed and hawed and said, I'm going to Stonyfield town later. You stay at home and cultivate well. I'm going to come back to give you a check. If I find laziness, the whip will serve. Ah, Chen Xian was speechless. Just know how to bully me. Nasty, nasty. Although her mouth said she hated it, her body was getting closer and closer. After warming up for a while, Chen Anmo got on the carriage and traveled towards the outskirts of the city. Just yesterday, Wei Nishang sent a message to him through a transmission talisman. The mountain there in Stonyfield town where she was looking for the possible existence of a qi refiner's cave had finally been found. Before that, he had met Wei Nishang in Stonyfield town. Since then it had been arranging for manpower to search for the barren mountain on the map in Stonyfield town. Originally, Chen Anmo had sought to find it not so easily, but this time, surprisingly, I found it. Thus Wei Nishang notified him at the first opportunity and prepared to enter the qi refiner's cave with him. Early morning, after a few days of rushing, Chen Anmo finally arrived at Stonyfield town. but he didn't enter the city. Instead, according to the agreement with Wei Nishang, he came to a river outside the city. As soon as he arrived, Chen Anmo saw a woman with a slender figure and excellent temperament. It was Wei Nishang. Regarding the matter of Wei Nishang taking the initiative to invite him over to explore the Qi Refiner's cave, Chen Anmo was still surprised. All along, he had thought that Wei Nishang only treated him as a henchman, but through this incident, Chen Anmo could feel that Wei Nishang treated him well. Ms. Wei. Chen Anmo looked at Wei Nishang and walked over. Chen Anmo, you're finally here. After not seeing her for many days, Wei Nishang couldn't help but look at Chen Anmo a few more times. She had long heard that Chen Anmo had become the triple-sex chief disciple. This rate of progress amazed her. She also understood that it was almost impossible to get Chen Anmo to be under her again. As such, the eyes she looked at Chen Anmo with now were more actually leveled. Ms. Wei, why did you ask me to meet at this place? Chen Anmo asked strangely. The one who was able to find the Qi Refiner's cave this time was actually a close friend of mine, Electric Feather sect disciple Qin Lan. She also has a copy of the same map as me in her hands, so we agreed that she and I, along with a few close friends, would travel to that cave together. In this, you are not included. Chen Anmo frowned. Then what's the point of looking for me? Just because they asked that they couldn't have you, doesn't mean I can't sneak you over there. Wei Nishang said triumphantly. Chen Anmo drifted off. No wonder Ms. Wei asked me to come here. Not bad. After all, I had an agreement with Qin Lan that she would bring 4 people. I can only bring 4 people as well. We can only bring people from within the family, not outsiders, to prevent news from leaking. Besides, surely my master wouldn't allow you to be taken. Chen Anmo nodded his head in understanding. It seems that I, Chen, owe Miss Wei a favor. Just so you know. Wei Nishang smiled sweetly. With this smile, Chen Anmo froze for a moment. When she smiled, she was so beautiful that she couldn't help but make people look at her more. What to look at? Wei Nishang said with wide eyes. No, it's just that I feel that you, Ms. Wei, are very healing and very beautiful when you smile. Chen Anmo was honest. So good at kissing ass after a few days. If speaking from the heart is called ass kissing, then consider me ass kissing. Chen Anmo shook his head and got down to business. But how will I sneak over there when the time comes? Just follow behind our group. And if you're accidentally discovered, just say you found your way there in confusion. The corner of Chen Anmo's mouth twitched. That simple? Of course. Qin Lan. She can't say anything. Chen Anmo took stock of the situation. Doing so does raise suspicions, but that's as far as it goes. Immediately afterward, he got excited too. This is a Qi Refiner's cave. The legendary cave of the immortals. I wonder what kind of opportunities can be gained inside. There was one thing he was sure of, though, that is, the human skin paper map in his hand is the real map. He estimates. Back then, when the map of the human skin paper was circulating in the world, some people made some handwritten copies according to the graphics on the map of the human skin paper. In the end, Wei Nishang said that she would enter the mountain in 3 days. Alright Miss Wei, then I'll go into the town first and find a place to rest. Wei Nishang froze. This is leaving? This feeling of being used and thrown away made her uncomfortable. I've given you such a great chance, and you don't show it? Wei Nishang was speechless, her beautiful almond eyes turning in circles as if thinking about something. I'll surprise you later, okay? Chen Anmo explained. He planned to start refining the Immortal Ascension pill in a few days. After all, the materials have been assembled. An ordinary alchemist, with one ingredient, could only refine one. But he's different. As he envisioned it, he would probably be able to make 2 to 3 pills of Dan. When the time came, in addition to giving it to Shen Xin, it could also be left to Wei Nishang. Surprise me with what? You'll see when the time comes. Chen Anmo sold a lie and continued. Somewhat hungry. What will we eat later? The barbecue you got earlier was pretty good, so let's have the grilled fish. Wei Nishang proposed. Alright. Looking at Wei Nishang like this, it was obvious that she did not intend to enter the city. A look of wanting to spend more time with him. Apparently, Wei Nishang was a bit clingy when she was with him. It made him feel incredible. When he first met Wei Nishang, she was high above the world, as if she was an unearthly fairy. At that time, eldest senior brother Wu Lei even picked up the miscellaneous items she dropped and carefully kept them. But I didn't realize that she was, in private, very clingy. Until evening, Wei Nishang actually had no intention of leaving. This time, even if Chen Anmo was a fool, he knew Wei Nishang's intentions. That's another attempt at double-crossing. Miss Wei, I have an unkind request. 2 people inside a carriage. After 3 rounds of wine, Chen Anmo suddenly grabbed Wei Nishang's delicate hand. Wei Nishang was taken aback. Good lord, why is Chen Anmo suddenly so proactive? Though she said she liked it, there was a thrill to it. However, she definitely couldn't show too much initiative. What are you doing moving your hands when you're talking? Although Wei Nishang said so, she did not have the intention of retracting her hand. Wei, why don't you not go back tonight? If you don't go back, then where do you stay? Just the carriage here. I have blankets here. Very soft, just right. We can make our cultivation a little more refined. Wei Nishang's heart was beating fast. This time, finally, she didn't have to initiate the conversation. I've been stuck at the 4th rank for a long time. Do you think I can enter the 3rd rank through dual cultivation? Wei Nishang couldn't help but think expectantly. Chen Anmo grabbed a handful of peanuts from the side dish and said, Miss Wei, eat more peanuts. Look at how drunk you are. Wei Nishang heard the flirtation in Chen Anmo's words. Her eyes glazed over. I'm not drunk. I'm serious. At the end of each time, I feel like I'm making great progress. With that, she silently released her breath. Mid-4th grade, Chen Anmo raised his eyebrows. Wei Nishang was in the early 4th grade before, but she didn't expect to be in the middle 4th grade so soon. He blushed oddly. Admittedly, dual practice does work. It boosts mental energy and tones the breath. However, as he got higher in his realm, the benefits from dual cultivation were already rare. However, he did not expect that Wei Nishang would really bring great benefits during this dual cultivation process. Could it be that Wei Nishang has a special physique? Chen Anmo guessed in his heart. He voiced his misgivings. Wei Nishang was curious. I have a special physique? So dual cultivation is a big plus for me? That's probably the case. Wei, just in time. I've learned another trick. Wei Nishang took the initiative to wrap her arms around Chen Anmo's neck and exhaled like orchids. In the meantime, among the threefold gate, an imperial decree came from the capital. His Majesty has heard that a genius has emerged from the triple sect, named Chen Anmo, so the decree was sent down to let Chen Anmo go to the palace to face the saint and reward the rewards. Unfortunately, Chen Anmo left the triple door. It's said to be out on the trail. When he got this news, Zhang Qingyuan just told his disciples to inform him first if they had any news of Chen Anmo. It's not a good idea to be sloppy about things like going to the capital to meet the saint. Meanwhile, a heavy news came from the capital. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Her Majesty the Empress encountered the Taiping sect demons in the Deep Palace and were seriously injured, now healing in the Deep Palace. See no one but Your Majesty. Everyone's jaws dropped at the news. One thought arose in everyone's mind. The Taiping sect is really bold. If you dare to deal with the Crown Prince today, you will dare to commit regicide tomorrow. However, there are those with a good heart who smell that something is not right here. It's well known. Empress Dowager and concubine Yun have always been at odds, and in the event that something happens to the Empress Mother, Lady Yun's side will gain the most benefits. So many people are curious. Could it be Lady Yun's doing? Yendang Mountain. The mountains were rolling, like a giant dragon winding its way. Early morning. The mist between the mountains and forests was like a thin veil that gently covered the entire mountain range. Deep in the mountain forest, a team of roughly 10 people walked towards the depths of Yendang Mountain. The group was led by 2 women. One of them was none other than Wei Nishang. She was followed by her master, Luo Ying, and the Wei family's 3 4th grade martial artists. The other woman was none other than Wei Nishang's friend, Qin Lan. She was followed by her master, Ding Yuan, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a constant grin on his face. The other 3, all of whom were also elders of the Electric Feather sect, were all at the 4th grade cultivation level. She has a somewhat waxy face, is slightly shorter, and has a medium to low face value. She held a map in her hand and frowned. Almost there. You said it's almost time for the sentence to arrive for a long time. How long is it really going to take? Wei Nishang looked unhappy. It had been more than 2 hours since Qin Lan had brought her over, but still no sign of this place on the map. Qin Lan said, there is a river in front of us. Just cross it. Just as the group moved forward, Chen Anmo, who was following closely, turned over the human skin paper in his hand. However, although the map on the human skin paper was similar to this place, it always felt like something wasn't quite right. Within a short time, the party had arrived at the river. Wei Nishang frowned. Qin Lan, I've sent people to look for this place before, but I didn't find anything. Are you sure it's here? Nazumi, I've known you since we were kids. How could I lie to you? Qin Lan smiled and proposed. Alright, let's start crossing the river. There is obviously no bridge in this middle of nowhere. Thus, Qin Lan and her master, Ding Yuan, as well as the other 3 Electric Feather sect elders ran their true essence and flew over. Let's go over there too. Nazumi, you follow me. Luo Ying slowly spoke. Standing at the edge of the river, she looked out over the rapids and for some reason felt a little uneasy in her mind. As a powerhouse whose cultivation was at the 2nd rank, her mental will was extraordinary. That's why he has an instinctive sense of danger before he encounters it. Chapter 137 Conspiracy. Allegiance to the Emperor. Master, what's wrong with you? Wei Nishang looked at Luo Ying's frown and came over to ask. Luo Ying shook his head. Some uneasy feelings arose in her mind though, but really didn't find anything wrong with it. Besides, Lan and his group had also gone over. It's okay, I'll go over there first, you guys follow. Luoying leaped and flew towards the other side of the river. Wei Nishang and the other 3 elders followed 4 or 5 meters behind. Boom! Suddenly, the water exploded. Not good, something's up. Luoying bellowed, alerting behind him. Next moment, the exploding water splashed with countless splashes. A black-robed man wearing a bronze mask suddenly killed out. The man was tall and straight, his body rigid and imposing. Peak 2nd grade. Feeling the other party's cultivation, Luoying was shocked and angry, couldn't help but let out a gasp. Whoosh! The man in black held a long sword and shot a sword light towards Luoying. Immediately afterward, Luoying, who had been caught off guard, had a bloody arrow flash on his body. Take the young lady away quickly, Luoying growled. The 3 elders beside Wei Nishang only felt their scalps tingle. Even Elder Luoying had suffered such a great loss. How could they survive if they went up there? So without saying a word, he drew back and fled. But to his surprise, the black-clothed man's body shook. Surprisingly, he flashed past Luoying and rushed directly behind Wei Nishang. An aged elder reacted and roared, "Miss, I'll go block him." Determination to die erupted in his eyes as he twisted his head toward the black-clothed man to kill him. His cultivation level was lower than the man in black though, but in the state of bursting with the determination to die, the man in black couldn't break free from him for the time being. Immediately after, Elder Luoying caught up. Just when Wei Nishang thought that she could finally escape, she didn't expect Lan to stop in front of her with his men. "Wei Nishang, you'd better surrender. I promise I won't make things difficult for you," Lan said in a cold voice. "Lan, you and I have known each other since we were 3 years old. Why do you want to harm me? Our Wei family hasn't offended your Qin family, right? On the contrary, we have helped your Qin family many times." Wei Nishang let out a low gulp and questioned towards Lan. "Wei Nishang, it's not my Qin family that's trying to deal with you. If you want to blame it on the fact that you're being targeted." Lan shook his head slightly. "Gird your loins, I won't make things difficult for you." Delusional. Wei Nishang let out a low gulp. With that, 13 short blades shot out from his sleeve robes, shooting towards Lan. "I've figured out all these moves of yours. They won't work on me." Lan spoke indifferently, easily defusing the attack. Kill. In the meantime, Lan's master, Ding Yuan, as well as the other 3 elders, also killed towards Wei Nishang. The 2 elders beside Wei Nishang also revealed a look of determination. They knew that this time it was certain death, but there's no way around it. The lady has to get out of here first. "Master, 3rd elder, 4th elder," Wei Nishang's eyes reddened. "Miss, go, if you escape, we can leave too." "Yeah, leave us alone." In order to not let Wei Nishang have a mental burden, the 2 elders drank low. Wei Nishang no longer hesitated and turned her head to run. "Wei Nishang, where to run?" Lan led a man with a dark complexion as he swiftly swept towards Wei Nishang. Suddenly, a blade light shot out from the color of the grass. The dark-skinned elder was taken aback. After reacting, they were already in pieces. 5th elder. Lan drank, and immediately afterward, another blade light came at her. "How dare you!" She cursed harshly and dodged sideways in a hurry, but it's still a beat too slow. In an instant's effort, half of her shoulder was directly cut off. "Ah!" Lan screamed miserably as his body staggered backward. "Who dares to meddle?" Lan roared with a pale face. "Originally a sure win. Wei Nishang is a turtle in a jar. I didn't expect that it would come to this." Unfortunately, the person who struck in the dark didn't even bother with her. Chen Anmo was quietly stealthy and had arrived by Lan's side. Brush! The round moon divine sword was drawn and chopped towards Lan's waist. Someone! Lan sensed this sudden appearance and reacted extremely quickly. She realized that the person who struck in the dark should have mastered some kind of stealth technique. The sword technique in her hand was performed to the extreme. The long sword immediately resisted. This was a top-grade Earth-ranked sword. Originally, he thought that he could easily withstand Chen Anmo's attack. However, the precious sword in Chen Anmo's hand was like destroying the sword, easily cutting off the sword in Lan's hand. No way! He only had time to roar out such a sentence before he was stopped and killed. Erasure! The black-robed masked man was shocked. He slapped Luoying into the water with a palm and then flew frantically towards Chen Anmo's side. After seeing that Lan had been cut in half, his eyes twitched. "Yellow-haired boy, I'll kill you." Chen Anmo has been secretly touching corpses for a long time. He just coldly glanced at the black-clothed masked man and twisted his head to leave. Brush! He carried Wei Nishang on his back, and in the next second, both of their bodies were in a state of invisibility. Both seemed to blend into the air. "Where are the people? Where are the people?" The black-clothed masked man was furious, and his palms kept slapping in all directions. Boom boom boom. For a while, the forest was all filled with explosions. Unfortunately, Chen Anmo and Wei Nishang had already disappeared long ago. The The furious black-clothed masked man relocated his anger to the remaining 3 elders of the Wei family. After defeating them one by one, he asked with a cold face, "Say, who was the person who saved Wei Nishang?" "Oh, Miss Blessed Life, you are destined to never know." The aged elder laughed with incomparable pain, because not only is Wei Nishang not dead, moreover, Elder Luoying also disappeared into the water. As long as we don't see her body, that means she's okay. Someone tell who that person is, and I can promise that I won't kill him. The black-robed masked man asked as he looked at the 3 people kneeling on the ground. All 3 of them were showing a determined intent to die. In the next moment, all 3 people severed their own meridians. This person who saved Wei Nishang's life with Wei Nishang in tow definitely can't run far. Search this neighborhood. Yes. At this time, Chen Anmo had already taken Wei Nishang to run out 3 kilometers away. While running, check out the rewards for the body pickup you just got. Ding. Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Ding. Touch the corpse. Reward 200 days of cultivation. Then he checks the last wishes of the 2 men. There's nothing to say about that elder's last wish. After reading Qin Lan's last wish, he realized who the black-robed masked man was. Trigger the dead man's last wish. Last wish number 1, I hope my father solves Luoying and then saves me. Reward, a heavenly sword. Last wish 2, take Wei Nishang and offer her to Le Xuanzong. Reward, 1 immortal ascension elixir. Legacy wish 3, to serve Le Xuanzong, to be appreciated by him, to cultivate immortality and live a long life, and to become a generation of fairies. Reward, 10 spirit stones. Hissing, Chen Anmo sucked in a breath of cool air. How could he not expect that the person behind this was actually the Lucian sect? How could this be? Didn't they all say that the current emperor, ignoring the government, is addicted to cultivating immortals? Why do you want to deal with Wei Nishang? Could it be that Wei Nishang is helpful to the cultivation of the Lucian sect? Though he didn't know exactly why yet, but now at least understand. When the emperor, not a good person it's not even enough to ignore the dynasty, but he actually tried to capture geniuses for him. MS. Wei, that man in black, do you probably know who he is? Chen Anmo asked as he jumped onto a large tree and rested temporarily. It must be Qin Lan's father, Qin War. At those words, Chen Anmo nodded silently in his heart. From Qin Lan's last wish, that man in black was indeed Qin Zhan. This person was the head of the Qin family, with a 2nd-grade cultivation level. Although Luoying was also a 2nd rank, Luoying was older after all. Plus, Qin War was a sneak attack. That's why Luoying immediately fell into a disadvantage, and now his life and death were unknown. Seeing that Wei Nishang had already guessed Qin War, Chen Anmo didn't say much inside. Let's find a place to rest first. Chen Anmo, I really thank you this time, but because of me, I've implicated you. Wei Nishang's eyes were now filled with despair. Seeing that she was really sad, Chen Anmo comforted. Look on the bright side. You're still alive. As long as you go back, you'll be safe. Yes, I want to live well. I want to avenge the dead elders and the others. Resolve flashed in Wei Nishang's eyes. But Chen Anmo, we can't return the way we came. There are Qin family properties in this place, and the Qin family is definitely looking for us all over the world right now. So if we return the way we came, we're bound to die. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and looked at the vast mountains in front of him and suddenly smiled. Then go through this big mountain. When he finished, he half kneeled to the ground. Here, I'll carry you. Soon the 2 set off again. This time, Chen Anmo was no longer invisible. As fast as you can, through hill after hill. In the evening, he decided to rest for a while. While looking around, he also touched the 7 extinction poison from within his storage ring. It was the poisonous powder he had been rewarded with earlier. It can poison an upper 3rd-grade land goddess, but poisonous powders are, after all, external. In case the other party is aware of it, this poisonous powder is simply useless. Therefore, Chen Anmo didn't dare to fight head-on until it was absolutely necessary. This item should only be used as an alternative as a last resort. After storing it away, he took out a chi-building pill and slowly restored his cultivation. Time passes quickly. Without realizing it, it was the latter part of the night. Wei Nishang had already relied on a large tree to rest long ago. Chen Anmo couldn't sleep. Simply take out the human paper and begin to study it. The terrain on top of the human skin paper clearly resembles this area. But why is it that so many people look down and never find anything? Chen Anmo stroked his chin. By the light of the moon, he picked up the human skin paper. At that moment, a ray of moonlight shone down. The moonlight shone on top of the human skin paper, and a faint bright light immediately appeared on it. On top of the originally flat and uninteresting human skin paper, a curved dotted line unexpectedly appeared. These dotted lines gradually coalesced and molded into a bizarre formation pattern. The sudden change made Chen Anmo freeze in place. He got up in a hurry and leapt to a large tree. The moonlight is brighter here. The moonlight seemed to give the energy of the formation on top of the human skin paper. The formation began to operate. Boom! Suddenly, the formation on top of the human skin paper rapidly expanded, forming a huge circle. This formation was affixed to the clearing in front of them, and soon, a 2-meter-wide deep hole appeared in the clearing. A gloomy aura emanated from the mouth of the cave. A cold wind blew out of the cave. The commotion caused here quickly caught the attention of the sleeping Wei Nishang. She got up in surprise and came to Chen Anmo's side. When did this hole appear here? Chen Anmo didn't know how to explain, and could only say, just now, the moonlight shone on top of a map in my hand, and then it seemed to have triggered the formation on top of the map. What? The map in your hand? Well nah, I have the map in my hand too, Chen Anmo said. Wei Nishang revealed a look of suspicion, her heart slandering. You had a map in your hand and you didn't even know to tell me about it. Looks like she's being treated like an outsider. Chapter 138 Mysterious Cave. Land of Inheritance. The energy fluctuation caused by this formation is too big. I'm worried that Qin Zhuan and Ding Yuan and those people will find this place. Wei Nishang was a bit worried. Chen Anmo took a deep breath and took out the 7 extinction poisonous powder, saying, this poisonous powder is what can poison even a first-rate land immortal. I'll put the poisonous powder down at the place of the entrance below, and if they really look for it, I'll make sure that they won't be able to come back. What? It can poison a first grade? How did you get your hands on such a good thing? Wei Nishang was truly shocked. A poisonous powder that could poison a first-grade martial master. Such a thing was unheard of. No, maybe it's in some ancient book, but those are all out of print, because even if there was, the upper third-grade martial masters wouldn't allow something that threatened them to exist. Go down first, Chen Anmo said. He had just scoped it out. It's dark down here and there's nothing wrong with it except for the cooler temperatures. The two men jumped, one after the other. A chilling aura rushed right over the two of them. Chen Anmo couldn't help but shiver. It's not just any cold. It's cold to the bone cold. Wei Nishang tightened the clothes on her body. Luckily, I have precious clothes on me. I've got it on me too, but it's still cold. So let's move on for a while. While walking, Chen Anmo sprinkled the 7 extinction poison on the ground. Next, whenever someone passes by, the breeze will lift these poisonous powders. 1 incense stick later, Chen Anmo and Wei Nishang were already walking in an underground cave. This cave was well developed in all directions, and it was no different from an ordinary cave. But if you look closely, you will find a lot of lines carved on top of the stone wall. The two fumbled around a bit and came up empty. With that, the two could only walk along the current path. Miss Wei, have you been to this type of cave before? Chen Anmo asked as he took another chi building pill. Wei Nishang responded, I've followed my father to a place before, but there were no precious things in there, and I only found some ordinary techniques, as well as pills taken by chi refiners. Despite that, it still benefited me greatly. Is it dangerous? Of course there is. That cave has formations. As soon as my father and I went in, we encountered arrows shot from all directions, and at that time, my father was even injured. After that, we encountered fire formations and ice formations, and broke through 3 levels before finally succeeding. Chen Anmo said helplessly, this place is so weird, and I don't know how far we have to go. He realized that the deeper he went, the more his perception declined. Suddenly, the passage ahead became narrower. A brand new cave entrance appeared, and there are 4 big words carved above this hole. Manyang Cave, dimly lit. Chen Anmo and Wei Nishang exchanged glances. Immediately afterward, both of them revealed a look of surprise. Finally, I've found the Immortal Cultivator's Cave. Chen Anmo was about to go in, but Wei Nishang worried. Will it be dangerous? Chen Anmo said. I sensed it. There's nothing inside. The capabilities of Immortal Cultivators are far beyond our imagination. With our abilities, I'm afraid we can't check even if there's danger. Chen Anmo sighed. You're right. However, I think the senior has gone to great lengths to allow the fated to find this place. There is no need to harm us, right? Wei Nishang thought about it. Afterward, Chen Anmo bravely entered the cave. The cave was covered in dust. It's not very large, only about 30 square feet. Just as the two men were probing inside, there was a rush of footsteps from outside as well. Damn, they even have this strange poison. The voice was that of Qin Lan's master, Ding Yuan. Qin Zhan coldly said, those two must be hiding here. Humph, I didn't expect that by mistake. They would still discover the Qi refiner's cave. Luck did run into us though. The two quickly arrived at the place where the entrance to the cave was. 10,000 Formations Cave. Ding Yuan just glanced at it and joy appeared in his eyes. It looks like a cave left behind by a formation master. It's highly likely that there's a formation inheritance here. Ding Yuan nodded. Wei Nishang and the one who saved her are inside. Let's take them down now. Good. By the way, I'll take that man. He killed my daughter. I'll break him into pieces. Qin Zhan coldly grimaced as he instantly erupted his second-grade cultivation aura, but a careful perception would reveal that his aura was much weaker than before. Both he and Ding Yuan had been struck by a strange poison when they entered the hole in the ground earlier. This poison is colorless and tasteless. The three elders who came down with them were no longer able to walk and stayed outside. Even they, when they walk, are out of breath. That's why the two unanimously decided to take care of those two people earlier, to put an end to it. However, Qin Zhan and Ding Yuan had just entered and discovered that both Chen Anmo and Wei Nishang were actually sitting quietly on their knees in place. Surprisingly, none of them moved at all. The two men looked at each other in surprise. Ding Yuan took the lead and said, "I'll chop off Wei Nishang's hands and legs first and offer them to His Majesty then." "Good." Qin Zhan let out a sardonic laugh and walked towards Chen Anmo. "So it was you who saved Wei Nishang." Chen Anmo. He recognized Chen Anmo at first. After all, after he became the chief disciple of the triple sect back then, someone had brought his avatar over to show him. Just as the two people approached Chen Anmo and Wei Nishang, the accident occurred precipitously. A powerful suction force enveloped the two men. Immediately afterward, a voice came to his ear. In this moment, neither could see each other. They seemed to be deep in a fog. At the same time, an old voice came to his ears. "Old me, the great immortal of 10,000 formations, has practiced for 1945 years in my life. Because there is no descendant left, now have a sense of longevity is approaching. Before sitting down, specially left this cave, the old man's life inheritance will be passed on to the person who has the destiny." Qin Zhan and Ding Yuan were both so excited that they wanted to jump up. Passing on the legacy. It really is a legacy. And it wasn't just any old alchemist's legacy. Rather, it's a great immortal who has been practicing for nearly 2,000 years. Other than the two of them, what happened to Chen Anmo and Wei Nishan was actually the same as the two of them. At this time, Chen Anmo had long heard what the great immortal of the 10,000 formations had said. This great immortal was a great cultivator who had cultivated to the level of Yuaning, because when he broke through the Yuaning, he had taken 2 consecutive infant formation pills, and the quality of the pills was not very good. As a result, after the formation of a baby, the quality of the firstborn was poor. After that, it was stuck in the Yuaning realm. He practiced formation aptitude and was wealthy. Therefore, in order to prolong his life in the later stage, he had spent a lot of money to buy 5 life-prolonging pills, totaling more than 600 years of life prolongation. Unfortunately, even a 600-year life extension, he still hadn't advanced any further in his cultivation. On his deathbed, this firstborn immortal lamented that he had not left any heirs in order to cultivate. The once red couple, childhood sweethearts, and some concubines have all become a cup of yellow earth as well. Feeling lonely, he decided to leave his legacy behind. That's how this inheritance cave came to be. But unlike other inheritance caves, his inheritance cave was sealed in a spatial formation. It was also the piece of human skin paper that Chen Anmo had gotten. The way you want to open it is to gather energy with the help of moonlight irradiation. The reason for this approach is also because when this wandering immortal and his first love were together, they were enjoying the moon. He wanted to honor the past. In this way, according to what this great Yuaning cultivator had said, it wasn't so simple to obtain his inheritance. This place, the place of inheritance, everyone who comes in will be trapped in the formation. When did one comprehend the contents of the formations he had given, proving that one's enlightenment was extraordinary? Then you will inherit his formation inheritance, and if one can't participate in it, they will be trapped here alive, until death. Participate or die. Chen Anmo's eyebrows moved slightly. Sure enough, all caves are not that good to enter. This cave, it looks like there is no killing formation, but it's even more terrifying than the killing formation, because formations were notoriously difficult to learn in the first place. It's just too hard and too difficult to enlighten yourself by yourself alone. But, to me, it is nothing. Chen Anmo spoke flatly to himself. The number of cultivation days he had saved up for the last period of time amounted to as many as 43 years. With so much cultivation time, he believed that he could easily comprehend it. Then let's see. Chen Anmo looked toward the front. There was a palm-sized retention stone in front of him. This kind of shadow-retaining stone is an item of the immortals, which can record images. It is usually used by top immortals to record important things, but also for inheritance. It records the legacy, the record of 10,000 formations. He now only needed to comprehend the first-order organ formations in the 10,000 formations atlas, and he would be considered to have passed. There are 18 kinds of organs within this organ formation. It is generally used in a defensive nature. After successfully setting up, those who enter the formation will encounter 18 types of organ attacks, consuming 4 years of your time. You comprehend the organ formations in the 10,000 formations atlas, and since this is your first contact with formations, your learning speed is slow. However, you were not discouraged, and you were able to sleep on your comprehension. After consuming 6 years, you finally made some progress in comprehending the 10,000 formation atlas. You thoroughly comprehended the organ formation, and you have sufficient knowledge of the 18 types of organ formations. Consuming 10 years, he successfully comprehended the organ formation, and this only consumed but a few dozen breaths of time. At this moment, his comprehension of formations reached an extremely high level. The retained Shadowstone that had passed down the 10,000 formation atlas had also smoothly reached his hands. As long as he wanted to understand, he could communicate with the Shadow Retaining Stone to understand the mysteries of the formation. This means that you can learn anytime, anywhere. Beyond that, he also gained some spiritual cultivation. He had originally been rewarded with spiritual energy, so now he was considered an alchemist. The current me should be at the 4th level of Qi practicing, Shen Anmo whispered in his heart. According to the inheritance memories of the 10,000 formation immortal, Qi refiners were also divided into grades. Ordinary alchemists, for the Qi practicing stage. After that, for foundation building, Jindan, Yuanin, and Shanhua. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. Since he didn't have much of a foundation in immortal cultivation, even if he had received the inheritance, it would only raise his spirit power level to the 4th level of Qi practicing. But even so, he was content. After all, as far as he knew, Qi refiners are extinct in this world. In other words, he can now walk sideways. Of course, this world is spiritually thin. This meant that the spiritual energy in his body was used 1 point less. Besides, even if there was spiritual energy, he couldn't absorb it. Chen Anmo shook his head. I also wonder how Wei Nishan's enlightenment is going, but it's better to leave this place as early as possible in case that guy Qinzhan finds his way over. Chen Anmo didn't know in the slightest that Qinzhan and Ding Yuan had already found this place. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly realized that he was able to sense the state of this cave through the shadow retention stone. Wei Nishang was sitting on her knees, trying to comprehend the formation, but by the way she was frowning, it was clear that this was going to be difficult for her. These two are here too. Soon, Chen Anmo noticed that Qinzhan and Ding Yuan had unexpectedly come to this cave as well. As for his other 3 henchmen, at the entrance of the hole in the ground, they had already died of poison. These two were also attending to formations. Like Wei Nishang, the two were very headstrong about formations and didn't know where to start. Ding Yuan even cursed lowly, if I had known, I wouldn't have come in. What is this? With that, he got up and attacked in all directions. Boom boom, powerful attacks smashed all around. But it was as if there was a wall of cotton around him, and it couldn't do any good. Seeing this, Chen Anmo smiled. These two people didn't know in the slightest that he had not only obtained the inheritance, and get control of this cave now. The true size of this cave was as big as a soccer field. This was because through this cave, there was a field behind it that was rich in spiritual qi and full of green plants. This place was originally the medicinal field of the 10,000 formations immortal. When he sealed the inheritance, he incidentally also sealed all of this area into a spatial formation. Now this shadow retaining stone not only had a shadow retaining function, but this piece of space also existed inside. Unfortunately, back then, the 10,000 formations immortal had sold all of the spirit pills in order to purchase the life extension pill. Therefore, not to mention spirit medicine, there were not even weapons or spirit stones here. But to Chen Anmo, he was already satisfied. This place, however, is bigger than the space ring, and because the space formation was inscribed with the ability to automatically absorb spiritual energy, that's why the spiritual energy is thick here. The future great medicines are planted here with excellent results, and there will be no problems with the medicinal power running out. Alright, it's time to settle Qinzhan and Ding Yuan, Chen Anmo sneered. Mindfulness. The trapped formations that had enveloped Wei Nishang and the 3 people, Qinzhan and Ding Yuan, all disappeared. Qinzhan and Ding Yuan froze for a moment, as he was wondering how the trapped formation was suddenly gone. Immediately afterward, he saw Chen Anmo and Wei Nishang. Ding Yuan was overjoyed and laughed at Chen Anmo. Kid, how do you want to die?